Anyone who has contracted a beast knows. The stronger the level of the beast taming, the more skilled one becomes. And I contracted an F-level beast pet. It can also easily defeat an SSS-rank divine beast pet. Just because I awakened the creation talent system. Any beast taming skill I create, adapting to pets will have a 100% probability. Turn it into a genuine and learnable beast taming skill. One day ago, I successfully contracted an Electabuzz during the awakening ceremony. When I excitedly checked my royal beast inventory, mastered skills, only to find Electabuzz has only one fixed F-rank attack skill, a flash of lightning. And moreover, it's the kind that can never be upgraded. At that moment, my heart sank completely. You should know. The strength of a beast and the number of innate skills it possesses, and is directly proportional to skill level. Some powerful spirit beasts are naturally born with 4 or 5 skills, and even more. Moreover, the skill levels they possess can also be further strengthened. The highest can even reach the legendary SSS level. The weakest beast master, born with only one un-upgradeable low-level skill. Moreover, it's impossible to learn new skills from the outside world either. Electabuzz. It was precisely this weakest beastmaster. I realized I could never become a powerful beastmaster after that. Pour all your thoughts. All transferred to their own beast taming shop. I haven't even been to school. This Kobayashi beastmaster. It's the only property left by my parents. Not too big. But in Haicheng County he was somewhat well known. Unfortunately, since my parents passed away during a field trip, lost during the beast taming expedition, business plummeted sharply. Squeak. Electabuzz cry interrupted my reverie. Xiaodian, stop fooling around. I looked down. It turns out that Electabuzz took seriously a random chart I had fabricated earlier. The beast taming skill blueprint was pulled out. 2 tiny paws kept scratching at it. Ever since I found out this was a world where everyone tames beasts, I'll base it on the existing beast taming in this world, combined with the knowledge of anime and games from previous lives. Created a variety of beast taming skills. Then fantasizing about the beast they've contracted with. Possessed these skills. But on the day I awakened Electabuzz, all these blueprints were cast aside by me. I was just about to carry Electabuzz down from the counter, but I found that the beast taming skill blueprint was missing. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The beast taming skill you created has been successfully acquired by the Beast Taming Society. Meets system activation requirements. The talent creation system has been successfully activated. Host, Lin Yu. Contract Beast, Electabuzz. Skill 1, Quick Attack S-rank. Can quickly close in on opponents during combat and cause harm. Skill 2, Secret Supreme Art 10,000 Thunder Prison A grade. Attracting the lightning elements in the air, combining with the lightning emitted by oneself, ultimately forming a system with beast taming as its core foundation. A lightning circle with a 1-meter radius, dealing continuous damage to enemies over time. Thunderstorm weather damage will be increased. Unlocked feature, Skill Materialization. The host-created pet skills are tailored for the pet. There is a 100% probability it will become real. Learnable Beastmaster skills. Number of materialized skills, 1. The more Beastmaster skills the host materializes through creation, the more features the system can unlock. I pinched my thigh hard. Not dreaming. Especially when I saw my own Imperial Beast, with an additional skill now. Eyes wide open. His face was full of surprise. Great. With the system's assistance, the beast mastery skills I once dreamed of could now become reality. My Electabuzz. There's also the possibility of becoming the strongest beastmaster. Electabuzz, activate the mystic art, lightning prison. The once dopey-looking Electabuzz suddenly froze stiff. Those round, pitch-black eyes suddenly narrowed. A flicker of silver-blue electricity flashed through the pupils. The entire body's pale yellow fur instantly bristled. Every hair's end burst forth with tiny electric sparks. Electabuzz emitted a sharp screech. Suddenly leaped up. The small body traced a graceful arc in the air. The instant Electabuzz hit the ground, a center around which all revolves, a circular lightning domain with a diameter of 2 meters began to emerge. Meanwhile, the sky was covered with dark clouds, all gathered above the beast taming pavilion. Countless lightning bolts snaked their way through the clouds. Finally, as if drawn by some unseen force or attraction, one after another, the bombardment targeted the beast taming shop. The roar continued unabated. It caught the attention of countless passers-by. Finally, amidst the stunned disbelief of countless onlookers, the outer wall of Xiaolin's beast taming was split open by a lightning strike. The lightning converged along the fissures into Electabuzz's thunder field. Finger-thick streaks of light. The surface glowed with a glaring blue-white light. At its core, deep purple electric arcs flicker within the domain, radiating a palpitation-inducing energy fluctuation. Xiao Dian, stop it now. I was also startled by the scene Electabuzz created at first. Stunned. When I designed this skill initially. Inspired by Kenin's ultimate ability in League of Legends. At the same time, it also incorporates some other elements. By the time I snapped back to reality and hastily called for a halt, it was already too late. The items within the lightning domain were already unrecognizable. The air was filled with waves of a scorched fragrance. Little Spark, you little troublemakers sure know how to stir up trouble. I wanted to scold Electabuzz, but seeing its innocent eyes filled with innocence. In the end, all I could do was let out a long sigh. Blame yourself after all. What new skills are you trying out in the store? That's better. The business of the beast-taming shop was already not doing well. Now we VE lost so much all at once. This whole year's work has been for nothing. Meanwhile, countless passers-by drawn by the commotion also witnessed the entire scene firsthand. What was that new skill just now? It can actually attract lightning from the sky. This is utterly unheard of. Just as the crowd was gathered at the shop entrance buzzing with discussion, 3 middle-aged men dressed in black uniforms, appearing at the doorstep of the pet shop. They all wore the same silver badge on their chests. They all wore silver badges pinned to their chests. Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Office. Quite a commotion, huh? Come with us. The lead man flashed his credentials before addressing Lin Yu with a stern expression. Chapter 2, Art is Explosive Blow Up the Government Building. Feng Taihong, Director of the Haicheng County Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Bureau? Lin Yu repeated the name aloud, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the 3 men. Wait, I was just testing out a new beast-taming skill in my own shop. Seriously, is this why you're here? I didn't break any laws, did I? Lin Yu looked thoroughly resistant. Setting aside the mess he'd have to clean up in his beast-taming shop, the expressions on their faces alone told him this couldn't be good news. Relax, we won't be serving you purple eggs bullets without cauliflower soup. Lin Yu stared at Feng Taihong's expressionless face and ultimately followed him out. Regardless of whether resistance was an option, their official status alone made refusal impossible. Finally, Lin Yu followed the group to the Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Building, the official headquarters for coordinating all Beastmaster affairs in Haicheng County. Name? Upon entering the lobby, Feng Taihong sat behind his desk and opened a logbook. Lin Yu. Age? 18. Beast type and highest skill level? Electro Beast, Grade A. Lin Yu answered truthfully. Feng Taihong's pen suddenly froze mid-stroke. He lifted his head and stared at Lin Yu with a stern expression. Still not telling the truth? Electro Beasts only have one fixed F-rank skill. Where did you get this A rank from? A young female staff member wearing glasses snorted derisively beside him. The energy fluctuations in your shop just now were nearly S-class. You almost triggered the security alarm for this entire area. Could it be that all this was caused by your electrocution beast? Seeing their disbelief, Lin Yu sighed and recounted the entire incident, though he omitted any mention of the system. So you're saying you created an A-rank skill yourself, and your Electro Wolf just happened to learn it? Feng Taihong stared at Lin Yu as if he were an idiot. Those capable of creating beast-taming skills were invariably master researchers or renowned laboratories. And Lin Yu? Judging by his age, he was still just a high school student, right? Moreover, electric beasts could only possess one fixed F-rank skill, a fact long verified by experts and documented in the official beast-taming compendium. Did the experts eat or something? The young female staff member sneered coldly. Looks like you don't want to go back. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking like he knew it all along. Everything I said is true. Why won't you believe me? Do I have to create a skill right here on the spot to prove it? Lin Yu really didn't want to waste any more time here. He still hadn't repaired the damaged areas in the beast-taming shop. The college entrance exams were approaching. Though his beast-taming aptitude was too low to qualify for the beast-taming exam. But his old classmates were taking it. If he didn't take advantage of them now, when would he ever get to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion? Just then, an employee approached carrying a folder. Feng Taihong took it, reviewed its contents, and then looked at Lin Yu with a playful expression. If you can create a skill that my beast can learn, not only can you leave immediately, but I'll also give you a special admission permit allowing you to take this year's beast-taming college entrance exam. But if you fail. With that, Feng Taihong summoned his beast companion, the tricolor fire crow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Creating skills was relatively straightforward. The real prize was that special admission permit. With it, Lin Yu could take the exam and gain access to a prestigious Beastmaster Academy. The connections and resources there would undoubtedly benefit him immensely. Alright. Deal. Get me a pen and paper. The young female staff member glanced at Feng Taihong. After seeing him nod in agreement, she began preparing the materials for Lin Yu, though her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Yu took the materials and began scribbling on the paper, muttering to himself as he worked. Soon, a skill demonstration diagram was complete, thoughtfully annotated with step-by-step instructions and remarks. Alright, you're getting a bargain this time. This skill is definitely a grade. Lin Yu reluctantly handed the skill demonstration diagram to Feng Taihong. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus? Feng Taihong took it with curiosity, though the sketchy lines and haphazard style looked like a child's doodle. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, the tricolor fire crow perched on his shoulder suddenly opened its beak and snatched the diagram away. By the time Feng Taihong reacted, the diagram had vanished. Did it learn it? Feng Taihong stared at the tricolor fire crow in utter disbelief. It was common knowledge that Beastmaster skill manuals were one-time use items. Only after the Beastmaster had mastered the skill would the manual vanish. And now that the skill demonstration diagram had vanished, it meant the tricolor fire crow had mastered it. But how could that be possible? Logically speaking, his tricolor fire crow shouldn't be able to learn any more skills. With that thought, Feng Taihong tentatively commanded. Tricolored fire crow, use Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. No! Lin Yu heard the command and felt doom approaching. He immediately shouted to stop it, but it was already too late. The tricolor fire crow suddenly trembled violently, every feather standing on end. Crimson, azure, and violet flames erupted from its body, swirling and intertwining directly before it. The moment the three flames touched, a series of thunderous booms erupted. A violent force gradually emerged as the three colored flames merged. The temperature in the entire office skyrocketed instantly. A wave of heat washed over them, causing Lin Yu and the others to feel a stinging pain on their skin. The fire-resistant runes on the walls automatically activated, forming a protective barrier. Under the three-colored fire crow's control, the flames coalesced into a vivid, lifelike three-colored fire lotus. The previously chaotic energy inexplicably dissipated. Is that it? Looks like it's just for show. Feng Taihong sensed the shift in energy before and after, then glanced at the lotus that looked more like a decorative ornament. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. The petals of the tricolor fire lotus suddenly swelled outward, followed by an uncontrollable explosion erupting from its center. Boom! The entire office shook, and a violent surge of energy spread out from midair. The fire-suppressing runes on the wall flickered for a few seconds before immediately fading. Crack! The wall cracked open violently, and the chaotic energy continued to spill outward through the fissure, spreading toward the adjacent archive room, reception area, and lobby. A shrill alarm pierced the entire building. What's happening? Hearing the explosion, countless people rushed over immediately. Yet upon witnessing the scene inside the office, they all froze in place, utterly dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting why they had come. Is this a terrorist attack? Chapter 3, The Special Exam Permit, Lin Yu sought after by major factions. Cracks split the walls, and burning debris littered the office. The intense heat wave made even those standing outside sweat profusely. Feng Taihong and the young female staff member were left in tatters, their hair singed black, while the tricolor fire crow had fainted outright. Had Feng Taihong not possessed an S-grade life-saving artifact, they would likely have suffered severe injuries by now. Lin Yu crawled out from under the desk, covered in dust and grime. Looking at the devastated office, his mouth twitched. This is bad. Am I really going to have to go in there and drink that seaweed and egg drop soup now? Lin Yu! Feng Taihong gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. It's not my fault. I yelled stop just now, but you wouldn't listen. Lin Yu waved his hands frantically, his face plastered with innocence. Feng Taihong was momentarily speechless, but soon, the anger on his face gave way to shock. For only he knew that his tricolor fire crow had long reached its skill limit of 4 abilities. His bet with Lin Yu had been nothing more than a joke after reviewing Lin Yu's records. Regardless of whether Lin Yu could create the skill, he would have let him leave. But not only did Lin Yu succeed by his estimation, the skill's power far exceeded a rank. An 18-year-old high school student had created a skill capable of breaking through the skill ceiling for beast tamers, and it had even reached a rank. This wasn't genius, it was downright monstrous. Half an hour later, in another office, Lin Yu stared at the Special Talent Recruitment Agreement contract for the Beastmaster Comprehensive Administration Bureau and the College Entrance Exam Exemption Order before him. So, you're trying to recruit me? Lin Yu's lips felt dry. He'd expected serious trouble after nearly blowing up the government building, but Feng Taihong was actually trying to recruit him. You can interpret it that way. Those skill blueprints you drew can bypass innate limitations and drastically increase a beast tamer's upper limit. You might not fully grasp what that means yet. But I can tell you this, the authorities desperately need your ability. Lin Yu studied Feng Taihong's solemn expression and cautiously inquired. What consequences would I face if I refuse? At this, Feng Taihong gave a sinister smile. Then prepare to cover the astronomical repair costs for bombing the official headquarters. And what do you think the charge would be for maliciously bombing an official building? Lin Yu curled his lip, his eyes brimming with contempt as he stared at Feng Taihong. Fine, I'll sign. Stop trying to scare me. Besides, the beast is yours, and you activated the skill yourself. What the hell does that have to do with me? With that, Lin Yu swiftly signed the contract, grabbed the college entrance exam permit, and made a beeline for the exit. But as he left, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward triumphantly. From now on, I'm officially part of the system. As for the contract clause about providing skills to official personnel on a regular basis, that was no big deal. He still had plenty of skill demonstration blueprints he'd drawn earlier at home. If push came to shove, he could always redraw them then. Returning to the beast-taming shop, Lin Yu tidied up the store and had someone repair the shattered walls. By the time he finished, night had fallen. With this, I can continue attending school tomorrow. Lin Yu kept rubbing the college entrance exam special permit in his hand before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early, preparing to head to school. After all, he had left school without taking leave, and since his contracted beast lacked any innate talent, he was likely already considered expelled by his teachers. But now, with this document in hand, his previous absences? They wouldn't matter at all. Report. As Lin Yu stood at the classroom door, the homeroom teacher, Yang Jun, who had been lecturing, abruptly stopped. The others also looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. Lin Yu? Why is he here? His beast-taming pet has no talent, and he doesn't even qualify for the college entrance exam. Coming to school is just a waste of time. I heard his beast-taming shop sells counterfeit goods. Someone even got struck by lightning because of it. I also heard the Beastmaster Regulatory Authority came looking for him. Why haven't they arrested him yet? Yang Jun frowned upon seeing Lin Yu. He'd heard about yesterday's incident at the beast-taming shop. Lin Yu, you've been absent from school for so long that I've already applied to the dean's office to have you expelled. And with the college entrance exams approaching, you won't be able to take them. Instead of focusing on running your pet shop, what are you doing here at school? Hearing Yang Jun's words, Lin Yu pulled out his special admission permit for the college entrance exam from his backpack. Who says I don't have the right to take the exam? Besides, my absence from school had legitimate reasons. Yang Jun took the document Lin Yu handed him and scanned it from beginning to end. Special college entrance exam permit from the General Administration of Beast Tamers? Approved by the General Administration of the Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Bureau, student Lin Yu possesses special talent qualifications and is hereby authorized to participate in this year's Beastmaster College Entrance Examination. This order holds supreme authority. No institution may interfere. The moment these words were spoken, the entire class erupted. The classroom filled with murmurs of astonishment, and even Yang Jun wore an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? This is a special permit from the Beastmaster Comprehensive Administration Bureau. Why would they give it to Lin Yu, a high school student? But Lin Yu has no talent. How could he possibly get this permit? Can connections even get you this? I'm going to file a formal complaint. What special talent? Does Lin Yu have secrets we don't know? Just then, a commotion erupted outside the classroom. What's going on? A flicker of displeasure crossed Yang Jun's shocked face as he prepared to investigate. But after taking just a few steps out, he froze in his tracks. In the hallway stood over a dozen people, led by none other than Gui Jun, the principal of Haicheng County First High School. He was smiling broadly as he walked at the front, leading the way. Though Yang Jun recognized only a few of the others accompanying the principal, they were without exception representatives of major top-tier factions. Those accompanying them were undoubtedly equally formidable figures. Starlight Research Institute cordially invites Lin Yu to join us. Would you be interested in becoming our chief researcher? Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy is offering an S-level training contract. Would student Lin Yu consider applying to our university? Thunder Group is willing to offer 10% of our company shares in exchange for student Lin Yu serving as head of our Skills or D department. Hearing these offers, the entire Class 9 of Senior 3 went absolutely wild. Everyone stared at Lin Yu in stunned silence before a wave of commotion swept through the classroom. Chapter 4, The Classmate Who Changed His Attitude. Starlight Research Institute, that's the center that developed multiple S-rank skills throughout history. Any skill created by their researchers is fiercely sought after by the outside world. Why would they invite Lin Yu to be their chief researcher? And that S-rank contract? I thought that was a perk reserved for those with S-rank Beastmaster qualifications. How could Jiangnan Academy possibly offer that to a useless loser like Lin Yu? And Thunder Group, a star enterprise in Haicheng Province Wun Ti, offered 10% equity to hire Lin Yu, someone without any beast-taming qualifications, as their RD director. Look at all those silent figures in the back. Could they all be here for Lin Yu? Impossible. What merit does Lin Yu possess to warrant so many major powers seeking him out? Even Yang Jun whipped his head around, staring blankly at Lin Yu. The image of the special college entrance exam permit flashed through his mind. Could someone who earned the Beastmaster Administration Bureau's green light, someone that a bunch of major factions were scrambling over, really be a student with no talent? Even if he lacked talent, his background was likely far beyond what he could afford to provoke. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Yang Jun's back. I didn't say anything wrong just now, did I? Lin Yu isn't going to take this chance to pull a fast one on me, is he? At that moment, not just the others, but even Lin Yu himself was stunned. When did I become so sought after? So many people were scrambling to claim him. But soon, Lin Yu realized it must be because they'd learned about the skill he'd created, the one that could raise the upper limit of beast-taming aptitude. Seeing his classmates' stunned and incredulous expressions, Lin Yu felt a complex mix of emotions. Just a week ago, they'd been calling him useless Lin behind his back. Just moments ago, they were questioning his character and mocking him for being struck by lightning. And now, the system truly is a god-tier cheat. As Lin Yu reflected on this, the principal had already led the group into the classroom. Everyone, this is Mr. Yang Jun, the homeroom teacher of Senior 3, Class 9. Before Gua Jun could finish, a middle-aged man stepped past him, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I'm Zhao Mingyuan from Starglow Research Institute. We've heard about your groundbreaking new skill. We'd like to invite you to join us as our chief researcher with an annual salary of 5 million yuan plus a share of the research profits. Director Zhao, you're jumping the gun. Lin is still a student. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, her eyes burning with enthusiasm as she looked at Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I'm Li Shui, Director of Admissions at Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. If you choose to enroll, we offer a full scholarship, one-on-one mentoring from top-tier instructors, and guaranteed faculty position upon graduation. The Thunder Group representative, a burly bald man, pushed past the two women and produced a pre-prepared contract. This is a 10% share transfer agreement for our group. Student Lin, with your signature, you become a shareholder and head of the Skills or D department at Thunder Group. We'll give you an 80% share of the skill patent royalties. Representatives from other factions also rushed to present their offers, all ultimately seeking the beast-taming skill Lin Yu had created. The once quiet classroom instantly erupted into a bustling marketplace filled with voices vying for Lin Yu's attention. To be honest, Lin Yu was genuinely tempted by those terms. But then he remembered the contract he'd signed just yesterday with the Beastmaster Administration Bureau, which explicitly stated he couldn't join any other organizations. In that instant, Lin Yu felt as though his luxury cars and mansions were slipping away from him, leaving him filled with regret so deep it made his guts turn green. No way. I need to find another chance to blow up that Beastmaster Administration building. I'll hunt down Feng Taihong and blow him up too. Otherwise, I'll never get over this. Lin Yu scanned the room, meeting the earnest gazes fixed upon him. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly declined, though his soul ached with every word. I appreciate your kindness, everyone, but I'm still a student. My top priority is preparing for the college entrance exams. As for what comes after that, we'll discuss it once the exams are over. Though Lin Yu phrased it diplomatically, everyone understood this was a veiled refusal. Disappointment flashed across the faces of the representatives from various factions. Failing to recruit him this time would make it difficult to report back to their superiors. Fortunately, the others hadn't succeeded either. If not this time, then perhaps next? Thus, every faction representative made a concerted effort to leave a lasting impression on Lin Yu. No worries, the college entrance exams take priority. Should you change your mind, Lin, feel free to contact Starlight Research Institute anytime. Exactly. Our Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy's doors are always wide open for you, Lin. We can also renegotiate the terms. If you have any needs or questions, just come find me. I guarantee I'll get it done. Students who had previously felt both jealousy and envy toward Lin Yu were now even more stunned. After hearing his unhesitating refusal, not only did the major factions not turn hostile, but they were actively courting him. Lin Yu created a beast-taming skill himself? And it's causing such a frenzy? That can't be possible. It must be true, otherwise, so many factions wouldn't be seeking him out. But how could he create Beastmaster skills without even possessing the innate talent for it? Did I hear that correctly? With such favorable terms, Lin Yu actually turned them down. Am I seeing things? Why aren't they angry after Lin Yu turned them down? They're actually trying to curry favor with him? If it were me, I'd have accepted immediately. After all, isn't the whole point of taking the college entrance exam to land a good job? Just then, Gua Jun pushed his way forward, beaming at the representatives of the major factions. Mr. Lin is absolutely right, education comes first. Distinguished guests, why not take a moment to rest in the conference room? Let our school extend its hospitality. Teacher Yang can also share more about student Lin. After the group reluctantly departed, an eerie silence settled over the classroom. Everyone's gaze toward Lin Yu had completely changed, filled with awe, envy, and confusion. Why is everyone so quiet? As soon as Lin Yu spoke, the previously quiet classroom erupted with activity once more. Brother Yu, I've been keeping your seat spotless. It's super clean now. Lin Yu, you missed school this week. I've got all your notes from those days. My company's ordering a batch of beast-taming feed and energy crystals as employee perks. Does your beast-taming shop offer discounts? Brother Yu, could you take a look at my beast? It only has 2 D rank skills. Lin Yu watched his classmates' drastically changed attitudes and couldn't help but smile silently. Just then, a red-haired boy kicked over a desk and glared at Lin Yu with utter disdain. What are you pretending? Who knows if you stole those skills from some lab? Only you guys would believe someone without Beastmaster potential could create Beastmaster skills. In my book, a loser will always be a loser. Chapter 5, Provoked, Crushed by Overwhelming Power. The moment those words rang out, the classroom's clamor abruptly fell silent. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, Zhao Shuyang, the notorious troublemaker of Class 9, Senior 3. Fire sparks flew from the fire lizard perched on Zhao Shuyang's shoulder, its crimson scales gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its vertical pupils fixed intently on Lin Yu, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Zhao Shuyang, what are you doing? Class monitor Chen Yushi's pretty face was tense, her hands on her hips as her large eyes fixed on Zhao Shuyang with disapproval. Chen Yushi was naturally beautiful, with a pair of long, straight legs. Standing nearly 5 feet 7 inches, she was undoubtedly crowned the school beauty of Haicheng County No. 1 High School. Combined with her privileged background and kind-hearted nature, this only increased the number of admirers vying for her attention. To be honest, Chen Yushi herself didn't believe Lin Yu could invent a new skill. But Zhao Shuyang disrupting the class like this was something she couldn't tolerate. Lin Yu glanced at Chen Yushi with some surprise. Truth be told, he naturally harbored feelings for Chen Yushi, who wouldn't be drawn to such beauty? And with Chen Yushi's family background, if things worked out, he could skip decades of hard work. What a sweet deal. But he hadn't expected Chen Yushi to speak up at this moment. Yushi. I just can't stand people putting on airs. A useless nobody without even the basic qualifications to tame beasts suddenly claims he can create skills? What a load of crap. Facing Chen Yushi's accusation, Zhao Shuyang shot her a flattering glance before turning to Lin Yu with pure provocation. Lin Yu, you're so full of yourself. Care to challenge me to a Beastmaster duel? If you beat me, I'll believe you can create skills. If you lose. At the end of his sentence, Zhao Shuyang grinned maliciously. You'll admit in front of the entire school that your skill was stolen. The moment Zhao Shuyang finished speaking, the classroom erupted in chaos. Has Zhao Shuyang lost his mind? His fire lizard is a C-rank beast, and its innate skills Fiery Claw and Scorching Breath are both C-rank. Not to mention it's learned other skills too. Lin Yu's electric beast only has one fixed F-rank skill, and he hasn't attended any Beastmaster lessons this week. How is he supposed to fight? Just because Lin Yu can create skills doesn't mean his beast has learned any others. Exactly. This is blatant bullying. Lin Yu watched Zhao Shuyang's arrogant demeanor, yet his heart remained unusually calm. In the past, he truly had no chance of winning. But now, they probably didn't even know his electrocution beast had mastered a new skill yet. Did they really think all these major factions scrambling to recruit him was just a joke? Lin Yu lifted his head, meeting Zhao Shuyang's defiant gaze as he spoke slowly. Fine. I accept the challenge. Seeing Lin Yu agree without hesitation, Chen Yushi urgently grabbed his hand. Lin Yu, don't be impulsive. Your electrocution beast can't beat his fire lizard. Chen Yushi knew Lin Yu fairly well. Having lost his parents at a young age and lacking any natural talent for beast taming, his small pet shop wasn't doing particularly well. If his beast were injured in this battle, it would be a catastrophe for Lin Yu, who was already struggling financially. So caught up in the moment, she hadn't even realized she'd grabbed his hand. Lin Yu gazed at his small hand being held, his heart already bursting with joy. The school beauty actually took my hand. Does that mean I have a chance to live off her? Don't worry, my electrocution beast is incredibly powerful. Chen Yushi quickly realized what she'd done in her haste. She'd actually taken Lin Yu's hand and immediately withdrew it. But her pretty face was flushed with a wave of crimson. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Chen Yushi muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with irritation. He doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Serves him right if he gets beaten. I can't wait to see how you embarrass yourself later. Zhao Shuyang, seeing Chen Yushi persistently helping Lin Yu, even going so far as to grab his hand, felt his anger surge. He hadn't even gotten a chance to kiss the school beauty, so why should Lin Yu get his hand grabbed by Chen Yushi? Let's head to the training ground now. I'll expose your false facade for everyone to see. Lin Yu said nothing, calmly walking toward the classroom exit. As he passed Zhao Shuyang, his footsteps paused. I hope you'll still be able to smile later. Zhao Shuyang's expression darkened, but he quickly let out a sneer. Playing tricks. The students in the classroom exchanged bewildered glances before following him out. As for class? Who had any mind for that now? Besides, the homeroom teacher's been called away by the principal. Perfect time to slack off. Come on, let's go watch the show. No matter who wins, it'll be a blast. Has Lin Yu lost his mind? How dare he take on the challenge? Who knows? Maybe he's got some hidden card up his sleeve. If he wins, this could be a chance to build connections. Lin Yu's just weak at beast taming. But he really can create skills. If he loses, we can even console him afterward. Students poured out in droves, emptying the classroom instantly. On the training grounds, a large crowd had already formed a circle. Zhao Shuyang stood at one end of the field, looking utterly nonchalant. His beast, a fire lizard, paced restlessly before him, occasionally spitting out a wisp of flame. "Come out, Electro-Wolf." Lin Yu slowly released the electrocution beast from its beast-taming space. Instantly, a beast resembling a tiger appeared in the center of the field. Its belly bore a black lightning symbol, and patches of black skin dotted its entire body. The moment it appeared, its large, round eyes blinked innocently before its massive head began rubbing against Lin Yu's feet. As expected of the most useless beast. Having my fire lizard fight it is nothing short of an insult. Lin Yu, you can still concede now. Otherwise, my fire lizard won't hold back. Zhao Shuyan couldn't help but sneer at Lin Yu upon seeing the Electro-Wolf's performance. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Shuyan, who was gloating triumphantly, and said calmly, "Enough with the nonsense. Just don't cry over your fire lizard when the time comes." Zhao Shuyang, seeing Lin Yu's unflinching confidence, was deeply provoked. "In that case, don't blame me. Little fire, scorching breath." In the next instant, the fire lizard opened its massive jaws. 3 fireballs streaked through the air one after another, carrying scorching heat waves as they hurtled toward the electrocution beast. The surrounding students gasped in shock, several girls even covering their eyes. It was clear to everyone that if this strike landed, the electrocution beast would be gravely injured. Shen Yushi stared speechlessly at the electroweb, which remained frozen in place, seemingly petrified by fear. The person is dumb, but the contracted beast is even dumber. Just as she prepared to summon her own beast, Lin Yu's voice rang out calmly. "Xiao Dian, 10,000 Thunder Prison." The electric beast's previously innocent gaze suddenly sharpened as it snapped its head up. The black lightning patterns covering its body suddenly ignited with a blinding blue glow. The thunder beast let out a shrill cry and leapt upward, dodging the fireball's attack. Simultaneously, a constantly flickering circle of electric arcs abruptly materialized. As Electabuzz landed beside the fire lizard, the relentless arc of electricity began pounding relentlessly upon its body. Woo! With a mournful cry, the fire lizard slumped lifelessly to the ground, its body emitting a burnt scent. With a single strike, the C-rank fire lizard was utterly defeated. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. Even Shen Yushi's hands froze mid-motion as she stood rooted to the spot. Is this really the Lin Yu I know? Chapter 6, Creating a New Skill Emulating Heaven and Earth. Did I see that correctly? A C-rank fire lizard was instantly defeated by a D-rank electrocution beast. That power, it must be a rank. Is this the skill Lin Yu created? Terrifying indeed. If anyone ever says electric beasts can only have the flash of lightning skill again, I'll slap them right across the face. No wonder so many major factions are scrambling for him. A talent who can create skills that break through the limits of beastmaster potential. Who wouldn't want someone like that? As the surrounding students buzzed with discussion, Wei Jun and representatives from major factions who had rushed to the scene witnessed the entire spectacle. Exchanging glances, they nodded in unison, their resolve to recruit Lin Yu growing even stronger. This can't be possible. Zhao Shuyang knelt on the ground, his legs trembling, staring in disbelief at his fire lizard, which had already fallen unconscious. Lin Yu walked up to Zhao Shuyang, towering over him. "Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to laugh? I still prefer seeing you laugh out loud." Zhao Shuyang opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Who could have imagined that Lin Yu's electric shock beast possessed other abilities? This completely shattered his understanding. Just then, a commanding voice cut through the crowd. "What are you all crowding around for? Do you think you're all geniuses like Lin Yu who don't need to study?" The crowd parted automatically as Gui Jun and representatives from various factions approached. Gui Jun looked at Lin Yu with a broad smile, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. After all, this was his school's prized asset. Whether he could advance further depended entirely on Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, was that skill you just demonstrated your own creation? I'd say it's at least A grade. I wonder what the highest grade beast taming skill you could create would be." As soon as Gui Jun spoke, the eyes of all the faction representatives lit up. They all stared intently at Lin Yu, unable to look away. "I can't say for sure what the highest level is, but a beast taming skill like the one I just demonstrated? I created it in just a few minutes." At Lin Yu's words, everyone stared at him in stunned silence. An A-rank beast taming skill. Created in just a few minutes. Is this even humanly possible? Whether it's renowned laboratories or university research institutes, developing a single skill requires massive investments of time and money, followed by extensive experimentation, and even then, the final result might still fall short. Yet for Lin Yu, it was as simple as eating or drinking. Mr. Lin Yu, would you be willing to create another skill right here on the spot? Zhao Mingyuan from Starlight Research Institute looked at Lin Yu with an embarrassed expression. This was simply astonishing. Lin Yu met the expectant gazes of everyone present. Even Shen Yushi was staring at him with wide-eyed anticipation. The words of refusal he'd intended to speak halted midway. This was a golden opportunity not only to repay Chen Yushi for her previous help. If he could use this chance to win over the school beauty Chen Yushi's heart. Alright then, Chen Yushi, summon your beast. At Lin Yu's words, all eyes instantly turned to Chen Yushi. Some gazed with envy, others with jealousy. Chen Yushi froze for a moment, utterly surprised that things would ultimately involve her. But she quickly recovered, immediately summoning her beast from the beast space. Simultaneously, she harbored a quiet anticipation, wondering what kind of skill Lin Yu would ultimately create. If he truly created a good skill, how should she thank him? Should she simply pay him as if purchasing the skill? Or perhaps patronize his beast shop more often? What if he took advantage of the situation to make unreasonable demands? In an instant, Chen Yushi was once again caught in a whirlwind of indecision. Lin Yu looked at the colossal ape before him standing a full 2 meters tall, muscles bulging like steel bars, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Chen Yushi looked so adorable, yet the beast she awakened was a fantasy version of Beauty and the Beast? Or is Chen Yushi just inherently violent? Would marrying her mean enduring domestic violence? Lin Yu pondered these thoughts internally while considering suitable skills for this colossal ape. Fire eyes? 3 monkey hairs? Great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger? One by one, the names surfaced only to be dismissed. Finally, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. That's the one. Immediately, Lin Yu began scribbling and sketching on the prepared paper. Minutes passed. With the final stroke completed, Lin Yu stretched his back. Done. No sooner had Lin Yu spoken than Zhao Mingyuan snatched the skill demonstration diagram from his hands, and the others immediately rushed forward. Emulate heaven and earth? The contracted beast is a primate-type beast. Is it the strongest among primate-type beasts? Upon mastery, it temporarily increases the beast's size tenfold, with corresponding boosts to strength and defense. Everyone present furrowed their brows slightly. Neither the skill's name nor its effects were familiar to them. As for the subsequent energy circulation pathways, they were utterly baffled. Alright, let's just try it out. Finally, Gui Jun, the school principal, spoke up, and the skill demonstration diagram returned to Chen Yushi's hands. As the giant ape's palm pressed down on the skill demonstration diagram, the strokes on the paper began to writhe like living creatures. The entire diagram then transformed into a golden stream, surging into the body of the rampaging giant ape. Roar! The enraged giant ape let out a long, piercing arrow, every hair on its body standing on end. The next second, its body began swelling at a visible pace: 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. When the ape's height finally stabilized at 20 meters, a colossal figure loomed over the training ground. The entire training hall's roof was torn apart, sunlight pouring down to illuminate the ape's mountain-like form. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the enraged ape's massive hands pounded against its chest, producing deafening thuds. An invisible wave of sound radiated outward from the ape, sweeping across the entire arena. Many on the training ground were instantly knocked to the ground, some even bleeding from their ears and noses. As the enraged ape moved, the entire training ground began to shake violently. As everybody on the training ground shook along with the trembling surface. Some covered their ears with both hands, staring in terror at the colossal beast. Those with weaker nerves found themselves soaked through the back of their pants. Chen Yushi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Her rampaging giant ape was a B-rank beast, and one of its innate awakened skills had reached a rank. But combined, they still couldn't match the sheer awe-inspiring power of this emulate heaven and earth technique. Chapter 7, SS-rank beast skill, training ground demolished. Chen Yushi, recall it immediately. Lin Yu's frantic voice echoed through the training ground with piercing clarity. Chen Yushi snapped into action. Furious giant ape, transform back. As Chen Yushi's command fell, the once mountain-like raging giant ape's body slowly shrank, returning to its original form. The enraged giant ape crouched beside Chen Yushi, affectionately rubbing against her body. Its docile demeanor bore no trace of the unstoppable aura it had radiated moments before. Phew, that was way too dangerous. We almost ended up as a banquet for everyone right here. Looks like when others test their own beast-taming creations, I'd better run as far away as possible. Lin Yu surveyed the chaotic scene before him and couldn't help but sigh. Ding! The beast-taming skill you created, emulate heaven and earth SS rank, has been successfully learned by another beast-tamer. Current number of materialized skills, 3. The sudden voice in his mind snapped Lin Yu out of his reverie. SS rank? Lin Yu had suspected this skill might be highly rated, but he never imagined it would reach SS tier directly. What a loss! What if Chen Yushi takes everything and denies it all? That'd be a total waste. But Chen Yushi is the school beauty, after all. She probably wouldn't do something like that. As Lin Yu was lost in his thoughts, the others had also regained their senses. All eyes were fixed on the rampaging giant ape, their gazes tinged with relief at having survived the ordeal. If they were to face such a beastmaster, let alone whether they could win. Could they even survive? This. Zhao Mingyuan's hands trembled violently, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose as he forgot to push them back up. The highest recorded body enhancement skill is the A-rank gigantification technique, with a maximum amplification of 3 times and a duration of 3 minutes. But this skill's level, it's at least S-rank. At this point, Zhao Mingyuan stared at Chen Yushi with intense fervor, desperate to learn more about this skill. It's an SS-rank beast control skill unique in its kind. It can achieve a 10-fold enhancement, lasting for half an hour, during which both defense and attack power are amplified by the same magnitude. It has a 1-day cooldown and induces a 30-minute weakness period after use. Chen Yushi revealed everything she knew about it. Yet the more she explained, the more astonished she became by Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes constantly darting toward him. Though the others had speculated about the skill's tier, they were still stunned. SS rank. If such a beast-taming skill book were auctioned, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. For a moment, many students gazed enviously at Chen Yushi's rampaging giant ape. Only the representatives of the major factions stared at Lin Yu with burning eyes. All of this was caused by Lin Yu, and it had happened right before their eyes in less than a few minutes. If they could recruit Lin Yu to their side, wouldn't that mean they could have as many such skills as they desired? Many even harbored sinister thoughts. A man like Lin Yu must be kept firmly in their grasp. Should he join their rivals, it would undoubtedly deal a catastrophic blow to their own factions. As these thoughts took hold, many resolved to coerce or bribe Lin Yu into making a choice. Suddenly, countless figures in black uniforms burst into the training grounds. Each wore the silver emblem of the Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Office pinned to their chest, with Feng Taihong leading the charge. Feng Taihong stared at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, many students still looking disheveled and flustered, and was utterly astonished. But when he spotted Lin Yu sulkily greeting him from the sidelines, he immediately snapped. "I knew it. This has to do with you, you little brat. Last time you nearly blew up our building. Now you're planning to tear down the entire school? Do you realize this has triggered an S-level alert?" Seeing Feng Taihong trying to pin the blame on him again, Lin Yu quickly retorted. "Last time, you were the one who insisted on conducting the experiment. I had nothing to do with it. This time they asked for it themselves. Don't even think about pinning this on me." After speaking, Lin Yu pointed at Zhao Mingyuan and the others standing nearby, his face full of grievance. Zhao Mingyuan and the others were well aware of the head of Haicheng County's Beastmaster Comprehensive Administration Bureau. Feng Taihong represented the authorities, which inherently placed him a cut above them. Moreover, Feng Taihong's personal connections and standing were no less formidable than their own factions. Their swift discovery of Lin Yu could ultimately be traced back to Feng Taihong bringing him to the Comprehensive Administration Bureau. What they didn't know was that Lin Yu had already joined the official ranks. This fact was known only to Feng Taihong, and the two parties involved Lin Yu and himself and all of Haicheng County. Feng Taihong surveyed the representatives of the major factions. A sudden realization dawned on him. He instantly guessed their purpose for appearing here. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. "Thankfully, I acted early and recruited Lin Yu to my side long ago. Otherwise, if these factions had snatched him up, the price I'd have to pay to reclaim him would have been astronomical. Enough. Keep the commotion down in the future. I'm getting old and can't handle the fright. If a mass student injury occurs, you'll be joining me behind bars. And you're still a student. Your job is to focus on the college entrance exams. Then you can come take my place." After Feng Taihong finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the representatives of the major factions, his eyes brimming with menace. "This is a school. If I catch any of you disrupting students' studies again, you'll all be invited to my office for a cup of tea." Zhao Mingyuan and the others were startled by this. Had Lin Yu already joined the Beastmaster administration? Hearing Feng Taihong's subsequent threats, they were tempted to erupt in anger. But remembering Feng Taihong's status, they ultimately gritted their teeth and hurried away, already plotting how to report today's events to their superiors. As representatives from the major factions departed, the tension in the training ground gradually eased. The injured students were sent for treatment, yet many still discussed the shocking scene that had just unfolded. "You brat, watch your step. Stay indoors more often." Feng Taihong pulled Lin Yu aside, his tone stern, though the admiration in his eyes was impossible to hide. Lin Yu scratched his head sheepishly, then suddenly caught on. "You mean, they might fight like cornered dogs?" Feng Taihong nodded helplessly. "The potential you've demonstrated has already drawn too much attention. I'll arrange for people to protect you, but ultimately, you must strengthen your own abilities." After giving these instructions, Feng Taihong departed with his men. "Lin Yu, thank you for your SS tier skill. This beast-taming ability has been incredibly helpful to me." Chen Yushi approached Lin Yu, her eyes filled with a complex mix of gratitude, astonishment, and a hint of admiration. "No problem. It just so happens your beast-taming suits the skill perfectly. But how do you plan to thank me?" With that, Lin Yu gave Chen Yushi a mischievous grin, his tone dripping with playful teasing. Chapter 8, Teasing the School Beauty and the Sudden Arrival of the Black-Clad Figure. "How do you plan to thank me?" Lin Yu's words, coupled with his teasing tone, instantly flushed Chen Yushi's pretty face crimson. She had wondered whether Lin Yu might take advantage of the situation to make improper demands. The boys who had pursued her before had only ever written love letters at most, or behaved politely to make a good impression in front of her. When Lin Yu actually said it out loud, she was momentarily at a loss for words. This is an SS tier beast-taming skill, priceless and unattainable. It's more than enough as a betrothal gift. Seeing Chen Yushi lower her head in silence, Lin Yu's thoughts stirred, and he grew bolder in his teasing. Opportunities like this were rare indeed. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yu spoke, Chen Yushi's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her ears flushing crimson. She'd never encountered someone as blunt and bold as Lin Yu before, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. You shouldn't talk nonsense. What betrothal gift? How could you just blurt out something like that? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet tinged with a hint of flustered annoyance, making her look every inch the shy young woman. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yu deliberately leaned closer, lowering his voice. Yet the smile playing at the corners of his mouth was impossible to conceal. So how do you plan to repay me? You can't just take my SS tier skill for free, can you? Chen Yushi fell silent. Just as Lin Yu was about to explain he was joking, Chen Yushi suddenly looked up. Then, I'll compensate you with my rampaging giant ape. As soon as she finished speaking, the raging giant ape reappeared and wrapped its arms around Lin Yu. Dare to tease me? Just wait till I get you back. Chen Yushi placed her hands on her hips, her petite nose twitching as she glared at Lin Yu with obvious displeasure. At first, she thought Lin Yu was taking advantage of the situation to make inappropriate demands. But when she caught the sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, she instantly understood. Soon, a counterattack idea formed in her mind. Fine then, let Lin Yu get cozy with her rampaging giant ape. Lin Yu's figure looked like a child next to the raging giant ape. Especially now, clutched in the ape's embrace, its arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Unable to break free, Lin Yu could only flail his arms helplessly, looking pitifully at Chen Yushi. Lin Yu hadn't expected that Chen Yushi, who had been blushing shyly just a moment ago, would instantly summon her beast and trap him like this. Sure enough, the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is. Know you're wrong yet? Chen Yushi gazed at Lin Yu with a radiant smile, her triumph utterly unconcealed. I know I'm wrong. Lady Knight, please take back your beast and let me go. Lin Yu deliberately feigned fear and begged for mercy, eliciting a burst of laughter from Chen Yushi. This heroine will spare you this once, but if you dare to speak nonsense again. A faint blush flashed across Chen Yushi's cheeks at the end of her sentence, but it vanished almost instantly. I'll have the raging giant ape carry you around the teaching building 10 times, making you suffer social death in front of the entire school. Chen Yushi lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The mere thought of being carried by a giant ape while running laps, surrounded by a crowd the entire time, sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. He inwardly groaned. That Chen Yushi is way too devious. I bet everyone's been fooled by her appearance. Little did Lin Yu and Chen Yushi know that their playful banter had already been witnessed by classmates lingering at the training ground, sparking a flurry of whispers. Oh no, my goddess is falling in love. From today onward, Lin Yu is my lifelong rival. Goddess, you mustn't let your heart be swayed by worldly desires. An SS-rank beast-taming skill, I can give you that in the future. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in for a wild ride? In the end, Lin Yu proposed ending their playful fight on the condition that Chen Yushi treat him to a meal. After all, if there's a first meal, there's bound to be a second. Looks like things are finally looking up. Watching Chen Yushi walk away, Lin Yu silently applauded his own cleverness. The beast-taming skill book that others could only dream of? He could mass-produce it any time. It was practically a piece of cake. And the chance to dine with the campus beauty, to earn her favor, that was a rare opportunity indeed. Back in the classroom, classmates swarmed him, begging Lin Yu to create beast-taming skills for them. If they had harbored even a shred of doubt before, their attitudes had now done a complete 180. But Lin Yu had received a warning from Feng Taihong. If every one of the 30-plus students in the class acquired an A-rank beast-taming skill or even an S-rank one, it was likely they'd be dragged off to a dark room overnight for relentless exploitation. Lin Yu politely declined each request, citing a temporary lack of inspiration. Evening. Shaolin beast-taming backyard. Lin Yu was taking inventory. Many classmates had placed orders for beast tamer feed and energy crystals today, so he needed to restock based on current stock levels. Xiaodian, imagine how happy my parents would be seeing the shop doing so well? A hint of melancholy tinged Lin Yu's voice. Squeak. The electrocution beast tilted its head, its eyes gazing at Lin Yu with innocent wonder. But the next second, its expression shifted. Suddenly, it shot an electric arc toward the shadows. Truly the genius who created an SS-rank beastmaster skill. Even the most useless electroweb has such high alertness. A sinister voice echoed as 3 hooded figures wearing crow masks emerged from the shadows. Lin Yu stared at the sudden intruders, his heart sinking in alarm. Feng Taihong's prediction had been spot on. Someone would indeed resort to any means necessary. Despite this, Lin Yu's expression remained unreadable. It's late at night. Wearing masks must be stifling. Why not? Xiao Dian, 10,000 thunder prison summon. The courtyard instantly lit up with blinding electric foxes. What surprised Lin Yu, however, was that, as the electric beast leapt into the air, the three black-clad figures across from it had already scattered. One after another, vines erupted from the ground, coiling tightly around the electric beast. The electric arcs striking its body not only failed to affect it but also left the creature immobilized, able only to emit furious roars. Did you think we'd come unprepared? We've thoroughly studied every skill this electric beast possesses. I advise you to come with us peacefully. Otherwise, we won't mind giving you a taste of your own medicine first. The leader of the black-clad men sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu, filled with mockery. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a chill run through him. The electrocution beast was already under control, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Feng Taihong said he'd arranged for protection. Where were they now? Was he really forced to go with them? As the black-clad figure drew nearer, a flicker of despair crossed Lin Yu's eyes. Don't come any closer. He had just made some progress with the school beauty. His pet shop business had just started to pick up. Was he about to lose it all again? Lin Yu could already picture himself locked in a dark cell, trading his beast-taming skills for scraps of food, a miserable existence. Feng Taihong, director of the Beast Control Administration, is my uncle. He's already on his way here. Mark my words, when he gets here, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the leader of the black-clad men halted in his tracks. Chapter 9, False Alarm, School-Wide Exam, and the Schoolflower's Second Showdown. Is that so? I never heard Feng Taihong had a nephew like you. The leader of the black-clad men drew closer, his tone laced with an inexplicable mockery. Seeing that even mentioning Feng Taihong failed to intimidate the man, Lin Yu's last shred of hope vanished completely. Fine, I'll go with you. But before I do, can I at least have one last hearty meal? Lin Yu stared at the men with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, the man in black paused, then snapped out of it, delivering a sharp blow to Lin Yu's head. See what you get for acting cocky, you little punk. Scared now, huh? Eat your fill before leaving? I've got a strict schedule here, and someone's watching you 24/7. You coming or not? The leader's tone shifted abruptly, reverting to his usual voice. The other two henchmen burst into laughter. You, who are you? Lin Yu recognized the familiar voice and stared at the trio suspiciously. Chief Feng. Sure enough, when the raven mask was removed, the leader was indeed Feng Taihong. Lin Yu recognized the other two as well. He had seen them before at the Beastmaster Comprehensive Administration Bureau. What's this? Just moments ago you called me your uncle, and now suddenly it's Director Feng? Feng Taihong regarded Lin Yu with a mocking smile, his face brimming with amusement. Lin Yu stared at the trio in stunned silence. So, was all that just a joke? Facing Feng Taihong's teasing, Lin Yu felt awkward. Not only had he mistakenly invoked someone else's authority, but he'd also run into the real deal. But Lin Yu quickly recovered. Ahem, it's just using official titles at work. Feng Taihong chuckled at Lin Yu's awkward expression. Alright, this time we're just giving you a heads up. But next time, someone might actually come to kidnap you. Also, don't reveal your trump cards to outsiders. Your electric beast is still too weak. Lin Yu fell silent upon hearing Feng Taihong's words. Indeed, if it hadn't been Feng Taihong this time, but someone else with ill intent, he likely wouldn't have escaped. Lin Yu saw Feng Taihong and his two companions off with a heavy heart, his mind replaying Feng Taihong's parting words over and over. It's true, I should teach my electrocution beast more skills. With that thought, Lin Yu hurried back to the shop with the electric beast, grabbing paper and pen to begin brainstorming. Half an hour later, Lin Yu looked at the electrocution beast, which had learned 2 new skills, and set down his pen with satisfaction. This should be enough for now. If not, I'll add more later. Haicheng County First High School. Hey, when's our school's top beauty, Jin, going to treat me to a meal? Don't stand me up, you're planning to freeload, aren't you? As soon as Lin Yu arrived at school and spotted Chen Yushi, he couldn't resist teasing her a bit. Hearing this, many classmates secretly focused their attention on the pair, their faces brimming with gossipy expressions. Chen Yushi rolled her eyes at Lin Yu's goofy grin, looking utterly exasperated. We'll go after today's unified exam ends, okay? Lin Yu's lips curled upward at her promise to treat him. Just as he was about to tease her further, Yang Jun burst into the room. Class, quiet down. Today is the school's Beastmaster Unified Exam. All students must enter the Miracle Forest for assessment. The assessment involves hunting magical beasts in combat. Points will be calculated based on the beast's levels and the number slain. The top 10 will receive Beastmaster resources provided by the school, and the top 3 will additionally receive a skill book as a reward. Perform to the best of your abilities, and prioritize safety. After finishing his announcement, Yang Jun deliberately glanced at Lin Yu and Chen Yushi. With these two in the mix, the class's overall exam results shouldn't be too shabby. In an instant, the classroom erupted into commotion. They weren't like Lin Yu, capable of creating skills on their own. Skill books on the market were often snapped up the moment they appeared. Even if the skill books offered as school rewards didn't suit their chosen beast tamers, exchanging them for beast resources would still be a huge windfall. Thus, everyone eagerly rubbed their hands together, determined to perform well in this unified exam. Only Lin Yu wore a bored expression. If he wanted skill books, he could have as many as he desired. In his eyes, this unified exam was nowhere near as entertaining as teasing Chen Yushi. What's the matter? Don't want to participate? Chen Yushi noticed Lin Yu's disinterested expression and asked curiously. What's the point of this standardized test? If I wanted to, first place would be a piece of cake. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chen Yushi rolled her eyes. Blow it out your ass. You're just an electric shock beast and you think you can take first place? Seeing Chen Yushi's skeptical expression, Lin Yu's eyes darted around. How about we make a bet? If I come in first, you have to grant me one wish. If I lose, I'll grant you one wish, no need for you to treat me to dinner. Chen Yushi thought it over. Lin Yu's electroweb only had one rank skill. Not to mention the rest of the school, her own rampaging beast possessed an SS rank skill, there was no way she'd lose to him. Fine, let's bet. Lin Yu watched Chen Yushi's charming expression and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Ha! She took the bait. Half an hour later, at the entrance to Miracle Forest. At Principal Guijun's command, all the senior students summoned their beasts and charged into the forest. You're doomed to lose. Chen Yushi, accompanied by her rampaging giant ape, looked at Lin Yu with a smug expression before swiftly heading deeper into the Miracle Forest. Lin Yu, accompanied by his electrocution beast, remained unhurried at the rear. After all, they had 3 hours. Deep within the forest, towering trees with dense foliage allowed only scattered sunlight to filter through to the ground. Distant sounds of combat echoed faintly, clearly indicating other students had already begun hunting the ferocious beasts. Just then, the deep forest echoed with the successive roars of ferocious beasts, and tremors began to ripple through the ground near her. Something's wrong. Why are these beasts roaring non-stop? Lin Yu frowned and hurried toward the source of the tremors. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest. After directing the rampaging giant ape to punch a C-rank beast to death, Chen Yushi glanced at her points bracelet. Already 50 points. Hunt a few more, and even if I don't take first place, I'll definitely have more than Lin Yu. But before she could relax, the ground suddenly trembled. Trees ahead were violently snapped in half by a terrifying force as a massive beast slowly emerged. Ironclad Earth Dragon. Chen Yushi's pupils contracted sharply. Ironclad Earth Dragons were B-rank beasts, but their defensive capabilities were among the highest even within that tier. More crucially, this Ironclad Earth Dragon's eyes were now glowing red, a clear sign of its enraged state. Its defense was likely on par with an A-rank beast. Roar! The Ironclad Earth Dragon let out a furious roar and charged violently toward Chen Yushi. Damn it! Chen Yushi gritted her teeth and immediately commanded the rampaging giant ape to counterattack. But the frenzied giant ape's attack struck the Ironclad Earth Dragon's scales, leaving only shallow marks, utterly unable to breach its defenses. Damn it, its defense is too high. Do I really have to use manipulate heaven and earth now? Cold sweat beaded on Chen Yushi's forehead as a flash of reluctance crossed her eyes. If she used it now, the half-hour weakness period of the rampaging giant ape would leave her vulnerable. For a moment, Chen Yushi considered retreating. Bite the bullet and weather the storm. Just as she prepared to retreat, a teasing voice drifted from nearby. Well, if it isn't our school beauty Chen. Need a hand? Chapter 10, The Electrocution Beasts Assist, rapidly heating up relations. Chen Yushi whipped her head around to see Lin Yu strolling over with his hands in his pockets, a smug grin plastered across his face. Electabuzz trotted along beside him, wagging its tail. Lin Yu? Chen Yushi froze for a moment, then her bright eyes darted around. You're just in time. Don't say I'm picking on you, this Ironclad Earth Dragon is yours to handle. Chen Yushi commanded the rampaging giant ape to step aside, muttering to herself. Made fun of me? Now you'll taste the fury of this beast. But he should be safe, right? If it comes down to it, I can have the giant ape use emulate heaven, transform earth, to rescue him. Lin Yu regarded Chen Yushi with a faint, ambiguous smile. He had guessed some of her ulterior motives, but chose not to call her out on them. So, does that mean I should thank Miss Chen, the school flower, for her generosity? Faced with Lin Yu's teasing, Chen Yushi flushed red but quickly turned her head away. Forget it. Watching Chen Yushi's proud and stubborn expression, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Of course I'll take it. Why wouldn't I accept what you gave me? Xiaodian, test your new skill. As Lin Yu's words fell, the Electro-Wolf let out a low growl. Electric currents surged around its body before it leaped upward with tremendous force. When it reappeared, it was already atop the iron armor dragon's head. Celestial Meteor Punch. Thunderous clenched its right claw into a fist, lightning rapidly converging upon it. Countless arcs of electricity swirled around the fist like stars, forming a massive spherical ball of electricity. As Electabuzz swung its fist, a golden streak of light slammed into the iron armor dragon's body. Those stars transformed into meteor shower like fist shadows, exploding forth in a barrage. Boom! 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 Each fist shadow struck the iron-armored earth dragon's joints with pinpoint accuracy. More astonishingly, these lightning fist shadows did not vanish upon impact. Instead, they burrowed into the gaps between the dragon's scales like living creatures. Oh whoa! The ironclad earth dragon's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it let out an agonized roar. Its vaunted defenses were being systematically dismantled, utterly helpless against the electrical arcs searing within its scales. Chen Yushi watched in stunned silence beside it, her small mouth slightly agape. What kind of skill is this? How can it be so powerful that even the ironclad earth dragon, known for its defense, can't withstand it? Lin Yu's lips curved upward as he observed Chen Yushi's stunned expression. This is an S-rank skill. It combines lightning attributes with high-speed fist techniques. Each punch strikes like a meteor, blending speed and destructive force. The core lies in the starfall-like continuous strikes and the dual effect of electric current resonance. More importantly, before Lin Yu could finish, the lingering lightning sparks from the meteor fist on the ironclad earth dragon began to attract each other once more, coalescing. Back up! Lin Yu grabbed Chen Yushi and pulled her back swiftly. Even the electrocution beast and the rampaging giant ape scrambled away from the ironclad earth dragon. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a towering pillar of lightning several meters in diameter shot skyward, completely engulfing the ironclad earth dragon. When the light faded, the ironclad earth dragon lay utterly unconscious, its entire body reduced to a bloody mess. That's the hidden effect of the celestial horse meteor fist starburst. All residual lightning triggers a secondary explosion within the beast's body. Lin Yu looked at the deep crater and the bloody scene littered with chunks of flesh, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained. This was his first time using the skill, and he hadn't anticipated such an effect, let alone using it in front of Chen Yushi, a young woman. You! Chen Yushi watched the carnage of flesh and blood scattered across the ground and couldn't help but retch. She then shot Lin Yu a displeased look, her eyes filled with anger. This is the new skill you developed? How disgusting is this? Ugh, you dot. No sooner had she spoken than she bent over and began vomiting. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly reached out with his right hand to support her, patting her back gently. I didn't expect it to have such a strong impact. Lin Yu said awkwardly, though his hands never stopped patting. As he patted, the awkwardness on Lin Yu's face gradually faded, eventually giving way to a hint of secret delight. This was another step closer to Chen Yushi, wasn't it? Chen Yushi finally managed to stop vomiting. By the time she straightened up, her pretty face was deathly pale. You call this impact? This is nothing but. Before she could finish, Chen Yushi caught sight of a chunk of flesh resembling internal organs on the floor. Her hand flew to her mouth as she gagged again. The electrocution beast blinked innocently nearby, seemingly unaware it had done anything wrong. The rampaging giant ape cautiously covered its nose with a paw, retreating several steps with a look of disgust. How about we get out of here first? Lin Yu suggested, supporting Chen Yushi with both hands as he guided her toward the exit. What Chen Yushi didn't notice was that after giving the electrocution beast a well-done look, Lin Yu couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Only after they had completely left the area and the air was free of the lingering scent of blood did Chen Yushi finally come to her senses. Only then did she realize Lin Yu's hand was still resting on her waist, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. She had felt it from the start, but her constant nausea had prevented her from giving it much thought. Now that she felt better, Lin Yu showed no sign of withdrawing his hand, and she could no longer contain herself. Lin Yu, how long do you plan to keep your hand there? Hearing Chen Yushi's angry tone, Lin Yu immediately withdrew his hand awkwardly. I was just worried you might not have recovered yet and might trip. Chen Yushi shot Lin Yu a disdainful look. So according to you, I should be thanking you then? Not at all. It's the least I could do. If you really want to thank me, you can treat me to another meal. Facing Lin Yu's shamelessness, Chen Yushi gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll treat you to dinner right now, bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. With that, Chen Yushi grabbed a branch and swung it at Lin Yu. No! Domestic violence. Soon, Lin Yu's cries of surrender mingled with Chen Yushi's laughter and scolding, leaving the electrocution beast and the raging giant ape staring at each other in bewilderment. Finally, when Chen Yushi stood panting with her hands on her hips, too exhausted to chase any further, the playful scuffle came to an end. I'll see if you dare to talk back again. I won't. I'll never do it again. Lin Yu stared blankly at Chen Yushi. Though still in her senior year of high school, her figure had long since matured. Having just finished intense running, her chest rose and fell steadily. Due to the angle, Lin Yu could even glimpse a flash of snow-white skin and pink undergarments through her school uniform. After a long moment, Chen Yushi suddenly sensed something amiss. She quickly straightened up, covering her collar, her pretty face flushing bright red. Lin Yu! Where do you think you're looking? I didn't see anything. Lin Yu hastily turned away, but his abrupt movement nearly caused him to trip over a tree root. The electrocution beast and the raging giant ape exchanged glances, both instinctively covering their eyes only to peek through their fingers. You too! Chen Yushi stamped her foot in exasperated anger, about to explode, when the ground suddenly shook beneath her. Rumble! The distant, successive roars of ferocious beasts grew louder, accompanied by the sound of trees collapsing in rapid succession, drawing ever closer. Chapter 11, the unified exam ends, but the bet must go on. What's happening? Chen Yushi stared in shock at the commotion unfolding nearby, no longer having time to confront Lin Yu and the two beast tamers. Just then, both Lin Yu and Chen Yushi's communicators rang simultaneously. Attention all students, a disturbance has occurred among the beasts in Miracle Forest. The unified exam is cancelled. All students must return to the entrance immediately. Hearing this, Lin Yu's expression turned grave as he looked at Chen Yushi. The beasts have mutated. We should get out of here fast. A beast mutation was no joke. Not only did the beasts lose their sanity, but their power also increased to varying degrees. Persisting in a direct confrontation with them at this moment would be pure madness. Chen Yushi naturally understood this principle, but just as the two were about to leave, a disheveled figure appeared before them, with a bloodthirsty demon boar charging toward him from behind. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing Chen Yushi. Lin Yu, Chen Yushi, save me! He had joined a hunting party to track down the ferocious beast, but unexpectedly, the creature had mutated. Trapped in a cave by the beast, he had risked everything to escape and seek help. He had thought this was the end, never expecting to encounter Chen Yushi at the last moment. Now, the entire First High knew that Chen Yushi's rampaging beast had nearly demolished the school's training grounds. With Chen Yushi here, his life was likely saved. Sure enough, upon seeing the bloodthirsty demon pig, Chen Yushi immediately commanded the berserk giant ape to step forward and block its path. Roar! The bloodthirsty demon pig let out a deafening roar, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the raging giant ape. Its massive hooves scraped the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, while its two sharp tusks glinted coldly in the sunlight. The student scrambled over to Lin Yu and the others, his voice still trembling with fear. Thank you. I'm Qin Yulin from Class 5, Senior 3. Our team encountered a pack of rabid beasts, and the others. Before Qin Yulin could finish, the bloodthirsty demon pig charged. Boom! The ground shook violently as the demon pig barreled toward the enraged giant ape like an out-of-control truck. The charging ape roared furiously, crossing its arms in front of its chest to brace for the impact. Thud! The immense force sent the enraged giant ape reeling back several steps, its thick legs plowing two deep furrows into the ground. What immense power! This bloodthirsty demon pig is only a C-rank beast, yet its strength now rivals that of a typical B-rank beast. Chen Yushi's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight. This was just one bloodthirsty demon pig, what if there were a pack of them? The thought spurred Chen Yushi into immediate action. Hesitation vanished as she focused solely on swiftly dispatching the beast. Furious Ape Strike! A weapon resembling a wolf tooth club appeared in the enraged giant ape's hands. The enraged giant ape leapt high into the air, its wolf tooth club whistling through the air as it slammed down hard onto the bloodthirsty demon pig's head. A B rank versus a C rank, and this was a frenzied giant ape that had mastered an SS rank beast control skill. The two were simply incomparable. The blow was powerful and devastating. The bloodthirsty demon pig was knocked to the ground in an instant, completely motionless. Impressive. No wonder they call her our campus queen. She took down a B-rank beast in one move. Lin Yu clapped enthusiastically as he approached Chen Yushi, ready to continue his flattery, only to receive a disapproving glare from her. Cut the banter. Classmate, are you okay? Chen Yushi turned to the disheveled Qin Yulin and asked. I'm fine, but my classmates. His voice trailed off as he turned to Chen Yushi with pleading eyes. Can you save my classmates? They're all trapped in a cave. Lin Yu's playful expression vanished upon hearing this. Wei Jun had just announced the official conclusion of the unified exam. There was truly no need for him to take any further risks. No one knew if S-rank or even higher-level beasts might appear. Yet ignoring them entirely weighed heavily on his conscience. After all, strictly speaking, among the students who entered, he was one of only two who possessed the ability to help them. Lin Yu, the principal, may have declared the unified exam over, but our wager is far from settled. Just as Lin Yu was wrestling with his decision, Chen Yushi's words completely cut off his retreat. Lin Yu looked at Chen Yushi's smiling face and knew exactly what choice she had made. If he didn't go, he'd definitely lose the bet. What if Chen Yushi seized this chance to cancel the dinner she'd promised him? With that thought, Lin Yu declared with feigned generosity. I'll go. Definitely going. Helping out a classmate? I'll do it in the end. So, led by Qin Yulin, the two headed toward the cave. But as Lin Yu passed by Chen Yushi, he whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you lose, you're wearing black stockings and a short skirt when we go out to eat? You! Chen Yushi was furious, tempted to slap Lin Yu. But Lin Yu was already prepared, having dashed ahead to walk beside Qin Yulin. He even turned back to stick out his tongue at Chen Yushi. The thought of having to not only treat him to dinner but also dress according to Lin Yu's specifications if she lost filled Chen Yushi with both anger and embarrassment. She decided to ignore him completely and walked on in silence. "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Scared of losing?" Lin Yu, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely behind Chen Yulin, occasionally teasing Chen Yushi, who was trudging along in front. Chen Yushi was seething with frustration, yet powerless to do anything about it. This guy was clearly doing important work, yet he always carried himself with such a carefree, slacker attitude. Chen Yulin led the way, glancing back occasionally at this peculiar pair. One was the school's renowned genius beauty, the other a former underachiever who'd suddenly risen as the creator of beast master skills. Their relationship seemed like lovers, yet also like enemies, constantly trading barbs. "It's just ahead. That cave is in the middle of the cliff face. We were planning to rest there, but then a pack of mutated shadow wolves suddenly appeared." Chen Yulin pointed toward a cliff ahead. As they drew nearer, Lin Yu and Chen Yushi's expressions grew increasingly grave. A foul, bloody stench hung heavy in the air. Broken branches littered the ground, and chaotic claw marks scattered about, clear signs of a fierce battle that had raged here not long ago. "Something's off. It's too quiet." Lin Yu abruptly halted, his brow furrowing. Chen Yushi also sensed the abnormality and signaled the rampaging giant ape to take the lead. "Chen Yulin, are you sure this is the place? This is the spot. There were 5 people when I left. How come now?" Just then, a wolf's howl echoed from the cave's direction, followed by several terrified screams and muffled groans. Lin Yu and Chen Yushi exchanged a glance and simultaneously quickened their pace. As they rounded a thicket of bushes, the scene before them made all 3 of them gasp in horror. Chapter 12, Out of the Frying Pan, Into the Fire. At the cave entrance, scattered rocks littered the ground, likely used earlier to block the opening, only to be smashed aside by the shadow wolves. Over a dozen C-rank shadow wolves were now crowded at the cave entrance, tearing into a fire lizard. Pitiful cries echoed from the lizard's mouth. The other 4 beast tamers lay on the ground, covered in wounds and utterly unable to resist. 5 students in first middle school uniforms huddled together deep within the cave, shivering and clinging to each other. Barring any unexpected turn of events, they too would soon become the Shadow Demon Wolves' meal. "Xiao Dian, 10,000 prison heavenly thunder summon." Lin Yu's command was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. The electric beast erupted in blinding arcs of lightning, weaving a vast net of thunder that descended upon the pack of shadow wolves. Boom! As the lightning flashes erupted, every shadow demon wolf was instantly struck by the arcs. The unluckiest ones were charred black and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Even those not knocked down found their movements severely hampered, their pace drastically slowed. The rampaging giant ape seized this opening, swinging its massive wolf tooth club with fierce momentum. It relentlessly struck the shadow wolves at the waist, effectively taking one down with every swing. In mere moments, every shadow demon wolf was eliminated. Nice work. Such great coordination for our first time fighting together. Isn't this what they call a telepathic connection? Lin Yu watched the scene unfold, his hopeful gaze fixed on Chen Yushi, seeking her approval. Yet the response he received was a rolling of her eyes. Cut the banter. Let's check on the others. Chen Yushi strode briskly toward the cave entrance. As she moved, her flowing hair brushed against Lin Yu's cheek, leaving behind a faint, sweet fragrance. Lin Yu rubbed his nose, waved for the electrocution beast to follow, and stepped into the cave himself, still muttering under his breath. We were working perfectly together. The students inside the cave, who had been on the brink of despair, now looked at Lin Yu and Chen Yushi with gratitude after narrowly escaping death. Especially toward Lin Yu, their expressions were particularly complex. Earlier, when they heard rumors that Lin Yu could create his own skills and was sought after by major factions, they hadn't believed it. But the beast-taming prowess Lin Yu had just displayed was far beyond anything they could match. It's all right now. The shadow demon wolves have been dealt with. Chen Yushi's voice was gentle yet reassuring as she retrieved an emergency medical kit from her backpack. Is anyone seriously injured? A girl with a ponytail raised her hand, trembling. My beast is the worst off. It's that fire lizard. Lin Yu crouched down to examine the dying red lizard, his brow furrowed. Burns and lacerations, it needs immediate treatment. He retrieved a blue pill from his waistband, gently pried open the fire lizard's mouth, and slipped it inside. That's a grade B recovery potion? Something so precious. A bespectacled boy stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Life comes first. And remember to pay me back when we get back. If you ever need Beastmaster resources, feel free to visit my little forest Beastmaster shop. Honest dealings guaranteed. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Since he'd come to save them, he might as well see it through and hand over another healing potion. Plus, he could use the chance to advertise his pet shop. It was a win-win situation. Sure enough, after Lin Yu finished speaking, the others present looked at him with admiration. The girl with the ponytail gazed at him with admiration. So cool, so manly. If her beast had died, she would have been no different from an ordinary person without a beast contract. Her entire future would have been ruined. Now, Lin Yu's appearance could be described as giving her a new lease on life. He had strength, potential, no partner, and reportedly no elders in his family. If they could be together, wouldn't she be able to take charge of the household from then on? Not only could she gain access to the Beastmaster skills Lin Yu created for free, but she could also own a small Beastmaster shop. At this thought, the girl with the ponytail gazed at Lin Yu with even more fervor. Whether Lin Yu liked her or not was completely beyond her consideration. She was a girl ready to pursue him herself. What more could she possibly want? With that thought, the girl with the ponytail grabbed Lin Yu's right hand. Lin Yu, thank you. The sudden gesture startled Lin Yu, who immediately pulled his hand away, though not before feeling the softness against his arm. Others who witnessed the scene exchanged complex glances, some girls even feeling regretful. Why hadn't they thought of this earlier? If she could become Lin Yu's girlfriend, wouldn't she get free access to his beast-taming resources? Even if they broke up later, they might be able to get a hefty breakup settlement. So they all stared at Lin Yu with burning intensity. Chen Yushi caught every girl's gaze in the room. For some reason, a wave of irritation welled up inside her. She spoke coldly. Alright, no more questions. Everyone get back now before something else happens. With that, Chen Yushi led the way out of the cave. But the scene before her eyes made her freeze in place. Sensing her unease, Lin Yu followed her out and couldn't help but curse under his breath. As for the others, they were already frozen in shock upon seeing the dense swarm of C-grade black gold apes surrounding the cave entrance. A rough count revealed at least 100 of them. A single thought echoed in everyone's minds: they just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Lin Yu nudged Chen Yushi's shoulder with his own. Your berserk giant ape is at least related to these guys. Could you get them to give us a break and let us pass? Hearing this, Chen Yushi stared at Lin Yu as if he were an idiot. My rampaging giant ape is a strength type. It has absolutely nothing to do with these metal-type black gold apes. Besides, you could send your ponytail girl to schmooze with them. For some reason, Chen Yushi ended up saying this with a hint of jealousy in her voice. Lin Yu observed Chen Yushi's haughty expression and finally realized why she'd been walking so quickly earlier. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he looked at her. Ha! What's that sour smell? Oh, so it was the vinegar jar that got knocked over. Hearing Lin Yu's teasing, Chen Yushi's face flushed red, yet a strange sensation stirred within her heart. Could it be that she was truly feeling jealous? Had she fallen for this scatterbrained Lin Yu? Impossible. Chen Yushi shook her head, banishing the stray thoughts from her mind. She then glared at Lin Yu and said in a deliberately fierce tone, "Cut the nonsense. We need to figure out how to break out of here, not waste time with your wisecracks." Lin Yu chuckled softly, abandoning his teasing. He turned his attention to carefully surveying their surroundings. The black gold ape horde had completely surrounded the cave entrance. They growled lowly, their metallic fur glinting coldly in the sunlight, clearly unwilling to let them leave easily. Looks like we've got no choice but to fight our way out. Perfect timing. I've got a skill on little lightning I've yet to test. Chapter 13, the SSS-rank skill of the electrocution beast, winning the bet. The black gold ape's roars echoed in waves, their metallic fur gleaming coldly in the sunlight. They advanced slowly, their sharp claws leaving deep gashes in the ground as their blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lin Yu and his companions. This is trouble. Xin Yulin's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The other students huddled together, their eyes filled with despair. Chen Yushi bit her lip, turning to look at Lin Yu and raising an eyebrow. Are you up for this? If not, I'll handle it. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, snapping back irritably. Never question a man's capability. Chen Yushi finally realized the double meaning of her words, her pretty face flushing crimson. You. Before she could say anything else, Lin Yu had already dashed ahead with the electrocution beast. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the dense swarm of black gold apes surrounding them. A phrase suddenly flashed through his mind, and he found himself shouting it out loud. Darkness shrouds all things, but I shall be the dawn's light piercing the shadows. At that moment, Electro Wolf raised its head and let out a piercing howl. The black lightning patterns covering its body suddenly blazed with a blinding golden light. Its fur stood on end, fine currents of electricity dancing across its skin, filling the air with the acrid scent of ozone. The once clear sky was swallowed by churning black clouds, within which lightning flashed like countless thunder dragons weaving through the heavens. Thunderous might! At Lin Yu's command, Electabuzz leapt into the air, its form instantly engulfed by raging lightning. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from its body, forming a thunderous domain centered around the electrocution beast. Shatter the darkness with thunder. The Electro Beast's form began to transform dramatically. Its body swelled within the lightning, muscles bulging and limbs extending, ultimately morphing into a 3-meter-tall colossal thunder beast. Golden lightning flowed across its surface, 6 thunderous wings coalescing behind it, its claws wrapped in devastating thunderstorms. Boom! What level of skill is this? It feels even more powerful than mind manipulating heaven and earth. Chen Yushi stared up at the thunder beast, her voice trembling slightly with shock. She had never imagined such a terrifying skill could exist. The rampaging giant ape growled uneasily beside her. Even possessing an SS rank skill, it instinctively sensed dread in this moment. As for the others, the terror on their faces hadn't faded before it transformed into utter shock. The black gold ape herd instantly stirred into chaos. They scratched the ground frantically, their metallic fur bristling with fear. The leading rank black gold ape attempted to organize a counterattack, but the sheer pressure made even standing difficult. The electrocution beast slammed to the ground. Centered on it, a furious thunderstorm erupted in a ring, the ground cracking inch by inch under the thunder's bombardment. Surrounding black gold apes were engulfed by the storm, instantly paralyzed, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Thunderous charged at the black gold apes. Every strike now carried chain lightning. Every movement triggered additional thunderclaps. Its speed, strength, and defense were all pushed to the absolute limit. Not a single dark princess could withstand a single blow. In that moment, the electrocution beast resembled a true thunder god descended from the heavens, leaving only scorched earth and thunderous roars in its wake. Finally, after every black gold ape was vanquished, everyone stood with gaping mouths, staring at the electrocution beast in utter disbelief. Is this really what a beast master can do? Shin Yulin's legs buckled, and he plopped down onto the ground. The other students were equally stunned, some even pinching themselves to make sure they weren't dreaming. Lin Yu, observing their astonished expressions, ran over to Chen Yushi and gave her a knowing wink. So, how's that? Pretty cool, huh? Chen Yushi had previously found Lin Yu somewhat mysterious and enigmatic, but upon hearing this remark, his previously imposing image instantly shifted to one of carefree nonchalance. It's okay. A faint smile touched Chen Yushi's lips as she seemed lost in thought. Just then, the electric glow surrounding the electivire gradually dimmed, its body slowly shrinking until it returned to its original state. It lay weakly on the ground, yet its gaze remained sharp. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurried forward, scooped it up, and gently stroked its little head with a look of concern. Good work, Pikachu. Chen Yushi hurried over to Lin Yu's side, looking at the Electabuzz with concern. Is it okay? That move. It's fine. Just the post-skill exhaustion phase. It'll recover after resting for a while. After recharging the Electabuzz with an energy crystal, Lin Yu promptly stored it back into his beast tamer's space. So, how was that skill just now? Pretty cool, huh? The SSS tier skill Thunderous might temporarily grants electrocution beast the power of the thunder god incarnate. Lin Yu grinned, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. Chen Yushi opened her mouth, but no words came out. In that moment, she finally understood why all the major factions were so desperately vying for Lin Yu. A person capable of creating an SSS tier skill was essentially a walking strategic weapon. The distant sky suddenly filled with the roar of engines, drawing everyone's attention. Looking up, they saw dozens of helicopters bearing the emblem of the Beastmaster General Administration approaching. We're here. Come rescue us. Spotting the helicopters, the group raised their hands in excitement, jumping up and down in place to catch the attention of the rescue personnel. The helicopters soon landed in the open field. Feng Taihon led a large group of fully armed personnel as they hurried toward the scene. His stride faltered visibly when he saw the lightning-scarred ground, the scattered corpses of black gold apes, and Lin Yu still grinning like a fool. Lin Yu, what kind of trouble have you gotten into now? Feng Taihon's voice rose an octave in shock. The entire Haicheng County witnessed this thunderstorm. The monitoring station detected SSS-level energy fluctuations. Many people thought an SSS-level ferocious beast had appeared. Lin Yu spread his hands innocently. Uncle Feng, this time it really wasn't my fault. We were trying to save people, we had no choice but to. Feng Taihon glanced at the students, still shaken by the ordeal, and finally sighed deeply. Forget it. Let's head back first. Medical team. Come check on these students. On the return helicopter, Chen Yushi remained silent the entire time. Noticing this, Lin Yu's eyes twinkled as he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. What's up? Mesmerized by my dashing heroics? Chen Yushi shot Lin Yu a glare, but unlike usual, she didn't retort. So, about that bet? You still stand by it? I saved so many people and killed so many beasts, first place is definitely mine. So? Lin Yu grinned mischievously as he looked Chen Yushi up and down. Hearing this, Chen Yushi's ears instantly flushed crimson. She angrily punched Lin Yu in the arm, yet when no one was looking, the corners of her mouth lifted in a faint smile. Chapter 14, The School Beauty in Black Stockings and the Unexpected Love Rival. Lin Yu sprawled on the sofa like a slacker, munching on snacks while scrolling through news on his phone. Miracle Forest under sudden anomaly, suspected SSS-rank ferocious beast appears. Shock. High school students in Haicheng County face collective danger during unified exams, mysterious figure steps in to save them. Beastmaster Bureau deploys massive forces, motives remain unclear. TSK, the media sure knows how to spin a story. But that's fine, it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Yu curled his lips. Just like in his previous life, the most unscrupulous were these media reports prioritizing sensationalism over truth to grab attention. After the standardized exams concluded, the school granted students a 2-day break. Lin Yu and Chen Yushi's heroic rescue of their classmates earned them commendations from the school administration. Chung, the school's top beauty, wouldn't deny it, right? Zhang Wuji's mom always said, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. Lin Yu muttered under his breath while gently patting the electric beast's body. The creature lay sprawled across his lap, occasionally stealing a potato chip. Suddenly, the electric beast jerked its head up, staring toward the shop entrance. What's up, little electric? Lin Yu followed its gaze. The potato chip in his hand clattered to the floor as his eyes widened in shock. At the shop entrance, Chen Yushi stood there, looking absolutely stunning. She wore a black pleated skirt, its hem just covering her fair thighs. Her long legs were encased in sheer black stockings, shimmering with a delicate sheen in the sunlight. Her upper body was clad in a form-fitting white knit top, outlining the budding curves of a young woman. Her long hair was slightly curled, cascading over her shoulders, with a delicate bow clip adorning the ends. This was exactly the outfit Lin Yu had demanded in their wager. Stop staring. Chen Yushi flushed and glared at Lin Yu, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. You win, you lose. Chen Yushi, keep my word. Lin Yu's throat moved as his mind went blank. He knew Chen Yushi was beautiful, but he never imagined she could be this stunning. Those legs. That waist. That aura. It was absolutely breathtaking. Electro Beast tilted its head, glancing at its owner then at Chen Yushi by the door. Suddenly, it let out a squeak, hopped off Lin Yu's lap, and scampered over to Chen Yushi's feet, affectionately rubbing against her calf. Traitor! Leave that girl alone. Whatever it is, let me handle it. Lin Yu screamed inwardly, wishing he could transform into the electrocution beast himself to nuzzle those beautiful legs. Chen Yushi chuckled at the electric eel's antics, crouching down to pat its head. The movement caused her skirt to right up slightly, revealing the fair skin of her thigh. Seeing this, Lin Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hey! Chen Yushi caught his gaze, immediately stood up, and stomped her foot in embarrassment and annoyance. If you keep staring, I'm leaving. No. Lin Yu scrambled off the sofa, lunging forward in one swift stride and nearly tripping over the chair. I'm sorry, I won't stare anymore. You still haven't treated me to dinner. Chen Yushi snorted lightly, lifting her chin in a proud and sullen tone. Keep staring, and you won't get this meal either. 10 minutes later, the two walked down the bustling commercial street. Lin Yu's gaze kept drifting sideways against his will. Chen Yushi's stride was captivating. Her legs, encased in black stockings, shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Each step felt like a stomp on his heart. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Chen Yushi said without turning her head, though her ears were flushed crimson. I'm appreciating art, viewing a flawless masterpiece with an admiring eye. Your mind is way too dirty. Lin Yu declared with righteous indignation. Smooth-talking bastard, I can't win an argument with you. Chen Yushi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This playful gesture only made her appear even more adorable. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, a screech of brakes suddenly echoed from behind them. A sleek black sedan screeched to a halt beside them. The door swung open, and a young man in a tailored suit stepped out. His features were handsome, yet his brow carried an air of arrogance. Yushi, what a coincidence. Who? The youth smiled at Chen Yushi, his gaze gentle. But when he turned to Lin Yu, his eyes instantly turned cold. Zhou Zixuan? What are you doing here? A hint of displeasure flashed across Chen Yushi's face. Zhou Zixuan, the only son of Haicheng's wealthiest family, had some business dealings with the Chun family. Ever since first meeting Chen Yushi, he had pursued her relentlessly, though she showed him no interest whatsoever. I heard you had an accident during the unified exam, so I came to check on you. Zhou Zixuan said with feigned concern, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yu with utter disdain. Kid, I advise you to know your place. Some people are simply beyond your reach. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. That's it? Shouldn't he just toss a bank card or check at me and tell me to get lost? Just talking? Who's going to listen to you? Never mind that the guy had ruined his date with the school beauty, just that condescending attitude alone was enough to get under Lin Yu's skin. You think throwing on a suit makes you some dashing gentleman? Could just as easily be an insurance salesman or a real estate agent. At those words, Zhou Zixuan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning icy as he stared at Lin Yu. What did you say? I said you're a phony. You can understand plain speech, can't you? Lin Yu scratched his ear, staring at the other man in disbelief. You're asking for it. Zhou Zixuan was utterly enraged by Lin Yu's words. With a wave of his hand, a pure white ice crystal wolf leapt out of his beast-taming space. As it landed, the surrounding ground instantly froze over with a layer of frost. An A-grade ice crystal wolf. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd scattered, keeping their distance and watching from afar, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Zhou Zixuan, what are you doing? Chen Yushi spread her arms wide, stepping in front of Lin Yu. Yushi, step aside. Today, I'll make this arrogant brat realize there are people he can't afford to cross. Zhou Zixuan's fierce expression softened as he spoke gently to Chen Yushi. Step aside. It's not right for a woman to protect a man. Lin Yu patted Chen Yushi's shoulder, gently pressing her hands back. But this gesture deeply provoked Zhou Zixuan. Bastard! You're asking for it. Ice Crystal Wolf, Extreme Cold Storm. The Ice Crystal Wolf let out a piercing howl, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. A violent wind, laden with ice and snow, swept toward Lin Yu. Suddenly, the electrocution beast appeared, its claws clenched. Boom! A ball of lightning blasted straight out. Before the Ice Crystal Wolf could even cry out, it was engulfed by the thunderous light, its body charred black as it flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Instant kill. The entire arena fell silent. Zhou Zixuan stood frozen in place, his face drained of color. Impossible. Lin Yu strolled over to him, patting his shoulder. Oh, I almost forgot the guy in the suit might just be a waiter. Chapter 15, Gender Conflict and Chen Yushi's Worries. Zhou Zixuan watched his prized Ice Crystal Wolf get one shot by the electrocution beast. He was struck dumb, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. This can't be. My Ice Crystal Wolf is an A-class beast tamer. Lin Yu shrugged indifferently, staring back at him. Maybe it wasn't ready just now. Want to try again? You. Zhou Zixuan trembled with rage, but seeing the lightning crackling on the Electro-Wolf's claws, he backed away 2 steps, cowering. Chen Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing at Zhou Zixuan's reaction. That laugh shattered Zhou Zixuan's last shred of pride. Just you wait. Zhou Zixuan gritted his teeth, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yu before turning to storm off. But in his agitation, he stumbled and landed squarely on a shard of ice spat out by the Ice Crystal Wolf. Ouch! Zhou Zixuan slid across the ice in a high-difficulty split, his suit pants tearing with a sharp rip to reveal cartoon-patterned underwear. TSK, never would have guessed the great Master Zhou. Well, he hasn't forgotten his roots. Such a grown man, yet still clinging to his childhood innocence. Lin Yu looked genuinely impressed, but his words made the situation feel like an instant social death. The onlookers burst into laughter, some even pulling out their phones to record the scene. Zhou Zixuan's face instantly turned beet red. Clutching his rear, he scrambled into his car and sped off in a flash. TSK, couldn't you be a little more composed like me? What do you say, Miss Chen? Lin Yu stood beside Chen Yushi, shaking his head and sighing dramatically, only to earn a rolling eye from her. Always with the wisecracks. But the Zhou family is powerful. You've offended them this time. A hint of worry flashed across Chen Yushi's face. She herself wasn't afraid, but Lin Yu might be another story. Relax, we're the future leaders of this country. If we're talking pedigree, his family can't hold a candle to mine. Lin Yu said with utter nonchalance. He was now part of the Beastmaster General Administration. Would they dare openly attack a public official? If they tried to intimidate him with power? Well, sorry to disappoint. When I talk to you about the law, if you bring up power, then I'll have to talk to you about force. He was now self-sufficient, no need to worry about anyone else. If he pushed him too far, one S-rank skill could cost the Zhou family a life. Then we'd see who ended up finished first. You. Lin Yushi tried to say more, but Lin Yu pushed her forward by the back. Come on. Let's go eat. I'm starving. As both parties walked away, the surrounding onlookers gradually dispersed. Yet the rumor spread like wildfire. 2 men had fought fiercely over a girl in black stockings and a short skirt. This braised bear paw is so fragrant and delicious. Inside Ipinjai, Haicheng County's most renowned gourmet restaurant. Lin Yu chewed heartily on the braised bear paw, his mouth glistening with grease. He didn't forget to pinch off a piece for the electrocution beast. The creature held the meat in its paws, nibbling away in small bites, occasionally letting out satisfied squeaks. Chen Yushi rested her chin in her hand, watching the human and beast devour their meal. She couldn't help but shake her head. You two really do eat like a pair of birds. This is called hearty eating. Besides, when faced with such delicious food, should we put on airs? Lin Yu mumbled indistinctly, his hands never stopping their work. Just then, both their phones rang simultaneously, vibrating wildly. Lin Yu pulled his out to see the class group chat had exploded. Check this out. Just spotted Lin Yu and Chen Yushi shopping together. The campus beauties wearing a short skirt and black stockings. JPG. Image. Holy crap, those legs. I could stare at them forever. Goddess, let go of Lin Yu. Take it out on me instead, I can handle it. Just when you're still holding on, someone else has already moved in. Lin Yu watched the increasingly outrageous comments, his lips twitching. He looked up just as Chen Yushi's flustered, annoyed gaze met his. What are you staring at? It's all your fault. Keep looking and I'll beat you up. With that, Chen Yushi waved her tiny fist at Lin Yu. To him, however, her little threat held little weight. Instead, it only added to her playful charm. Fine, I won't look. Lin Yu rubbed the Electabuzz head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just as he was about to dive back into his meal, Chen Yushi's tiny foot kicked him under the table. Hey, check out this news. Everyone's been talking about it lately. Lin Yu took the phone and read it carefully. It turned out that a couple embroiled in an emotional dispute had reached a breaking point. After the woman initiated the breakup, the man refused to accept it. He doused her with oil and set her on fire, ultimately causing burns covering 69% of her body. Online, some netizens condemned the man, calling for severe legal punishment. Others claimed the woman must have crossed the line, pushing him to such extremes, while others, purely enjoying the drama, kept stirring up gender-based hostility. Why are you even paying attention to this? Lin Yu pushed the phone back to Chen Yushi. Such incidents were nothing to him. He'd witnessed far stranger things in his previous life. Xiao Weijin, who ruined an entrepreneur with a single essay, was later found guilty of false accusation by the court. A woman's accusation of "she took my photo without permission on the subway" destroyed a man's career and love life. A man caring for his cancer-stricken wife for months before leaving to work elsewhere went missing and was convicted of abandonment. Yet in a similar situation, a woman who abandoned her husband faced no consequences and ultimately inherited 40% of his estate. Chen Yushi looked at Lin Yu, her expression slightly awkward as she spoke. I just feel, if that man possesses powerful beast-taming abilities, wouldn't the consequences be even more terrifying? Hearing this, Lin Yu froze for a moment before quickly catching on. What kind of thoughts are running through your head? Don't worry, I'd never do something like that to you. Lin Yu reached out his right hand and rubbed Chen Yushi's head with a hint of exasperation. Not all men are jerks, nor are all women gold diggers. Jumping to conclusions like that would make life unbearable. Who's worried? Shameless. You, if you dare do that, I'll have the raging gorilla and little electric take care of you. Right, little lightning? Chen Yushi slapped Lin Yu's hand away, her eyes instead fixed on the nearby electric beast, a faint smile and hint of anticipation playing on her face. ZZZZT. The electrocution beast responded with a dazed, adorable squeak upon hearing Chen Yushi's call. It then looked up at Lin Yu and Chen Yushi with confusion before simply hopping over to Chen Yushi's side and rubbing against her affectionately. Traitor! Lin Yu scolded the electroweb with exasperation, only to be met by its blank, innocent stare. Ha! Little Zapper's such a good boy. I'll give you an energy crystal when we get back. Chen Yushi burst into laughter at the scene, beaming triumphantly at Lin Yu. And so, the meal concluded in this cheerful atmosphere. But just as Chen Yushi announced plans to head to the amusement park, Lin Yu received a call from Feng Taihong. Their first date was abruptly cut short. Ha! Okay, I'll head over immediately. Chapter 16, The Gathering of Female Fists, Lin Yu's Investigation. Lin Yu hung up the phone, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. Feng Taihong had mentioned an urgent mission requiring him to report immediately to the Beastmaster General Administration Bureau. What's wrong? Chen Yushi keenly noticed the change in Lin Yu's expression and asked with concern. Lin Yu tucked his phone away and looked at Chen Yushi apologetically. I have something to attend to. I'm afraid we'll have to reschedule the amusement park trip. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Yushi's eyes upon hearing this, but it quickly gave way to an understanding smile. It's fine. Your work comes first. But... Chen Yushi trailed off, then suddenly winked mischievously. You have to promise me double the time next time to make up for it. Being with Lin Yu gave her a sense of ease and joy she'd never experienced before. As for whether she liked him, Chen Yushi wasn't sure. She'd never had a boyfriend before. But she was certain that Lin Yu held a different place in her heart compared to other boys. Otherwise, when Lin Yu had initially made his request asking her to wear black stockings and a short skirt, she never would have agreed, let alone treated him to dinner. No problem. Getting to spend time with Miss Chen, the campus beauty queen, that's an opportunity most people would beg for and never get. Chen Yushi shot Lin Yu a disapproving look, then suddenly remembered something and quickly added. Oh, right. There's been a huge online debate lately about gender roles. Even our school forum has posts saying women shouldn't be allowed to have beast companions, that beasts are too dangerous. They're calling for women to be barred from the contract ceremony. What? Lin Yu frowned, recalling the escalating gender conflicts in the online world of his previous life. He hadn't expected similar phenomena to emerge in this world as well. In his previous life, such phenomena were partly fueled by women with fundamentally flawed values: exorbitant dowries, marriage scams, infidelity. But fundamentally, it stemmed from Western powers' relentless desire to destroy our Chinese nation, deliberately orchestrated through manipulation. Now, with similar issues surfacing in this world, could it be that certain individuals with ulterior motives were stirring trouble behind the scenes? Monsters? Or people from other countries? This thought gave Lin Yu a sudden realization. Feng Taihong's approach might very well be connected to this. Alright, you should head back now. Send me a message once you get home. Lin Yu stowed away the stun device and instructed Chen Yushi. Got it, you nag. Chen Yushi waved her hand behind her back at Lin Yu and skipped away. Only after her figure disappeared did Lin Yu tear his gaze away from those long legs, murmuring softly to himself. Who knows what kind of dog luck I stumbled into. In a past life, a girl this amazing would only be something I could look at online. When Lin Yu arrived at the Beastmaster Administration Bureau, Feng Taihong was already waiting for him in the office. Uncle Feng, what's this all about? I even cancelled my date for this. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for blowing up the building again. Fong Taihon eyed Lin Yu's slacker demeanor as he handed over a file, his tone laced with irritation. Cut the nonsense. I was on leave today. I'll make this quick. Multiple Beastmaster attacks have occurred recently around Haicheng County. We suspect organized criminal activity. Lin Yu took the file and skimmed through it quickly. He discovered that most victims were young women, and their beasts had also suffered varying degrees of injury. The common thread in these cases is that the victims are all women who have contracted offensive-type beasts. We suspect this is a premeditated, organized conspiracy deliberately targeting female beast tamers to intimidate them. The moment Fong Taihon finished speaking, Lin Yu snapped his head up. Is this related to those recent online comments? Fong Taihon nodded, his expression filled with admiration as he looked at Lin Yu. You're sharp. We've traced these extreme statements back to an organization called the Guardians Fueling the Fire. They oppose women participating in contract ceremonies, arguing it's unfair to make women face ferocious beasts. Ridiculous. They've been advocating gender equality all along, yet now they demand special treatment when facing ferocious beasts. Lin Yu tossed the documents aside, unable to suppress a cold snort. Fong Taihon gestured for Lin Yu to calm down. According to intelligence, they'll hold a gathering tonight at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. We need personnel to monitor the situation. Lin Yu instantly understood why Fong Taihon had summoned him. This was an assignment. But wasn't Fong worried he might fail? Exactly. Considering you're new, you won't raise suspicion, and... Fong Taihon gave him a meaningful look. Heard you clashed with the Zhou family's young master today? Perfect opportunity to build your political capital. Lin Yu gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Haicheng County isn't that big, and the Zhou family is the wealthiest in the city. The Chen family isn't exactly an ordinary family either. You were out shopping with the Chen family's little princess. How could people not take notice? Fong Taihon watched Lin Yu with a playful expression, his eyes brimming with teasing. Hearing Fong Taihon's words, Lin Yu finally realized Zhou Zixuan's appearance today wasn't coincidental. Did that mean Chen Yushi's parents knew too? The thought of having asked Chen Yusin to wear a short skirt and black stockings sent a sudden chill down his spine. Did they think he was some kind of sleazy guy? What on earth should he say when he meets them? Old dang, is it safe for my ghost fire to park downstairs at your place? Lin Yu shook his head, banishing those thoughts. Completing the mission was the priority now. Uncle Fong, I'll take this job, but you'd better be ready to back me up anytime. If anything goes wrong, I'm definitely bailing. You little brat. Fong Taihon laughed as he shooed Lin Yu out. As night fell, Lin Yu changed into plainclothes and stealthily approached the abandoned factory on the city outskirts with his electric shock beast. From the outside, the factory was pitch black, but his keen hearing picked up faint voices echoing within. Remember, our objective is to gather evidence. Don't alert them. Fong Taihon's instructions crackled through the earpiece. Lin Yu nodded, signaling the stun beast to stay quiet, then slipped silently into the factory. By moonlight, he saw about a dozen people gathered in a circle, with a masked woman standing in the center delivering a speech. Sisters, women's safety is no trivial matter. Domestic violence, dangerous beasts, these pose a grave threat to our very existence. We must not remain silent. Women should not be defined. The masked woman's voice was charged with incitement, punctuated by frequent cheers of agreement from the crowd below. Lin Yu fought the urge to rush out, instead recording the scene with his miniature camera. We must make every sister aware that beast taming is dangerous. We women shouldn't bear this burden. Now, traitors have emerged among us women, those who take pride in possessing powerful beasts, standing atop the corpses of our fallen sisters to feast on human blood buns. That person is Chen Yushi from Haicheng First High School. Tell me, does this traitor deserve to die? The words sparked a frenzy of cheers from the crowd below. Beat her to death. Avenge our fallen sisters. Chapter 17, The Confidence of Version T0. The supplier's sudden arrival. Lin Yu had intended to see what outrageous remarks the masked woman would make next, but unexpectedly, she shifted her focus to Chen Yushi in an instant. Mess with my future wife, and you're asking for trouble. Originally, he'd only intended to record evidence and leave once he had it. Now, face the whirlwind. Hasagi. Ignoring Fong Taihon's warnings through his earpiece, Lin Yu stepped forward with the electric shock device in hand. Who's there? Get out here. Lin Yu's movements caught the masked woman's attention. With a sharp command, the others followed her gaze toward his hiding spot. Ha, what idiots! Where do you get the confidence to think a few of you can speak for all women? Lin Yu stepped out of the darkness, moonlight illuminating his face, now twisted with scorn. Electro Beast followed closely behind, its black lightning patterns faintly glowing gold. It watched the masked woman and her companions with wary eyes. The masked woman recognized the newcomer and sneered coldly. So it's just a greenhorn. What, you think you can teach us a lesson too? Lin Yu ignored her provocation, instead sweeping his gaze around the room. His eyes passed over each person present before finally settling on the masked woman. You claim to fight for women's safety, insisting females shouldn't participate in Beastmaster contract ceremonies. Yet here you are, inciting hatred and even using your beasts to target innocent people. What? Is Chun Yushi not a woman? Or are you hypocrites trying to have it both ways? Hearing this, many exchanged glances, seemingly finding Lin Yu's words compelling. Seeing the others begin to waver, the masked woman immediately shouted. Someone like Chun Yushi? She flaunts her powerful beast contract to lord over others, never considering the struggles of her sisters. Such a person is unworthy of being called a woman. I hereby declare Chun Yushi expelled from our sisterhood. Hearing this, Lin Yu nearly burst out laughing. Wow, true to her T0 status, she can even arbitrarily expel someone from the female category. There truly wasn't anything they wouldn't say or do. He finally understood arguing with these people was a complete waste of time. Since you can't understand human speech, let's speak with fists and feet. The masked woman, seeing the electrocution beast advancing, immediately stirred up the others' emotions. Sisters, see that? That's what men are like when they can't win an argument, they resort to violence. We can't stay silent any longer. Let him see our strength. As the masked woman's words fell, people around them summoned their own beasts. Though their levels weren't high, their sheer numbers instantly surrounded Lin Yu and the electrocution beast. One person even pulled out a phone, ready to capture evidence of a man bullying women. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. Think numbers alone will save you? Xiao Dian, 10,000 Thunder Prison. The electrocution beast let out a piercing howl, its golden lightning patterns erupting across its body. Frenzied bolts of lightning flashed violently around it, bathing the entire factory in blinding radiance. Boom! Before the beast tamers could close in, they were struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The masked woman and her accomplices recoiled in terror at the sight, their eyes filled with dread. What rank is this beast master? The masked woman's voice trembled, but she quickly forced herself to regain composure, shrieking. You dare attack us? Sisters, film this. Expose him. Let the entire internet know his crimes. Hearing this, Lin Yu was utterly enraged. Did these people think the law couldn't touch them? Did they really think they'd get away with this? Intentionally provoking gender conflict, illegal assembly, colluding with foreign forces. Any one of these charges alone would land them in deep trouble. With all these charges piled on, even if they eventually got out, it wouldn't be until 20 years from now. Just then, sirens wailed outside the factory. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to think about it later. Lin Yu stared coldly at the people before him. Moments later, Feng Taihong burst in with members of the Beastmaster Administration Bureau, swiftly securing the scene. Even as the masked woman and others were handcuffed, they continued to shout defiantly. Let me go. We did nothing wrong. I'll sue you. I'll post everything you've done online. Just wait until you become famous. Wah, I'm sorry, I didn't do anything. I want to go home. Lin Yu watched them being led away, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Dare to touch my future wife. I'll electrocute you all. Feng Taihong walked up beside Lin Yu, glaring at him with disapproval. You little brat. What did I tell you when you first arrived? Good thing nothing went wrong this time. If something had happened, I wouldn't have saved you. Seeing Feng Taihong's worried expression, a warm wave washed over Lin Yu's heart. See? Nothing happened. I thought it would be a fierce battle, but it turned out to be so simple. Uncle Feng, these guys are just small fry. The real mastermind isn't even here, right? Feng Taihong shot Lin Yu a disapproving look as he waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Hand over all the evidence you recorded. You don't need to worry about the rest. After handing over the footage, Feng Taihong sent Lin Yu packing, insisting he was an uninvolved party and shouldn't linger. This feels like getting used and discarded. Lin Yu muttered under his breath as he walked away, but his attention was soon diverted. I did help solve the problem for Chen, the campus beauty queen. It wouldn't be too much to expect her to show some gratitude, right? A sudden thought made Lin Yu chuckle to himself. The next day, Lin Yu continued tending to his pet shop. Since he started attending school, he'd been opening the shop less frequently. Fortunately, thanks to his recent display at school, many people still came to purchase beast-taming resources from him. Lin Yu didn't have to worry about the shop suddenly closing down. This kind of life isn't so bad. It'd be even better if I had a girl to massage my legs. Lin Yu lay on the sofa, scrolling through news on his phone. Based on the confessions of the masked woman and others, the Beastmaster administration swiftly acted, arresting numerous online agitators who had deliberately provoked gender conflicts. Consequently, the online atmosphere had improved significantly lately. However, the ultimate mastermind behind it all remained deeply hidden and had not been uncovered. Just as Lin Yu was engrossed in his reading, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID labeled Supplier Old Wang, he couldn't help but chuckle. Old Wang, what brings you to call me at this hour? Don't tell me your neighbors caught you doing something shady and you're packing your bags to run? However, whatever the other end said caused Lin Yu's smile to freeze abruptly. After hanging up, Lin Yu's expression darkened noticeably. Chapter 18, Supply Cutoff Crisis and Sudden Inspections by Government Agencies. They actually cut off my supply. Lin Yu clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It turned out that supplier Old Wang had informed him the Zhou family had suddenly exerted pressure, demanding all suppliers collaborating with Lin Yu immediately cease supply. Failure to comply would result in a complete blacklisting by the Zhou family. Though Old Wang had maintained a good relationship with Lin Yu's parents and had long collaborated with him, he had no choice but to yield under the Zhou family's threats. Zhou Zixuan, you're courting death. The electric beast sensed Lin Yu's rage and hopped over to nuzzle him, as if trying to comfort him. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and stroked the electric beast's head. Don't worry, this little trouble won't faze me. Before he could finish, 2 uniformed fire department officers stood at the door, holding an inspection notice. Someone reported fire safety hazards at your establishment. We need to conduct a full inspection. The lead inspector stated impassively. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. How eerily similar this felt to his past life. The fire department's here. Does that mean the tax office and health department will be next? My shop has always complied with fire regulations. Why is there suddenly an issue? And who reported me? Lin Yu frowned, glaring coldly at the 2 men across from him. This is a routine inspection. Cooperate. And don't ask questions you shouldn't. The lead inspector's tone was firm. Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, he led his team into the store and began rummaging through cabinets and drawers. Before long, they identified several issues: expired fire extinguishers, exposed wiring posing fire hazards, and blocked emergency exits due to clutter. Lin Yu snorted coldly. The fire extinguishers had been replaced just last week, the wiring was newly installed, and the emergency exit had never been cluttered. This was beyond ridiculous. Per regulations, your establishment requires rectification. Here is your rectification notice. Additionally, you face a 50,000 yuan fine. Remember to pay it. The inspector handed him a document bearing a red official seal. Lin Yu took the document and replied indifferently. Alright, I'll make sure to rectify everything properly. Ever since he realized Zhou Zixuan was deliberately targeting him, Lin Yu had no desire to argue with him. Whatever price he paid now, Zhou Zixuan would pay back double later. No sooner had the fire department personnel departed than a vehicle from the tax bureau pulled up outside the shop. By afternoon, Little Forest Pet Shop was forced to shut its doors. Lin Yu sat inside, staring at the stack of rectification notices, tax audit forms, and health permit revocation notices on the table, his gaze icy. In just one morning, his shop had been subjected to a relentless visitation by various departments. Each inspection conveniently uncovered issues, and every rectification demand came with fines and suspension orders. The Zhou family's reach is truly far-reaching. Lin Yu sneered coldly. To think they could break his spirit like that was to underestimate him. Just then, the door swung open. Zhou Zixuan strode in, flanked by 2 bodyguards, a smug grin plastered across his face. Well, Mr. Lin, business seems to be booming today, huh? Zhou Zixuan scanned the empty shop, feigning surprise. How come there's not a single customer? Could it be you've gone out of business? Lin Yu looked at Zhou Zixuan and sneered coldly. Zhou Zixuan, that's the best you've got? Zhou Zixuan burst into laughter, striding up to Lin Yu and looking down on him. You're so good at fighting, huh? What good is that? In this world, you need power and connections. In this world, money and power are the only things that matter. You can't even keep your shop open now. What do you have to fight me with? The electric beast sensed its master's anger, its fur bristling as it snarled and lunged toward Zhou Zixuan, only to be held back by Lin Yu's firm grip. State your purpose. What do you want? Zhou Zixuan burst into laughter, his face twisted in mockery as he stared at Lin Yu. Simple. Stay away from Chen Yushi. If you agree to stay away from her, I guarantee your shop will reopen tomorrow, and your suppliers will resume cooperation. Otherwise, this is only the beginning. Zhou Zixuan finished speaking and gestured toward the documents on the table. As the son of Haicheng City's wealthiest man, he had stood at the finish line most people only reach at the end of their lives since birth. He certainly had the right to dictate others' destinies. Lin Yu suddenly smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Zhou Zixuan, you might not know this, but I'm a very petty person. And I absolutely despise being threatened. Zhou Zixuan felt uneasy under his gaze, but quickly straightened his posture. Threat? This is a warning. Don't think you're something special just because you stumbled upon a few skills. The background of our Zhou family is beyond the comprehension of a nobody like you. You have 3 days to think it over. If you still don't know your place after that, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Zixuan snorted coldly, then turned and strode off with his 2 bodyguards. Why must you push me to the edge? Lin Yu watched Zhou Zixuan depart, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Just then, the phone rang again. Lin Yu, I've heard about Zhou Zixuan's actions against you. This time he used legal means, and we're already intervening. The moment he answered, Feng Taihong's voice came through. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Though Feng Taihong was no blood relative, he had consistently looked out for him from the initial safety warnings to now stepping in and confronting their sister unit on his behalf. Thanks, Uncle Feng. But I'm not someone to be pushed around. After hanging up, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. You like playing power games? Let's see how far you can take it. Lin Yu pulled out his phone and scrolled through the contacts of the faction leaders who had previously vied to recruit him. His first call went to Zhao Mingyuan at Starlight Research Institute. Director Zhao, this is Lin Yu. Lin Yu's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of coldness. On the other end, Zhao Mingyuan visibly paused before his tone shifted to warmth. Mr. Lin? My, what a surprise. What brings you to call me out of the blue? I'd like to discuss a deal with you. I can provide Starlight Research Institute with 5 upgrade skills at no cost, but there's one condition. Lin Yu stated bluntly, without the slightest pretense, his voice cold and decisive. Zhao Mingyuan's breathing visibly quick and clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a windfall. I want you to completely suppress the Zhou family's businesses, especially their Beastmaster resource supply chain. A few seconds of silence followed on the other end before Zhao Mingyuan's voice turned serious. Mr. Lin, the Zhou family wields considerable influence in Haicheng. This matter might be +1 S-tier skill. And if you need it in the future, I can tailor-make another skill creation opportunity for you. Lin Yu cut him off. The hesitation stemmed from the offer not being tempting enough. When the offer was sufficiently enticing, Lin Yu believed no one could refuse. Chapter 19, 100 Skills Unite, aiming at the Zhou family. There's a famous quote in Capital, when profit reaches 10%, men become restless. At 50%, they dare to take risks. At 100%, they trample all human laws. And at 300%, they fear not even the gallows. The moment Lin Yu finished speaking, Zhao Mingyuan's breath visibly caught on the other end of the line. Our Starlight Research Institute has accepted the project. However, we require a confidentiality agreement to ensure the uniqueness of the technology. Zhao Mingyuan gritted his teeth and agreed. Though the Zhou family wielded considerable influence, Starry Sky Research Institute wasn't to be trifled with. Not only could they acquire numerous skills, but they also gained the opportunity to commission a custom skill. Crucially, they could use this chance to build rapport with a genius capable of creating SS-tier skills. This deal was a no-brainer. No problem. Other factions will be making their moves alongside you. Lin Yu agreed while simultaneously giving the other party a dose of reality. After hanging up, Lin Yu contacted the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, the Thunder Group, and other factions one by one. In each call, Lin Yu used his skills as leverage, demanding they pressure the Zhou family. After weighing the pros and cons, these factions ultimately chose to side with Lin Yu. After all, with multiple factions acting in concert, they had nothing to fear from the Zhou family. The value Lin Yu brought and his own potential were well worth their investment. With the system, I can create any skill I want. What do you, a second-generation heir, have to compete with me? At that moment, Lin Yu felt profound gratitude for possessing the system. Without it, he would have been like the ordinary people of his past life, powerless to seek justice, left at the mercy of others. As evening fell, the door to Lin Yu's small shop burst open. Chen Yushi rushed in, panting heavily. Her face was etched with anxiety as she made a beeline for Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I heard Zhou Zishuan attacked you. He even used his connections to cut off your supply chain, didn't he? Chen Yushi's voice trembled slightly, tinged with self-reproach. Seeing her frantic state, Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, but outwardly he shrugged nonchalantly. Well, Miss Popularity seems to have her fingers in every pie. Worried about me? Seeing Lin Yu's nonchalant attitude, Chen Yushi stomped her foot in frustration. What time is it now, and you're still joking around? The Zhou family's influence is vast. How can you handle it alone? Lin Yu blinked innocently at Chen Yushi. Who said I'm alone? Forgot what I told you, I've got my own backer. Backing? Who? Chen Yushi froze. Backing? Had he told her about this? Why couldn't she recall it? She racked her brain, but not a single memory surfaced. Far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes, my powerful backer is none other than you. If you, Miss Popularity, were to step in, Zhou Zishuan would have to bow his head obediently. Lin Yu pointed at Chen Yushi and said with a grin. But the moment the words left his mouth, Chen Yushi's cheeks flushed slightly. You, stop being so cheeky. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Don't you want to help me? Lin Yu feigned hurt, looking at Chen Yushi with a pitiful expression. Chen Yushi bit her lip, a complex flicker passing through her eyes. Of course I'm willing to help you, but the Zhou family isn't easy to deal with. My dad has some connections, but if we confront the Zhou family head-on. Before she could finish, Lin Yu suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair, cutting her off. Alright, I was just teasing you. Do I look like the type to live off someone else? Chen Yushi froze at his sudden gesture, then swatted his hand away, flustered and annoyed as she smoothed her hair. Stop touching me. So what exactly are you planning to do? I have my own clever plan. But Lin Yu deliberately drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yushi as he grinned mischievously. If you're willing to come back wearing that black stockings and short skirt outfit, I might just consider telling you. Chen Yushi's face instantly flushed scarlet. She glared at Lin Yu, both embarrassed and annoyed. You, what kind of things are you thinking about all day long? And here I was rushing over in such a hurry. Seeing her adorable flustered expression, Lin Yu couldn't resist teasing her further. I'm thinking about you, of course. I can't very well be thinking about that Zhou Zixuan. At this remark, Chen Yushi's face wasn't the only thing turning crimson, her neck began flushing too. Finally, she turned away in a huff. I'm not even going to bother with you. You don't know a good thing when you see it, humph. Watching Chen Yushi's retreating figure, a hint of amusement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Having a girlfriend like this seemed like it could be quite fun. Meanwhile, multiple factions including Starlight Research Institute, Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, and Thunder Group simultaneously launched coordinated attacks targeting the Zhou family's businesses. Within just half a day, the Zhou family's business began to suffer. First, several previously reliable partners suddenly adopted ambiguous stances, while the Beastmaster resource supply chain encountered varying degrees of disruption. Major suppliers began demanding new contractual terms. Online, a flood of negative reports surfaced accusing the Zhou group of tax evasion, employee exploitation, and passing off inferior products as high-quality pet-taming goods. This sent the group's stock plummeting. Although the Zhou group swiftly implemented countermeasures, its executives were summoned for questioning. At Zhou Group headquarters, the atmosphere in the conference room was thick and oppressive. Have you uncovered who's targeting us? Zhou Jinan sat in the chair of honor, his face dark and terrifying. As the head of the Zhou family and the wealthiest man in Haicheng City, he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt such rage. Chairman, our investigation indicates this is a coordinated attack orchestrated by Starglow Research Institute, Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, and Thunder Group. But strangely, they all seem to be targeting one person. The assistant cautiously handed over a file, his tone tinged with respect. Zhou Jinan flipped through the documents, his brow furrowing at first. Yet as he read on, shock spread across his face. The group suffered such massive losses because of a high school student? And all this happened because Zi Xian targeted their Beastmaster shop beforehand? Zhou Jinan's voice brimmed with disbelief, swiftly giving way to seething fury. Disappointment in his own son for the sake of a woman he'd brought such immense trouble upon the family. And shock toward Lin Yu contracting an electrocution beast, yet defying convention by possessing multiple skills, even publicly manifesting an SS grade ability. Was this truly just a high school student? Why hadn't anyone from the group reported such a matter to him? Other factions were scrambling to recruit him, yet his own corporation had acted like fools, making no move whatsoever. Chapter 20, Father's Wrath, Son's Cowardice, The Genius's Rise. Who can tell me why our Zhou group wasn't among those who went to recruit Lin Yu back then? Zhou Jinan's voice carried a hint of anger and reproach, not only because of the Lin Yu incident, but more so because the company's attitude toward valuing talent had become problematic. His assistant glanced at Zhou Jinan, his words growing more cautious. The head of Haicheng County said it was all scripted. Lin Yu was pushed forward by other factions, so they didn't pursue him. Hearing this, Zhou Jinan slammed Lin Yu's file onto the table. His icy gaze swept over every person present. Would someone capable of creating an SS-tier skill on the spot be a useless fool? Do they think everyone else is an idiot? Launch a thorough investigation into that person in charge. If any criminal activity is uncovered, hand them over to the relevant authorities immediately. If nothing is found, tell them to pack their bags and go back to farming. The conference room fell deathly silent. Everyone bowed their heads, none daring to cross Zhou Jinan at this moment. Contact Starlight Research Institute and Thunder Group immediately. I will speak with them personally. Zhou Jinan instructed his assistant. Yet the outcome of the negotiations only fueled his fury further. Chairman Zhou, it's not that we're refusing to give you face, but this matter only the one who tied the bell can untie it. Zhao Mingyuan from Starlight Research Institute replied coldly over the phone. Lin Yu? How much did he pay you? Is this really necessary? Zhou Jinan demanded, suppressing his rage. Chairman Zhou, some things can't be measured by money. Zhao Mingyuan replied meaningfully before hanging up. Zhou Jinan clenched his fists, a flash of ruthlessness starting through his eyes. Just then, the conference room door burst open. Zhou Zixuan rushed in, panic etched across his face. Dad! It's a disaster. Our Beastmaster resource warehouse has been sealed off. Zhou Jinan looked at Zhou Zixuan's panicked eyes, a flicker of disappointment crossing his own. Zixuan, you've let me down. You secretly used the Zhou family's connections to cut off Lin Yu's supply lines and had various departments harass his shop. That's not the problem. But before you did all this, why didn't you investigate his background first? For the sake of a woman, you've brought such trouble upon the Zhou family. Zhou Zixuan looked utterly incredulous, clearly refusing to believe Zhou Jinan's words. Dad, he's just a nobody. How could all this be because of him? A nobody? Hearing Zhou Zixuan's words, Zhou Jinan flung the documents at his son in fury. This is the nobody you're talking about. A being capable of creating SS-grade beast taming skills on the spot, a future top-tier beast tamer, a talent countless major factions are scrambling to recruit. Zishuan lowered his head to examine the documents, growing increasingly stunned. He had assumed Lin Yu was just an ordinary student, never imagining such potential lay hidden behind him. Now, I give you two choices. First, apologize to him and earn his forgiveness. Second, you can continue being stubborn, but from this day forward, every resource of the Zhou family will be irrelevant to you. The choice is yours. Zhou Zhinen's voice brooked no argument. This was no longer a conflict between the Zhou family and Lin Yu alone. It had become a contest between the Zhou group and several other major factions. If they won, if those factions all got serious, the Zhou group had no chance of victory. Defeat would likely mean the destruction of his family and the end of his own existence. Zhou Zhinen had reached his current position precisely because of this caution. As for Lin Yu, he was still just one man. No matter how brilliant, without proper cultivation, he was nothing. Countless geniuses had met their end in the jaws of beasts or through foreign assassinations. Since he'd already crossed them, they'd simply wait for the dust to settle and dispose of Lin Yu when no one was paying attention. Who would dare speak up for a dead man then? What? Apologize to him? Zhou Zishuan snapped his head up, only to meet Zhou Zhinen's expressionless face. His own face instantly drained of color. He'd never seen his father so utterly resolute, and finally grasped the gravity of the situation. I choose the first option. Zhou Zishuan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with reluctance. Hearing his son's willingness to apologize, Zhou Zhinen nodded, his tone softening slightly. Remember, in business, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Bowing your head for a moment is no disgrace. Only those who survive and laugh last are the true victors. The next day, the holiday break had ended, and Lin Yu was preparing to head to school. But the moment he opened the shop door, he was startled. Well, young Master Zhou, what brings you to my humble shop so early? Bringing bodyguards planning to tear the place down? Lin Yu looked at Zhou Zishuan standing at the entrance, his tone flat yet dripping with undisguised sarcasm. Zhou Zishuan's expression shifted between light and shadow, but remembering his father's warning, he steeled himself and stepped forward, forcing a faint smile. About what happened with Lin Yu earlier. I was in the wrong. I came here today specifically to apologize. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the bodyguards and gifts behind him. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. It seemed the pressure from forces like Starlight Research Institute had finally paid off, otherwise, why would he come knocking on her door to apologize? Oh? An apology from young Master Zhou? I'm afraid I can't accept that. After all, I'm penniless and powerless. I'm afraid of ending up in a mental hospital myself. Zhou Zishuan gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and waved for his bodyguards to set down the gifts. These are rare beast-taming resources treasured by the Zhou family. Consider them an apology. Furthermore, we will withdraw all previous troubles targeting your shop and compensate you for your losses. Lin Yu stood there, watching him with a faint, ambiguous smile. Your sudden politeness is a bit jarring. A vein throbbed on Zhou Zishuan's forehead, but he finally lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Lin Yu, I failed to recognize your true worth this time. I hope you'll show mercy. Lin Yu stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. Whether the other man truly felt remorse or not didn't matter. This time, he was mostly flexing his claws, letting others know he wasn't someone to be trifled with. But completely wiping out the Zhou family? That was impossible. The forces behind Starlight Research Institute and Thunder Group wouldn't support him unconditionally either. Alright then. Since young Master Zhou has personally come to apologize, it would be petty of me to hold a grudge. Zhou Zishuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, only for it to be immediately replaced by a surge of humiliation. When had he, the esteemed young master of the Zhou family, ever stooped so low to beg for mercy? Alright, if you're done, move aside. I'm going to be late for class. Lin Yu glanced at the beast-taming resources lying on the ground and said casually. After Zhou Zishuan and his men left, Lin Yu hurried toward the school gates. But just as he reached the school gate, someone blocked his path. What's this? Miss Chen, the campus beauty, is in such a rush to see me that she's waiting for me at the school gate? Chapter 21, Dark Web Bounty, Crisis Looms. Lin Yu looked at the charming girl before him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering across his face. However, Chen Yushi's expression turned cold at Lin Yu's teasing. Mr. Lin Yu, you are not wearing the required school uniform. You are hereby given a verbal reprimand. Additionally, you will stand in punishment at the school gate with your electric shock beast as a warning to other students. What? Hearing this, Lin Yu felt completely shaken. Only then did he notice the red armband on Chen Yushi's sleeve. And he, having overslept that morning, was still wearing yesterday's casual clothes. So you weren't waiting here specifically for me, you were checking students' appearance? Lin Yu pointed at the red armband on Chen Yushi's sleeve, his lips twitching. So he'd gotten his hopes up for nothing. Chen Yushi's face remained stern as she nodded sullenly, then gestured beside her. As the discipline committee member of the student union, it's my duty to uphold campus order. Now stand there and do your punishment properly. Lin Yu looked at Chen Yushi pitifully, clasping his hands together in supplication. I'm sorry. Give me another chance. You're making me die of embarrassment. Chen Yushi fought back a smile at his pitiful expression, feigning sternness as she pulled him aside. Student, you're blocking others from entering and exiting the school gate. And so, students entering the campus witnessed a peculiar scene. The campus beauty Chen, struggling to suppress her laughter, Lin Yu, looking utterly dejected, and the electric beast, wide-eyed and innocent. Hey, Joe Group's stock is plummeting, and the Beastmaster resource chain is having issues too. Is this somehow connected to you? Chen Yushi watched Lin Yu's expression, shook her head with a smile, and asked curiously. No idea. Maybe they just pissed off someone? Lin Yu waved his hand listlessly. Getting up early enough was bad enough, but now he had to stand punishment at the school gate? All he wanted was to find a desk and collapse onto it. Noticing his listless state, Chen Yushi's eyes darted around. After confirming no students were nearby, she immediately whispered to Lin Yu. I've been into schoolgirl uniforms lately. JK? Uniform fetish? At those words, Lin Yu's listless demeanor instantly perked up. You've come to the right person. Let me tell you. Chen Yushi giggled at his sudden change, then quickly regained her serious expression. Lin Yu, please behave yourself. You're standing in the corner as punishment. Lin Yu stiffened his posture for show, but couldn't resist lowering his voice. Yes, discipline committee chairman. But seriously, there are so many types of school uniforms: sailor suits, Western-style uniforms, summer versions. Just then, the electrocution beast suddenly squeaked excitedly, its two little paws gesturing animatedly. See? Even the electrocution beast likes it. When are you going to buy it? Seeing Lin Yu's excited expression, Chen Yushi blushed and interrupted him. You still haven't told me if the Zhou family incident has anything to do with you. I went to see Zhou Zixuan yesterday, but… don't worry. It's already been resolved. Zhou Zixuan apologized to me and compensated me with a lot of beast-taming resources. Let's get back to talking about this JK thing. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. With Chen Yushi's figure, if she wore a JK uniform. Hearing the Zhou family matter was resolved, Chen Yushi stared at Lin Yu in stunned disbelief. Resolved? How long has it even been? Could it be that Lin Yu was behind the Zhou family's stock plunge and the disruption in the beast-taming resource supply chain? Suddenly, Chen Yushi recalled Lin Yu's ability to create Beastmaster skills. It made sense. If Lin Yu had used his SS tier skill as leverage or simply joined a faction outright, the outcome would have been unpredictable. Just as Chen Yushi was about to ask for specifics, she noticed Lin Yu staring intently at a black sedan parked not far from the school gate. What's wrong? Lin Yu frowned, the carefree expression vanishing from his face. Since this morning, I've noticed that car parked there. Just now, it seemed to be taking photos. I think either us or the school is being watched. A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Yushi's pretty face. Targeted? Who would be bold enough? What terrorist would dare set foot in Daxia? Could it be someone from the Zhou family? Lin Yu shrugged, his face reverting to its usual playful expression. Who cares? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But more importantly, you just mentioned that living JK. Lin Yu. Chen Yushi stamped her foot, interrupting him in exasperated embarrassment. Why do you only think about these things? I'm done talking to you. Lin Yu watched Chen Yushi's retreating figure, the smile fading from his lips. His gaze returned to the suspicious black sedan, his eyes sharpening. Just as he was about to investigate, the class bell rang, forcing him to abandon his plan. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, his homeroom teacher, Yang Jun, called him to the office. Teacher Yang, I was just late. Is that really worth calling me in for a lecture? Lin Yu looked at Yang Jun with a helpless expression. It was all the fault of that school beauty Chen. She insisted on making him stand as punishment. Otherwise, how could he possibly be late? Yang Jun stared at Lin Yu with a stern expression before speaking slowly. Someone's offering a sky-high ransom on the dark web. You've become their kidnapping target. The dark web? Kidnapping? Lin Yu had thought he was called to the office just for being late. How did this turn into a dark web and kidnapping? He had heard the term dark web in his previous life, but never imagined it existed in this world too, and that someone had actually put him up for ransom there. Lin Yu's first suspicion fell on the Zhou family, but he quickly dismissed it. They couldn't possibly apologize one moment and kidnap him the next. That would be redundant. Besides, if anything happened to him, the Zhou family would be the first suspects. So the question remained, who could it be? Lin Yu asked himself. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't offended anyone. Just then, Lin Yu's phone rang. The moment he answered, Feng Taihong's solemn voice came through. Lin Yu, we just intercepted intelligence that an organization specializing in recruiting beast tamers with special abilities has set their sights on you. They're after your skill creation abilities and plan to take you by force. Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath. The image of that suspicious black sedan outside the school gates flashed through his mind, compounded by teacher Yang's earlier revelation about him being listed on the dark web. His grip on the phone tightened slightly as his gaze drifted unconsciously toward the window. Who are they? Fong Tai-hong's voice on the other end of the line was heavy with gravity. It's the notorious domestic criminal organization of Beast Tamers Shadow. They specialize in kidnapping young people with special talents. 3 gifted beast tamers have already gone missing this year. This time, they've set their sights on you. Shadow? Yang Jun abruptly stood up, his office chair scraping loudly across the floor. He hurried to the window and pulled the curtain shut, plunging the office into darkness. Lin Yu shot a surprised glance at their homeroom teacher. Was this really necessary? Or was this shadow organization truly that terrifying? Lin Yu, listen carefully. Stay put at school. Our people are on their way. Fong Tai-hong's voice came through the phone, carrying an unquestionable gravity. After the call ended, Lin Yu frowned and turned to Yang Jun. The latter had clearly heard the entire conversation and replied with a grave expression. I'll handle getting you excused from school. But as for your safety. Before Yang Jun could finish, the office lights flickered several times before going completely dark. Ha! Why did the power suddenly go out? A look of confusion flashed across Yang Jun's face as a dark purple energy beam suddenly materialized, shooting straight toward his chest. Caught off guard, Yang Jun's body slammed into the wall like a... Chapter 22, Shadow Assault, Campus Crisis. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no time to check on Yang Jun's injuries. He swiftly summoned the electrocution beast from his beast control space and stared intently at the office doorway. 3 figures clad in black tactical gear approached him at a leisurely pace. The man leading them wore a silver-white mask. Mr. Lin Yu, we'd like you to come with us. Our boss is quite interested in your ability to create skills. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he studied the figures before him, stealing a discreet glance at Yang Jun. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. Shadow agents? This is a school. How dare you act so brazenly? Don't you fear drawing attention? When that happens, none of you will escape. The leader snapped his fingers, looking at Lin Yu with a mocking expression. School? There's an illusion we created outside. No one will notice. You don't think we're just brutes, do you? You won't be waiting for Fong Tai-hong's men. Cooperate quietly, and you'll suffer less. As the words fell, 3 flashes of black light appeared. A 3-headed vicious dog, a swift winged eagle, and a human-faced demon spider materialized in the office, glaring menacingly at the electrocution beast in Lin Yu. 3 A-class beasts. Lin Yu's heart sank. Even with his confidence in the electrocution beast, he was stunned by the shadow organization's scale. He was just a high school student, yet they'd sent such a formidable force after him. With that realization, Lin Yu hesitated no longer. Xiao Dian, meteor punch. The electric beast clenched its right claw, lightning surging toward its fist. Countless arcs of electricity swirled around the fist like stars, forming a massive spherical ball of electricity. But the shadows were prepared. One of them swiftly flung a silver net toward Electabuzz, aiming to cover it. The moment the net covered Electabuzz, it instantly tightened, trapping the Pokémon firmly. The more Electabuzz struggled, the tighter the bonds became. Simultaneously, dazzling runes flashed across the net, continuously absorbing the lightning the Electro Beast emitted. Before long, the Electro Beast lay weakly on the ground. This can't be possible. Watching the electrocution beast's ability brutally interrupted, Lin Yu's eyes filled with heartache and disbelief. To him, the electrocution beast was more than just a beast companion, it was like family. The sight of it now powerless and weakened not only pained Lin Yu but also plunged him into deep unease about his own situation. All of Lin Yu's confidence stemmed from the skills granted by the system. But now that Electrowolf couldn't use its skills, he was no different from an ordinary person. Did you think we didn't do our homework before moving? This lightning-suppressing net was specially prepared for you. Like it? The leader, a man in a silver-white mask, approached smugly, his voice dripping with mockery. Without its skills, your Electro Beast is nothing but a useless piece of junk. As the silver-masked man drew nearer, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Yu's eyes. But just as Lin Yu closed his eyes, preparing to surrender, the entire office shook violently. Boom! A series of thunderous booms echoed through the room. SSS-rank. Like some membrane being pierced, accompanied by invisible ripples spreading out, the illusion shattered. The office walls were suddenly shattered by a tremendous force. Amidst flying debris, a massive black shadow materialized before them. The savage ape's crimson eyes glowed like 2 blood-red lamps in the dim room. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar, the shockwave sending papers flying across the desk. This is Chen Yushi's heaven-shaping earth-transforming technique. Lin Yu's eyes widened, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. He was saved. Damn it! Wasn't she supposed to be in class? How did that brat end up here and shatter the illusion? The silver-masked leader watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with frustration. Arrogant as they weren't foolish enough to confront anyone head-on within the school grounds. Whether they could win was one thing, but if teachers or security arrived and detained them until the Beastmaster Administration Bureau showed up, completing the mission would be out of the question. They might not even escape. Finish this quickly. The silver-masked man growled, and the three beasts charged toward the enraged giant ape. The three-headed hound opened all three of its massive jaws simultaneously, unleashing three distinct energy beams at the enraged giant ape. The wind eagle continuously unleashed wind blades to disrupt its movements, while the human-faced spider spat corrosive silk from its mouth, attempting to bind the enraged giant ape. However, after activating the Heaven-Earth transformation, the berserk giant ape's overall combat power had surged dramatically. Though outmatched by the three beasts' assault, it successfully thwarted the silver-masked man's plan for a swift victory. Seeing this, the silver-masked man decided to capture Lin Yu first. With Lin Yu as a hostage, the others would hesitate to act against him, making everything manageable. But when he turned his head, he spotted Lin Yu attempting to sneak toward the office entrance. It turned out that upon seeing rescuers approaching, Lin Yu had planned to slip away while the four beasts were locked in combat. But before he could fully exit, the silver-masked man spotted him. Trying to escape? Human-faced demon spider, bind him! With the silver-masked man's furious roar, the human-faced demon spider shot a thick web from its mouth toward Lin Yu. In an instant, it was completely immobilized, utterly unable to move. SSS. The corrosive nature of the silk quickly ate through his clothes, seeping into Lin Yu's skin and causing him to wince in pain. No one escapes us when we, the shadow, want them. The silver-masked man watched Lin Yu's agony, his face twisted into a savage grin as he reached out his hand. No! Shen Yushi's face flashed with panic at the sight. Ever since Lin Yu had been called away by Yang Jun, a sense of guilt had gnawed at her conscience. If she hadn't deliberately asked Lin Yu to wait with her at the school gate, he wouldn't have been late. Seeing that Lin Yu had been in the office for so long without returning to class, her worries grew. She made up an excuse to slip out, intending to plead for Lin Yu. But upon reaching the office, she found herself unable to enter. Though she could clearly see Lin Yu and the other person inside, no matter how loudly she called out, there was no response. Sensing something was terribly wrong, Shen Yushi immediately summoned the rampaging giant ape to attack. Initially, it proved ineffective, prompting Shen Yushi to activate the skill Emulate Heaven and Earth. This led to the scene Lin Yu had just witnessed. Just as the silver-masked man was about to seize Lin Yu, a searing burst of flames suddenly sliced through the air, striking toward the man's hands. Though he managed to dodge backward, the intense heat still scorched his hands, leaving a burnt smell on the surface of his tactical suit. Feng Taihong. Seeing the tricolor fire crow appear before Lin Yu, the silver-masked man's pupils contracted sharply. He whipped his head around. Sure enough, Feng Taihong stood not far away, while the rest of the Beastmaster administration had already surrounded the three of them. You have the audacity to repeatedly target the geniuses of the human race. Feng Taihong will drag every last one of you sewer rats out into the light someday. Feng Taihong glared at the man in the silver mask with fury. By a hair's breadth, Lin Yu had nearly fallen into the hands of the Shadow Organization. Whether for professional or personal reasons, he would never let these three men off the hook. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Our organization is still standing strong. Do you really think you can wipe us out? Seeing this, the man in the silver mask knew this mission had failed. He glared at Feng Taihong with obvious resentment. Just then, the rampaging giant ape could no longer withstand the attacks of the three beast tamers. Its heaven-defying earth-shaking state was brutally shattered, and it lay on the ground, covered in wounds. Chapter 23, Poison Stingers and Tears, The Electro Beast's Peril. Shen Yushi, heartbroken at the sight, recalled the rampaging giant ape into her beast space. She glared furiously at the three beasts standing before the shadow trio. Is that so? Then today, I'll start with you. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Feng Taihong's voice was cold and utterly emotionless. The tricolor fire crow tilted its head back and let out a soft cry. Crimson, azure, and violet flames swirled and intertwined above its head, coalescing in an instant into a dazzling fire lotus 2 meters in diameter. As the lotus spun, the very air warped around it. The shadow trio's three beasts instantly bristled, a primal fear seeping into their hearts. Retreat! The silver-masked man snarled, hurling 3 smoke grenades, but the fire lotus had already descended, hurtling toward the trio. Boom! The multicolored lotus exploded the moment it neared the three beasts. The wind eagle's wings fell charred and blackened. The human-faced spider's 8 legs twitched in the flames. The three-headed hound suffered the worst. Its middle head was blown to a bloody mist. The blast wave shattered every window on the floor. 2 agonized screams pierced the smoke as 2 members of the Shadow Organization were knocked unconscious by the lotus's shockwave. Yet the silver-masked man used the smoke as cover, suddenly flinging 3 purple glowing poison darts straight toward the electrocution beast. Little lightning! Lin Yu's eyes widened in fury, desperate for the electrocution beast to dodge. But trapped within the silver net, it was powerless to evade. The poison darts pierced its back with deadly precision. The creature convulsed violently, emitting agonized cries. You're asking for death. Feng Taihong's eyes blazed with murderous intent as his three-colored fire crow transformed into a streak of light in pursuit. But the silver-masked man crushed a black crystal, instantly enveloping himself in black mist and vanishing. A spatial teleportation stone. Principal Guijun, who had just arrived, felt his legs go weak. Such a priceless, irreplaceable life-saving artifact clearly demonstrated how highly the Shadow Organization valued Lin Yu. Save him first. Feng Taihong tore the spiderwebs from Lin Yu's body, only to discover his skin had been corroded into a bloody mess. The electrocution beast fared worse. Curled on the ground, it vomited black fluid incessantly, its once golden fur visibly fading to a sickly gray. The infirmary. Quick, get it to the infirmary. Lin Yu cried out, stumbling forward to clasp the electro beast tightly. This is a neurotoxin specifically targeting electric-type beasts. If we don't counteract it quickly, the electric beast won't just permanently lose its ability to discharge electricity, it could be life-threatening. The school infirmary can't handle this. Hearing Feng Taihong's words, Lin Yu felt as if struck by lightning. His legs buckled, and only Chen Yuxi's support kept him from collapsing to the ground. Is there truly no solution? Chen Yuxi, seeing Lin Yu's state and glancing at the still vomiting Electrowolf, asked with a look of distress. Feng Taihong pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Go to the Administration Bureau. We have a lab dedicated to researching these creatures, though I can't guarantee it'll work. But given the current situation, we have to try anything. Hearing this, Lin Yu clutched the electric beast tightly, his eyes brimming with hope. Little Electric, hang in there. You still have so many things you haven't tasted yet. Inside the emergency room of the Beastmaster Administration Bureau, the electric beast lay submerged in a specialized treatment solution. Dozens of tubes connected to its body continuously infused it with antidotes and nutrient fluids. Outside the glass window, Lin Yu stood bandaged, his fists clenched so tightly his fingernails dug deep into his palms without his awareness. If the electrocution beast left him too, he would have no family left in this world. Chen Yuxi stood beside him, supporting Lin Yu with a worried expression. The toxin has already infiltrated the nervous system. Conventional methods will struggle to eliminate it. Feng Taihong accompanied a researcher in a white lab coat as they approached, but the words that followed instantly clenched Lin Yu's heart. Through the glass, Lin Yu's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Was there truly no hope? Electrobeast's condition worsened by the minute. Inside the treatment chamber, it twitched intermittently, its once luminous skin now dull and lifeless. There is one more option. Based on our hypothesis, if we use Thunderlingji as a catalyst alongside our antidote, we might completely eliminate the neurotoxin. However, our Beast Control Bureau has no stock of Thunderlingji. We'd have to venture deep into the heart of Thunder Roar Canyon to find it. But the beasts there are immensely powerful, and the constant thunderstorms make it an extremely dangerous place. The researcher pushed his glasses up and said solemnly, "I'll go." Lin Yu declared without hesitation, only to be immediately vetoed by Feng Taihong. "No way. You're not even a Beastmaster yet, and you're covered in injuries. What are you going there for? The Shadow Organization hasn't given up on kidnapping you. But Xiao Dian can't wait. I can't lose him. If you're worried about my safety, I'll just summon a group of people with my Beastmaster skill book to go with me." Lin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. He simply couldn't bear to wait in the lab, leaving Xiao Dian's fate in someone else's hands. Just as Lin Yu and Feng Taihong were arguing, Chen Yuxi's faint voice drifted over. I think my dad might have one in his collection." Chen Yuxi's words made all three people present turn to look at her. Really? Hope flared in Lin Yu's eyes. If there was one readily available, that would save a lot of time. What does your father need? I'll trade him something for it. Beast taming skills are fine too. Chen Yuxi nodded, though her expression betrayed some hesitation. I only found out by chance that my dad has this Thunderlingji in his collection. He usually treats it like a precious treasure, and since my dad isn't short on money, it's unlikely he'd use it for a trade. The light in Lin Yu's eyes dimmed. It seemed he'd have to find someone to go to Thunder Roar Canyon. Seeing Lin Yu's dejection, Chen Yuxi took a deep breath and declared with resolve. I'll try. If that doesn't work, I'll steal it for you. I can't just stand by and watch Xiaodian get hurt. Chen Family Villa. Chen Yuxi stood outside her father's study, her heart racing. She knew how precious that Thunder Spirit Racier mushroom was to him, but the Thunder Beast's life mattered more. Resolved, she knocked softly on the door. Come in. A steady male voice came from inside. Chen Xingyu sat at his desk reviewing documents. Lifting his head to see his daughter, a smile spread across his face. Not at school? Why the sudden return? Did something happen? Dad, I need to borrow the family's Thunder Spirit Racier. Chen Yuxi bit her lip and blurted it out. Chen Xingyu's eyes narrowed. He set down his pen and looked at Chen Yuxi intently. What do you need it for? To save someone? No, to save a beast. Lin Yu's electrocution beast was poisoned by the Shadow Organization's neurotoxin. Only the Thunder Spirit mushroom can save it. Shen Yushi recounted everything that had happened at school today in detail, ending with an expectant look at her father. Lin Yu? That kid who gave you the SS-grade beast master skill? Shen Yu's father's previously relaxed expression tightened. Lately, he'd heard that name more than enough from his usually well-behaved daughter. Yes, Dad. That Electro-Wolf means everything to him. Could you please? Shen Yushi nodded, clutching Chen Xingyu's arm and shaking it back and forth as she pleaded in a spoiled tone. But before she could finish, Chen Xingyu cut her off. No way. He gave you a beast-taming skill by all rights, we should be paying him. But I heard he asked you to treat him to a meal, and that's how he ended up clashing with the Zhou family. I think him giving you this beast-taming skill must have ulterior motives. Hearing Chen Xingyu's words, a flicker of coyness crossed Chen Yushi's face as she stubbornly shook his arm. Your pouting won't work. Chen Xingyu wrenched his hand free from Chen Yushi's grasp and lowered his head to continue reviewing the documents on the table. Seeing this, Chen Yushi gave a soft huff and turned to leave. Chen Xingyu looked up at his precious daughter's retreating figure, shook his head, and let out a wry smile. It wasn't that he disagreed, he simply knew his daughter's temperament. He already guessed exactly what Chen Yushi would do next. Chen Yushi didn't head straight back to school after leaving the study. After confirming Chen Xingyu was still inside, she tiptoed down to the basement storage room. If you won't give it to me, I'll just take it myself. Once you're gone, these things will end up mine anyway. Chapter 24, The Drafty Cotton Coat and the Electrocution Beast That Turned Misfortune into Fortune. At the door to the Chen family's basement storage room, Chen Yushi entered her birthday into the combination lock. Though her father had never allowed her in, this was the code he used most frequently. The lock clicked softly as the storage room door slowly swung open. It's open. Chen Yushi's face lit up with excitement. Inside, a treasure trove came into view. The most striking feature was two glass display cases positioned right in the center of the room. Within one case, a spirit mushroom glowed with a blue-purple fluorescence, suspended in the glass. Fine arcs of electricity danced across its cap. It really is here. Chen Yushi tiptoed to open the display case. The moment her fingers touched the Thunderlingji, a tingling electric current shot through her fingertips. But for Lin Yu's electric shock beast, Chen Yushi gritted her teeth and grabbed the Thunderlingji. Thunder Erasure secured. Chen Yushi then noticed another glass display case nearby. Inside lay a fist-sized stone, but this stone was extraordinary. A chaotic yet remarkably harmonious blend of elemental energies swirled within it. Chen Xingyu had acquired this stone by chance. Imbued with multiple elements, they coexisted in perfect symbiosis. Chen Yushi glanced around, then retrieved a glass box. She placed the Thunder Spirit mushroom inside. Its thunder element was far too potent for her to endure. She then found another glass box, walked to the display case, and placed the stone inside as well. Anything worthy of being stored alongside the Thunderlingji must be a valuable treasure. If the Lingji fails to cure the Electro Beast, this stone might just come in handy. Chen Yushi thought to herself. Since I've already stolen the Thunderlingji, one more stone won't make a difference. It's just a simple matter. Gripping both glass cases, Chen Yushi immediately sprinted toward the Beastmaster Comprehensive Management Office. Chen Xingyu had seen everything Chen Yushi had just done clearly on the surveillance feed. My foolish girl, of course there would be surveillance in such a crucial place as the storage room. Chen Xingyu had actually researched Lin Yu long ago. When Lin Yu first began to make a name for himself, Chen Xingyu had considered recruiting him. However, upon learning that his daughter was close to Lin Yu, he abandoned those thoughts. Watching his precious daughter take away two of his treasured artifacts, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Daughters grow up and leave home. They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, but why does mine feel so drafty? Chen Yushi dared not delay, sprinting toward the emergency room of the Beastmaster Comprehensive Administration Bureau, fearing that every second lost might be the beast's last. By the time she arrived, she was gasping for breath. Lin Yu steadied her, his concern evident. Are you okay, Yushi? Gasping for breath, Chen Yushi waved him off and handed him the box containing the Thunderlingji. Don't worry about me. Hurry and save the electrocution beast. Go! Got it. Lin Yu handed the Thunderlingji to the researchers. Electrobeast's condition had deteriorated significantly, its breathing growing faint. The researchers wasted no time, placing the Thunder Ginseng directly onto its body. As if summoned, the electric arcs on the Lingji's surface slowly flowed into the Electabuzz body. Instantly, a swirling blue mist of light filled the treatment chamber, flickering with tiny electrical arcs. Lin Yu watched the treatment chamber nervously, his fingernails digging into his palms, while Chen Yushi stood quietly beside him. The Lingji's potency is taking effect. Just then, the researcher in the white lab coat suddenly exclaimed. The electrocution beast's condition visibly improved. Seizing the moment, the researcher immediately began injecting the antidote. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the treatment pod, where the previously faint electrical arcs now crackled and sputtered violently. No! The neurotoxin is rapidly breaking down, but the Electabuzz is rejecting the external energy. Its lightning attributes are going berserk. The researcher cried out again. Through the glass, Lin Yu saw the Electabuzz sphere standing on end, its once petite body swelling to half a person's height, with blood vessels beneath its skin glowing a blinding gold. The electrical storm inside the treatment chamber intensified. Fine cracks began appearing on the reinforced glass. Quickly disconnect the nutrient solution and prepare the blast-proof chamber. Feng Taihon pulled out his communicator, about to contact the relevant personnel. Wait! Lin Yu suddenly pressed down on the researcher's hand. The electric beast's lightning attributes share the same origin as the Thunderlingji. What we need now isn't suppression, it's guidance. Only then did Feng Taihon realize that the electrocution beast didn't seem out of control, it was more like a metamorphosis, an evolution. Ignoring the danger of the thunderstorm, Lin Yu approached the glass, pressed his palm against the cabin wall, and called out softly. Little lightning, you have to hold on. Once you're better, I'll take you out for a delicious meal. The convulsions within the treatment pod abruptly ceased. A faint glimmer flickered in the electric beast's cloudy eyes. Immediately, all monitoring instruments emitted a shrill, piercing beep. The researcher stared at the screen and shouted in disbelief. The neurotoxin is gone. And its lightning attributes have mutated, energy fluctuations have reached SSS level. The moment the electrocution beast mastered its first rank skill, 10,000 Thunder Prison, it ceased to be an ordinary F-rank beast. With the aid of the Thunder Spirit Mushroom, the electrocution beast had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It had become a bona fide SSS-grade beast tamer. The treatment chamber flickered with dazzling golden light. Within the glow, the Thunderbolt beast's petite form transformed into its thunder-wielding state, this appearance now becoming one of its permanent forms. The shock beast reared its head and let out a piercing roar. Golden lightning spread from its claws across its entire body, while 6 pairs of lightning-winged appendages emerged from its back. It shattered the glass chamber and soared skyward, confronting the descending thunderbolts head-on. Each wing absorbed the power of the lightning strikes. Thunder surged once more above the bureau, lightning bolts relentlessly striking down, transforming the entire bureau into a thunderous abyss. Simultaneously, the stone Chen Yushi had brought radiating a chaotic aura drifted uncontrollably toward electrocution beast. It drifted all the way to the electro beast's forehead and fused into its body. Instantly, various elemental energies began to manifest across the electro beast's body. Feng Taihon's eyes widened in shock. Under the influence of that stone, the thunder beast can actually master other elements. A multi-element beast tamer. That's extremely rare. The thunder on the Electro-Wolf's body gradually gave way to diverse elemental energies, its aura growing ever more terrifying. Soon, the elements began to dissipate. The thunder on the electrocution beast gradually retracted, and it reverted to its petite form. The thunder beast leapt into Lin Yu's arms, rubbing against his chest and emitting a playful chirp-chirp. Lin Yu looked up, his eyes reddened, yet he smiled like a child. I told you this kid's got a strong will to live. Thanks for this time. Then, Lin Yu turned his serious gaze toward Chen Yushi. Chen Yushi shot him a playful look. Didn't you say you didn't like living off someone else? Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. It's no big deal for Pierre to live off someone else once. What kind of relationship do we have anyway? Feng Taihong suddenly spoke in a grave tone. You've stirred up such a huge commotion this time. The Shadow Organization won't let you off easily. They'll come back for you. Then let them come. They injured Xiao Dian like that, and I haven't settled the score with them yet. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 25, Mobilizing Forces, a Massive Power. Feng Taihong immediately interjected to dissuade him. Lin Yu, don't act impulsively. You've seen the Shadow Organization's capabilities, they're no easy foes. Even our bureau has been investigating them for ages with no leads. My advice is to focus on protecting yourself right now. Oof. They injured Xiao Dian like this, and I'm supposed to just endure it? That's not my style. I'll make them pay. Lin Yu sneered coldly. Having spent time with him recently, Feng Taihong had come to understand Lin Yu's character well enough to stop trying to dissuade him. So what do you plan to do? Uncle Feng, you once told me this Shadow Organization specializes in kidnapping young people with special talents. Since I'm still alive, they won't let it rest. I'm certain they'll strike again. Lin Yu analyzed calmly. You want to use yourself as bait. Chen Yushi was sharp and instantly grasped Lin Yu's plan. Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous. The Shadow Organization's methods are far more complex than we imagine. You got lucky this time, both you and Xiao Dian escaped unscathed, but next time, who knows? Is Chen, the school beauty, actually concerned about me? Lin Yu looked at Chen Yushi in surprise. He hadn't even finished speaking yet, but the feeling of being cared for was actually quite nice. So Lin Yu shook his head and continued. This time it's different. Before, they were in the shadows while we were out in the open, so we suffered losses. But now, we know their intentions. We can operate in the shadows too, catching them off guard. We could even infiltrate their lair and wipe them out completely. Feng Taihong, who had been worried about Lin Yu, began to ponder the plan. The shadow organization had been running rampant for more than just a day or two. Lin Yu's idea was indeed sound. If they could ambush the shadow organization instead, they might actually wipe them out completely. Yet the plan wasn't flawless. Feng Taihong frowned and asked, "We know they'll strike again, but we don't know their methods. If they do attack, how will we respond?" "Easy. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. If we have enough people, what can they do? Uncle Feng, leave it to me." Lin Yu's face radiated confidence. Chen Yushi said nothing more, merely watching Lin Yu quietly. She recalled how he had been when dealing with the Zhou family earlier. It seemed that whenever this man was so utterly assured, any challenge would dissolve effortlessly. Under the bureau's protection, Lin Yu returned to the shop. After a night of chaos, Xiao Dian had once again torn the bureau to shreds. As they emerged, Feng Taihong grumbled that Lin Yu was nothing but a disaster magnet. Every time he came to the bureau, he had to tear the place apart. Sooner or later, the administration bureau would be leveled by Lin Yu. Back at the shop, Lin Yu carefully reviewed his plan before pulling out his phone and calling the major factions he'd previously contacted. When Zhao Mingyuan from Starlight Research Institute answered Lin Yu's call, his voice was filled with excitement and anticipation. "Mr. Lin, what brings you to me this time?" Lin Yu's voice was cold. "I have another deal to propose." Though these factions at Starlight Institute hadn't managed to recruit Lin Yu, they were more than willing to help him swap skills. After all, recruiting him was about securing his skills. If Lin Yu was willing to provide them, what difference did it make whether he joined their organization or not? Zhao Mingyuan responded enthusiastically, "Which faction are we targeting this time? Spit it out. This time, I'd like to borrow some personnel from you." Lin Yu called each major faction one by one, and everyone readily agreed. Not only that, but Lin Yu also called Zhou Zixuan. Lin Yu understood that while enemies may be temporary, interests are eternal. Former adversaries could become valuable allies in the present. Zhou Zixuan was deeply frustrated over the incident from a couple days ago. Not only had he personally apologized to Lin Yu, but he was still enduring his father's wrath daily. So when Lin Yu's call suddenly came through, Zhou Zixuan could hardly believe it. "Lin Yu, what's up? I need a favor from you." Zhou Xinan constantly complained that Zhou Zixuan was foolish for antagonizing Lin Yu. Now, hearing Lin Yu ask for his help, Zhou Zixuan desperately wanted to refuse outright to get back at him. But remembering his father's constant scolding, he finally said, "What is it? Go ahead." Lin Yu chuckled at his words. "I just need to borrow a few people from the Zhou family. Of course, it won't be for free. I can provide the Zhou family with some high-level beast-taming skills. Don't mention it. It's my honor to assist you, no need for any compensation." Hearing this, Zhou Zixuan's heart surged with excitement. All traces of resentment vanished instantly, and even his demeanor shifted completely. Not only had he mended fences with Lin Yu, but he'd also gained access to the master's skills. Surely his father couldn't find fault with him now? Lin Yu's voice came through the phone, "Let's keep things separate. I can't let you help for free." "Got it. What kind of people do you need?" After making a round of contacts, Lin Yu finally realized the sheer scale of his influence. The people he'd just recruited collectively formed a formidable force. So what if they're in the shadows? "This time, I'll uproot you completely." The first step of his plan had succeeded. Now he just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. The next day, Lin Yu went to school as usual. Following the shadow attack, reporters swarmed the gates of Haicheng First High School, grabbing students for interviews. "Student, did you see what the shadow members looked like during yesterday's attack?" Reporters swarmed a student for an interview. The student was running late and had no time to answer, focused solely on getting to class. Hey! Don't run off, student. We heard your school's genius, Lin Yu, was injured in the attack. Do you know how he's doing now?" It was now time for classes to begin, and with few students left to interview, the reporters scoured the grounds for latecomers. Just then, they spotted a latecomer approaching. "That looks like Lin Yu," one reporter remarked. "No way. Lin Yu was attacked just yesterday. I heard his beast companion was seriously injured too." A female reporter countered, but upon recognizing the figure, she gasped in surprise. "It really is Lin Yu. He actually came to school." For news interviews, getting the subject's direct account is the most authoritative source. Immediately, a swarm of reporters closed in, surrounding Lin Yu and jostling for questions. "Mr. Lin, after being attacked by the shadow yesterday, isn't it dangerous to come to school today?" Chapter 26, The Shadow? Just a bunch of rats. "Mr. Lin, what exactly happened to you yesterday? Why did the shadow target you?" "Mr. Lin, we heard your beast was injured yesterday." No sooner had the reporter uttered this question than he spotted Lin Yu's shoulder perched. There was none other than his electrocution beast, lively and energetic, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. Lin Yu didn't avoid the reporters, he wanted them to create a buzz. Under the glare of numerous cameras, Lin Yu casually ruffled his electrocution beast's head, his expression calm. Shadow's attack was child's play. Look at me and my beast, we're perfectly fine, aren't we? The reporters were stunned by his words. How arrogant could he be? Mr. Lin, are you implying? Before the reporter could finish, Lin Yu cut in, the Shadow Organization? They're nothing but a bunch of rats hiding in the sewers, too cowardly to show their faces. Why else would they call themselves Shadow? With that, Lin Yu turned and walked into the school. Lin Yu's words were meant to provoke the Shadow Organization. Though the provocation was blatant and crude, he was certain they would come after him. Since they specialized in kidnapping individuals with special talents, Lin Yu was like a tempting, fragrant grilled fish to them. Even with his intentions so blatant, they would still strike. But this time, who would be the butcher and who the fish remained to be seen. Although Haicheng First High School hadn't suspended classes after yesterday's incident, most students remained on edge, especially those in Lin Yu's class. After all, their homeroom teacher had been severely injured. Though timely treatment had averted life-threatening danger, the incident still cast a shadow over the school. With the homeroom teacher absent, Lin Yu's class descended into chaos. Everyone was chattering away about yesterday's attack. Wonder how Brother Lin is holding up. If our homeroom teacher got that badly hurt, he probably isn't doing much better, remarked a close classmate of Lin Yu's. Sigh. That's the Shadow Organization. He's probably in serious trouble. Just like the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Zhao Shuyang sneered coldly, he probably died yesterday already. He still harbored hostility toward Lin Yu. Shen Yushi knew the details of Lin Yu's situation, but she was never one to meddle. She sat quietly at her desk, saying nothing. Even when classmates approached her, she remained silent. Squeak! The classroom door creaked open. The murmurs inside instantly ceased. Everyone turned toward the doorway, expecting a substitute teacher. Lin Yu stood at the doorway, radiant with energy, and smiled, "Good morning, everyone. Brother Lin." In an instant, the classroom erupted once more. Just moments ago, everyone had been speculating that Lin Yu was in grave danger, yet here he was, showing up for class. And he looked perfectly fine. How is this possible? Zhao Shuyang exclaimed in disbelief. The homeroom teacher was injured so badly, yet Lin Yu seemed completely unscathed. Chen Yushi spotted Lin Yu and couldn't help but smile. "Mr. Lin, you're late again. What's this? The school's top beauty paying me such close attention? Planning to make me stand in the corner again?" Lin Yu raised the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Having Lin Yu say that in front of the entire class, Chen Yushi's face instantly flushed as red as a persimmon. She'd intended to give Lin Yu a hard time, but ended up shooting herself in the foot. Lin Yu had outmaneuvered her instead. "No way. I never paid attention to you. Then why are you blushing so fiercely?" Lin Yu's words drew the attention of the entire class. Chen Yushi felt even more embarrassed, her face flushing so intensely it seemed it might bleed. She pouted playfully, "Hurry back to your seat. The teacher will be here soon." Lin Yu often teased Chen Yushi without making her dislike him, mainly because he knew his limits. Seeing her blush intensely, he grinned and returned to his seat. Classmates who were close to Lin Yu immediately gathered around, each asking curiously, "Lin, how can you act like nothing happened?" Lin Yu glanced at him and said, "What do you mean like nothing happened?" "Nothing happened. But it's Shadow." "Shadow? Is he that formidable?" Lin Yu wore a look of utter contempt, as if he didn't give Shadow the time of day. The electro wolf on his shoulder waved its little fists, acting as if nothing had happened last night. "What about the homeroom teacher's injuries? Just bad luck?" Yang Jun had been injured, and Lin Yu intended to visit him. However, the matter with Shadow remained unresolved. Fearing he might drag Yang Jun into trouble again, Lin Yu decided to deal with Shadow first before visiting his classmate. Due to last night's events and Lin Yu's unusual behavior, the classmates couldn't focus on class today either, barely enduring until dismissal. Lin Yu strode alone toward the shop, swaggering all the way. Yet even after stepping inside, nothing happened. Has Shadow chickened out? Why isn't he making a move? Lin Yu appeared unconcerned, but he was secretly observing his surroundings the entire time. Yet, nothing happened. Could I have misjudged this? The moment the words left his mouth, the scenery before Lin Yu began to warp, forming a dark void. Lin Yu's expression instantly turned grave. His shop had been rigged all along. The moment he stepped inside, he'd fallen into the Shadow's trap. This Shadow truly has some tricks up its sleeve. The dark space began to contract, the scene before him slowly shifting until it transformed into a canyon. A spatial ability, Lin Yu instantly recognized the Shadow's technique. This Shadow organization must have a powerful spatial-type beastmaster. This canyon was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. It must be Shadow's headquarters. As Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings, several figures approached him at a measured pace. The leader wore a black mask, while the others behind him sported silver masks, just like last time. This black masked figure was most likely the leader of Shadow. The same boss they had mentioned last time. "Lin Yu? I must say, you're a young man with enough arrogance to not give us the time of day." Lin Yu shrugged. "Are you that strong?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Yu struck first, bellowing at the electrocution beast, Xiao Dian. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Just like last time, the shadow members immediately flung out the silver lightning suppressing net that had trapped the electric beast before. Lin Yu, they say you're a genius. How can you fall for the same trick twice? Lin Yu suddenly flashed an untimely smile. You underestimate me. Little lightning entered golden radiance form. In an instant, the lightning on Electivire's body subsided, replaced by a sharp metallic aura. The masked figure stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Its element has actually changed. Chapter 27, Polar Sandstorm. Electro Beast's form began to swell dramatically. 6 wings sprouted from its back once more, and razor-sharp claws emerged from its limbs. Surrounding its entire body was the lethal aura of gunmetal. Anyone who came near would be wounded by this energy. What the hell is this? The masked figure stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Multi-attribute beasts possessing several elements were extremely rare, yet the masked man had seen them before. Beasts capable of shifting forms weren't unheard of either. But a beast like this electrocution beast, one that not only changed form but also altered its elemental attributes? The black masked man had truly never seen such a thing before. How is this possible? Electric beasts are the absolute bottom tier among all beasts, no contest. Lin Yu created an S-rank skill for it, proving he has a talent for crafting skills. But changing its form and attributes? What the hell is that? The black masked man's voice trembled slightly. The Electabuzz in its golden form leapt high into the air. A surge of gunmetal aura erupted from its claws as it slashed forward. The silver thunder barrier instantly shattered into pieces. The Shadow Organization had initially valued Lin Yu for his skill creation abilities, but they hadn't taken his electric beast seriously. Today, however, they realized his beast was no ordinary companion. For some reason, this thunder beast could actually transform its own attributes. Everyone, move in. Capture Lin Yu and that electrocution beast alive. I want them both alive. The black masked figure gave the order, and one by one, the silver masked men behind him summoned their own beasts from the beast space. The earth trembled as Ibi rank beast, the savage bull, and an A rank beast, the blazing flame deer, charged forward. In the sky, a thunder griffin flapped its wings, channeling lightning bolts toward the electrocution beast. Several bird-type beasts dove down in pursuit. Multiple beasts attacked the electro beast simultaneously, seemingly sealing its fate. Yet Lin Yu's expression remained calm, clearly unconcerned by these beasts. Xiao Dian, enter earth form. The electro beast let out a mighty roar. Its form shifted once more, its entire body instantly petrifying like thick armor. It rose to its feet, resembling a giant ape, especially with its massive fists now towering, radiating sheer power. The blazing flame deer charged the fastest, closing in on the electric beast first. Yet its flames failed to inflict even a scratch upon the beast's body. Thunderous delivered a single, bare-handed slap. No special moves, yet it sent the Blaziken flying. The sound of snapping bones echoed as the entire skeleton of the blazing stag shattered under that single blow. At the same time, the Minotaur arrived. Its horns possessed tremendous piercing power. A single collision would inevitably leave 2 bloody holes in any ordinary beast rider. Yet when the savage bull collided with the electric beast's rock armor, it left only 2 shallow marks. The electrocution beast seized both horns of the savage bull, flinging it away as if tossing trash. Triple form. Triple attributes. The masked man's entire understanding of this world was shaken to its core. He had believed dual attribute was the thunder beast's limit, never expecting a third attribute, a triple attribute beast. If Lin Yu knew what was going through his mind, he'd surely say, this is just the beginning, there are plenty more types to come. The black masked man's heart began to burn with fervor. Lin Yu and his electrocution beast were absolute treasures. He had to capture them. Yet the shock beast's peril wasn't over. Several bird-type beasts still circled overhead. Little Electric, show them the polar sandstorm. Arctic sandstorm? The masked man had witnessed countless beastmaster skills, but this Arctic sandstorm was unheard of. Could this be another one of Lin Yu's original creations? The electrocution beast's eyes flashed. Sand and dust around it seemed to rise as if summoned, swirling into a sandstorm with the beast at its center. The entire sky turned a murky yellow. The sky was completely obscured, blocking the vision of both the Shadow Organization members and the flying bird-type beasts. Sand and dust began gathering between the electrocution beast's fists, quickly forming a massive sandball. Within this sphere, a terrifying power seemed to be slowly brewing. This skill was specifically designed for the earth form. After Lin Yu learned that electrocution beast could shift between multiple forms following its recovery. Inspiration came from the combined ultimate technique of Ryu and Shockwave in the Lolo Adventures, the Polar Sandstorm. The masked man sensed the skill's terror and even began to panic. Quick! Don't let him unleash that move. The avian beast swiftly closed in, but it was too late. The polar sandstorm was already complete. Electro Beast thrust his fists forward with all his might. The massive sandball exploded the instant it collided with the Thunder Griffin. Lin Yu had already covered his ears in advance, but the shadow members hadn't reacted in time. The deafening blast made every shadow member feel as if their eardrums were about to burst. But it wasn't over. The immense shockwave from the Arctic sandstorm hurled the entire Shadow Organization crew backward. As for the birds caught in the blast, several A-class beasts were instantly reduced to bloody mist by the Arctic sandstorm's detonation. Even the ground itself was blown open, leaving a deep crater. The black masked man scrambled to his feet, staring at the crater before him. His heart pounded. This isn't a skill, it's like a nuclear bomb went off. Lin Yu was stunned as well. The polar sandstorm was merely an S-rank skill, yet its destructive power was beyond imagination. However, this skill had two drawbacks. First, its condensation process was relatively slow, requiring a considerable amount of time. Second, it had a restriction: it could only be used once per day. The black masked man had assumed capturing Lin Yu would be a simple task, which is why he'd brought only a handful of men. He never imagined the electrocution beast would prove so formidable. Immediately, reinforcements were called in. This place was the Shadow Organization's lair, and in an instant, the vast majority of its members poured out in full force. The black masked figure brushed dust from his clothes, his voice icy. Lin Yu, you're stronger than I ever imagined. But you're still just one man. The reinforcements from the Shadow Organization unleashed their beasts one after another, forming an army of beasts. Lin Yu found himself surrounded by dozens of beasts. Yet not a trace of panic crossed Lin Yu's face. He and the electrocution beast stepped forward in unison. His aura radiated power, matching that of the entire Shadow Organization. So what if they outnumber me? A smile suddenly spread across Lin Yu's lips. How do you know I'm alone? Boom! A roar erupted from behind Lin Yu. Chen Yushi's rampaging giant ape charged forward with the might of the heavens and earth, while Feng Taihong's three-colored crow followed close behind. Chapter 28, Lin Yu's reinforcements. But it wasn't over yet. Behind Feng Taihong followed dozens more, each riding a beast. Their numbers now outnumbered the Shadow faction. At this moment, it resembled two armies facing off. Lin Yu stood at the very front, like a commander. The masked figure in black deduced from their attire that these forces were a motley crew. Among them were Feng Taihong's Beast Control Bureau, the Starlight Research Institute, Jiangnan Academy, the Thunder Group. Even the Zhou and Chen families. How is this possible? The black masked man could scarcely believe it. How did these factions unite? How does this kid wield such influence that so many powers would fight for him? Only now did the masked figure truly realize he had underestimated Lin Yu, especially his ability to rally support. How did you find this place? Humph. Lin Yu pulled a tracking device from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Did you really think using spatial teleportation to whisk me from my home straight to your lair would be foolproof? When your men first attacked me, they used a black teleportation stone to escape. That's when I realized you must possess a powerful spatial type beast. That's why I carried a tracker so Uncle Phone could pinpoint my location. My fight with you was just stalling for time until they arrived. Two fists can't fight four hands, don't you understand such a simple truth? With your level of intelligence, it's a mystery how you've managed to survive this long, whether it's sheer luck or something else entirely. With that, Lin Yu turned to Feng Taihong. Uncle Feng, the shadow you've been so eager to eliminate is right before your eyes. Take action. Right. Lin Yu waved to the reinforcements arriving, and in an instant, dozens of powerful beast riders charged toward the Shadow Organization. The electrocution beast charged at the forefront, like a king leading his troops. Melee-focused beast tamers followed the electrocution beast's charge, while those with ranged abilities unleashed their most devastating skills alongside Feng Taihong's tricolor crows. In an instant, flashes of every color erupted in the sky, carrying devastating force as they slammed into the Shadow Organization's ranks. On the Shadow side, several defensive-type beasts immediately stepped forward, erecting protective shields. Yet as the three-colored crow's Buddha's Wrath Lotus struck, the shield instantly cracked. Several blinding beams followed, shattering the barrier to pieces. The remaining bursts sent the Shadow beasts reeling in disarray. Seizing the moment, the electrocution beast charged in alongside the other beasts, unleashing a slaughter. The golden light form was most suited for slaughter. The electrocution beast transformed back into its golden light form. At that moment, an ice armor black tortoise blocked its path. This was a beast with exceptionally strong defense. Even ordinary A-rank skills struggled to inflict significant damage. The thunder beast's claws sliced through it instantly. As effortless as cutting through a melon. Electro charged forward, sweeping through the battlefield unopposed. Xiao Dian. Watch your back. Lin Yu suddenly shouted. Behind the electrocution beast, a black fissure abruptly appeared in the space, revealing a mass of black mist with eyes within the crack. What is this? Feng Taihong's heart raced the moment he saw this beast. It's a Sky Island beast. Lin Yu's knowledge of the Sky Isle beast was limited to textbook descriptions. It was an extremely rare spatial type beast. Spatial type beasts were already rare, and this Sky Isle beast was exceptionally rare even among them. Its abilities were formidable, as demonstrated now it could tear open space and traverse dimensions at will. Within the torn space stood not only the Sky Owl beast, but coiled beside it was an A-class beast, the Emerald King Cobra. The serpent's eyes gleamed with vicious intent. Before the electrocution beast could react, it had already launched itself forward, sinking its fangs into the creature's body. Its fangs dripped with emerald green venom. Fortunately, in its golden form, the Electro-Wolf's skin was incredibly hard, and the bite failed to pierce it. Thunderous swung a claw, cleanly severing the Emerald King snake's head. Just as Electabuzz prepared to strike the Emberman, the spatial rift abruptly closed. The Emberman vanished without a trace. This was the terrifying nature of space-type beast masters. You could never predict where they'd appear next. And if things went south, they could simply tear open a spatial rift to escape, making them utterly impossible to capture. Truly, they were as unpredictable as the gods themselves. That MTL beast looked strangely familiar, Feng Taihong suddenly exclaimed, as if remembering something. He turned to Lin Yu and said, I remember now. That MTL beast belonged to Li Wuhan, one of the 3 people Shadow snatched away earlier. Lin Yu knew Shadow had abducted 3 people, but he didn't know who they were specifically. Feng Taihong continued, last year, Li Wuhan rose to fame thanks to this rare Kongyu beast, dominating the scene for a time. But soon, Shadow targeted him. Early this year, Shadow snatched Li Wuhan away. But why would his beast serve Shadow? Did he defect to them? Beasts of burden can't stray too far from their masters. That means Li Wuhan must be here somewhere, Lin Yu stated. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed the figure wearing a silver mask among the shadows. Why are these people wearing masks? Could it be their true identities or something they can't reveal? Lin Yu shouted at the electrocution beast, Xiao Dian, switch forms. Entered Gale mode. The golden-hued electric beast let out a piercing howl to the heavens. A storm of ash-gray energy enveloped it, transforming its own color into the same shade. Most strikingly, the 6 wings on its back sprouted feathers, growing even larger in this form. The masked man in black was on the verge of collapse. He had assumed 3 forms and 3 attributes were Electro Beast's limit, yet there was more. 4 elements, 4 forms. This wasn't an F-rank Electabuzz anymore. It was practically a legendary beast. The Electro-Wolf's gale form emphasized blistering speed. Before anyone could react, it had already streaked past the silver-masked figures. Just as its claws struck, a shadow spirit octopus swiftly pulled the group backward. The electric beast only managed to slash through their masks. As the mask shattered and fell, Feng Taihong saw the face beneath. It was Li Wuhan, the man Shadow had abducted at the beginning of the year. But strangely, his eyes lacked pupils. His entire eyes were nothing but white sockets. Moreover, Li Wuhan's expression was blank and numb, looking anything but normal. This scene struck everyone present as utterly bizarre, no matter how they looked at it. Chapter 29, Another Form? You've activated it. What is this? Lin Yu observed his state. He's been controlled. It's a form of mental manipulation. Feng Taihong declared. I thought he'd defected to the shadows. At that moment, Lin Yu keenly observed a tiny, barely noticeable jellyfish on Li Wuhan's shoulder. Not only was it on him, but most members of the Shadow organization bore it as well. This was an extremely rare type of beastmaster creature called the thread-mind jellyfish. A psychic-type beastmaster creature, its main body was enormous, yet it could split into numerous smaller jellyfish. When these smaller jellyfish attached themselves to a person, they could control them. The black-masked figure barked orders, quick! Don't let them advance. All offensive-type beast tamers, charge forward. Lin Yu stared at the black-masked man, his thoughts racing. The filament jellyfish is most likely controlled by this masked man. He's using it to manipulate these people. If we take out the masked man first, we'll have fewer enemies to deal with and gain an extra advantage. But where is this jellyfish? The Xianxi jellyfish does possess an invisibility skill. How do I find it? Just as Lin Yu pondered this, an ironclad mammoth, a beast controlled by someone from Starlight Research Institute, suddenly turned and charged at one of their own beasts. Iron Armor Mammoth, what are you doing? The Starglow Institute's Beastmaster cried out in panic. But he couldn't control his beast at all. Oh no! I don't know why my beast won't obey me. Lin Yu scrutinized the beast. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny jellyfish had latched onto the Iron Armor Mammoth's back. This is bad. The Xianxi jellyfish has begun controlling our people. Sure enough, on the battlefield, not only this Iron Armor Mammoth had turned on its own side, but several others had begun attacking their own allies as well. Lin Yu's side had held an overwhelming advantage, but as more and more beasts fell under the Xianxi jellyfish's control, the tide of battle began to turn. The black-masked figure laughed maniacally. You think you can take me on? The situation on Lin Yu's side instantly grew tense. What are we to do? At this rate, we'll be wiped out. Psychic-type beastmasters are far too powerful. They've practically dictated the entire course of the battle. What can we do? Psychic-type beast tamers are too unique. Unless we have a specific countermeasure, we can't even locate their true forms. Feng Taihong turned to Lin Yu. Perhaps we should prepare to retreat. The situation is unfavorable for us now. Lin Yu lowered his head in thought for a moment. Psychic type? Little Lightning has a psychic type form now too. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. If I could create a skill specifically to counter this slender jellyfish, we could handle it. But what kind of skill should I make? I've got it. Lin Yu addressed Foam Taihon, Uncle Foam, hold off on retreating. I have a way to deal with that slender jellyfish. Counter the slender jellyfish? How? With your Electabuzz? Foam Taihon was skeptical this time. Does your Electroweb even have a psychic type form? Lin Yu looked at Foam Taihon with unwavering determination and nodded. Yes. Really? Foam Taihon had witnessed several forms of Electabuzz before, but never imagined there existed such a rare psychic type form. Even if you have that form, you still don't have a move that can handle this jellyfish. Foam Taihon questioned again. I don't have one, Lin Yu shook his head, but then added, but I can improviser, create a skill specifically designed to counter this jellyfish right now. The battlefield was in utter chaos with all the beast masters fighting wildly. Hearing this, Foam Taihon's forehead involuntarily twitched twice. You want to create a move on the spot in this situation? Lin Yu, I know you're a genius at creating skills, but you have to consider the situation. Uncle Foam. Lin Yu's gaze was unwavering. Trust me. We finally found the Shadow's lair. Are you really willing to let them escape like this? We've learned our lesson the hard way. Finding them again next time will be much harder. Foam Taihon found himself swayed by the argument. Lin Yu continued, Uncle Foam, hold off the shadows for a bit longer. I'll start creating right now. With that, Lin Yu pulled out paper, pen, and his skill demonstration blueprints, beginning to sketch and write. He actually carried these things with him. Foam Taihon ultimately chose to trust him. He addressed the group, everyone, continue holding off the shadow. Be warned, they have a mental type beast that can control other beasts and even people's minds. Everyone, including your beasts, must be extremely cautious. Do not let yourselves be controlled. The battle was grueling. On Lin Yu's side, a small number of beasts had been controlled, turning them into Shadow's allies. Outnumbered. Fortunately, Lin Yu's creation skill didn't require much time, and he finished it quickly. He immediately stood up and shouted, Xiao Dian, come back. The electroshock beast, currently engaged in battle, heard Lin Yu's call and immediately broke free from the fight, sprinting toward him. Lin Yu commanded instantly, Xiao Dian, enter Phantom Soul form. The electrocution beast, still in its earth form, began to shimmer and become ethereal. Hearing this, the representatives from the major factions stared wide-eyed. What? By this point, they couldn't even recall how many forms Electabuzz had transformed into. And by the looks of it, it was even an extremely rare psychic type. This is insane. The masked man was on the verge of breaking down. How could there be more? This Electabuzz was way beyond the norm. Lin Yu tossed the skill demonstration blueprint to the electrocution beast. Quick! Learn this skill. The skill demonstration diagram transformed into a golden stream, flowing into the Electivire's body. Once the electrocution beast finished learning it, Lin Yu commanded, use mental sharing. This skill was inspired by Huiyuhao's first soul ring ability from Dolua Continent, an incredibly powerful psychic support skill. As the electrocution beast activated it, mental energy rippled outward, spreading until it enveloped the entire battlefield. Then, the electrocution beast mentally linked with every member of their own team. Instantly, every detail on the battlefield, even every blade of grass and tree, was transmitted with crystal clarity to everyone on their side. Chen Yushi was among them. She felt as if she had gained a god's eye view, able to clearly sense the state of every beast on the battlefield and track their movements. The enemy's every move was laid bare. Representatives from all major factions were stunned. How was this state any different from cheating? The psychic type skill Lin Yu had created, though classified as a support ability, was utterly terrifying. Had they possessed such support capabilities from the very start of this battle, the Shadow Organization would have been crushed long ago. Chapter 30, this support skill is way too powerful. It must be said, this is an exceptionally powerful support skill. From the very start, everyone was stunned by the electrocution beast's frantic form shifting. Who could have imagined it also possessed such a powerful support skill? Is this really just an F-rank electrocution beast? Not only can it shift between multiple forms, but it also possesses so many powerful skills. Only Foam Taihong and Chen Yushi present knew about the electric beast absorbing that stone that night and transforming into a multi-element form. Everyone else was witnessing such a beastmaster for the very first time. Even so, Foam Taihong and Chen Yushi were utterly stunned. This electrocution beast was simply too god-tier. Through the electric beast's mental sharing, everyone clearly saw a nearly 2-meter-long jellyfish beside the black masked figure. Its eyes shimmered with clear light as it manipulated the people present using the small jellyfish. Having pinpointed the jellyfish's location, everyone present understood the principle of capture the king to subdue the bandits. All beast tamers immediately redirected their firepower, charging collectively toward the Xianxi jellyfish. No! The masked figure tensed instantly. This cyanohydra controlled many people. If anything went wrong and the controlled individuals were awakened, the trouble would be immense. But now, with the Sky Island beast wounded and facing concentrated fire, evasion was impossible. Acting decisively, the Xianxi jellyfish commanded several beasts to shield itself. Every attack struck the beasts blocking the front. The immense force exploded against the beasts, sending showers of blood flying. Though psychic-type beast skills were incredibly powerful, their physical bodies were extremely fragile. The reason this Xianxi jellyfish was powerful was its ability to cloak itself, making it impossible for anyone present to locate its true form. But now, due to Lin Yu's mental sharing, its position was exposed a very awkward situation. Yet this jellyfish was cunning, manipulating other beasts to shield it from attacks. At that moment, the electrocution beast had silently approached the Xianxi jellyfish. Primarily, the electrocution beast in its phantom soul state resembled a fleeting wisp of dust barely perceptible unless one looked closely. The moment it drew near the Xianxi jellyfish, the electrocution beast instantly shifted forms, entering its thunder form. Pegasus Meteor Punch. All the thunder gathered in the thunder form concentrated upon the Electabuzz fist, unleashed in a blindingly fast strike. This move became even more terrifying in its thunder form. By the time the masked man and the jellyfish queen could react, a hail of thunderous fists had already struck the jellyfish queen. The fragile body of the jellyfish king was shattered into pieces, its life completely extinguished. The small jellyfish parasites on the shadow organization's controlled members dissipated, and their own controlled beasts began regaining consciousness one by one. Pupils gradually reappeared in Li Wuhan's pure white eyes. Kneeling on the ground, he shook his head vigorously, processing the memories of recent days. Slowly rising to his feet, he shot Lin Yu a grateful glance before his eyes hardened with murderous intent. Kongyu. Spatial slash. Wipe them all out. Some members of the shadow organization had been controlled by the black masked figures, while a significant number had voluntarily defected to the shadow organization. Many present suddenly discovered a black fissure appearing on their chests. The fissure opened, then closed. Clean and precise, their bodies were sliced cleanly in two. This was the most terrifying application of a spatial-type beast master. The electrocution beast killed the jellyfish, then swung a punch that slammed into the black masked man's head. The masked figure flew backward, yet astonishingly, he rose to his feet again. How is this possible? Lin Yu knew his beast's power better than anyone. There was no way he should still be standing. And he seemed completely unharmed. Only this time, the black masked man's mask was shattered. When those present caught sight of the masked man's face, every single one of them sucked in a sharp breath. Beneath the mask was the face of a tiger. To be precise, the masked man wore a tiger's head. If the silver masked members of the shadow organization concealed their identities, this black masked figure hid his very head. Chen Yushi was utterly horrified by the sight. Her voice trembling, she stammered, Is this even human? Or some kind of beast? Feng Taihong's expression grew grave as he spoke slowly. I think I know who he is. 10 years ago, our bureau had a genius biologist named Zhou Xingtao. He proposed a bold concept. He wanted to transfer the power of beast tamers to humans. He claimed that such immense power must be controlled by humans themselves. But the bureau's higher-ups didn't agree with his methods. Yet he persisted stubbornly, even secretly using living people for experiments. When the bureau's higher-ups discovered this, they were furious. They took him to court, and Zhou Xingtao was sentenced to 20 years. But after only 3 months in prison, he escaped. The bureau dispatched numerous agents to hunt him down, yet he vanished without a trace as if he'd simply disappeared into thin air. Exactly 6 months after his disappearance, the shadow organization emerged for the first time and gradually began its activities. Exactly, the tiger-headed man declared. You guessed correctly, I am Zhou Xingtao. So you're still conducting your experiments. Looks like they've been successful? You're utterly deranged. Feng Taihong continued, you actually used yourself as the test subject. Zhou Xingtao laughed with disdain. For my goals, this sacrifice is worth it. If my experiment succeeds, what does it matter that I used myself as the test subject? I'd gladly die for it. Such immense power in the hands of a bunch of beast tamers is a complete waste. This kind of power should be wielded by us humans. Feng Taihong, all these years you've been obsessed with capturing me, but you understand nothing. I am creating gods. We humans should master this power and become gods. You're a madman, Feng Taihong retorted. Go conduct your research in prison. You're dreaming. Zhou Xingtao retorted, pulling a syringe filled with blue liquid from beneath his clothes. He swiftly plunged the needle into his own arm and injected the contents. He lifted his head to face the crowd, his gaze utterly transformed. Though he bore a tiger's head, moments ago his gaze still carried traces of humanity. Now, however, his eyes were those of a wild beast. Ah! Ah! Zhou Xingtao writhed on the ground, letting out agonized growls as his muscles tensed and bulged, eventually tearing through his clothes. Not only that, but bone spines began sprouting from his back. Chapter 31, Shadowlands and Dark Creatures. The bone spurs pierced through his clothing. A foul, bloody stench spread around him, even the surrounding environment becoming thick with the scent of blood. Zhou Xingtao's experiments had not been entirely successful. Throughout his years of experimentation, it seemed power and wisdom could not coexist. Despite his numerous experiments, subjects who gained the formidable power of beast control invariably lost their sanity, transforming into complete beasts. Later, he finally succeeded in granting one subject immense power while preserving its rationality. Yet, that power gradually faded over time. Zhou Xingtao refused to accept this. Driven to madness, he began experimenting on himself. Ultimately, he developed two serums. One granted the formidable power of a beast rider at the cost of sanity, while the other was an inhibitor that restored rationality but caused the power to gradually fade. To regain the power, one must be re-injected specifically with the blue serum Zhou Xingtao had just administered. This potion wasn't permanent. Over time, without the inhibitor, the power would fade and cause adverse effects on the body. Moreover, the serum carried a particularly glaring flaw. Once used, it permanently transformed the user into a half-human, half-beast form. Even with the inhibitor, full restoration was impossible. Currently, the serum is still undergoing refinement. However, Zhou Xingtao, cornered and facing a mob attack, had no choice but to resort to this serum. He had completely transformed into a beast. His eyes bloodshot, he charged toward the electroshock beast. The thunder beast had killed his beast companion. He would exact his vengeance. The electrocution beast showed no fear. In its earth form, it swung its fists, ready to strike. But just as the two were about to clash, Zhou Xingtao vanished. It's teleportation. Lin Yu immediately tensed up, never expecting Zhou Xingtao in his beast state to possess teleportation abilities. Where could he have teleported to? As Lin Yu pondered, a thick, foul stench suddenly wafted from behind. Chen Yushi reacted swiftly, shouting loudly, "Raging giant ape, behind us!" With the release of the heaven-earth transformation technique, the raging giant ape had remained by Chen Yushi's side. Though weakened, it was now the only beastmaster creature capable of protecting the group. All the other beasts had been deployed to battle. The beast-transformed Zhou Xingtao lunged at the rampaging giant ape, his clawed hands tearing into its flesh. Yet his target remained Lin Yu. He released the beast and charged straight toward Lin Yu. The electrocution beast also sensed Lin Yu's peril and charged toward him at full speed. Lin Yu instantly rolled out of the way, evading Zhou Xingtao's first strike. But Zhou Xingtao was now incredibly agile, instantly rising to attack again. Lin Yu scrambled and rolled to evade, narrowly dodging the second strike. Zhou Xingtao only managed to tear Lin Yu's clothes. Just as he prepared to strike again, the electrocution beast arrived. Still in its earth form, its massive fist slammed straight into Zhou Xingtao's face. Several bloodied teeth flew out, leaving Zhou Xingtao reeling. But he instantly regained his composure, lying flat on the ground, waiting for his chance. Little Thunder, transform into swift form. The instant Electivire shifted forms, Zhou Xingtao charged forward again with lightning speed. Before Electabuzz could fully complete its transformation, Zhou Xingtao had already grabbed hold of Lin Yu's leg. The other trainer's creatures closed in, making it far from easy to kill Lin Yu. So he activated teleportation again, intending to whisk Lin Yu away to another location. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Yu, at least he'd have a hostage. At that moment, Electabuzz completed its transformation. In its swift wind state, its speed matched Zhou Xingtao's perfectly, and it too grabbed hold of Zhou Xingtao's leg. As Zhou Xingtao teleported, the trio vanished from the battlefield together, disappearing from everyone's sight. Where did they go? Chen Yushi asked anxiously. Don't worry. Feng Taihong reassured her. Teleportation skills can't cover vast distances. They can't have gone far. Let's search quickly. At that moment, north of the canyon where the Shadow Organization was located, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Feng Taihong recognized those flashes instantly, the lightning of the electrocution beast. They're over there. The group immediately rushed northward. By now, most of the Shadow Organization's members were either dead or injured, and those who survived had been captured. With the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered. These men dared not resist any longer. After Zhou Xingtao teleported with Lin Yu and Electrocution Beast, the beast's claws, now in its swift wind state, clamped down on Zhou Xingtao's arm, sinking deep into flesh and bone. Zhou Xingtao grimaced in pain and spun to counterattack. Lin Yu forced himself to stay calm. Though the lightning beast in swift wind mode was incredibly fast, it wasn't adept at combat. Switch to thunder form. Thunder surged around the Electrocution Beast, and 6 thunder-winged appendages sprouted from its back once more. Secret Art. 10,000 Thunder Prison. The lightning elements in the air merged with Electivire's own electrical energy, unleashing a 1-meter radius lightning circle. This summoned rolling thunder from the sky, which continuously crashed down. Zhou Xingtao's body was scorched black all over. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. To the north of this canyon lay a bottomless cliff, a notorious forbidden zone known as the Shadowlands. Within the Shadow Realm dwelled a horde of dark elemental creatures. Any being that fell into this place would be devoured by these beings. Moreover, several of them possessed immense power. To date, no human had dared to set foot within this place. Research suggested only dark elemental beast tamers could enter, yet no one had ever awakened such a beast. By the time Chen Yushi and the others arrived, Zhou Xingtao knew his fate was sealed. His eyes flashed with utter resolve. Gritting his teeth, he braced against the Thunder Beast's electrical surges, clutched Lin Yu tightly, and plunged headlong toward the cliff's edge. Seeing its master fall, the Thunder Beast immediately leaped after him. The creatures below the cliff let out eerie squeals, welcoming their feast. No! Chen Yushi sprinted toward the edge. Knowing the horrors of the Shadowlands, she saw Lin Yu fall and, without hesitation, leaped after him. Fortunately, Foam Taihong's tricolor crow arrived just in time, snatching Chen Yushi and hurling her back. Chen Yushi watched helplessly as Lin Yu and the electrocution beast plummeted into the abyss. Below, several pitch-black tentacles reached out, snatching them away. Let me go! I have to save Lin Yu. Chen Yushi struggled. Foam Taihong glanced down anxiously. Lin Yu was already invisible. He turned to Chen Yushi. Calm down. Dark creatures lurk below. Falling in means certain death. Don't be reckless. Chen Yushi's mind was in turmoil. She cried out, Uncle Foam, think of a way. Save Lin Yu. Chapter 32, Surprise. I have another form. Foam Taihong was also burning with anxiety. He had witnessed every step of Lin Yu's journey and couldn't bear the thought of him perishing here. He immediately ordered, all flying-type beast tamers, maintain a safe distance and descend to rescue Lin Yu. These beasts had been borrowed from major factions for Lin Yu's protection. If anything happened to him, they'd have a lot of explaining to do. One by one, they sprang into action to rescue him. But it was too late for some. Those black tentacles moved with blinding speed, already dragging Lin Yu, the electric beast, and Zhou Xingtao into the darkness. Zhou Xingtao's potion began to wear off, slowly restoring his sanity. A cruel smile twisted his distorted face. Lin Yu, if I die, you won't live either. Facing life or death urgency, Lin Yu had no time to respond. Though the electric beast could have flown up, the tentacles moved far too swiftly it hadn't even had time to take flight. Xiao Dian, hurry! Enter holy light form. Instantly, the electric beast erupted in brilliant light. Even every vein in its body emitted a faint, eerie glow as 6 wings unfurled from its back, radiating a sacred aura. The monsters lurking in the darkness recoiled as if scalded, shrieking piercingly as they scrambled away. Another form? Zhou Xingtao was utterly dumbfounded, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. You've got way too many forms for an Electabuzz. All types and all forms? But it doesn't matter. Zhou Xingtao calmly closed his eyes. Even if there was a light-type form that could counter dark-type here, it would be useless because something far more terrifying had been drawn to this place. Meanwhile, the searchers above, using flying-type Pokemon, had scoured the area for ages without spotting a trace of Lin Yu. Deep down, everyone knew he might truly have perished here. Chen Yushi's legs gave way, and she slumped down at the cliff's edge. Memories of her time with Lin Yu flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Unconsciously, a single tear slid down her cheek. Suddenly, a light flickered in the darkness below the cliff. Chen Yushi saw a glimmer of hope and stared intently at the light. Lin Yu was just relieved that the electrocution beast possessed a light element form that had saved his life when a terrifying aura suddenly appeared, rapidly closing in on him. While the Electivire's light could dispel these monsters, it also exposed their location to the more powerful beings lurking within the Shadowlands. Stop struggling. Just wait for death. Zhou Xingtao's body was already wrapped in those black tentacles, greedily draining the nutrients from his body. He had become as thin as a skeleton, his breath growing faint. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly realized something. To survive in this shadow realm, we shouldn't fight these monsters, we should blend in with them. Xiao Dian, enter shadow form. Shadow form? The dying Zhou Xingtao perked up instantly. What's shadow form? Could it be, this electrocution beast has a dark type form? The electro beast's entire skin began to gradually turn black, becoming viscous like liquid. Simultaneously, the 6 wings on its back vanished, replaced by several menacing bone spines. It really is a dark type form. Zhou Xingtao, now little more than skin and bones, stared wide-eyed. Never before in history had a dark-type beast master been recorded, yet this Electabuzz possessed a dark-type form. This meant it was the first dark-type beast master in recorded history. Sure enough, after the Electro-Wolf entered its dark form, the tentacles ceased attacking it one by one, instead recognizing it as one of their own kind. To shield Lin Yu, one of the Electro-Wolf's arms transformed into a viscous, thick liquid that slowly crawled over Lin Yu's entire body, enveloping him. The two completely merged into the shadow realm. The terrifying creature charging toward them halted in its tracks. It had clearly sensed something entering, yet now it had vanished without a trace. No! How could you possess the dark form too? Zhou Xingtao roared in frustration. But he was already spent. The black tentacles slipped into Zhou Xingtao's open mouth. Lin Yu revealed his face, grinning smugly. Didn't see that coming, did you? The black tentacles consumed Zhou Xingtao from the inside out, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. The shadow realm was thick and viscous. Enveloped by the electric beast, Lin Yu couldn't move quickly and could only inch forward bit by bit. Moreover, he couldn't find his bearings, and escaping would likely prove arduous. Chen Yushi's heart ignited with hope as a light flickered below. But she watched that light vanish before her eyes. Her heart plunged into utter despair. Feng Taihong refused to give up. He couldn't believe that heaven would envy such talent, that such an outstanding young genius would perish so easily. Everyone searched the area for 3 days and nights. Though they all knew Lin Yu was likely gone, they continued to comb the area meticulously. Feng Taihong even made a special trip back to the Beastmaster Administration Bureau. He sought out his superiors and scoured their archives for any method to enter the Shadow Realm. Without exception, everyone told him that unless one possessed a Dark Element Beastmaster, entry was utterly impossible. And in the entire history of Beastmaster Awakening, a Dark Element Beast had never existed. Chen Yushi returned home to plead with Chen Xingyu for help. It was the first time Chen Xingyu had ever seen his daughter so distraught and lost. He genuinely wanted to help this time, but even he was powerless against the Shadow Realm. 3 days later, all hope was lost, including for Feng Taihong and Chen Yushi. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, wrapped in the electrocution beast's protective layer, searched for a way out. But moving within this space was incredibly difficult. After 3 days of straining, he had barely inched forward. Fortunately, Lin Yu had brought some provisions when he entered, otherwise, he would have starved to death here. During these days, Lin Yu discovered that the Shadow Realm contained surprisingly rich treasures. For instance, right now, he spotted a mining area not far away, densely packed with black crystals. The shadow form of the electrocution beast craved that ore with every fiber of its being. Having eaten little over these 3 days, Lin Yu slowly guided the electro beast toward the ore deposits. He didn't know what these crystals were or if the electro beast could consume them. They looked like valuable treasures, and he happened to owe Chen Yushi's father 2 items. If these crystals were indeed valuable, he could take 1 or 2 back as compensation for Chen Xingyu. The electabuzz moved for quite some time before finally drawing near the ore. As it drew nearer, its craving for the ore grew ever more intense. Chapter 33, Lin Yu must achieve Class A merit. One of the electrocution beast's arms transformed into a black tentacle, slowly touching the ore. Instantly, the black ore flowed like water up the tentacle into its body. Lin Yu sensed that the electro-wolf trembled all over, as if it had just drunk some divine nectar. Not only that, but the electrocution beast's dark form began to grow larger. Its appearance grew increasingly monstrous and terrifying. Numerous bone spines sprouted all over its body. The other black monsters in the Shadowlands sensed the electabuzz transformation and scattered one by one. The shadow form of the electrocution beast had been significantly enhanced. Not only had its speed increased, but its overall power had grown even more noticeably. Lin Yu even sensed that if it faced Zhou Xingtao again, the electro-wolf in its shadow form could likely kill him with just a few lashes of its tentacles. Several pieces of the black ore remained. The shock beast wrapped its tentacles around them and carried Lin Yu upward. The annihilation of the Shadow Organization caught the attention of high-level leadership. The Beastmaster Administration even dispatched personnel to personally commend the achievement. Zhang Muwan beamed with pride as he approached and slapped Feng Taihong on the shoulder. "Way to go, old Feng. Crushing the Shadow Organization is a major achievement." Feng Taihong's expression remained grim as he emphasized in a low voice, "The Shadow Organization's downfall was orchestrated by Lin Yu's team. I had nothing to do with it." I know, Zhang Muwan continued. "The organization has decided to posthumously award Lin Yu a Class B merit. Additionally, his family will receive financial compensation." "What?" Feng Taihong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Only a Class B merit?" All these years, the Shadow Organization was like a cancerous tumor. Lin Yu eradicated it. What an immense contribution. And they give him a Class B merit? Feng Taihong seethed with indignation. He hadn't protected Lin Yu this time, causing this genius to perish prematurely. But he would fight for Lin Yu's honor. Lin Yu was a hero. Even in death, he deserved hero's honors. Isn't this just compensation for his family? Zhang Muhuan interjected. Hearing this, Feng Taihong's fury boiled over. Lin Yu's parents have long since disappeared. He's an orphan now. Who do you expect to give this money to? Take the money back. He doesn't need it. Lin Yu must be recognized as an A-level meritorious service. Zhang Muhuan shook his head at Feng Taihong's stubborn stance, finally conceding he'd return to pursue higher approval. Feng Taihong sighed inwardly, thinking, "Lin Yu, this is all Uncle Feng can do for you." Meanwhile, in the Shadow Realm. After the electrocution beast gained its enhancement, its movement speed through the Shadow Realm increased. Lin Yu could now see the light above. Great! We're finally getting out. I've eaten all my food supplies. If we don't get out soon, I'll starve to death. Little Electric, go faster. It's been so long. Uncle Feng and Major Chen must be worried sick. Lin Yu fantasized about the good life ahead. I'm going to wipe out the Shadow Organization this time. That's a huge achievement. Little Electric, do you think they'll reward me with a lot of money? They definitely will. We're going to be rich. Hearing this, the electrocution beast grew excited too, scrambling even more vigorously. Ever since Lin Yu had fallen into the shadow realm, Chen Yushi felt a hollow emptiness in her heart, Lin Yu's image constantly surfacing in her mind. His casual demeanor while crafting the emulate heaven, mirror earth technique for her rampaging giant ape, the cheeky grin on his face when they made that bet, the lecherous look in his eyes when he saw her in stockings and a short skirt. With each memory, tears streamed uncontrollably down Chen Yushi's cheeks. News of Lin Yu's demise spread rapidly. Class advisor Yang Jun had recovered from his injuries, but upon hearing that Lin Yu had sacrificed himself in the battle against the shadows, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss. He had believed Lin Yu would achieve an outstanding score in the upcoming college entrance exams. As the electrocution beast crawled out of the shadow realm, Lin Yu gasped in several deep breaths of fresh air. Gazing up at the azure sky, he felt as if he had been reborn. The most agonizing part of his time in the shadow realm had been the utter absence of sunlight, the oppressive darkness closing in all around. The electrocution beast, exhausted from maintaining its dark form for days, immediately shed its shadowy state, reverting to its former compact size. Only then did Lin Yu notice several black patterns appearing on Electabuzz body. Probably from absorbing those black ores, Lin Yu thought to himself. After finally making it out, Uncle Feng didn't even send someone to meet me at the cliff's edge, Lin Yu grumbled. Come on, little spark, we'll walk back home ourselves. With hopes of the reward bobbing in his mind, Lin Yu set off on the journey home. Beastmaster General Administration. The final commendation for Lin Yu was finalized, posthumously awarded Class A merit. Since Lin Yu had no family, the consolation payment for his relatives was not issued. Mainly, Feng Taihong refused it. He was determined to secure that Class A merit for Lin Yu. This Class A merit was no empty title. Merit ranks were divided into 5 tiers: D class, C class, B class, A class, and S class. Only those who performed extraordinary feats could earn merit, with most awards being D or C level, and B level being rare. As for a class merit, it was almost always awarded posthumously. Very few individuals managed to earn it while still alive. Currently, only 7 living individuals hold the rank of Class A meritorious service. They all receive substantial official support and enjoy immense privileges in every aspect. At the same time, an A-level merit is the ultimate honor, forever remembered by humanity and passed down through the ages. This was why Feng Taihong fought to secure an A-level merit for Lin Yu. Feng Taihong slumped in his chair, cradling a black and white photograph of Lin Yu in his hands. He murmured to himself, Uncle Feng fought hard to secure you this Class A merit. You must be deeply gratified in the afterlife, right? Uncle Feng. A voice suddenly rang out beside Feng Taihong. The familiar tone made Feng Taihong's hands tremble, dropping the photograph of Lin Yu to the floor. His eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. But the voice rang out again, Uncle Feng? What's going on? When I entered Haicheng, why did I see black and white photos of me and Xiaodian plastered everywhere? Why did everyone on the street look at me like I was a ghost? Feng Taihong still couldn't believe it, but the voice grew louder as it approached, finally stopping right outside his office door. The door burst open. Feng Taihong actually saw Lin Yu's face. Are you human or a ghost? Feng Taihong blurted out involuntarily. Uncle Feng, what kind of talk is that? I'm human. Lin Yu was baffled. What was wrong with these people? When he first entered Haicheng, he'd seen his own black and white photo displayed on a giant screen at Haicheng Square? What the hell was that? And they said he had an A-level merit? Chapter 34, wait, where's my bonus? Grade A merit was understandable, probably an honor for eliminating the shadow organization. Surely they'd given him a hefty bonus too. Feng Taihong, who had assumed Lin Yu was dead, cautiously asked, Lin Yu? Didn't you fall into the shadow realm? What's going on? Lin Yu understood Feng Taihong's confusion but didn't elaborate further. Instead, he commanded the electrocution beast on his shoulder, Xiaodian, enter shadow form. The electro beast leapt off Lin Yu's shoulder, its entire body turning pitch black. Its form softened like molten asphalt, yet its muscles became taut and bulging, covered in vicious bone spines. Feng Taihong's eyes widened in shock as he watched the transformation. Stammering, he managed, This is dark type. The very first dark type Beastmaster beast ever seen. It was under Xiaodian's protection in this form that I escaped from the Shadowlands. Now you believe me, Uncle Feng. You're one lucky kid. I thought you were done for. I even shed a few tears for you these past couple days. Lin Yu grinned. Sorry for worrying you, Uncle Feng. By the way, when I entered the city earlier, I saw I'd been rated an A-class merit? That's right. You're now an A-class merit holder and currently the 8th living one. I wiped out the shadow organization and now I'm an A-class merit holder. Shouldn't they give me a hefty bonus? Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. Ah, well. Feng Taihong was instantly flustered by the question. He'd already pushed Lin Yu's bonus aside. An A-level merit is the highest honor imaginable. Why are you so fixated on the money? Right. Lin Yu nodded. I know an A-class merit isn't easy to come by, and it's certainly an honor. So where's my bonus? Actually, your bonus. Fong Taihon stammered, finally revealing the truth to Lin Yu. After hearing this, Lin Yu was filled with regret. Uncle Fong, I'll trade back my Class A merit for Class B, or even give it up entirely. Can I just have my bonus back? Fong Taihon glared at Lin Yu fiercely. Are you kidding me? Don't be so money obsessed. An A-level merit comes with so many benefits. It's far more valuable than any amount of money. Don't you know that girl Chun Yushi has been heartbroken these past 2 days, crying her eyes out? You finally made it back, and instead of going to see her, you're here arguing over money. Lin Yu finally snapped back to reality. That girl Chun Yushi must have thought he was dead too. He couldn't imagine how worried she was. Alright, Uncle Fong. I'll go check on her at school. Fong Taihon nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yu immediately headed toward the school with his electric shock beast. Chen Yushi sat in the classroom, her eyes red and swollen, completely unable to focus on the teacher's lecture. When class ended, the teacher who knew about Lin Yu's ordeal stepped down from the podium and gently patted Chen Yushi's shoulder in consolation. Other classmates gathered around, offering their own words of comfort. Just then, a voice sounded before Chen Yushi. Why do your eyes look like buns? Did someone hit you? Hearing this voice, Chen Yushi's heart skipped a beat. The entire classroom suddenly fell silent. Chen Yushi looked up in disbelief, meeting Lin Yu's gaze directly. Where have you been these past few days? Chen Yushi choked out. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Yu gently patted her shoulder and said, but I'm back now. The entire class erupted in commotion, and the others immediately gathered around. They all started asking Lin Yu about his experiences over the past 2 days. Chen Yushi's eyes grew even redder as she asked, how did you escape from the Shadow Realm? I'll tell you all about it after school, Lin Yu replied. Would it be possible for you to take me to your place after school tonight? I'd like to meet your dad. Ha? Chen Yushi's face flushed crimson. You want to meet my parents already? Lin Yu was utterly speechless. What was this girl thinking? I just want to thank your dad for giving Xiao Dian the Thunderlingji and that stone. What are you thinking? Chen Yushi finally realized she'd overthought it, her face flushing even redder. Nothing. I'll take you there after school, to my place. Chen Yushi's home was a lavish, grand villa that left Lin Yu speechless. He couldn't help but exclaim, wow, you're really well off. As they pushed open the front gate and entered, Chen Xingyu was already waiting in the living room. For a moment, Chen Xingyu was stunned. Wasn't Lin Yu dead? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Yu took the initiative to explain, it's like this, Uncle Chen. I did fall into the Shadow Realm, but I didn't die. Without further ado, Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast to enter its shadow form. Chen Xingyu's face was etched with shock. I'd heard from Yushi that my stone gave your electric beast the ability to shift between multiple forms. I never imagined it included a dark form. Lin Yu thanked him, Uncle Chen, I've been meaning to come by and express my gratitude, but things have been hectic lately, as you know. Thank you for the Thunderlingji, it saved Xiao Dian's life. Without it, I doubt he'd still be with us. And that stone, it gave Xiao Dian multiple forms. Uncle Chen, thank you. As he spoke, Lin Yu pulled out 4 black ore fragments and handed them to Chen Xingyu. Lin Yu explained, these are the ores I discovered beneath the Shadowlands. I'm not sure what they're for, but after Xiao Dian absorbed them, his shadow form became significantly stronger. Items from the Shadow Realm. Chen Xingyu, who had always been fascinated by such things, examined them closely. After all, Lin Yu was the only person to have ever entered the Shadow Realm, meaning no one else could have brought anything back from within. Thus, the black ore Lin Yu brought was undeniably precious. Chen Xingyu's spirits soared instantly. He insisted on inviting Lin Yu to stay for a meal at his home. Faced with such warm hospitality, Lin Yu could only agree. After the meal, it would be inappropriate for Lin Yu to impose further, so he took his leave. The next day, Lin Yu headed to school as usual. Though there was little left to learn, the college entrance exams were approaching. The school was busy with preparations, registrations, physicals, and such. As Lin Yu approached the classroom door, before he could step inside, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Completely bewildered, Lin Yu asked, who are you people? Not only was Lin Yu curious, but his classmates were too. Who were these people? They'd been waiting outside the classroom door since early morning, as if expecting someone. Even their homeroom teacher, Yang Jun, was treating them with courtesy. A woman wearing glasses stepped forward immediately and announced, allow me to introduce myself. I am the head of Tianfu Beastmaster Academy. We wish to specially recruit you to study at our academy. Furthermore, we will provide you with an SSS-level cultivation contract. Our academy's resources will also be prioritized for you. Chapter 35, Lin Yu is a total slacker. Tianfu Academy. The entire class gasped in unison. After all, Tianfu Beastmaster Academy was a top-tier institution. In their county of Haicheng, only a handful of students could get into such elite academies each year. And now, one of those elite institutions, Tianfu Academy, was offering Lin Yu a special admission. As soon as the Tianfu Academy representative finished speaking, another elegant young woman immediately chimed in, "Mr. Lin, do you have a girlfriend? Kaiyun Beastmaster Academy is renowned for its beautiful women. If you join our academy, not only will we offer you an SSS level contract, but we guarantee you'll find a girlfriend before graduation." How does that sound? The classmates gasped in unison. To recruit Lin Yu, they'd resorted to using sex appeal. Keep in mind, Kaiyun Beastmaster Academy was also one of the top-tier institutions. These prestigious institutions, once aloof and unapproachable, now seemed like fawning admirers of Lin Yu. Not only these two academies wanted to specially recruit Lin Yu, but several others were vying for him too. Multiple prestigious institutions, the kind ordinary people dream of attending, were in the mix. Even a few non-prestigious schools tried to recruit him, but upon seeing so many top academies present, they realized their chances were slim and withdrew. The reason these schools were vying for Lin Yu was twofold: they recognized his innate talent and creative skills, and they were drawn to his status as an A-rank meritorious citizen. His classmates were practically green with envy. At that moment, a well-dressed man stepped forward. He addressed Lin Yu. "I am the head of Magic City Beastmaster Academy. We invite you to join our institution." Magic City Beastmaster Academy ranked third nationally, second only to the Tianhua Beastmaster Academy and the Capital Beastmaster Academy in the capital. The classmates' breathing grew noticeably ragged. You must understand that for the entire High County, if even one person could gain admission to the Magic Beast Academy in the Magic Capital each year, it would be a source of pride for the whole county. And now, the Magic Poison Beast Academy is actually offering Lin Yu a special admission. Class advisor Yang Jun smiled warmly as he said, "Lin Yu, with so many academies offering you special admission, you can pick one." Representatives from each academy wore warm smiles as they looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked around and asked, "Didn't anyone come from the Capital Beastmaster Academy or the Tianhua Beastmaster Academy?" Yang Jun had assumed Lin Yu was choosing between schools, but he was actually looking for the heads of the Capital and Tianhua academies. "Lin Yu, didn't you know that the Capital and Tianhua never offer special recruitment?" Yang Jun explained. Kyoto and Tianhua academies had long alternated between holding the top two spots nationally, yet which was truly stronger remained undecided. Each year, these academies only admitted dozens of the top-performing students nationwide, with exceptionally stringent admission requirements. They never made special admissions. Even a creative genius like Lin Yu, possessing an A-level merit, wouldn't prompt them to make an exception. They recognize only academic merit and the elite selected through their rigorous process. Upon learning of their non-special admission policy, Lin Yu's face fell with disappointment. "Well then, teachers from all the academies, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I want to enter either the Kyoto or Tianhua Academy. Since they don't offer special admissions, I'll just take the college entrance exam." What? The heads of various universities, his classmates, and his homeroom teacher Yang Jun were all stunned by Lin Yu's refusal. Yang Jun immediately tried to dissuade him. "Lin Yu, don't be reckless. This special admission to Magic City Beastmaster Academy is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Getting into Colorful Cloud Academy through the college entrance exam is already a long shot. Don't aim too high, just pick one now." Yang Jun was deeply concerned. If Lin Yu chose the Shanghai Academy, his reputation as homeroom teacher would rise by association. Special admission was a golden opportunity. If he took the college entrance exam, there was no guarantee he'd get in. The college entrance exam was notoriously difficult. If Lin Yu took it, he'd likely fail to get into even a key academy. Classmates one by one told Lin Yu he was foolish. Yang Jun was frantic with worry and urgently tried to persuade Lin Yu to choose Magic City Beastmaster Academy, but Lin Yu was dead set against it. He was set on getting into either the Capital Academy or the Tianhua Academy. He was supremely confident in his abilities. With his current level of electrocution beast mastery, getting into Kyoto or Tianhua was no problem at all. So why choose Magic Capital? Lin Yu, calm down. Getting into Kyoto or Tianhua isn't easy. You can count the number of people from our high city who've made it into those two academies on one hand. It's fine, Teacher Yang. I'm serious about this. After failing to persuade him despite his efforts, Yang Jun gave up. Lin Yu's disregard for these prestigious universities also left the admissions officers feeling humiliated, and they stormed off in anger. "Brother Lin, you're being so foolish. Such a golden opportunity, a guaranteed spot at Magic City Academy. And you just throw it away. Whether you can get into a top university through the college entrance exam is another matter, but the exam itself is risky. Brother Lin, you're being foolish." The students all lamented Lin Yu's decision. Others who disliked Lin Yu added, "Humph. He got his tail in the air after defeating the Shadow with someone else's help. So he got an A-rank merit, now he looks down on even Magic City Academy? I'll be damned if I don't see where he ends up in the college entrance exams. He'll be lucky to even get in." Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu paid no heed to these remarks. It didn't matter to him. He'd just watch and see. Chen Yushi had witnessed Lin Yu's strength firsthand, yet she still harbored concerns about his plans to apply to either the Capital Academy or Tianhua Academy. She asked, "Are you really set on applying to the Capital or Tianhua?" Lin Yu nodded firmly and countered, "What about you?" "Well, I guess I'll give it my best shot too." The college entrance exam registration opened soon after. Lin Yu signed up and prepared to draw lots for a partner. During the exam, candidates had to form pairs to battle fierce beasts together. Teammates couldn't be chosen freely, they were assigned by lottery. The fate of who you'd be screaming with during the ordeal was entirely up to luck. This was one reason the exam was so challenging, you had no idea what kind of partner you'd end up with. Every year, many students are dragged down by their partners. As the saying goes, you don't fear God like opponents, but you dread pig like teammates. The lottery takes place at a designated city-wide location, where all students gather to draw their partners. The moment Lin Yu and Chen Yushi entered the venue, whispers erupted around them. "Is that Lin Yu from Haicheng County? The one with an A-level merit? A class merit? I heard he faked his death to get it." "Really? But didn't they say he wiped out the shadow organization, earning him that A-level merit?" "Hey! You're out of the loop. That shadow organization was wiped out by Starglow Research Institute, Haicheng City's Beast Control Bureau, and other factions working together. Lin Yu just tagged along, picked up some scraps, and got lucky." Chapter 36, Who Says Beast Tamers Are Weak? This beast tamer is awesome. Exactly. If I had that many factions backing me, I could wipe out the shadow organization too. That kid's a real rebel. You guys didn't know? A few days ago, several top academies came to recruit him, especially even the Magic City Beastmaster Academy, but he turned them all down. He said he wants to take the entrance exams for Kyoto Academy or Tianhua. Ha! He scraped together an A-rank merit and now thinks he's some big shot. After becoming an A-rank meritorious, Lin Yu didn't receive much admiration. Instead, a large group of skeptics emerged, fabricating stories to smear his A-rank meritorious as a fraud. After all, Lin Yu was far too young, and his beast was merely an electrocution beast. It was hard to believe someone like him possessed the strength to wipe out the shadow. Thus, the voices of doubt grew louder. Lin Yu paid no heed to these slanders. He understood deeply that respect couldn't be won through arguments, it could only be earned through strength. Their skepticism was understandable. Let them witness his true power during the college entrance exams. Lin Yu said to Chen Yushi, "Come on, Yushi, you draw first." For the college entrance exam partners, they drew lots in turn. Those who drew matching numbers would form a pair. Chen Yushi accepted without hesitation and stepped forward. The draw was conducted on a large computer screen, with staff on site to record the results. Chen Yushi stepped forward and pressed the draw button. Numbers flashed rapidly across the screen before finally settling on 3562. Simultaneously, her partner's information appeared on the screen, a girl named Wei Yingying, whose beast was an A-grade ice windbird, not bad at all. Chen Yushi breathed a sigh of relief, having feared drawing a weak partner. When it was Lin Yu's turn, he stepped forward and pressed the button. The numbers on the screen flashed again, finally settling on 2496. His partner's information appeared on the screen. Lin Yu's partner was a boy named Su Yuan, whose beast was merely an E-rank support beast, the 100-fruit beast. Even within the support class, it was considered extremely weak. Its only skill was summoning various fruits, which provided minimal boosts when consumed. Even Chen Yushi frowned. "What are we going to do? Your partner is practically useless. The entrance exam is tough, you're basically fighting alone." The crowd gathered around the lottery booth erupted in laughter upon seeing Lin Yu draw an E-rank partner. An E-rank fruit beast paired with his F-rank electric beast? What a perfect match. What nonsense. That fruit monster is still one rank higher than him. Lu Zhengyang, a classmate of Lin Yu's, was also drawing at the lottery station. He'd been green with envy when so many top universities came recruiting Lin Yu just a couple days ago. Now, seeing Lin Yu draw only an E-rank partner, he gloated inwardly. "You look down on Magic City Beastmaster Academy, but with just an E-rank partner, you probably won't even get into a top school." Just then, a boy with a bowl cut and glasses emerged from the crowd, a small beast perched on his shoulder that looked almost identical to the character Changjiang number 7. He lowered his head and hurried over to Lin Yu, saying, "You must be Lin Yu." "I'm Su Yuan." Lin Yu studied him closely. After all, this was his partner for the Beastmaster exam. Su Yuan looked utterly remorseful, bowing his head as he apologized. "Sorry, Lin Ji. I'm afraid I'll be dragging you down this time." Regardless of his actual abilities, Lin Yu appreciated this attitude in a partner. This demeanor likely stemmed from Su Yuan's awakened beast being too weak, causing him to be looked down upon constantly. But who said the 100 fruits beast was weak? This beast was absolutely fantastic. Lin Yu recalled an anime he'd watched in his previous life, featuring a skill perfectly suited for this 100 fruits beast. It was practically tailor-made for this beast. Moreover, this skill could transform the 100 fruits beast from a support-type beast into a combat-type one. Lin Yu reassured him, it's okay. I believe in you." Let's work hard and aim to get into Kyoto Huatian. Ha? Me? Su Yuan pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. This Lin Yu guy seemed a bit off. With just his beast and its electric attacks, forget about Kyoto or Huatian, it was doubtful he could even get into any beast academy at all. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the crowd around them erupted into laughter. You two in that state and you want to get into Kyoto Huatian? Dream on. Lu Zhengyang murmured, you passed up such a golden opportunity at Magic Capital Academy, and now you're fantasizing about Kyoto Huatian? He thought Lin Yu was utterly squandering a golden opportunity. Utterly ungrateful. If Magic City Academy had offered him a special admission, he would have jumped at the chance. Lin Yu paid no mind to these remarks. Patting Su Yuan on the shoulder, he said, don't stress. Just prepare well. We'll meet at the college entrance exams. With that, he strode off with Chen Yushi in tow. The college entrance exam will be held in 3 days, and over these 3 days, another piece of news has spread to everyone. Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao, hailed as high cities prodigies, were unexpectedly drawn together in the same group, becoming partners. Both have long been renowned, and their beast tamers are both S-class. 2 S-rankers in one group. They have a strong chance of getting into either the Capital Academy or Tianhua Academy. The 3 days passed quickly. Su Yuan, a participant in the exam, made his way to the Haiqing City Ferocious Beast Base, where the exam would be held. This base covered an enormous area. It resembled a city belonging to the ferocious beasts. Though the beasts within were artificially bred, their combat prowess remained terrifyingly formidable and should never be underestimated. Every year, numerous examinees met their end within these walls due to carelessness during the exam. Lin Yu arrived at the ferocious beast base early to meet up with Su Yuan, who still wore a look of guilt. After presenting their admission tickets, they entered the facility where students queued in orderly lines. Their task ahead was to battle the beasts within. The more they slayed, the higher their scores would be. Cameras were installed throughout the base, monitoring the students' every move at all times. Simultaneously, these cameras recorded each individual slain beasts, compiling the final scores. Tension etched itself onto every candidate's face. This was the college entrance exam, a life-defining moment. No one dared take it lightly. A broadcast echoed throughout the base, explaining the necessary precautions to the examinees. Once the instructions concluded, the voice announced, all examinees, prepare yourselves. The exam officially begins. At the command, all students surged into the base, seeking out beasts to hunt. At that moment, everyone noticed one team had yet to depart. Instead, they leisurely pulled out paper and pens. Su Yuan asked in confusion, Lin, what are you doing? Chapter 37, On the Spot Creation? What kind of skill could that be? What am I doing? Creating a skill for your 100 fruit beast. Lin Yu, focused on crafting the skill, gave Su Yuan a perfunctory reply. Su Yuan was dumbfounded. He'd assumed the 100 fruit beast was too weak and feared it would slow Lin Yu down. But now, Lin Yu was actually creating skills for his 100 fruit beast during the college entrance exam period. Everyone else had mastered all their required skills before the exams. What was Lin Yu doing? Brother Lin, let's just take the exam first. Besides, my Berrymon is only E rank. Even if you create a skill, I won't be able to learn it. Su Yuan protested. No rush, no rush. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Just give me a minute. With that, he resumed his focused skill creation. Meanwhile, in a room at the Fierce Beast base, the exam supervisors and principals from various high schools were gathered. Numerous screens filled the room, displaying everything happening within the base at that moment. Which school are these 2 candidates from? The exam has already begun, yet they've paused to create skills. Hui Jun stood up awkwardly and explained, they're from our school. He then explained on Lin Yu's behalf, this child is Lin Yu. He possesses remarkable talent in skill creation. Lin Yu? I've heard of this child. At such a young age, he eradicated the Shadow Organization and earned an A rank merit. Truly accomplished beyond his years. But no matter how talented he is, he shouldn't be creating at this time. Wei Jun was mortified. He'd already been furious when Lin Yu rejected the special recruitment offer from Magic Capital Academy just 2 days ago. Now this creating skills on the spot? What on earth was he trying to do? Lin Yu worked swiftly, soon producing a beast-taming skill blueprint. He handed the blueprint to Su Yuan and said, have the 100 fruit beast absorb it. Su Yuan took the blueprint and read the inscription, Fruit Treasure Mecha? What kind of skill is this? Su Yuan handed the blueprint to the 100 fruits beast, and it vanished instantly. It really absorbed it. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, we're leaving now. Meanwhile, principals from various schools within the base were buzzing with discussion. Lin Yu's skill creation speed is remarkably fast. Setting aside other factors, few can match his pace alone. A skill created so quickly? It can't be anything special. Probably just a low-level skill that won't impact this exam. Everyone was curious about the skill Lin Yu had created, but since the 100 fruit beast hadn't used it yet, no one knew what it was. Lin Yu led Su Yuan deeper into the base. The low-level ferocious beasts had mostly been slaughtered by the students who had charged in first. Of course, Lin Yu had no intention of relying on these low-level beasts. Killing them wouldn't earn him many points. At that moment, two teams of examinees were ambushed by a pack of Bloodskull wolves. Though only B rank, these beasts were dangerous due to their swarm tactics. Killing this pack would yield substantial points, but being surrounded by a group of B rank beasts would be tough even for an S rank candidate. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the Bloodskull wolves. He turned to Su Yuan and said, "Our chance has come. So many B rank Bloodskull wolves, if we take them all down, our points will be huge." "Ha? Us?" Su Yuan doubted he'd heard correctly. The two teams of candidates currently surrounded by the wolves all had offensive type beast tamers. The weakest were B rank, and one was even a rank. Yet even so, they were trapped within the encirclement. "Us two taking down this entire pack? With just my E rank support beast and your F rank electric beast?" Su Yuan wondered if Lin Zhao was trying to get him killed. The four trapped individuals had been desperately holding on for ages, nearing their breaking point. They knew that the moment they faltered, the Bloodskull wolves would pounce and end them. They'd endured this long only to spot two figures, hoping they might offer salvation. But when they saw the creatures these two controlled, one an electrocution beast and the other a 100-fruit beast. Better to flee now. If they too were surrounded by these wolves, they'd only become the wolves' next meal. As Su Yuan hesitated, Lin Zhao had already acted. Little lightning. Flash of lightning. Among the four surrounded was a red-haired girl. Seeing Su Yuan command his Electabuzz to attack, she frowned and shouted at Lin Yu, "Don't provoke these wolves. Your F-rank skill is useless." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yu's Electabuzz transformed into a bolt of lightning, streaking toward a blood cranium wolf. The powerful impact, mixed with the lightning, sent the wolf flying. The spot where it was struck was already charred black by the electric shock. "That powerful," the girl gasped in shock. "An F-rank skill? It rivals my B-rank skill." After absorbing the Thunder Spirit Mushroom, the electric beast's overall power had surged dramatically. Its F-rank skill, Flash of Lightning, now possessed the might of an A-rank skill. Lin Yu's confidence in handling this pack of wolves stemmed from Su Yuan. He shouted to Su Yuan, "Quick, use that skill I just created for you." "Oh, right." Su Yuan snapped back to attention and commanded his fruit beast, Little Fruit, activate fruit armor. A bright light emanated from Fruitman's body as a massive mechanical orange materialized above its head. The four people trapped in the circle were stunned. What was this? Wasn't it said that the fruit beast's skills could only summon ordinary fruits? What on earth was this massive mechanical orange? Meanwhile, in the base room, principals from every school were huddled around the screens, watching intently. They had never witnessed a skill like this before. The skill wasn't over yet. The massive orange traced a circle on the ground, and within that circle, a mecha materialized out of thin air. Then, under everyone's gaze, the orange landed atop the mecha, becoming its head. This orange mecha wielded a massive sword as it charged into the wolf pack. The four witnesses clearly sensed the A-rank power emanating from the orange mecha. The principals in the monitoring room were stunned. What kind of skill is this? Looks like a summoning skill capable of conjuring mechs. But this summon thing is way too over the top. A mere E-rank beastmaster actually summoned an A-rank mech. All eyes turned back to Lin Yu. This skill was his creation. In such a short time, he had managed to create such a powerful summoning skill. Inside the beast base, the wolf pack was too large for orange mech to handle alone. Just then, the 100 fruits beast glowed again, and a pineapple head slowly descended from the sky. The four surrounded individuals, including the group of principals, all shared the same thought: how could there be more? Chapter 38, desperate to adopt Lin Yu as their godfather. The massive mechanical pineapple head descended from the sky, while its corresponding body materialized from below, merging seamlessly with the pineapple head. "There's more," the red-haired girl gasped. Summoning a mecha with a rank combat power was already mind-blowing, and now there was another. Though this pineapple mecha was only B rank, it was still terrifying. Su Yuan himself was stunned. He never imagined the skill Lin Yu casually granted him would be this powerful. And this wasn't even the limit. Su Yuan could sense that this skill could summon more. Next came an apple mecha, a strawberry mecha, a peach mecha. Orange Battle Treasure wielded a massive sword, battling fiercely against the wolf pack. Pineapple Battle Treasure deployed dual blades from its arms and charged into the fray. Little Fruit Battle Treasure stood at a distance, unleashing missiles for long-range firepower. The skill continued to unfold, leaving the principals watching from the monitoring room utterly stunned. Summoning-type beast tamers were common, but summoning this many mechs at once was an unprecedented sight, especially since this beast was merely a fruit beast. After summoning 7 fruit mechs in one breath, the 100-fruit beast finally paused. 7 units. And among them, one was a grade, while the rest were all B grade. The mechs plunged into the blood-craned wolf pack, unleashing a slaughter. Though the wolf pack remained numerous, Su Yuan's summoned mechs fought with relentless ferocity, leaving the wolves utterly outmatched. The scoring system in the exam was based on team points, and Su Yuan's team's score skyrocketed. Soon, the area became saturated with the pungent stench of blood, littered with the corpses of blood skull wolves. Lin Yu didn't lift a finger the entire time. Su Yuan fought alone until the slaughter ended, and even then, he couldn't believe it. Am I really this strong now? Ever since awakening the 100 Fruits Beast, Su Yuan had endured countless looks of contempt and disdain. He had struggled desperately to grow stronger, yet his efforts had always been in vain. He had given up, convinced his path as a beastmaster had reached its limit. But never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that with Lin Yu's help, he would now possess such formidable combat power. He'd always thought the 100 Fruits Beast could only be a support-type beast tamer, yet today it had become a summoning-type beast tamer. The monitoring room erupted in excitement. Summoning 7 mechs. Divine skill. This is absolutely divine. What kind of genius is Lin Yu? How could he conceive such a powerful skill? With these 7 mechs, these two will breeze through the college entrance exams and get into top-tier universities. When designing this skill, Lin Yu incorporated all the mechs from Fruit Ninja Strike, a total of 17 units. Moreover, they could merge. After combining, the mechs levels would even increase. If the school principals found out about this, they'd probably go ballistic. So powerful. The 4 people surrounded by blood skull wolves were saved, but they were all stunned. How could this 100 Fruit Beast possibly be an E-rank beast tamer? Its combat power must be solid S-rank. After slaughtering the blood skull wolves, Su Yuan commanded the 100 Fruits Beast to recall all the mechs. The beast was thoroughly exhausted. Summoning these mechs had taken a tremendous toll. Su Yuan was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak. He wanted to swear Lin Yu as his sworn father. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Lin Yu had given him a new lease on life. Tears welled up in Su Yuan's eyes as he looked at Lin Yu earnestly. Brother Lin. From now on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Lin Yu quickly waved him off. Cut the drama. Hurry up and find a couple more beasts to take down. If we wait much longer, they'll wipe us out. Lin Yu didn't plan to unleash the electric beast's full range of forms just yet. He didn't want to reveal that ability prematurely. It was their trump card. Therefore, he only had the electric beast use basic electric type skills, not even activating its thunder form. He mainly let Su Yuan take the lead in combat. Even so, the pair slaughtered their way through, killing every beast they encountered. Their scores soared relentlessly, propelling them all the way to 10th place. The exam scores were updated in real time and publicly disclosed, visible to all sectors of society. Now, everyone noticed the duo of Lin Yu and Su Yuan. Their 2 beasts, one an Electro-Wolf and the other a berry beast, had somehow climbed into the top 10. Online discussions erupted instantly. This can't be right, can it? Their beast tamer levels are so low. Fixing? Is the exam rigged too? Unaware of these doubts, the pair were currently locked in a fierce battle with a group of copper-armed apes. The electrocution beast, without transforming, charged ahead. A flash of lightning shattered the chest of a copper-armed ape. Immediately following, it unleashed the 10,000 Thunder Prison technique, drawing all the thunderbolts from the beast base toward itself. Centered on the beast, the thunder erupted outward. A thunder domain formed. All copper-armed monkeys within were electrocuted and knocked unconscious. In the distance, the Little Fruit Battle Treasure and Great Battle Treasure summoned by the 100 Fruit Beast unleashed ranged firepower to suppress the enemy. The other 5 mecha pilots charged in with their handheld weapons. Under such concentrated assault, the copper-armed apes were swiftly slaughtered to the last. After the slaughter, Lin Yu and Su Yuan hadn't even caught their breath when several ice spikes suddenly flew toward them. Something's wrong. Lin Yu immediately grew alert. Sure enough, a group of people emerged, each accompanied by their own beast. They surrounded Lin Yu and Su Yuan. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" A heavy-set man stepped forward from the group, grinning maliciously. "Your scores are a bit too high, boys. We're just here to take a few points off you." According to the exam rules, eliminating another contestant allowed them to seize that person's points. As long as they didn't kill their opponent, forcing them to admit defeat counted as elimination, a tacitly permitted practice. However, such point stealing rarely occurred during the exam. It was an unscrupulous tactic, and more importantly, it easily created enemies, inviting retaliation after the exam ended. This group had clearly come prepared. Lin Yu counted 14 of them. Obviously aware that Su Yuan could summon 7 mechs, they deliberately assembled this force. Among them were 3 air rankers. The fat man continued, "I don't want to ruin the harmony here. Injuring someone would be bad. So, how about this? You two just admit defeat. It'll save you the trouble." Ugly bastard, dreaming big. Lin Yu spat. He then gave Su Yuan a knowing look. Su Yuan nodded in understanding and began commanding the 100 Fruits Beast to summon more mechs. A massive coconut-shaped head materialized in the sky, merging seamlessly with the body. This mech radiated an A-rank aura. 7 units already. And it can still summon more? Another a class 1. Chapter 39, this skill is simply divine. This is just the beginning. The 100 Fruits Beast summoned yet another watermelon mecha, banana mecha, green plum mecha, and mangosteen mecha. These 4 were merely B rank. Even so, Lin Yu's side now had 12 mechs. It nearly made up for the numerical disadvantage. Everyone was stunned, the attacking mob was stunned, and the principals from various schools in the monitoring room were stunned. Because the 100 Fruits Beast was still summoning. One school principal exclaimed, "Does this skill have no summoning limit? That's an insane number summoned at once." Another principal added, "This skill could turn the tide of battle if deployed on the battlefield." The 100 Fruit Beast summoned 5 more bizarrely shaped mechs. One of them, an A rank, was clearly a dragon fruit. The other 4 B ranks were impossible to identify as any kind of fruit. Wasn't the 100 Fruit Beast supposed to only summon fruits? The 100 Fruit Beast finally ceased its summoning. It had conjured a total of 17 mechs, 3 A class and 14 B class. In terms of numbers, Lin Yu's side now outnumbered the attacking group. The tide had turned. The observing principals couldn't help but marvel at how ingeniously crafted Lin Yu's skill was. While geniuses skilled at creating abilities were not uncommon, Lin Yu stood alone in his extraordinary imagination. Targeting the 100 Fruit Beast's fruit summoning trait, he boldly designed fruit summoning mechs, transforming an auxiliary beast master into a summoner. The concept was audacious. Yet it felt entirely logical. If the 100 Fruit Beast could summon fruits, why couldn't summoning a fruit mech be possible? The group surrounding Lin Yu and Su Yuan instantly lost their advantage. The tables had turned. The fat leader tensed up instantly, but he knew he couldn't show panic now, otherwise, his side would fall into chaos. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I don't want to ruin the good atmosphere. Injuring someone would be unfortunate. How about this, you lot just admit defeat yourselves? It'll save you the trouble." Lin Yu repeated the very words the fat man had just spoken. The fat man's expression flickered between anger and frustration as he shouted to his men, "Don't panic. They may outnumber us, but they're all just summoned creatures, not particularly strong fighters. If we team up, they won't stand a chance." The fat man had gone to great lengths to persuade this group to ambush others for points. Getting this group together hadn't been easy. With that, the fat man led the charge. His beast was an ice-howling wolf. The ice spikes that had earlier attacked Lin Yu and his group were the wolf's skill. The fat man bellowed, "Ice-howling wolf, unleash the ice storm." The wolf beside him let out a deep growl, its eyes turning a ghostly blue. It opened its mouth and unleashed a blast of frigid ice storm towards Su Yuan's mech. Su Yuan suddenly commanded the 100 Fruits Beast, "Use sky-splitting freshness." The principals in the monitoring room immediately grew puzzled. Wasn't the skill Lin Yu created for the 100 Fruits Beast the fruit treasure mech? What the heck was flying fresh from the heavens? Hadn't Lin Yu created any new skills? At that moment, everyone witnessed the orange mech summoned by the 100 Fruit Beast. The sword in its hand transformed into a colossal blade. Like a phantom, it swept past the ice-howling wolf. The icy blizzard erupting from the ice-howling wolf's jaws abruptly ceased. A long gash appeared on its body, blood gushing forth. Only then did the principals realize the skill called Celestial Blade was the mech's ability. So, the skill Lin Yu created for Baigua Beast not only summoned 17 mechs, but each of these 17 mechs might possess its own unique skill? How many skills were there then? 17? This is just too insane. The skill Lin Yu created was downright insane. The fat man, seeing his ice-howling wolf lying in a pool of blood, panicked instantly. He shouted, "I surrender. Quick, save my ice-howling wolf. I surrender." His partner remained stubborn, but with the fat man's ice-howling wolf unlikely to survive without immediate aid, he had no choice but to concede. After he surrendered and withdrew, medical personnel immediately entered and carried the ice-howling wolf away for emergency treatment. Fortunately, that slash hadn't hit a vital spot. With the fat man's surrender, his points were awarded to Lin Yu and his partner. Seeing how formidable Lin Yu and Su Yuan were, the others realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew. They scattered, attempting to flee. Lin Yu's voice was cold as ice. "You thought you could kill me whenever you pleased? Now you think you can just run away? Where's the justice in that? Eliminate them all. Don't let a single one escape." This command was directed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan now followed Lin Yu's every command without question. Seeing escape was impossible, the 12 men resolved to fight to the death. The aerial bird-type beasts exploited their height advantage to strike the mechs below. But the peach mecha, strawberry mecha, and grape mecha could actually fly. Fearing their beasts would be injured, the attackers surrendered after only a few exchanges. Their points were all transferred to Lin Yu's team. Unfortunately for these attackers, their scores were low to begin with, precisely why they'd taken such a risky gamble to ambush Lin Yu. Little did they know they'd end up losing more than they gained. After seizing their points, Team Lin Yu's total now reached 2,499 points. Now ranked 6th. Lin. We're 6th. This score will get us into any top school. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly. His goal for taking the college entrance exam was simply to get into any university, so this unexpectedly high score was a complete surprise. Lin Yu pondered, but this score still isn't enough to get into Beijing University or Tianhua University, right? Ha! Brother Lin, you're seriously aiming for Beijing or Tianhua? Su Yuan had assumed Lin Yu was joking when he mentioned those schools earlier. But seeing Lin Yu's expression, Su Yuan realized he was serious. Though still lacking confidence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Alright. Since Brother Lin wants to aim for Beijing or Tianhua, I'll risk my life to support you. Brother Lin, what should we do next?" Lin Yu analyzed carefully. Weaker beasts have already been hunted down by others. To earn substantial points, we need to target areas where powerful beasts congregate. The terrain of the exam grounds had been announced in advance before the competition began. After much deliberation, Lin Yu finally declared, "Let's head to Sunset Grassland." At the mention of this location, Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Sunset Grassland was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous locations in this exam. It harbored numerous extremely dangerous beasts. Throughout past examinations, countless students had perished within its borders. But precisely because it was so dangerous, few students dared to venture there, meaning the points to be earned were correspondingly higher. Lin Yu had created such a powerful skill for Su Yuan that Su Yuan didn't know how to repay him. Resolving himself, the two headed straight for Sunset Grassland. Chapter 40, Could he truly be a genius? From afar, the Sunset Grasslands appeared serene and tranquil. It showed no signs of danger whatsoever. Yet the quieter the place, the more likely it was to harbor terrifying predators. The Sunset Grasslands were precisely such a place. As Lin Yu approached, he sensed a chilling aura, a calm surface concealing pervasive danger. "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Yu said. The two cautiously entered, yet saw not a single beast. Just as they began to wonder, Lin Yu suddenly sensed an intense threat behind him. He spun around instantly to see stones on the ground transforming into rock snakes, surging toward them. Their speed was so fierce that Lin Yu could barely dodge them. Su Yuan immediately commanded the 100 Fruits beast to deploy its fruit treasure mecha. To conserve the beast's energy, only 7 mecha were summoned, forming a protective circle around the pair. Only then did Lin Yu realize that every stone on the ground was a rock serpent. Moreover, these rock snakes possessed immense impact force. A rock serpent as thick as a water barrel charged forward. Su Yuan ordered the pineapple battle treasure to intercept it, only to have the armor shatter upon impact. This marked the first time the fruit beast's fruit treasure mecha had suffered such severe damage. Under these circumstances, Lin Yu dared not be careless, fearing the slightest misstep would lead to elimination by the rock snakes. He decided to stop holding back. Addressing the electrocution beast, he commanded, "Little lightning, enter earth form." Lin Yu's actions were being monitored in real time. The principals in the monitoring room all thought they had misheard. Form? Wasn't Electroweb a Class F beast? When did it gain forms? Under everyone's gaze, Electabuzz' body swelled to enormous proportions. Thick, rock-like armor emerged across its form, and its massive fist slammed into the ground, cracking the earth into a spider web of fissures. "Is that really the electric beast?" one of the principals in the monitoring room exclaimed. Having taught for so many years, he was intimately familiar with the characteristics of nearly every beast. He'd never heard of a thunder beast capable of morphing, let alone altering its elemental affinity and to one completely unrelated to lightning. Weren't rock and lightning supposed to be countering each other? Another principal gasped, to make a low-level electric beast change form like that, what exactly did Lin Yu do to it? Could he truly be a genius? Lin Yu remained unaware of the commotion unfolding in the monitoring room. Facing a swarm of rock snakes, Lin Yu commanded his Electroweb, Little Electric, use Polar Sandstorm. The principals in the monitoring room were even more stunned. As principals of Beastmaster High School, they were thoroughly familiar with Beastmaster skills. They knew roughly what abilities each Beastmaster possessed. But the Polar Sandstorm skill? They'd never even heard of it. Given that Lin Yu had previously created such a powerful skill as Fruit Treasure Mecha, one of the young men muttered incredulously, "This polar dust storm, could it be something this kid invented himself?" Suddenly, sand swirled through the sunset forest. Dense earth element gathered between the Electro Beast's fists, coalescing into a massive rock sphere. A terrifying force seemed poised to erupt from within the rock sphere. The rock snakes sensed the skill's terror and turned to flee one by one, but it was too late. The Electro Beast hurled the rock sphere forward, and it exploded amidst the swarm of rock snakes. Lin Yu covered his ears in time. But Su Yuan beside him hadn't reacted in time. The deafening explosion instantly sent a ringing in his ears. The area where the rock snakes had been was now a deep crater. The vast majority of the rock snakes were blasted into stone fragments. The sheer power of this skill left the assembled principals gaping in astonishment. This wasn't just a skill. It was practically detonating a nuclear bomb. This skill is terrifying. Su Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. The surviving rock snakes, one by one, were terrified out of their wits and scattered in all directions. But the 6 mechs of the berry beast caught up, commencing their slaughter. Lin Yu's team's points skyrocketed again, nearing 3,000. After finishing off the rock snakes, Su Yuan said to Lin Yu, "Bro Lin, the beasts on Sunset Grassland never show themselves? We can't even find them, how are we supposed to hunt them? Finding beasts?" This Electabuzz was an expert at that too. Lin Yu replied calmly, "Leave it to me, little electric. Enter Phantom Soul form." The Electro Beast's form began to dissolve into an ethereal mist, eventually transforming into a cloud-like creature resembling a jellyfish. In an instant, the monitoring room erupted in chaos. This electrocution beast actually has a psychic type form. It's already absurd for a low-level lightning type beast to transform into a rock type and now a psychic type? Is that even possible? Is that right? Although Lin Yu's team was currently ranked 5th, the principals couldn't bear to watch the top contenders anymore. The shockwaves Lin Yu had sent through them were simply too overwhelming. "Little lightning, use mind share." At Lin Yu's command, the electric beast's psychic energy rippled outward like water waves. Across the vast expanse of Sunset Grasslands, every movement of every blade of grass and tree was transmitted into Su Yuan and the 100 Fruits Beast's minds. Lin Yu looked at Su Yuan and asked, "Can you locate them now?" Within Su Yuan's mind, the precise locations of every beast master became crystal clear. Even a phantom lizard appeared right beside him. "Xiao Gua, engage." With the precise locations of these ferocious beasts secured, the 100 Fruits Beast began directing the mecha to execute pinpoint strikes. In an instant, the beasts of Sunset Grassland were stunned. They had hidden themselves so well, yet were killed. They hadn't shown a single weakness. How had they been found? Is it open? Inside the monitoring room, the principals were all curious beyond belief, eager to understand the purpose of this skill called mental sharing. Unlike the previous flashy abilities, this one seemed more like a support skill. By the time Su Yuan had essentially slaughtered the Sunset Grasslands, his team score had reached 3,698 points. Ranking 4th. Third place currently held 3,869 points, just over 100 points ahead. The top spot belonged to Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao. As an S-rank duo, their combat prowess was terrifying, resulting in a commanding lead of 5,367 points. Scoring over 5,000 points virtually guaranteed admission to either the Capital Academy or Tianhua Academy. Yet the pair showed no signs of slowing down, continuing to hunt and slay beasts. It seemed they were determined to shatter the record for the college entrance exam. The highest recorded score stands at over 9,000 points, set 3 years ago by two exceptionally battle-gifted youths. In just 3 short years, both had become legendary figures. Chapter 41, So It Was My Sister-in-Law. At that moment, Su Yuan sensed someone approaching and immediately grew alert, deploying 6 mechs to guard the front. Lin Yu also noticed the presence. The electrocution beast instantly shifted into its earth form, preparing to repel any attack. When Lin Yu saw Chen Yushi's face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuan smirked cheekily, "Bro Lin, 2 points deliverers have arrived. Watch me take them down. 100 Fruit Beast. Ouch." Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, Lin Yu flicked his forehead. "Lin, what's that for?" Su Yuan asked, clutching his head. Chen Yushi relaxed the moment she saw Lin Yu, a smile spreading across her face. Beside her stood a girl wearing glasses who immediately tensed up upon seeing Su Yuan and Lin Yu. Chen Yushi patted her reassuringly, saying, "Relax, they're on our side." This bespectacled girl was Chen Yushi's college entrance exam partner, Wei Yingying. Screens displaying rolling point totals were scattered throughout the beast base. Lin Yu had already noticed Chen Yushi's score just over 2,000 points, placing her 14th. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Not bad at all." A hint of disappointment flashed across Chen Yushi's face. "Not really. I'm still far behind." Ever since learning that Lin Yu aimed for both the Capital Academy and Tianhua Academy, Chen Yushi had hoped to attend university alongside him. So from the very start of the college entrance exams, she'd been desperately racking up points. Yet despite her efforts, she still only had 2,000 points. Lin Yu ruffled her hair. "It's fine. You're already doing great. I'm about to take on a big project. Want to join me?" Su Yuan and Wei Yingying didn't know each other, but they exchanged a knowing smile, instantly understanding the relationship between Lin Yu and Chen Yushi. Su Yuan thought to himself, "No wonder brother Lin wouldn't let me help, it's his future sister-in-law." Chen Yushi asked, "What big thing do you want to do? The top-ranked team has a huge lead. How about we take them out? Then their points become ours." Lin Yu suggested. Wei Yingying interjected, "We can't beat them. Both their beast tamers are S-rank, they're incredibly strong. Especially Chen Anlin. His beast is a time crasher, possessing an S-rank skill called Instantaneous Blink that boosts his speed tenfold. We're no match for them." Lin Yu pondered Wei Yingying's words. A skill that increases movement speed? That might not be impossible to counter. Lin Yu looked at Chen Yushi and said, "Simple. I'll create another skill for you." "Ha? Right now?" Chen Yushi looked surprised. Wei Yingying was speechless. What was he thinking? Other teams were already pushing for points, and he wanted to create a skill now. And you want to use this skill to eliminate the top-ranked player? Are you suggesting your skill is stronger than an A-grade one? Indeed. Before Chen Yushi could say anything else, Lin Yu pulled out paper and pen and began scribbling away. Soon, he had crafted a new skill. Chen Yushi glanced at it. The skill was named Gravity Swamp, capable of freely adjusting gravity within a certain range. It was undeniably powerful. The principals watching in the monitoring room saw it all clearly, each marveling at Lin Yu's talent. This kid is an absolute genius at creating skills. Not only is his creation speed astonishing, but his ideas are incredibly innovative. This skill he created is pretty over the top too. Controlling gravity within a certain range, I doubt any beast tamer could do that right now. Why do I get the feeling Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao won't stand a chance against him this time? Over the past period, Chen Yushi had observed that every skill Lin Yu created was top tier. The rampaging giant ape absorbed the skill demonstration blueprint the moment it touched it, surging into its body like a raging river. Wei Yingying, watching nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Could creating a skill really be this simple? Let's go! We're going to snatch those points now. Even with a new skill, could they really just up and leave like that? Wouldn't they even be able to find Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao? One moment she was puzzled, the next a peculiar mental link formed, connecting her to Wei Yingying. In an instant, every movement within 100 meters became crystal clear. A psychic support skill? Wei Yingying glanced at the ethereal jellyfish beside Lin Yu. What kind of beast is this? Its support abilities are insane. How come I've never heard of it before? Thus, the four continued their search until, deep within a forest, the electrocution beast finally detected Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao. The pair were locked in combat with a pride of lions. Chen Anlin's time crasher beast resembled a centaur, sporting a long sword on its left arm. The four watched cautiously from the sidelines. It had to be said the time crasher truly lived up to its S-rank status. The moment it activated its skill, its speed increased tenfold, leaving only afterimages in its wake. Each time it swept past a lion, the beast was slashed multiple times before it could even react. Truly, in the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate defense. Shi Qinhao's beast was a ghost vine tree demon, towering over 3 meters tall with its arms completely entwined in ghost vines. These vines delivered devastatingly powerful lashes, possessing both corrosive and blood-draining abilities. Once entangled, death was almost certain. For instance, a lion carelessly entangled by the vines was drained dry in mere moments. Lin Yu whispered to Su Yuan, "Actually, there's an even more powerful way to use that skill." What? Su Yuan felt he must have misheard. This skill was already absurdly powerful, right? Even more powerful? Lin Yu nodded. Listen carefully. Those mechs can actually merge. Combine? When Lin Yu uttered those words, Su Yuan and the other principals were stunned all over again. If these things combined, their combat power would likely reach terrifying new heights. Lin Yu instructed, when the fight starts, have these mechs combine and take the lead in the attack. Su Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, the battle between Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao was nearing its end. Just as the two of them joined forces to take down the last lion, an ice blast projectile suddenly flew toward them. The ghost vine tree demon immediately swung its vines, shattering the projectile. A flash of coldness crossed Chen Anlin's face. Someone's ambushing us. He quickly pinpointed Lin Yu and the others' location. The time snatch beast beside him activated its ability, instantly closing the distance to their position. Wei Yingying's face drained white. She had thrown that ice blast. But the instant the time-seizing beast approached the four, it felt as though an invisible giant hand had descended from the sky. Not only did it slow her movement, but it also crushed her chest, making it hard to breathe. Chen Anlin's expression changed completely. How was this possible? Chapter 42, Top Scorer. The moment the time beast, which had been unstoppable, was actually restrained. Chen Anlin couldn't even discern what technique the opponent had used. Lin Yu beamed at the sight. This skill really works against the time crusher beast. Chen Yushi's heart skipped a beat. The gravity swamp skill was simply terrifying. Rather than being specifically designed to counter the time-seizing beast, it could suppress any beastmaster. With this skill active within his domain, who could possibly get close to him? Lin Yu shouted urgently, "Strike now!" Only then did Wei Yingying react. Her ice wind bird's wings flashed, forming several ice spikes that shot straight toward the time crasher beast. The time crasher struggled to raise its arm, barely blocking the icicles with the long blade on its left arm. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's 100 fruit beast had already summoned 17 mecha units. Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao were dumbfounded. What kind of skill was this? In an instant, they were surrounded by 17 mechs of unknown origin. Shi Qinhao instantly sensed the threat emanating from these individuals. Their abilities were utterly bizarre. Whether it was the monkey manipulating gravity or the strange contraptions summoned by the 100 fruit beast, that green, puppy-like creature below. Ghost vine tree demon. Devouring vines. In the next instant, the ghost vine tree demon's tendrils sprouted sharp thorns as it lashed out, attempting to ensnare the enraged giant ape. At that moment, one of Su Yuan's mechs hurled a massive dart, deflecting the vine. Then Su Yuan shouted, "Combine! Combine?" The principals in the monitoring room were instantly baffled. This skill was already beyond the norm. Could it actually combine? 7 of the 17 mechs soared into the air, combining mid-flight to form a single colossal mech over 3 meters tall, radiating an S-class aura. But it didn't stop there. 5 more mechs soared upward and began their own fusion. Their combined power approached S-class levels. The remaining 5 units had been holding off the Ghost Vine Tree Demon. Once the 2 units completed their fusion, these 5 unexpectedly began merging as well. The 2 already merged colossal mechs took charge of containing the Ghost Vine Tree Demon. Amidst the Demon Vine Tree Demon's interference, the Time Crasher managed to break free from the gravity swamp. All 3 giant mechs completed their fusion and surrounded both the time-seizing beast and the Ghost Vine Tree Demon. Yet despite possessing S-class combat power, these 3 mechs ultimately couldn't match a genuine S-class Beastmaster. The Time Snatcher Beast unleashed another instantaneous burst, darting swiftly between the 3 mechs and inflicting continuous damage. The Ghost Vine Tree Demon's tendrils wrapped around Fruit Origin Heavenly Lord. Its vines carried a corrosive effect, etching deep gashes into Fruit Origin Heavenly Lord's mecha frame. Xiao Dian. Enter Earth form. Transformed into a colossal rock ape, the Thunder Beast swung its massive fists at the 2S-rank beasts. The rampaging giant ape closed in rapidly, its immense gravitational pull forcing the 2S-class beasts to their knees. Their movements slowed as Electivire slammed into the Ghost Vine Tree Demon, forcing it to kneel on one leg. Fruit God Warrior swung his massive sword, slicing through the Ghost Vine Tree Demon's abdomen and sending it flying backward. Seeing his beast gravely wounded, Shurchinhao's eyes turned bloodshot. Ghost Vine Tree Demon, enter Soul Burning form. Unlike the electric beast's utterly sinister transformation, the Ghost Vine Tree Demon earned its S-rank status precisely because it could shift forms, though it possessed only one such ability. The Ghost Vine Tree Demon's body began to burn. Like a colossal flame giant. This was its soul burning form, consuming its own body to transform into a fire attribute beast, gaining immense offensive power. In this state, the Ghost Vine Tree Demon lashed out with a fiery whip. It struck Fruit Yuan Tianzuan, whose already corroded body was dealt another blow. Instantly, it dissipated into nothingness. Lin Yu shouted, "Hold it off! Xiao Dian, unleash the polar sandstorm!" Having witnessed the terror of the polar sandstorm, Su Yuan immediately understood. The remaining 2 S-class mechs, Fruit Treasure God and Demon Overlord, continued their fierce battle against the Ghost Vine Tree Demon. Wei Yingying's Ice Wind Bird took on the Time Crasher Beast trapped in the gravity swamp. Meanwhile, the Earthform Electrocution Beast began channeling its power for the polar sandstorm. It must be said, this skill was truly terrifying. Even before its release, the sheer aura of dread it projected was enough to strike fear into anyone. As the Thunder Beast completed its charge, Lin Yu shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The rampaging giant ape and Ice Wind Bird immediately retreated. But freed from the gravity swamp's constraints, the Time Beast could once again use its instant escape ability. At that moment, Su Yuan bellowed, "Fruit Guardian God, grab it!" Before Chen Anlin could react, Fruit Guardian War God seized the Time Snatcher Beast. Thus, the Time Snatcher and the Ghost Vine Tree Demon were exposed to the polar sandstorm. The Electrocution Beast unleashed the polar sandstorm. It first struck the Ghost Vine Tree Demon. The immense impact force blew the Ghost Vine Tree Demon out of its burning soul form, while Fruit Guardian God was instantly obliterated by the sheer power of the blast. The Time Beast suffered the worst damage. Its defense was far inferior to the Ghost Vine Tree Demon's, and it was instantly blasted into critical condition. It must be said, these 2S-rank beasts truly lived up to their rating. Every other beast that had endured the Arctic sandstorm so far had been obliterated, yet these 2S ranks were merely gravely wounded. Lin Yu then instructed Chen Yushi, have the rampaging giant ape use Emulate Heaven's form to finish it off. Chen Yushi looked utterly perplexed. Why? Their points should be yours. Lin Yu's face was filled with urgency. Hurry up and finish them off. I have a way to get our points. The rampaging giant ape activated Heaven-defying Earth-shattering, instantly transforming into a colossal 20-meter-tall beast. Keep in mind, Heaven-defying Earth-shattering is an SS-rank skill. The rampaging giant ape swung its hammer down toward the 2S-rank beasts. Chen Anlin and Shurchinhao felt a chill run through them. If that hit landed, the Time Crasher Beast and Ghost Vine Tree Demon would be doomed, and their paths as Beast Masters would come to an end. Without hesitation, they shouted, "Stop! We surrender!" With their surrender, their combined 5,000 plus points were added to Chen Yushi's team. Adding to their original 2,000 points, their total now reached a staggering 7,832 points. Admission to either the Capital Academy or the Tianhua Academy required 5,000 points. With their current scores, Chen Yushi and Wei Yingying could pick whichever academy they desired. Wei Yingying was overcome with disbelief. She had aimed for a top-tier academy in this college entrance exam, but never imagined such incredible luck. With Lin Yu's help, she could actually gain admission to either the Capital Academy or Tianhua Academy. It was like her ancestors were smiling down on her from beyond the grave. She looked at Lin Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yushi, however, didn't look happy. She looked at Lin Yu with concern. You gave your scores to us, but you're still over 1,000 points short of 5,000. What are you going to do? Come on, I'll go with you to knock out the second and third place students. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. I have a better plan. Chapter 43, The Time Beast Domain. In the beast-taming college entrance exam, the more ferocious beasts you slay, the higher your score. However, during each exam period, the number of low-level ferocious beasts within the base is limited. This scarcity inevitably leads to candidates scrambling to secure points. To gain massive points at once, candidates could venture into a beast domain. Clearing one beast domain directly added 4,000 points. For instance, the current top scorers in the exam achieved their results by conquering a beast domain. Chen Yushi asked anxiously, with only 8 hours left before the exam ends, where are you going to get over 1,000 points? Lin Yu grinned. I've decided to venture into the beast domain. The ferocious beast realm. Su Yuan's fighting spirit soared as he grinned. Hell yeah, Lin. Let's go slaughter our way through the ferocious beast realm. After the recent battle, the group had grown closer. Wei Yingying stepped forward and said, exactly. Brother Lin, let's slaughter our way through the beast domain. Chen Yushi shot Wei Yingying a glance. This girl sure was a smooth talker. Lin Yu added, we can't all go in, because I'm venturing into the time realm. The ferocious beast realm had several distinct zones. The Sunluo ferocious beast realm, inhabited entirely by grass-type beasts. The lava ferocious beast realm, covered in molten magma. The time beast domain Lin Yu intended to breach was the most terrifying of all, for it housed a horde of time-type beasts. These realms were called realms because each one weakened intruders upon entry. For instance, in the time beast domain, an intruder's speed would slow down tenfold. What's the difference between that and crawling like a turtle? Thus, the time fiend domain was the most perilous of all. Hearing Lin Yu intended to challenge the time beast domain, the three exchanged stunned glances. Having one's speed slowed tenfold, how was that any different from seeking death? Chen Yushi was the first to speak up, pleading, calm down. I'll go with you to eliminate other teams and earn points. The beast domains are far too dangerous. Su Yuan chimed in, yeah, Lin. If you really want to tackle a beast domain, let's pick an easier one. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. I value my life. I wouldn't attempt something I'm not confident about. When dealing with Chen Anlin's time beast earlier, I gained inspiration from its instant skill. I plan to create a skill for the electric beast specifically to confront the time domain. You're going to create a skill on the spot again? Su Yuan's initial shock and disbelief had faded, replaced by a hint of anticipation. Chen Yushi instantly felt reassured upon hearing Lin Yu would create a new skill. Lin Yu continued, there's no time to waste. I'll start creating the skill right away before time runs out. Without further ado, Lin Yu pulled out paper and pen, immediately scribbling and sketching away. Inside the monitoring room, the principal and others crowded closer to the screen, eager to witness Lin Yu's skill creation process. Soon, Lin Yu had finished. The three leaned in to examine his creation, a skill named Time Zero. Upon activation, it unleashed a golden domain with a 50-meter radius. Within this domain, the user's own time flow accelerated to 10 times that of the outside world. Of course, the duration of this field was limited. The inspiration for this skill came from Anja's word magic within the Dragon Clan. This skill is absolutely insane. The electrocution beast approached, lightly touched the skill demonstration blueprint, and effortlessly absorbed the ability. The principals in the monitoring room were already stunned by the blueprint itself, but now witnessing the electrocution beast absorb it sparked a terrifying realization deep within them. This skill belongs to the time element. Could it mean this Electabuzz possesses a time element form? Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, Lin, you're incredible. Every skill you create is this powerful. Let's go. Head to the time beast domain. The four arrived at the domain's entrance in full force. Everyone grew extremely cautious. This domain was no joke. One misstep inside meant certain doom. You wouldn't even come out in one piece. The time beast domain. Even from afar, one could see streaks of afterimages swirling within. On the monitors, it looked like a swarm of lines moving at breakneck speed. It wasn't that the beasts were fast, they altered the flow of time itself. Only a beastmaster capable of countering them stood a chance. Otherwise, stepping inside meant facing a relentless assault from these beasts. At the domain's entrance, Lin Yu addressed the three, you three wait outside for me. Xiao Dian and I will go in. They nodded. Chen Yushi's eyes brimmed with concern as she urged, be extremely careful. Xiao Dian. Enter time form. A clock-like phantom materialized before the electrocution beast. Its form instantly began to shift, transforming into a 2-meter-tall white tiger humanoid. Its body was taut with powerful muscles, and 2 razor-sharp blades protruded from its forearms. The principals watching in the monitoring room were stunned. A time form really did exist. Time-type beast masters were an extremely rare existence. Then, another terrifying thought struck them: could this Electabuzz possess a full attribute form? Lin Yu wasn't one to waste time. He immediately stepped into the Time Beast domain with the Electrocution Beast. The beasts inside grew excited upon seeing him enter. They hadn't seen a living soul in ages. The moment he entered, Lin Yu felt his limbs grow stiff and aged, making movement painfully laborious. He commanded the Electrocution Beast, activate the Time Zero skill. Instantly, a golden domain space materialized around the Electrocution Beast, where time flowed 10 times faster than outside. The beasts, renowned for their speed, dwelling in the world's predator realms, now appeared to Lin Yu as slow as turtles, crawling even slower than turtles, more like sloths. The blades on the electric beast's forearms extended, unleashing a slaughter upon these ferocious beasts. Inside the monitoring room, the principals couldn't help but marvel. This skill is utterly god tier. Enemies can't even get close. Anyone who approaches gets slowed down tenfold. With that advantage, who could possibly stand a chance? Empowered by Time Zero, the electric beast's movements became enhanced. Like a ghostly apparition, it darted across the battlefield, its arm blades reaping the lives of the Time Fiends. The Time Fiends scattered in panic, their only thought now being escape. They had always been invincible, yet for the first time, they were being defeated so easily. The three waiting outside for Lin Yu were stunned speechless. The time-based skill he had created was nothing short of godlike. Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao, eliminated by Lin Yu's team, remained behind, watching his performance on the screen. Chen Anlin's breath came in gasps. He could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. His pride and joy, the Time Calamity Beast, was utterly laughable when pitted against Time Zero. Chapter 44, Breaking the College Entrance Exam Record. Losing to Lin Yu and his team, Chen Anlin accepted it. He was outclassed, there was no one else to blame. But now, his most cherished skill, the Time Beast's instantaneous strike, had been effortlessly surpassed by Lin Yu's newly created Time Zero. If Lin Yu could create a skill that accelerated time tenfold, what about 20-fold? 30-fold? In an instant, the Time Zero skill utterly shattered Chen Anlin's confidence. This left Chen Anlin utterly dejected and disoriented. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a principal remarked, to design a powerful skill, one must first possess profound knowledge of the attribute being designed. Only with such understanding can one create exceptional skills. This Lin Yu is truly terrifying. When he first designed the summoning type skill, the Fruit Treasure Mecha, it demonstrated his extraordinary mastery of summoning techniques. Then he created Gravity Swamp, proving his deep research and understanding of force-based skills. He even thought to manipulate gravity to defeat enemies. Now, he's created such a powerful time-based skill, proving his mastery over time mechanics as well. The principal glanced at Gui Jun and remarked, "Old Gua, I have no idea what your school teaches in class. But one thing's for sure, this Lin Yu knows everything." Gui Jun waved his hand dismissively. What could our school possibly teach him? It's all down to this kid's intelligence, his high natural talent, and his exceptional aptitude for creating skills. Our school merely provided him with foundational guidance. It wasn't Gui Jun being modest. If someone claimed Lin Yu's skill creation abilities were solely due to high school teaching, who would believe it? What high school teacher could possibly be that skilled, versed in every element of skill creation? Even if Gui Jun bragged about it, no one would buy it. Inside the Beast Base, the Electrocution Beast slaughter of the Time Beasts was nearing its end. Only a few stragglers remained. Like a ghostly apparition, the Electrocution Beast swept past, severing a beast's body in two before it could even react. Once the Electrocution Beast had exterminated every last time-bound beast, Lin Yu stepped out of the temporal realm alongside it. His points skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. A direct gain of 4,000 points. Combined with their existing 3,000 plus points, Team Lin Yu's total now stood at 7,948 points. This surpassed the top-ranked team led by Chen Yushi by nearly 100 points. Lin Yu's team now held the top position in this year's college entrance exam. Chen Yushi rushed over as soon as Lin Yu emerged, and the Electrocution Beast reverted to its original compact form. Though powerful, this time manipulation skill was incredibly taxing. The Electivire looked completely drained. Su Yuan hurried forward. The fruit squirrel summoned several oranges, which Su Yuan took and fed to Electabuzz. These oranges had the ability to restore stamina. After eating several oranges, Electivire finally perked up a bit. Chen Yushi said, "Now both our teams can easily reach either Beijing or Tianhua. Let's find a safe spot and wait for the exam to end." Only a few hours remained until the exam concluded. Lin Yu glanced around and said, "We still have time. I suddenly have a bold idea." Chen Yushi frowned at his words. "What are you planning? What's the highest recorded score for the college entrance exam?" Lin Yu asked. Chen Yushi thought for a moment before replying, "Over 10,000 points." Lin Yu said, "I did the math. If I can defeat one more ferocious beast, I think I might break the record." "Ha!" Hearing this, all three of them froze in surprise. Lin Yu actually wanted to break the college entrance exam record. Lin Yu's goal this time wasn't merely to gain admission to either the Capital Academy or the Tianhua Academy. He also aimed to secure preferential treatment and resources from these institutions. Yet, even with a score of over 7,000 points of feat that might mark him as a genius at other academies. But at institutions like Kyoto and Tianhua, where geniuses abound, he'd be just another ordinary student. How could he possibly secure preferential treatment? Therefore, Lin Yu resolved to do something extraordinary to stand out. That's why he resolved to break the college entrance exam record. Chen Yushi hesitated at first, but seeing Lin Yu's demonstrated abilities so far, it didn't seem impossible. Which beast realm will you challenge next? Chen Yushi asked. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, next, I plan to challenge the Senluo Fierce Beast realm. Among all the Fierce Beast realms, the Senluo Fierce Beast realm had a relatively higher pass rate. Simply put, while other realms offered no hope of passing, the Forest realm held a slight chance of success. The Forest domain was inhabited solely by wood attribute beasts. Its most terrifying aspect was that every blade of grass and every tree within it was a beast. When outsiders intrude, even the grass on the ground attacks, burrowing into flesh to absorb the intruder's blood. Terrifying. Historically, the few who have ever crossed the Senra domain did so because they possessed extremely powerful fire-type beast tamers. Ordinary fire-type beast tamers wouldn't suffice, because within the Senra domain, some of the beasts though wood-type are fire-resistant. This is truly troublesome wood-type beasts resisting fire? What could possibly counter them? Therefore, to breach it, one must possess an exceptionally powerful fire-type beast. All three present were well aware of this situation. Su Yuan asked, Brother Lin, does your electrocution beast happen to have a fire-type form? What do you think? Chen Yushi inquired, should we create another skill to counter this domain? Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need. I already created a fire-type skill for Little Electric long ago. It's never been used, so today's the perfect chance to test it out. Everyone was quite eager to see it. Because every skill Lin Yu created always blew everyone's minds. The four arrived at the edge of the forest domain. Only 3 hours remained until the college entrance exam concluded. Lin Yu looked at them and said, I'm going in. Wait for my good news. Chen Yushi offered, should I go in to help? My berserk giant ape is pretty powerful now. Lin Yu waved her off. Most of the beasts inside have parasitic or blood-sucking abilities. The berserk giant ape can't counter them. It's too dangerous for you to go in. I'll handle this alone. You guys wait for me at the entrance. No one objected, nor did anyone insist on going in. Because the beast domain was truly terrifying, this wasn't child's play. Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast, Little Electric, transform into lava form. The electric beast's skin began to crack, as if flames were coursing through its veins. Its body swelled, and a searing heat washed over them. The adorable electrocution beast transformed into a terrifying flame-breathing beast. Lin Yu led the electrocution beast into the domain. These wood-type beasts detested fire, and one by one, they began to grow restless. Grass on the ground swayed as if alive, burrowing straight into the soles of Electabuzz and Lin Yu's feet. Chapter 45, a name that sounds like a joke. Lin Yu knew it was time to act. If he didn't move now, the grass would drain both him and Electabuzz dry. He commanded, Little Electric, unleash the 6 true fires. What the hell is that? The principals in the monitoring room exchanged bewildered glances. Is Lin Yu joking? How could he bring up the Supreme Lord's fire? Mythology existed in this world too. Legend held that the Supreme Lord Lao's alchemy furnace contained the 6th Ding divine fire. It was primordial divine fire. Is Lin Yu just making this skill up? Where would you even find a fire-type skill with that name? The Electro Beast, now in its lava form, expelled a fiery blast. Within the flames, the interplay of yin and yang was faintly discernible. This skill had occurred to Lin Yu while researching the Electrowolf's various forms before the college entrance exams. If his made-up skills could be learned, could he then borrow abilities from mythology? Thus, he invented the 6th Ding divine fire, and to his astonishment, the electrocution beast actually mastered it. The flames now slowly descended upon Electabuzz's own body. Instantly, the flames covering its body were replaced by this new fire. Grass on the ground and nearby beasts that had crept near screamed in agony and fled upon contact with this fire. Any beasts unlucky enough to touch the flames were instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Lin Yu remarked, "Hey, you all stop running. Weren't you just crowding forward one by one? Why are you all fleeing now?" At that moment, every television in the entire city of Haichang was broadcasting live coverage of the college entrance exam. Today's top news story was Lin Yu's attempt to break the college entrance exam record, with everyone watching his every move. This fire really is the 6th Ding divine fire. Not a single beast dares to approach. What's going on in Lin Yu's head? He can create skills this powerful, and every single one he invents is so strong. But the name he gave it sounds like a joke, borrowing the fire of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun himself. The entire city of Haichang was rooting for Lin Yu to break the record. Hai City's college entrance exam results had consistently ranked near the bottom nationally year after year. This year, Chen Anlin and Shi Qinhao were assigned to the same group, raising hopes for a breakthrough. But then Lin Yu burst onto the scene. Not only did he eliminate both of them, but he also stole all the attention. The blazing six-sting divine fire scorched the once verdant realm of the Sunluo fiendish beasts, leaving it charred and blackened. From the depths of the domain, a colossal dragon formed from intertwined vines surged forth. This dragon's body was as thick as 3 men could embrace. And it was towering, reaching straight into the heavens. This was one of the Dominion's rulers. Seeing Lin Yu destroy its territory, it surged forth. Its body glowed with a metallic sheen, clearly fire-resistant. This was the true terror of the Sunluo realm. It lowered its head, its gaze dark and vicious as it fixed upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It roared as it dove downward, while the lightning beast unleashed a torrent of flames, colliding head-on with the serpent. This dragon was formidable. Though fire-resistant, the electric beast's flames were the 6 true fires. Under this even more terrifying flame, the dragon's body began to melt. The beast instantly sensed something was wrong. This fire was wrong. It let out a piercing roar. At the very center of the Sunluo realm stood a towering ancient tree. Hearing the roar, the branches on both sides of its trunk lifted the earth, forcibly uprooting itself. Its roots formed 2 legs, charging toward Lin Yu. The camera captured every moment in crystal-clear detail. It was more thrilling than any movie. The electrocution beast dodged and weaved between the 2 colossal beasts, timing its move perfectly to unleash another blast of 6-sting divine fire. This time, the flames struck the towering tree demon. Instantly, the tree demon's canopy burst into flames. Though massive and powerful, the tree demon was vulnerable to fire. Only its trunk, having grown for ages, offered some resistance to the flames. Both monstrous beasts were wounded, yet they continued their relentless assault on the electrocution beast. The electric beast's lava form only possessed the 6 divine fire skill, which was clearly insufficient. At that moment, the entire Senra domain was scorched into a fiery inferno. Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast to switch to its time form and unleash time 0. Instantly, the 2 monstrous beasts' speed slowed considerably. Lin Yu realized fighting 2 at once was too disadvantageous. He should take them down one by one. The dragon was impervious to fire. While the 6 divine fires could inflict damage, they couldn't kill it. Lin Yu resolved to eliminate one first. As time slowed, the electrocution beast in its time form used the sharp claws on its forearms to repeatedly slash at the dragon, tearing open one bloody wound after another on its body. Though the dragon's scales resisted fire, its defenses were surprisingly weak. The dragon roared in agony, yet slowed by tenfold, it couldn't even catch a glimpse of the electrocution beast's shadow. The scorched earth now ran with the dragon's blood. The electrocution beast shifted forms once more, reverting to its lava form. It unleashed the 6 divine flames once more, this time targeting the tree demon. The tree demon desperately fought against the divine flames, several patches of its body already charred black. If it kept enduring, it might turn into a carbon demon. Both monstrous beasts were now gravely wounded. The serpent demon bled profusely, while the tree demon was scorched to a charred husk. The thunder beast shifted forms once more, this time into its earth form. Arctic sandstorm. Earth elements within the Senra domain converged between the electric beast's fists. The forest domain was reduced to scorched earth, and the 2 beast lords lay on the brink of death. The thunder beast unleashed the polar sandstorm at them. The moment it struck the 2 beasts, a terrifying explosion erupted. Both beasts were blown to smithereens. The forest domain now resembled a nuclear wasteland. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's score instantly surged to 13,948. The highest score ever recorded in the college entrance exam was 10,362. The domain had shattered that record by over 3,000 points. The entire city of Haicheng witnessed this moment, erupting in cheers and jubilation. Inside the monitoring room, principals from various high schools congratulated Gui Jun. "Congratulations, Principal Gua. Your school will have 3 students admitted to Beijing Tianhua this year." Lin Yu and Su Yuan were both from Haicheng No. 1 High School. Within Chen Yushi's group, Chen Yushi also attended Haicheng No. 1 High School, while only Wei Yingying came from another high school. Others joined in the congratulations, and you've broken the college entrance exam record. From now on, Haicheng No. 1 High School will be the best high school in our city, no, in the entire province. No, no. Wei Jun waved his hands repeatedly. These people were clearly trying to flatter him to death. Lin Yu's record-breaking achievement had little to do with the school itself. As for Su Yuan and Chen Yushi, their achievements were largely thanks to Lin Yu's efforts. With this outstanding achievement, Haicheng No. 1 High School would undoubtedly rise in prestige. But if they were praised too highly, the fall would be all the more painful. As Lin Yu stepped out of the Sunluo realm, Su Yuan immediately rushed over. "Bro Lin! You're incredible! You really broke the record." Since the college entrance exam used a group scoring system, even though Su Yuan hadn't contributed, the points counted for both of them. Chapter 46, Skills Change Destiny. Su Yuan understood that even though he was a free rider, his name would likely become legendary in the future. Su Yuan never imagined that he, who thought he was destined for a life of mediocrity, Until the college entrance exam lottery paired him with Lin Yu, a moment that utterly transformed his destiny. This, he realized, was skill-changing fate. The college entrance exams lasted 2 full days and nights. Some achieved their desired scores, while others left in disappointment. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the exam hall, thunderous applause erupted outside the Beast base. Soon, a crowd of students from Haicheng No. 1 High School sprinted toward him. Before Lin Yu could even react, they swarmed around him, cheering and tossing him high into the air. Having shattered the college entrance exam record, Lin Yu was now the pride of all Haicheng and especially Haicheng No. 1 High School. Finally set down, Principal Gui Jun and homeroom teacher Yang Jun approached him. Gui Jun was like an excited child, his words tumbling out in a flurry of excitement. He slapped Lin Yu on the shoulder, declaring, "I always knew this kid had it in him. See? He's amazing, right?" The teachers behind Gui Jun chimed in, praising the principal's wisdom. Lin Yu inwardly scoffed, "When did they ever praise me? I was expelled not long ago. If it weren't for Uncle Feng, I wouldn't even have been allowed to take the college entrance exam." And so, this year's college entrance exams drew to a close. Now, Lin Yu had only one thing to worry about: should he go to Tianhua or Jidua? "I'll just wait for the offers from Jingu and Tianhua. Whichever academy gives me the best deal, that's where I'll go." After finally extricating himself from the crowd, Lin Yu headed straight for his pet shop. To his surprise, reporters had gathered right outside his door. Meanwhile, college entrance exam results had been released nationwide, with staff verifying the scores. One of them remarked, "Wonder which city's student will be this year's top scorer." Another immediately retorted, "What's there to think about? It's either Magic City or the capital." Not necessarily. Looking at recent years' results, Tianfu City has been producing outstanding talent. Maybe this year's top scorer is from Tianfu. "Stop arguing. Just compile the results quickly, then we'll know," the supervisor interjected. As the team compiled the results, the top-ranked candidate stunned them all. "Am I seeing things?" A staff member rubbed his eyes, then read aloud, stumbling over the words. "First place, Lin Yu, Haicheng City, Haicheng No. 1 High School, 13,948 points? Where's Haicheng?" another staff member asked. Haicheng was an unremarkable city, easily overlooked unless one paid close attention. "This score must be wrong. 13,000? I thought the highest college entrance exam score was only 10,000. How could someone suddenly surpass it by so much?" The Gokao record was notoriously difficult to break. Reaching 10,000 points was already an immense feat, let alone surpassing it by 3,000 points in one go. It seemed utterly unrealistic. The supervisor, incredulous, instructed the staff, verify the top candidate's score immediately and retrieve his exam video footage. After everyone watched Lin Yu's video, they stood frozen in place, one after another. The supervisor couldn't help but marvel, this Lin Yu is nothing short of a genius. He improvised 3 skills on the spot, and each one feels like a god-tier move. Alright, send these results to all the universities. Kyoto and Tianhua are in for a show this year. Lin Yu's scores caused quite a stir. After all, the entrance exam record hadn't been broken in over 3 years. Not only had Lin Yu shattered it, but he'd surpassed it by such a wide margin. As the saying goes, fame is a double-edged sword. Lin Yu had been the center of attention these past 2 days, but he was thoroughly annoyed by it. One day, Lin Yu received a call from Chen Yushi. "Got time today?" came Chen Yushi's silvery voice from the other end. Lin Yu chuckled slyly, "Of course I do. What, wanna go on a date? Get lost. Who said I wanted a date with you?" Chen Yushi teased playfully. "Seriously, my dad wants to meet you and has another favor to ask. Uncle Chen wants to see me? I'll be right over. Come to my family's research institute. I'll send you the address." Following the address Chen Yushi gave, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of a research institute. The Chen family really is loaded. They even have their own research institute. Chen Xingyu and Chen Yushi were already waiting at the entrance. Their eyes lit up simultaneously when they saw Lin Yu. Chen Xingyu immediately stepped forward. "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Breaking the college entrance exam record, you're the talk of the town. And it's all thanks to you that Yushi scored so high. Yushi is incredibly talented herself." "My results? That's all thanks to Uncle Chen's stone." "Not at all." The two exchanged mutual praise as they entered the research institute. "Uncle Chen, you asked me here. Is there something you need me to do?" Chen Xingyu said, "I called you here because I need you to help Yushi." Lin Yu glanced at Chen Yushi. Wasn't she perfectly fine? What was going on? Chen Yushi wasted no words, releasing her rampaging giant ape from the beast-taming space. Lin Yu sensed a complex energy fluctuation emanating from the beast. Is it about to evolve? Exactly. Chen Xingyu confirmed. "I called you here specifically for the rampaging giant ape's evolution. There are many paths for the frenzied giant ape's evolution. It could absorb a diamond to evolve into a diamond giant ape, specializing in defense, but I don't think that suits Yushi. It could also evolve into a martial god ape through relentless combat. However, now that this berserk giant ape possesses the emulate heaven and earth skill, that path feels somewhat redundant. After much consideration, I believe the most suitable evolution for this berserk giant ape is the agile divine ape. But to evolve into a swift divine ape, this frenzied giant ape needs to master a speed type skill rated a class or higher. The stronger the skill it masters, the more powerful it will become after evolution. That's why I specifically came to see you today to discuss getting Yushi a higher level speed type skill. Lin Yu had wondered what the big deal was. Crafting skills? No, creating skills? That's just a matter of having the knack for it. He immediately agreed, no problem, Uncle Chen. I'll definitely create a powerful skill for Yushi. I was wondering what you needed me for today. This kind of thing, just have Yushi mention it to me. Yushi's been learning your skills for free all this time. How can she keep freeloading like that? Lin Yu didn't dare mention how, after creating skills for her, he'd made Chen Yushi wear black stockings and a short skirt to treat him to dinner. He quickly changed the subject, evolution can't wait. Let's get started on Yushi's skill creation first. I've already got a pretty good idea of what skill to create. Chapter 47, is this skill for real? That fast? Chen Xingyu exclaimed in surprise. He knew Lin Yu was a genius at creating skills, but he hadn't expected him to be this fast. Before Chen Xingyu could even process it, Lin Yu had already started scribbling away with paper and pen. Research Institute staff gathered around to watch. For days, Chen Xingyu had had them study various speed-type skills, but none met his standards, hence why he'd brought in Lin Yu. For these researchers, creating a skill required considering every aspect of beast control while also roughly designing the skill's effects, a massive undertaking. Lin Yu, however, just picked up the pen and started. Creating skills, especially high-level ones, seemed as effortless to Lin Yu as eating or drinking. Soon, Lin Yu completed the design and handed the skill demonstration blueprint to Chen Xingyu. Chen Xingyu glanced at the blueprint and nearly dropped his glasses in shock. Cloud leap? Seriously? Is this skill for real? Chen Yushi took the blueprint and her expression turned complex. Did you just bring Sun Wukon's skill over? Chen Xingyu looked at Lin Yu, asking uncertainly, are you serious? Lin Yu nodded. Trust me, Uncle Chen. This skill is incredibly powerful. Chen Yushi opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated. Lin Yu continued, Uncle Chen, think about it. For an offensive type beast like the berserk giant ape, if it had a fly type skill, how powerful would that make it? The logic made sense. If the raging giant ape could fly, it would compensate for its weakness. But the main issue was the skill's name, which sounded like a joke. Lin Yu declared confidently, why not let the raging giant ape absorb it and test it out? The enraged giant ape now gazed at the skill demonstration blueprint with eager anticipation. Chen Xingyu handed it over. The moment the colossal ape touched it, the skill demonstration blueprint instantly flowed into its body. It can actually be absorbed? Chen Xingyu was stunned. He'd thought Lin Yu had just made up the skill on the spot. Let's head to the testing grounds and try out the skill. The group arrived at the experimental site behind the Research Institute. The vast area housed several mannequins designed for strength testing. Chen Yushi and the rampaging giant ape positioned themselves at the center of the field. Chen Yushi then commanded, rampaging giant ape, use cloud somersault. The rampaging giant ape leapt into the air, executing a somersault mid-flight. In that instant, the surrounding clouds gathered beneath its feet, coalescing into an actual cloud. Standing upon the cloud, the raging giant ape soared into the air. Though not as terrifying as the 10,800 li from Journey to the West, its speed far surpassed that of ordinary flying beasts. The Research Institute staff were all stunned. This skill actually worked. Could skills be designed like this? In that instant, they were utterly bowled over by Lin Yu's understanding of skill creation. The rampaging giant ape circled the sky on its cloud before landing before Chen Yushi, its face aglow with excitement. It pointed to the cloud it occupied. Chen Yushi asked, are you telling me to get on too? The frenzied giant ape nodded. Chen Yushi stepped onto the cloud cautiously. The rampaging giant ape soared through the air once more, carrying Chen Yushi aloft with it. Chen Xingyu grew anxious and shouted, Yushi, be careful. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the sky, emulate heaven, mirror earth. The rampaging giant ape leapt violently from the sky, transforming mid-air into a 30-meter-tall colossus. A fist crashed down from above. A puppet on the ground was instantly pulverized into dust, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The cloud beneath Chen Yushi's feet slowly descended. After touching down, it gradually dissipated into thin air. Chen Yushi exclaimed with excitement, Dad! This cloud leap is incredible! Not only can it let the frenzied giant ape ride the clouds, but it can carry two people too. The original weakness of the berserk giant ape was its slow speed. Now, with this skill, it can even take flight and launch surprise attacks from the air, delivering an unexpected and deadly blow to its enemies. Excellent! Excellent! Chen Xingyu looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. You're a genius at creating skills. Uncle Chen, you flatter me. Let's focus on evolving the raging giant ape first. Lin Yu said. Right. Go get the evolution crystal. Chen Xingyu urged. Staff immediately brought over a crystal-clear piece of crystal. Lin Yu saw this object for the first time. This crystal was the evolution stone. When a beast on the verge of evolution met the requirements, absorbing this crystal would trigger its evolution. Evolution crystals were extremely precious, and most ordinary people couldn't afford them. Chen Xingyu handed the evolution crystal to the rampaging giant ape. The crystal instantly began to glow, slowly rising and melting into the brawler ape's forehead. A blinding golden light began to radiate from the entire body of the rampaging giant ape, causing everyone to immediately turn their heads away. This process resembled a silkworm cocooning itself before transforming into a moth. Within the golden light, immense energy began transforming the rampaging giant ape. Everyone sensed a more powerful force emerging within the radiance. After nearly 15 minutes, the raging energy within the golden light slowly dissipated, and the light itself gradually faded. The fur on the frenzied giant ape had turned golden. Its once dull eyes now gleamed like amber, radiating clarity. Its muscles flowed with fluid lines, giving it an overall striking beauty. Yet as the crowd beheld the ape's transformed form, their expressions shifted in unison. This isn't right. After evolving into the swift divine ape, the fur should have turned a faint blue, and its body should have become more slender. But now, how did it end up looking like this? None of the 3 known evolutionary paths for the frenzied giant ape look like this. Chen Xingyu stroked his chin in deep thought for a long moment before suddenly looking up and saying, could it be that this frenzied giant ape has evolved in a completely unprecedented direction? A group of staff members began discussing the matter. Lin Yu watched from the sidelines. While he excelled at creation skills, he knew nothing about evolutionary paths. After much deliberation, the staff reached a conclusion. It's highly likely that the enraged giant ape was influenced by Lin Yu's creation skill, causing it to evolve in an entirely new direction. Instances of skills affecting evolution have been recorded in the history of beast taming. Chen Yushi had always thought her frenzied giant ape was ugly, but after this evolution, it was ridiculously handsome. Chen Xingyu exclaimed excitedly, a completely new evolutionary path. This is a major discovery. What should we call this evolved form of the rampaging giant ape? Lin Yu, you name it. Me? Lin Yu pointed at himself. The others had no objections and agreed to let Lin Yu name it. Chapter 48, Kyoto and Tianhua are at war. After all, the frenzied giant ape's evolution into this form was largely thanks to the skills Lin Yu had created. Chen Yushi had no objections either. Lin Yu pondered for a long time before saying, the skill I just created was inspired by the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was the spirit bright stone monkey, so after the frenzied giant ape evolves, let's call it the spirit bright divine ape. Great name. Chen Xingyu led the applause. Lin Yu, you've created so many skills for Yushi, helped her achieve such high scores, and now you've even helped her beast master evolve, all thanks to you. Uncle Chen, that elemental stone you gave me allowed my electrocution beast to gain multiple forms. What I've done pales in comparison. I have one more favor to ask, Chen Xingyu said. Uncle Chen, just say it plainly. School selection begins in a couple days. Which school are you considering? Chen Xingyu asked. Haven't decided yet. Kyoto and Tianhua seem pretty similar to me, either would work. They'll definitely send representatives soon. I'll go wherever offers the best deal, Lin Yu replied. Then how about attending the same school as Yushi? That way, you two can look out for each other. Lin Yu had expected some grand request from Chen Xingyu, only to find it was simply about attending the same school as Chen Yushi. What kind of thing was that? Truthfully, Lin Yu also wanted to attend the same school as Chen Yushi, at least he'd have a familiar face there. Don't worry, Uncle Chen. Once I've chosen a school, I'll definitely let Yushi know. Chen Xingyu understood that Lin Yu's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Having his daughter follow him would undoubtedly bring significant benefits. Seeing Lin Yu agree, Chen Xingyu felt reassured. After wrapping things up, Lin Yu headed home. The shop front had been bustling with customers these past 2 days, and Lin Yu, wearing a mask, struggled to make his way to the door. Just then, a bespectacled, well-mannered man suddenly stopped him. Excuse me, are you Lin Yu? Lin Yu nodded and asked, what can I do for you? The man flashed a bright smile. I'm a teacher from the admissions office at Capital University. I came specifically to find you. Would you mind coming inside to talk? Finally, Lin Yu thought to himself. Nodding, he pulled open the door to invite the man inside. Just then, a pair of slender, delicate hands grabbed the doorframe. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. It was a woman's voice, pleasant to the ear. Lin Yu turned to see a woman with exquisite features. She flashed a bright smile. Hello, student. I'm an admissions officer from Tianhua Academy. The moment the man saw this woman, his expression darkened. Qin Muxue. You folks from Tianhua got here pretty fast. Qin Muxue appraised the man with a glance. Why, isn't this Director Su Chang? You folks from the capital move quickly too. Su Chang ignored Qin Muxue and turned to Lin Yu. Student, I won't beat around the bush. If you join our Capital Academy, we'll offer you an SSS level training contract. You'll receive the highest scholarship available. Upon graduation, I guarantee we'll secure you an excellent position. If you wish to stay on as faculty, you can become a professor directly. Shin Mushu scoffed. Pfft. Look at how stingy you guys from the capital are. Lin, if you join our Tianhua Academy, we'll give you 5 million yuan in cash upfront. As for resources, just let us know what you need, and we'll get it for you. Regarding employment, our benefits are identical to those offered by the Capital Academy. This offer even made Lin Yu waver. Tianhua was truly generous. Su Cheng glared at Qin Muxue. Is Tianhua out to get us, Kyoto? With so many outstanding students available this year, you don't recruit them, you have to come poach ours? Su Cheng? Are you kidding me? Both our institutions are after Lin Yu. A record-breaking prodigy like him, how often does one like that come along? If you truly want him, keep bidding. Stop spouting nonsense. The two erupted into a heated argument, their bids rising relentlessly. Lin Yu found a spot to sit down, quietly observing the quarrel. It was a rare sight, teachers from two top-tier universities arguing like this. In the end, Qin Muxue prevailed, and Su Chan left in a huff. Qin Muxue immediately pulled out the agreement and handed it to Lin Yu. Welcome to Tianhua, Lin. Tianhua's final offer to Lin Yu was 7 million yuan in cash, 30% resource allocation, the highest annual scholarship, and upon graduation, the opportunity to become a professor at Tianhua directly. The moment Lin Yu signed the agreement, his phone rang. He pulled it out to find a message from Su Yuan. Bro Lin, the admissions officers from Capital University and Tianhua University just started fighting at my place. So scary they almost hit me. Which school did you pick, Bro Lin? Lin Yu smiled after reading it and replied briefly, Tianhua. Got it. Lin Yu then sent a message to Chen Yushi. I chose Tianhua. Got it. Chen Yushi replied promptly. Qin Muxue signed the agreement and left in high spirits. A few days later, the promised 7 million yuan from Tianhua arrived in his account. It was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen such a large sum of money, and for a moment, he didn't quite know how to spend it. The holiday flew by, and the day to report to Tianhua Academy was fast approaching. He would be leaving Haicheng for the capital. Since his parents went missing, Lin Yu had no family left. Feng Taihong had been the kindest person to him during this time. Knowing he was about to depart, Lin Yu specially bought some gifts and brought them to the Beast Control Bureau to bid Feng Taihong farewell. When Lin Yu arrived at the bureau, Feng Taihong was still working, but upon seeing him, he immediately broke into a smile. You did quite well on the college entrance exam, kid. You've really made High City proud. Which academy did you choose? Tianhua. So you're off to the capital, and you made a special trip to see this old man? Feng Taihong asked, looking at Lin Yu. Lin Yu pulled out the gifts he'd bought and said, I owe you big time for looking out for me these past few months, Uncle Feng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even been able to take the exam. Feng Taihong waved it off, glancing at the gifts. All good stuff. You must be rolling in it. Tianhua must have paid you well. Lin Yu chuckled. Feng Taihong continued, kid, I've already put in a good word for you with the Imperial Beast Management Bureau in the capital. They'll look out for you when you get there. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Lin Yu said earnestly. Then, Lin Yu pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and said, Uncle Feng, this is for you. Feng Taihong took the diagram and examined it closely. You've created a new skill? I'll have to take a good look at this. Chapter 49, the bureau will be demolished by you sooner or later. Feng Taihong took the skill demonstration diagram Lin Yu handed him. On the paper was a crookedly drawn firebird spreading its wings, the lines so sloppy they looked worse than a primary school student's drawing. Beside the drawing, for large characters were written, Phoenix True Flame. When will you ever learn to draw properly? This isn't even as good as an electric beast's claw. Though Lin Yu was a prodigy at creating skills, unlike others whose diagrams featured smooth lines, his drawings were always crooked and messy. Also, kid, could you give your skills some proper names? What kind of names are you coming up with? They sound like you just made them up. Feng Taihong complained. Oh, Uncle Feng. Don't sweat the small stuff. Just try it out on the tricolor fire crow, this skill is seriously powerful. Lin Yu urged. Feng Taihong summoned the tricolor fire crow from his beast-taming space. Facing the blueprint, the crow's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. With Feng Taihong's permission, the tricolored fire crow pecked at the blueprint and instantly began to refine it. Suddenly, the three-colored fire crow shuddered violently, its feathers bristling. A piercing cry erupted from its throat. Fire elements surged around its body, and its energy fluctuations became chaotic. This is the precursor to evolution. Feng Taihong leapt to his feet. Impossible. The tricolor fire crow cannot evolve. Its current form is already its limit. How could it possibly evolve? Just as I suspected. Lin Yu observed the scene before him, murmuring to himself, I've long suspected that the skills I create might guide beast evolution. And indeed, it has. Feng Taihong burst out of the office, snatched an evolution stone from outside, and rushed back in, tossing it to the tricolor fire crow. The tricolored fire crow seized the crystal in its beak. Instantly, the crystal blazed with intense light and fused into the creature's body. Just like when the berserk giant ape evolved, the tricolor fire crow was enveloped in golden light. Soon, scorching heat radiated from within the golden glow. The temperature steadily climbed, soon reaching terrifying levels within the office. Fire-resistant runes automatically activated, yet they glowed red-hot under the intense heat. As the golden light dissipated, a 5-meter wingspan, gilded fire phoenix soared out. Its tricolor feathers had transformed into dazzling gold and crimson. When its wings spread wide, they formed the phantom image of a phoenix. Its tail feathers trailed streams of fire, causing the glass windows of the entire bureau building to shatter with a thunderous boom. "You'll tear this bureau down sooner or later," Feng Taihong muttered, unable to hide the wild excitement in his eyes. It truly evolved. This 3-colored fire crow had clearly transformed into a phoenix. A brand new evolutionary path for the tricolor fire crow. A crow transformed into a phoenix. "You've given me quite the surprise this time, kid," Lin Yu said. "Uncle Feng, let's give the evolved 3-colored fire crow a name." Feng Taihong pondered for a moment. "Now that my fire crow has evolved into a phoenix, let's call it the Golden Phoenix." The fire phoenix let out a loud cry, signaling its approval. "The skill you created this time is incredibly powerful," Feng Taihong remarked. Phoenix True Flame. It can be unleashed to attack enemies, or used to envelop the body and heal wounds. It's essentially a life-saving ability. Lin Yu had designed this skill precisely to give Uncle Feng a life-saving ability. After the incident with the Shadow Organization, he had come to deeply understand the dangers inherent in the Beast Control Bureau's work. Lin Yu spoke earnestly to Feng Taihong. "Uncle Feng, if you have any missions in the future, you must be careful. Don't worry about me. You must be extra cautious in the capital. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. You're too exceptional. Sometimes being overly outstanding isn't a good thing. There are plenty of people who'd want to take you down," Feng Taihong said earnestly. "I understand, Uncle Feng. Go to the capital. This small place of Haicheng is no stage for you." Feng Taihong's gaze now held a hint of hope as he looked at Lin Yu. "All right." Lin Yu finished his farewells, his gaze unwavering as he turned and walked away. After bidding farewell to Feng Taihong, Lin Yu returned to the shop to pack his belongings. The new semester was just around the corner. He booked flights to the capital with Chen Yushi and Su Yuan. Upon landing, the academy had arranged a dedicated vehicle to pick them up. Upon arriving at Tianhua Academy, Lin Yu was stunned by the grandeur before him. Even in his previous life, Lin Yu had never seen architecture like this. Su Yuan stared blankly and said, "Brother Lin, slap me. I feel like I'm dreaming." Lin Yu didn't hesitate, delivering a sharp slap across his face. Su Yuan clutched his face and whimpered, "Ouch. This is real? I actually made it into Tianhua Academy." Ever since meeting Lin Yu, every day felt like a dream to Su Yuan. As they approached the school gate, Lin Yu spotted Qin Muxue from afar. As the head of admissions, she had personally come to greet him. "Mr. Lin, you're finally here." Qin Muxue greeted them as she approached. It was clear Tianhua Academy held Lin Yu in high regard. Qin Muxue personally guided Lin Yu and his 2 companions on a tour of the campus before arranging their dormitory accommodations. The dorm rooms at Tianhua Academy were all double occupancy, with Lin Yu and Su Yuan sharing a room. The facilities inside were complete and luxurious. Lin Yu had never lived in such a fine place before. Within 2 days, all new student enrollment procedures were fully completed. Classes officially began on the 3rd day, and Lin Yu and his 2 companions were placed in the same class, likely an intentional arrangement by the academy. The class had a total of 29 students. On the first day of school, Lin Yu and his classmates arrived early at the classroom. Soon after, the teacher entered. He was a middle-aged man with an intimidating demeanor. His expression stern, he addressed the group, "Good morning, students. Welcome to Tianhua Academy. We will spend the next 4 years together. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Yan, your counselor. For the next 4 years, I'll be responsible for your affairs. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Now, the entire class will proceed immediately to the combat arena. On this first day of school, I want to see for myself what your abilities are like." 29 students followed Chu Yan to the combat arena. True to Tianhua Academy's reputation, this facility surpassed even the Chen families in size and comprehensiveness, complete with simulated environments replicating various terrains. A group of students stood in formation at the center of the arena, led by an elderly man. Chu Yan addressed Lin Yu and the others. "These are your seniors from the 4th year. You will now face each of them in combat. Those who last 10 minutes will pass." A blue-haired boy in the group, his expression defiant and unruly, raised his hand and asked, "What if I defeat them?" At this remark, several of the seniors couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Yan gave the boy an amused look. "If you can defeat them, you'll be excused from my class permanently. You won't have to attend anymore. The blue-haired boy curled his lips. Then let's get started right away. Chapter 50, this skill can actually be learned. Shu Yan said, hold on. First, form teams. We'll do one-on-one matches followed by group battles. There are 29 students in our class. Divide into 6 groups, 5 groups of 5, and 1 group of 4. The students immediately began finding teammates. Su Yuan and Shen Yushi naturally gravitated toward Lin Yu, but no other students approached them. Only after everyone else had formed pairs did a slender boy finally come over, timidly asking, can I join your group? Lin Yu flashed a warm smile. Of course. My name is Lin Yu. The boy introduced himself, my name is Tang Haoqian. He added hesitantly, I'm a bit weak. I only got into Tianhua University because my teammates were amazing during the college entrance exams. The boy was certainly honest. Su Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. No worries, bro. I coasted through too. I'm Su Yuan. Seeing the groups formed, Shu Yan flashed a mischievous grin and pointed at Lin Yu's team. Congratulations to this group. Though you only have 4 members, your next opponents will still be 5. Figure out how to handle that. Oh, and the team with the worst score in this mini-test will have extra training today. At those words, Lin Yu felt a headache coming on. He'd been hoping to breeze through class and head home quickly, but now he'd have to take this seriously to avoid losing. He turned to Tang Haoqian and asked, what's your beast? I need to strategize how we'll handle this. Tang Haoqian nodded and released his beast from the beast space. It was a small figure radiating a metallic sheen, but its 2 hands were hammers, a Class B beast named Qin Junling. It really is a bit weak. Not only are the 4 of us facing 5 opponents, but Haoqian is also too weak. That makes it 3 against 5. We'll lose easily. We need a plan. At that moment, the senior students standing opposite them, led by their counselor, that old man, stepped forward and declared, listen up, everyone. Fight hard. No holding back. Whoever loses can forget about graduating. Shu Yan asked, which team goes first? The same blue-haired boy stepped forward. I'll go first. He stepped forward with his team, while the seniors also sent out 5 members. The blue-haired boy released his beast from the beast space, an ice-fierce demon wolf. An S-rank beast. His opponent's beast was a snow-hidden emerald scorpion, also S-class. The blue-haired boy shouted, activate, extreme cold chi. The surrounding temperature plummeted as several icy currents silently closed in on the snow-hidden emerald scorpion. This was an extremely treacherous skill. The extreme cold chi would silently encircle the opponent before freezing them solid. Yet when the seemingly unstoppable extreme cold chi struck the snow-hidden azure scorpion, it showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. How is this possible? The blue-haired boy exclaimed in disbelief. Even though the snow-green scorpion is also ice-type, shouldn't it be affected at least a little? Why isn't it reacting at all? His opponent chuckled, my turn, then? Using Azure Ice Soul. The snow-hidden emerald scorpion's tail spike plunged into the ground, causing ice spikes to erupt from the earth and surge toward the ice-fierce demon wolf. The boy, prepared for this, immediately ordered his wolf to retreat. Yet the ice spikes moved with astonishing speed, encircling the wolf. Even more terrifying, the spikes were coated in poison. Fearing his beast would be harmed, the blue-haired boy shouted urgently, stop. I surrender. Only then did his opponent halt. Su Yuan and Shen Yushi watched intently. Su Yuan remarked, these seniors are truly formidable. Both in their comprehensive beast-taming skills and tactical awareness. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Lin? Turning his head, he saw Lin Yu scribbling notes on paper again. Su Yuan leaned closer and asked, Brother Lin, what new skill are you designing now? Lin Yu replied, these seniors are so strong, Haoqian definitely can't match them. I'm designing a skill for him. Hearing Lin Yu was designing a skill for him, Tang Haoqian waved his hands repeatedly. Better not. It's too much trouble, and our group's turn is almost up. There's no time left. Lin Yu kept his head down and said, we have time. Because I've already finished it. He handed the skill demonstration blueprint to Tang Haoqian. Taking it, Tang saw a huge hammer drawn in crooked lines. Lin Yu wasn't much of an artist to begin with, and now that he was in such a rush, his drawing turned out even uglier. Tang Haoqian couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Is this even usable? No sooner had he spoken than Shen Junling excitedly touched the blueprint, causing it to vanish instantly. Tang Haoqian's eyes widened. It really can learn. Lin Yu said, we're good now. When it starts, just use this one move. Tang Haoqian nodded, though he still couldn't quite believe it. Could they really win against these powerful seniors with just this one skill? Su Yuan stepped forward reassuringly, don't worry, Tang. Brother Lin's skills are incredibly powerful. The blue-haired boys group was completely wiped out too, or even instantly defeated. These seniors were undeniably formidable. The matches proceeded one group at a time, and surprisingly, 3 students actually defeated the seniors. Soon it was the turn of the final group, Lin Yu's team. The seniors' team had been itching for a fight. Lin Yu had broken the college entrance exam record, and they were dying to see exactly what made him so formidable. A dark-skinned senior stepped forward, releasing his beast from the beast-taming space, a golden armor mammoth with formidable defensive capabilities. This beast ranked among the top defensive type beasts, its only drawback being its sluggish speed. Su Yuan stepped forward eagerly. "Brother Lin, watch me take him down." Lin Yu reached out to stop Su Yuan, turning to Tang Haotian instead. "Let Haotian handle this. It's the perfect chance to test the skill I just created for him." "Me?" Tang Haotian glanced at his Qian Junling's two small hammers, his voice filled with doubt. "Brother Lin, I might not be able to break through his defense." Lin Yu replied confidently, "Don't worry. Once you're in range, just activate the skill I just created for you." "But what happens after I use that move?" Tang Haotian still sounded hesitant. Lin Yu gave Tang Haotian a reassuring look. "After that move? It'll be questionable whether he can even stand up again. You really think the skill I created for you is watered down?" Despite this, Tang Haotian still felt uneasy inside. He knew Lin Yu excelled at crafting powerful skills. After all, the other was a top-tier defensive beast tamer. But what about himself? This felt like nothing but courting humiliation. Chapter 51, Your skill is summoning missiles? "Brother Lin, what kind of skill did you create this time?" Su Yuan asked excitedly. At first, he'd harbored doubts about Lin Yu's creations, but after witnessing the sheer power of numerous skills he'd crafted, Su Yuan now held unwavering confidence in Lin Yu's abilities. Shen Yushi also leaned in curiously, asking, "Hurry up and tell us. I want to know too." Lin Yu, ever the tease, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You'll see soon enough." Thanks to Lin Yu's presence, the senior students had thoroughly researched every member of this class. Tang Haotian's opponent knew Tang Haotian well, as the records showed Tang Haotian was nothing but a slacker. During the college entrance exams, he'd relied entirely on his partner's strength, contributing absolutely nothing himself. Qian Junling stood before the golden armor mammoth, looking utterly insignificant. Even this senior student felt a pang of guilt for bullying the weak. Golden armor mammoth, use earth-splitting charge. The mammoth's two tusks glinted coldly as it charged toward Qian Junling. Its massive size slowed its speed, but its strength was absurdly immense. Each step left several cracks in the ground. Tang Haotian's heart leapt into his throat. If it collided with his Qianjunling, it would likely pierce straight through him. Forget it. All or nothing. Tang Haotian's fighting spirit ignited. Qianjun spirit, activate Haotian true form. Haotian true form? Xu Yan heard the name and was utterly baffled. He'd never heard of this skill before? He had witnessed Lin Yu creating the skill just now. This ability must have been improvised on the spot. To craft a skill so swiftly, Lin Yu truly lived up to his reputation as the record-breaking college entrance exam prodigy. Xu Yan was genuinely curious about the effects of this Haotian true body skill. But changing the tide of battle with just one skill was practically impossible. The golden armor mammoth was, after all, a top-tier S-rank defensive beast. It wasn't something a lowly B-rank 1,000-ton spirit could defeat with a single move. On this point, Xu Yan was utterly confident. As the Qianjunling unleashed heavenly true form, the hammer in its left hand began to grow enormous, swelling to the size of a house. It radiated a terrifying aura of power. The senior student's expression instantly darkened. This hammer actually gave him a sense of mortal danger. Something's wrong. Golden armor mammoth dodged quickly. His beast companion had already sensed the danger and began dashing away from the hammer's path. Fortunately, this skill required charging power. If it had been instantaneous, it would have already smashed down. But soon, the senior student discovered something terrifying. The hammer also carried a slowing effect. The golden armor mammoth was already slow, and now slowed down even further, moving at a snail's pace. Yet that massive hammer was visibly about to smash down. The senior student panicked, shouting at Tang Haotian, "Stop! I surrender! I admit defeat!" Seeing his opponent surrender, Tang Haotian ordered Qianjunling, "Stop now!" But the power-charged form of Haotian wasn't something that could be recalled on command. Thus, Qianjunling had no choice but to unleash the fully charged hammer strike onto an empty patch of ground nearby. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across Tianhua Academy's combat field. Instantly, Tianhua Academy's defense system activated automatically. Several teachers appeared on the battlefield in an instant, their faces filled with urgency as they asked, "What's going on? An enemy attack?" Then, one teacher spotted the terrifying crater in the ground and immediately panicked, shouting, "Watch out! Someone's using missiles to attack the school." Xu Yan was stunned by Qian Junling's attack. Only upon hearing the teacher's cry did he snap back to his senses, urgently interjecting, "There's no enemy attack. It's a student's skill." A skill? The teacher looked utterly skeptical. After all, the combat arena's floor was reinforced with special materials. Ordinary skills couldn't possibly penetrate it. Yet now a deep crater had appeared. "You're telling me this is your student's skill? What kind of skill does your student have? Summoning missiles?" Tang Haotian immediately apologized to the teacher. "I'm sorry, sir. That truly was a skill from my beast, Qianjinling. Qianjinling? A B-rank beast master punching a hole this big in the combat arena? You expect me to believe that? The claim sounded about as plausible as a baby still drinking milk flipping over a truck with its bare hands. After Chu Yan's lengthy explanation, the teacher remained skeptical. Only when he mentioned that the skill was created by Lin Yu did the teacher perk up, looking up and asking, "Which one is Lin Yu?" Lin Yu stepped forward. The teacher beamed with admiration. "So you're Lin Yu. I've heard your name everywhere." Breaking the college entrance exam record, truly a hero in the making. Chu Yan immediately introduced, "This is Director Sun Ling from the school's security department." "Hello, Director Sun." Lin Yu greeted politely. "What a fine young man, and quite polite too," Sun Ling chuckled. "I've heard every skill you've created is incredibly powerful. Seeing it today, I must say the reputation is well deserved. Even a 1,000-ton spirit can be made this strong. Just got lucky. I thought the school had been bombed," Sun Ling remarked. "Glad everything's fine. You two continue your match. I'll watch for a bit and get a good look at our top scoring student." Chu Yan had someone fetch a chair especially for him, a clear indication of Sun Ling's high standing within the academy. The defeated senior student sulkily returned to his team. Their counselor, that old man, shouted angrily, "Useless. Underestimating your opponent and rushing in. Don't even think about graduating. You're repeating the year." The student's face instantly turned as sour as a bitter melon. The second contestant from the senior side summoned a wind demon wolf, a beast of extraordinary speed. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Yushi, you take him on." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Chu Yan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. So this Lin Yu, who broke the college entrance exam record, is nothing special after all, he thought. Chen Yushi's beast is a frenzied giant ape, powerful but slow. Against a wind demon wolf, I doubt she'll even get close before being worn down and defeated. Lin Yu has no strategic sense. Chu Yan had watched the college entrance exam footage. Chen Yushi's rampaging giant ape had too many obvious weaknesses. Its heaven-defying earth-shattering technique could only be used once per day, leaving it weakened afterward. Even if Chen Yushi used that move, the wind demon wolf could easily dodge it with its speed. Then, once emulate heaven and earth wore off, the berserk giant ape would be left waiting to die. As for the gravity swamp, the wind demon wolf simply needed to maintain distance, staying outside its gravitational pull would suffice. Chen Yushi stepped forward and released the divine ape from her beast summoning space. But the moment the divine ape materialized, everyone froze in shock. Is this the rampaging giant ape? Chapter 52, This Monkey Can Fly? Everyone present stared wide-eyed, including both homeroom teachers and Sun Ling. Is this a frenzied giant ape? Is that its fur color? Does a frenzied giant ape look this handsome? Chu Yan immediately asked, "What's going on?" "Chen Yushi, wasn't your beast master a raging giant ape?" "What is this?" Chen Yushi replied, "My rampaging giant ape has evolved." "That's impossible." Chu Yan persisted. "Where's the evolution form of a raging giant ape supposed to look like this? Could it be an entirely new form?" Chen Yushi nodded. "It really is a brand new form." Originally, Chu Yan had looked down on Chen Yushi, a mere B-rank beast tamer who had managed to get into their class. After all, those who passed the entrance exam for Tianhua couldn't be ordinary. But now, Chen Yushi's rampaging giant ape had revealed itself to be a completely new evolutionary form. This was quite unexpected. Yet Chu Yan believed that even if the berserker ape had evolved, it remained a primate-type beastmaster and could never match the wind demon wolf's speed. They would still be worn down to death. Wind demon wolves were top-tier beasts in terms of speed. The battle between the two was about to erupt. The senior student, seasoned by years at Tianhua, acted decisively, commanding the wind demon wolf to unleash its blood shadow kill. The wind demon wolf instantly transformed into a crimson shadow, closing in on the divine ape at breakneck speed. Chen Yushi shouted, "Spirit bright divine ape, use cloud somersault." Somersault cloud? Hearing the skill's name, everyone present turned their gaze toward Chen Yushi. "Isn't that the Monkey King's move? Do you think you're the Monkey King?" Then, before everyone's eyes, the divine ape somersaulted. Clouds gathered beneath its feet, coalescing into a mass that lifted the divine ape into the air. Chu Yan and the old man were both utterly dumbfounded. Both were professors at Tianhua Academy, well-traveled and knowledgeable. They'd seen many flight-type skills, some using wings, others riding winds to lift themselves. But riding a cloud? That was a first. Wait, is this monkey ascending to immortality? Sun Ling burst into laughter. The cloud somersault. What an ingenious skill. You're a true genius, Lin Yu. Does this monkey also have the golden hooped staff and the 72 transformations? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "We could certainly consider putting together the full set." Ha 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 ha. Sun Ling's laughter grew even more hearty. "Excellent, excellent. I'll be waiting for the day you make it happen." Chen Yushi's eyes lit up at this. Her gaze toward Lin Yu grew much more eager as she silently vowed, "You said it. I won't rest until you get my Lingming divine ape the whole set." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the others inwardly cursed. Why not just evolve this monkey into the great sage equal to heaven, Sunmyukam, while you're at it? The senior student battling Chen Yushi was utterly dumbfounded. How was he supposed to fight now? No matter how fast the wind demon wolf was, it couldn't fly. His original plan had been to rely on the wind demon wolf's movement speed to quickly close in on the ape and defeat it. But now the monkey was flying and the wind demon wolf couldn't fly. He couldn't hit it. The divine ape of enlightenment circled above the wind demon wolf, riding the wind. Suddenly, Chen Yushi commanded, use rock-shattering fist. This was a skill the divine ape possessed even before Lin Yu created abilities for the rampaging giant ape. The divine ape suddenly leapt down from the clouds, smashing down with a fist like a missile. The wind demon wolf dodged using its blazing speed. The divine ape's strike missed its mark. Perfect opportunity. The senior student immediately ordered the wind demon wolf to charge the divine ape once more. But the ape soared back into the clouds, completely out of reach. Now both were in an awkward stalemate. The wind demon wolf couldn't reach the divine ape, and the divine ape couldn't strike the wind demon wolf. Chen Yushi suddenly chuckled. You think your speed is all you've got? Ling Ming divine ape, gravity swamp. The divine ape waved its massive paw from the clouds. The wind demon wolf below instantly felt as if it were carrying a mountain on its back. This student actually knew Chen Yushi possessed a gravity manipulating skill, but he was so stunned by the monkey flying through the air that he'd completely forgotten about it. His advisor stomped angrily beside him. You fool. You're so short-sighted. Getting crushed by gravity like this. You're going to make me delay my graduation too. The wind demon wolf was pinned down by the crushing weight, unable to move. The divine ape leapt down from the clouds once more, unleashing a rock-shattering punch that slammed into the wolf's midsection. As the saying goes, wolves and dogs may have heads of bronze and bones of iron, but their waists are as soft as tofu. Their waists are their weak points. True to form, the punch landed squarely on the wind demon wolf's midsection. It let out a piercing howl, its head lolling to the side as it collapsed unconscious. Ha! Su Yuan, though not fighting himself, was ecstatic. We won again. Next, the senior student's beastmaster was a necromancer, a high-level summoning-type beastmaster. Lin Yu smiled at Su Yuan and said, Old Su, your 100 fruits beast counts as a summoning type now. Why not pit it against a proper summoning type and see the gap? Su Yuan stepped forward, and the 100 fruits beast leaped out of its beast space. I'd love that. These seniors had closely studied Lin Yu and Su Yuan after all. They were the ones who shattered the college entrance exam records, even if Su Yuan was essentially just window dressing. Aware of Su Yuan's 100 fruit beasts' formidable power, the seniors dared not underestimate it. One of them commanded, summon the undead legion. The necromancer, a spirit beast shrouded in gas-like energy, wore a black cloak and wielded a scythe. Swinging the scythe forward, waves of deathly energy surged forth, coalescing into legions of undead before him. Armed with long swords and marching in perfect formation, they advanced toward the 100 fruits beast. The appearance of this vast horde of undead made the surrounding air grow bitterly cold. Su Yuan immediately commanded, 100 fruit beast, activate the fruit treasure mecha. Instantly, 6 mechs materialized in the air, orange, pineapple, peach apple, strawberry, purple grape. And 1 blue mecha, its fruit identity unclear. 7 mechs appeared 1A class and 6B class. Compared to these second-rate undead troops, the 7 mechs charging in was as easy as slicing through butter. But the necromancer's summoning continued. Death energy swirled around him, coalescing into spectral horses. Cavalry riders materialized atop them, each wielding a lance. 8 mounted warriors formed in an instant. And they were all a rank. 8 undead cavalry charged forward. Su Yuan immediately tensed up. As expected of a senior at Tianhua Academy, his strength is truly formidable. To summon 8 A rank units. If they charged, they could scatter the 7 fruit treasure mechs in an instant. So what if they're a rank? I'm not someone to be pushed around. Su Yuan bellowed, combine. The 7 mechs leapt into the air, merging mid-flight. Transforming into the Fruit Guardian God. Facing the charging undead cavalry, the Fruit Guardian God swung its massive sword in a sweeping strike. An unexpected scene unfolded. Chapter 53, the strongest summoner of our time. The moment they made contact, 2 undead knights were instantly scattered. But just then, several undead skulls materialized out of nowhere, charging straight toward the fruit beast behind them. Summoners wielding beasts are formidable beings, for they can summon numerous high-level creatures at once, instantly turning a one-on-one duel into a brawl. Yet summoners harbored a fatal weakness, their physical bodies were often feeble. The surest way to defeat a summoner was to strike at their core. That senior student understood this well. His summoned undead legions and cavalry were mere decoys. His true objective was to ambush the 100 fruit beast. Su Yuan's face darkened. That bastard is too cunning. Just as everyone thought Su Yuan was about to lose, his 100 fruit beast suddenly floated upward and merged into the fruit god warrior's body. The senior student nearly lost his mind. If your beast can enter the summoned creature's body, then what weakness could it possibly have? Sun Ling narrowed his eyes at Su Yuan's maneuver, inwardly musing, with this one move alone, calling this 100 Fruits Beast the strongest summoner-type creature of our time wouldn't be an exaggeration. The 100 Fruits Beast summoned 5 more mechs, which fused together to form the Demon Overlord. Under the cover of the Demon Overlord, Fruit Guardian God charged straight in, sword pointed at the Necromancer. A resolute glint flashed in the senior student's eyes. All or nothing, he shouted, Necromancer. Summon the Bone Dragon. The Necromancer swept his scythe in a vast arc before him, forming a circle that opened like a door, a gateway to another world. A soul-shuddering roar erupted from within the portal. Then, a colossal bone dragon burst forth from within. Its aura radiated S-rank power, pushing dangerously close to SS rank. Su Yuan immediately tensed up. This guy was no slouch. To actually summon a being that was so close to SS class. The bone dragon collided with Fruit God Warrior, sending the already approaching Fruit God Warrior flying backward. Su Yuan grew tense. This bone dragon was seriously powerful. He dared not take it lightly, summoning 5 more mechs that merged into the Orchard Heavenly Lord. 3 S-class mechs faced off against a bone dragon nearing SS class. The senior student had controlled this bone dragon for years, possessing immense experience. Though Su Yuan had numerical superiority, his operational expertise was lacking. The 3 mechs lacked coordination, merely charging forward recklessly. Despite its massive size, the bone dragon was incredibly agile. After several collisions, it seized an opportunity and slammed into the Fruit Guardian God, shattering it completely. The bone dragon twisted its head and turned to charge at Demon Overlord and Fruit Yuan Heavenly Lord. At that very moment, the disintegrated Fruit Treasure God transformed into 7 mechs, accelerating at breakneck speed toward the Necromancer. Orange Battle Treasure's sword was even pressed against the Necromancer's throat. Su Yuan shouted at the student, "Do you admit defeat?" The boy reluctantly admitted, "I admit defeat." There was no point in refusing to admit defeat. The 100 Fruit Beast had retreated into the mechs it had summoned, making it impossible to hit. And his Necromancer was already under control. The senior advisor hesitated to scold him, then reconsidered. It wasn't really his fault, it was just that the 100 Fruits Beast's skill was ridiculously overpowered. Su Yuan ran down the stairs, his face beaming with triumph. "Ha ha! Brother Lin, we won again." But Lin Yu showed no reaction. He propped his chin on his hand, staring motionless at Su Yuan's 100 Fruit Beast, as if deep in thought. "Bro Lin, what are you thinking about?" Su Yuan asked. Lin Yu snapped back to reality. "I just suddenly thought of another skill I could create for your 100 Fruits Beast." Su Yuan's eyes lit up at the news. "Really, Lin?" Lin Yu nodded. Su Yuan felt like kneeling on the spot to adopt Lin Yu as his godfather. This guy was practically a walking powerhouse. Su Yuan understood clearly every skill Lin Yu created was absurdly powerful, while his own 100 Fruits Beast was a complete waste of space. Ever since learning a skill created by Lin Yu, his fate had been completely transformed. If he could get just one more technique, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Su Yuan was at a loss for how to repay Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed Su Yuan's expression and chuckled, "Stop daydreaming. Let me finish this first, then we'll figure out how to properly thank you." Since Lin Yu's team was 1 member short, he would have to face 2 opponents in the final round. The 2 opponents from the senior class fielded top-tier support-type beast-tamer Yi Liuli and an S-rank Sea-devouring Dragon King. This Sea-devouring Dragon King was formidable, hovering and circling in the air, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Yu's electrocution beast leaped down from his shoulder, its tiny claws digging into the ground. It looked fierce yet adorable. Despite the vast size disparity between the 2 sides, no one dared underestimate this Thunder Beast. This was a creature that had shattered the college entrance exam record. As the trial commenced, Xian Yi Luli plucked a leaf from her own body and tossed it into the swallowing Sea Dragon King's body. Attack power increased by 50%. In battle, take out the support first, that was the unspoken rule. Lin Yu shouted, "Little Thunder. Enter lava form." The 2 seniors chuckled. "Guess why we fielded both grass and water types together? My sea-swallowing Dragon King was specifically designed to counter your electric beast's fire form." Lin Yu's feat of setting the Senra domain ablaze during the college entrance exams had left a deep impression on them. "Bring it on," Lin Yu declared. "Little Lightning, unleash 6 divine fires." Electro Beast immediately spewed a jet of flame, hurtling straight toward Celestial Leaf Jade. Sea-swallowing Dragon King countered with a water blast, but in the chaos, Celestial Leaf Jade was caught in the flames. In an instant, the Celestial Leaf Glass was engulfed in flames. Swallow Sea Dragon King extinguished the flames on the Immortal Leaf Glass. The swallowing Sea Dragon King immediately sprayed a column of water at the Immortal Leaf Glass, but the 6 divine fires continued to burn, growing fiercer by the second. At that moment, a terrifying thought suddenly struck the 2 senior students. Trembling, they asked, "This fire, it's not water resistant, is it?" Lin Yu flashed a wicked grin. "What do you think? This is the fire used by the Supreme Lord Lao to refine elixirs. The immortal leaf glass screeched in agony from the searing heat. If this continued, it would surely turn to ash. The senior student, helpless, immediately declared, "I surrender. Quick, save my immortal leaf glass." The electrocution beast stepped forward, opening its mouth to suck the 6-ding divine fire back in. What had been a favorable 2-on-1 situation now reverted to a 1-on-1 battle. The electrocution beast shifted from its lava form into its thunder form. Lin Yu declared, "Not only does your water fail to extinguish my fire, but it actually conducts my electricity." This was the advantage of multiple attributes and forms. By altering its elemental nature, it could counter different opponents. Pikachu used Meteor Mash. Electivire's fists pounded the Sea Dragon King like a torrential downpour, each blow crackling with lightning power. Even the thick-skinned sea-swallowing Dragon King was left reeling. But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, Electrike unleashed another skill. Chapter 54, Magma Fruit and Ice Fruit. 10,000 Thunder Prison Summon. Thunder elements in the air converged upon Electrowolf-like subjects paying homage to a sovereign, ultimately forming a thunderous field. The sea-swallowing Dragon King was instantly electrocuted, losing all ability to move and collapsing unconscious onto the ground. Though this was a 2-against-1 match, Lin Yu hadn't even exerted his full strength. Excellent! Sun Ling stood up and applauded. Truly worthy of someone who shattered the college entrance exam record. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Sun Ling walked over to Lin Yu, patted his shoulder, and said, "I'll be back tomorrow to watch your match. Prepare well." Lin Yu nodded. Facing Lin Yu's team, the seniors suffered a complete defeat. Their counselor, that old man, had a face as dark as thunder. Awesome! The freshmen cheered for Lin Yu and his 3 teammates. Tang Haotian stood among them, basking in the adulation he'd never known before. Xu Yan was also highly satisfied with Lin Yu and his team, especially Lin Yu's innate talent and creative skills, a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy without equal. Alright, Xu Yan concluded, that's all for today's class. Everyone go prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we'll conduct group collaboration training. Oh, and the last place team follow me. I'll take you for extra practice. The senior counselor, his face dark, warned his students, whoever loses tomorrow's team battle? Forget about graduating this lifetime. On the way back, Su Yuan followed Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Brother Lin, you said you'd create another skill for me. What is it? Tang Haotian couldn't help but shoot him an envious glance. Lin Yu replied, don't rush. This time I'm designing a very special skill for you. Give me a night to think it through, it's quite complex. I'll have it ready for you tomorrow. Great. Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. The next day, the entire class gathered again on the playground. Lin Yu handed Su Yuan a skill design blueprint. Chun Yushi and Tang Haotian immediately crowded around to look. The blueprint was covered in crooked, twisted drawings of numerous fruits, all oddly shaped. Beside the drawing, for large characters were written, "Devil Fruit." Su Yuan was puzzled. He'd expected Lin Yu's new skill to summon some powerful mecha, but instead, it was these bizarre fruits. The 100-fruit beast bounded forward, excitedly touching the skill demonstration diagram, and instantly completed its learning. Then, the fruit beast closed its eyes, as if brewing something. Su Yuan stepped forward and patted its head. A faint, eerie glow emanated from the fruit beast's body, and 2 odd-looking fruits materialized out of thin air. One was red, the other blue. Su Yuan picked up the fruits, utterly baffled. Brother Lin, what are these? Lin Yu explained to the others, these are devil fruits. He took both fruits, feeling a surge of excitement. They were the magma fruit and the freezing fruit, 2 of the most powerful Logia-type devil fruits in one piece. Lin Yu continued, the skill I created this time is called Devil Fruit. After the 100-fruit beast learns it, it can randomly summon 2 devil fruits each day. These devil fruits can only be consumed by beast tamers. After eating one, the beast tamer gains the immense power contained within that fruit for half an hour. Lin Yu held up the blue fruit and explained, this one is called the ice fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to freely manipulate, create, and even transform into ice elements, granting immense combat power. He then lifted the red fruit and continued, this one is called the magma fruit. Consuming it grants the ability to control, create, and even transform into magma. There are many types of devil fruits: the flame fruit, the flash fruit, the dinosaur fruit, the phoenix fruit. In short, the 100-fruit beast can randomly summon 2 of them each day. Oh, and once summoned, they must be consumed within an hour or they'll vanish. Chen Yushi exclaimed in astonishment, so if Qianjinling consumes this ice fruit, he'll gain such immense power within half an hour? Exactly. In this group stage, Lin Yu's team actually didn't have high odds of winning. Qian Junling could only use his Haotian true form once, so they would definitely play cautiously in today's match. Beyond the Haotian true form, Qian Junling possessed no other powerful life-saving abilities, meaning he would inevitably become the target of the enemy's concentrated fire. But if Qian Junling gained immense power within half an hour, not only could she survive, she could also strike unexpectedly, catching the opponents off guard. Lin Yu stated, therefore, I propose giving the freezing fruit to Qianjinling. During the match, she only needs to hold off the swallowing sea dragon king. The magma fruit should go to the 100 fruit beast. We must eliminate the enemy's support and necromancer within half an hour. Those two are particularly troublesome. Agreed, the group unanimously concurred. Meanwhile, both freshmen and seniors had arrived at the battlefield. Among the seniors, the 5 who had been defeated by Lin Yu's team yesterday were also strategizing. This time, we absolutely cannot lose. Golden Armor Mammoth, you engage Lin Yu's electric beast from the start. Your high defense will keep it at bay for a while. Shen Yushi's monkey can fly, so we'll rely on the bone dragon summoned by your necromancer. And your immortal leaf glass start buffing us from the very beginning of the match. Your wind demon wolf's job is to ambush that 1,000-ton spirit. I've observed its skill has a long charge time enough for you to take it down. Meanwhile, I'll use my sea swallowing dragon king to handle the 100 fruit beasts 3 S-class mechs. This time, we'll take them down one by one. Avenge our previous defeat. Sun Ling appeared once more, grinning at Lin Yu. Let's put on a good show today. I want to see what you've got. You'll see. Lin Yu declared confidently. Both sides agreed to let Lin Yu's team start the contest first. The battle was about to erupt. Su Yuan and Tang Haotian each pulled out 2 fruits and fed them to their beasts. Across the battlefield, Xian Yi Liuli plucked 4 leaves from her body and tossed them into the bodies of her 4 beasts, instantly granting them a 50% boost to their attack power. The necromancer led the charge, sweeping his scythe to summon a vast legion of undead that surged forward. Thanks to Xian Yi Liuli's enhancement, the necromancer summoned even more undead. Baigua Beast immediately deployed 17 mechs, clashing fiercely with the undead legion. Yet the battle did not become one-sided. Facing the fruit treasure mecha's assault, Xian Yi Liuli plucked another leaf and tossed it to the wind demon wolf. Instantly, it gained a 50% speed boost, transforming into a crimson afterimage as it launched a surprise attack, charging straight toward Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit. In an instant, the 1,000-ton spirit was in grave peril. Chapter 55, It Must Be Lin Yu's Doing. A smirk spread across the wind demon wolf's master's face. Qian Junling had no chance to react to this sneak attack. Its claws pierced deep into the Qian Junling's body. Witnessing this, the onlookers frowned in unison. The wind demon wolf's strike was ruthless, a direct attempt to kill the 1,000-ton spirit. Such a deep wound, Qian Junling was surely doomed. Yet, before the astonished crowd, Qian Junling's body began to freeze. The ice then restructured itself, and Qian Junling recovered completely. But it wasn't over. As the wind demon wolf closed in, the 1,000-ton spirit delivered a hammer blow. The spot where the wind demon wolf was struck began to freeze solid. What? The 5 fourth-year students' faces were etched with utter disbelief. Qian Junling is clearly a strength-type beast tamer. How did he suddenly gain ice-type abilities? The 2 counselors and Sun Ling were equally stunned. Multi-elemental beast tamers were extremely rare. Yet with Lin Yu, counting the electrocution beast, they had already witnessed 2. Although Qian Junling belonged to Tang Haotian, no one paid him any attention. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. Everyone silently agreed, the Qian Junling gaining a new element? Lin Yu must have done it. Feeling awkward under the stairs, Lin Yu turned his head away. Meanwhile, the wind demon wolf immediately began retreating. Any later, and it would have been completely frozen solid. The wind demon wolf proved formidable, dragging its half-frozen body back to safety. Xian Ya Liuli promptly plucked a leaf to tend to its wounds. The most terrifying aspect of the immortal leaf glass was its support capabilities. Its beast-taming assistance was practically all-encompassing. It could boost attack, speed, defense. It could even restore a beast master's health. This thing must be eliminated. Lin Yu glanced at Su Yuan. Su Yuan instantly understood Lin Yu's meaning and gave an imperceptible nod. The battle raged on as the necromancer began summoning his rank cavalry. Currently, Chen Yushi was the most effective counter against the necromancer on Lin Yu's side. Her spirit bright divine ape unleashed gravity swamp, simultaneously slowing down the entire undead army. The 100 Fruits Beasts 3 S-class mechs launched a massacre against the undead legion. The sea-swallowing dragon king unleashed a colossal water column at the fruit guardian god, while Qian Junling swiftly approached the water jet. The instant it touched the column, the entire water column froze solid. Intense ice elements surged straight toward the sea-swallowing dragon king. Forced into a corner, the sea-swallowing dragon king had no choice but to flee immediately. Qian Junling's mastery of ice elemental energy wasn't top tier, but it proved perfectly counteractive against the sea-swallowing dragon king. The golden armor mammoth was locked in a fierce battle with the thunderform electrocution beast. The mammoth's defense was terrifying. Unless the electrocution beast used one of its destructive skills requiring lengthy charge-up time, its standard abilities couldn't even breach the mammoth's defenses. Meanwhile, the divine apeling Ming battled the sea-swallowing dragon king amidst the clouds, while the 3 mechs were held back by the undead horde. Qian Junling's skills required significant time to charge. Lin Yu's 4 beast masters were all tied up for the moment, and this was precisely the strategy of these 5 senior undergraduates. Seizing this opening, the necromancer began summoning the bone dragon. And this time, the bone dragon was amplified by 50% by the immortal leaf glass. Its combat power had reached SS rank. The moment the bone dragon materialized, Fruit Guardian and Demon Overlord charged toward it simultaneously. Idiots, the necromancer's master sneered in contempt. For at this very moment, the true form of the 100-fruit beast resided within Fruit Guardian God. If the bone dragon shattered the mecha, the 100-fruit beast would die. The overwhelming impact of the SS rank bone dragon instantly smashed both Fruit Guardian and Demon Overlord to pieces upon its emergence. Sure enough, the fruit beast tumbled out. The senior students shouted, "You've let such a powerful beast fall into this state. Don't blame us for what comes next." The wind demon wolf, its wounds rapidly healing, swiftly closed in on the 100-fruits beast. Just as its claws tore into the creature's body. Just like Qian Junling, the 100-fruits beast's body was rebuilt from molten lava. Its wounds healed instantly. The wind demon wolf suffered again, its claws severely scalded. The seniors had fallen into the trap. They had protected the celestial leaf jade so well that Lin Yu's beast tamers couldn't get close to it. The fruit guardian god deliberately charged forward to be scattered by the bone dragon, allowing the 100-fruits beast to seize the opportunity and approach the immortal leaf jade. The moment it neared the celestial leaf jade, the 100-fruits beast opened its mouth and spewed lava. Instantly, the leaves of the immortal leaf jade burst into flames. The owner of the celestial leaf glass was utterly devastated. Having ice attributes among the 1,000-ton spiritual energy was understandable. But you, a 100-fruits beast, with grass-type abilities. Now you've gained fire-type too. Is this even fair? The swallowing sea dragon king immediately shot a water column to aid the immortal leaf jade. Seizing the opportunity, the divine ape swiftly hurled Qian Junling away. The instant Qian Junling touched the sea-swallowing dragon king's water column, it froze solid. Now things got awkward. If the swallowing sea dragon king kept spewing water, he'd freeze himself solid. But if it stopped, Xian Yilioli would be burned alive. At the critical moment, the bone dragon roared in. Then, a melodious voice rang out, "Emulate heaven and earth." The cloud-riding divine ape instantly grew to 30 meters tall. A single punch sent the bone dragon flying. Seeing Xian Yilioli about to be reduced to ashes, its master had no choice but to surrender. Behind the senior year students stood two beast masters, one wielding the immortal leaf jade, the other the undead summoner. After Xian Yilioli was eliminated, the 100-fruits beast and Qian Junling one ice, one fire charged straight at the necromancer. The wind demon wolf, wounded, rushed to the rescue. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before it. It was the electrocution beast in its time form, using time zero to instantly appear before the wind demon wolf. The claws on its forearms tore a bone-deep gash into the wind demon wolf's head. Another claw slashed straight for its throat. "I surrender," the wind demon wolf's owner shouted urgently. Simultaneously, ice and fire struck the necromancer, sending it flying. In an instant, only two beast masters remained on the senior year side. The divine ape of enlightenment unleashed gravity swamp once more. The immense gravitational force pinned both the golden armored mammoth and the sea-swallowing dragon king to the ground, rendering them immobile. Qian Junling began channeling power for the true form of the supreme heaven. The electrocution beast had already shifted into its earth form and started charging up the polar sandstorm. If these two attacks connected simultaneously, even the golden armor mammoth would be reduced to mincemeat. The seniors had no choice but to surrender. The freshmen cheered wildly, while the 5 losing seniors grew increasingly furious. Switching attributes was downright disgusting. Suddenly, one of the boys stormed out, fuming. "I refuse to accept this. They must have cheated. Has anyone ever seen a beast master switch attributes back and forth like that?" The moment those words left his mouth, everyone turned to Lin Yu and his companions with expressions of deep scrutiny. Indeed, in all of history, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Could it be that Lin Yu and his team had indeed resorted to some underhanded tactics? Chapter 56, 5 against 4, yet defeated? What kind of skill is that? Using outside help to win the match. Shameless, the boy shouted angrily. I refuse to believe they have any other skills that can change attributes. It was no wonder the boy was furious. Without the wildcards of Qianjinling and Baiguashu, the outcome of this match would have been anyone's guess. At this remark, the senior students all shot Lin Yu skeptical glances. Indeed, Lin Yu's electrocution beast might have gained the ability to switch attributes through some fortuitous event, but what about Qianjinling and Baiguashu? How could they possibly acquire multiple types in just one day? Who would believe that? Especially that 100-fruit beast, it possesses 2 conflicting attributes. And you're using them simultaneously. A grass-type beast master employing fire-type skills? That's utterly impossible. Aren't you afraid of setting yourself on fire? The senior advisor couldn't help but feel skeptical. Stepping forward, he addressed Lin Yu and the others. Students, it's not that I don't trust you, but your methods seem rather unconventional. Please provide some proof. Su Yuan was fuming, about to roll up his sleeves and argue. Lin Yu stopped him and addressed the senior counselor. What if we can prove it? If we can prove it, these 5 will apologize to us in front of everyone. Su Yuan bellowed. Tang Haotian and Chen Yushi stepped forward as well, their faces flushed with indignation. Fine, the senior male student declared. If you can prove it, I'll apologize. Lin Yu let out a faint smile. Fine. You said it. He then explained to the crowd, actually, the extra attribute that Baigua Beast and Qian Junling displayed earlier was a skill I just created. Impossible, the male student roared. Chu Yan and Sun Ling both held their breath. If Lin Yu had truly created a skill that allowed a beastmaster to wield an additional element, it would be utterly game-changing. It could even alter the entire balance of elemental counters between beasts. For instance, a beastmaster wielding both water and fire, 2 completely opposing attributes, who could withstand that? Hold your horses, Lin Yu said calmly. I never said this skill added an extra element. Otherwise, if all 4 of our beasts had gained an extra element just now, we'd have blown you guys away. The skill I created is for the 100 fruit beast. It's called Devil Fruit. It allows the 100 fruit beast to summon 2 devil fruits daily. A beast that consumes a devil fruit gains its power for half an hour. There are many types of devil fruits, granting all sorts of abilities and powers. Today, the 100 fruit beast summoned a frozen fruit and a lava fruit. These allow the beastmaster to manipulate or transform into ice and lava. Both fruits were consumed by the 100 fruit beast and Qian Junling respectively, granting them 2 additional attributes. Xian Yilioli's master felt a pang of unease upon hearing this. While Xian Yilioli was renowned as a top-tier support artifact, its enhancements typically capped at 50%. Yet this E-rank 100 fruits beast, setting aside its summoning abilities, offered the devil fruit alone, granting an extra half hour of enhanced attributes and power. For many support-type and summoning-type beast masters lacking self-defense capabilities, this was nothing short of a god-tier ability. Her 2 recent defeats in matches stemmed entirely from Xian Yilioli's lack of self-defense capabilities. Had Xian Yilioli possessed a devil fruit before those battles, it would have been invincible. Xian Yilioli's master looked at Lin Yu, his heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. What kind of being was this youth, capable of creating such a powerful skill? Sun Ling pondered for a moment, then stood up clapping. Excellent! What a devil fruit! This skill is both logical and unexpected. You have profound insight. Everyone says the 100 fruit beast's fruit summoning skill is useless, but if the fruits it summons carry special attribute enhancements, then this is a god-tier skill. Henceforth, when designing skills for the 100 fruit beast or similar beast-taming creatures, this approach can be adopted. Sun Ling's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I must admit, you are a true genius when it comes to creating skills. You flatter me, Lin Yu replied. Sun Ling was in high spirits as he turned to Chu Yan. By the way, isn't there a Beastmaster skill creation competition at our academy in a couple of days? Let's have Lin Yu participate. Chu Yan objected. Director Sun, isn't that inappropriate? Isn't that competition only open to graduating seniors? Sun Ling shrugged it off. In terms of creative talent, which senior could possibly match Lin Yu? What's wrong with entering a competition? While it's true that the tallest tree catches the most wind, young people should seize their chance to shine when it comes. It's settled. I'll handle the arrangements with the competition organizers. With that, he walked over to Lin Yu and grinned. I'm putting my reputation on the line to get you into this competition. You better give it your all. Bring home first place. Otherwise, I'll have nowhere to hide my face. Lin Yu protested. Director Sun, it's a competition for seniors. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to participate. Sun Ling leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, the prize for this competition is a doppelganger stone. Once absorbed by a beast, it allows you to summon a duplicate. Your electrocution beast can shift forms, but imagine having a duplicate to use both forms simultaneously. That would make you even stronger. This is a fantastic opportunity. Go out there and win it for me. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. I promise not to let you down. Sun Ling nodded in satisfaction and left the battle arena. He knew without watching that the other students' matches wouldn't be nearly as exciting as Lin Yu's group. After Sun Ling departed, Lin Yu and Su Yuan turned to the boy with amused smiles. Knowing he was in the wrong, the boy gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. To all 4 of you, I wrongly accused you. I apologize. He even bowed deeply. Lin Yu teased, admitting your mistakes makes you a good kid. Ha ha ha. After apologizing, the boy immediately left the combat arena. From a distance, he heard Su Yuan mutter, 5 against 4 and they got counter-killed? What kind of players are they? This only fueled his anger further, though he could do nothing about it. In the subsequent matches, only one team managed a narrow victory, the rest were completely wiped out. Those admitted to Tianhua Academy were already absurdly strong to begin with. Add 4 years of training on top of that, and their wealth of combat experience was simply incomparable to these freshmen. The reason Lin Yu's group lost wasn't because they were weak, but because Lin Yu was simply too overpowered. This matchup cemented Lin Yu's reputation. Everyone now knew that among the freshmen, there was a Lin Yu whose strength knew no bounds. Chapter 57, You Call That Skill? After the match, Lin Yu's university life officially began. True to its reputation as one of the finest Beastmaster academies, Hua Academy boasted top-tier facilities throughout the entire campus. Life here felt even more comfortable than running his pet shop. Add to that the 7 million yuan the academy gave him at enrollment, and money was never an issue. His days were pure bliss. Spending his free time teasing Chen Yushi made him feel like he was living the life of a god. Sun Ling would drop by to check on Lin Yu from time to time. Each visit found him idling away, prompting Sun Ling to scold, "You brat. I went out of my way to pull strings and get you into the skill creation competition. At the very least, prepare properly. If you're not aiming for first place, don't embarrass me. But look at you, slacking off day after day. What kind of example is that? Uncle Sun, don't get angry, don't get angry." Lin Yu smiled apologetically. "I've got this competition in the bag. Let's hope so." Sun Ling gave a few more instructions before leaving. Watching Lin Yu, he thought to himself, youthful fame makes one easily arrogant. Well, let this competition give him a taste of failure. Losing might just teach him that there are always people more skilled than him out there. That day, the entire Tianhua Academy buzzed with excitement. The Beastmaster Skill Creation Competition was the Academy's most significant event, and the whole campus was preparing for it. On the day of the competition, Chen Yushi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haotian all accompanied Lin Yu to the venue. Chen Yushi felt no worry whatsoever. She had complete faith in Lin Yu's skill creation abilities. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Lin, show them what real skill looks like." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. All right. Tianhua Academy is full of hidden talents. There are definitely people more skilled than me. Keep it low-key." The competition was held at Tianhua Academy's experimental center. Upon arrival, Chen Yushi and the others headed to the spectator seats, while Lin Yu proceeded toward the contestant registration area only to be stopped by staff. "The audience seating isn't over here. I'm a contestant," Lin Yu explained. The staff member looked skeptical. "You look so young. You don't seem like a senior, you look more like a freshman." Lin Yu pulled out his student ID. "I am a freshman." The staff member took it and looked at it. "Oh, you're Lin Yu, the freshman. Director Sun specifically mentioned you to us. Go get ready for the competition." Lin Yu tucked his ID away and started walking inside, only to hear the staff member mutter behind him. "That's the one who pulled strings with Director Sun to get in. Director Sun really should know better. Bringing a freshman to compete in this tournament is just asking for embarrassment." Lin Yu heard it clearly but showed no reaction, continuing straight inside. Inside, the staff explained the competition rules to Lin Yu. The first round was an elimination contest. All participants would start by creating a skill based on a given theme. After completing their creation, they would find someone to learn from, then demonstrate their skill. Judges would score based on skill execution, ultimately selecting the top 8 to advance to the next round. After understanding the rules, Lin Yu joined the other contestants on the creation platform. The Tianhua Academy Experimental Center was enormous, surrounded by spectator stands large enough to accommodate all the competition spectators. The turnout was surprisingly high. Lin Yu roughly counted 63 participants, all seniors except himself. This competition was truly brutal. The first round would eliminate 55 contestants outright, leaving only 8 to advance. After delivering the opening remarks, the host continued, "Speed is crucial during the creation phase. The 3 slowest contestants in this round will be eliminated immediately. Now, we will reveal the elimination round's theme to all contestants." The president of Tianhua Academy was perpetually swamped with work and couldn't even spare time for the skill creation competition. The task of revealing the theme fell to the vice principal, an elderly man with a receding hairline. He lifted the cover from the presentation board, revealing 2 bold characters, weapon. Standing up, he explained, recent research has shown that certain beast tamers significantly increase their combat effectiveness when equipped with a weapon materialization skill. Therefore, the theme of this competition is weapons. After reading the prompt, every contestant furrowed their brow. This challenge was undeniably difficult. To create such a skill, one must first be able to materialize a weapon. Merely materializing was already extremely difficult, something many found impossible. Second, the materialized weapon must possess special abilities, making it even more difficult. Just as everyone frowned in deep thought, Lin Yu glanced at Chen Yushi in the audience and an idea formed in his mind. He had promised Chen Yushi to help her spirit bright divine ape acquire the abilities of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. This was the perfect opportunity to design a Rui Jingu Bang for the ape. In this competition, the final experimental skill Beast Control allowed contestants to choose their own demonstration partner. He would designate Chen Yushi to bring her divine ape for the demonstration. As everyone racked their brains, the host announced, "Contestants who have completed their designs may press the button on their right." The competition time is 3 hours. Any contestant who fails to design a skill within the allotted time will be eliminated. The competition begins now. All contestants took out their scratch paper and began sketching out their ideas. Only Lin Yu began sketching directly on the presentation blueprint. Since the design process took so long, the audience, including the teachers and the judging panel, instinctively pulled out their phones to pass the time. About 10 minutes later, everyone heard a sharp beep. The vice principal froze, looking up toward the workstation. There, contestant number 59 had already pressed the button. You're done? This contestant, number 59, was none other than Lin Yu. He rubbed his wrist and replied, "Finished. For me, it's as easy as drinking water." The vice principal burst out laughing. Designing required numerous intricate steps, yet this contestant had only spent 10 minutes. What on earth had he scribbled to claim it was finished? Was he pulling my leg? The vice principal snapped irritably, "If you want to forfeit, just leave. Don't try to show off." Lin Yu looked serious as he repeated, "I'm not withdrawing. I'm done with the design. Cameras, zoom in on his blueprint. I'll see what he's designed." The vice principal was even more furious. Due to the large venue, spectators watched the competition through screens placed around the perimeter. The camera zoomed in on Lin Yu's skill demonstration blueprint. Scrawled on it was a crooked stick, beside which were 5 poorly written characters, Rui Jingu Bang. In that instant, a single thought flashed through everyone's mind. The Monkey King's weapon? This can't be serious. Chapter 58, 2 boring hours. The vice principal's face flushed with anger. You call this a skill? What class are you in? Doodling is one thing, but naming it the Golden Harness Staff? You've even brought Sun Wukong's staff into this? This is a skill creation contest, not a skill fabrication contest. I'm a freshman. The moment Lin Yu mentioned he was a freshman, the vice principal understood. So you're the prodigy Sun Ling spoke of. Lin Yu, the one who shattered the college entrance exam record. That's me, Lin Yu replied. Yet the vice principal's tone remained stern. And this is your excuse for scribbling nonsense? The vice principal turned to Sun Ling. Is this the person you vouched for? Is this his attitude toward the competition? Lin Yu's expression instantly turned cold. He addressed the vice principal, enunciating each word clearly. I'll say it again, this is the skill demonstration diagram I designed. I did not doodle. Sun Ling, unafraid of the vice principal, interjected, since the contestant has already completed the drawing, we should simply await the demonstration. Your actions risk interfering with the competition. Even though Lin Yu had broken the college entrance exam record, the vice principal remained unconvinced. In Tianhua, what kind of prodigy hadn't he seen? You'd better pray that this skill you've scribbled can be absorbed by the beast. Otherwise. Before the vice principal could finish, Lin Yu cut him off. If it can't be absorbed, I'll withdraw from school immediately. Fine. You're the one who said it. What followed was an agonizing wait. The competition required all participants to finish their designs before leaving. Lin Yu had completed his in 10 minutes, meaning he now had to endure over 2 hours of idle time. With no phones allowed during the competition, Lin Yu idly scanned his surroundings. Next time I enter a contest, I'll bring something to pass the time. This is unbearably boring. This challenge was genuinely tough. Most contestants were scratching their heads in frustration. By the time the clock ran out, a full 6 contestants hadn't finished their designs and were eliminated outright. With the design phase concluded, it was time for demonstrations. Contestants could designate one person to have their beast learn the skill and then demonstrate it. The skill being designed this time was weapon materialization. Therefore, the primary evaluation method during the demonstration was combat, having the spirit beasts that had learned the skill battle each other. Lin Yu naturally chose Chen Yushi and her Lingming Divine Ape, as this skill had been specifically designed for the Lingming Divine Ape. Each contestant designated their demonstration beast, and the absorption process began one by one. During this process, several participants' demonstration blueprints proved impossible to absorb, indicating flaws in their creative execution. When it was Lin Yu's turn, all eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Yu handed the skill demonstration blueprint to Chen Yushi. The divine ape was already bursting with impatience, its face radiating eager anticipation. The moment the divine ape touched the demonstration blueprint, it vanished instantly. It really can absorb, someone in the audience exclaimed. Like the vice principal, many spectators assumed Lin Yu had scribbled the diagram in 10 minutes, its lines so hastily drawn that it looked like a random doodle at first glance. Yet to their astonishment, the diagram was actually absorbed. Lin Yu shot a defiant glance at the vice principal. Humph. The vice principal snorted coldly. What does it prove that it can be absorbed? The effectiveness of this skill is what truly matters. Next came the practical combat phase. After elimination rounds, only 48 contestants remained on the field. Their designated spirit beasts would now battle in pairs, using only their materialized weapons, no other skills permitted. The judges scored the skills performance during these matches. The first pair to enter the arena were the Raging Flame Bear and the Ghost-Faced Warrior. After entering the arena, each summoned the weapon designed by its handler. The Raging Flame Bear materialized a pair of gauntlets on its hands, while the Ghost-Faced Warrior materialized a katana in its grasp. The battle commenced, with the masked warrior leveraging its agility to launch the initial assault. The materialized katana enhances the beast's speed, making the already agile ghost-faced warrior even more elusive and unpredictable. The fiery bear's gauntlets radiated intense fire elemental energy. These gauntlets allowed the user to channel explosive fire elements. The moment the masked warrior closed in, a fist slammed out. Sparks flew everywhere. The two beasts fought fiercely, locked in a dead heat, while the judges began scoring these two skills. Both materialized weapons significantly enhanced their respective beasts and demonstrated sound design, earning the contestants scores of 88 and 89 respectively. Match after match unfolded, and soon it was Lin Yu's turn. All eyes were fixed on the divine ape, eager to witness the skill he had designed. Facing the divine ape was a martial god tiger. Its rider had designed a great sword as its materialized weapon. This broadsword possessed the attributes of tearing and bloodlust, offering powerful enhancement effects for the beastmaster. As the battle commenced, the martial god tiger leapt high into the air, blade raised, and brought it down. The divine ape extended its right hand and gave it a light squeeze. A golden glowing staff instantly materialized in its grasp. With a single block, it sent the martial god tiger flying. Seizing the momentum, the divine ape extended its staff, instantly lengthening it to knock the martial god tiger skyward once more. Holy crap! That weapon materialization was so cool. It can even change size. This Lin Yu's got some skills. He actually conjured Monkey King's golden monkey staff. The martial god tiger was a beast with a fiery temper. Suffering such a humiliating defeat right off the bat sent its rage boiling over, and it swung its blade again. The divine ape's staff instantly thickened, then swung with all its might. A metallic snap echoed as the martial god tiger's great blade shattered cleanly. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curved into a smile as he addressed the judges and audience. Legend has it that Sun Wukong weighed 13,500 caddies. Yet Thaisai design feels light in the user's hands, yet still packs 13,800 caddies of force against enemies. The judges collectively sucked in their breath at this revelation. To put it in perspective, 13,800 gene equates to a staggering 6 to 7 tons. That kind of weight wasn't just something you could swing around as a weapon. Even if you just threw it, it could smash a beast rider into mincemeat. Clearly, the divine ape had shown mercy to the martial god tiger. Had it swung with full force, the tiger would have been reduced to mincemeat. But words alone weren't proof. One judge asked, "Mr. Lin Yu, you claim this weapon can exert 13,800 gene against an enemy. How do you intend to demonstrate that?" At this remark, everyone turned to Lin Yu with skeptical looks. Chapter 59, Playing 5 in a row during the competition? Prove it? Just try it out. At Lin Yu's request, staff quickly brought in an alloy steel plate and positioned it before the divine ape. The divine ape, wielding its golden staff, mustered every ounce of strength and swung the rod with all its might at the steel plate. Everyone present heard a thunderous boom. The alloy steel plate was literally smashed into a twisted, deformed shape. It was well known that such alloy steel plates were incredibly hard and could withstand tremendous impact. Yet, the fact that this rod could damage it to such an extent clearly showed that the skill effect Lin Yu had described was no exaggeration. It was genuinely that powerful. The crowd erupted in astonishment. An alloy steel plate. It's been smashed like that. If this hit a beast, unless it had some super powerful defensive skill, it'd be dead meat. That kind of force, if it hit you, wouldn't you just get flattened on the spot? I've long heard that Lin Yu excels at designing powerful and unique skills. I always thought it was just rumors, but it turns out it's true. The judges began heated discussions. Compared to others' weapons that offered only minor enhancements to their beasts, Lin Yu's skill was like a game-changing ultimate move, utterly terrifying. If this were on the battlefield, the divine ape's single swing of its staff would be an ultimate move. Who could withstand that? Shen Yushi felt a surge of excitement too. Her beast companion had gained yet another skill. Ever since meeting Lin Yu, her beast-taming abilities had been stacked to an incredibly powerful level by the skills he designed. After the judges finished their discussion, they began scoring Lin Yu. The he designed earned 99 points. It was the highest score among all contestants. As for why it wasn't perfect, the vice principal hadn't given full marks, while the other judges had all awarded maximum points. Due to his recent conflict with Lin Yu, the vice principal had intended to give him a low score. Yet, he was powerless to do so. Lin Yu's skill design was simply too outstanding. By the end of the morning, the elimination round of the skill creation competition concluded, eliminating over 50 contestants in one go. Only 8 remained standing on stage. At the start of the competition, many had murmured about Lin Yu, claiming he'd only gotten in through connections. Others claimed he was overreaching, thinking he knew no bounds after acquiring a little skill, a freshman daring to compete in a senior-level contest. Yet Lin Yu proved himself through sheer talent. After a brief intermission, the afternoon competition resumed. In this round, 5 of the 8 contestants would be eliminated, leaving only 3 to advance to the finals. The vice principal unveiled the afternoon's challenge, speed. Each contestant designed a speed-based skill for their beast. After completion, the beasts learned the skills and began a race. The first beast to reach the designated position would be declared the winner. The top 3 would advance, while the bottom 5 would be eliminated. The time limit remained 3 hours. Anyone failing to complete their design within that time would be eliminated. Hearing this theme, the eliminated contestants were furious, cursing the question setter. Why did you give us such a difficult challenge in the elimination round materializing weapons? Now in the quarterfinals, you give us something this simple? Who can't design a skill that increases movement speed? But defeat is defeat. No amount of anger could change that. Next, the competition begins. The host's command echoed through the hall. Lin Yu began pondering immediately. The finish line is at the school's rear mountain. The test subject, the beast rider, will have to run all the way from the lab center to the rear mountain. But wait, does it really have to be running? What if I design a spatial teleportation skill? I could just make the beast rider pass through instantly. Wouldn't that be faster? With that thought, Lin Yu immediately began scribbling on the skill demonstration blueprint. This time, he finished designing it in under 10 minutes. After finishing, he deliberately glanced at the vice principal. This time, the camera dutifully captured Lin Yu's demonstration blueprint. It was even simpler than the previous round's Rui Jingu Bang design, just 2 circles, and not even perfectly round ones at that. This time, he didn't even write the skill's name. After finishing his design, Lin Yu produced a Go board from somewhere and began playing a game of Go against himself. The judges and audience were dumbfounded. Seriously, show some respect. You're in the middle of a competition. Lin Yu had specifically brought the Go board during the break, just in case he finished his design too quickly. The vice principal's face turned the color of liver, but he couldn't very well make a scene. The other 7 contestants were furious at the sight. We're all swamped with work, and you're playing games. Yet they could do nothing about it. After all, he was simply designing faster. Since the problem was straightforward, the other 7 contestants poured their energy into refining their designs, striving to make their skills execute even faster. 3 hours later, everyone had finished their designs. Lin Yu finally put away the board, stood up, and stretched. The host announced, "Please select a beast to learn skills." The 7 contestants each selected a beast already known for its speed, but Lin Yu alone released his own electrocution beast from the beast space. The host looked puzzled. "Lin Yu, are you planning to have your electrocution beast learn a skill and compete?" "Yes. Is that not allowed?" Lin Yu countered. Of course, the host nodded. "Look at the beasts the others picked, all speed types. Your electric beast's 4 stubby legs aren't even as big as the claws of their beasts. Even if those 4 stubby legs were smoking from running, it still wouldn't catch up." Sun Ling thought to himself, Lin Yu's Electro-Wolf has multiple forms. Looks like he wants it to compete in a faster form. Lin Yu commanded the electric beast, Xiao Dian, enter spatial form. In its space form, the electrocution beast appeared as a standing white tiger with black stripes, exuding immense majesty. Among the spectators, those who followed the high-stakes exam were familiar with Lin Yu's electric beast and knew it possessed multiple forms. Those unaware were stunned one by one. An F-rank beast master could actually switch forms? Sun Ling couldn't comprehend Lin Yu's strategy. Why? Why not use the speed form? Why bring out a space form instead? Lin Yu handed the skill demonstration diagram to the electrocution beast. The diagram vanished, and the beast had already mastered the skill. 8 beast tamers stood at the starting line, each fully prepared and ready to go. The host bellowed, "Ready. Go!" 7 beasts shot forward like arrows, vanishing from sight in an instant. These students truly lived up to Tianhua Academy's reputation. Each skill design was uniquely distinctive. One student had designed a skill specifically for the wind demon wolf, allowing it to harness surrounding wind elements to propel itself forward, drastically increasing its speed. Another skill was specifically designed for flying beasts, allowing them to enter a vacuum-like environment mid-flight, drastically reducing air resistance and maximizing their speed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's electrocution beast remained rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Many were stunned. Was Lin Yu giving up, conceding defeat? Chapter 60. What on earth is going through Lin Yu's mind? Soon, the crowd witnessed a scene they would never forget. The electrocution beast extended its left paw, and a ring appeared in its grasp. Then, its right hand began tracing circles in the air. Soon, golden sparks began to spatter before it, and a massive golden circle materialized in front of it. And the scene within that golden portal was none other than the Academy's rear mountain. The Electro Beast calmly stepped inside, reaching the far end. The entire experiment center fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. How does Lin Yu's brain even work? A student in the audience murmured. To come up with a method like this. Using a spatial skill in this competition is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Who knew you could do that? Designing a spatial teleportation skill to instantly transport himself to the finish line. Lin Yu was clearly taking a shortcut, but the quarter-final rules were simple: whoever reached the finish line first won. And the electrocution beast had indeed reached the finish line. The other 7 contestants were furious, realizing they'd been trapped in a mental rut. They'd all been fixated on how to increase speed, while Lin Yu's design approach was wildly unconventional. Unique. Each one regretted not thinking of it themselves. The skill Lin Yu designed this time was called Suspension Ring Teleportation. It utilized the suspension ring on his hand to open a spatial portal, allowing him to instantly travel to any desired location. The inspiration for this skill came from Doctor Strange. In the movie, this ability wasn't just for teleportation, it could also slice through space, proving incredibly versatile. The Electrocution Beast had reached the finish line long before the remaining 7 beasts arrived. Upon seeing the Shock Beast at the finish line, they were all completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the Electrocution Beast still at the starting point? How did it suddenly appear at the finish line? We didn't even see it run over here. The judges all recognized the immense power of this skill created by Lin Yu. With such a spatial teleportation ability, one could instantly relocate during combat to provide timely reinforcements. The judges eagerly asked Lin Yu, "Student, can this skill take you anywhere?" Lin Yu had originally intended to design it that way to teleport to any location he envisioned. However, that involved more profound spatial issues he hadn't yet mastered. This skill only allows teleportation within a 50-kilometer radius, Lin Yu explained to the judges. Hearing this, the judges visibly relaxed. So there were limitations after all. If this skill had no limits, allowing one to go anywhere at will, it would be utterly terrifying. Even so, teleportation within 50 kilometers was still incredibly powerful. Whether used for escape or reinforcements, it could catch enemies completely off guard. Electro Beast was the first to reach the finish line. Lin Yu's skill design proved exceptionally powerful, securing him victory in the quarterfinals and advancing him to the top 3. The final 3 would compete tomorrow, when the tournament's champion would be decided. Lin Yu headed back to his dorm to rest. He was genuinely exhausted today, exhausted from standing. What should I bring to pass the time during tomorrow's match? If the other competitors found out, they'd be furious. They were all busy preparing for tomorrow's competition, while Lin Yu was thinking about how to kill time. The next day, the finals of the skills creation competition drew an even larger crowd than yesterday. The vast experiment center was nearly filled to capacity. On one hand, it was the final students were eager to see who would claim the championship. On the other, word of Lin Yu's antics yesterday had spread like wildfire across Tianhua Academy, drawing crowds eager for a glimpse of the spectacle. They were eager to see what kind of tricks he'd pull today. When Lin Yu stepped onto the stage, he noticed the expressions on the other 2 contestants' faces had changed as if facing a formidable foe. Lin Yu greeted them warmly, "Hello, seniors." The 2 immediately turned their heads away. At that moment, the host delivered the customary opening remarks before adding mysteriously, "Today marks the finals of the beast-taming skill creation competition. I'm honored to have learned the theme in advance and wish to warn all 3 contestants, this final challenge is extremely difficult. It's undoubtedly the toughest theme in the history of this competition." The host spoke at length before finally announcing the theme. "Now, please welcome our staff to bring out the theme for this competition." Bring it up? Lin Yu and the other 2 contestants were baffled. What did bring it up mean? 3 staff members then walked up carrying 3 beast tamers. These 3 beast tamers looked utterly disgusting. One creature resembled a bloody, mangled mass of flesh. Scattered across its surface were a few eyes, along with several unidentifiable, randomly sprouting claws. It moved forward in a grotesque, crawling manner. Anyone who saw it felt queasy. Some queasy-stomached girls in the audience had already vomited. Lin Yu's Electrocution Beast was an F rank, considered the weakest among tamed beasts. But could there be anything weaker than an Electrocution Beast? Absolutely. This creature, known as the Ugly Crawler, was one such example. Ugly as it was, it had no useful abilities whatsoever. Worse still, its flesh was completely exposed, causing it excruciating pain with every step it took. Thus, the Ugly Crawler reigns supreme as the weakest beast in the beast-taming world, no contest. The host declared, "The final challenge of this skill competition is to design a skill for this Ugly Crawler." What? All contestants, including Lin Yu, froze at this demand. Design a skill for this thing? Unlike the Electroshock Beast, the Ugly Slug, the weak and useless, could learn minor skills. That's why many research institutes used it for experiments. But designing a skill for this thing? That's just cruel. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. This theme was a bit too challenging, to say the least. Given the difficulty of the task, the final round will be extended to 4 hours. Contestants, prepare yourselves. The competition begins. All 3 contestants fell deep in thought. This thing has so many eyes and claws, and it walks with such pain. Lin Yu muttered to himself, deep in thought. Shen Yushi watched from the audience. This was the first time she'd seen Lin Yu like this. Usually, when he created skills, his thinking and execution were lightning fast. Today, he was genuinely stumped. Painful? A vague idea began to form in Lin Yu's mind. Following this train of thought, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. I know what skill to design. Since the flesh of these beasts is exposed and vulnerable to pain from bumps and scrapes, I'll create a skill that converts that pain into combat power. In the novels Lin Yu had read in his previous life, there really was a skill like that, and it was incredibly powerful. Chapter 61, How bored must you be? To be precise, this skill was actually a cultivation technique. Lin Yu was thinking of Li Huowang's Great Thousand record from Dao Guai. Exchanging pain for power, the more agony endured, the greater the strength gained. This skill couldn't be more perfect for this ugly worm. Moreover, Lin Yu was confident that once this ugly worm acquired this skill, it would absolutely shed its title as the weakest beast and become an incredibly powerful beast. Ever since his transmigration, Lin Yu had long contemplated creating the Great Thousand record cultivation manual. The problem was, even if he did create it, which beastmaster could possibly learn it? Exchanging pain for power and enduring that pain meant gouging out an eye or chopping off a hand. What beastmaster could endure that? But this ugly worm was different. The Great Thousand record seemed tailor-made for this beast. Besides, with all those eyes and claws randomly sprouting from its body, losing a couple wouldn't make much difference. With the concept solidified, Lin Yu began drafting the design. Compared to designing the earlier, Lin Yu's progress was slower this time. The main reason was that the Great Thousand record was a cultivation technique, involving multiple usage methods, making the design process more time-consuming. Even so, Lin Yu was the first among the 3 contestants to begin his design. Judges and spectators could clearly see the skill he was designing on the surrounding screens. First, he scribbled a crooked bamboo slip. Everyone was baffled. Why draw a bamboo slip for the ugly worm's skill? Was he supposed to study it? Then, Lin Yu drew numerous eyes and severed limbs all over the bamboo slip. The judges watched in silent horror. What on earth was he drawing? In the audience, a pale-faced young man watched the unfolding scene on stage with tense focus. His name was Li Shuweiseng, and he was the owner of one of the 3 ugly worms on stage. As the eldest son of the Li group in the capital, his family background was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet the beast he awakened was an ugly worm. Thus, even born into such a wealthy family, Li Shuweiseng endured nothing but scorn. Even his own father had grown distant over the years, focusing all his attention on his younger brother who had awakened an S-rank beast. Li Shuweiseng refused to accept this. For years, he had relentlessly sought ways to strengthen himself, but an ugly worm was an ugly worm. There was simply no way to make it stronger. The final challenge of Tianhua Academy's Beastmaster Skill Creation Competition was designing skills for ugly worms. Li Shuweiseng brought this up to a professor he was on good terms with. The professor agreed it was a worthwhile topic and accepted the proposal. Li Shuweiseng volunteered to contribute his own ugly worm for the experimental skill testing. If someone could truly design a powerful skill, his ugly worm might finally have a chance to turn things around. But could a creature like the ugly worm truly possess powerful skills? After pondering for a while, the other 2 contestants also began their designs. About half an hour later, Lin Yu pressed the button, signaling he had finished his design. His demonstration blueprint depicted a bamboo slip covered in densely packed diagrams. Beside the diagram, 3 characters were written, the record of the Great Thousand. That name doesn't sound like a skill name. It sounds a bit silly. Who knows what this skill does? Can't tell from his drawings anyway. The judges murmured among themselves. After finishing his design, Lin Yu grew restless. He pulled out a deck of cards from his pocket and began playing against himself. The judges were speechless. This was the finals. With so many people watching, how bored could you possibly be? Playing cards by yourself. The more elements a skill contained, the longer it took Lin Yu to create. For instance, crafting the devil fruit for Su Yuan's 100 fruit beast had consumed a significant amount of time. Half an hour might seem short to the other 2 contestants, but for Lin Yu, it felt like an eternity. With other skills, he could finish in 10 minutes tops. For hours Lin Yu finally managed to kill the time. The other 2 contestants had also finished designing their skills. Next came the skill evaluation phase, and the owners of the 3 ugly slugs were invited onto the stage. A senior contestant introduced first. This skill, called Mental Shockwave, was specifically designed to exploit the ugly worm's multiple eyes. It allows the creature to channel psychic energy through its eyes, delivering a mental assault to enemies. The host stepped forward and asked, which ugly worm would like to try this skill? One owner raised their hand. After their ugly worm learned the skill, the host asked the contestant, how should we test this skill? The contestant replied, just find a ferocious beast to test it on. Tianhua Academy kept trained beasts on hand, and staff quickly brought one forward. The ugly worm, now mastering mental shock, unleashed its power upon the beast. The beast let out a piercing scream before collapsing unconscious. The judges were all impressed by this skill. It granted a non-skilled ugly worm the ability to launch a mental attack, catching enemies off guard. The only drawback was its limited power. This mental shock could only handle C-rank beast tamers at best and was useless against higher ranks. After comprehensive evaluation, the judges awarded this skill a score of 91 points. The second contestant designed a skill for the ugly worm that emitted a toxic gas. The stench was unbearable, nearly wiping out everyone in the lab during the demonstration. The judges ultimately awarded it 89 points. The final skill demonstration belonged to Lin Yu. At this point, only Li Shuixing's ugly worm remained on stage. He had been somewhat unimpressed by the first two skills, finding them lacking in power. He found himself inexplicably pinning his hopes on Lin Yu. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that Lin Yu's beast was also a weak electric shock creature, yet it had grown to its current state. Li Shuixing's ugly worm lightly touched the skill demonstration diagram and instantly mastered the technique. The host inquired, "Lin Yu, how would you demonstrate this skill?" Lin Yu replied, "I'd like to demonstrate it in battle, preferably against an S-rank beast." S-class. The judges immediately jumped to their feet, doubting whether Lin Yu had lost his mind. An F-rank ugly worm, having learned just one skill no matter how powerful that skill might be. Could it possibly defeat an S-rank beast master? Especially since slugs are notoriously fragile beasts, they're easily killed in battle. Li Shuixing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Can my ugly worm truly stand against an S-rank? The judges urged him, just pick a lower tier beast to test the skill. An S-class is far too dangerous, this is just a ugly worm after all. Their words were dripping with distrust toward Lin Yu. Moreover, they simply couldn't believe an F-rank beast could possibly stand against an S-rank beast. Chapter 62, What a Sinister Skill. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Tested against an S-rank beast. I believe in the skill I created. Seeing Lin Yu's insistence, Li Shuixing's heart stirred slightly. Could my ugly worm truly reach S-rank level? Lin Yu nodded confidently. The judges couldn't help but shake their heads. The young man's ambition was too high, a bit overconfident. But expecting an F-rank beast to match an S-rank with just a skill was like sending a child to fight a boxer and the opponent was a heavyweight. The judges sighed helplessly. Alright, we can arrange an S-rank beast for testing. But you bear full responsibility for the consequences. Li Shuixing, ever decisive, saw Lin Yu's unwavering confidence and gritted his teeth. Fine. Test it with an S-rank beast. Even if my ugly worm dies here, I won't blame anyone. The judges brought forth a spiritwood monkey, a fairly standard S-rank beast. Could an F-rank beast truly defeat an S-rank beast with just one skill? Both beasts stood poised on the battlefield. Even now, Li Shuixing felt a lingering unease. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Trust me, and trust your beast. Alright. When the fight starts, remember to follow my commands. I'll teach you how to use the Great Thousand Record," Lin Yu instructed. Li Shuixing nodded in agreement. The battle commenced. Li Shuixing shouted, "Clown! Use the Dakian record." At his command, a faint red glow emanated from the ugly worm's body. Not only that, but spectators standing close enough could even detect a faint scent of blood. Everyone present eagerly anticipated the skill's effect, especially since Lin Yu had designed so many flashy skills over the past couple of days. Yet, after activating the Dakian record, the ugly worm merely glowed and showed no other reaction. Many began to suspect that while Lin Yu was a genius at creating skills, he might be powerless against a beast like the ugly worm. The owner of the spiritwood monkey, fearing the creature might be killed by the ugly worm, activated a less lethal skill, Spiritwood Monkey, Charge. The spiritwood monkey scrambled on all fours, closing in rapidly on the ugly worm. Lin Yu instructed Li Shuixing, have the ugly worm pull out one of his fingers. Ha! Li Shuixing doubted his own ears. What? As the spiritwood monkey charged forward, Lin Yu gritted his teeth in frustration. Quick! Trust me. Have the ugly worm pull off his finger. Not only was Li Shuixing stunned, but every judge and spectator present was dumbfounded. How could this involve self-mutilation? Li Shuixing gritted his teeth and ordered, "Clown, pull off your finger." Facing his master's command, Chouruan pulled off his finger without hesitation. A piercing pain swept through his entire body. In that instant, Chouruan felt as though some indescribable presence was watching him. Just then, the finger shot forward. As it neared the spiritwood monkey, it exploded, instantly covering the monkey in blood. What is this? A judge in the viewing gallery was stunned, leaping to his feet. He murmured to himself, sacrificing oneself to gain power. Lin Yu heard his words and shook his head. This judge still hadn't grasped the profound mystery within this skill. The Great Thousand Record traded pain for power. After that strike, the spiritwood monkey's owner finally grasped the true power of this grotesque skill. He immediately shouted, "Spiritwood Monkey, retreat!" The spiritwood monkey, being a beast tamer, reacted with extreme agility and instantly created distance. Li Shuixing turned to Lin Yu and asked, "What if it escapes?" Lin Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Have ugly worm pull out one of its own claws." Though it sounded cruel, Li Shuixing had just witnessed the immense power unleashed by the Great Thousand Record. He promptly ordered the ugly crawler, "Little Ugly, tear off one of your claws." Ugly worm possessed numerous claws, several jumbled together haphazardly. One claw grabbed hold of another and yanked it off with brutal force. All present heard a sharp tearing sound. Blood began gushing from Cho Ruan's body. Then, the severed claw vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, the severed claw emerged from beneath the ground. It seized the spirit wood monkey. In an instant, the spirit wood monkey felt as if it had been clamped by steel, excruciating pain shooting through its waist. It felt as if its waist could snap at any moment. Seeing the spirit wood monkey seized, Li Shuixing didn't wait for Lin Yu to speak. He blurted out first, "Clown, pull out 2 more fingers." Cho Ruan acted with his usual decisiveness, pulling out the fingers. The 2 fingers shot out like missiles, hurtling straight toward the spirit wood monkey, exploding upon impact. Quick! Spirit wood monkey, unleash the spirit light shockwave. The monkey's owner panicked. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine his S-rank beastmaster would nearly be killed by a Cho Ruan. He immediately unleashed the spirit wood monkey's most powerful skill. A brilliant green light erupted from the spirit wood monkey's body. Centered on itself, it unleashed a shockwave that spread out like ripples. Only then did it barely shatter the claws embedded in its body and the attacking fingers. Quick! Use spirit wood cocoon to heal your wounds. Numerous branches sprouted from the spirit wood monkey's body, enveloping it like a cocoon. A faint green glow emanated from within the cocoon. By the time the branches unfurled, the spirit wood monkey's injuries were mostly healed. As an S-rank beastmaster, its skills were remarkably versatile. The spirit wood monkey's master grew anxious. If he were truly defeated by a lowly ugly worm today, how could he ever show his face at Tianhua Academy again? Spirit wood monkey. Spear thrust. A spear formed from intertwined branches appeared in the spirit wood monkey's hand, its tip gleaming with a cold light. It charged forward at breakneck speed. Lin Yu quickly shouted, "Hurry! Make the ugly worm dig out an eyeball." Li Shuixing didn't hesitate. "Little ugly worm, dig out an eyeball." Ugly worm didn't hesitate at all, clawing out a bloody eyeball. Ugh! Many queasy-stomached girls in the audience immediately vomited. Other beastmaster battles were spectacular and highly entertaining. But this ugly worm using the Great Thousand record to fight was disgusting, bloody, and terrifying. The eyeball the ugly worm had dug out exploded with a pop and vanished. Subsequently, the spirit wood monkey's speed began to slow noticeably. Pulling out its eyeball actually slowed down its opponent. Sun Ling exclaimed in surprise. Seeing this, Lin Yu declared, "That's enough. End the battle. Make the ugly worm pull out its own ribs." Ha! Li Shuixing froze again. That was just too brutal. "Hurry up, or the slowing effect will wear off," Lin Yu urged. "Clown, pull out your own ribs." Cho Chuan's 2 claws plunged into his own body, yanking out his ribs. This scene left everyone else with a huge question mark. Was this ugly worm going to kill himself before even defeating the enemy? Chapter 63, even more sinister? Just as everyone was filled with dread, reality unfolded in a way that defied all expectations. This move was even more bloody and terrifying than gouging out its own eyes. In an instant, everything within the radius of the ugly worm felt an excruciating pain. Especially the spirit wood monkey, the sudden agony made it want to kill itself. Even spectators nearby felt their entire bodies ache, while the judges seated in the front rows suffered terribly as if every inch of their flesh was being sliced with a knife. Li Shuixing and Lin Yu were caught in the blast too, collapsing to the ground in agony. The spirit monkey's owner was no exception. Upon sensing the monkey's suicidal intent, he immediately shouted, "Stop it! We surrender! Quickly!" Gritting his teeth against the agony, Li Shuixing's voice trembled as he commanded, "Clown, stop this at once." Cho Ruan was in excruciating pain himself and quickly withdrew his skill. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and slowly recover. The judges gasped for breath, taking a long time to regain their composure. Only when the pain had completely faded from everyone's bodies did they realize this F-rank ugly worm had actually won. With just one skill, it had defeated an S-rank beastmaster. Sun Ling murmured, "I get it now. This skill transforms its own pain into power. The more agony, the greater the strength. How on earth, how did Lin Yu even conceive of such a skill?" Another judge added, "And this skill from the Great Thousand record offers both offense and control, plus a wide area attack. With just this one skill, this ugly worm now rivals S-rank beastmasters." Even the vice principal, who had always looked down on Lin Yu, couldn't help but praise, "Lin Yu is a true genius when it comes to creating skills." At that moment, Li Shuixing gazed at his ugly worm with heart-wrenching pity. The already unattractive creature was now covered in blood, looking both hideous and pitiable. Staff immediately brought in a healing-type beast to treat both the ugly worm and the spirit wood monkey. Li Shuixing then asked, "Student Lin, the Great Thousand record is indeed formidable, but the damage inflicted upon the ugly worm is simply too great. No matter how many eyes and claws it possesses, it cannot withstand such relentless attrition." Indeed, Li Shuixing's concern was crucial. What if all the ugly worm's eyes were gouged out, all its claws torn off, and its ribs ripped out? The judges also agreed that beyond the gore and disgust, this might be the skill's greatest flaw. Lin Yu chuckled, "Don't worry. I'll design a healing skill for your ugly worm later. Skills need to be used in combination. The Great Thousand Records isn't limited to just these few moves. There are several extremely powerful techniques coming up. The greater the pain required, the greater the self-inflicted damage. Without a healing skill, the ugly worm might just die before it even reaches the enemy. The judges collectively sucked in their breath at this revelation. The rib extraction move alone was already horrifying enough. Could it possibly get worse? The Dakian record has even more powerful skills? Li Shueixing couldn't believe it. Just these few moves could defeat an S-rank beastmaster. If there were stronger ones, how powerful would they be? Lin Yu replied, after the match ends, I'll explain in detail how to use the subsequent skills. Li Shueixing was instantly moved to tears, his legs buckling as he knelt before Lin Yu. Lin Yu grabbed him and pulled him back. Tears streaming down his face, Li Shueixing sobbed, ever since I was a child, no one ever looked at me with respect because my beast was an ugly slug. That is, until today, when I met you, brother Lin. Lin Yu had been nothing short of a savior to Li Shueixing, who now yearned to formally adopt him as his godfather on the spot. Originally, Li Shueixing had only hoped his ugly worm could gain a modicum of combat power. Now, his ugly worm could defeat an S-rank beast tamer. It felt like wanting a toy car, only to suddenly receive a supercar instead. Lin Yu said, alright. I'll start by giving you a healing skill. Lin Yu glanced at the judge's table and inquired, teachers, may I continue using the workbench to design a skill for this brother? The judges were also eager to see what kind of skill Lin Yu could design next, so they replied, go ahead. Without delay, Lin Yu picked up a skill demonstration blueprint and began scribbling on it. Working swiftly, he finished the design in no time and handed it to Li Shueixing. Li Shueixing took it and saw a fiery blaze drawn on it, with 4 characters written beside it, Fire Robe True Classic. The inspiration for this skill also came from the Taoist mysteries. In Dao Guai, the Great Thousand Record was a technique of the Ao Jing sect, and the Fire Robe scripture was also one of their skills. Chou Ruan was intrigued by the skill and slithered over on its own. Li Shueixing handed the skill to it. As Chou Ruan touched it, it instantly mastered it. Alright then, Lin Yu said, have Ugly Crawler pull out another claw. You try out this skill. Li Shueixing now followed Lin Yu's every word without question. Without hesitation, he addressed the ugly worm, Little Ugly, pull out another claw. Everyone near the judges' table and the closest audience seats jumped up and ran, utterly terrified by the pain-sharing skill they just witnessed. Since Ugly Worm hadn't activated the Great Thousand Record this time, nothing happened after the claw was removed. Now have Chou Ruan use the Fire Robe Sutra. Let's see how it works. Clown, use the Fire Robe Sutra. A white flame ignited upon Chou Rue's body. The flame seemed alive, crawling toward his wounds before bursting into blazing fire. Intense agony surged from the wound once more. When the flames finally died down, the claw Chou Yao had torn out had actually grown back. The judge wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and remarked, the skill Lin Yu created is downright unorthodox. It's clearly a healing ability, yet it's so painful, so deadly. Lin Yu addressed Li Shueixing, seems this skill works remarkably well. Pairing these two skills together will make your ugly worm absolutely unmatched even at S-rank. Using the final techniques from the Great Thousand Record could make it even stronger. Li Shueixing expressed his deepest gratitude and immediately tried to transfer several million yuan to Lin Yu as a token of appreciation. Though Li Shueixing was often looked down upon, he was still the heir apparent of the Li group. Money was no issue, he had plenty. No. I don't want the money. Lin Yu declined. Designing skills for the ugly worm was merely a competition requirement, a simple favor. He had no intention of demanding payment for it. Li Shueixing insisted on giving it to him, but Lin Yu refused stubbornly. In the end, he only agreed to have dinner with Li Shueixing after the competition. At that moment, Lin Yu turned to the judges and said with a smile, esteemed judges, you haven't scored my skill yet. Does this Dakian record I designed meet your standards? Chapter 64, The True Terror of Dakian Lu. The judges exchanged glances and began an intense discussion. Finally, the judges unanimously agreed to award Lin Yu full marks. Though the Great Thousand Record still had its flaws, the fact that it could elevate an F-rank beast to rival an S-rank one alone warranted a perfect score. Lin Yu had truly achieved the feat of altering a beastmaster's status with a single skill. The senior students were thoroughly convinced they couldn't help but admire him. Each of the 3 skills Lin Yu created for this competition could easily be considered god tier. In this competition, Lin Yu was undoubtedly the dark horse. Entering as a freshman with no one expecting much, he emerged as the champion. The school awarded Lin Yu a trophy and certificate, but he showed little interest in these honors. What truly mattered was obtaining the doppelganger stone. With this, the electrocution beast could be strengthened once more. Lin Yu glanced toward the judges' table and caught Sun Ling's approving gaze fixed on him. The other judges all praised Sun Ling, saying he had an eye for talent. Sun Ling was thoroughly energized. All my efforts to push this kid into the competition were worth it, he's made me proud. And so, the 2-day skill creation competition came to a close. Lin Yu desperately wanted to return and rest, but Li Shueixing's warm hospitality was impossible to refuse. He insisted on treating Lin Yu to a meal. Unable to refuse, Lin Yu reluctantly agreed. After tidying up his dorm room, Lin Yu followed Li Shuisheng to the lobby of the Li Group building. Li Shuisheng remarked, "Our group's chef was specially recruited. His culinary skills absolutely rival those of star chefs outside. Brother Lin, you should give it a proper taste." Though Li Shuisheng was the pampered scion of the Li Group, he adopted an unexpectedly humble demeanor when interacting with Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied, "No need for such formalities. Food tastes the same wherever you eat." Throughout the journey, Li Shuisheng walked ahead of Lin Yu, respectfully leading the way. Group employees who witnessed this scene were puzzled one after another, all curious about the identity of this young man who could command such deference from their group's crown prince. At the elevator lobby, after Li Shuisheng pressed the floor button, they waited for the elevator. A silver-haired elder and a lavishly dressed young man approached. The young man glanced at Li Shuisheng with surprise before fixing his gaze on Lin Yu beside him, sizing him up from head to toe. "Brother, you're really going downhill. How could you even be friends with a poor student? You're bringing shame upon the entire Li family." The arrivals were none other than Li Shuisheng's younger brother, Li Jinlai, and his father, Li Guotao. Lin Yu never imagined that simply coming for a meal would earn him such ridicule. He shot them a displeased look. Ever since awakening the system, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? "Looks like someone here isn't exactly thrilled to see me." Li Shuisheng, standing nearby, heard the remark and realized Lin Yu was upset. He quickly apologized. "My apologies, Brother Lin. My younger brother was spoiled rotten growing up." "Li Jinlai, don't you even know basic manners? Apologize to Brother Lin immediately. He's my guest and a top student at Tianhua Academy. My beast-taming skills were learned with his help." Lin Yu's expression eased slightly upon hearing Li Shuisheng's words. Had Li Shuisheng sided with his brother, Lin Yu would have seriously reconsidered whether Li Shuisheng was truly worth associating with. "Ha! Did I hear that right? Your beast tamer has skills? That's like the sun rising in the west." Li Jinlai burst into laughter upon hearing this, slapping his thigh. Even Li Guotao beside him looked at Li Shuisheng with disappointment. "I know you resent me favoring your brother, but what can you do when the beast you awakened is a worthless piece of junk? And now you go and find some con artist out of nowhere? What? You think we're all fools?" Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't hold back. After being targeted time and again, did they really think he was easy to push around? "You keep calling me a fraud? Where do you get the nerve? I don't know what your beast tamers are, but do you dare face off against Shuisheng's ugly worm? If he loses, I'm out of here and I'll give you an S-rank beastmaster skill for free. If you lose, you'll apologize to me." Li Shuisheng glared at his younger brother and father upon hearing Lin Yu's words. In the past, faced with his brother's mockery and his father's disdain, Li Shuisheng might have ignored it. But now, with Lin Yu's help, his ugly worm had already developed formidable strength. "Right, you guys didn't believe in Brother Lin's design talent, did you? Come face me in the ring." The heated exchange had already drawn the attention of others in the company. When they heard Li Shuisheng was actually challenging Li Jinlai to a beast riding duel, murmurs erupted. Has the young master lost his mind? His ugly worm beast has no combat power whatsoever. How can he possibly fight? Exactly. Second young master might be a bit of a playboy, but he awakened an S-rank blood-eyed scaled serpent. But didn't the eldest young master just say his beast learned new skills and is combat ready now? You actually believe that? Everyone knows the ugly worm is one of the most useless beasts out there. Even if it learned a skill, how could it possibly defeat an S-rank beast? At that moment, nearly everyone wrote off Li Shuisheng, convinced he had no chance of winning. Even Li Guotao stared at Li Shuisheng in astonishment, then fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, seemingly searching for the source of their confidence. Li Jinlai, however, stared at Lin Yu with pure excitement. "You're serious? If you win, you owe me an S-rank beast skill." Seeing Li Jinlai's expression, a trace of disdain flashed across Lin Yu's lips. "I'll keep my word, but whether you get it depends entirely on whether your beast has the capability." Did he really think the skill he designed was some cheap knockoff? Forget S-rank beast tamers, even SSS-rank ones would be no match for the Great Thousand Records. On the way to the battle arena, Li Shuisheng whispered to Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, my brother's beast is even stronger than that spirit wood monkey we fought today. Didn't you say the Dakian record has some powerful moves later on? Could those moves defeat this snake?" Lin Yu chuckled upon hearing this. The later skills in the Dakian record were Superficial Fire Desecration, Scarab Ascension, and Intercalary 5 Elements. Any one of them was a terrifying killing move. Each technique could easily pin his brother's beast down and grind it into the ground. The Great Thousand record hadn't unleashed its full power during today's school experiment. Perfect timing, a live test subject had just walked right into his hands. "No worries. You can try each of those skills one by one later. The struggle for the Crown Prince's position, I understand it well." Chapter 65, The Killing Move. Superficial Fire. "Go ahead with confidence," Lin Yu told Li Shuisheng. At the center of the combat arena, the blood-eyed scaled serpent flickered its tongue, its icy gaze fixed on the hideous worm before it. Li Jinlai's expression was arrogant and defiant. "Brother, you really intend to fight me with this ugly worm? Just looking at it makes me feel nauseous." Li Guotao stood beside the arena, equally baffled as to why Li Shuixing dared challenge Li Jinlai today. Could he possibly have some hidden advantage? His gaze lingered on Lin Yu beside Li Shuixing, feeling strangely familiar. Below the combat arena, several company executives had gathered. Though the outcome seemed obvious, this was the first time Li Shuixing and Li Jinlai had clashed openly. These executives had come to witness the spectacle. Li Jinlai persisted with his final plea, "Brother, just surrender now. Save yourself from my blood-eyed scaled snake killing your ugly worm. Then you truly have no beast to command. Though frankly, your current beast is practically useless anyway." "Is that all you've got, just your silver tongue?" retorted Li Shuixing. Seeing Li Shuixing stubbornly refuse to budge, Li Jinlai lost patience with further words. He commanded his beast, blood-eyed scaled snake, release the evil poison purple mist. The venomous snake bared its fangs, spewing a dense purple misted deadly poison. It was slowly creeping toward the ugly worm. Li Shuixing acted decisively. "Clown, pull out your finger." "Ha ha ha ha." Li Jinlai roared with laughter. "Bro, if you can't win, you can't win. Why mutilate yourself? Trying to win my sympathy? Let me tell you, it's too late." While Li Jinlai was ranting, Zhou Chuan's claw seized one of his fingers and wrenched it off with a violent tug. Instantly, the ugly worm felt excruciating pain surge from the wound. That agony transformed into immense power, channeling into the severed finger, which shot forward like a projectile. Li Jinlai never anticipated such a move. Completely unprepared, the finger struck the scaled serpent's forehead, knocking off a scale and sending the serpent flying backward. This scaled serpent was an S-rank beast precisely because it possessed not only potent venom but also exceptionally strong defensive scales. Yet, a piece of its prized armor had just been shattered. This alone demonstrated just how formidable Zhou Ruan's previous strike had been. Li Jinlai was stunned. He never imagined his useless older brother's worthless beast could possess such combat prowess. Li Guotao also hadn't anticipated that Li Shuixing's ugly worm would actually develop offensive capabilities. "Trivial trick. Let's see how many fingers you can pluck." Li Jinlai roared. Blood-eyed scaled snake, close in on that ugly worm giant force impact. The scaled serpent darted toward the ugly worm, yet Li Shuixing made no move to counter. Instead, he scrambled away, desperately trying to distance himself from the fray. Li Guotao and Li Jinlai, father and son, couldn't make sense of Li Shuixing's actions today. First, he made his beast self-harm, and now he was running off alone. What was he up to? The moment Lin Yu saw Li Shuixing sprinting away, he instantly understood his intent and followed suit. "Brother, are you running away?" As the scaled serpent closed in on Zhou Ruan, Li Shuixing shouted from a distance, "Zhou, pull out your ribs." "Ha!" Everyone present froze in confusion. What was he doing? Zhou Chuan's claws plunged deep into his own body. The moment two ribs were wrenched out, everyone near Zhou Chuan felt an excruciating pain. It was excruciating. Li Jinlai, screaming in agony, finally understood why Li Shuixing had run. The ugly worm possessed a wide-area pain-sharing ability. Li Jinlai proved himself a true tough guy. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he barked at the scaled snake. "Hold on. You're close enough to that ugly worm, now bite it. Poison it to death. What kind of master you have, that's the kind of beast tamer you get." Gritting its teeth against the agony, the blood-eyed scaled snake edged closer to the ugly worm. Li Shuixing's expression turned grim as he uttered each word. "Clown, unleash the fire of profanity." This was one of the three great killing techniques of the Great Thousand Records. The instant the scaled serpent neared the ugly worm, the ugly worm burst into flames. The fire swiftly adhered to the scaled snake's body and began burning fiercely. The flames were terrifying, they could actually burn through to the snake's internal organs. Already racked with agony, the scaled snake now crackled and popped under the searing heat. Moreover, Li Jinlai could sense that this scaled serpent might not survive. This fire was terrifying. If not for the scaled serpent's decent defense, it would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Li Jinlai panicked. He was genuinely terrified of losing his beast companion. He understood how his current status as the center of attention had been earned. Losing his beast would cause his standing to plummet. "Big brother, stop!" Li Jinlai cried urgently. "I admit defeat." "Humph." Li Shuixing snorted coldly. "Now you know to admit defeat? Where was that earlier?" The scaled serpent within the flames was barely clinging to life. Li Jinlai pleaded, almost begging, "I was wrong, brother. Spare the scaled serpent. I know I was wrong." This was the first time Li Shuixing had ever seen Li Jinlai like this. "You'd better fix those flaws of yours." He then turned to Zhou Ruan and said, "Little jester, withdraw the fire." Zhou Ruan finally sucked the flames back in, leaving the scaled serpent severely burned. Li Shuixing commanded, "Activate the Fire Robe Sutra." White flames erupted from Cho Ruan's body, one of them slithering toward the scale serpent. Li Jinlai panicked again. I surrendered. What more do you want? Li Shueixing shot him a glare. The white flames crawled over the scaled serpent's body. Though excruciating, they simultaneously healed every wound they touched. Only then did Li Jinlai realize the flames were healing his scaled serpent. Another flame crawled over the ugly worm, treating its wounds. The burns on its body, the missing ribs and fingers, slowly began to regenerate. The onlookers fell silent, one by one. Everyone felt their worldviews being completely overturned. Is this still a ugly worm? How powerful! Li Guotao could scarcely believe this was his former son. How did your ugly worm become so powerful? Li Shueixing stepped back, deferring to Lin Yu with utmost respect. He introduced him to Li Guotao. This is Lin Yu, the genius who shattered the college entrance exam record, a prodigy in beast-taming skills. My Cho Ruan owes its power entirely to the skills brother Lin designed for it. Only then did Li Guotao realize why Lin Yu looked familiar. He had seen Lin Yu's profile when the young man shattered the college entrance exam record. His earlier disdain vanished. Stepping forward, he said, long admired your reputation. I've heard your beast-taming skills are exceptionally powerful today. I see it's no exaggeration. To transform the ugly worm into such a formidable creature. I wonder if Lin would be interested in joining our company. Chapter 66 shocks the entire school. Facing Li Guotao's request, Lin Yu declined without hesitation. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Li Guotao, Lin Yu left with Li Shueixing. During dinner, Li Shueixing suddenly remarked, Brother Lin, with your talent and creative skills, why don't we start a business in this field? Lin Yu looked at Li Shueixing with interest. Seeing his interest, Li Shueixing continued, Brother Lin, the skills you create are powerful enough to alter a beast tamer's destiny. Take that 100-fruit beast, for example. Without the skill you created, it would have remained an E-rank beast tamer for life, just like my ugly worm. There are countless people like us who awoke with low-tier beasts. If we could create skills specifically for these low-level beasts and sell the blueprints, we'd make a fortune. Lin Yu had considered Li Shueixing's idea before, but he couldn't pull it off alone. As the heir apparent of the Li group, Li Shueixing clearly had a much deeper understanding of this field. Li Shueixing continued, you handle the technical side, Brother Lin, and I'll manage the operations. We'll split the profits 60-40. Lin Yu didn't commit outright, however. Let me think it over once I get back. Li Shueixing, well versed in social etiquette, didn't press the matter. He dropped the subject entirely and simply focused on enjoying the meal with Lin Yu. After the meal, Li Shueixing arranged for a car to escort Lin Yu back to campus. It must be said, Li Shueixing truly knew how to handle things, making Lin Yu feel thoroughly taken care of. Upon returning to campus, Lin Yu didn't head straight to his dorm. Instead, he made his way to the university's experimental facility. Tianhua's lab facilities were spacious and freely available to students. Many came here daily to study beast taming, keeping the place bustling and brightly lit night after night. Lin Yu released the electrocution beast from his beast control space, then pulled out the prize from the recent skill creation competition, the clone stone. This stone was actually a skill stone. When absorbed by a beast tamer, it could summon a clone that inherited 100% of the master's abilities, instantly doubling combat power. If the original and clone coordinated well, the boost could be even greater than double. In battles against other beasts, it enabled a 2-against-1 advantage. And since the electric beast could shift between multiple forms, if it could split, combining different attributes would make it even more formidable. The power granted by this clone stone was too formidable, and its scarcity meant ordinary people couldn't obtain one. Even the wealthy Chen family couldn't procure a single one. Only Tianhua Academy would use such an item as a prize. Lin Yu handed the split stone to the electrocution beast. Here, I got you something good. The electric beast cradled the stone in its tiny paws and began gnawing on it with a satisfying crunch. Hey! Little electric, why are you eating this thing? Is that how you're supposed to use it? After devouring the stone, countless tiny lights began to flicker across the electric beast's skin. Is this absorption successful? Lin Yu asked. Little electric clone? Before Lin Yu could finish his sentence, the glowing dots inside the Electabuzz skin floated out and reassembled into an identical Electabuzz across from it. The two Electabuzz stared at each other wide-eyed, then reached out their little paws to touch each other. Ha! Success! Lin Yu exclaimed. Now let's test if this clone possesses the exact same abilities as the original. Pointing at the original, Lin Yu commanded, Xiao Dian, enter thunder form. Lightning Beast instantly became enveloped in thunder, golden wings sprouted from its back, and its body rapidly grew larger as it entered thunder form. Then Lin Yu pointed at the clone, I'll call you Little Lightning 2. Little Lightning 2, enter Earth form. Little Lightning 2 stood up, its muscles taut and powerful, now covered in a thick layer of rock armor. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, Ha! It really worked! Let's see if releasing skills simultaneously affects anything. Lin Yu instructed the original Electabuzz. You two, enter Earth form. Observing the two Earth form elect a buzz, Lin Yu commanded, both of you release Polar Sandstorm together. Instantly, all the Earth elements within Tianhua Academy converged toward the experimental site. In an instant, the sky above the academy turned a grayish-yellow. Students conducting experiments in the field took a breath only to inhale nothing but dust, nearly contracting pneumoconiosis. What's going on? Why did a sandstorm suddenly appear? Look! The sandstorms are converging on the lab site. Could it be some big shot causing trouble in there? It's making such a racket. Are they trying to bury the school? Lin Yu remained completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Massive amounts of earth element gathered between the fists of the two electrokinesis beasts, forming two enormous sand spheres. They contained a destructive force. Inside the experimental site stood a force tester. Lin Yu commanded the two electrocution beasts, come. Throw them here. Let me see their power. The two electrocution beasts hurled the sandballs with tremendous force. A deafening boom echoed through the air. Lin Yu felt his eardrums were about to burst. The power tester was instantly reduced to dust, and the walls of the testing ground collapsed. In an instant, Tianhua Academy's defense system activated once more. Lin Yu then saw Sun Ling's face twisted with fury. Lin Yu! It's you again! Sun Ling gritted his teeth. I've been in the security department for years. It's always been quiet. Since you came to this school, this is only the second time. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, I was testing my skills. Sun Ling's anger subsided slightly. What new skill are you inventing now? No, I was testing the effects of the clone stone, Lin Yu clarified. Sun Ling snapped, next time you experiment with skills, do it outside. And you're paying for everything you blew up. No way. Lin Yu whined, his face falling. The equipment in this lab was incredibly expensive. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy his 7 million yuan yet. The thought of compensating the school for the lab equipment made Lin Yu's heart bleed. The effects of the Electric Beast's clone still need further testing, but the school has no space for it. What should I do? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Why not find a beast space and test it there? This world contained numerous fierce beast spaces, habitats for vast numbers of powerful beasts. Yet these realms held immense resources. Evolution stones and elemental ores were all discovered within them. Due to their extreme danger, entering required a team of at least 4 members. Lin Yu promptly messaged Chen Yushi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haotian. Tang Haotian replied, Brother Lin, there are tons of beasts in those spaces. The Haotian true form you gave me only works once. After that, I'll be useless, just dead weight. Lin Yu pondered this. Tang Haotian did indeed lack a skill enabling sustained combat. He replied, no problem. I'll create another skill for you. One isn't enough? Then I'll create another one. Chapter 67, Whale Fall in the Ferocious Beast Realm. Hearing this, Tang Haotian's eyes lit up instantly. Really, Brother Lin? I happen to have a skill design concept that complements your 1,000-ton spirit perfectly and is also suited for sustained combat, Lin Yu explained. I'll give you the skill tomorrow when we enter the ferocious beast space. Thanks a lot, Brother Lin. The 4 agreed to meet at the school gate the next day and take a special train to the ferocious beast space. North of the capital, a monstrous beast surpassing SSS-rank had once fallen. Where a whale falls, life springs forth. At its final resting place, a uniquely fertile beast space emerged, a secluded microcosm teeming with ferocious beasts. Among them were many formidable beings, yet this land was ultimately conquered by humans, becoming a place for beast masters to train and explore resources. Yet the sheer number of beasts still posed dangers, claiming the lives of many beast masters each year. Arriving at the entrance to this Whale Fall beast realm, Su Yuan rubbed his hands together and said, perfect timing. One of our midterm assessment requirements is to enter a beast realm and fight. This will fulfill that requirement. Plus, these beasts carry valuable materials we can sell. We'll make a fortune. Lin Yu cautioned, don't think about money right now. It's dangerous and they're nothing like our usual sparring. Those beasts are out to kill us. Everyone be extra careful when we go in. Remember, protect yourselves above all else. Got it, the group replied in unison. Lin Yu then pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and handed it to Tang Haotian. This is the skill I promised to design for Qin Junling yesterday. Tang Haotian took the diagram. Scrawled lines sketched a diagram, with 5 large characters beside it, chaotic wind splitting hammer technique. It was a hammer technique comprising 81 strikes. Its essence lay in the cumulative force. Each strike grew more powerful than the last, culminating in the 81st strike, whose might reached terrifying levels. Su Yuan gazed at the blueprint with envy. He knew skills created by Lin Yu were always exceptional. Why not have your Qianjinling give it a try? Lin Yu suggested. Tang Haotian released the 1,000-ton spirit from his beast-taming space. The diagram seemed to exert a fatal attraction on the spirit. The moment it touched the paper, it absorbed it. Tang Haotian said sincerely, Brother Lin, thank you so much. Lin Yu waved it off. Consider it payment for accompanying me to the beast realm. I couldn't very well let you come all this way for nothing. Later, find a few suitable beasts and test this skill's power. Tang Haotian nodded. Lin Yu continued, alright, now that Haotian has the means to protect himself, we'll enter the Whalefall ferocious beast space. I must stress this again, prioritize safety. Protect yourself. Lin Yu purchased tickets for the group and registered their party. That's right, entrance to this beast space required a ticket, 50,000 yuan per person. However, any beast materials hunted inside would belong entirely to the individual. The four approached a purple fissure. Lin Yu gently placed his hand on it, and the space around him began to warp. The scenery before their eyes shifted continuously until the area transformed into a dense forest. Su Yuan exclaimed in awe from behind him, this place is incredible. The group pressed forward, hunting any beasts they encountered. So far, they hadn't faced any particularly powerful foes. Just then, a clanging sound of metal colliding echoed from the nearby woods. Let's go check it out, Lin Yu said. Approaching cautiously, they witnessed a four-person squad locked in a fierce battle with a herd of Xuanjia rhinos. These black armor rhinos were no ordinary beasts, their defenses were exceptionally formidable, impenetrable to most beast tamers. The leader of this squad rode a wind-treading unicorn, a wind attribute beast resembling a unicorn. Its strength lay in its horn, possessing formidable piercing power. Yet even this proved insufficient to breach the black armor rhinos' defenses. Black armor rhinos were pack predators. Now, the squad was surrounded by the herd and couldn't break free. Worse still, among them lurked an S-rank black armor rhinoceros, the leader of this herd. The squad now faced imminent peril. These armored rhinos employed a common tactic, first encircling their prey, then wearing down their opponents with formidable defense before launching a coordinated assault. Their offensive power was equally formidable. Their razor-sharp horns could instantly gore through flesh, tearing open bloody wounds. The black armored rhinos were already preparing to charge. Lin Yu looked at Tang Haotian and said, this herd of black armor rhinos is the perfect opportunity for you to test your new skill. Want to give it a try? Tang Haotian still felt a bit unsure. Getting gored by these armored rhinos wouldn't be a joke. But seeing the resolute look in Lin Yu's eyes and recalling the formidable power of the skills he had created, Tang Haotian suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Tang Haotian stepped out of the grass. Suddenly, a figure emerged, drawing the attention of the besieged squad. The leader's face lit up with relief at the sight of reinforcements. But upon seeing the newcomer was merely a young man, disappointment washed over him. He shouted, young man, don't come any closer. These black armor rhinos are extremely dangerous. Stay back. Tang Haotian remained silent, silently summoning Chen Junling from his beast summoning space. Boss Xiao, this kid looks like he's going to take on the black armor rhinos, one of the team members exclaimed. Damn it! This kid is reckless. A B-rank Chen Junling going up against a herd of black armor rhinos? That's practically suicide. Zhao Laode exclaimed anxiously. After all, their four-person squad possessed two high-grade spirit beasts, yet they still couldn't overpower the black armor rhinos. What good would a Chen Junling do now? Tang Haotian looked at his Qianjianling and commanded, Xiao Qian, use the whirlwind hammer technique. Chaotic wind. Hammer technique? Zhao Laode was utterly baffled. What kind of skill was this? He'd never heard of it before. Qian Junling leapt into the air, its hammer striking one of the black armor rhinos. Yet the beast didn't budge an inch. I knew this 1,000-ton spirit was here to die. Zhao Laode exclaimed in frustration. But the 1,000-ton spirit, using the momentum from the first strike, swung again, this time hitting another black armor rhino. Still, it didn't budge an inch. Qian Junling kept swinging his hammer, landing over a dozen blows in an instant. Not a single one of the over 10 black armored rhinos he struck showed any reaction. His intervention drew the attention of the herd, and some began closing in to attack him. Just then, Qianjianling swung his 18th hammer, striking one of the black armored rhinos. With a loud crack, the rhino collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. This scene left Zhao Laode, who was present, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 68, Whirlwind Hammer Technique. But it wasn't over yet. Qian Junling swung his hammer again. This time, he struck another black armored rhinoceros with even greater force. The blow sent the creature flying, blood spurting from its mouth. Another hammer swing sent a black armored rhinoceros flying through the air. Zhao Laode stared blankly at Qian Junling, slowly comprehending. This skill is truly ingenious. Borrowing force to strike force, each hammer blow packs more power than the last. Another team member also grasped the technique behind these strikes, murmuring, I wonder how many hammers this skill can unleash, and just how powerful it can become? Meanwhile, Su Yuan watched the Qianjianling's hammer technique with confusion. Why does this hammer style seem so chaotic to me? Chen Yushi, having grasped its subtlety, explained, that's why it's called the whirlwind hammer technique, chaos within order. Look at Qianjianling, not only is its power increasing, but its speed is accelerating too. After unleashing over a dozen hammer strikes, Qianjianling deftly weaved through the rhino herd, demonstrating not only immense strength but also blinding speed. By the time it reached over 30 strikes, several Xuanjie rhinos had already been crushed to death beneath its hammer. Gradually, the onlookers noticed a murderous aura gathering around Qianjinling. From afar, Qianjinling's form was a swirling mass of crimson and black, resembling a god of slaughter. Zhao Laoda's squad, closest to Qian Junling, felt the boiling killing intent nearly choke the life out of them. By the time he reached over 50 strikes, Qian Junling had become little more than a blur. With each hammer swing, another black armor rhinoceros collapsed in agony. Standing closest, Zhao Laoda clearly saw Qian Junling's hammer strike directly crack the armor of a black armor rhinoceros. Consider this, even his rank mount, the wind-striding unicorn, couldn't dent the armored rhino's shell with a full power strike. This skill is terrifying. Zhao Laoda thought to himself. By now, Qian Junling had swung 72 times. The surrounding space began to tremble violently, as if it might tear apart. The impenetrable wall of black armor rhinos had been torn open by Qian Junling. Unbelievably terrifying. Zhao Laoda couldn't help but exclaim. It's heading for that S-rank black armor rhinoceros, one team member cried out. Qian Junling steadily closed in on the S-rank Xuanjie rhinoceros. Having completed 80 strikes, the momentum of the whirlwind hammer technique was now fully charged. The final hammer crashed down with thunderous force. The sheer force and speed of this strike even produced a sonic boom. It slammed viciously into the Xuanjie rhinoceros's head. All present heard a sharp crack, then witnessed the S-class black armor rhinoceros's head explode. The ground was soon covered in a mixture of red and white. He actually killed the leader of the black armor rhinos, one team member exclaimed in shock. They had assumed Tang Haotian and Qian Junling were here to die, yet this Qian Junling not only breached the Xuanjie rhinos' defenses but also slew their leader. Tang Haotian was stunned himself, never expecting the skill Lin Yu had designed for him to be this powerful. Though the final hammer strike of the whirlwind hammer technique didn't possess the same destructive power as the Haotian true body, it excelled in sustained combat. With this technique's enhancement, the 1,000-ton spirit would gain a massive boost in power. Su Yuan leapt out from behind the bushes, tools in hand, and began dismantling the rhino horns. The most valuable part of the black armor rhinoceros was its horn. As he worked, Su Yuan addressed Captain Zhao. These rhino horns all belong to our squad. Captain Zhao approached with a conciliatory smile, replying, absolutely, absolutely. They're all yours. I'm Zhao Yan. Thank you all for saving my life. Tang Haotian pointed at Lin Yu and said, if you must thank someone, thank him. He's our leader. Then, Tang Haotian exclaimed with delight, big brother, this skill is absolutely incredible. Zhao Yan understood perfectly. Such a powerful skill was actually created by this young man right before our eyes. Zhao Yan's team had its own skill designers, but they could only create B-rank skills at best. A skill as powerful as the one Lin Yu had designed was simply beyond their capabilities. In this line of work, having brothers and friends is paramount. Zhao Yan immediately stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Lin Yu, hoping to become familiar with him. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. Lin Yu addressed Zhao Yan, this area is teeming with ferocious beasts that attack travelers. You really shouldn't venture any further. Zhao Yan replied, we've actually arranged to team up with another squad for this exploration. Where are you guys headed? We could join you. Never harbor malicious intent, but always stay vigilant. Lin Yu had no intention of joining Zhao Yan's group. In this beast-infested space, violent clashes over resources were commonplace. If these people coveted his team's possessions, murder for treasure would spell trouble. Human hearts are more vicious than the most terrifying beasts. Lin Yu and his 3 companions secured their spoils and parted ways with Zhao Yan's group. Lin Yu's team headed straight for the heart of this beast-infested space. Tang Haotian was thrilled that Qianjinling had acquired powerful new abilities, constantly having it lead the way. Suddenly, as the 4 entered a grove, a violent storm erupted. Lin Yu's expression turned grim. They say clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. There must be a powerful tiger-like beast lurking here. True to his words, a dark shadow flashed, revealing a black tiger with eyes glowing a sinister blue before them. Is that a black fierce tiger? Lin Yu recognized the beast, but his brow furrowed. Something's off. I recall this type of beast's eyes are green. Why are they blue? Everyone stared into the black fierce tiger's eyes. In that instant, every person present felt as if they were being seen through. It's mutated. Mutated. Shen Yushi exclaimed. This black fierce tiger has undergone mutation. It's mastered some kind of psychic ability, one very similar to your electric beast's psychic probe. Tang Haotian analyzed calmly, this makes the black fierce tiger a formidable opponent. With such a powerful support skill and blazing speed, it's going to be tricky. Lin Yu remained composed. What's there to fear? Little electric, split. The group watched as sparks of starlight flared within the Electabuzz body. The sparks coalesced nearby, forming a new Electabuzz. He has psychic-type support skills, but my Electivire has even stronger ones. With that, Lin Yu addressed the Electrode's core form, enter Phantom Soul Mode. The electric beast's form became ethereal, and Lin Yu continued, mental sharing. The three present instantly seemed to perceive everything around them, including the movements of the black ferocious tiger. Lin Yu had come here specifically to test the electric beast's abilities, and he addressed the others. Hold your fire. I'll have Xiao Dian handle it. Xiao Dian, enter thunder form. Chapter 69, Dragon Hunt. 10,000 Thunder Prison Summon. Thunder poured down from the sky, relentlessly striking the black ferocious tiger. Yet the tiger's speed was too swift, and with the aid of psychic abilities, the thunder failed to land a single blow. Though the electric beast's psychic link allowed them to track its location, they couldn't land a single hit. This won't do. Lin Yu thought. If that tiger launches a surprise attack, I'm dead meat. Xiao Dian, switch to time form. A holy light flashed around the electroweb, transforming it into the form of a standing white tiger. Pikachu. Time 0. In an instant, the surrounding speed slowed tenfold. The black tiger, once swift as a blur, now crawled as slowly as a turtle. Now's your chance. Pikachu number 2. Pegasus Meteor Punch. In its thunderous form, Electabuzz' sandbag-sized fist slammed straight toward the black fierce tiger's face, carrying the force of thunder. Just then, the black fierce tiger's eyes turned purple once more. In an instant, Little Lightning number 2 felt as if his head would explode. No! A psychic attack. Multi-attribute beasts were notoriously difficult to handle. Take this black fierce tiger impossible to catch, and if you got close, it unleashed psychic attacks. A real pain in the neck. One moment of carelessness, and the electrocution beast suffered a setback. Xiao Dian number 2, enter time form 2. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on the black ferocious tiger. You're fast? Then I'll be faster than you. Both Electromen entered time form. Time 0. Both beasts unleashed time 0 simultaneously. Within the golden domain, the details blurred beyond recognition. All that could be seen were one black and two white figures, three afterimages chasing and clashing with each other. Only when the speed slowed did everyone see the black tiger's body covered in wounds. In the rapid exchange, the two Electabuzz had beaten the black ferocious tiger to a pulp. Blood poured uncontrollably from its wounds as the black fierce tiger's body began to tremble. The blue light in its eyes grew more intense, as if it sought to find a way to survive through this skill. But it was too late. Another white afterimage flashed by, and a gash appeared on the black fierce tiger's throat. The Electabuzz clone could only exist for half an hour and now retracted. Then, Electrowolf's main body gouged out the black fierce tiger's eyes. Following Lin Yu's instructions, it tossed them to Su Yuan to keep. These black tiger eyes were valuable treasures. While other black tigers possessed green eyes, this one sported rare blue orbs. Mutated eyeballs, these will fetch a great price. Su Yuan carefully stowed them away. Chen Yushi remarked to Lin Yu, now your electrocution beast can create duplicates, and these duplicates inherit 100% of the original's power. It truly is formidable. Indeed, Lin Yu discovered that the additional clone provided a significant amplifying effect, achieving a synergy where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. The two electro beasts could even coordinate their attacks. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan's team. The four members waited anxiously in a barren wasteland. Zhao boss, why isn't Li Cheng's team here yet? Zhao Yan glanced at his wristwatch. How should I know? Maybe they encountered some dangerous beasts on the way in. Didn't we get surrounded by black rhinos for a while too? They're here, one team member shouted, pointing toward the distance. 5 figures approached from the distance, led by a bald man. Zhao Yan stepped forward, his voice brimming with indignation. What took you so long? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? We even got surrounded by a herd of black armor rhinos on the way, we nearly died out there. Bald-headed Li Cheng eyed Zhao Yan's group suspiciously. Surrounded by a herd of black armor rhinos? I don't buy that you're still alive. We encountered a very powerful beastmaster. He saved us. 1. What kind of beastmaster could be that powerful? Strong enough to take on an entire herd of black armor rhinos alone? Li Cheng found it even harder to believe. Zhao Yan knew Li Cheng wouldn't believe it. He hadn't believed it himself before being saved. It was a Qianjinling. Li Cheng thought he'd misheard. If I recall correctly, a 1,000-ton spirit is a B-rank beast, right? A B-rank beast could slaughter through a herd of black armor rhinos and save you? Zhao Yan couldn't be bothered to explain. I couldn't believe it either, but that's what happened. Enough chatter. Don't waste time. Did you bring the stuff? Li Cheng gestured behind one of his team members, pointing to a massive, speaker-like contraption. As per our original agreement, Zhao Yan stated, you were responsible for luring the dragon out. Then our support team would enhance your Night Bright Bat to near SS tier strength. After you slay the dragon, the spoils would be split 20-80 between our two squads. You got it. Don't worry, brother Zhao. Once we take it down, you won't be shortchanged. Li Cheng assured him. This was the distribution method they had agreed upon earlier. Besides, they hadn't even spotted the target yet. They weren't foolish enough to turn on each other so soon. Only the short-sighted would do such a thing. Within this whalefall fiend space, rumor had it a supremely powerful SS-tier dragon-type beast master roamed. The materials from its body were incredibly valuable, which is why so many teams were flocking to the area. But whether they could defeat this dragon-type beast was another matter entirely. Its whereabouts were notoriously elusive, and many teams had no clue how to track it down. Zhao Yan's squad merged with Li Cheng's squad, then headed straight for a cliff abyss. Lin Yu's squad charged toward the heart of the whale-fall fiend space, slaughtering every fiend they encountered along the way and amassing a huge haul of precious materials. Just then, a strange sound reached their ears. Everyone immediately grew alert. Sounds like some kind of beast's cry? Su Yuan listened carefully and remarked. Lin Yu listened intently, then shook his head. No, it doesn't feel like it. Why does it sound a bit like a recording? The four crept toward the source of the sound and spotted several figures huddled near the cliff's edge in the distance. Tang Haoyan pointed at the group and exclaimed, "Isn't that the squad that got ambushed by the black armor rhinos?" At that moment, Zhao Yan and Li Cheng were playing that strange sound on loop from the black speaker at the cliff's edge. After waiting a long while with no response, Zhao Yan asked, "How can this method possibly summon a dragon? I wouldn't have come here if I wasn't confident." Li Cheng declared. "Just wait. Don't wet your pants when it happens." Roar. Suddenly, a piercing dragon's roar echoed from below the cliff. "It's here." Li Cheng's expression instantly turned grim. "Everyone get ready. Our chance to strike it rich is right before us." A piercing whistle cut through the air as a dark shadow soared upward from the cliff steps. A dragon unique to this world coiled in the air, its massive head fixed on Li Cheng and the others, its gaze brimming with contempt. Chapter 70, Celestial Feathered Dragon Slaying Dance. Tang Haoyan's voice trembled slightly. A dragon. They actually summoned a dragon. Su Yuan's eyes were fixed only on the money. The materials from that thing are worth a fortune. If we can kill it, we'll strike it rich. We'd strike it rich. Su Yuan immediately turned to Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, should we go for it?" Lin Yu observed the ferocious beast revered as a dragon by this world's inhabitants. Though tempted, he maintained his composure. "Hold off. Let those two teams make the first move. We'll watch and wait." "All right." At that moment, Zhao Yan's expression changed. "Holy crap, there really is a dragon." Li Cheng snapped, "Stop spacing out. Get moving." With that, Li Cheng released his beast from the beast control space, the Night Bright Bat. This was an extremely powerful S-rank beast. "Amplify me now," Li Cheng shouted urgently. Among Zhao Yan's team was a girl named Zhang Xiaoye. She released her beast from the beast space. It resembled both a jellyfish and a wig, covered in countless black, hair-like tentacles. This was an A-class support beast, the 3000 streams of light. It attached itself to the Night Bright Bat. Immediately, one of its black tentacles turned white and drooped limply. 3000 streamlights could grant level boosts to the beast it attached to. For instance, this Night Bright Bat was an S-rank beast, and with its enhancement, its power had nearly reached SS rank. Unfortunately, this beast's lifespan was extremely short. Once all its hair-like tentacles turned white, it would die. Li Cheng commanded the Night Bright Bat, "Use sonic attack." The Night Bright Bat emitted several sonic waves. Though the dragon's form was massive, it was remarkably agile, dodging every single one. Both squads unleashed their own beasts, and the entire group engaged this dragon. Night Glow Bat, Wind Slayer Bloodthirsty. The Night Bright Bat's wings fluttered, whipping up a whirlwind around the dragon, a whirlwind that was actually red. Countless tiny particles clung to the dragon's body, beginning to suck its blood. Combined with the attacks of the other beast tamers, they managed to hold this dragon back. Dawn Shockwave. A pillar of light coalesced on the Night Bright Bat's chest, containing terrifying power. With a boom, the beam fired forth, leaving a piercing wound on the dragon's body. "Great! We've finally wounded this thing," Li Cheng exclaimed triumphantly. But his joy was clearly premature. Within mere breaths, the wound on the dragon's body had completely healed. Not only that, but a piercing dragon's roar echoed once more from below the cliff. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Why was there still a dragon's roar? Soon, they had their answer. Another white dragon soared up from beneath the cliff. Another one. Li Cheng gasped. This white dragon radiated only an S-rank aura, yet they were utterly powerless to counter it. With both dragons attacking simultaneously, Li Cheng and Zhao Yan's squads were soon driven into a desperate retreat. Lin Yu, who had been observing from the sidelines, declared, "Let's go. Our chance has come." With that, he led the group toward the two dragons. The moment Zhao Yan spotted Lin Yu, his eyes lit up. "It's them. They saved us from the Xuanjia rhinos' encirclement earlier." Li Cheng, seeing the four newcomers who appeared to be mere adolescents, immediately grew anxious. "Run! This place is too dangerous." But Lin Yu and his companions seemed to ignore his warning entirely. The white dragon roared toward them. Su Yuan's electrocution beast summoned several mechs, which rapidly assembled and merged into one massive machine. With a single punch, the colossal mech sent the white dragon crashing to the ground. Holy crap! Li Chang stopped running and stood watching. Is that a 100-fruit beast? Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit leapt into the air, unleashing the whirlwind hammer technique once more. The first dozen strikes felt like scraping the surface, inflicting no damage on the dragon. But starting from the 20th strike, each blow left a crack on its hard scales. Li Chang asked Zhao Yan, "Is this the Qianjinling that saved you guys?" Zhao Yan nodded. "Now I believe this Qianjinling saved you." By the time he reached over 40 strikes, each blow from the 1,000-ton spirit reduced another part of the dragon to a bloody mess. Though the other black dragon was stronger, Chen Yushi's divine ape instantly activated its heaven-shaping, earth-transforming technique. Its form instantly grew to 30 meters tall, wielding an enlarged golden monkey staff. It descended from the heavens, riding the clouds. A single swing of the staff. The black dragon was instantly smashed to a bloody pulp. Yet as an SS tier being, this blow failed to deliver a fatal wound. What was even more despairing was that within mere breaths, the wounds on the dragon had healed again. "Brother Lin!" Su Yuan shouted. "What do we do? We fight them for ages, only for them to regenerate. Isn't this all for nothing?" Chen Yushi explained, "That's the terrifying aspect of these beasts. Their regenerative abilities are formidable, especially since these two are S-rank or even SS-rank entities." Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "Everyone, buy me some time. I need to design a skill specifically to counter them." At the mention of designing a skill, the trio knew victory was assured. They all agreed immediately. Without further ado, Lin Yu pulled out his blueprints and began scribbling on them. The two spectating teams were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, why is he just drawing on paper? Li Chang couldn't understand. Zhao Yan was equally baffled. "I know they're strong, but even the strongest shouldn't be this arrogant, right?" Zhang Xiaoya rolled her eyes at the two captains. "They're designing skills. Seriously? Designing skills with a major threat looming?" They'd seen plenty of last-minute cramming, but designing skills at the 11th hour? That was a first. Guess confidence comes with skill. Lin Yu finished designing the skill quickly. He handed the blueprint to the Electro-Wolf, who instantly refined it. Little Spark entered Gale form. The Electro-Wolf let out a long howl, its form instantly swelling to massive proportions. A pair of ash-gray wings sprouted from its back, transforming its entire appearance into that of a griffin. Xiao Dian, split. Numerous blue sparks appeared within the Swiftwind Electivire, coalescing into another Swiftwind Electivire. Lin Yu shouted to the three, "Get out of the way." The three riders' beasts immediately retreated, while the Electabuzz flew closer to the two dragons. Having been entangled for so long, the two dragons were now enraged beyond measure. Seeing another one arrive only fueled their fury further. Lin Yu commanded the Thunder Beast, Xiao Dian, use the celestial feathered dragon slaying dance. At Lin Yu's command, the two Electromasters began circling around the two dragons, trapping them within their flight path. Holy crap! Is this speed right? Chapter 71, Striking It Rich. In all his years of adventuring, Li Chang had never seen a skill designed on the spot like this. He'd never seen a skill designed this fast, and he'd certainly never seen anyone learn a skill this quickly. The Celestial Feathered Dragon Slaying Dance was a skill Lin Yu had specifically designed to counter dragon-type beasts. The two lightning beasts circled the dragons at breakneck speed, drawing all the wind elements around them into a whirlwind formation. Feathers swirled within the array, each one sharp as a blade. Any flesh these two dragons touched was instantly sliced to shreds. Worse still, the wounds inflicted by these feathers possessed a blood-sucking effect, preventing the two dragons from regenerating quickly. The two dragons wailed in agony within the array, desperate to tear through it and escape. Yet, the moment they touched the feathers, they were instantly slashed until they bled profusely. The two lightning wind beasts accelerated to blinding speeds. Along the array's outer perimeter, the faint outline of a dragon began to materialize. By now, both dragons had entered a state of extreme weakness. The two swift-wind lightning beasts soared skyward. They tore through the heavens. The cleft that tore through the heavens fell like a blade, piercing right through the bodies of these two dragons. The two ferocious beasts, blood spattering wildly, fell powerlessly to the ground, smashing into two enormous craters. After this, the electric beast's duplicates vanished. Simultaneously, it shed its swift wind form, reverting to its original small, adorable appearance. Bouncing and hopping, it leapt into Lin Yu's arms. The two fleeing groups, who had been driven into retreat, halted abruptly, staring at Lin Yu as if he were a ghost. One strike to slay two dragons. Was this skill just made up on the spot? That's terrifying. Our two teams combined, with 9 tamed beasts, still aren't as powerful as your single beast. Li Chang stared blankly at Zhao Yan and said, his beast seems to be an electrocution beast? If I recall correctly, electro-wild boars are supposed to be the weakest tamer's beasts? Since when can they transform? Zhao Yan replied, equally stunned. Su Yuan couldn't wait to start looting the two dragons. His voice brimmed with excitement. Brother Lin. We've struck gold. Dragon tendons, dragon scales, dragon horns. These things will fetch astronomical prices on the market. Li Chang and Zhao Yan watched with envy. Their entire mission had been to capture this dragon, but lacking the strength to do so, they could only watch helplessly. The best things go to the capable. That was the fairest rule of all. Li Chang and Zhao Yan led their team to Lin Yu and thanked him. "Young man, we owe you big time. If not for you, our whole crew would have died at the hands of that dragon." Zhao Yan added, "Having you save us twice, we really can't let this go unacknowledged." Lin Yu waved it off. "It was nothing. Truly nothing to mention. They say heroes emerge in youth, and you prove it. You're so young compared to you, our age feels like we've lived to the age of dogs." While the others exchanged pleasantries, Su Yuan was busy looting the valuable items from the two dragons. Su Yuan, ever the miser, had even purchased a 10-li orb produced by the spatial beast control before entering. True to its name, this bead contained a spatial pocket spanning 10 li. When Tang Haotian first arrived, he had teased Su Yuan, saying buying this bead was a waste since it couldn't hold much. But now it seemed fortunate Su Yuan had brought one, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to carry all the treasures from these two dragons. Su Yuan picked through the items, discovering that everything on the dragons was top-notch. Dragon meat is a delicacy, dragon claws are a delicacy, dragon whiskers are a delicacy. The sight was overwhelming, so they decided to roughly cut up the two dragons and take them away. Suddenly, Su Yuan exclaimed, "Brother Lin. Come quick, what is this thing?" Lin Yu stepped closer and saw a clear pearl embedded in the black dragon's belly, emanating a powerful aura. Could this be the legendary dragon pearl? Chen Yushi murmured. At that moment, the electrocution beast perched on Lin Yu's shoulder began gesticulating wildly toward the pearl. Lin Yu grasped the creature's intent. "You want this pearl?" The electrocution beast nodded its little head. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, picked up the orb and handed it to the electrocution beast. The moment the orb touched the electrocution beast, it burst into a blinding light. Then, the electric beast was engulfed by the blinding light. Everyone immediately scattered. After a moment, the bead vanished completely, leaving only Electabuzz standing where it had been, belching contentedly. "Why no reaction?" Seeing the electrocution beast absorb the bead yet show no reaction, Lin Yu asked in confusion. The Electabuzz puckered its lips and strained, and suddenly, a pair of dragon horns sprouted from its head. Its body began to transform, growing longer and longer, while dragon scales covered its skin. Lin Yu watched in astonishment. This is Little Electric's new form. Finally, Electabuzz transformed into a massive, dark blue dragon, coiling in the air amidst swirling black clouds crackling with lightning. "Holy crap, this Electabuzz's true form is insane," Li Cheng muttered, rubbing his bald head. "It actually turned into a dragon. Who said Electabuzz was weak? Who rated it F class? This thing's even stronger than my Noctowl." Dragon-type beast tamers were rare in this world. Dragon-type beasts were unique, they possessed an innate bloodline suppression over other beasts, coupled with absurdly resilient physiques and recovery abilities. Even without special abilities, a dragon-form Electrowolf could overpower most other beasts in hand-to-hand combat. This trip has truly been fruitful, Su Yuan remarked with satisfaction. Lin Yu said, "Alright, let's prepare to head out." He then turned to Li Cheng and Zhao Yan, asking, "Would you two like to leave with us?" The two captains shook their heads. "We paid a heavy price to get in here. We intended to kill that dragon, but our strength wasn't enough. We can't return empty-handed, that would be a loss. We plan to hunt some more beasts to at least break even before heading back." Lin Yu had only been making polite inquiries and didn't insist. "Then we'll part ways here," he said. "Be careful, both of you." After bidding farewell, Lin Yu led the three toward the exit. As soon as they exited the Whalefall fiendish beast space, the staff there immediately swarmed over. "Hey, guys, got anything good? You're gonna sell it anyway, right? How about selling it to us?" Su Yuan glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded. "Sure. If you offer a fair price, we'll sell to you." The staff member smiled and assured them, "Rest assured, we never cheat anyone. If it's good stuff, we'll buy it all." Lin Yu shot Su Yuan a look. Just as Su Yuan was about to retrieve the item from the 1,000-mile pearl. But then, unexpectedly, something happened, a scene that caught everyone completely off guard. Chapter 72, The Little Fairy's Terrifying Power. A small team approached, led by a young man with dreadlocks. He stepped right in front of Lin Yu and his group, tossing his materials out first. "Let us see first, we're in a hurry to make a deal. As for them, what could they possibly have that's worth anything?" Su Yuan immediately grew displeased, snapping, "Go to the back. Didn't you see we were here first?" The dreadlocked youth's expression darkened instantly. "I told you, we need to sell this fast. Can't you understand plain speech? Damn it!" Su Yuan flared up. "You kid has no filter. Your mouth is filthy. Just because you have business doesn't mean we don't." Seeing the tension escalate, Tang Haotian, usually not one for words, stepped forward silently, shielding Su Yuan behind him. A woman from the dreadlocked youth's group shrieked, "How can you be like this? Have you no manners? Our leader already told you we have business here, and you're still being so aggressive? What? Su Yuan thought he'd misheard. I lack manners? You're the ones cutting in line, and you're questioning my manners? Su Yuan instantly grasped the terrifying nature of the so-called T0 fairy clearly in the wrong, yet she launched into a righteous tirade that turned everything upside down. And she was so convincing that any bystander would think Su Yuan's group was at fault. Another member from their team stepped forward to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Let's just say we picked the wrong people to deal with. At this remark, every member of Lin Yu's team erupted in fury. What do you mean we got the short end of the stick? Shouldn't we be the ones complaining? You guys cut in line and still think you're in the right? Su Yuan shouted angrily. The dreadlocked youth rolled his eyes impatiently. Let's be honest, what good stuff could a bunch of kids like you possibly bring out from in there? Your measly materials aren't even worth the price of our meal. Selling them early or late, what difference does it make? Why must you fight us over it? Lin Yu understood immediately. No wonder this group insisted on cutting in line. They picked on his group because they looked young and easy to bully. Picking on the weak, huh? The four of them were still college students, carrying that distinct aura of youth, clear-eyed yet naive. Many people could spot it at a glance. Thus, they became targets for others to flaunt their seniority and flex their muscles. Lin Yu retorted irritably, why can't we bring back good stuff? How about this, let's have a contest. If what we bring back is better, you hand over every single piece of material you have right now. If ours is worse, I'll give you all of ours. Ha! With just you bunch of kids? The dreadlocked youth pointed directly at Lin Yu and his group, his face dripping with contempt. If you can actually bring back good materials, then sure, we'll hand over ours. But let me tell you straight, we've got the real goods this time. Just say whether you'll compare. Lin Yu demanded. Sure. Why pass up a free bet? The dreadlocked youth declared confidently. Lin Yu added, one more thing, if what we bring back is better than yours, your team has to fight us. How about it? These four were infuriating, so Lin Yu deliberately proposed this condition, intending to teach them a lesson. Deal, the dreadlocked youth readily agreed. In his eyes, he was guaranteed to come out ahead today. Lin Yu said, you go first. The dreadlocked youth wasted no time, pulling out their haul from the ferocious beast realm. First came some commonplace items, ferocious beast hides, bones, and such. Finally, the dreadlocked youth chuckled, kid. Today I'll open your eyes and show you the real good stuff we got. Lin Yu and his group, along with the crowd that had gathered to watch, all stared intently at the dreadlocked youth. He pulled out 3 rhino horns and declared, see this? These are horns from a black rhino. The onlookers immediately began murmuring among themselves. Black armor rhinoceros horns? Those beasts are a nightmare to deal with. Not only are they incredibly tough and powerful, but their defenses are practically impenetrable to ordinary beast tamers. This squad must be seriously skilled. These are valuable. I remember they fetch 100,000 on the market. Oh no. Those young folks are doomed now. Just these 3 black armor rhinoceros horns alone could fetch 300,000. The dreadlocked youth grinned even more wildly. How about that? Never seen anything like this before, huh? Our team got lucky this time. We stumbled upon 3 lone black armor rhinos and took them down. But the entire Lin Yu team remained completely unmoved. The dreadlocked youth was puzzled. Why no reaction? Were they scared stiff? Su Yuan and Tang Haotian exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with resignation. Such rhino horns were plentiful in Su Yuan's 10-mile beat because Tang Haotian had killed these black armor rhinos. Those 3 stray black armor rhinos they'd killed? 9 times out of 10, they'd been scared off by Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit and fled. Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit had been terrifying back then, acting like a meat grinder for the black armor rhinos. The dreadlocked youth shouted, what are you standing around for? Gathering materials? Or is your loot too meager to show? Just admit defeat. Exactly, chimed in the little fairy, stepping forward. We won't look down on your meager haul even a fly's leg is still meat. Lin Yu gave Su Yuan a nod. Su Yuan then shook the 10-mile pearl. A horn from the black rhinoceros fell out. The dreadlocked boy and the fairy girl stared wide-eyed. How could they have it too? But things weren't that simple. Su Yuan's 10-mile bead seemed like a bottomless pit, spilling out several more horns of the black rhinoceros, over 30 in total. The staff responsible for inventorying supplies were dumbfounded. Others brought back horns by the handful, but you've got over 30. Did you go on a buying spree? Did you hunt the black rhinos in your spatial pocket to extinction? But then, Su Yuan pulled out an enormous horn. The dreadlocked youth's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's an S-rank Xuanjia rhinoceros horn, isn't it? You killed their entire leader. Su Yuan dismissed the expressions on everyone's faces with disdain. You're already this excited just from a few rhino horns? Wait till I pull something from a dragon, you'll lose your minds. At that moment, the little fairy's body began to tremble slightly. Everything their squad had brought out amounted to a mere 500,000 at most. The rhino horns from this group of young people across the way could fetch a conservative estimate of 4 million. Especially when she saw what the young man pulled out next. She was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 73, Did You Kill the Dragon? Su Yuan produced a pair of eyeballs glowing with a faint blue light. What are these? The dreadlocked youth couldn't identify them. The staff member recognized them first, gasping, those are black fierce tiger eyeballs. And they're blue. Mutated eyeballs. The moment he heard black fierce tiger, the dreadlocked youth instantly realized the black fierce tiger was also an S-rank ferocious beast. And Su Yuan was still pulling more out. Before taking down those 2 dragons, they'd slaughtered numerous beasts along the way. The total value of these spoils was a whopping 8 million. The dreadlocked youth's team was in shock. How many S-rank beasts had they actually taken down? Even the staff felt like they were dreaming. After all, some veteran squads couldn't even bring back this much loot in a single trip. As for Lin Yu and his crew, were they just going on a shopping spree? Charging you 50,000 for admission was a total ripoff. Just then, Su Yuan pulled out a massive white dragon head, startling everyone else. Staff, a dragon head? Holy crap! The dreadlocked youth saw the dragon head and instantly had their hearts shattered. Not our guys? You guys killed the dragon. Seeing the staff staring dumbstruck, Su Yuan asked, Hey! Why the silence? How much is this thing worth? The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, Please wait a moment, I need to consult our supervisor. Su Yuan waved him off. Go ahead. Lin Yu's team grinned at the dreadlocked youths. The dreadlocked youth panicked. He was in the red now. The admission alone had cost him 200,000 yuan. He'd counted on the 500,000 yuan haul to cover his losses, but one reckless bet had wiped him out. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses hurried out, followed by the staff member. Who killed the dragon? When he saw the dragon's head lying on the ground, his face lit up with wild excitement. He immediately approached Lin Yu and his team. I am Joan, the supervisor of this whale fall fiend space. You are truly formidable. To have hunted down this S-rank dragon. Oh, right. Su Yuan interjected. Not just one, there was another one. With that, he pulled another black dragon head out of the 1,000-mile pearl. Joan stared at the dragon head, his heart churning with overwhelming shock. This was none other than the strongest SS-rank black dragon in the Fiendic realm. And they'd slain it too. Su Yuan impatiently urged, Hey! How about you name your price? Why aren't you saying anything? Joan swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down before saying, Gentlemen, you have the bodies of both dragons with you, correct? Lin Yu nodded. Joan continued, Here's the deal, sell us both dragon carcasses. We'll pay 6 million for the white dragon. As for the black dragon, we'll pay 10 million. The dreadlocked youth's breath caught at the figures. After all, even without these 2 dragons, the pile of beasts they'd already killed was worth 8 million. Now, adding the 16 million from these 2 dragons, the total would be 24 million. The highest single run haul record in the entire whale fall fiend beast space was 18 million worth of goods. And that was a 7-person team. Lin Yu's group only had 4 members. After discussing it with the others, Lin Yu agreed that the price was indeed fair and nodded his consent. Lin Yu stated, So it's settled. The loot and the corpses of those 2 dragons are ours. Oh, right. Lin Yu pointed at the loot from the dreadlocked youths. Per the wager, that's ours too. Altogether, that's 24,500,000. Su Yuan felt a rush of excitement surge through him. He was a money-grubbing fool. He'd never seen this much cash in his entire life. Joan said, No problem. These dragon beasts are rare, and their meat is exceptionally delicious. I'll have the kitchen prepare this dragon. Would you all care to join us for a simple meal? Dragon meat. Even Chen Yushi, with her privileged background, had never tasted it. Lin Yu was also curious about the taste, so he said, All right, you go ahead and prepare it. We still have things to do. With that, he turned his gaze toward the dreadlocked youth and his companions. The woman in their group immediately burst into tears, shielding their spoils and protesting, This is our loot. Why should we give it to you? Lin Yu almost laughed. Was she trying to renege on the deal? Su Yuan interjected, Your leader made a bet with us. If our items are worth more than yours, your loot belongs to us. The woman whined tearfully, Your loot is worth so much already. Why are you even bothering with ours? Can't you just be a little more generous? Lin Yu felt his blood pressure rising. Not only did you cut in line, but you bullied us newbies. Now this woman wants to renege on the deal? Do you think all the good deals in the world are meant for you? Forcing back his anger, Lin Yu managed to smile and said to the woman, Didn't we agree that if our loot was worth more, you'd have to fight us for it? Here's the deal, our 2 teams battle. If you win, I'll return your loot. How does that sound? Hearing this, hope flashed in the woman's eyes. She nodded. Agreed. This time, it's a deal. Lin Yu turned away, his face etched with coldness and ruthlessness. He whispered to the other 3, Hold nothing back. Teach these people a lesson. Su Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. They were seething with rage by now. Lin Yu then turned back, forcing a smile once more, and addressed Zhouan, Manager Zhou, is there a combat arena here? Zhouan immediately replied respectfully, yes, I'll take you there. Even Zhouan inwardly cursed the dreadlocked youth and his crew for their stupidity. These 4 ruthless men were the kind who could slay 2 dragons. How dare you challenge them? The smart ones would have tucked their tails between their legs and left immediately. Upon reaching the combat arena, the dreadlocked youth's squad, determined to reclaim their spoils, bristled with fighting spirit. They unleashed their beasts one after another. All 4 of their beasts were large-sized, 1 A rank and 3 B ranks. Lin Yu and his companions also unleashed their beasts, an adorable electric shock beast, a cute fruit beast resembling the Qingjiang No. 3 rocket, and a 1,000-pound spirit beast. Apart from Chen Yushi's Lingming Divine Ape, these 3 were each cuter than the last. Zhouan was suddenly baffled. He'd assumed a team capable of hunting dragons would have ferocious, high-level beasts. But low-level electric beasts and fruit beasts? Was this right? Did this team really slay that dragon? Doubts began to creep into Zhouan's mind, and the others also looked at Lin Yu and the others with skeptical expressions. Chapter 74, I'm Buddha's Own. Across the battlefield, the woman from the opposing squad grew excited upon seeing how weak Lin Yu's beasts were. She declared to her teammates, these people have pushed us too far. Let's unleash our full power and show them what retribution truly means. Agreed, the other 3 members of the squad responded in unison. In an instant, they charged toward Lin Yu and his companions. The dreadlocked youth commanded his beast, a shadow lion, his voice sharp and ruthless, attack. Shadow slaughter. Su Yuan, who had been grinning up until now, turned cold. Starting with a killing move? This kid really has no intention of letting us off. Well, that's convenient, Lin Yu smiled. I wasn't planning on letting them off either. Little lightning, transform into lava form. The electrocution beast transformed into a colossal lava monster, its overwhelming presence causing the shadow lion to falter in its advance. Electro Beast can actually switch forms. Zhouan, a sharp observer, had already caught on to something. Anyone capable of hunting down an SS-rank dragon-type beast must possess extraordinary abilities. The girl's beast was a ground splitter pig. Use ground splitting charge. A boar is essentially a pig, and hers was a fat pig covered in bone spurs. With every step it took, it left a crack in the ground. The 2 beasts charged side by side, heading straight for Lin Yu and his companions' beasts. Chen Yushi commanded, Spirit Bright Divine Ape. The girl across from them sneered, Do you think your monkey is Sun Wukong? I'm the Buddha himself. The divine monkey reached up and dug into its ear. A staff materialized in its hand. The girl gasped in surprise. A staff, indeed. With a single swing of its staff, the divine monkey sent both opposing beasts flying. Just then, one of the opponent's beasts, the Wutong monkey, darted out from somewhere. Its movements were incredibly agile, its footwork eerily unpredictable. Lin Yu couldn't even discern what skill it was using. The divine monkey couldn't land a hit on it for the time being. Chen Yushi seized the moment and commanded the divine ape, use gravity swamp. The Wutong monkey instantly felt as if it were carrying a mountain on its back, its spine nearly crushed beneath the weight, causing its speed to plummet. Seizing the moment, the divine monkey swung its staff, sending the monkey flying backward. Lin Yu frowned and asked, why does this monkey seem so strange? Chen Yushi explained, this is a martial beast. They can cultivate techniques and martial arts. Martial beasts are essentially humanoid creatures. Any beast capable of learning cultivation methods can be classified as a martial beast. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that this world did indeed have cultivation techniques for beast tamers, though the requirements were quite high. For starters, the beast itself had to be able to comprehend the technique. Lin Yu pondered, I wonder if I could just make up cultivation techniques. My electric beast has many powerful skills, but it's still a bit weak on its own. If it could cultivate techniques, it would surely become stronger. Once we get back to school, I'll arrange cultivation for Little Electric. I'll even invent some martial arts techniques, Tai Chi, the 18 dragon subduing poems, the 9-ing bone claw, the Lingbo micro step. I'll arrange them all for Little Electric. While Lin Yu pondered, Chen Yushi and the others had already defeated their opponents across the way, yet they still weren't satisfied. The trio unleashed a brutal beating on the girl's beast. The 100 Fruits Beast's orange war treasure pinned it down, while the Spirit Bright Divine Ape swung its Rui Jingu Bang to smack its rear. Xian Junling stood in front, hammering the beast's head with his hammer. The girl wailed, collapsing to her knees and sobbing, Stop. I know I'm wrong. Please stop. Su Yuan replied coldly, What do you mean you know you're wrong? You just know you're scared. Hit her harder. The girl wailed, I surrender. Stop hitting me, I surrender. What? Su Yuan pretended not to hear. What did you say? I can't hear you. Her earth-splitting boar had been beaten to a pulp, not a single inch of its body left unscathed. The other 3 beasts weren't spared either, taking turns being beaten. Only when Su Yuan and his group had beaten their fill, venting their pent-up rage, did they finally stop. The dreadlocked youth and his team hurriedly fled with their beasts, abandoning even the spoils of victory this time. From the stands below, Joan clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! You lot are quite skilled, and your beasts are no slouches either. People like them need to be taught a lesson." Su Yuan declared. "Our kitchen has prepared the dragon meat. Let's head to the dining area first," Joan suggested. Lin Yu and the others immediately lit up, their earlier grievances swept away. Dragon meat! How many people had ever tasted it? As Joan led them into the dining hall, course after course was brought out. An irresistible aroma instantly filled the entire dining hall. Everyone who caught the scent felt their appetite surge. Even the chef himself came forward to explain, "There's an idiom called dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Gentlemen, please take a look." Pointing to one dish, the chef explained, "This dish is made from the liver of that black dragon. Unfortunately, we didn't have phoenix marrow, so I used the bone marrow of a black phoenix instead." Lin Yu picked up a piece of dragon liver and took a bite. The flavor was indeed exceptional. The group fell silent, all burying their heads in their bowls. After everyone had eaten their fill, Joan finally spoke up, "Gentlemen, if you ever hunt down another powerful beast in the future, feel free to bring it to me. I'll guarantee the highest price for it." Lin Yu finally understood why Joan had insisted on treating them to this meal. He was clearly trying to befriend them. Joan's sincerity was evident, so Lin Yu agreed to the arrangement. After the meal, Joan arranged for a car to take Lin Yu and the others back. When Lin Yu mentioned Tianhua Academy, Joan immediately exclaimed with delight, "No wonder you're all so powerful. You're top students from Tianhua Academy. It's an immense honor for me, Joan, to collaborate with such prodigies." This remark made Su Yuan feel incredibly pleased. No wonder he was the supervisor of the fierce beast space. Upon returning to campus, Chen Yushi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haotian each headed back to their dorms to rest. Lin Yu, however, rushed straight to the school's experimental grounds. Is it only humanoid beasts that can cultivate techniques? Come to think of it, Xiao Dian does have a humanoid form, Lin Yu pondered. Xiao Dian, enter the Fan Lin form. The electric beast's body began to transform. It stood upright, its limbs elongating until it stood approximately 1.9 meters tall. Unlike the other elemental forms, this one possessed no elemental attribute. Lin Yu had previously pondered the utility of this attribute-less state. Today, it dawned on him, this form was perfectly suited for cultivating martial arts techniques and combat skills. The martial arts department at Tianhua Academy offered numerous beast-taming techniques. Lin Yu had just reviewed them, but found them lacking in power and difficult to master. I wonder if my own made-up cultivation techniques would work. If they did, I'd have so many techniques and martial arts in my head. But what kind of technique should I invent? I need to come up with something powerful for Xiao Dian. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck. He immediately pulled out the skill demonstration blueprint and began scribbling on it. About 10 minutes later, the design was complete. Chapter 75, The 8-9 Mystic Art. The cultivation technique Lin Yu created was named 8-9 Mystic Arts. Yes, it was the very same cultivation technique practiced by Yang Jian. As Lin Yu created it, he thought, let's make it powerful from the very start. The 8-9 Mystic Art was exceptionally potent. Cultivated to its peak, it could grant an invulnerable, indestructible body. Simultaneously, all attributes related to beast control would receive a massive boost. He handed the technique to the electrocution beast. The moment it made contact, the technique vanished. The electro beast, now in its mortal form, sat cross-legged to circulate the energy. Lin Yu watched closely. The entire technique flowed smoothly. There was no doubt about it, it had worked. After absorbing Qin Xingyu's elemental stone, the electro beast had unlocked multiple forms, but its base level remained low. Its strength thus far had relied solely on the overpowered skills Lin Yu had made up on the spot. This wasn't sustainable. True strength came from genuine power. Now, with this cultivation technique, the electro beast could train independently and gain strength. Moreover, the 8-9 Mystic Art possessed remarkable scalability, capable of elevating the electro beast to extraordinary heights. Watching the electrocution beast cultivate, Lin Yu thought to himself, merely having a cultivation technique isn't enough without martial skills. Someday, I'll create a martial skill for little electro. The electric beast's cultivation progressed smoothly. Like skills, beast-taming cultivation techniques had their own tiers. The smoother and faster the absorption of primordial energy, the superior the technique and the higher its rank. The electro beast now resembled a vortex, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. But after a short while, the electric beast halted its cultivation. Lin Yu looked at it and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Dian? Why did you stop training?" The electric beast gestured frantically for a while before Lin Yu finally understood there was simply no more spiritual energy left in the vicinity. Vital energy was scarce in the human world. Beast tamers specializing in martial arts cultivation had to seek out locations abundant with vital energy. Within Tianhua Academy, many sought to cultivate their beasts into martial-type practitioners. Consequently, the Academy maintained dedicated spiritual energy cultivation chambers. Unlike the experimental grounds, these energy cultivation rooms required payment. The chi within these rooms was generated from chi stones purchased elsewhere by the Academy and distributed throughout the chambers. But fees were hardly a bother for Lin Yu, since he had money. Although the substantial sum from the Whalefall Fiend Beast Space hadn't been received yet, Lin Yu found the process too troublesome and delegated it to Su Yuan. But the 7 million yuan the Academy gave him upon enrollment remained largely untouched. Lin Yu brought his electrocution beast to the chi cultivation room, paid 10,000 yuan, and gained 1 hour of usage rights. 10,000 yuan per hour. This was not an expense ordinary students could afford. These cultivation rooms were all small compartments, and the vast majority were occupied by students training with their beasts. Lin Yu found an empty room and entered with the electric beast. The electrocution beast resumed its cross-legged cultivation posture, drawing in the surrounding dense chi energy directly into its body. Suddenly, someone in the adjacent room roared, "What the hell is going on? Why did the energy suddenly cut out? My beast was in the middle of a critical cultivation phase. Who shut off my energy? Where's the manager?" The manager of the spiritual energy training room hurried over to investigate, utterly baffled. How could the spiritual energy possibly vanish? The chi in this room was constantly replenished by staff. Such a disruption had never occurred in all these years. After a thorough inspection, the supervisor still couldn't pinpoint the problem. Soon, another person roared, "Wait, why did mine cut out too? I paid for this." The supervisor immediately launched an investigation into the cultivation room, summoning his own beast, a snail as pure white as jade. This beast, known as the UN male snail, possessed extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual energy. Soon, every beast tamer practicing in the entire cultivation room erupted in commotion. The spiritual energy was gone. The supervisor frowned deeply. This can't be. This training room is filled with yuan chi stones. It's impossible for the yuan chi to vanish completely. Someone must be messing with it. UN male snail, use yuan chi dyeing. This was another function of the snail, capable of coloring yuan chi. The chi throughout the entire cultivation room gradually turned a faint grayish white. Now, everyone could clearly see the spiritual energy converging toward a single room. Following the energy's flow, they reached the door of that room. The supervisor shoved the door open. Lin Yu was startled. He was in the middle of training with the electrocution beast when the door suddenly swung open, revealing a crowd of people standing outside, staring at him. The supervisor clearly saw that all the spiritual energy had converged upon the odd-looking beast in the center of the room. At that moment, every last bit of spiritual energy in the entire training room had been absorbed. The peculiar beast finished its cultivation, opened its eyes, and blinked innocently at the doorway, looking utterly guileless. From the crowd at the door, one person stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yu with a furious expression. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu was utterly baffled. "Me? What about me? Your beast has drained all the spiritual energy from this entire cultivation chamber. My beast was in the crucial phase of its cultivation, deprived of spiritual energy. It nearly succumbed to demonic energy, ruining all its hard work." Lin Yu was instantly startled. No wonder this group looked so fierce. It was no wonder they looked like rabid beasts. At that moment, the academy instructor responsible for such matters arrived upon hearing the commotion. He addressed Lin Yu, "Student, are you carrying any device capable of absorbing and storing spiritual energy?" The teacher asked this because there had been a previous incident where a student brought in a chi-absorbing device, secretly siphoned chi, and then sold it. Lin Yu denied it, but the teacher clearly didn't believe him. "Please cooperate with our inspection." After a thorough search, no such device was found on Lin Yu. This time, a look of utter bewilderment spread across the teacher's face. "If you weren't carrying any absorption devices, then where did the spiritual energy in the cultivation room come from?" Lin Yu pointed to the nearby electric beast in its ordinary form and said, "It was absorbed by my beast, of course." "Impossible," the instructor remained unconvinced. "No existing beast-taming cultivation technique can absorb such a massive amount of spiritual energy in one go. What cultivation method does your beast practice?" "The 8-9 mystic art," Lin Yu replied calmly. "Humph." The teacher snorted. The crowd gathered outside also burst into laughter. "You're not kidding, right? Are you trying to fool the world? Could you at least make up a more convincing technique name? You're practically stealing the technique of the legendary deity Yang Jian to deceive people." The teacher pressed again, "Student, answer truthfully. Otherwise, clowning around won't get you out of here." Chapter 76, Creating Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly. "My cultivation technique really is called the 8-9 mystic art." The teacher flared up instantly. "Go find it for me." "Find it? When did our school's beast-taming techniques ever include a method called 8-9 mystic art?" "There isn't," Lin Yu replied truthfully. "You actually know that?" Facing the teacher's fury, Lin Yu shrugged indifferently, "Because I created this technique myself." "You invented it. The teacher gasped in shock, then roared, "You don't even bother drafting your lies. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to create a beast taming technique from scratch? And you claim to have done it." Among the various beast taming systems, the martial arts system held the highest ceiling. Practitioners could continuously strengthen themselves through cultivation. Yet this system has never flourished. Besides the high demands placed on the beast tamer, another reason is that beast taming techniques are incredibly difficult to create. Consequently, the number of techniques available for beast tamers to cultivate is actually quite limited. Many experts and scholars who dedicated years to research might never create a single usable technique in their lifetime. The techniques currently used by beast tamers are passed down through generations, each one renowned. So when Lin Yu claimed he'd created a beast taming cultivation technique, the teacher didn't believe a word of it. It's like entering a high school invention contest where everyone else is presenting little cars or boats, and you claim to have developed controllable nuclear fusion. You're kidding me. Lin Yu had no desire to waste words with this teacher. He turned to the electrocution beast and said, "Little electric, show them." The electric beast, now in its fanlin state, began circulating its internal energy. The supervisor, manhwa, observed it clearly. This peculiar beast truly possessed circulating energy, and its method of circulation was highly unique. The teacher turned to the head of the department and asked, "Old Wu, is what he said real?" After receiving Yuan Miao's affirmative response, Old Wu was so stunned his mouth hung open. Stammering, he managed, he's telling the truth. What? The teacher's heart trembled. He actually created a beast taming technique. The crowd gathered at the entrance consisted of seasoned beast tamers who understood the immense difficulty of creating a cultivation technique. Instantly, the entrance erupted in commotion. That kid actually created the 8-9 mystic art. What's the big deal? Don't you know who this guy is? He's Lin Yu, the genius who shattered the college entrance exam record. The champion of the recent skill creation competition. I know this guy. I heard he's exceptionally skilled at creating techniques. Never imagined he could even create a cultivation method. Judging by how quickly this cultivation technique absorbs spiritual energy, it must be incredibly powerful. As far as I know, our school doesn't have anything like this currently. Lin Yu is a real talent. Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed hearing all this. He hadn't realized he'd become so well known. The teacher grabbed Lin Yu by the arm. "Student, come with me right now." Before Lin Yu could react, the teacher pulled him through the crowd, heading straight for the Tianhua Beast Control Technique Research Institute. Inside were senior instructors from Tianhua's martial arts department, immersed in their daily research on beast taming techniques. The teacher dragged Lin Yu along at a breakneck pace, bursting into a laboratory with great urgency. Inside sat a white-haired elder. Upon seeing the teacher's appearance, he frowned, displeasure immediately spreading across his face. "Wang Haixian," he snapped. "How many times have I told you? Stop barging into my lab. You're disrupting my train of thought." This white-haired elder was Wei Sitsuan, the most senior martial arts professor at Tianhua Academy. He had already researched and developed 5 martial arts manuals. In the field of martial arts research, he was a titan. Wang Haixian hurriedly explained, "Professor, please hear me out. I've discovered an incredibly powerful cultivation technique." How powerful could it be? Wei Sitsuan didn't even glance at Wang Haixian. "Stronger than any of the 5 you've created." At these words, Wei Sitsuan finally turned to glance at him, briefly sizing up Lin Yu beside him. Then he inquired, "What's its name?" 8-9 Mystic Arts. Ha! Wei Sitsuan burst out laughing. Did reading too many novels fry your brain? You can't even pick a decent-sounding name for your cultivation technique? 8-9 Mystic Arts? That'd only fool kids. I'm not lying. Wang Haixian protested, flustered. He then turned to Lin Yu and said, "Release your beast and use this 8-9 Mystic Art again." Lin Yu released the electrocution beast from his beast taming space. It entered its mortal form, and Lin Yu began channeling the 8-9 Mystic Art. This lab, likely dedicated to martial art research, was brimming with spiritual energy. Embracing the principle of free energy is free energy, Lin Yu let the shock beast go all out, soaking it up voraciously. In moments, the entire lab's chi swirled into a vortex, surging directly into the electric beast's body. Within Wei Sitsuan's laboratory was an instrument capable of precisely measuring the local chi concentration. Wei Sitsuan watched in horror as the readings on the device plummeted. His face twisted with horror as he stared at the shock beast in mid-cultivation. The rate of chi absorption is far too rapid. I've researched countless beast taming techniques in my lifetime, but I've never seen one absorb chi this quickly. Pointing at the electrocution beast, Wei Sitsuan demanded, "Wang, where did you get this 8-9 Mystic Art?" Wang Haixian took a step back, revealing Lin Yu, and addressed Wei Sitsuan. This technique was created by this student himself. A look of astonished delight spread across Wei Sitsuan's wrinkled face. "A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. What is your name?" Lin Yu replied calmly, "My name is Lin Yu. May I see your 8-9 Mystic Art?" Wei Sitsuan inquired. "Yes. Lin Yu retrieved a sheet of white paper from the laboratory and began writing the 8-9 mystic art upon it. After finishing, he handed it to Wei Sicheng. For a moment, Wei Sicheng even suspected that Lin Yu's 8-9 mystic art might have been designed by someone else, which he was now passing off as his own. Mainly because, what on earth was this 8-9 mystic art Lin Yu had written? So many parts were completely wrong. Could this even be cultivated? This technique seemed completely made up. Unable to believe it, Wei Sicheng grabbed a detector and scanned the electrocution beast as it practiced. To his astonishment, the flow of qi within the electrocution beast matched Lin Yu's written instructions perfectly. Wei Sicheng decided to release his own beast companion, the Spiritling. This humanoid beast companion had one peculiar feature: its head. Its head was enormous. Wei Sicheng handed the 8-9 mystic art to the thought spirit beast, instructing it to study. But to Wei Sicheng's disappointment, after scrutinizing it for a long time, the spirit monster shook its head. It hadn't understood it at all. Chapter 77, My beast is as clever as I am. This spirit-thinking beast possessed exceptionally high intelligence. After years of studying beast-taming techniques, Wei Sicheng had found it capable of mastering virtually any martial art or skill. But this time, the 8-9 mystic art created by Lin Yu was completely beyond its comprehension. Wei Sicheng asked Su Yuan, why can't it understand it? Probably because it's a bit dim-witted, Lin Yu replied bluntly as usual. Wei Sicheng. Then how did your beast manage to learn it? I've heard that tamed beasts often resemble their masters. Maybe mine is just as clever as I am, Lin Yu replied. Wei Sicheng was utterly speechless. He'd never met someone so shameless before. Calm down, Wei Sicheng said to Lin Yu, classmate, your 8-9 mystic art is crucial to the realm of beast-taming techniques. Could you let me take this 8-9 mystic art for a few days of research? After some time, I'll give you a substantial reward. Lin Yu agreed. He understood how profoundly this technique could impact the path of beast-taming cultivation. Even without payment, he saw it as an opportunity to contribute. Without even changing his clothes, Wei Sicheng dashed out of the lab and headed straight for the Beast Control Techniques Association. Wang Haixian saw Lin Yu out of the lab. Outside, night had already fallen. Today had been quite the whirlwind. Checking his phone, he found numerous messages from Chun Yushi and Su Yuan. They informed him that Zhouan's payment had arrived and invited him out for dinner. The news of the over 20 million yuan hitting his account instantly jolted Lin Yu awake from his drowsiness. He headed straight for the restaurant Su Yuan had recommended, the finest eatery near Tianhua Academy. Upon entering, Lin Yu saw Chen Yushi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haoyan already seated, waiting for him. Just dinner, and you pick such a fancy place? Lin Yu remarked. Su Yuan stood up and said, Brother Lin, today's a big day. We've got to celebrate. He picked up his phone to show Lin Yu. Brother Lin, look. 24,500,000. I've never seen that much money in my life. Su Yuan's breath quickened as he spoke. Lin Yu was also incredibly excited. Although he had several million on him, this was the first time he'd ever seen over 20 million. Lin Yu said, let's split this money evenly among us all. Su Yuan's previously excited expression instantly turned serious. No way, Brother Lin. That 24.5 million is mostly from the two dragons. You killed them both single-handedly. How could we split it evenly? I think the three of us should each take 2 million, and the rest is all yours. Before Lin Yu could respond, Tang Haoyan stood up and declared, I won't take any. Brother Lin, you created 2 skills for my Qianjinling. I'm truly grateful to you. I can't accept this money. At this, Su Yuan immediately chimed in, then I can't accept it either. My rise to Tianhua and everything I have today are all thanks to those 2 skills you gave me, Brother Lin. I've never known how to repay you. Shen Yushi chimed in, me too. Ever since Lin Yu first created the heaven-defying earth-shaking skill for her, he had not only crafted numerous immensely powerful skills for her but also assisted her greatly. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. I created these skills for you because I consider you my brothers. Did I do it expecting repayment? Let's split the money. Since you don't want to divide it equally, here's what we'll do, each of you gets 3 million, and the rest is mine. At this, the three hesitated to refuse, but seeing Lin Yu's firm stance, they had no choice but to accept. Watching the 15,500,000 yuan hit his account, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Money really is a wonderful thing. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. All 4 were exhilarated that night, reveling in the fun. Exhausted from their revelry, they returned to their dorm to rest, sleeping soundly until they woke naturally. The moment Lin Yu opened his eyes, he saw 2 missed calls from Li Shuisheng. Lin Yu called him back and asked, long time no see, Shuisheng. What brings you calling so early? On the other end, Li Shuisheng said, Brother Lin, remember that business partnership we discussed earlier? Oh yeah. I was just about to talk to you about that. The two arranged to meet in person. Lin Yu had been pondering one thing since last night: the prospects for the martial arts system were incredibly promising. Unfortunately, progress had been slow due to the limitations of the existing techniques. If he could create a cultivation technique that was both incredibly simple to learn and immensely powerful, wouldn't it sell like crazy? After much contemplation, Lin Yu had actually devised such a cultivation technique. Before he could share it with Li Shuixing took the initiative to ask. They arranged to meet at one of the Li family's experimental sites. Lin Yu got straight to the point, laying out his ideas for martial arts cultivation techniques. Li Shuixing listened, his brow furrowing deeply. "Brother Lin," he said, "I know you're a genius at creating skills, but crafting cultivation techniques is an entirely different matter. It's incredibly difficult." The concerns Li Shuixing voiced were precisely what Lin Yu had already learned from Wei Sitsuan yesterday. He replied directly, "I know. I've already figured out what kind of martial art I want to design." "What?" Li Shuixing gasped. "Brother Lin, you can actually write martial arts manuals?" Lin Yu nodded confidently. "I can write it out right now." Li Shuixing doubted his own ears. After all, creating a cultivation technique required first systematically studying the specialized course on beast-taming techniques, then researching numerous existing beast-taming manuals for reference, making it an incredibly difficult endeavor. Yet for Lin Yu, creating a cultivation technique seemed as simple as signing his name. "Do you have any skill demonstration diagrams here?" Lin Yu inquired. Li Shuixing grew increasingly doubtful about Lin Yu's ability to write cultivation techniques. Others' techniques were essentially operational blueprints, leaving the beast tamers to figure them out on their own. Yet Lin Yu insisted on using skill demonstration diagrams for his creation. Could martial arts techniques really be learned instantly, just like regular skills? Half convinced, Li Shuixing fetched a skill demonstration diagram for Lin Yu. Lin Yu took it and immediately began scribbling and sketching on it. Lin Yu was usually very fast at creating skills, able to craft one in about 10 minutes. But designing a cultivation technique was another story. Not only were cultivation techniques inherently complex, but Lin Yu also had to ensure every beast tamer could understand it. This drastically increased the difficulty. It took him a full 40 minutes before he finally stood up and stretched. "Brother Lin, you're done already?" Li Shuixing asked incredulously. Lin Yu casually tossed the pen aside. "Finished?" Li Shuixing glanced at the diagram. He couldn't decipher the circulation routes, but noticed 4 large characters written beside it: Mystic Heaven Treasure Record. Chapter 78, Establishing the Company, Preparing for the Martial Arts Tournament. "Brother Lin, is this really a cultivation technique?" Li Shuixing inquired. Lin Yu didn't answer directly. Instead, he summoned the electrocution beast from his beast control space. The moment the beast's claws touched the blueprint, the entire sheet dissolved into a stream of light and vanished into its body. This can't be possible. Other cultivation methods require arduous beast taming practice and deep contemplation. How come yours works like a skill? Just touch it and it's yours. Li Shuixing's mind buzzed with disbelief as he stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. This is merely the most basic level. Lin Yu then summoned several testers who used specialized tools to examine the electrocution beast. The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record could indeed absorb primordial energy and circulate it within its body. This truly was a cultivation technique. Lin Yu continued, "Moreover, this cultivation technique absorbs spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, roughly equivalent to an S-rank cultivation technique." At these words, Li Shuixing's heart trembled with shock. After all, cultivation techniques were different from skills; they were extremely rare. S-rank cultivation techniques numbered no more than 10. Furthermore, this cultivation technique comes with 4 martial arts techniques. What? Li Shuixing, whose heart had barely settled from the first shock, was struck dumb once more. 4 martial arts techniques. How had Lin Yu managed this? The essence of this cultivation technique drew inspiration from Tang San's Xin Tiangong. While crafting it, Lin Yu decided to incorporate Tang San's other 4 supreme arts as well. Seeing Li Shuixing's wide-eyed, unworldly expression, Lin Yu decided to let the electrocution beast demonstrate directly. The lightning beast, in its physical form, approached an alloy pillar and activated the Mystic Heaven Record. Yuan Qi surged through its body. As the energy surged into its right paw, the paw became translucent and crystalline, resembling fine jade. This is the first technique, Mystic Jade Hand. With a crisp crack, the electric beast's jade claw sliced the alloy test post clean in half like cutting tofu. Holy, this. Li Shuixing sucked in a sharp breath. That alloy post was designed to withstand Class S skill attacks. Yet now, it couldn't even withstand a single strike from Electrocution Beast. But just then, the electric beast's eyes suddenly glowed purple. It lifted its head toward the ceiling, its gaze piercing through layer upon layer of specialized building materials. It could even clearly see the number of beasts guarding other houses. Purple extreme demon eyes. This is essentially a psychic type skill. It can dispel illusions and conduct reconnaissance. Lin Yu explained to Li Shuixing. Li Shuixing watched the scene unfold before him, his mouth agape as his previous understanding was completely overturned. Before he could recover from his shock, the electabuzz flickered. 7 or 8 afterimages suddenly appeared in the training ground. These shadows intertwined and dispersed, making it impossible to distinguish the real body from the illusions. This is the Ghost Shadow Tracker step. Its effects are even more potent when combined with the purple Extreme Demon Eye. Li Shuixing was utterly speechless, staring in disbelief at the spectacle. He knew Lin Yu's skill designs were extraordinary, but he never imagined they could reach such heights. As the demonstration concluded, only one skill remained. When the electrocution beast pressed its claws into the air, 2 sandbags in the corner of the training ground suddenly soared through the air. As if guided by an invisible hand, they traced perfect arcs before landing steadily on the testing platform. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, retrieving objects from afar, these are merely foundational applications, Lin Yu stated, turning to the dumbfounded Li Shuixing. Now do you believe this is genuine martial arts? Li Shuixing snapped out of his daze, gripping Lin Yu's hand excitedly. Brother Lin. This isn't just some technique, it's clearly a compilation of several S-tier martial arts manuals. I'm registering a company right now. Brother Lin, you take 6, I'll take 4, no, you take 7, I'll take 3, it's fine. This Mystic Heaven treasure record will absolutely revolutionize the entire cultivation technique market. Re-register the company? Lin Yu looked puzzled. Why not just use your Li group? A hint of melancholy flickered in Li Shuixing's eyes. My father still favors my younger brother. The Li group will eventually be his. Why should I work myself to the bone for someone else's company? To be perfectly honest, Brother Lin, the reason I approached you for this business is precisely to start something new. Now Lin Yu understood completely. Li Shuixing couldn't wait to add, Brother Lin, let's get started right away. Lin Yu stopped him. That alone won't be enough. We need to ramp up our marketing. That way, more people will buy. How should we promote it? Li Shuixing asked. How about I get some celebrities to endorse us? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, that's nowhere near enough. We need to create momentum. We need to get every martial beast tamer in the martial arts world to notice us. Only then can we grow big. I plan to enter Shaodian in the National Beastmaster Martial Arts Tournament. Li Shuixing's eyes lit up. Brilliant! That tournament only allows martial beast tamers to compete. No skills allowed, victory is decided purely by martial prowess. It's the most prestigious event for martial beast tamers. It's practically tailor-made for our Xintian Baluo. We could even monopolize the entire market. Become the undisputed leader. Then companies like Li's, Xixing, and Tingcheng will trample them all underfoot. The companies Li Shuixing mentioned were all current leaders in the beast-taming arts industry. Tingcheng, with its long history and vast collection of superior beast-taming techniques, remains the strongest. Next is Xixing, though a relatively new company that rose in recent years, it prioritizes talent and has grown rapidly, showing signs of overtaking Tingcheng. Finally, there was Li's. Years ago, Li's had set its sights on the lucrative beast-taming techniques market, investing heavily to enter the field. After years of development, it had finally secured a firm foothold as the third-ranked player. Brother Lin, what should we name our company? After finalizing the promotional strategy, Li Shuixing turned to the matter of the company name. This stumped Lin Yu, who wasn't particularly skilled at naming things. After pondering for a moment, Li Shuixing suggested, how about Yuxing Company? It combines the last character of your name and the last character of mine. Sounds good. After discussing a few more details with Li Shuixing, Lin Yu bid him farewell and headed back to school. Since he'd decided to enter the martial arts tournament, he needed to prepare thoroughly. The immediate priority was boosting the electric beast's strength. If it couldn't hold its own in the competition, it would be embarrassing, not only failing to achieve the desired publicity effect but also making a fool of himself. This martial arts tournament was different from the skills competition. Lin Yu couldn't design techniques based on opponents' weaknesses. He had to pre-program combat skills into the electric beast, leaving the rest up to the creature itself. Lin Yu planned to keep the electric beast practicing the 8-9 mystic art. After all, this thing absorbed energy fast. Faster than even S-rank cultivation techniques. Remember, the highest tier for beast taming techniques is S-rank. The 8-9 mystic art absorbs even faster than S-rank techniques. In a sense, it's the first SS-rank beast taming technique. Therefore, he would first have the electrocution beast cultivate the 8-9 mystic art to bolster its strength. Then, during the competition, he would use the Xiantian skill to make a name for himself. But the 8-9 mystic art consumes an enormous amount of spirit stones. He could only purchase them from the school's teachers. What? You want 500,000 spirit stones for this measly amount? Why don't you just rob me? You think I won't smash this place to pieces? Chapter 79, The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record and the Thunderbolt Heart Sutra. With no other choice, Lin Yu reluctantly paid up. Lin Yu estimated that the spirit energy stones he bought would only last the electric beast about 2 hours of cultivation. What a ripoff! Lin Yu's heart ached. I really need to start that company with Shuixing. Otherwise, my 10 million won't last long, not even enough for Xiaodian's training. The 8-9 mystic art was brutally efficient. While other cultivation techniques absorbed essence slowly, this art practically plundered it. But the electric beast's growth was immense. Lin Yu tested all its base stats. The progress was staggering. Over the next few days, Li Shuisheng ran around tirelessly, and finally, the Yuxing company was established. The Beastmaster martial arts tournament was fast approaching, and Lin Yu was ready to make his move. After these days of cultivation, the shock beast's abilities had reached a formidable level. Lin Yu knew he had to win this tournament's championship. Only then would he gain maximum attention. Lin Yu even set up a dedicated short video account for himself. Before the tournament began, Lin Yu and Li Shuisheng went to register. Unlike the skill competitions held by Tianhua Academy, the Beastmaster martial arts tournament was open to all. Consequently, the contestants gathered here were a veritable gathering of hidden talents and prodigies. The venue was the largest stadium in the capital. The registration staff glanced at Lin Yu and Li Shuisheng and asked, "Two people?" Lin Yu replied, "I'm competing alone." "What's your beast?" the staff member inquired. Lin Yu answered, "An electrocution beast." The staff member looked utterly dumbfounded, glancing at Lin Yu as if he were an idiot before snapping, "Bro, this is a martial arts tournament. Only martial-type beasts are allowed to participate." Lin Yu offered no further explanation. He released the electrocution beast from his beast space and commanded, "Xiao Dian, enter the mortal form." The registration staff rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they must have seen wrong. Lin Yu stated, "My electric beast will compete in this form." Sure. The staff member continued, "What cultivation technique does your beast practice?" "The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record," Lin Yu replied. The staff member furrowed his brow. "What kind of cultivation technique is that? I've never heard of it before." "I created it myself," Lin Yu stated calmly. The staff member conducted the required checks on the electrocution beast's cultivation technique. It was indeed an unrecognized method, so they registered Lin Yu accordingly. "And what martial arts techniques has your beast mastery learned?" "None." The staff member sighed helplessly. "Then why are you competing? To get beaten up? To be a punching bag? What? Can't you compete without martial arts skills?" Li Shuisheng interjected from the side. He found the staff member truly annoying. "Just register the entry. Why all the questions and nitpicking?" The staff member completed Lin Yu's registration. After finishing the process, he said to Lin Yu, "Good luck." With the registration complete, Li Shuisheng still voiced his concern. "Brother Lin, why don't you teach the electrocution beast a few martial arts moves? What if the Xiantian Balua's innate abilities aren't enough?" Lin Yu reassured him, "Don't worry. We've got this in the bag." As the competition approached, Lin Yu specifically requested time off from Chu Yan. Upon hearing that Lin Yu intended to participate in the Beastmaster martial arts tournament, Chu Yan was startled. Had this kid's electrocution beast actually cultivated martial arts techniques? Then he recalled Lin Yu's electric beast could shift forms, and his mind eased. He approved a short extended leave for Lin Yu. As he left, Chu Yan patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said, "Do your best. Don't disgrace Tianhua." "Don't worry, master." Chu Yan believed Lin Yu was already exceptionally strong, and there was little left for him to teach. Geniuses like Lin Yu should be given free rein to pursue their own paths. Such freedom often yielded unexpected rewards. For this competition, Lin Yu also assigned Li Shuisheng a task to live stream on short video platforms using his own account to attract followers. While Lin Yu was renowned as a prodigy in the college entrance exams and creative skills competitions, he was a complete rookie in this martial arts tournament. On the day of the competition, the matches were held in a round-robin format. Beast tamers faced off in pairs, advancing through successive elimination rounds. The battles continued until only 2 beast tamers remained for the final showdown. Lin Yu's first round opponent was a beast rider who had reached the quarterfinals in the previous martial arts tournament. This beast rider's beast was named Demon King. In appearance, it resembled a muscular gorilla. Before the tournament, both sides could even view each other's profiles, which detailed the beast's cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Lin Yu saw from the records that this Demon King Kong cultivated a technique called the Thunderbolt Heart Sutra, and its martial arts skills included techniques like the Raging Tide Force and the Wind and Thunder Fist. Zhang Hai, the Demon King's master, stared blankly at Lin Yu's profile for several moments. An electric beast as a beast companion? Can that little thing even cultivate martial arts? Its cultivation technique is the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record? How come I've never heard of it? And no martial arts techniques listed? Is this thing here just to get beaten up? Before the fight even began, the mere contents of the file had left Zhang Hai utterly dumbfounded. The match commenced as both contestants entered the arena. To Zhang Hai's astonishment, an electrocution beast hopped onto the stage. "Wait, what? Is this a mistake? That little thing can't cultivate techniques, right?" Zhang Hai protested to the referee. The referee shot Lin Yu a helpless glance. Lin Yu quickly commanded the electrocution beast, "Enter the mortal form." Zhang Hai watched in disbelief as the tiny electabuzz transformed into a beast taller than an average person. When did Electabuzz gain the ability to switch forms? Zhang Hai scratched his head. Li Shuisheng had already set up his phone and started the livestream. The livestream was titled Martial Arts Tournament, Electrocution Beast vs Demon King Kong. The effect was surprisingly good, instantly drawing a flood of viewers. That tiny little Electro Beast is entering the martial arts tournament? Doesn't it fear getting crushed underfoot? Someone commented in the chat. When the Electro Beast shifted forms, the entire livestream audience was stunned. Some viewers who followed college entrance exam news recognized Lin Yu. Isn't that Lin Yu, the one who broke the college entrance exam record? Yes. That's him. I remember it vividly. The beast he used during the exam was a shape-shifting electrocution beast. Lin Yu's opponent, Zhang Hai, was also quite famous after all. He was a quarter-finalist in last year's martial arts tournament. A portion of the viewers tuning into the livestream were specifically here to see Zhang Hai, and the chat exploded with comments. Zhang Hai's Demon King looks even more powerful this year. He's definitely making the top 4. Of course. His beast-taming cultivation technique is the Thunderbolt Heart Sutra, an A-grade skill. It's famously powerful, growing stronger with each practice. Look! What cultivation technique is that electrocution beast practicing? I've never heard of it. Chapter 80, is it you, kid? The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record? I've never heard of that among a rank or S-rank beast-taming techniques. Could it be some low-tier technique? A netizen typed in the comments. It can't be something he made up himself, right? The commenters were all outsiders, clueless about cultivation techniques. But as a martial beast tamer with years of experience in martial arts tournaments, Zhang Hai had most techniques memorized. For the rest, even if he couldn't recall the exact names, he generally had a vague impression. This Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, however, was completely unfamiliar to him. Looks like it's 80% self-created, Zhang Hai thought to himself. He didn't dwell on it, though. Creating original techniques was extremely difficult. Most people who attempted to create beast-taming techniques could only come up with low-level ones. Those A-rank and S-rank beast-taming techniques weren't created overnight. They were refined over generations through continuous improvement. Even Wei Sikhun, the grandmaster of beast-taming techniques, had only developed 5 manuals in his lifetime. The most powerful among them was merely B-grade, bordering on a grade, and it took years of refinement to finally reach a grade status. Therefore, Zhang Hai reasoned that if Lin Yu was indeed using a self-created technique, he had nothing to fear. Its rank couldn't possibly be very high. Moreover, Lin Yu's electric beast possessed no combat skills whatsoever. Without combat skills, it could only take hits. This realization brought a surge of excitement to Zhang Hai. After all, if he advanced past this match, he'd face another opponent. The weaker the opponent, the more energy he could conserve for the next round. This time, I will make it to the top 4. Zhang Hai vowed silently. The referee, seeing both combatants ready, declared the match open. Zhang Hai's strategy this time was simple: finish it quickly. He would swiftly eliminate this shape-shifting electroshock beast to conserve as much energy as possible. Zhang Hai instructed his Magic King, hold off on using martial arts techniques. Defeat him purely with physical strength. Mo Jinguang channeled the Thunderbolt Heart Sutra, lightning crackling around his body. Years of cultivation had honed this beast's abilities to peak strength. He swiftly closed the distance to the electrocution beast, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant. These punches were strategically placed, sealing off the electric beast's escape routes. Zhang Hai felt a surge of satisfaction. This punch packs 20 years of cultivation power. Let's see how you dodge this. The live chat flooded with comments. Lin Yu is a genius. I saw his college entrance exam video. He can create skills on the fly. But beast riding martial arts is different. You can't rely on skills here. It demands time-honed techniques and martial arts skills. You can't master it overnight. People should know their limits. Why not just stick to what you're good at? Why come to a martial arts tournament? Looks like Lin Yu's about to make a fool of himself this time. But to everyone's astonishment, the electric beast dodged every single punch thrown by the Demon King, using an incredibly twisted and bizarre evasion technique. Zhang Hai refused to believe it, ordering the Demon King to throw several more punches. Yet without exception, every single one was dodged. How is this possible? Zhang Hai's expression shifted slightly. This electrocution beast was proving far more troublesome than he'd anticipated. Looks like we have no choice but to use martial arts techniques. Demon King Kong. Use the Thunderbolt Pong. This technique wasn't documented in the materials Lin Yu had reviewed, as it was an innate skill of the Demon King's Thunderbolt Heart Sutra. Many high-tier martial arts techniques came with 1 or 2 such skills. Empowered by this technique, the Demon King seemed to sprout multiple additional arms, unleashing a hail of thunder-infused palms like a torrential downpour. The electrocution beast remained unflappable, evading the barrage with its ghostly agility. Impossible! Zhang Hai shouted. How could it dodge that? Even more astonishingly, the electric beast's palm suddenly turned as white as jade, radiating a chill as it struck out. It sent the Demon King flying. Eliminated. Victory! Electro Beast wins this match, the referee announced. I refuse to accept this. Zhang Hai roared. That identity, and that hand just now. It must be some kind of martial art or skill. He's cheating. The comments section exploded with reactions. The top student in the college entrance exam actually cheated. Those moves don't look like skills, they're martial arts techniques. Probably didn't list them on the entry form. The Beastmaster Martial Arts Tournament had a long-standing rule: participants must declare their cultivation techniques and martial arts before the competition. However, if a martial art was inherent to a cultivation technique, it didn't need to be listed. This had been the rule for every tournament since its inception. The referee noticed the peculiarity of this electric beast and addressed Lin Yu. Contestant, please explain. This was precisely the effect Lin Yu had been aiming for. Now he could properly introduce the Mystic Heaven treasure record to the live stream audience. My electrocution beast just used a martial skill, Lin Yu stated. Zhang Hai roared, I knew it. You're hiding martial arts techniques. The live chat exploded once more. Who knew the top student in the college entrance exams would turn out like this? How shameless, concealing martial arts techniques. Now I'm even wondering if he cheated on his college entrance exams. Lin Yu calmly explained, but I haven't hidden any martial arts techniques. The technique my electrocution beast just used is inherent to this cultivation method. Impossible. Zhang Hai retorted. This technique must be self-created. Any technique that comes with built-in martial arts is at least a grade. Are you saying your self-created technique is a grade? Lin Yu had pondered the true rank of this cultivation technique himself. With 4 built-in martial arts techniques and cultivation speed rivaling S-rank methods, calling it SS-rank wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders. You can bring in experts to appraise it. This cultivation technique is my own creation. Ask whatever you want. The referee summoned several scholars specializing in beast-taming techniques. They scrutinized the Mystic Heaven treasure record. They even employed specialized testing equipment to analyze the electrical beast technique's operational mechanisms. Ultimately, they concluded it was indeed a legitimate beast-taming cultivation method. The scholars wiped the sweat from their brows, momentarily at a loss. They decided to seek out even more specialized experts for verification. The martial arts tournament held great significance for martial beast tamers, drawing keen attention from masters in this field. Word spread that someone had created a new technique, complete with martial arts skills, and one by one, their eyes gleaming, they rushed over. Among this group of masters, Lin Yu also spotted Wei Xicheng. Of course, Wei Xicheng also spotted Lin Yu, his expression brightening. It's you, kid. You're here for the martial arts tournament too? Excellent. An energetic-looking elder beside Wei Xicheng inquired with keen interest. Old Wei, you know this young man? Wei Xicheng smiled upon hearing this. Haven't you been looking for him? Well, here he is. Chapter 81, A Living Person. Wei Xicheng said, remember the 8-9 mystic arts I showed you? He wrote it. It's you. The old man's eyes burned as he stared at Lin Yu, like a hunter sizing up its prey. And so young. That gaze made Lin Yu's heart race. What kind of look is that? Is that even right? Wei Xicheng introduced. Come, let me introduce you. This is Professor Su Shicheng from the Martial Arts Research Institute of the Imperial Beast Academy in the capital. He's a titan in the field of martial arts research. Lin Yu immediately recognized this as mutual professional flattery. Both men were long-established, renowned authorities in their fields. Zhang Hai's gaze toward the two elders now held a hint of fervor. Who among martial beast tamers didn't know their names? Who wouldn't want to meet these two giants? And here they were, in the flesh. But judging by the current situation, Master Wei Xicheng seemed to know Lin Yu? What was going on? Zhang Hai scratched his head in confusion. The moment these two figures appeared in the livestream, the entire chat exploded. It's Elder Wei and Elder Su. Just who is this Lin Yu? Most viewers tuning in were martial arts tournament fans, so they naturally recognized Masters Wei and Su and understood their stature. The old man's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu as ever. Good lad, I've studied the 8-9 mystic arts for a long time. I've never seen such a powerful technique. I happen to have many questions for you. Wei Xicheng immediately stepped in front of Su Shicheng, saying, Old Su, calm down first. He then took Lin Yu's competition materials, glanced through them, and asked, the Mystic Heaven treasure record? Is this a new cultivation technique you've created? Lin Yu nodded. That's correct. This is the technique I'll be using in the competition. Another one? The two elders looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Most practitioners struggle their entire lives to create even one martial art technique, yet Lin Yu had composed 2 in less than a month. The 8-9 mystic arts was already an extremely powerful technique. I wonder how this Mystic Heaven treasure record compares. Wei Xicheng pondered inwardly. After thorough examination, Wei Xicheng and Su Shicheng discovered this cultivation technique's advancement speed could reach S tier. Wei Xicheng felt a hint of disappointment. He had expected Lin Yu to create another technique that could directly plunder essence energy, like the 8-9 mystic art. The The judge cautiously approached and inquired, Elder Wei, Elder Su, do you too believe this cultivation technique could reach a grade? Grade A? Su Shicheng shot the referee a look that shifted between anger and disbelief before retorting, this technique is at least S grade. The judge's mind buzzed at the words. Zhang Hai wondered if he'd gotten too excited today and misheard. What did he mean by starting at S class? Did that mean this technique might even surpass S grade? At that moment, Wei Xiqing and Su Shicheng couldn't care less about anyone else. They turned to Lin Yu and demanded, I heard this technique also comes with martial arts skills? Show us. Lin Yu countered, which one do you want to see? What do you mean, which one? Su Shicheng was thoroughly confused. Because this cultivation technique comes with 4 martial arts techniques, Lin Yu replied. 4? Wei Xiqing's eyes widened. You're not joking, are you? Up until now, the cultivation technique with the most martial arts techniques is the Dragon Spirit Mind Reflection Art, which comes with 3. Yours has 4? Quick, show us. Su Shicheng exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu glanced around and shrugged his shoulders. The 2 elders immediately understood he was just avoiding the crowd. But they were right. These 4 skills were Lin Yu's trump cards. They would be crucial in future competitions, and revealing them prematurely could leave him vulnerable to targeted attacks later on. Then come with us. With that, Wei Xiqing and Su Shicheng led Lin Yu away from the competition site. Everyone present was stunned into silence. 4 skills. That's terrifying. Zhang Hai stood frozen in place, counting on his fingers. Lin Yu had likely used fewer than 3 martial arts techniques against him just now. This time, Zhang Hai conceded defeat wholeheartedly. He hadn't lost because of strength, he'd lost because of talent. Lin Yu wasn't just gifted anymore. He was a prodigy, a genius. He'd been aiming for the semi-finals this time, but got knocked out in the first round. Bad luck. The referee formally declared Lin Yu the victor. With the endorsement of Elder Wei and Elder Su, no one dared to raise any objections now. Everyone was intensely debating Lin Yu's identity. After Lin Yu and Wei Xiqing left, Li Shuweixing shut down the livestream. But just moments earlier, when Wei Xiqing and Su Shicheng appeared on camera, the viewership had surged to over 30,000. After the broadcast ended, many viewers subscribed to Lin Yu's short video account. Lin Yu's follower count surged past 10,000 overnight. It made Li Shuweixing green with envy. Without posting a single video, just one livestream had garnered over 10,000 followers. Everything was unfolding exactly as Lin Yu had planned. Li Shuweixing could almost envision the day when Yuxing Corporation would crush the 3 major martial arts companies. Meanwhile, Lin Yu demonstrated the 4 skills of the Mystic Heaven Treasure record to the 2 masters. The 2 elders watched in awe. If the 8-9 mystic arts relied on overwhelming numerical superiority, then the Mystic Heaven Treasure record depended on its adaptability and versatility. These 4 innate martial arts techniques are incredibly versatile. Su Shicheng praised. With the Mystic Heaven Treasure record, you could easily secure a top 2 finish in this martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Lin Yu retorted, why only the top 2? Wei Xiqing shot Lin Yu a disapproving look. You think top 2 is low? Do you really believe the Mystic Heaven Treasure record makes you invincible? That's not how it works. Martial beast tamers need deep cultivation. These martial beast tamers might not be as gifted as you. But their years of relentless training, countless battles, accumulated depth, and rich experience, none of that can be matched by your current self. Wei Xiqing cautioned. Su Shicheng chimed in, young Lin, remember this, the greatest pitfall for youth is overreaching. Your top 2 finish is already outstanding. You're still young, you have all the time in the world to build your foundation and accumulate experience. The future belongs to you. But not now. You can't rush success. Lin Yu pondered inwardly, the logic holds true, but my goal in competing is to secure first place for Xiantian Balua's listing and attract followers. I'm determined to claim that top spot. But judging by what Elder Wei and Elder Su said, there are formidable opponents in this martial arts tournament. Oh well, I'll just take it one step at a time. Isn't that how I've always navigated my path? Besides, no matter how strong they are, can they possibly surpass my system? Chapter 82, Double Young Fire Bath Technique. The first round of the martial arts tournament concluded swiftly. Winners advanced, losers were eliminated, most contestants were weeded out. Lin Yu soon received the details of his second round opponent. His second round opponent was named Tian Wenjing, whose beast companion was the martial god. This humanoid beast possessed slender limbs. What alarmed Lin Yu most was that this beast's cultivation technique was S-rank. It was called the Chongyang Fire Bath Technique. This ancient technique had been refined by generations of masters until it reached S-rank status. Not only that, but this martial god also possessed numerous martial arts techniques. Like Lin Yu, this contestant was also participating in the martial arts tournament for the first time, yet her strength was not to be underestimated. Li Shuweixing voiced his concern, Brother Lin, how about equipping the electrocution beast with a couple of martial arts techniques? Better safe than sorry. Lin Yu remained as confident as ever. Relax. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, Lin Yu scrolled through his phone. His follower count kept climbing, and his private messages were nearly overflowing. Many were eager to purchase his Xiantian Balu. Several wealthy patrons had even offered astronomical sums. But Lin Yu remained unmoved. He held his phone up for Li Shuixing to see. Our marketing strategy is a huge success. Look at all these people now. Once I win first place in the martial arts tournament, we'll release the Xiantian Balu. Thanks to Lin Yu's performance over the past 2 days and his appearance on a trending topic, the stands were packed when he arrived for the second round of competition. The early elimination rounds of martial arts tournaments usually drew little attention. Yesterday's match between Lin Yu and Zhang Hai had only a handful of spectators, all there for Zhang Hai. Today, however, the crowd was entirely composed of those eager to witness the Xiantian Balu in action. Lin Yu also met his opponent for this match, a muscular man with a scar across his face. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he declared to Lin Yu, I've long heard of the power of your Xiantian Balu. Today, give it your all, let me witness the true might of the Xiantian Balu. Lin Yu sensed this man was a martial arts fanatic. Not someone to be taken lightly. Li Shuixing had already set up his phone, ready to start the livestream. The moment the stream went live, a flood of viewers poured in. Simultaneously, Tian Wenjing released her Beastmaster martial god from the Beastmaster realm, while Lin Yu unleashed his Electrocution Beast. Before the match even began, the two beasts stood locked in a tense standoff. At the referee's command, the martial god struck first, unleashing its technique, the Raging Tide Force. When this skill was activated, the martial energy within surged like unending waves, layering upon itself and growing stronger with every clash. Lin Yu stuck to his old strategy, evading relentlessly with Ghost Shadow Tracker. The martial god couldn't even touch the Electrocution Beast. Instead, the Electrocution Beast suddenly darted beside the martial god beast, delivering a strike. This was utterly infuriating. Seeing the stalemate persist, Tian Wenjing lost patience. Martial God, channel the full power of the Chongyang bathing in fire technique. This S-rank technique earned its rating for a reason: its power was undeniable. As the martial god channeled his full power, his body temperature surged rapidly, transforming him into a blazing figure. Let's see how you get close this time. But then, the Electro Beast's palms turned jade-colored. Then it struck out with a palm. The Electric Beast remained completely unharmed by the intense heat. This was one of the supreme techniques from the Mystic Heaven Treasure record, the Mystic Jade Hand. Only then did a flicker of panic appear on Tian Wenjing's face. He realized Lin Yu was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet the Thunder Beast couldn't easily defeat the martial god either. This martial god mastered far too many martial arts techniques. After a prolonged, fierce battle, the martial god grew desperate, unleashing a chaotic barrage of techniques. Lin Yu also sensed that prolonging the fight was unwise. He called out, Xiao Dian. Close in on it. The Electrocution Beast unleashed Ghost Shadow Traverse, leaving only a few afterimages as it swiftly closed in on the martial god. Lin Yu shouted again, use Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Mystic Heaven Treasure record contained 4 skills: Mystic Jade Hand, Phantom Shadow Tracker, Crane Control Dragon Capture, and Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Electrocution Beast's eyes transformed into a deep purple. The martial god, momentarily distracted, locked gazes with it. Instantly, he felt his mind and soul grow hazy, followed by a sudden tremor. Oh no! Tian Wenjing cried out. It's a psychic attack. The livestream exploded with reactions. Holy crap, the Xiantian skill actually comes with a mental combat technique. This is insane. The martial arts techniques included with the Xiantian skill are way too comprehensive. The beast tamer is insane, but the master is even more insane. This isn't just an Electrocution Beast anymore. It must be noted that psychic martial arts techniques are extremely rare. There are only a handful of existing psychic martial arts manuals. The martial god, reeling from the psychic assault, felt as if his very soul was being torn apart. The Electro Beast stepped forward and with a single, light palm strike sent him flying off the stage. The martial god was knocked out of bounds. The Electric Beast claimed victory. Tian Wenjing, tears welling in her eyes, rushed to the martial god's side to check its condition. Ever since awakening her beast-taming abilities, Tian Wenjing had resolutely embarked on the path of martial arts, aspiring to become a master of martial beast-taming one day. He trained the martial god relentlessly day and night. Just when he felt they were finally ready, he brought the martial god to compete in the martial arts tournament. Unexpectedly, they lost in the second round. Defeated by a college student who had only stepped onto the martial path a few days prior. Was this the gap between natural talents? At that moment, Lin Yu's match concluded, and Li Shuixing ended the livestream. In just that brief span, Lin Yu's fan count had surged past 40,000. Approaching 50,000. Thanks to the Xiantian Balu's innate mental martial arts techniques, Lin Yu was trending hot on the search charts once again. Flipping through his phone, Wei Xiqing remarked to Su Shicheng, not long ago, this kid broke the college entrance exam record and became a sensation. Who'd have thought he'd now be making waves in the martial arts world too? This kid might just surpass us all very soon. Su Shicheng chuckled, the new generation always pushes the old aside. We'll inevitably be surpassed by those who come after us. As long as these young talents are truly exceptional, what's wrong with us old fools stepping aside? Old Su certainly took it in stride. After the match concluded, Lin Yu and Li Shuisheng resumed discussing company matters. Li Shuisheng said, Brother Lin, I've already recruited a team of professionals to help us create the cultivation technique diagrams. No. Lin Yu shook his head. Our cultivation techniques don't require diagrams. Li Shuisheng frowned in confusion. Brother Lin, if we don't record the techniques on diagrams, how will we sell them? Lin Yu explained, we'll use skill demonstration diagrams, just like the one I used when teaching Xiaodian. This has an advantage, buyers can quickly master the Mystic Heaven treasure record. This makes our techniques easier to learn, giving us an edge over the other 3 companies. Li Shuisheng frowned. But Brother Lin, recording cultivation techniques on skill demonstration diagrams, most people can't do that. At this remark, Lin Yu also fell silent. Was the entrepreneurial path about to come to an abrupt end? Chapter 83, Martial Arts should not be unattainable. Brother Lin, you're a genius at this, you can pull it off effortlessly. But others can't. Li Shuisheng looked troubled. Not everyone was Lin Yu. What came effortlessly to him was as difficult as climbing to the heavens for others. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Go recruit as many professionals with crafting skills as you can. I'll personally teach them how to make it. Trust me, I'll get them up to speed. His words carried such conviction that Li Shuisheng felt reassured. He trusted Lin Yu ever since they met. Lin Yu had always delivered on his promises, proving himself utterly reliable. If Lin Yu said it, he must have a way. Li Shuisheng trusted Lin Yu implicitly, otherwise he wouldn't have partnered with him to start the company. But soon, another worry crossed Li Shuisheng's mind. Brother Lin, skill blueprints are much more expensive than cultivation technique blueprints. If we use skill demonstration blueprints, the cost might be a bit high. Cost was indeed a major issue. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before asking, how much do you estimate it costs us to produce one cultivation technique diagram? Having grown up in a family of businesspeople, Li Shuisheng was well versed in such matters. He quickly calculated the cost in his head. He reported to Lin Yu, labor costs plus the price of the skill demonstration blueprint bring the total cost per blueprint to about 550,000. Brother Lin, what do you think would be a suitable price point? Lin Yu was also calculating in his mind. Currently, S-grade cultivation techniques on the market sold for around 3 million yuan. Even at that price, they were in short supply, with many S-grade techniques simply not being sold. Grade A cultivation techniques were priced around 1 million yuan. The significant gap with S-grade was primarily due to the extreme rarity of S-grade techniques. In comparison, Grade A techniques were more common. Grade B cultivation techniques were priced around 800,000 yuan. After weighing all this, Lin Yu stated, let's set the price at 900,000. What? Li Shuisheng was stunned by the figure, momentarily doubting his own ears. Brother Lin, you're not joking, right? Lin Yu shook his head. No, we're setting it at 900,000. Li Shuisheng immediately protested, Brother Lin. A-grade techniques sell for 1 million. S-grade ones can even fetch 3 million. Our technique, as both Elder Wei and Elder Su personally stated, qualifies as SS grade. And we're using the beast-taming skill blueprint. Selling it for only 900,000? Are you serious? Yes, I am, Lin Yu replied calmly. He then analyzed the situation for Li Shuisheng. I believe our most urgent task right now is to find a way to defeat our competitors. Think about it, if we set the price too high, say over 1 million, how many people would actually buy it? And how many could even afford it? But at 900,000, many people could bite the bullet or work extra hard for a couple more years to afford it. Plus, this price point will help us capture market share. Li Shuisheng was puzzled. How so? Lin Yu continued his explanation. 90,000 is affordable for the vast majority of martial beast tamers. Now, I ask you, if you can buy an SS tier cultivation technique for just 900,000, who would still shell out big bucks for B tier, A tier, or even S tier techniques? This would drastically cut into other cultivation technique companies' sales. Then, our Yuxing company could dominate the market. Moreover, I believe cultivation techniques shouldn't be held aloft on a pedestal. They should serve every martial beast tamer. Lin Yu shot Li Shuisheng a meaningful look. Don't you want to become the leader of the cultivation technique market? The pie Lin Yu painted for Li Shuisheng was large and round, causing Li Shuisheng's breathing to quicken unconsciously. And Lin Yu's strategy was actually feasible. The cost was only 550,000 yuan. Setting a low price might mean slightly lower profits, but it would drive volume. As Lin Yu said, once this price was announced, practically every martial beast tamer would buy it. It would be a near monopoly. Lin Yu continued, this would crush other cultivation technique companies, but I could also release other cultivation techniques and martial arts. Really, Brother Lin? Li Shuisheng's eyes lit up, already envisioning a bright future. He could practically picture the expressions on his biased father and arrogant younger brother's faces after he crushed them. Gritting his teeth, Li Shuweixing immediately agreed, "Alright. Brother Lin. We'll do it your way." As Li Shuweixing left, his head was still buzzing. Lin Yu's move this time would undoubtedly shake the entire martial arts world to its core. Once all martial beast tamers learned the price of this technique, the expressions on their faces would surely be priceless. Li Shuweixing was already looking forward to that day. After a busy day, Lin Yu returned to his dorm to rest. The martial arts tournament had already sent over information on tomorrow's opponents, which he opened to review. Su Yuan was in the dorm after class. Spotting Lin Yu return, he immediately approached. "Lin, you're amazing. I've been watching your matches live these past 2 days, they were incredible." Su Yuan exclaimed. "Too bad I still have classes and can't make it to the venue. I've only been catching the live streams during lectures. But tomorrow's the weekend, I'll go with you to the competition. What do you say?" In truth, Su Yuan wasn't the only one eager to attend. Just moments ago, Chen Yuxi and Tang Haoyan had also messaged him, saying they wanted to come along. Lin Yu was frowning deeply. Su Yuan leaned in and asked, "What's wrong, Lin?" Lin Yu handed his phone to Su Yuan. "See for yourself. Tomorrow's opponent is going to be tough." The opponents these past few days had grown increasingly formidable. Lin Yu even began to wonder if the martial arts tournament organizers were targeting him. On the first day, they'd pitted him against last year's quarter-finalist. The second day brought a newcomer whose strength surpassed even Zhang Hai's. And tomorrow's opponent was even more formidable, the runner-up from the previous martial arts tournament. His beast companion was a colossal strength demon spirit. This type of beastmaster was exceptionally tall and naturally possessed immense strength. A single punch from it could knock down most beastmasters. Lin Yu had just reviewed this opponent's match footage. The sheer power displayed made him wonder if his electrocution beast could even withstand a single blow. After reviewing the data, Su Yuan shrugged indifferently. "What's there to fear, Brother Lin? You're a genius. Just design a martial technique specifically to counter it." Design a martial technique? Lin Yu pondered. Actually, it could work. For a beastmaster known for brute strength, why not design a skill that amplifies the beast's power? No. Within moments, Lin Yu discarded the idea. That would be too reckless, and besides, no one knew exactly how powerful the opponent's beast was. What kind of skill should he design? After deep contemplation, Lin Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I can use their own force against them, defeat strength with weakness." No sooner said than done, Lin Yu immediately pulled out his design blueprints and began drafting. Chapter 84, A Feather Can Move a Mountain. While Lin Yu worked on his design, Su Yuan watched with keen interest. Su Yuan observed Lin Yu. "Tai Chi? Is that the kind practiced by the elderly folks in the park? Man, Lin's lines are still so elegant and free-spirited. If you think it's ugly, just say so." This Tai Chi routine was the first martial art technique Lin Yu had ever designed, and he approached it with great seriousness. Lin Yu felt that martial arts techniques weren't as complex to design as cultivation methods, but they weren't as simple as regular skills either. It took a full 20 minutes before Lin Yu finally finished designing it. After releasing the electrocution beast from the beast control space to absorb the energy, Lin Yu said to Su Yuan, "Alright, old Su, put on your mech and spar with me to test it out." "Sure thing, Brother Lin." The two left their dorm in the dead of night and headed to the school's combat arena. Fortunately, Tianhua Beastmaster Academy's dormitories had no curfew at night. Upon reaching the combat arena, Su Yuan commanded the 100 Fruits Beast to summon 5 mechs, which fused into the Fruit Origin Celestial Lord. The Electro Beast shifted into its Fanlin form, circulating the Xian Tiangong within its body. Like elderly practitioners in a park, it executed the opening stance of Tai Chi. The Fruit Origin Heavenly Lord didn't use any special skills, relying purely on brute force to attack. After combining, the Fruit Origin Heavenly Lord stood a full 3 meters tall. Compared to it, the Electric Beast looked like a dwarf. Yet even so, when the Fruit Yuan Heavenly Lord swung a punch, Electric Beast activated its Tai Chi. Su Yuan could faintly discern a Tai Chi diagram emerging from its embrace. The Thunder Beast's Tai Chi evaded the punch with a light dodge, then seized the momentum to pull forward, redirecting the force against its opponent. Gui Yuan Tianzuan staggered. Seizing the moment, the Electric Beast struck with a punch that sent the Fruit Yuan Celestial Lord reeling back several steps. Su Yuan was stunned by the power of Tai Chi. He never imagined that the Electrocution Beast could drive back the Fruit Yuan Celestial Lord without using any skills. After all, even the sheer weight of the Celestial Lord Gui Yuan's body was absurd. No matter what moves Gui Yuan Tianzuan unleashed next, the Electrocution Beast effortlessly countered them. "Brother Lin, your martial arts are impressive." Su Yuan couldn't help but praise. Lin Yu, however, felt Gui Yuan Tianzuan's attacks weren't forceful enough. Have Gui Yuan Tianzuan attack with full force, no holding back. Seeing Lin Yu insist, Su Yuan commanded Gui Yuan Tianzuan to unleash its full power. The Electro Beast once again countered with force, this time unleashing an immense power. With a thunderous boom, its palm struck the Fruit Yuan Heavenly Lord, causing the entire mecha to disintegrate on the spot. That's insane, Brother Lin. Su Yuan was utterly stunned. Tomorrow's match is in the bag. Lin Yu declared. Right, I need to update the specs. Due to the martial arts tournament's rules, combat techniques and martial arts must be documented in the profiles, so Lin Yu needed to revise the Electric Beast's profile. Meanwhile, Lu Dali, Lin Yu's opponent for tomorrow, received the notification about the updated Electric Beast profile. Opening it, he saw an additional martial skill listed, Tai Chi. Lu Dali sneered with disdain. What? He picked up a couple moves from the old folks in the park to fight my giant strength demon spirit? Ha! Looks like Lin Yu's scared. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He's been riding high lately, I'll knock some sense into him. Lu Dali always believed brute force trumps skill. Tai Chi? Trying to redirect my power with that? Must have watched too many movies. The next day, Lin Yu arrived at the martial arts tournament venue, only to find the crowd had doubled. Every single person was there for him. Lin Yu also spotted his opponent for the day, Lu Dali. A stocky, muscular man with a hint of defiance in his expression. He glared at Lin Yu and sneered, Kid, I heard you took your little electric beast to the park last night for some training. Learned some Tai Chi, did you? Don't let me down. Li Shuixing opened the livestream. Both online viewers and the live audience noticed the electric beast's profile had changed. Where the martial arts section had once been empty, a new skill now appeared, Tai Chi? Instantly, the chat exploded with comments. Isn't that what old folks do in the park? What? Is this young electric beast already embracing the path of wellness? Could Lin Yu be planning to have Electivire defeat Lu Dali's Giga Gear Golem with Tai Chi? Amidst the buzzing discussions, the match commenced. Zhang Hai's giant strength demon spirit channeled the Mountain Sea subduing demon sutra. This technique continuously amplified the practitioner's strength, ultimately reaching terrifying, earth-shattering power. Combined with the demon spirit's innate immense strength, the technique complemented it perfectly. The synergy between the two created a power that was unmatched. He struck first, delivering a punch toward the electrocution beast. The terrifying force shattered the stage, and the immense shockwave sent the beast flying backward. The sight made Lin Yu gasp in shock. No wonder he was among the top 2 last tournament. With such terrifying power, if he hit Xiao Dian, he could easily cripple him. Fortunately, while the giant strength demon spirit possessed immense power, its speed was somewhat slower. Seizing the moment as the demon spirit retracted its fist, the electric beast activated Ghost Shadow Tracker, swiftly darting behind the demon spirit. There, it relentlessly attacked its vulnerable points with the Mystic Jade Hand technique. Yet the giant strength demon spirit's defenses were formidable. After several strikes, it remained completely unscathed. Not only that, but the giant force demon spirit's second attack followed immediately. As the electric beast seemed unable to evade in time, Lin Yu shouted, Xiao Dian! Use Tai Chi! Spectators in the stands rose to their feet, eager to witness this so-called Tai Chi. Chen Yushi's face was filled with worry, fearing something might happen to the electric beast. Unfazed, the electrocution beast slowly performed the opening stance of Tai Chi, its expression serene, as still as a deep well. Facing the terrifying might of the giant force spirit, Electrowolf continued its Tai Chi practice. Then, a faint Tai Chi symbol appeared in its embrace. The live stream viewers instantly erupted. Holy crap! That's legit Tai Chi! It actually manifested a Tai Chi shadow. How is this different from what my grandma does in the park? I thought Tai Chi was just some fake health exercise. Who knew it was real? I want to learn too. Wonder if non-beast tamers can master it? Within its Tai Chi movements, the electrocution beast caught the giant force demon spirit's fist, smoothly pulling it backward to deflect its immense power. Then the electrocution beast continued its movements, seemingly oblivious to everything around it, its mind as still as water. The giant force demon spirit possessed immense power as a beast tamer and an equally massive temper. Seeing its colossal force completely neutralized, it flew into a rage and unleashed its Wind Thunder Fist technique. The already formidable punch surged with thunderous energy as it crashed down once more. The electrocution beast responded just as before, using Tai Chi principles to first absorb the punch's force, then redirecting that very force into a counterattack. 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds. The next instant, a scene that left everyone utterly speechless unfolded. Chapter 85, The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record must be expensive. The colossal force demon spirit was sent flying backward. Holy crap! Using force against force, 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, it's real. Just that one push and pull sent that massive giant strength demon spirit flying? That's incredible. I gotta learn that. Once I master it, I'm going to stop semi-trucks on the highway. The electric beast's display once again sent the crowd into a frenzy. Who would have thought Tai Chi could be this powerful? Wei Sitsuan's mind buzzed. Lin Yu had already shocked everyone by creating 2 SS-tier martial arts manuals. Who would have thought he could design a combat technique specifically for an enemy in just one day? And this martial art was so ingeniously crafted. When Wei Xiqing saw the new martial art added to the electric beast this morning, he thought it was ridiculous like everyone else. Who didn't he know Tai Chi? But who could have imagined it would be so effective? What is that kid's brain made of? How can he design anything and everything? Wei Xiqing no longer felt like studying the cultivation technique, he wanted to thoroughly examine Lin Yu's brain instead. Lu Dali was equally dumbfounded. Having walked the martial path for years, he'd never feared anyone in a head-on clash. Yet this was the first time he'd been defeated by such a method. Still, he clung to his belief, brute force overcomes all techniques. Forget Tai Chi, my strength just isn't enough. With that, Lu Dali commanded the giant strength demon spirit, use the more powerful earth-shattering fist. I'll see just how much of your force he can deflect. The mountain and sea demon subduing sutra surged through him, making the demon spirit's muscles bulge with even more power. He unleashed the earth-shattering fist once more, reaching new heights. The essence of the earth-shattering fist lay in concentrating immense power into a single punch through a unique technique. When unleashed, it possessed the might to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. If the electric beast couldn't deflect this blow, it would likely be crushed into mincemeat. Yet the shock beast stood immovable, as if Mount Tai itself were collapsing before it. It continued its Tai Chi movements, the illusory form before it growing ever more rounded. Seizing the momentum of the earth-shattering fist, it surged against the force. The earth-shattering force struck the giant force demon spirit squarely in the chest. Visibly, the creature's chest caved in, clearly suffering fractured bones. The giant strength demon spirit rolled off the stage like a rag, blood streaming from its mouth, severely wounded. Giant strength demon ape. Lu Dali rushed off the stage to check on his beast. Thankfully, the electrocution beast had held back and not delivered a fatal blow. This time, Lu Dali was utterly defeated. The referee declared Lin Yu the victor, advancing him to the next round. Damn awesome, brother Lin! Su Yuan shouted from the audience. Lin Yu's latest victory sent both the live audience and online viewers into a frenzy. Even a formidable opponent like Lu Dali had fallen to Lin Yu. With the momentum building over the past 2 days, today's livestream had already reached 100,000 viewers. Lin Yu's fanbase kept growing. He could practically become an internet celebrity. Someone in the livestream remarked, "This Lin Yu is truly formidable, he excels in every field." That's because his cultivation techniques are top-notch. If I had a technique like the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, I could do it too. The path of martial arts is tough, techniques are just too expensive. A grade ones cost around $1 million, while B grade ones are cheaper, but you can't build a future with B grade techniques. Hey, what do you think the Xintian Balu would cost if it were for sale? Are you kidding? First off, a powerful cultivation technique like the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record isn't even for sale. Even if it were, it'd be ridiculously expensive. S-grade techniques cost $3 million. How many people can even afford $3 million? Li Shuisheng read every comment in the live stream chat. He was now intensely curious what would these people's reactions be when they saw the price after the Xintian Treasure Record was released in a couple of days? He couldn't wait to find out. Lin Yu had already decided, the day he claimed the championship, he would announce the release of the Xintian Treasure Record and begin sales. Therefore, he had to produce a batch of goods now, or else he'd have nothing to sell when the time came. Li Shuisheng closed the livestream and hurried over. Brother Lin, I've mostly found the staff for the blueprint production. When should we start training them? Lin Yu calculated the timeline, any further delay would likely be too late. Let's start immediately, he said. I'll provide some basic training first. Fresh off the competition, Lin Yu led his team to the factory premises Li Shuisheng had secured. The company's office space and production workshop. These matters hadn't troubled Lin Yu at all, as Li Shuisheng had handled everything over the past 2 days. Born into a family of merchants, handling these matters was second nature to him. The recruited technicians were waiting for Lin Yu in the workshop, all recent university graduates. Their expressions lit up with excitement upon seeing him. Ever since Lin Yu's meteoric rise in the college entrance exams, these specialists in crafting skills and techniques had held him in immense admiration. Today, meeting Lin Yu in person, every single one of them was thrilled. To them, Lin Yu was nothing short of a god in the realm of skill creation. Each skill he created was more powerful than the last. Standing atop a raised platform, Lin Yu addressed the enthusiastic crowd below. Brothers, welcome to Yuxing Company. We're about to launch our first product, and we need everyone to work together to produce a batch. These individuals were all top talents in skill creation, each brimming with confidence. But when Lin Yu revealed that what he wanted them to do was the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, one by one they looked utterly incredulous. One of them stepped forward and said, "Recording cultivation techniques onto skill demonstration diagrams is far too difficult. We've never done anything like this before." These individuals had spent their entire 4 years of university training in creative skills. As for cultivation techniques, they had virtually no exposure to them whatsoever. Consequently, the task presented a significant challenge for them. Lin Yu replied, "Making cultivation techniques as easy to learn as skills is the core competitive edge of our company. We must achieve this. But don't worry, I will personally teach you how to do it. At the mention of Lin Yu personally instructing them, the group grew visibly excited. Receiving guidance from a genius in creative skills was an immense honor for them. Moreover, the thought of personally crafting the SS-grade cultivation technique, the Mystic Heaven treasure record, sent them into a frenzy of excitement. Chen Yushi stood nearby, observing everything unfold. Her heart was filled with profound emotion. She recalled their first meeting, when Lin Yu was just a high school student tending to a pet shop. How much time had truly passed? Yet time and again, Lin Yu had delivered astonishing feats, accomplishing seemingly impossible tasks. He had now become the leader of a company. Though the company hadn't officially entered the market yet, Chen Yushi could see its immense potential. An SS-grade cultivation technique would be like a nuclear bomb for the entire market. Lin Yu would undoubtedly become the most coveted figure in everyone's eyes. Chapter 86, The Great Celestial Immortal Art. Chen Yushi sensed it was only a matter of time before Lin Yu surpassed her own family, and his future accomplishments would be even greater. Lin Yu immediately began training these staff members, meticulously engraving the cultivation technique onto skilled demonstration diagrams, a massive undertaking. Li Shuwei, fearing someone might leak the Mystic Heaven treasure record, implemented additional safeguards. First, none of them could leave the workshop until the martial arts tournament concluded. Second, each person was assigned to engrave only a segment of the Mystic Heaven treasure record, ensuring none possessed the complete text. Watching the bustling activity, Chen Yushi suddenly realized her Lingming divine ape was also a humanoid beast that could learn martial arts. Why not let the Lingming divine ape study the Xiantian treasure record too? Upon hearing her thought, Lin Yu smiled and said, "No need. I've already considered that. I've prepared something even better for your Lingming divine ape." What? Chen Yushi's eyes lit up. You actually designed a cultivation technique for the divine ape? Lin Yu nodded. Long before he devised the 8-9 mystic arts for the electrocution beast, a martial art had already sprung to mind, the Great Celestial Immortal Technique. Legend held that this very cultivation technique was what Sun Wukong had learned from Patriarch Bodhi. Lin Yu was also eager to see what the divine ape would become after mastering all the skills of the great sage equal to heaven. Lin Yu felt that if he could design the Great Celestial Immortal Technique, it would be every bit as powerful as the 8-9 mystic art. But lately, he'd been incredibly busy managing the martial arts tournament, and running the company left him no time to spare. Chen Yushi inquired, "What cultivation technique did you design for the divine ape?" The mere suggestion that it might surpass the Mystic Heavenly treasure record had already filled Chen Yushi with anticipation. Lin Yu maintained his usual mysterious demeanor and said, "You guess." After teasing with Chen Yushi for a bit, Lin Yu said, "Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll design a cultivation technique for your beast." Chen Yushi often felt awkward about using cultivation techniques designed by Lin Yu, while Lin Yu never forgot the help Chen Yushi and her father, Chen Xingyu, had given him when he was severely injured by an electric beast. Lin Yu disliked owing favors, yet he still hadn't repaid Chen Xingyu for that elemental stone. That's precisely why he was so eager to design skills for the spirit bright divine ape, a case of repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. Especially when it was a life-saving favor. Working late into the night, he finally finished training the staff and returned to his dorm. The days that followed were grueling for Lin Yu. He spent his days competing in the martial arts tournament, then returned to train the staff. But hard work always pays off. After several days of effort, Lin Yu had advanced to the top 2 in the martial arts tournament. Tomorrow was the final. Over these past 2 days, Lin Yu hadn't encountered any particularly strong opponents. Relying solely on the Mystic Heaven treasure record, he had defeated them all. At the company, staff training was nearly complete. They were now ready to begin generating the Xiantian Balu. Lin Yu no longer needed to worry about this. Li Shuwei was keeping a close eye on things. Lin Yu only needed to focus on securing victory in the martial arts tournament. Tomorrow's final opponent was the most formidable adversary Lin Yu had ever faced. His name is Qin Yi, the champion of the previous martial arts tournament. His beast companion was a dragon-headed stone demon, a creature terrifying even without martial arts training. For this beast possessed the bloodline of a dragon. This beast appeared humanoid in form, yet its head was that of a dragon. Its body was incredibly hard, hence the name Dragon-Headed Stone Demon. Furthermore, the cultivation technique it practiced, the Dragon Spirit Mind Reflecting Art, was also an S-rank technique. This art compensated for the Dragon-Headed Stone Demon's weaknesses. In terms of strength, it was only slightly weaker than the Colossal Strength Demon Spirit, yet its defense was exceptionally formidable. Its speed was also incredibly fast. Most crucially, dragon-type beasts inherently possess a suppressing effect against other beasts. Just like those 2 dragons encountered earlier in the Whalefall Fiend domain, defeating them required specific countermeasures. For these reasons, Qin Yi, riding the dragon-headed stone demon, had reigned as champion of the martial arts tournament for 5 consecutive years. After reviewing his data, Lin Yu frowned deeply. This time, he absolutely had to devise a new martial skill, one specifically designed to counter dragon-type beasts. What kind of martial skill should I create? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Yu. Got it. This is the one. He immediately pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and began scribbling on it. Just as he finished, Su Yuan snatched it away. Glancing at the name, he burst out laughing. 18 dragon subduing palms? Ha ha ha, Lin, are you serious with that name? Su Yuan had known Lin Yu for so long that he was quite familiar with the names Lin Yu gave his skills. Lin Yu loved to go off the beaten path when naming things. The names he gave his skills often made people think they were made up out of thin air. But that was actually a good thing, it served to confuse enemies to some extent. But this time, Su Yuan couldn't hold back. He'd literally borrowed the name straight from Jin Yan's legendary dragon subduing 18 palms. Su Yuan forced himself to suppress his laughter and said to Lin Yu, "But Lin, I recognized the skill the moment I heard it, beast control, overpowering dragon." Lin Yu shot him a few disapproving glances but said nothing. He tossed the blueprint to the electrocution beast, which mastered it instantly. He then opened his phone to update the electrocution beast's profile. Meanwhile, Qinyi was strategizing against Lin Yu. "The Mystic Heaven treasure record is formidable, but my dragon spirit mind reflection technique isn't to be underestimated either. That aspect doesn't worry me. Tai Chi is a bit troublesome. Using force against force makes it hard for me to unleash my full power." As he pondered, his phone buzzed. Qinyi pulled it out to see that Lin Yu had altered the electrocution beast's data. Opening the profile, he saw a new entry in the martial arts section, 18 dragon subduing palms. Qinyi grew even more perplexed. Had this kid gone mad from reading too many martial arts novels? Lin Yu had stolen the spotlight at the martial arts tournament these past 2 days, causing his short video account's followers to surge past 100,000. His daily live streams consistently drew over 100,000 concurrent viewers. The next day, as Lin Yu prepared to compete, Li Shueixing began arranging for the launch of the Xiantian Baluo. They planned to sell it via livestream tomorrow. Thanks to staff working day and night over the past 2 days, they had rushed out over 1,000 copies. If all of these sold out, Yuxing Company would strike it rich. The martial arts tournament finals were the center of attention. Besides Wei Sitsuan and Su Shichang, several venerable elders from the martial arts world graced the judges' table. The audience seats were packed to capacity. Final tickets sold out instantly, and now they're impossible to get. Lin Yu's livestream audience surged to 200,000 viewers. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the martial arts tournament finals officially commenced. Chapter 87, The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live broadcast of the Beastmaster Martial Arts Tournament Finals. After countless rounds of fierce competition, only 2 contestants remain standing on our battlefield. They are Qinyi, the 5-time consecutive champion of the martial arts tournament. His beast is an extremely rare dragon-type beast, the dragon-headed stone demon. Its sheer presence alone can make many beasts submit. The other contestant is the prodigy who recently shattered the National College entrance exam record, Lin Yu. His beast is a shape-shifting electrocution beast, whose combat style is ever-changing and utterly unpredictable. Will Qinyi continue his reign as champion? Or will Lin Yu seize the championship throne? Let's wait and see. The referee declared with fervor. From the judges' table, Wei Sitsuan still believed Qinyi would ultimately prevail. He had always felt martial arts required deep cultivation. No matter how exceptional the technique, mastery couldn't be achieved overnight. Lin Yu was undeniably a prodigy, but he still lacked too much. In the audience, fans of Lin Yu and Qinyi were evenly split. Qinyi's fanbase had been cultivated over years, while Lin Yu's had been drawn in by his recent dazzling performances. In Lin Yu's livestream chat, viewers were fiercely debating, this martial arts tournament? Lin Yu's got an 80% shot at the championship. Humph. Don't underestimate Qinyi, he's a 5-time champion. You think that title came from nowhere? I agree, it's Qinyi. Lin Yu's electrocution beast still feels underdeveloped, and its combat experience can't match the dragon-head stone demons. Didn't you see Lin Yu's new martial art? The 18 dragon subduing palms. That's specifically designed to take down the dragon-headed stone demon. That's hilarious. You actually think the 18 dragon subduing palms is a real martial art? You've read too many novels. In my opinion, it's just Lin Yu trying to grab attention by giving it such a flashy name. In the livestream chat, fans of both sides argued fiercely, each clinging to their own opinions. Even today's headline screamed, 5-time champion Qinyi versus Heaven's prodigy Lin Yu, who will claim this martial arts tournament's crown, proof of the match's explosive popularity. Chen Yuxi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haotian had all taken the day off specifically to watch the match. In their minds, Lin Yu was a sure winner. Throughout his journey, they'd noticed that seemingly nothing Lin Yu set out to do ever failed. And now, the match begins. With the referee's command, the electric beast and the dragon-headed stone demon charged toward each other simultaneously. Qinyi commanded in a deep voice, "Dragon-headed stone demon, unleash your dragon might." This is the innate ability of all dragon-type tamers, releasing dragon might to intimidate other tamers. Before every battle, Qinyi would unleash his dragon might first, striking fear into his opponents. Yet the electrocution beast remained utterly unaffected, charging forward undeterred. Xin Yi's expression shifted slightly. How is this possible? This Thunder Beast isn't affected at all? Even though the Thunder Beast possesses multiple forms, it should be affected by dragon might. Yet, earlier in the Whalefall Beast domain, Lin Yu and his companions had slain a dragon and obtained a dragon orb. The Electrocution Beast absorbed the dragon orb, gaining the Dragon King form. In a sense, it too had become a dragon, naturally immune to the dragon's might. Seeing the dragon's might fail, the Stone Demon Dragon had immediately unleashed a Blade Hull Fist. This fist was like a blade, one of the deadliest techniques in the art of fist combat. The Electrocution Beast instantly evaded using Ghost Shadow Tracker, but almost simultaneously, the dragon-headed Stone Fiend vanished from its original position. A faint smile touched Xin Yi's lips. He had studied Lin Yu's fighting style for a long time and had long noticed the Ghost Shadow Tracker technique. Such footwork was also possessed by the dragon-headed Stone Demon. Therefore, the moment the Electric Beast activated Ghost Shadow Tracker, the dragon-headed Stone Demon also executed its footwork, flashing behind the Electric Beast. As the Electric Beast searched frantically for its vanished opponent, it suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past its back. The dragon-headed Stone Demon's Blade Hull Fist struck with blinding speed, slamming into the back of the Electric Beast. Instantly, a deep gash appeared across the back of the Electrocution Beast. Despite its long participation in the martial arts tournament, this was the first time Electabuzz had suffered such a severe injury. Another Blade Hull Fist struck, but the Electric Beast transformed its hands into jade-like hands, using the Mystic Jade Hand technique to block. For a moment, the dragon-headed Stone Demon couldn't overcome the Electric Beast. It then switched to the more powerful weapon-slaying technique. This was a martial art considered among the pinnacle of combat techniques. The weapon-slaying art allowed the user to channel their entire body, transforming every part into a deadly blade. Electro Beast extended a fist stance, deflecting the force from every strike of the dragon-headed Stone Demon's weapon-slaying technique. Both fought fiercely, relying on their ultimate skills, trading blows relentlessly. Seizing an opening, the Electric Beast countered with a punch aimed at the dragon-headed Stone Demon. Yet the creature's body was far too rigid. The blow struck without leaving a single scratch. Instead, the Stone Demon's eyes suddenly blazed crimson. The Electric Beast felt a sudden dizziness in his mind and immediately activated the purple Extreme Demon Eye to counter. The dragon-headed Stone Fiend actually possessed a mental martial skill. Seeing Electrocution Beast at a disadvantage, Xin Yi chuckled. Didn't expect that, did you? This is the innate skill of my Dragon Spirit Mind Reflecting Art Blood Eye Mind Reflection. Lin Yu, your Mystic Heaven treasure record is powerful, but my Dragon Spirit Mind Reflecting Art is no slouch either. Xin Yi really is a troublesome opponent, Lin Yu thought to himself. Seeing the stalemate persist, Lin Yu shouted to the Electric Beast, Xiao Yan, use the 18 dragon subduing palms. At Lin Yu's command, spectators in the stand sat up straight, many even rising to their feet. They were all eager to see what exactly this dragon subduing 18 palms was all about. The Electrocution Beast began executing a palm technique in place, a shadowy form of a colossal dragon gradually materializing around its body. The live stream chat exploded with comments, holy crap! There really is a dragon! This dragon subduing 18 palms is the real deal. When has Lin Yu ever faked anything? It's just the 18 dragon subduing palms. With his talent, it's no problem. The dragon-head Stone Demon won't be able to withstand this, will it? You bet it can't. Just listen to the name of this palm technique. It's designed to slay the dragon-head Stone Fiend. The dragon shadow swirling around the Electrocution Beast gradually solidified. Amidst the haze, the onlookers distinctly heard the rumble of a dragon's roar. Wei Sitsun's eyes widened in shock. That kid Lin Yu actually pulled off the 18 dragon subduing palms. He keeps surprising me more and more. Earlier, the dragon-headed Stone Demon's dragon aura hadn't intimidated the Electrocution Beast. Yet now, the slowly emerging dragon shadow stirred a flicker of fear within the Stone Demon's heart. In all its years dominating the martial arts world, this was the first time anything had ever made it feel genuine dread. Xin Yi also sensed the panic emanating from the dragon-headed Stone Demon. The Electric Beast struck out with a palm, and the illusory dragon shadow followed suit, charging straight at the dragon-headed Stone Demon. The dragon subduing 18 palms displayed its power before the crowd for the very first time. Chapter 88, Live Streaming Merchandise Sales at the Martial Arts Tournament. The dragon-headed Stone Demon immediately unleashed martial arts to defend, expending immense energy to barely withstand the blow. But the Electric Beast's second strike was already on its way. Surely the 18 dragon subduing palms won't actually unleash all 18 strikes? Xin Yi thought in despair. The dragon-headed Stone Demon was already struggling to withstand the first strike. Another blow would be unimaginable. Sure enough, the Thunder Beast unleashed another strike. A phantom dragon's form slammed heavily into the dragon-headed Stone Demon's body. After this strike, several cracks actually appeared on the dragon-headed Stone Demon's body. Xin Yi's heart raced with panic. I have to think of a way to stop this. If it lands all 18 strikes, I'm finished. Xin Yi shouted, Dragon-headed Stone Fiend, dodge. As the third strike came, the dragon-headed stone demon dodged using its agility. Yet the dragon's phantom image tracked its movement, closing in. It slammed heavily into the dragon-headed stone demon, leaving another crack on its once impregnable body. With only 3 strikes of the 18 dragon-subduing palms unleashed, the dragon-headed stone fiend was already nearing collapse. The Thunder Beast struck again with its 4th palm. The dragon-headed stone demon tried to resist, but the overwhelming might crushed its will to fight. It could only watch helplessly as the 4th dragon's shadow struck its body. Its body now swayed precariously. Yet, fueled by sheer willpower, the dragon-headed stone demon still clung to existence. Shinny closed his eyes, shook his head, and addressed the referee, "We concede defeat." Then he turned to Lin Yu, "Stop now. We concede." For Shinny knew that if the dragon-headed stone demon held on any longer and took another strike, the injuries would be nearly impossible to recover from. Better to concede now. "Lin's awesome." Su Yuan leaped to his feet from his seat. The entire arena erupted. Lin Yu's victory electrified every spectator. The livestream chat exploded with "Lin Yu is awesome" flooding the screen. The referee's voice trembled as he announced, "The prodigy Lin Yu has defeated 5-time champion Qin Yi to become the champion of this martial arts tournament." Wei Sitsuan felt a complex mix of emotions. He never imagined Lin Yu would actually defeat Qin Yi all with that somewhat unconventional martial art. This must be what true genius looks like, he thought to himself. Joy radiated from Lin Yu's face. Suddenly, Li Shuweixing raised his phone, pointing it directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu addressed the live stream audience, "Thank you all for your support these past days. To repay my fans, I've decided to offer the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record. Everyone watching today can purchase it right here in the live stream." The moment these words left his mouth, the entire venue fell silent. Wei Sicheng's mind buzzed, unable to process it. What is this kid doing? Wei Sicheng doubted his own ears. He's actually selling the Xiantian Balu? Anyone who possesses such a martial art manual would guard it like a secret treasure, and you're putting it up for sale? Someone in the audience remarked, "This reeks of live stream sales. The champion is actually doing a live stream sales pitch right here at the martial arts tournament, and he's selling the Xiantian Balu." The referees were all stunned. Lin Yu was the first person to ever do a live stream sales pitch at a martial arts tournament. Wei Sicheng panicked, rushing down to whisper urgently at Lin Yu, "Kid, don't do anything rash. The Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, do you think that's something you can just sell off?" The viewers in the livestream were dumbfounded, finding the whole scene increasingly reminiscent of those influencers putting on a show during their sales streams. Yet the two protagonists of this spectacle were no ordinary figures. One was the prodigy champion of this tournament, the other a renowned master and patriarch of the martial arts world. And what was being sold? A technique surpassing even S-rank, the Xiantian Balu. Lin Yu looked at Wei Sicheng, his expression earnest. "Master Wei, good cultivation techniques shouldn't be hidden away. They should be shared so everyone can practice them and advance. Do you know why the art of beast taming has stagnated? It's because everyone treasures their own techniques and martial arts too much, unwilling to share. Everyone hoards them. If this continues, powerful techniques and martial arts will be lost forever. Master Wei, this must stop. If anyone can break this deadlock, let it be me." Lin Yu's words rang with righteous conviction, nearly convincing even Li Shuweixing. Had he not known Lin Yu's true motive was to promote products for profit, he might have believed Lin Yu genuinely cared for the greater good. Wei Sicheng was instantly rendered speechless by Lin Yu's words. With Lin Yu having spoken so boldly, if he still opposed it, wouldn't he become the villain? Left with no choice, Wei Sicheng could only keep his mouth shut. That kid Lin Yu always pulled off stunts beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In no time, Lin Yu was trending again. Lin Yu wins championship, live streams product promotion on the spot, sells Xiantian Balu. What exactly is his intention? Live chat comments flooded in, Lin Yu just does whatever he wants. So awesome. He's actually selling the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record? We could cultivate such a powerful technique too. Let's not even think about it. S-tier cultivation techniques already sell for 3 million. This surpasses S-tier. Do you think it'll be cheap? Don't be foolish. Lin Yu glanced at the comments, noticing everyone was discussing the price of the Xiantian Balu. He knew the moment had arrived, time to deliver another small shock to everyone. He continued, "I'm sure you're all curious about the price of the Xiantian Treasure Record this time. Honestly, I poured a lot of effort into writing this cultivation technique, but thankfully, its effects are quite impressive. Additionally, to make it easier for everyone's beast tamers to learn this technique, I've engraved the Xiantian Treasure Record onto skill demonstration blueprints. All humanoid beast tamers can learn it." Upon hearing this, Wei Sicheng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. One crucial reason martial-type beast tamers had reached their current level was that some beasts were simply too dull to comprehend cultivation techniques, let alone practice them. But if Lin Yu's cultivation techniques could truly be learned by all humanoid beast tamers, it would completely reshape the current landscape of martial beast taming. The entire venue erupted in murmurs. "My beast has tried countless cultivation techniques without success. If this Mystic Heaven treasure record truly allows every beast to learn, then my beast could finally walk the path of martial arts. If Lin Yu's claims are true, I'll pay any price to secure this cultivation technique. Its cultivation speed rivals S-tier techniques, plus it grants 4 martial arts, one of which is a mental technique. Everyone can see how powerful this manual is, so naturally, everyone expects it to be expensive. But don't worry, the Mystic Heaven manual won't be priced exorbitantly. I intend to offer it at a reasonable price. The livestream erupted once more. Holy crap, it can't be 2 million, right? Dream on. A technique this powerful selling for 2 million? I'd guess it'll be at least S-tier pricing 3 million. Sigh, still too pricey. Can't afford it. Chapter 89, everyone went wild. Exactly. Stop daydreaming. It won't be cheap. Didn't you hear Lin Yu say? The cultivation technique in the Mystic Heaven treasure record uses skill demonstration blueprints. Those blueprints alone cost more than the cultivation technique blueprints. The cost can't be lowered. Does anyone really think Lin Yu meant affordable as in low price? He's probably just offering a 10 or 20,000 discount. What difference does that make for a technique worth millions? Still can't afford it. It's like if Rolls-Royce dropped the price by 50,000 yuan, would you buy one? Of course not. It's still unaffordable. Forget 50,000 yuan, even if they cut the price by 100,000 yuan, it'd still be out of reach. The livestream chat buzzed with debate, most viewers still skeptical that the Xiantian Balu could be cheap. Li Shuixing grinned as he watched the comments stream. He was now eagerly anticipating the reactions of these people once Lin Yu revealed the price of the Xiantian treasure record. Lin Yu's livestream had reached absurd levels of popularity. Virtually everyone connected to martial arts beast-taming was watching, including Li Shuixing's father, Li Guotao, and his younger brother, Li Jinlai. After all, selling beast-taming techniques was one of the Li Group's major businesses. Lin Yu selling the Xiantian treasure record was nothing short of a bombshell. Who could have imagined it? Only Lin Yu would pull something like this. Li Jinlai held his phone, pointing at Lin Yu and saying, "Dad, look. Isn't that the guy who was with my brother last time? I think his name is Lin Yu?" In the livestream, Li Shuixing occasionally flashed into view. Li Guotao also noticed him. A newly registered company called Yuxing Corporation suddenly appeared not long ago, also entering the beast-taming technique industry, Li Guotao mused, narrowing his eyes. Now I understand Yuxing Corporation, Lin Yu and Li Shuixing. His expression turned cold and grim. Li Shuixing, my good son. He actually dares to go against me. Li Jinlai's expression darkened with worry. What should we do, Dad? The Mystic Heaven treasure record surpasses S-rank techniques. Our company doesn't have anything like that. The Li family's cultivation technique company possessed countless techniques below grade A, 13 grade A manuals, and one S-grade manual priced at 3,400,000 yuan. Li Guotao remained composed as he addressed Li Jinlai, "Son, you still don't grasp the depth of the issue. Let me tell you, business isn't about who has the best product winning the advantage. The Mystic Heaven treasure record is undoubtedly a fine cultivation technique, but its price will surely be high. I estimate it will be around 4 million. Therefore, they can only compete for a share of our high-grade cultivation technique market. Losing some ground in the high-tier market matters little. After all, our Li clan holds only one S-grade manual. The other two major cultivation manual companies, Xixing and Tingcheng, each possess only one as well. Moreover, very few beast masters actually purchase S-grade manuals. How many families can afford over 3 million? Thus, the impact on us won't be significant. The real money lies in techniques below S-rank. Do your brothers have any? No. Beast tamers still have to come to us to buy them. Lin Yu may be a genius, but who knows when he'll produce more techniques. Li Guotao declared confidently, that's why Yuxing Corporation poses absolutely no threat to us. Li Jinlai felt reassured upon hearing this. He gave Li Guotao a thumbs up and said, "You're still the man, Dad. Experience counts." Humph. Li Guotao sneered coldly. That wet-beard kid Li Shuixing dares to go against me? He's still too green. Meanwhile, in the livestream, Lin Yu announced, "You've all been speculating about the price for a long time. Trust me, I'll give you a surprise. This time, the Xiantian Balu won't be priced at 3,990,000. Lin Yu announced. Li Guotao, who had just confidently analyzed Lin Yu's pricing, was startled. Not 4 million? Then how much? Could this kid be pricing the Xiantian Balu the same as an S-grade cultivation technique? Other viewers in the livestream were also speculating wildly. If it's not 3.99 million, then it must be 3 million, the standard price for an S-grade item. That's already a pretty fair price, but it's still unaffordable. The audience still expressed that they couldn't afford it. Lin Yu smiled indifferently and continued, "Everyone, don't worry. It's not even 2,990,000. What? Li Guotao felt like his brain had been struck, doubting he'd heard correctly. Is this kid actually selling it for 2 million? That's below the S-grade price. Is he starting a price war with us? It wasn't just Li Guotao reacting this way. Wei Sikun was also shocked upon hearing the price. It's bad enough he's selling the Mystic Heaven treasure record publicly, but at such a low price? This is practically giving it away. The hearts of every other spectator were churned into a raging storm. But judging by Lin Yu's expression, it seemed he might lower the price even further. Everyone watched Lin Yu anxiously. Lin Yu flashed a mysterious smile and continued, in fact, it won't even cost 1,990,000. What? Wei Siqing could no longer sit still, springing to his feet. This wasn't just selling it cheap, offering an SS-tier cultivation technique for a mere million was practically charity. Li Guotao, who had been calm until now, instantly turned grim. A mere million or so? You actually dare to sell it for that? The reason the beast-taming technique industry was one of the Li family's most crucial businesses was precisely because of its staggering profits. Producing a single cultivation technique blueprint cost roughly 300,000 yuan. S-rank techniques were similarly priced. Selling them for 3 million yuan each? That was pure, unadulterated profit. But Lin Yu was now slashing the price so drastically. Undoubtedly, this would impact not only the Li Corporation but the other two cultivation technique companies as well. In the audience, a man stared at Lin Yu, his eyes red. He immediately dialed a number and said, "Honey, how much can we get for our house?" A woman's voice answered, "About 1 million, why?" The man's voice trembled. "Sell the house. Quickly. Transfer the money to my card. Now." The woman's voice carried a hint of anger. "Are you out of your mind? Where would we live if we sold the house? Don't worry about that. Just sell it. I need it for something important. Trust me." Everyone nearby clearly heard his call. Instantly, they all sprang into action, scrambling to raise money. 3 million? 2 million might be tough to scrape together, but 1 million? Grit their teeth, sell their homes like that man did, and they could still make it happen. The Xiantian treasure record and SS-grade cultivation technique sold at such a bargain price? This opportunity wouldn't come again. But Lin Yu's next words gave everyone a huge surprise. The Mystic Heaven treasure record? This time, I won't even ask for 99,000. At this declaration, the crowd erupted. A grade cultivation technique sell for 1 million yours, and SS grade 1 is under 1 million. To them, this was nothing short of a blessing. Chapter 90, Selling the Mystic Heaven treasure record like cabbage? The martial arts tournament venue instantly transformed into a fundraising frenzy. Everyone's eyes burned as they sold houses, sold cars, and even borrowed money from others. Every single person was determined to get their hands on the Mystic Heaven treasure record. Missing out on this would surely haunt them for the rest of their lives. An SS-grade cultivation technique for under 1 million, complete with 4 powerful martial arts skills. What's the difference between this and getting it for free? Wei Siqing now seriously suspected Lin Yu had water in his brain. He desperately wanted to rush over and slap Lin Yu, jolting him back to his senses. Was he selling such a powerful technique like it was cabbage? Seeing the moment was right, Lin Yu decided prolonging the suspense was pointless. Therefore, he announced, "My final price for the Mystic Heaven treasure record is 899,999. Li Guotao, staring at his phone screen, sucked in a sharp breath. This price was cheaper than an A-grade technique. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "This is a broad daylight scheme." Li Jinlai was puzzled. "Dad, how is this an open strategy?" Li Guotao took a deep breath, trying to steady himself before explaining, "Let me ask you this, if an SS-grade cultivation technique sells for less than an A-grade one, which would be the smarter buy for someone looking to purchase?" Li Jinlai instantly understood. With an SS-grade technique priced at 890,000, buyers of B-grade techniques would feel compelled to bite the bullet and upgrade to SS for better value, while purchasers of A-grade and S-grade techniques would feel like they'd been ripped off. Moreover, pricing the Xiantian Baoluo this way would force every martial beast tamer to buy it. If you didn't buy it but others did, a huge gap would open between you and them. In a sense, the Xiantian treasure record had become an essential item for martial beast tamers. One simply couldn't afford not to buy it. Wei Sikun was utterly baffled by Lin Yu's tactics. What the hell is this kid trying to pull? Every spectator present was scrambling to raise funds. Those who succeeded opened their phones, waiting in Lin Yu's livestream to snatch up the item. It was the first time anyone had ever felt this eager to buy something. Lin Yu continued, "Unfortunately, the quantity of this technique is limited. We've only prepared 1,000 copies. It all comes down to your reflexes." This statement only heightened everyone's anxiety, fearing they might miss out. Lin Yu wanted to say a few more words to build anticipation, but the audience below couldn't contain themselves anymore. "Stop talking. Just put it up for sale." Seeing the audience's fervor, Lin Yu gave Li Shuixing a knowing glance. Li Shuixing immediately understood and arranged for the Xiantian Baolu to be listed on the shopping cart. Lin Yu announced, "Everyone, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Go!" In an instant, the Xiantian Baolu appeared in the shopping carts beneath Lin Yu's livestream, and everyone began clicking frantically. In the audience, the man who had just called his wife to sell their house leapt to his feet, his face radiating pure excitement. He shouted loudly, "I got it! Ha ha ha! Seeing this, the crowd clicked even faster. Li Shuweixing kept his eyes glued to the back-end data. In less than half a minute, 1,000 copies of the Xiantian Baolu had sold out. The audience erupted in excited screams. Those lucky few had managed to snag copies. Once the Xiantian Baolu was completely sold out, disappointment spread across most faces. After all, with only 1,000 copies available, demand far outstripped supply. Those who had snatched copies flooded the chat with celebratory messages, while the disappointed complained that Lin Yu hadn't made enough available. Seeing this, Lin Yu reassured them, "Don't worry, brothers who missed out. The Xiantian Gong will be restocked and sold continuously. If you didn't get it this time, we'll try again next time." After Lin Yu finished speaking, a young man in the audience stood up and shouted, "I'm selling the Xiantian treasure record right here, 1.2 million yuan. Any takers?" Li Shuweixing and Lin Yu were both stunned. This guy was even better at business than they were. Just flipping it like that meant a 300,000 yuan profit? This young man wasn't even a martial beast tamer. He'd spotted the business opportunity here and decided to try snatching it up. If he succeeded, he'd flip it for a profit, no risk involved. To his surprise, he actually succeeded. Meanwhile, beneath the Li group, a young man's face was etched with bitter resentment. His name was Wang Shubei, and he had been Lin Yu's opponent in the quarterfinals of this martial arts tournament. Ever since embarking on the path of martial beast taming, many had hailed him as a prodigy. He'd swept through the ranks, advancing to the quarterfinals of the martial arts tournament at such a young age. But then he met Lin Yu. In the end, he was defeated by the electrocution beast. He refused to accept it. He believed his defeat stemmed from his cultivation technique. Coming from a poor family, Wang Shubei had scrimped and saved for years to finally purchase his great cultivation technique for beast taming. Wang Shubei was confident that with a superior cultivation technique, he could easily crush Lin Yu. Ever since his defeat by Lin Yu, Wang Shubei had been gloomy and dejected. Yet he refused to wallow in despair. After returning home, he sold off his possessions, determined to acquire an S-grade cultivation technique for beast taming. Today, having finally saved enough money, he arrived at the Li group and purchased their S-grade cultivation technique, the 10,000 Phenomena Dawn technique. When Wang Shubei held the manual in his hands, his inner joy was impossible to contain. But then he noticed everyone around him staring at their phones, frantically tapping away. Suddenly, someone leaped up, their face contorted with excitement. "I got it! I snagged the Mystic Heaven treasure record." "What?" Wang Shubei was utterly confused. What did snag the Mystic Heaven treasure record even mean? He immediately asked those around him and was stunned. After his quarter-final defeat, Wang Shubei had lost all interest in the martial arts tournament. He never imagined Lin Yu would publicly sell the Mystic Heaven treasure record and for only 890,000. Suddenly, Wang Shubei stared at the S-grade cultivation technique he'd spent 3,400,000 yuan to acquire, feeling it grow unbearably hot in his hands. His mind went blank. So what was the point of me emptying my pockets for that S-grade cultivation technique? Does that make me a sucker? Wang Shubei cursed himself bitterly. Why hadn't he checked his phone today? Due to the nature of cultivation techniques, purchases were non-refundable. They were afraid some people might buy the technique, record it themselves, and then request a refund. Wang Shubei was filled with regret. With Lin Yu having sold all copies of the Mystic Heaven treasure record, this farce finally came to an end. He stood on the podium with the electrocution beast as victors, receiving his award personally from Wei Sitsuan. The championship prize for the martial arts tournament included a trophy and the supreme treasure, the bone spirit seed. Each martial arts tournament offered exceptional treasures as prizes, and this year's prize was the bone spirit seed. This bone seed resembled a flower bud in appearance. Once absorbed by a beast tamer, it would allow them to manifest a set of bone armor on their body, with defensive power rivaling that of the dragon-headed stone demon. One of Lin Yu's objectives for participating in this martial arts tournament had finally been accomplished. Publicity was merely incidental, the ultimate goal was to enhance Xiao Dian's strength. Chapter 91, Bone Spirit Seed. Although Lin Yu's primary goal this time was to win the martial arts tournament championship and then leverage his fame to sell cultivation techniques, he also genuinely coveted this prize. Currently, the lightning beast's strongest defensive form was its earth form, while other forms offered mediocre protection. But with this bone spirit seed, the lightning beast could now wield bone armor in any form, significantly boosting its defenses and addressing a major weakness. Lin Yu accepted the prize. Then, standing at the center of the stage, Wei Siqing declared, "I, Wei Siqing, hereby announce at this martial arts tournament that from this day forward, our martial beast taming system has an SS-grade cultivation technique available for practice." The crowd showed little reaction, as everyone already knew Lin Yu had designed the SS-tier technique, the Mystic Heaven treasure record. Many even possessed it already. Wei Siqing snapped his fingers, and the martial arts tournament staff projected an image onto the screen. It displayed two cultivation techniques, both labeled SS grade. The audience turned their heads in surprise, struggling to comprehend how there could be two SS-tier cultivation manuals. What was the other one? 8-9 Mystic Arts? Many gazed at this absurd-sounding name, a flicker of doubt crossing their minds. Was this really the name of an art borrowed from the legendary Erlangen? Who was known for such outlandish naming conventions? A suspicion immediately formed in everyone's mind. Could this possibly be written by Lin Yu? Sure enough, upon checking the author's name, it was indeed Lin Yu. Everyone stared at Lin Yu as if he were a ghost. Was this even human? Most people couldn't even create one cultivation technique in their entire lives, yet he produced two both SS tier. How is that even possible? Xin Yi, who had been seething with resentment from the start, now felt that losing to this freak wasn't so unbearable after all. What kind of power would this 8-9 mystic art possess? Everyone was curious. Could it be like the Mystic Heaven treasure record, containing numerous martial arts techniques? Lin Yu leaned close to Wei Xicheng and whispered, "Senior Wei, do you think it might contain an SSS tier beast taming technique?" As a martial arts patriarch, Wei Xicheng had naturally pondered this question. He felt that S-rank was essentially the pinnacle for martial beast taming techniques. If an SSS-rank technique truly existed, Wei Xicheng mused, then it would likely be a technique capable of ascending to immortality. Immortality cultivation techniques? Lin Yu thought to himself. I have plenty of those. In his previous life, Lin Yu had been most fond of reading immortal cultivation novels, so he knew an extraordinary number of such techniques. When I get the chance to create an SSS tier beast taming technique, I'll see if Little Electric can truly ascend to immortality. With that, this year's martial arts tournament came to a complete close. For everyone present, it was undoubtedly the most spectacular tournament in the event's history. It was also the most surprising. When Lin Yu began promoting and selling the Mystic Heaven treasure record, many non-martial beast tamers sensed a business opportunity. They rushed to snatch up copies of the Mystic Heaven treasure record, and quite a few actually managed to get their hands on one. These individuals became middlemen, reselling the Xiantian treasure record. What was originally priced at 890,000 yuan was inflated to over 1.3 million yuan by them, netting them a profit of over 400,000 yuan per copy. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at how sharp these people's minds were. Following this promotional event, Lin Yu's follower count on short video platforms had soared past 1 million. Without posting a single piece of content, Lin Yu had become an internet celebrity with 1 million followers. Now Lin Yu dared not even browse videos. Opening the app flooded his inbox with private messages from all sorts of people. Many of the bizarre and eccentric messages left him speechless, though the overwhelming majority simply begged him to release more Xiantian Balu. Lin Yu wants to produce more too after all. The more he sells, the more money he makes. But production just couldn't keep up. The people Li Shuisheng hired were working overtime day and night. Li Shuisheng was constantly busy recruiting new staff everywhere, but skilled creators were truly scarce. After several exhausting days, Lin Yu collapsed into bed upon returning to his dorm and slept straight through the entire day. When he awoke, he felt as energetic as a spring chicken. Lying on his bed, Lin Yu held the bone spirit seed in his hand. It's time for Xiao Jian to absorb this. Afterward, I'll need someone to test it. Su Yuan's summon mecha still lacks sufficient firepower. Hao Yan's 1,000-ton spirit hand is too limited in its applications. It seems I'll have to ask Yushi to test it using the Lingning Divine Ape. Lin Yu sent Chen Yushi a text explaining the bone armor test. She readily agreed, and they arranged to meet at the school's combat arena. Along the way, the electric beast showed intense interest in the bone spirit seed, constantly nuzzling against it. Upon reaching the combat arena, Lin Yu pulled out the bone spirit seed. Rather than a seed, it resembled a budding flower. The instant the electrocution beast touched the bone spirit seed, the bud burst open. Each bone joint seemed to come alive, reaching out toward the creature and enveloping it. Only after it was completely enveloped did the blossoming flower retract. From the outside, Lin Yu and Chen Yushi could see countless tiny bone buds burrowing into the Electabuzz body. A low, guttural growl emanated from within the creature. Transformation always came at a price. Lin Yu waited anxiously outside. After an unknown amount of time, the bony bud began retracting inward, sinking back into the Electrobeast's body. Success! With a sudden surge of energy, the bone spikes erupted from its body once more, forming a full set of bone armor. But without its shape-shifting ability, the electric beast was tiny. The bone armor looked utterly ridiculous on its small frame. Lin Yu chuckled, "Little Electro, you don't look good in that armor like that. Shift into your fanling form." In its fanling form, the electrocution beast was tall and slender. The bone armor covered its entire body, making it look like a general clad in white battle armor from afar, utterly stunning. Can other forms use the bone armor too? Lin Yu wondered inwardly. He commanded, "Transform into Dragon King form." This was the form gained after absorbing the dragon orb. The electric beast's form shifted once more. A thick layer of dark clouds appeared above the battlefield, filled with rolling thunder. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. These clouds appear alongside the Electivire form. In Dragon King form, Electrowolf transforms into a dragon, covered in a layer of bone armor like a bone dragon. Majestic and imposing. Gazing at the ominous black clouds overhead, one instructor from Tianhua Academy's security department addressed Director Sun Ling. Director Sun, shouldn't we investigate these clouds? Sun Ling gave it a dismissive glance and said, didn't you see those clouds hovering over the battle arena? That brat Lin Yu must be up to something again. Leave it be, let him make a mess. I'm just waiting for him to tear the school apart so I can go ask him for compensation. Chapter 92, Crafting New Skills for Chen, the Campus Beauty. Sun Ling was aware of Lin Yu's sales of the Mystic Heaven treasure record, openly praising the kid's business acumen. While Lin Yu was experimenting with the bone spirit seed, the three major cultivation technique companies were nearly driven mad with anxiety. Li Corporation, Xixing, and Tingcheng were all pacing like ants on a hot pan. Ever since Lin Yu started selling the Xiantian Balu at rock-bottom prices yesterday, their cultivation technique sales had plummeted like a cliff. No one was buying S-grade, A-grade, or even B-grade techniques anymore. Tingcheng was the first to crack, slashing prices on all their cultivation techniques to no avail. Because during the martial arts tournament, Lin Yu had stated that the Xiantian Balu would be put back on sale. Everyone was waiting for the day the Xiantian Baluo would be sold again. Buying techniques from the three major companies now felt like throwing money down the drain. The Li Group showed some initiative. On the day the Xiantian Baluo record first went on sale, Li Guotao bought copies from scalpers at premium prices, hoping to study them. But they were impossible to replicate. They couldn't even replicate the technique of engraving the martial arts manuals onto skilled demonstration blueprints, let alone imitate the Xiantian treasure record itself. Low sales weren't the most critical issue for the three companies right now. The real crisis was the growing number of people causing disturbances at their offices, recent buyers of the techniques demanding refunds en masse. The three major companies repeatedly emphasized that purchase techniques were non-refundable, but the customers wouldn't listen. These customers felt like they'd lost a fortune by paying top dollar for the three companies' manuals. They'd have been better off spending that money on the Xiantian Balu. Wang Shubei was a proud man. Losing to Lin Yu was something he refused to accept. Even after suffering a 3 million yuan loss, he still couldn't swallow his pride. He was one of the instigators behind the recent refund protests. He gathered numerous recent buyers of the three companies' cultivation techniques, rallying them daily outside the corporate headquarters to protest, demanding refunds at all costs. 3 million yuan. 3 million he scraped together by selling everything he owned. At Tianhua Academy's combat arena, the electric beast transformed into different forms to test the bone armor. But Lin Yu remained unsatisfied. He turned to Chen Yushi and said, "Have your divine ape swing its golden staff at Little Electric a few times. Let's see if it can break through." "You're really ruthless," Chen Yushi remarked as she released the divine ape from her beast-taming space. The divine ape stretched out its hand, and they materialized in its grasp. The electrocution beast was currently in its mortal form. The divine ape struck with a force of 13,800 Jin, causing the bone armor on Little Electro to emit a dull thud. The surrounding air warped slightly from the impact, and the electrocution beast was knocked back several steps. Yet, it remained completely unscathed. Chen Yushi exclaimed with delight, "This bone armor's defense is impressive." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, with this bone armor, the electric beast's defense had been significantly enhanced. "Oh, right," Lin Yu suddenly remembered. "I mentioned earlier that I'd write a cultivation technique for your spirit bright divine ape. Since I have time today, I might as well write it all at once." Chen Yushi asked, "Right here? Just like that?" Lin Yu chuckled, "After all this time, don't you know me yet? Creating skills is as easy as pie for me." With that, Lin Yu pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and began scribbling and sketching on it. Since cultivation techniques were more extensive than skills, Lin Yu needed to write more, so it took him a bit longer, about 20 minutes to finish. Lin Yu carefully reviewed it once more, ensuring there were no flaws or defects, before handing it to Chen Yushi. "Here," he said, "this is the cultivation technique I created for your Lingming divine ape. It's called the Great Celestial Immortal Art." Chen Yushi glanced over it, nodded in satisfaction, and then handed it to the divine ape. The divine ape absorbed the cultivation technique the moment it came into contact with it. Just as the divine ape mastered the technique, Chen Yushi noticed its eyes seemed to brighten. It appeared far more intelligent. Could it be that the divine ape had grown smarter because of this technique? Lin Yu produced several more yuan chi stones and said, "Here, let's test how fast it can cultivate." Ever since the electric beast began cultivating the technique, Lin Yu always carried a few yuan chi stones with him. The divine ape sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence energy and guiding it to circulate along the pathways outlined in the Great Celestial Immortal technique. A powerful aura radiated from the divine ape as yuan chi surged upward from its base. Instantly, golden light blazed forth from its body. This golden radiance coalesced behind the divine ape, forming a colossal, ethereal silhouette of a divine ape. Even the surrounding air seemed stirred by this technique, rippling with golden waves. Vaguely, it appeared as though lotus blossoms were floating nearby, creating an ethereal, immortal-like atmosphere. Simultaneously, a faint, intoxicating fragrance emanated from the divine ape, captivating all who sensed it. Chen Yushi felt as though her divine ape was on the verge of ascending to immortality. What is that? The students watching the battle arena exclaimed in unison. The majestic scene that emerged was utterly breathtaking. One might mistake it for someone projecting an illusion. Several students were so stunned they almost bowed to the divine ape. Forget everything else just for this special effect alone, Chen Yushi wanted to give it full marks. This was likely the skill Lin Yu had crafted with the most spectacular visual effects. Lin Yu watched from the sidelines. He cared little for special effects, his focus was solely on cultivation speed. Nodding in approval, he remarked, "Impressive, impressive. The cultivation speed of this great celestial immortal art surpasses that of ordinary S-rank techniques." Chen Yushi heard this and asked, "Faster than S-grade? So this is another SS-grade cultivation technique?" Lin Yu nodded. "Exactly. An SS-grade beast-taming technique specifically designed for monkey-type beasts. The great celestial immortal art not only accelerates cultivation but also enhances the divine ape's other skills." After the test concluded, the divine ape slowly withdrew its power, and the surrounding supernatural phenomena dissipated. Chen Yushi tested all the divine ape's abilities. Sure enough, the divine ape wielded the golden cudgel with greater ease when summoning the cloud of somersaults. It materialized faster and the gravitational pull of the gravity swamp intensified. Thus, the true strength of the great celestial immortal technique lay in amplifying the potency of all skills. After testing the bone armor and the great celestial immortal technique, Lin Yu and Chen Yushi headed outside, only to find it pitch black. Lin Yu checked his phone. It was clearly 3 p.m., the peak of daylight. Why was it dark? Lin Yu wasn't the only one who noticed. Many students had also stepped outside and were looking up at the sky. But what they saw left everyone utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a colossal object appeared in the sky, completely obscuring the sun. Chapter 93, Sudden Anomaly. Sun Ling from security rushed over and bumped into Lin Yu. He immediately demanded, "Did you do this?" Lin Yu shook his head. "No way. How could I possibly pull off something this massive?" Sun Ling handed Lin Yu a pair of binoculars. Peering through them, Lin Yu saw that indeed, a colossal creature had blocked the sun and its flesh was still writhing. This thing was actually alive. What on earth was it? Just then, a single eye opened on the pitch-black, colossal form. A blood-red eye. At first glance, it resembled a crimson sun. Sun Ling addressed the security team, "Everyone, be on guard. There's something strange about that thing in the sky." A vast light screen poured forth from that red sun, enveloping most of the capital. Just then, Sun Ling's phone rang. After the call ended, Sun Ling's expression turned grim. Lin Yu stepped closer and asked, "Uncle Sun, what's wrong?" The more information they had at this moment, the better. For the first time, Lin Yu saw a flicker of panic on Sun Ling's face. "The area covered by this light screen has formed a barrier. We're trapped inside and can't get out." "What?" Lin Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Be careful. This damn thing has alerted every faction in the capital. They'll find a way to handle it," Sun Ling said. Just then, the massive black entity emitted a strange sound. Like the low growl of a primordial beast. A chill instantly crept up everyone's spine, reaching their scalps and sending tingles through their hair. Accompanying the growl, the center of the colossal mass slowly opened like a door. Lin Yu endured the chill permeating his entire body, staring intently at the colossal form. That thing truly resembled a door made entirely of flesh and blood. The low rumbling faded as the door opened, and the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, countless black dots suddenly burst forth from within the doorway. Like a swarm of locusts. Sun Ling peered through his binoculars at the swarm, his expression growing grave, then turning frantic. He immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Quick! Impose martial law across the entire campus. Activate the defense systems. Everyone take cover immediately." Sun Ling's voice began to tremble. "That's a massive horde of ferocious beasts." The security department teachers acted swiftly. Tianhua Academy's defense system activated immediately, and the beasts arrived just as fast. These beasts rivaled Li Shuweixing's ugly worms in grotesqueness. Each one looked like a haphazardly kneaded mass of flesh and blood, utterly hideous. Near their mouths were locust-like mouthparts, and their claws were sharp and gleaming coldly. Moreover, each one had a pair of fleshy wings on its back, enabling them to fly through the air. These ferocious beasts were utterly fearless in the face of death. The madman slammed into the outermost protective shield of the defense system, then exploded, splattering bloodstains across the barrier. The students, terrified, frantically scrambled for cover one after another. The girls, especially, were so frightened that many of them turned pale with fear. Amidst the chaos, Sun Ling observed with grave expression, "This doesn't look good." Lin Yu didn't hide. Standing beside Sun Ling with Chen Yushi, he asked, "What's wrong, Uncle Sun? What did you discover?" "These beasts are deliberately detonating themselves. They aim to blast through the protective shield. And their blood is corrosive. It drips onto the shield, eating away at it. Once they breach the shield, they'll slaughter us all." Lin Yu's mind raced as he considered countermeasures. Uncle Sun. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Every student at our school has a beast tamer, and most are top tier. We're not lambs to the slaughter. We can fight back. We can wipe out these beasts. But if we keep panicking like this and lose our footing, they'll slaughter us instead. Sun Ling listened intently, glancing at the panicked students scrambling to flee. His gaze toward Lin Yu grew even more appreciative. This young man wasn't just a prodigy in craftsmanship, he remained exceptionally calm in crises, capable of swiftly making the most correct judgments. As the ancient saying goes, he who harbors thunder in his heart yet wears a calm expression worthy of a general. Lin Yu's mental fortitude fully deserved such praise. Sun Ling nodded firmly and said to Lin Yu, "I'll gather the teachers. You organize the students according to your plan. When the protective barrier breaks, we'll fight these beasts to the death." Lin Yu nodded. Sun Ling immediately began contacting the teachers of Tianhua Academy. Few among them panicked. Sun Ling's call was met with immediate response. Lin Yu turned to Chen Yushi and said, "Quickly contact Su Yuan and Tang Haotian, we need reinforcements now." Chen Yushi had already anticipated this and was already making the calls. Su Yuan and Tang Haotian were on their way. Meanwhile, Lin Yu urged students to stay calm within the academy and began organizing them. After all, Tianhua Academy was one of the two most prestigious institutions. A small portion of the students quickly regained their composure, and Lin Yu promptly organized those who had calmed down. He divided them into several groups to comfort the frightened students. He himself continued observing the ferocious beasts in the sky, muttering to himself, "These beasts possess tremendous destructive power. We absolutely cannot scatter to evade them, that would only allow them to pick us off one by one." Scanning the surroundings, Lin Yu noted that the school's combat arena was the structure with the strongest defenses. We should have the students without combat abilities take shelter inside the combat arena. Those with combat skills can set up defenses around it to hold off the beasts. With his decision made, Lin Yu immediately began assigning tasks. One group calmed the students and led those without combat ability to the combat arena, while another group established defenses around the arena. Soon, the once chaotic academy fell into orderly chaos. Sun Ling had arrived at the same conclusion as Lin Yu, and Tianhua Academy's teachers were also setting up defenses near the combat arena. Sun Ling's gaze toward Lin Yu grew increasingly admiring. Such composure, such decisiveness, this youth will surely achieve greatness in the future. Shortly after Lin Yu finalized his arrangements, Tianhua Academy's protective barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. The pack of ferocious beasts, eyes glowing crimson, dove down in a relentless assault. Lin Yu bellowed, "Beast tamers with ranged attack skills, initiate long-range fire immediately." Instantly, the beast tamers near the battlefield unleashed a barrage of diverse skills, beams of light crashing down upon the ferocious beasts. The first wave claimed numerous casualties among the beasts. Because their blood was corrosive, Lin Yu specifically ordered a group of defensive-type beast tamers to re-establish defenses to block the blood. Yet despite this, a large horde of beasts still charged forward. They charged toward the students, and a brutal slaughter commenced. Chapter 94, Intercalary 5 Elements. These beasts were incredibly swift. As they dove down, several unprepared students and beast tamers were struck. Instantly, the beasts tore into them with their jaws and claws. Those caught were torn to shreds. Blood splattered everywhere. Before long, the ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. Several students with weaker nerves immediately vomited. As the head of the security department, Sun Ling watched his students being slaughtered. Overcome with grief and fury, he charged to the front lines with his beast. Lin Yu saw Sun Ling's beast for the first time, a sword-scale beast. This type of beast was covered in razor-sharp scales resembling blades. Anyone who touched it would be cut by the sword like scales. Essentially a giant hedgehog, it replaced its quills with blades. Moreover, this beast possessed an exceptionally long tail, its tip forged into a blade. This blade cut through iron like mud, incredibly sharp and gleaming with a cold light. It was the primary weapon of this beast. The sword-scaled beast charged into the horde of ferocious beasts, its tail whipping wildly. Wherever it passed, the ground was littered with the mangled limbs and broken bodies of the beasts. Lin Yu observed that the gate of the colossal entity in the sky had closed, meaning no more beasts would emerge from it for the time being. His group only needed to eliminate the current beasts to ensure their safety. For a beast tamer, the greatest vulnerability was themselves. The beast had to fight the beasts while simultaneously protecting its master. Lin Yu's group of 4 formed a squad. The 100 Fruits Beast summoned over a dozen mechs, which merged and charged forward to slaughter the beasts. Baigua Beast also summoned 2 Devil Fruits. After consuming them with Qian Jun Ling, the 2 remained behind to protect Lin Yu and the other 4. Chen Yushi's Lingming Divine Ape also served as a primary combat force in eliminating these ferocious beasts. The Divine Ape soared through the clouds, wielding its golden staff while channeling the Great Celestial Immortal Technique. A colossal ape-like aura once again enveloped its form. Even the air it exhaled glowed golden, swirling around it like faint golden ripples. To the uninitiated, it seemed as if the Buddha himself had manifested through this ape. This calamity shook the capital to its core. Wei Sikhun, who had long been immersed in beast-taming arts, was roused from his studies. He now led the beast-taming spirit-thinking beast in fierce combat against the ferocious beasts. The spirit-thinking beast channeled the Xiantian Baluo technique. Combined with the myriad martial arts skills mastered over the years, it moved through the horde of beasts as if entering an empty realm. The Mystic Heaven treasure record was a special gift Lin Yu had given Wei Sicheng after the martial arts tournament. Lin Yu was exceptionally adept at navigating social dynamics. He knew Wei Sicheng cherished martial arts manuals. While Wei Sicheng could certainly afford the 900,000 yuan price tag for the Xiantian Balu, the significance was entirely different when Lin Yu presented it as a gift. Throughout his journey, Lin Yu's success stemmed not only from his skill creation but also from his exceptional emotional intelligence and social savvy. Wherever he went, people were willing to assist him. In Haichun, he had Feng Taihong; in the capital, he had Sun Ling and Wei Sicheng. His success stemmed from his emotional intelligence. Lin Yu was astonished by Wei Sicheng's combat prowess, though upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Having dedicated so many years to studying beast control martial arts, Wei Sicheng himself was undoubtedly a martial arts master. He simply rarely demonstrated his skills. As Wei Sicheng fought, he noticed the spirit-bright divine ape soaring overhead. Seeing the golden light emanating from its breath, he quickly realized the ape was currently channeling its cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was definitely not the Mystic Heaven treasure record, nor was it the 8-9 mystic art. That kid Lin Yu has created another cultivation technique. Its grade must be no less than SS rank. And judging by those special effects, that monkey is practically defying the heavens. Wei Sicheng suddenly felt certain it was only a matter of time before Lin Yu created an SSS grade beast-taming cultivation technique. He would pull it off sooner or later. Li Shuisheng was also fighting inside. He had originally come to find Lin Yu today to discuss some company matters. He never imagined that he had arrived in perfect condition, yet now he couldn't return. The Great Thousand record that Lin Yu designed for Li Shuisheng's ugly worm was undoubtedly one of the most powerful skills. Since its creation, the strongest move Li Shuisheng had ever used was superficial desecration fire. However, Lin Yu had mentioned that the two most powerful skills of the Great Thousand record were the final ones, intercalary 5 elements and Sanshi Ascension. The sheer number of ferocious beasts was overwhelming, and the ugly worm's attacks were mostly single target. Several times, the beasts nearly wounded Li Shuisheng. This won't do. I can't keep going like this. I need to unleash something more ruthless. Li Shuisheng muttered. Clown, activate intercalated 5 elements. At his command, all the tentacles on Shou Ruan's body instantly retracted into his flesh. Then, he tore out his own heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, all 5 vital organs. Spectators couldn't help but gasp in horror. This was the 5 elements sacrifice offering up his vital organs to gain fleeting, unmatched power. Just then, the already hard-pressed fighters noticed another swarm of insects appearing on the school grounds, a dense, dark mass. This time, it was a proper swarm, nothing but writhing worms. The worms crawled onto the ugly worm's body, filling every gap in its form. This was the practice of intercalating the 5 elements. The worms became Cho Chuan's means of attack, and every wound inflicted upon him was instantly repaired and filled by them. The worms became the ugly worm's new tentacles, coalescing into a long whip. Wherever the whip lashed, hordes of ferocious beasts fell screaming. In an instant, the ugly worm had become a veritable meat grinder. These beasts possessed intelligence. Seeing so many of their kind slain by the ugly worm, they grew desperate. Realizing they couldn't defeat it, they all charged straight toward Li Shuisheng. Li Shuisheng was so terrified he collapsed to the ground. Just as the beasts were about to reach him, 2 of the ugly worm's tentacles yanked his body away. Countless worms surged like a tidal wave toward the beasts, closing in on Li Shuisheng. Before long, the beasts were devoured clean by the worms. The ugly worm had barely any flesh left on its body, most of it replaced by the worms. Those around still remembered Li Shuisheng and his ugly worm. During the skill creation competition, Lin Yu had crafted the skill Great Thousand record for the ugly worm. At the time, everyone had thought it was incredibly powerful. Little did they know the Great Thousand record concealed such a devious move. Everyone couldn't help but admire Lin Yu's ingenuity when creating skills. Outside Tianhua Academy, the military forces within the capital had mobilized in full force. Their primary mission was to protect civilians, employing the same strategy as Lin Yu and his team, sheltering the populace within a building while the rest of the forces established defenses around it. The battle raged until late into the night before every last ferocious beast was finally vanquished. Yet many still wore heavy expressions. Chapter 95, Is This Monkey Called Baima One? All survivors collapsed onto the ground to rest. Li Shuisheng's ugly worm had outlived its purpose. The time for the intercalary 5 elements had passed, and all the insects on its body had fallen off. The ugly worm's body was now nothing but a hollow shell, broken and incomplete. It was barely clinging to life, clearly beyond saving. This 5 elements skill is incredibly powerful, but the cost is enormous. Fortunately, several healing-type beast tamers arrived in time to stabilize Cho Ruan's injuries and begin the slow process of recovery. Sun Ling had no time to rest. He needed to immediately meet with the head of the capital region school and several military commanders to discuss the next course of action. Lin Yu shamelessly tagged along beside Sun Ling. Representatives from Tianhua Beastmaster Academy, Kyoto Beastmaster Academy, the Yenyun Army and Beiyu Army garrisoning the capital, and other factions gathered at a designated location to jointly address this crisis. The head of the capital Beastmaster Academy appeared quite young. Spotting the group, he exclaimed, "Well, guys, you're still alive?" This man, Shernanli, had originally been a student at the Imperial Beast Academy of the capital. After graduating, he remained at the academy, and through years of hard work, he had finally risen to become its head. "What the hell is that thing up there?" No warning whatsoever, it just appeared out of nowhere and caught us completely off guard, exclaimed Zhao Jiping, commander of the Yenyun Army. Dong Ju, commander of the Northern Yao Army, had also arrived. Glancing at the group, he stated, "That thing is still up there. The danger hasn't passed. I just contacted the outside world. That barrier is incredibly difficult to break through. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. We won't find solutions by agonizing over it down here. I think we need to go up and see for ourselves, at the very least, identify what this thing is and check if there's a barrier above us to evacuate the populace," Shernanli said. "Too risky," Sun Ling countered. "I've considered your suggestion, but who would we send? What happens if someone gets close to that monstrous thing? We have no idea. Afraid something might go wrong?" A resolute glint flashed in Shernanli's eyes. "Why not just let me go and see for myself?" With that, Shernanli's beast emerged from the beast riding space, an iron-clawed pterosaur. Mounting its back, Shernanli soared toward the colossal entity. Dong Ju retrieved his communication device and ordered, "Dispatch several flying-type beasts to provide backup for Shernanli." Several beasts from the Northern Yao Army soared into the air, forming a protective circle around Shernanli. The group flew majestically toward the colossal creature. Just as they were about to approach, the monstrosity opened its blood-red eye once more. Several crimson beams of light shot out from that eye. Shernanli immediately maneuvered his pterosaur to evade, but the barrage of beams was far too dense to dodge. One soldier who had ascended with them didn't even have time to react before being struck by a beam and plummeting from the sky. Shernanli grabbed him, hauling him onto the Iron Claw Wyvern's back as he began descending. After landing, Shernanli's face was ashen. He shook his head and said, "It's impossible to get close." The entire group fell silent, each feeling frustrated. This was their first encounter with the enemy, yet they couldn't even determine what kind of foe they were facing. "Should I try?" Lin Yu, who had stood silently beside Sun Ling, suddenly spoke up. Shernanli glanced at the half-grown student, his eyes flashing with disdain. "Forget it. Don't waste your effort. Ridiculous. Even he, with his formidable strength, couldn't get through. And now this student wanted to try?" As a teacher, he understood the student's drive, but charging blindly without recognizing his own limitations was unwise. Sun Ling, however, looked at the student with solemn seriousness and asked, "What method do you have?" Lin Yu nodded. "Uncle Sun, do you remember the skill I created during the skill creation competition? The suspension ring teleportation." Sun Ling nodded. Lin Yu continued, "I can use the floating ring teleportation directly to transport myself inside that gate and see what's really in there." At this suggestion, Dong Ju and Zhao Jiping also turned to look with interest. Zhao Jiping inquired, "Old Sun, who is this?" Sun Ling immediately introduced him with pride, "This is Lin Yu. The one who shattered the college entrance exam record, won first place in our school's skill creation competition, and claimed the championship in the martial arts tournament." Only then did Shernanli understand why Sun Ling held such high regard for a student. Lin Yu was indeed renowned. When he shattered the college entrance exam record, the capital had sent representatives to recruit him, only to have Tianhua University snatch him away in the end. Lin Yu demonstrated his suspension ring teleportation to everyone, and they all agreed the plan was feasible. Dong Ju then raised another concern: "Once you teleport in, if those ferocious beasts inside spot you, you'll be in serious trouble. You can return using your suspension ring teleportation, but that still won't let us explore the internal structure of that colossal thing." This was indeed a problem. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "I can design a skill to mask my aura. Once I teleport in, I'll use this skill to conceal my presence." Shernanli asked in surprise, "You can design it right now?" Lin Yu nodded confidently. Without waiting for instructions, he immediately pulled out his skill design blueprints and began sketching. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Chen Yushi, urging her to hurry over. The leaders of the four major factions gathered around Lin Yu, watching intently as he designed the skill. On the paper, Lin Yu sketched several animals and added symbols incomprehensible to everyone present. Dong Ju couldn't bear to watch his elementary school daughter draw better than this. After finishing the sketches, Lin Yu added annotations and finally wrote 4 bold characters beside them, 72 transformations. Shernanli stared at the name in disbelief, glancing at Lin Yu. You're serious about this name?" Lin Yu nodded. Zhao Jiping glanced at it and chuckled. This kid just straight up borrowed Sun Wukong's skill set. At that moment, Chen Yushi arrived with the Lingning Divine Ape. Everyone glanced at the massive monkey beside her. Dong Ju inquired, is this skill for the monkey? That's right. Ha, Zhao Jiping suddenly chuckled. Is this monkey called Baima 1? Lin Yu glanced at Zhao Jiping, surprised to find the commander had a sense of humor. He then handed the skill demonstration scroll to the Divine Monkey and stated, this monkey is called the Divine Monkey. The Divine Monkey took the skill demonstration scroll, and it vanished instantly. 72 transformations mastered. Chapter 96, Parasite. Seeing the Divine Monkey successfully absorb the skill demonstration scroll, Lin Yu pointed at the untouched corpse of a ferocious beast on the ground and asked, can you transform into its form? Alter even its aura. The Divine Monkey nodded, then plucked several hairs from the back of its head. With a puff, a cloud of mist rose from the Divine Ape's body, enveloping him. A loud boom echoed as the mist dissipated. When they looked at the Divine Ape again, it had truly transformed into the ferocious beast's form. Even the blood-soaked stench was identical. Sure, Nanli couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This skill, if used in certain special situations, would prove unexpectedly useful. Then, Sure Nanli turned his gaze to Lin Yu. The more he looked, the more he felt it was a pity. Lin Yu was truly a prodigy of a kind that came along once in a century. What a pity he couldn't be recruited into the Imperial Beast Academy of the capital. Sun Ling watched in astonishment. He knew this Divine Ape possessed two more skills, the Cloud Somersault and the Rui Jingu Bang. Now, with the addition of the 72 transformations, if Lin Yu could later master the Fire Eye Golden Gaze, the set would be complete. This monkey would become the great sage equal to heaven. Chen Yushi sensed the aura emanating from the Divine Ape and remarked, this skill's energy cost is enormous. A single transformation drained nearly 1/5 of the Divine Ape's stamina. Sun Ling found this reasonable. If the skill's cost were minuscule, that would be downright terrifying. Then it would be able to transform into anything it will. Lin Yu asked the Divine Ape, can you transform me into the form of a ferocious beast too? The Divine Monkey plucked another tuft of fur and blew it toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu was enveloped by the mist. Within it, he sensed his appearance shifting, though it felt more like donning a skin-tight suit, barely affecting his core being. When the mist cleared, everyone saw that Lin Yu had transformed into the form of a ferocious beast. Chen Yushi frowned and said, this skill already consumes enormous energy when transforming oneself. Transforming others drains it even more. That just now directly depleted 1/3 of the Divine Ape's stamina. Sure Nanli's face darkened with worry. He had planned to have the Divine Ape transform them all into ferocious beasts for infiltration. Now it seemed only Lin Yu could enter. Lin Yu calculated for a moment and said, it's enough. Have the Divine Ape transform Xiao Dian into a ferocious beast as well, then I'll use the suspension ring to teleport through that door. The Divine Ape complied. Once both Lin Yu and the Electric Beast had completed their transformations, the Electric Beast activated the suspension ring's teleportation ability. Before everyone's eyes, a portal materialized, revealing the interior of that very gate. A foul stench continuously wafted out from the portal. Dong Ju produced an exquisitely crafted recording device and handed it to Lin Yu. Once inside, protect yourself. Use this to document everything you see and bring it back for us to review. Lin Yu accepted the recorder and nodded. Sun Ling looked deeply concerned. We know nothing about this place. It might be extremely dangerous. You must protect yourself at all costs. If anything feels off, get out immediately, understand? Chen Yushi's expression held even deeper concern as she urged, be extremely careful. Seeing the old man and the campus beauty showing such concern for him, Lin Yu felt deeply touched and nodded. Then, with unwavering resolve, he stepped into the portal. Instantly, it vanished. Lin Yu entered the colossal creature's body. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and numerous ferocious beasts moved about inside, seemingly gathering in preparation for their next invasion. Lin Yu activated his recorder and explored the interior. The colossal entity was indeed alive, its body teeming with writhing flesh and blood. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at an unknown area covered in blood-soaked tumors. One after another, the tumors burst open, each releasing a ferocious beast. These ferocious beasts are being birthed by this colossal entity. But this revolting method of birth made Lin Yu feel that these beasts were more like parasites of the colossal creature. The recorder meticulously documented the beast's birth before continuing its journey deeper into the interior. The deeper he went, the more violently the flesh of this colossal creature writhed. At the very depths, Lin Yu suddenly saw a beating heart. The heart was enormous, roughly the size of a truck. This must be the heart of this colossal creature. Lin Yu suddenly conceived a bold idea. If I were to destroy this heart, would the colossus simply die? Lin Yu was always a man of action, and he didn't hesitate. Xiao Dian, unleash the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The electrocution beast channeled the 8-9 mystic arts, an overwhelmingly powerful technique. Upon activation, it mobilized every ounce of the beast's vital energy. A terrifying force erupted from its body, as if a true god had descended. Previously, when using the 18 dragon subduing palms, the electric beast had relied on the mystic heaven treasure record. This time, it channeled the 18 dragon subduing palms through the 8-9 mystic arts. A colossal dragon's phantom materialized upon its form, coiling and twisting. This dragon radiated an aura of primordial antiquity, commanding awe and dread. The aura concealed by the 72 transformations was now laid bare under such overwhelming might. The newly born ferocious beast seemed driven by some force, swarming toward Lin Yu one after another. Lin Yu was solely focused on destroying the heart, paying them no mind whatsoever. The colossal dragon summoned by the electrocution beast roared as it slammed toward the heart with a thunderous strike. Who could have imagined that a protective barrier shielded the heart? The strike caused only a slight tremor in the barrier, leaving it utterly unchanged. The electrocution beast unleashed strike after strike, until all 18 palms had been delivered. Only then did a single crack finally appear on the protective barrier. What kind of defense is this? It's insane. Lin Yu cursed. He wanted to keep attacking, but the pack of parasitic beasts had already closed in on Lin Yu. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Xiaodian, enter spatial form immediately. The electric beast swiftly shifted into its spatial form, then activated the suspension ring's teleportation function once more, conjuring a portal before them. The portal opened directly in front of Sun Ling and the others. Lin Yu leaped through first. The moment the electric beast crossed the portal, a parasite lunged forward, half its body already passing through. The electro-wolf immediately closed the portal, slicing the parasite clean in half. The creature lay writhing on the ground in agony. Chen Yushi rushed over first, looking at Lin Yu with concern. How are you? Are you okay? Chapter 97, The Sword-Scaled Beast. Lin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. He then pulled out the recorder. Dong Ju stepped forward quickly to take it, then pulled out a device resembling a projector. He placed the recorder inside, and a holographic screen appeared before everyone, displaying everything that had happened after Lin Yu entered. Zhao Jiping watched intently, his brow furrowed in thought. From this, it seems that colossal thing in the sky must be some kind of monstrous beast. A very high level one, it might even be approaching SSS rank. The others nodded in agreement. Soon, the footage reached the moment the parasites emerged. Sun Ling's expression turned grim. Look. These parasites are forming ranks immediately after birth. Judging by their formation, they're nearly complete. They'll likely launch another wave of attacks very soon. The leaders immediately contacted their respective factions to prepare defenses against the impending assault. As the video continued, they witnessed the colossal beast's heart and Lin Yu striking it with the 18 dragon subduing palms. When Lin Yu finally cracked the protective barrier around the beast's heart, Dong Ju remarked, "This might be the beast's weakness." Sure Nanli sighed and said, "So what if we know its weakness? You all saw how strong the heart's defenses are, it's impossible to penetrate." Silence fell over the group once more. Sure Nanli was right. This was the truly despairing part. They knew the weakness, yet were utterly helpless. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu spoke up again. "If I could design a skill with extreme destructive power, there might be a chance to shatter this heart." A glimmer of hope flickered across everyone's faces as they turned to look at Lin Yu. "What kind of skill should we design?" Zhao Jiping asked. Lin Yu replied, "When I design skills for beast tamers, I usually tailor them to the unique characteristics of each beast. We need to find the beast tamer with the most lethal beast, then I can design a skill specifically for them." The most lethal beast? All eyes turned to Sun Ling. Sun Ling's position as head of the Tianhua Beastmaster Academy's security department stemmed primarily from his formidable strength. His beast, the sword-scale beast, ranked among the most lethal of all tamers' beasts. Lin Yu nodded. "If I could design an extremely powerful attack skill for Uncle Sun, one that sword-scale dragon could unleash, then there would indeed be hope of piercing that giant beast's heart. But what kind of skill should I design?" Lin Yu lowered his head in deep thought. "It should ideally involve swords, so it complements Uncle Sun's beast." Just then, the colossal beast let out another low growl. Just like the first time, everyone felt as if their scalps were about to explode, goosebumps erupting all over their bodies. The massive door at its center slowly opened once more. Countless parasites swarmed out from within. "This is bad." The expressions of those present changed instantly. They immediately left their positions and returned to their posts to command the battle. "A door?" Lin Yu pondered, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "I know what skill I need to design." He then ordered those around him, "Cover me for half an hour. I'm going to design the skill." "Got it." Chen Yushi and Sun Ling nodded in agreement. The electrocution beast understood its master's intent and instantly shifted into its mortal form, its bone armor manifesting across its body. The divine ape had expended enormous stamina using the 72 transformations. Its greatest weakness now was that every skill drained immense energy. This situation could only be remedied through relentless cultivation of the great celestial immortal technique. Only after reaching a certain level would its physical prowess and other aspects improve. With its current depleted stamina, the divine ape could only materialize the Rui Jingu Bang to guard Lin Yu and Chen Yushi. This time, Sun Ling refrained from charging to the front lines, instead commanding his sword-scaled beast to guard Lin Yu's side. Zhao Jiping and Dong Ju, in perfect coordination, directed the main force to protect the civilians while personally leading a highly combat-effective squad to assist Lin Yu. Lin Yu knew time was precious and could not be wasted. He immediately began devising a plan. The parasites in the sky had joined the fray. The sword-scale beast's scales erupted in a blaze of light, its tail-mounted blades whirling through the air. Wherever it passed, severed limbs and mangled flesh scattered like rain. The electrocution beast remained glued to Lin Yu's side, smashing any approaching parasite into pieces with a single slap from its jade-colored paw. After the previous battle, everyone was significantly fatigued, making this fight exceptionally grueling. Compounded by the need to protect Lin Yu, Chen Yuxi and the others soon found themselves in grave danger. Suddenly, several parasites burst out from somewhere, their sharp mouthparts closing in on Lin Yu's neck. At the critical moment, a thunderous shout rang out, Haotian true form. A hammer materialized in midair, growing larger as it sliced through the air. The colossal hammer crashed down, narrowly missing Lin Yu as it swept away every parasite in his vicinity. Su Yuan and Tang Haotian had arrived. Lin Yu shot Tang Haotian a grateful glance before resuming his work. He had already finished one skill demonstration blueprint and was now working on the second. Lin Yu's creation speed remained as swift as ever. Within the time everyone had fought to buy, he finally completed his work. He tossed the skill demonstration blueprint to Sun Ling and shouted, Uncle Sun, hurry up and have the sword-scale beast absorb it. The moment the sword-scale beast touched the two diagrams, they vanished instantly. Sun Ling was eagerly anticipating the new skills the sword-scale beast would gain, but instead, the creature's aura began to grow chaotic. What's happening? Sun Ling wondered. It's about to evolve. Chen Yuxi declared. Having witnessed the rampaging giant ape's transformation before, she recognized the signs. Sun Ling's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. His sword-scale beast had already evolved twice before, reaching its final form. Yet, influenced by Lin Yu's skill, it could evolve again. But this presented another awkward problem: there were no evolution stones. Who would have an evolution stone in a situation like this? Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, Old Sun. Catch! Sure, Nanli had appeared at some point and tossed a stone towards Sun Ling. Sun Ling caught it and saw it was indeed a skill evolution stone. Without even saying thanks, he immediately tossed the stone to his sword-scale beast. A brilliant silver light erupted from the sword-scale beast's body, transforming it into a shimmering silver cocoon. No one dared approach the luminous cocoon, for it radiated a relentless, sharp sword intent. It felt as though any proximity would invite injury from its slashing energy. Everyone distinctly heard the clanging of blades echoing from within the cocoon. For a moment, their curiosity only deepened. Chapter 98, A Single Sword Opens Heaven's Gate. As the clanging of blades faded, the luminous cocoon gradually settled. Then, a towering sword intent surged forth from within. Any parasite that dared approach the luminous cocoon was shredded into a mist of blood. The light cocoon was torn apart by a sharp sword intent, from which emerged a towering beast rider. The sword scales on the sword-scale beast's back transformed into exquisite miniature swords, neatly arranged across its body like a finely crafted suit of armor. The long sword that had been its tail now became a weapon, held firmly in its grasp. This evolution transformed the sword-scale beast into a humanoid beastmaster. Merely standing there, it resembled a frost-covered sword, radiating a chilling aura. Several reckless parasites dared to approach it. With just a single glance, a piercing sword intent erupted, shredding them to pieces. Sun Ling's gaze toward Lin Yu shifted from admiration to gratitude. Sure, Nanli was profoundly shaken. Sun Ling's sword-scale beast was already among the most formidable beasts in terms of attack power. Now that it had evolved, who knew how powerful it would become? The parasites multiplied relentlessly as the group fought desperately to hold them off. Lin Yu shouted, Uncle Sun, act now. I'll use the teleportation array to send your beast straight to its heart. Alright. Sun Ling's body now radiated fierce battle intent. Sun Ling grew increasingly delighted with the sword-scale beast's renewed evolution. He declared, Lin Yu, the first skill you created for me is 10,000 swords returned to the ancestral lineage. From now on, you shall be known as the Sword Ancestor. The Sword Master now had a name, and it seemed quite pleased with it. It let out a piercing cry to the heavens, its voice sounding like a precious sword being drawn from its scabbard. Sun Ling commanded in a clear voice, Sword Ancestor, unleash 10,000 swords returned to the Ancestor. This was one of the two skills Lin Yu had designed for Sword Master. Countless tiny swords, resembling armor plates, flew off Jianzong's body. The sword in its hand also shot out, guiding the innumerable blades to circle around Jianzong before soaring into the air. A crisp, metallic clang echoed as the blades coalesced above the Sword Master into a colossal sword. Its aura pierced the heavens, as if it could cleave the world in two. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately ordered the Electro Beast, quick! Use the suspension ring to teleport. The Electro Beast swiftly drew a teleportation circle in the air before them, its center revealing the beating heart of the colossal beast. Uncle Sun! Now's your chance, act fast. Lin Yu shouted. All the parasites, seemingly commanded by the colossal beast, surged toward Lin Yu. Seizing the moment, Swordmaster stepped through the portal, confronting the pulsating heart head-on. Sun Ling's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he declared coldly, Sword of Heaven's Gate. This was the second skill Lin Yu had designed for the sword sect. The massive sword formed from the convergence of energy pulsed with murderous intent along its blade. The sword master raised an arm and swung downward. The colossal sword followed suit. It plunged straight toward the heart within the teleportation array. The protective barrier surrounding the core shattered instantly. Under the might of Sword of Heaven's Gate, it couldn't withstand even a single second. Not only that, but where the sword tip passed, it even carved a fissure through space itself. As if the heavens themselves had been cleaved. Everyone present witnessed the most awe-inspiring spectacle of their lives. The colossal beast in the sky exploded violently, its body shattering into fragments. A blinding white light pierced the heavens. The colossal beast had been cleaved clean in two. Even the sky itself was dyed crimson by the beast's blood. The sword light continued to spread, slicing through the crimson haze until clarity returned. Suddenly, a poem echoed in the minds of all present. Sword energy sweeps 3,000 miles wide, a single blade's cold light pierces 19 realms. In that moment, all gazed upward, mesmerized by the sword's path. Fear of the parasites vanished, replaced by awe at the sheer power of that single strike. Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, that was just too cool. The colossal beast fell, and its parasites perished along with it. The colossal beast's corpse plummeted from the sky. In its final moments, its blood-red eyes opened once more. Its colossal form contracted into a crimson light that retreated into that eye, finally settling upon the ground to form a new realm of ferocious beasts. Against the scarred crimson sky, only the figure of the sword master stood proudly. Like a solitary swordsman. The towering sword disintegrated, transforming into countless smaller blades that fused to the sword master's body. Stained with the colossus's blood, they became a crimson armor. With the beast slain, the sword master descended from the sky. As he neared the ground, the spirit bright divine ape rose on a cloud and caught him securely. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, if he could actually fly on a sword like that, it would be absolutely badass. Sun Ling, standing nearby, overheard this and immediately approached, his eyes sparkling. Flying on a sword. That would be incredibly cool. Don't forget you have to keep your word. Lin Yu saw this side of Sun Ling for the first time. Don't worry, Uncle Sunday. The sword master landed and stood behind Sun Ling. Sun Ling's eyes burned as he looked at Lin Yu. Young Lin, thank you for this. The sword sect master nodded in agreement behind him. Lin Yu smiled calmly. I should be thanking you, Uncle Sun, for saving our lives. With the giant beast no longer obscuring the sky, the night revealed a brilliant moon and stars, their light radiant and dazzling. The surrounding area was deathly quiet. Many were still reeling from the impact of that single sword strike, unable to snap out of their daze. Too powerful. Zhao Jiping couldn't help but exclaim. A single sword strike split that colossal beast in two. What a splendid Sword of Heaven's Gate. Dong Ju also praised. Only Shi Nanli stared at Lin Yu in astonishment, finally realizing he had underestimated Lin Yu's worth. If Lin Yu hadn't been here today, what would they have done? That sword strike from the sword sect, nearly surpassing SSS tier, had been devised by a freshman. And it was devised on the battlefield, in the heat of battle. What else could this kid be but a genius? The more Shi Nanli thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Why hadn't he paid a hefty sum to recruit Lin Yu to their capital academy? This loss was simply too great. Zhao Jiping was equally stunned. He stepped forward to recruit him. Kid. Everyone says you're an extraordinary prodigy in creative skills, but I was still a bit skeptical. Today, I'm convinced. Old Zhao here is utterly bowled over. What do you plan to do after graduating? How about joining the military? If you're interested, come to Yenyun any position you want. Dong Ju cursed Zhao Jiping for being shameless. He was already trying to recruit him. Though he was tempted, he merely replied coolly, I'll join the Beiyu army instead. Sun Ling stepped in front of Lin Yu and protested, Hey. What are you two doing? Lin Yu's only a freshman, and you're already scrambling to poach him? That's not cool. Besides, I was planning to have Lin Yu succeed me in Tianhua after I retire. What are you two up to? Poaching my talent? When did your legions get so short-handed? In an instant, Lin Yu found himself caught in a fierce bidding war among the competing factions. Chapter 99, Crimson-Eyed Beast Realm. At this moment, Lin Yu was hot property. Who wouldn't want such an extraordinary prodigy? With the colossal beast vanquished, the entire capital breathed a collective sigh of relief. Survivors were suddenly overcome with a sense of joy at having escaped disaster. This sudden attack had claimed many lives in the capital. As the colossal beast's barrier vanished, factions that had been waiting outside immediately poured in. The Beast Control Bureau and 2 or 3 legions were among them, all dispatched to reinforce the capital. But they couldn't get in. The beast's barrier was simply too formidable to breach. Seeing the capital streets awash in blood, resembling a living hell, they immediately commenced rescue operations. Yan Shuxing, director of the Kyoto Beast Control Bureau, spotted Sun Ling and his companions and hurried over. The two appeared to be old acquaintances. Dong Ju forced a smile and remarked in a sarcastic tone, "Old Yan, you finally showed up. Just in the nick of time." Yan Shuxing, feeling somewhat at fault, explained, "I couldn't get in." "What happened? How did that beast die?" From outside, Yan Shuxing had only seen a towering sword light erupt from the beast's body before it was cleaved in two. He was utterly baffled. "Who wielded that sword just now?" "I doubt it was any of you," Yan Shuxing stated bluntly, as was his habit. Sure Nanli nudged Sun Ling and said, "Ask old Sunday." Yan Shuxing looked utterly stunned. "That sword light, was it from your scaled sword beast, old Sun? How is that possible? When did your scaled sword beast gain such powerful abilities?" Sun Ling then recounted how Lin Yu had designed the skill for him. Yan Shuxing scrutinized Lin Yu from head to toe. "So you're Lin Yu. Old Feng from Haicheng mentioned you ages ago, telling me to look out for you in the capital. But you're a real gem, aren't you? Shining wherever you go. You've accomplished so much here in the capital, and I haven't even had a chance to help you." Lin Yu stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, Uncle Yan. Uncle Feng often spoke of you back in Haicheng. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." When had Feng Taihong ever mentioned Yan Shuxing to Lin Yu? It was simply Lin Yu's usual tactic, establishing rapport with anyone first. Yan Shuxing chuckled. "You're quite the smooth operator, kid. But that old codger Feng Taihong would never say anything nice about me. He probably curses me constantly in front of you." For Lin Yu, the colossal beast incident had effectively drawn to a close. The remaining aftermath was no longer his concern. The military had reassured the public and cordoned off the monstrous space formed by the giant beast's crash, naming it the red-eyed monstrous space. They had already begun sending teams in to explore. Lin Yu's life began to settle back into calm. Tianhua Academy had suspended classes for a week, so he didn't need to attend lectures during that time. At Yuxing Corporation, Li Shuixing was keeping an eye on things. All he needed to do was increase production of the Xintian Baoluo, so he didn't need to worry about that either. Sun Ling, however, kept pestering Lin Yu every other day, asking him to help create a skill for flying swords. Too lazy to bother, Lin Yu casually handed Sun Ling a copy of the Xintian Baolu, explaining that the sword sect now permitted the cultivation of beast-taming techniques. As the saying went, one could never have too many skills, so he might as well practice another technique. Only then did Sun Ling finally settle down. Soon, classes resumed at the school as cleanup efforts were nearly complete. For the first class, the school gathered all students in the auditorium to honor those who had demonstrated exceptional conduct during the disaster. As Lin Yu entered the auditorium, he spotted Yan Shuxing from the Kyoto Beast Control Bureau. It was a rare appearance for the principal. The principal of Tianhua Beast Academy, Lei Jiuming, happened to be out of town on business when the giant beast sealed off the city. Therefore, the responsibility for organizing the school's defenses during the giant beast disaster fell to Sun Ling. The principal delivered a lengthy speech, concluding by announcing that the Beast Control Bureau would present commendations to those who had performed exceptionally well. Yan Shuxing stepped forward. First to be awarded was the S-Class Merit. This was the highest honor. This merit was to be awarded to Sun Ling. Sun Ling's face turned ashen. He shouted angrily, "If you don't know the facts, go investigate. While I killed the giant beast that day, the skill was designed by Lin Yu in the heat of battle. If we're talking about who deserves the credit, it should be Lin Yu. I just got lucky. This S-Class merit should go to Lin Yu." Students below the stage nodded in agreement. After the giant beast incident, Lin Yu's outstanding leadership and his unflappable composure in crisis had completely won over the academy's students. Yan Shuxing sighed helplessly at Sun Ling. "Oh, son, why do you still have this stubborn streak? Who says Lin Yu didn't earn it? He's also an S-Class merit recipient. Stop making a fuss." Sun Ling remained stern-faced. "Then Lin Yu should come up first." Yan Shuxing, unable to persist, reluctantly agreed. Lin Yu stepped forward to receive the S-Class Merit Award alongside the two men. During the previous operation to wipe out the Shadow Organization in Haicheng, Lin Yu had mistakenly received an A-level Merit Award without the accompanying monetary reward. He had harbored resentment over this ever since. This time, the Beast Control Bureau rewarded Lin Yu with 1 million yuan in cash. While not a large sum for Lin Yu, who now owned Yuxing Company, every little bit helped. He happily accepted the reward. Additionally, outstanding performers were granted Class A merit. Chen Yuxi received Class A merit for assisting Lin Yu in infiltrating the colossal beast's body. Li Shuixing also earned Class A merit for slaying numerous ferocious beasts, though his ugly worm still hadn't recovered. Su Yuan and Tang Haoyan both received Class B merit. After the commendation ceremony, Lin Yu encountered Zhao Jiping, the commander of the Yan Yun army, on his way back. Judging by his demeanor, Zhao had come specifically to find him. Lin Yu approached him openly and asked, "What's up, brother Zhao? Did you come to the school to draft me into the army?" Hey! Don't joke around with me, Zhao Jiping chuckled. That old fox Sun Ling treats you like a precious treasure. How could I dare take you away? I'm here to ask for your help with a design project. Would you be willing to lend a hand, Brother Lin? Zhao Jiping's Beastmaster was also an exceptionally powerful S-rank Beastmaster, the fire-bathing Qilin. Ever since seeing his beast the first day, Lin Yu had been itching to design a skill for him. So Lin Yu replied, no problem. What kind of skill are you looking for, Brother Zhao? Zhao Jiping walked over and put his arm around Lin Yu. Here's the thing, brother. In about 7 or 8 days, it'll be the martial arts competition for all our legions. My Yen Yun Legion has never won a single championship. I came here specifically to ask you to think of any powerful skills? Lin Yu flashed a smile. You bet. I've got the perfect skill for you. What is it? Zhao Jiping asked curiously. Super Beast Armor. A really awesome skill. Chapter 100, Super Beast Armor. Back during the martial arts tournament, Lin Yu had pondered an issue. Yushin Corporation couldn't just sell beast-taming techniques, and offering only this single technique made their product line far too limited. Lin Yu believed that for the company's long-term growth, diversifying its product line was essential. He had already discussed with Li Shuweixing the idea of selling skills through Yushin Company. For Lin Yu, designing skills came more naturally, and skills were easier to learn. Their entry barrier wasn't as high as beast-taming techniques. However, neither Lin Yu nor Li Shuweixing had settled on what specific skills to sell, as the vast majority of skills lacked universal applicability. It wasn't until the martial arts tournament concluded that Lin Yu finally gained some clarity, deciding to create a Super Beast Armor skill. This inspiration stemmed from the wildly popular anime Super Beast Armor from his previous life. This skill would be universally applicable to most beast form tamers, allowing it to dominate the entire beast taming market. It would allow them to seize a significant market share in one fell swoop. During the giant beast crisis, Lin Yu had witnessed Zhao Jiping's beast, the fire-bathing Qilin. His heart raced at the sight. This beast was the perfect vessel for the Phantom Link's Super Beast. Zhao Jiping coming to seek Lin Yu today was like a dream come true. Even if Zhao Jiping hadn't approached him, Lin Yu would have sought him out to endorse the skill. Zhao Jiping had just mentioned an upcoming martial arts exhibition, the ideal stage to showcase the Super Beast Armor skill. Lin Yu had promoted Yushin Company's first product, the cultivation technique Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, by participating in martial arts tournaments. But such tournaments don't happen every day. With the martial arts exhibition coming up, Lin Yu decided to equip every member of the Yen Yun army participating in the event with a Super Beast Armor. On the day of the exhibition, they would all activate their Super Beast Armor simultaneously. The spectacle would be nothing short of breathtaking. This would serve as excellent publicity while simultaneously capitalizing on the momentum to sell the Super Beast Armor skill. Lin Yu could already envision the day when Super Beast Armor would sell like hotcakes. After all, the market for beast-type beast tamers was far larger than that for martial arts-type beast tamers. At this thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Jiping watched Lin Yu in astonishment. After telling him the skill's name, the kid just started grinning like an idiot. Had he lost his mind? Surely this Super Beast Armor wasn't some useless skill? What could possibly make him laugh like this? Lin Yu realized his own lack of composure, quickly suppressing his smile before saying, "Come on, Brother Zhao, let me explain the Super Beast Armor skill to you. This skill allows your beast to enter two forms, Armored and Super Beast. In either state, all your skills receive at least a 50% boost." At this point, Zhao Jiping felt his interest stir. A 50% boost to all skills. Even the most elite support-type beast tamers couldn't achieve that. In short, it's a skill with tremendous potential. Lin Yu emphasized. Potential? Zhao Jiping inquired. How does it compare to Old Sun's heaven-splitting sword? This skill's power depends entirely on the user's conviction. Theoretically, if your conviction is strong enough, it could surpass sword slash to open Heaven's Gate. Lin Yu declared. The moment those words reached Zhao Jiping's ears, only the phrase "more powerful than Sunling's sword of Heaven's Gate" registered. He couldn't contain his excitement. Then I want this one. Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly. Come on, Brother Lin, I'll take you to my Yen Yun army. You can help me develop it there. Lin Yu readily agreed. He'd never been to a military base before, so this would be a good chance to broaden his horizons. Riding in Zhao Jiping's special vehicle, they arrived at the Yen Yun army camp. From afar, the grim, murderous atmosphere sent a chill through Lin Yu's heart. Soldiers stood in formation on either side, flanked by ferocious beasts. Legions were often stationed in regions overrun by ferocious beasts to suppress them. Thus, as the vehicle entered the Yen Yun camp, a pungent smell of blood hit them. Deputy Commander Qian Dajin personally came out to greet Zhao Jiping, only to see a very young man step out of Zhao's vehicle. Zhao immediately wrapped an arm around him, and the two appeared to share an exceptionally close bond. Qian Dajin had never seen Zhao Jiping treat anyone this way. Who is this young man? Why is the commander so close to him? Despite his inner curiosity, Qian Dajin maintained a composed exterior as he stepped forward to greet them. Zhao Jiping beamed with delight as he addressed Qian Dajin, "Old Qian. Great news. This military exercise is in the bag." Qian Dajin was utterly baffled. How could it be a sure thing? Zhao Jiping pushed Lin Yu forward and introduced him. "Come here, Old Qian. Let me introduce you to Lin Yu, a top student from Tianhua Beastmaster Academy. He's a genius in creating Beastmaster skills. Remember that Heavenly Gate Slash used by Sun Ling, the head of Tianhua's security department? That skill was created by him." Only then did Qian Dajin grasp why this young man held such favor with Zhao Jiping. Zhao Jiping continued, "My brother Lin said he'd create a skill for me that's just as good as Heaven's Gate. Ha ha ha." Qian Dajin eyed Lin Yu skeptically, thinking to himself, a divine skill like Heaven's Gate, can you just create something like that? How is it as simple as buying a cabbage? Zhao Jiping pulled Lin Yu toward the Yen Yunjun studio. Come on, brother Lin. No time to waste, let's get this created." Upon arriving at Yen Yunjun studio, Zhao Jiping noted that while the equipment wasn't as advanced as Tianhua Academy's, it was still quite well equipped. Inside, Li Xiang, a skill designer specially hired by Yen Yunjun, was currently working on a new skill. After Zhao Jiping explained their purpose, Li Xiang expressed some skepticism. Even if Lin Yu was a genius, could a skill like Heaven-Splitting Sword Gate really be designed on a whim? Was it really that cheap? Lin Yu sensed the skepticism from Qian Dajin and Li Xiang, but he paid it no mind. He'd encountered plenty of doubters along his journey. Were these two next in line? Lin Yu wasn't one to waste time. He strode over to the workbench, grabbed a skill demonstration blueprint, and began scribbling and sketching on it. Li Xiang watched in astonishment beside him. No rough draft? He just started scribbling directly? This young man. Especially when he leaned closer and saw the crooked lines Lin Yu was drawing, some parts were downright unreasonable. Out of professional habit, Li Xiang couldn't help but speak up. "Young man, you've drawn that part wrong." Lin Yu shot him a glance. "You're telling me how to do my job?" He ignored him and continued drawing. Li Xiang persisted. "Young man, you really have it wrong here. This line shouldn't run like that. Why don't you tell me where? I'll draw it myself. I guarantee it'll look better." Chapter 101, The Fire Cloud Technique. Lin Yu found the man irritating and turned his attention to Zhao Jiping. Zhao Jiping instantly understood Lin Yu's meaning and addressed Li Xiang. "Old Li, genius is naturally extraordinary. Let's wait for brother Lin to finish designing this skill first. We can discuss anything else later." "All right." Seeing Zhao Jiping speak up personally, Li Xiang couldn't bring himself to say anything more. He glanced again at the lines on Lin Yu's blueprint, his heart filled with unease. Could this blueprint really be used? Whether it can be absorbed is the real question, right? The Super Beast armament skill encompasses multiple elements, ensuring the beast can enter its armed state, transforming it into Super Beast form, incorporating an additional skill, and numerous other aspects. So the overall design is quite complex. Lin Yu spent a full 20 minutes crafting it before finally getting it right. "All right, done." Li Xiang immediately leaned in, unable to wait. To someone with his perfectionist tendencies, the blueprint was practically unbearable to look at. Scrawled haphazardly across it was a qilin and other elements, all in crooked lines. Beside it were 4 large characters, Super Beast Armament. Could this thing even be absorbed? Zhao Jiping stepped forward to take the blueprint. He had complete faith in Lin Yu and didn't even examine it closely before releasing the fire-bathing qilin from the beast control space. The moment the fire-bathing qilin touched the blueprint, the absorption was complete. The scene startled Li Xiang. It absorbed it already? That fast? Let's go test it out, Zhao Jiping immediately urged, pulling Lin Yu along to try out the new skill. Normally, Lin Yu's design skills were tested on specialized equipment, but Zhao Jiping dragged him straight to the fierce beast territory guarded by the Yen Yun army. Lin Yu asked, "Brother Zhao, shouldn't we test it with instruments first?" Zhao Jiping retorted, "What good would a ritual test do? Let's go straight into combat." The beast-infested territory guarded by the Yen Yun army was called the Flaming Lizard Vein. Beneath this entire area lay molten lava, home to terrifying beasts known as flaming lizards. Yen Yunjun and these creatures had been locked in a standoff for many years. Zhao Jiping was thrilled. Ever since witnessing Sun Ling's sword strike that opened the heavenly gate, he'd been itching for his turn, and today was finally his chance. The fire-bathing qilin was equally excited. The group arrived at a gathering place for the Yanshi. Zhao Jiping commanded, "Bathfire qilin, Super Beast Armor." At Zhao Jiping's command, a brilliant crimson glow erupted from the fire-bathing qilin, enveloping its entire body. Everyone felt the surrounding air itself begin to grow scorching hot. Within the crimson glow, the fire-bathing qilin's form gradually elongated into a humanoid shape. Soon, the group heard the crisp clanging of mecha components. Pieces of armor materialized around the fire-bathing qilin, snapping into place one by one. Soon, a set of crimson armor, rich in texture, formed over its body. So cool! Zhao Jiping couldn't help but exclaim. That sword armor from the sword sect had left a deep impression on Zhao Jiping, but his own fire-bathing Qilin armor was every bit as impressive. Brother Zhao, try it out. All your fire-bathing Qilin skills will now receive a 50% boost, Lin Yu said. Alright. I'll give it a shot. The fire lizards gathered in this area had already noticed the newcomers. One by one, they glared with icy eyes, growling incessantly. Zhao Jiping glared back. What are you staring at? Blazing Fire Dragon, unleash Blazing Fire Line. This was one of the fire-bathing Qilin's original skills, a basic ability that shot a high-temperature fire line forward. With the 50% enhancement, both the range and temperature of the flame line were significantly amplified. Two fire lizards in the gathering spot couldn't dodge in time and were instantly scorched, leaving two gaping holes. Zhao Jiping nodded with satisfaction. This boost is excellent. Try another move, Celestial Flame Dance. This was one of the fire-bathing Qilin's more powerful moves, dealing area of effect damage. With the 50% boost, the fire-bathing Qilin slapped a wave of flames upward, instantly turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. Any flaming lizard touched by the flames was instantly reduced to ash. Ha 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 ha. So powerful. Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Brother Lin, didn't you say this could rival Sun Ling's heaven-splitting sword? This still isn't powerful enough. Lin Yu replied, Brother Zhao, don't rush. This skill comes with a secondary ability called Fire Cloud Technique. Try it out. Oh? Zhao Jiping looked at his fire-bathing Qilin and commanded, Fire-bathing Qilin, use Fire Cloud Technique. Colossal power began converging from all directions. The fire element intensified in the fire-bathing Qilin's hands, eventually coalescing into a massive fireball. The fire-bathing Qilin hurled the orb forward. The moment it struck the fire lizards, a violent explosion erupted. In an instant, the fire lizards were vaporized by the sheer force. Simultaneously, the entire flaming lizard vein trembled from the impact of this strike. Qian Dajin was utterly dumbfounded. Those were a rank fire lizards. Wiped out in a single strike? Not even a bone fragment remained? This strike must possess SS grade power. Li Xiang began questioning himself. He had graduated from the Celestial Beast Academy, the most prestigious beastmaster institution where he had painstakingly honed his skill creation abilities. After years of accumulated work experience post-graduation, he had finally earned a position as a skill designer in the Yin Yun army. He never imagined that his decade-long toil would pale in comparison to a skill sketched out in mere moments. Skills like Super Beast Armor were incredibly complex. Li Xiang knew he couldn't design something like that. The Fire Cloud Technique was beyond his capabilities too. His resolve shattered instantly. Zhao Jiping was thrilled an extra SS grade skill had materialized out of nowhere. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. Brother Lin, that Sword of Heaven's Gate move is easily SSS tier. This still can't compare to Sword of Heaven's Gate. Brother Zhao, don't rush. This Super Beast Armor skill has rich content, let me explain it to you slowly, Lin Yu said. While in Super Beast Armor mode, you can also summon a Flash Chariot. What's a Flash Chariot? Zhao Jiping asked in confusion. Fire-bathing Qilin, use Flash Chariot. With that, a crimson motorcycle materialized out of thin air and raced toward them. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. How many men could resist such temptation? It can even fly. Zhao Jiping exclaimed. Exactly. That's the Flash Ride. Lin Yu declared. For now, the Super Beast Armor skill hadn't demonstrated any advantages over the heaven-splitting sword, but its potential was immense. It could transform a beast into an armed form, grant an additional skill, and even provide a flash chaser. This alone made it incomparable to any other skill. Li Xiang, still stunned, asked, there can't be more, right? Chapter 102, Phantom Scaled Divine. Lin Yu looked at Li Xiang and said, how did you know? Zhao Jiping's face lit up with excitement. What else? Lin Yu spoke slowly, this skill can also summon a mech. Holy crap! Zhao Jiping's eyes lit up even brighter as he stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu taught Zhao Jiping how to summon the mecha. With a loud shout, Zhao Jiping commanded, Phantom Dragon Beast. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet growing increasingly scorching. This area was already a magma vein, naturally hot, but now the heat intensified. A complex circular light ring slowly materialized on the ground. At its center, a massive Qilin head pattern swirled into existence. Then, the earth began to tremble violently, as if something was about to burst forth from beneath. A mecha Qilin poked its head out, its body gleaming with blinding light. With a single leap upward, it burst completely free. This mecha Qilin, roughly the size of a house, stood there with majestic might. The SS grade aura and pressure radiating from its body made anyone hesitate to approach. So cool. So majestic. Zhao Jiping couldn't help but exclaim. The fire-bathing Qilin slowly merged into the mecha Qilin. In an instant, the mecha gained consciousness and let out a roar toward the front. The shockwave from that single roar alone sent several fire lizards flying. Zhao Jiping shouted again, Phantom Qilin God. The mecha Qilin leapt high into the air, its body once again bursting with crimson light. In an instant, accompanied by the clanging roar of its mecha frame, it transformed into a humanoid mecha. Its imposing aura intensified even further. Zhao Jiping sensed that in Phantom Qilin God mode, the amplification could be even greater. He commanded, Fire Cloud Technique. Within the Phantom Qilin God, the fire-bathing Qilin unleashed the Fire Cloud Technique. The fire elements of the entire Yanqi Earth vein, as if encountering a fire emperor, flocked to pay homage. All converged in the Phantom Lynx God's hands, where a fiery orb grew ever larger and more blinding. From afar, it resembled a sun. The surrounding temperature began to rise relentlessly. Everyone could no longer endure the heat and immediately began evacuating. At that moment, the fire cloud art was finally completed. The Phantom Lynx God hurled the fireball into the flaming lizard vein, as if casting a golden sun. A deafening explosion echoed as magma from the flaming lizard vein erupted skyward, resembling a volcanic eruption. Then the alarm sounded. The strike had triggered the Lin Yu army's alarm system. Instantly, all soldiers entered combat readiness, and the army's protective shield activated in an instant. The primary reason the Lin Yu army was stationed here was because the flaming lizard vein was home to an SS-rank flaming lizard king. Yet under the strike, the flame lizard king sensed mortal peril and immediately dived deep underground, not daring to show its head. The entire flaming lizard mountain range collapsed under the impact of this fire cloud technique strike, with lava surging wildly, resembling a living hell. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Jiping roared with laughter. Too powerful! Too powerful! Zhao Jiping's strike had just matched the sword sect's heaven-splitting sword in power. Lin Yu! You're nothing short of a genius, no. A prodigy of unparalleled talent. In the state of the Phantom Lynx God, the skills of the fire-bathing Qilin have been amplified by a full threefold. Threefold? Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly. Chen Dajin stared dumbfounded at the earth veins before him, now scarred as if by a nuclear blast, then cast an incredulous glance at Lin Yu. This young man had designed such a devastatingly powerful skill in just a few moments? Li Xiang was utterly convinced. Zhao Jiping threw his arms around Lin Yu, roaring with laughter. Thank you, Lin brother. From now on, you're my own flesh and blood. Lin Yu forced a smile at Zhao Jiping's off-the-wall remark. Don't let Zhao Jiping's perpetually carefree demeanor fool you. Since meeting Lin Yu, he was the commander of an entire military unit. Out in the real world, he was a figure who could control everything with a single hand. With Zhao Jiping as his connection, Lin Yu could practically walk all over the place from now on. Lin Yu said to Zhao Jiping, Brother Zhao, look at you getting all worked up again. It's not like we've even gotten anywhere yet. Zhao Jiping stared back at Lin Yu, his face brimming with disbelief. Could it be, this super beast armor holds some hidden mystery? Lin Yu flashed a mysterious smile. Remember when I mentioned this super beast armor might have a chance to surpass the heaven-splitting sword? Zhao Jiping nodded. Lin Yu continued, this super beast armor also hides a skill called Nebula. Nebula? Zhao Jiping asked. How do you activate it? Lin Yu replied, I can't teach you Nebula. That's something you must discover for yourself, Brother Zhao. Remember, this skill of the super beast armor relies on conviction. The stronger your conviction, the more powerful its effect. When your conviction reaches a certain level, you'll be able to unleash Nebula. Zhao Jiping pondered this statement earnestly. His gaze then turned resolute as he looked at Lin Yu and declared, I'll strive relentlessly until I unleash Nebula. But for now, this is sufficient. I'm confident I can secure a top 3 finish in this martial arts tournament. Lin Yu flashed another smile. And here's some more good news. Zhao Jiping's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yu had delivered so much good news today that he was almost overwhelmed. What other good news? Lin Yu declared, the super beast armor skill can be mass-produced. What? Not just Zhao Jiping, but Chen Daijin and Li Xiang were both stunned. If this monstrous thing could be mass-produced, how terrifying would that be? The rest of the Lin Yu army members turned to Lin Yu one by one, their eyes filled with hope. The thought of mastering such a powerful skill themselves filled each of them with excitement. Brother Lin, now I understand why Sun Ling treasures you so much. You've brought me so many surprises, I'm almost reluctant to let you go back. Of course, that was just a joke. Zhao Jiping continued, Brother Lin, I'd appreciate it if you could design a few more sets. This martial arts demonstration the Lin Yu army is going to blow everyone away. Ha ha ha. As for the price, rest assured I won't shortchange you. Zhao Jiping assured him. Just as he was about to discuss pricing with Lin Yu, a soldier rushed in, phone in hand. Commander! A call from Marshal Zhou. Zhao Jiping took the phone. A gruff voice roared from the other end, Old Zhao, what's going on at your camp? What's all this commotion? Did the yen lizards revolt? Hearing this, Zhao Jiping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The commotion they'd caused had been so loud it had alarmed Marshal Zhou. He immediately put on an apologetic smile and said, No, the yen lizzie haven't revolted. With us here, how could they possibly cause chaos? The thing is, Lin Yu, standing nearby, felt a surge of excitement welling up inside him. Marshal Zhou? A big shot from the military headquarters? Chapter 103, Mindless Persecution. The roaring on the other end of the line showed no sign of stopping. Zhao Jiping was as docile as a kitten, not daring to utter a word as he endured the tirade in silence. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen Zhao Jiping like this. Who on the other end could berate a division commander like this? After hanging up, Zhao Jiping wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and awkwardly addressed Lin Yu. Sorry, brother. I was planning to go with you to discuss pricing, but as you heard, I need to report what just happened. How about this head back first? Once I handle this, I'll come straight to your Yushin company to talk. Lin Yu didn't mind. The price and terms for selling the Super Beast armor still needed to be discussed with Li Shueixing anyway. He replied, no problem, brother Zhao. You go ahead and handle this. Yan Yunjun and his group escorted Lin Yu to Zhao Jiping's private vehicle, watching as he drove away. Such an escort wouldn't even be afforded to Sun Ling. Only Lin Yu received this treatment, clearly demonstrating how highly Zhao Jiping valued him. Meanwhile, at the Beast Control Techniques Company in Tingcheng, the entire organization was in a state of utter chaos. Ever since Lin Yu began selling the Mystic Heaven treasure record, all three major cultivation technique companies had suffered severe blows, with Tingcheng bearing the brunt. This was primarily because Tingcheng had only recently emerged as a major player in the past few years, making it the weakest of the three. Furthermore, while the other two companies, Li's and Xixing, had diversified businesses, Tingcheng lacked such diversifications. As a result, the entire Tingcheng beast-taming technique company was now teetering on the brink of collapse. When Yushin Company released its second batch of Xiantian Balu for sale, Tingcheng Beast Mastery Company could no longer hold on. Chairman Wang Tianhai sat in the conference room, one hand pressed to his forehead, his face etched with worry. The rest of the board members sat in complete silence, not uttering a word. Wang Tianhai's anger flared as he surveyed the group. Slamming his fist on the table, he roared, "Speak up! Weren't you all so talkative before? What are we going to do now? Are we just going to sit here and wait to die?" Every head in the boardroom drooped even lower. Wang Tianhai's son, Wang Xiaofeng, stood by the door with a look of contempt. Bunch of useless fools. They strut around like they own the place, but when trouble hits, they all turn out to be such cowards. Wang Xiaofeng had always been a troublemaker. Wang Tianhai had never taken him seriously, so Xiaofeng had long sought an opportunity to prove himself to his father. Yet, from childhood to adulthood, Wang Tianhai had never once acknowledged him. Xiaofeng had yearned for his father's approval, and it seemed today was finally his chance. So Wang Xiaofeng stepped forward and declared, "Dad, let me tell you, that Lin Yu from Yushin Company, no matter how talented or brilliant he is, he's still just a student at Tianhua Beastmaster Academy. As long as he's a student, it's easy to handle. I'll get a few brothers to ambush him at the school gate, teach him a lesson, and then make him shut down Yushin Company. Problem solved, right? Sometimes you can't be too clean about how you get things done. When you need to be shady, you gotta be shady." Hearing Wang Xiaofeng's plan, Wang Tianhai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wang Xiaofeng continued to boastfully lay out his entire scheme. "Even if the Beast Control Bureau shows up, we've got nothing to fear. Don't forget, my uncle is the chief of the investigation division at the Capital Beast Control Bureau. He's one of us. I'll be fine no matter what. Dad, all these years, our Tingcheng has never been a match for Xixing precisely because you've been too soft-hearted. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures." Wang Tianhai laughed upon hearing this line of reasoning. He had built his vast empire from scratch through immense hardship, proving himself quite shrewd in the process. How could he have fathered such a foolish son? He viewed business dealings as simplistic as street brawls, utterly lacking foresight, blurting out words without a second thought. Wang Tianhai couldn't help but wonder, is this really my own flesh and blood? Wang Xiaofeng, seeing his father laugh, was about to press his advantage and continue speaking, but before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tianhai slammed his hand on the table and pointed toward the door. "Get out!" Humiliated in front of the board, Wang Xiaofeng's rage boiled over. He flung open the door and stormed out. As he reached the doorway, his frustration boiled over. "That old bastard! Too cowardly to act himself, yet he dares insult me. I'm doing this for the family. For Tingcheng. Fine, if you won't do it, I will. I'll settle this first and show you what Wang Xiaofeng is capable of." With that resolve, Wang Xiaofeng pulled out his phone, texted his closest friends to arrange a meeting spot, and set out to confront Lin Yu in Yushin Company. "This time, I'll prove myself." Wang Xiaofeng's gaze hardened with resolve. Lin Yu had Yan Yunjuan's driver drop him off at Yushin Company, where he planned to discuss the new skills with Li Shueixing. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yu discovered that Li Shueixing was actually out on a business trip. After sending Li Shueixing a message, Lin Yu headed to the company's skill development department, though it was essentially just his own office. "My little electric also has a beast form. I wonder if it can undergo super beast armor transformation. If it succeeds, my combat power would skyrocket. With that thought, Lin Yu pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint from the RD office and began scribbling on it. Having done this once before, Lin Yu was now well versed in the process, completing the creation in no time. He handed the skill demonstration diagram to Electrocution Beast. As before, the creature instantly assimilated it. Just then, Li Shuisheng, who had received Lin Yu's message, rushed back. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Brother Lin, what do you need me for?" Lin Yu replied, "No rush. Come, let me show you the new skill I've created." "Sounds great." Li Shuisheng knew Lin Yu's skill designs were absurdly powerful, so he was quite intrigued. Lin Yu commanded the Electrocution Beast, Little Electro, Super Beast Armor. A faint blue glow began to emanate from the Electro Beast's body. Within the blue light, it transformed into a towering form. Several blue mecha components then materialized out of thin air, each one seamlessly integrating into the Electro Beast's body. With a clanging resonance, the entire armor suite fused seamlessly onto the Electrocution Beast. It looked incredibly imposing, especially with the dragon-shaped crest on its helmet. Lin Yu thought to himself, "Success! Xiao Dian's Dragon King form can perform Super Beast armor." Li Shuisheng watched in awe beside him, his jaw dropping. "So cool! Brother Lin, give my ugly worm this skill too, will ya?" Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. "This skill can only be learned by beast form beasts. Your ugly worm can't learn it." Hearing this, Li Shuisheng felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly let it go. Lin Yu continued, "Our company is preparing to launch a new skill. I plan to sell the Super Beast armor. Chapter 104, you need power to survive in this game. All beast-type tamers can use it, which means we'll capture this vast market," Lin Yu explained. Li Shuisheng pondered for a moment before replying, "Sounds good. But Brother Lin, how powerful is this skill?" Lin Yu said, "Come on, let's head to the testing ground. I'll show you the true power of this Super Beast armor." The moment the two stepped outside, the company security guard rushed up, panting heavily. "Bosses, you need to come down immediately. A bunch of troublemakers are causing a scene downstairs." "What?" Li Shuisheng's expression darkened. "Who dares cause trouble at our Yuxing company?" Following Lin Yu downstairs, they saw a group of thugs gathered at the company entrance. Their leader, wearing a brazen expression, was violently attacking the security guard at the gate. That ringleader was none other than Wang Xiaofeng. Spotting Lin Yu emerge, he finally stopped the assault and staggered over. "You're Lin Yu?" Lin Yu nodded and asked, "That's me. What do you want?" "Humph." Wang Xiaofeng sneered coldly. "I've got my eye on your company. Today, I'm here to shut you down for good. This guy's here to cause trouble," Lin Yu immediately understood. "Idiots." Li Shuisheng cursed. "They're probably from some martial arts company. What kind of company is stupid enough to hire street thugs for this?" Lin Yu paid no heed, stepping forward and asking with a smile, "Just the few of you? That's hardly enough." "Thugs are thugs," they flared up instantly. Wang Xiaofeng and his crew unleashed their beasts from their beast summoning spaces. They had over a dozen men and over a dozen beasts, including several A-rank beasts. Wang Xiaofeng pointed at Lin Yu and declared, "Don't get too cocky, kid. Today I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Yu remained unfazed, turning to Li Shuisheng and saying, "Perfect. No need to go to the testing ground. I'll show you this skill right here." Behind them, the Electrocution Beast, already in its Super Beast armor state, stepped forward. Wang Xiaofeng and his group looked puzzled. What kind of beast was this? They'd never seen it before. Lin Yu paid Wang Xiaofeng and his crew no mind whatsoever. He even turned to explain to Li Shuisheng, "Watch closely. In Super Beast armor mode, you gain a skill. Little Lightning. Cold Shadow Technique." The Electrocution Beast in its Super Beast armor state spread its arms wide. A blue glow emanated from its body as surrounding ice elements rapidly converged toward its position. In an instant, the temperature of the entire area plummeted dramatically. Then, beneath the Electro Beast's feet, the ice elements coalesced into countless ice spikes that exploded outward. They transformed into a sky filled with ice crystals. The ice elements continued to gather. The blue glow on Electro Beast intensified. Countless ice spikes materialized in midair around him, gleaming with a frigid light. Wang Xiaofeng began to panic. What kind of skill is this?" The Electro Wolf clapped its hands forward, and a barrage of ice spikes shot out from behind it. In an instant, Wang Xiaofeng and his companions' beasts had nowhere to hide. Each ice spike carried terrifying destructive power. When they struck the beasts, they instantly tore through their bodies, leaving gaping holes. The sheer force was immense, pounding the concrete ground and punching holes through it. Before Wang Xiaofeng and the others could even retaliate, their beasts were all gravely wounded, blood splattered everywhere. And this was only because Lin Yu had ordered the Electrocution Beast to hold back. Otherwise, unleashed at full power under the Super Beast armor's enhancement, this strike alone could have ended these beasts' lives outright. The pungent stench of blood instantly sobered Wang Xiaofeng. He suddenly realized how foolish his plan had been. Seeing his beast tamer lying in a pool of blood, writhing in agony, a wave of rage surged through Wang Xiaofeng once more. "Fine, Lin Yu. You dare harm my beast? You'll pay for this. Wang Xiaofeng dialed a number and said, "Second uncle, someone just severely injured my beast right here on the street, at the entrance of Yushin Company." Alright. Hurry over then. I'll wait here for you. Then, arrogance returned to Wang Xiaofeng's face. Kid, don't think you can act all cocky and arrogant now. Just wait. I'll make sure you won't be laughing for long. Lin Yu still wore a disdainful smirk. You're calling for backup? Then I'll see just how big a shot you can bring. Don't talk tough. You'll be crying soon enough. Wang Xiaofeng shouted defiantly. Soon, a vehicle from the Beast Control Bureau pulled up outside Yushin Company. This surprised Lin Yu somewhat. He hadn't expected Wang Xiaofeng to call in the Beast Control Bureau. A gray-haired man stepped out of the vehicle and strode forward, barking, "Who's assaulting someone in public?" Wang Xiaofeng recognized the man and immediately stepped forward. Second uncle. It's him. Surveying the beasts writhing in pain on the ground, Wang Xiaofeng's uncle, Wang Shanyue, sneered coldly, "You've got some nerve, kid." Lin Yu thought to himself, no wonder this kid's so cocky, he's got connections at the Beast Control Bureau. But I've got connections there too. Earlier, Yan Shuxing, the director of the Capital Beast Master Administration, had told him to seek him out if anything happened. He wondered what rank this man held in the bureau. Surely he couldn't be higher than Yan Shuxing? Seeing Lin Yu unmoved, Wang Shanyue declared, "Come with me to the Beast Control Bureau." At that moment, Wang Xiaofeng grinned smugly as he approached. So you're good at fighting? What good is that? In this game, you need power and connections. Lin Yu merely smiled back, saying nothing. Li Shuixing panicked and pleaded, "Brother Lin, don't be afraid. My Li family has plenty of connections. I'll go find someone to rescue you right now." Lin Yu waved him off. "No need. I'll go with them." Then, with confidence, he added, "However they take me away today, I'll make them bring me back the same way." Then he climbed straight into the Beast Control Bureau's vehicle. Wang Xiaofeng was somewhat surprised. This guy was actually pretty cooperative. He turned to Wang Shanyue and said, "Second uncle, don't let this guy off easy. Teach him a lesson he won't forget." Wang Shanyue nodded. "Don't worry about it." Wang Xiaofeng gazed at the four characters Yushin Company and felt a surge of satisfaction. The matter that had troubled his father for so long had been resolved so easily by him. Surely his father would finally see him in a new light now? Meanwhile, after enduring Marshal Zhou's scolding, Zhao Jiping immediately returned to the Yen Yun army camp. After entrusting military affairs to Qian Dajin, he boarded a special vehicle bound for Yushin Corporation. The more he thought about the super beast armor skill, the more he liked it. He needed to finalize the decision quickly so Lin Yu could begin mass production sooner. Only then would he feel at ease. He dared not waste a single moment, arriving without pause. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yushin Corporation, he saw numerous employees standing outside, their faces clouded with worry. Zhao Jiping's heart sank. Something must have gone wrong? Chapter 105, What an imposing official presence. Li Shuixing spotted a military vehicle approaching from afar. When Zhao Jiping stepped out, Li Shuixing's heart skipped a beat. He had seen Zhao Jiping from a distance during the crisis in the capital and knew he was the commander of the Yen Yun army. But why was he here today? As soon as Zhao Jiping stepped out of the vehicle, he noticed the uneasy expressions on everyone's faces. He approached and asked, "Where is your boss, Lin Yu?" Hearing the commander was looking for Lin Yu, Li Shuixing immediately put on a mournful expression and said, "Our brother Lin, he's been taken away by the Beast Control Bureau." What? The words ignited a raging fire of fury within Zhao Jiping, and he exploded in anger. Zhao Jiping didn't recognize the minor officials from the Imperial Beast Control Bureau in the capital. He only knew Yan Shuxing. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Yan Shuxing? How dare he?" Seeing Zhao Jiping's reaction, Li Shuixing quickly caught on. This military commander seems to have a pretty good relationship with Brother Lin. When did Brother Lin start having connections with the military commander? Li Shuixing's father, Li Guotao, had long sought connections within the military but lacked both opportunity and channels. And now Lin Yu knew a military commander. Li Shuixing instantly felt reassured. This was solid. Zhao Jiping was frantic with worry, fearing something might happen to Lin Yu. He floored the gas pedal and sped straight toward the Imperial Beast Control Bureau. This time, Zhao Jiping brought along several soldiers from the Yen Yun army, who followed closely behind him toward the Beast Control Bureau. Seeing this, Li Shuixing followed in his own vehicle. By the time Li Shuixing arrived, Zhao Jiping had already surrounded the Beast Control Bureau with his men. The people inside the bureau were stunned. What was going on? Out of nowhere, a group of soldiers had surrounded them? Zhao Jiping shouted from below, "Yan! Come out and face me." The Yan he referred to was naturally Yan Shuxing. But Yan Shuxing wasn't there today. He was out on a mission. Had Yan Shuxing been present, he would have noticed Wang Shanyue arresting Lin Yu the moment it happened. The Beast Control Administration personnel were extremely nervous. They tried to explain to Zhao Jiping, but he wouldn't listen, insisting on seeing Yan Shuxing. Before they could calm Zhao Jiping down, a group of teachers from Tianhua Academy's security department suddenly appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the Beast Control Bureau as well. The moment Lin Yu was taken away, Li Shuweixing immediately called Sun Ling. Sun Ling flew into a rage upon hearing the news and, without a word, led the entire security department staff straight over. Spotting Sun Ling, Zhao Jiping sneered sarcastically, well, isn't this Director Sun? Your student got arrested, and you're just showing up now? Sun Ling's face darkened, and he remained silent. The sword sec stood beside him, poised for action. This was utterly humiliating. Just 2 days ago, he had treated Lin Yu like a precious treasure, and now the Beast Control Bureau had taken him away. Today, he would demand an explanation from the Beast Control Bureau, no matter what. Meanwhile, Wang Shangyue brought Lin Yu to the bureau. Before he could act, the commotion downstairs left him completely bewildered. Wang Xiaofeng felt uneasy. Could all these people be here to rescue Lin Yu? Isn't Lin Yu just a student? Why are so many big shots here? The Beast Control Bureau personnel immediately called Yan Shuxing, who was out on a mission. When Yan Shuxing received the call, he was completely bewildered. The Beast Control Bureau was under siege? Zhao Jiping and Sun Ling specifically demanded to see him? Wait, I haven't done anything to provoke them. Without time to think, he rushed straight to the Beast Control Bureau. By the time he arrived, Zhao Jiping and Sun Ling were already waiting for him, their faces dark. Yan, never expected you to be this bold. Yan Shuxing was even more baffled. Wait, what did I even do? Feng Taihong asked you to look after Lin Yu. Is this how you look after him? By getting him arrested? Yan Shuxing's expression changed drastically. What? He seemed to grasp what had transpired. You guys at the Beast Control Bureau just arrest people whenever you feel like it? Talk about official arrogance. Yan Shuxing's face was now as sour as a bitter melon. I truly had no idea. You saw it yourselves, I just got back. Alright, you two, wait here for me. I'll go inside and find out what's going on. I promise I'll give you both a satisfactory answer. Get moving. Zhao Jiping was always blunt and direct. Yan Shuxing swallowed hard, glancing at the sword sect members standing tense and ready beside Sun Ling, as if they might open a heavenly gate for the Beast Control Bureau at any moment. The sheer power of that sword strike that had cleaved open the heavens was still vivid in his memory. Yan Shuxing turned and stormed off, his face flushed with anger. He kicked open the Beast Control Bureau's door and bellowed the moment he entered. Who among you captured Lin Yu? Wang Xiaofeng's heart sank upon hearing this. They really were after Lin Yu. Nervously, he pointed at Lin Yu and said to Wang Shangyue, second uncle, that's Lin Yu. What? Wang Shangyue was struck dumb, as if by lightning. From the moment the arrest began, Wang Xiaofeng hadn't mentioned who they were taking. Wang Shangyue had assumed it was just another one of Wang Xiaofeng's usual conflicts. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Shangyue steeled himself and stepped forward. It was me. Yan Shuxing also noticed the detained Lin Yu. Ignoring Wang Shangyue entirely, he strode straight toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu. You're okay? That's good. That's good. Lin Yu flashed a smile. I'm sorry to have caused Uncle Yan such worry. Uncle Yan? Both Wang Xiaofeng and Wang Shangyue felt their hearts skip a beat at that name. The relationship between these two was beyond imagination. Wang Shangyue cautiously stepped forward and explained, it's like this, Chief. This man assaulted someone in public, so I. Yan Shuxing shot him a vicious glare. Assaulted someone in public? So you skipped all procedures and just arrested him? Let me tell you, Wang Shangyue, you better have proof that Lin Yu committed assault in public. Otherwise, you should know what happens to those who falsely accuse an S-class meritorious officer. What? Wang Shanyue's eyes widened in shock. An S-class meritorious service medal. Wang Xiaofeng looked utterly stunned. An S-class merit? He'd never even seen an A-class merit in his life. This Lin Yu was just a college student, how could he possibly be an S-class merit? No, Director. Please hear me out, I genuinely had no idea. Wang Shangyue pleaded, his face twisted in despair. Ignorance excuses reckless behavior? If this were anyone else, who knows what you'd have done? How did our Beast Control Bureau produce such a disgrace? Yan Shuxing snapped. Enough. I won't waste words on you. Wait for your court date. And you, the head of the investigation division, don't even think about keeping your position. With that, Yan Shuxing left Wang Shangyue standing there. Switching to a smile, he turned to Lin Yu and said, look at the mess this has caused. It's all Uncle Yan's fault. My people don't know their place. Please don't take it personally. How about this, shall I kowtow to you? Chapter 106, Can They Merge? Everyone else in the Beast Control Bureau was stunned. They'd assumed Lin Yu and Yan Shuxing might be related, but judging by Yan Shuxing's fawning demeanor, they'd clearly misjudged the situation. Just who was this Lin Yu? Yan Shuxing continued to insist to Lin Yu, how about this? Uncle Yan will treat you to a proper feast tonight to make it up to you. Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand. Uncle Yan, no need for that. It wasn't your fault. I'm just grateful you came all this way. You've gone to a lot of trouble. Lin Yu was always highly perceptive. Despite Yan Shuxing's excessive politeness, he was still the bureau chief. One couldn't let him lose face. Yan Shuxing continued his pleasantries as he escorted Lin Yu outside. Zhao Jiping and Sun Ling saw this and immediately approached. You okay, buddy? Zhao Jiping asked first. Sun Ling shot Zhao Jiping a glance, inwardly wondering how these two had suddenly become so chummy. Zhao Jiping still harbored resentment toward Yan Shuxing and snapped, Yan, you'd better keep a close eye on your people. Watch out for the rotten apples. Yan Shuxing replied, I'll look into it immediately. Whatever I find out, I'll let you know right away. That's more like it. After confirming Lin Yu was unharmed, Sun Ling finally felt at ease and returned to school. After all, having the entire security department out on the streets wasn't ideal. Lin Yu got into Zhao Jiping's car and headed to Yuxing Company. Li Shuisheng followed in his own car, watching Lin Yu with envy. What a presence! Yan Shuxing returned to the administration bureau. Wang Shangyue and Wang Xiaofeng had already been detained. His expression turned icy as he decided to interrogate them personally. Once the reason was uncovered during the interrogation, Yan Shuxing couldn't help but laugh. You sure are a great second uncle. He shot another glance at Wang Xiaofeng, inwardly cursing the fool. Yan Shuxing had heard of Wang Xiaofeng's father, Wang Tianhai, a self-made man, they said. But how could his son be so utterly clueless? Even if he didn't understand business matters, he should at least know there are surveillance cameras on the streets, right? The management bureau had already retrieved the surveillance footage. Wang Xiaofeng had led his men in causing trouble, prompting Lin Yu to step in and teach them a lesson. Therefore, Wang Xiaofeng was guilty of falsely accusing a decorated officer, a crime punishable by 5 years. The moment he heard he was facing 5 years, Wang Xiaofeng felt his vision go black. As for Wang Shangyue, his fate was even more dire. His unauthorized arrests and abuse of power would lead to a far more miserable outcome. Not only that, but even Tingqing Beastkeeping Company was implicated. When Wang Tianhai heard the news, he collapsed into his chair. He had worked tirelessly to find a way out for Tingqing, only to have his son ruin everything, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. Tingqing had barely been holding on, but now, with the order to cease operations, all hope was lost. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping were negotiating prices in the conference room of Yuxing Company. There wasn't much to discuss. Lin Yu's position was clear: the Super Beast armament skill would eventually be released for sale, so he wanted to lower the price. Sticking to the old strategy. Zhao Jiping, however, feared Lin Yu might be shortchanged and insisted on pushing for a higher price. Li Shuisheng sat quietly in the corner, not daring to speak, watching the two men. This is bizarre. The buyer complains it's too cheap, while the seller complains it's too expensive. In the end, Zhao Jiping couldn't persuade Lin Yu and decided that the Super Beast armor skill would be priced the same as the Mystic Heaven treasure record, 900,000 yuan. Zhao Jiping stated, according to military exercise regulations, each unit sends 20 personnel. Let's order 20 sets for now. Including mine, calculate the total cost. I'll have someone transfer the payment shortly. Lin Yu shook his head. Just count 19 sets. Your Super Beast armor is my gift to you. How can that be? Zhao Jiping refused to accept Lin Yu's favor. Lin Yu insisted, Brother Zhao, this is my gift to you. If you're my brother, just take it, no need to mention money. Hearing Lin Yu put it that way, Zhao Jiping didn't hesitate. He said heartily, all right. I won't stand on ceremony with you, brother. Good buddy, if you ever need anything, just call me. Well, that's going to cause some trouble later. Li Shuisheng watched Lin Yu with envy. Becoming brothers with a military commander meant Lin Yu could practically walk all over the capital from now on. Lin Yu continued, oh, and Zhao, you should find someone to teach you this skill ASAP. Practice it with your team. If you coordinate well, you can merge in Super Beast mode. Your power will skyrocket. What? We can merge? Zhao Jiping exclaimed in disbelief. He was already satisfied with their combat strength in Super Beast mode, but to think they could merge and become even stronger. Wasn't this skill just a bit too overpowered? Seriously, bro? Lin Yu declared confidently, absolutely. You and I can fuse right now. If you don't believe me, let's test it out immediately. The two arrived at the training ground of Yuxing Corporation and summoned their beasts. Zhao Jiping and Lin Yu declared in unison, Super Beast armament. The fire-bathing Qilin and the lightning beast were simultaneously enveloped in light, one crimson, one azure. Within the light, the two beasts' bodies began to elongate, eventually transforming into human forms. Then, metallic armor plates materialized, clanking mechanically as they fused onto their bodies, forming two imposing sets of battle armor. Li Shuisheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was too cool. He couldn't help but glance at his own ugly slug. Ugly Worm watched with an envious look. Li Shuisheng patted its head and said, it's okay, it's okay. You're cute even though you're ugly. Zhou Ruan? Beneath the fire-bathing Qilin's feet, a massive crimson Qilin beast pattern materialized, surrounded by a ring of obscure, indecipherable runes. In an instant, the temperature across the entire training ground skyrocketed. Above the Electroweb's position, a massive blue dragon head pattern materialized, radiating waves of frigid chill. Li Shuixing felt as if he were caught between ice and fire. The phantom Qilin emerged from the Qilin pattern, glowing red, as the fire-bathing Qilin merged into it. A blue mecha dragon also materialized from the pattern above the electrocution beast, which then merged into it. Li Shuixing remarked from the sidelines, "Brother Lin's skills are even flashier this time, armor and mechs and all." Phantom Link's God. Another roar of mecha echoed as Phantom Lynx leapt high into the air, transforming mid-flight into a colossal humanoid mecha. Dragon War God. The mecha dragon soared across the training ground before transforming mid-air into a humanoid mecha of its own. Li Shuixing had seen Su Yuan's 100 fruit beast summon mechs before. Even in their combined form, Li Shuixing felt Su Yuan's 3 combined mechs lacked the overwhelming presence of these two. Zhao Jiping asked, "How do we fuse now?" Facing Zhao Jiping's question, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. "Simple. Let's merge our minds." Chapter 107, Blitzkrieg against the Flame Lizard King. After some practice, the two gradually developed a sense of coordination and began to feel a faint connection. "Brother Zhao, we're almost there. Let's give it a try." "Alright." Zhao Jiping responded. They then unleashed the alien energies within their bodies, allowing the two super beast powers to sense each other. Immediately, the dragon god, transformed from the electrocution beast, leapt high into the air, morphing mid-flight into a pair of slender yet powerful mechanical legs. The fire-bathing Qilin followed suit, leaping high as crimson light erupted from its body, transforming mid-air into the upper torso of a mecha. The two merged into one. Finally, the Qilin head of the phantom Qilin god descended, revealing the mecha head beneath. The fusion succeeded. Feeling the overwhelming power surging through the mecha, Zhao Jiping couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. "I feel like with this combined mecha, we can take down that flame lizard king," Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, an idea suddenly struck him. He turned to Lin Yu and suggested, "Why don't we head back to the flaming lizard vein to test this combined mecha strength? We can see if we can take down that flaming lizard king. Let's launch a surprise attack on it." Lin Yu considered it. With the combined mech strength, taking down the flame lizard king should be no problem. He nodded in agreement. "Alright. Let's go meet it head on." Li Shuixing immediately seized the opportunity, shouting, "I'm coming too! I'm coming too!" The group first traveled by vehicle to the Yin Yun army's encampment. There, Zhao Jiping began selecting personnel for the expedition into the flaming lizard veins. Since the primary purpose was to test their skills, the Yin Yun army dispatched only a dozen or so personnel. The group headed to the flaming lizard vein fully armed. These were all beast-type beast riders specially selected by Lin Yu. This trip to the vein also gave Lin Yu a chance to see who else could use the super beast armor together. Lin Yu intended to select 7 individuals to perform a 7-person fusion during the military exercise, believing this would significantly enhance the promotional impact of the super beast armor skill. The Yen Lizard Vein was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed at every step and numerous Yen Yun army personnel deployed throughout. Before entering, Lin Yu emphasized to the group, "Our primary objective this time is to test the fusion skill. Do not get sidetracked." Everyone agreed. The Yenchi King's lair lay at the deepest level of this underground realm, where temperatures rose the further one descended. Among the Yen Yun army, one member's beast-taming ability could create a frost-covered space. He enveloped the entire group within this space to shield them from the scorching heat. Descending further, they encountered numerous fire lizards darting their tongues, glaring menacingly at Lin Yu's group. As the gathering lizards grew more numerous, Zhao Jiping ordered, "Jing'an, take care of them." "Yes." A young woman stepped forward from the group, catching Li Shuixing's attention. Her figure was curvaceous, her face breathtakingly beautiful, comparable even to Chen Yushi. She summoned her beast from the beast-taming space, a purple-winged divine phoenix. Use divine feather thrust. The purple-winged divine phoenix spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of feathers that rained down like hailstones. In an instant, the surrounding fire lizards were wiped out completely. Lin Yu nodded. This beast is impressive. It can perform super beast armor and grant flight capabilities to the fusion mecha during the fusion process. Zhao Jiping nodded upon hearing this. Then count her in for this military exercise. As the group cleared the path of fire lizards, they soon arrived at the location of the Fire Lizard King. This Fire Lizard King radiated an SS-rank aura, its massive form resembling a small mountain, with scorching fire elements swirling around its body. As Lin Yu and his team approached, it opened one enormous eye, the sheer size of it startling Li Shuixing. The Fire Lizard immediately entered combat readiness, keeping a constant watch on Lin Yu and his group. Having dwelled here for years, it maintained a standoff with the Yen Yun army. Today, intruders had dared to enter its domain, leaving it puzzled. Zhao Jiping said to Lin Yu, "Come on, brother." The electrocution beast and the fire-bathing Qilin simultaneously activated their super beast armor and summoned their respective super beasts, merging mid-air. The scene filled the onlookers with envy, but the Flame Lizard King alone was on high alert, its gaze fixed intently on the mecha. It sensed danger emanating from this mecha. Simultaneously, the Flame Lizard King readied itself for battle. Go! Lin Yu commanded. The dual combined mecha charged toward the Flame Lizard King, who met it head-on with equal ferocity. The collision sent both hurtling backward. Only then did Zhao Jiping realize he had underestimated the sheer toughness of the Fire Lizard King's hide. Then, the Fire Lizard King's eyes turned blood red. Lava began pooling around it, swiftly filling every crevice of its skin with scalding molten rock. The Fire Lizard King then spewed this molten lava into the air. Instantly, the Earth's pulse coalesced around the Fire Lizard King, forming a fiery red space. It sealed off the retreat for Lin Yu and his companions, seemingly intent on annihilating them completely within this space. Zhao Jiping's expression grew grim. He had underestimated the cunning of this fire lizard. Now, they had no choice but to push forward regardless. What had started as a test had now turned into a life or death situation. It seemed that today, either they would die, or the Flaming Lizard King would perish. One of them had to die. But who would willingly sit and wait for death? They all sprang into action. Li Shuixing released his beast, the ugly worm, from his beast-taming space. Watching the trembling Fire Lizard King in the mech, he felt compelled to act. Clown, activate Scarab Ascension! Li Shuixing commanded. When Lin Yu designed the Great Thousand Record skill for Li Shuixing, he had mentioned that the strongest ability within it was the Scarab Ascension. But Li Shuixing had never found the right moment to use it until now. Unbearable agony surged through the ugly worm's body. The Scarab Ascension demanded the user endure extreme physical and mental torment. The moment Zhou Chuan succeeded, everyone present felt as though something had suddenly awakened, gazing down upon them from the sky. That gaze seemed capable of driving anyone who met it into madness. The Scarab Ascension could share the user's agony with their opponent in extreme torment no ordinary being could endure. The Flaming Lizard King, mid-battle, suddenly felt waves of excruciating pain wash over his body, accompanied by mental agony. This agony was so intense it made him want to kill himself. It felt as though existence itself had become a form of torture. At the same time, Lin Yu was thrilled to discover that Li Shuixing's Scarab Ascension technique had actually affected the Super Beast mecha, while the Electrocution Beast in fire-bathing Qilin inside the mecha remained unaffected. Where did the mecha get the sense of pain? At that moment, Zhao Jiping suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Today seemed to present an opportunity to destroy this Flame Lizard King. The more he thought about it, the more the idea stirred within him. Chapter 108, Strike While the Iron is Hot. Zhao Jiping had never taken Li Shuixing seriously, especially since his Beastmaster was just a ugly worm. He never imagined this ugly worm's skill could be so absurd. Transforming its own agony into power while simultaneously inflicting that pain upon others, this skill was too twisted, too abstract. When the ugly worm unleashed its dung beetle ascension earlier, Lin Yu had deliberately stepped back a few paces. Zhao Jiping hadn't reacted in time. The moment the skill activated, that excruciatingly sour sensation instantly made him feel life wasn't worth living. Zhao Jiping snapped to attention and scrambled further away. Seeing the Flaming Lizard King writhing in agony, Zhao Jiping keenly recognized his chance had arrived. Strike while the iron is hot. The entire Yin Yun army had been stationed here, locked in a long standoff with this group of fire lizards. If they could take down the Fire Lizard King now, it would undoubtedly be a major achievement. Fire-bathing Qilin, Fire Cloud Technique. Lin Yu also commanded, Electro Beast, Cold Shadow Technique. The greatest power of fusion lies in merging the strength of two individuals into one. In the hands of the merged mecha, the blazing Fire Cloud art and the icy Cold Shadow art forcibly fused together. Ice and fire intertwined, transforming into an even more ferocious and overwhelming power. The terrifying aura it emitted sent shivers down the spine. By now, the Flame Lizard King had been tormented to the point of seeking death by the Scarab Ascension. The combined mecha unleashed its frenzied power upon the Flame Lizard King. The moment this force made contact, a violent explosion erupted. Zhao Jiping watched in stunned silence. If the 2-in-1 mecha was already this powerful, how formidable would a fusion of even more mechas become? Amidst the blast, the Flame Lizard King was torn to shreds by the sheer force. Deep within the Earth's veins, the violent blast sent the entire underground structure reeling. Magma began surging backward in all directions. Zhao Jiping, who had been basking in the triumph of defeating the Flame Lizard King, was suddenly overcome with panic. The entire Earth vein was collapsing, and the exit had even been sealed off by falling rocks. We're done for. How are we supposed to get out now? Are we going to be buried alive with that fire lizard? Zhao Jiping said, his voice tinged with despair. But Lin Yu remained utterly unperturbed. Brother Zhao, did you forget my Electrocution Beast has a spatial teleportation skill? Hearing this, Zhao Jiping's eyes lit up. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Earlier, when taking down that colossal beast hovering over the capital, Lin Yu had used this very technique to enter the monster's body. The electric beast shed its super beast armor form, shifting into its spatial form and activating the skill, Suspension Ring Teleportation. Xiao Dian drew a sparking circle out of thin air, revealing the scene within the Yen Yun army's camp on the other side. The group immediately stepped inside, finally escaping the flaming lizard vein. Upon exiting, Lin Yu army soldiers were devising a plan to enter the earth vein and rescue Zhao Jiping. Seeing Zhao Jiping appear out of thin air, each of them was startled. Having just narrowly escaped death, Zhao Jiping's phone began ringing incessantly. He answered to a roar, much like the last time. Zhao. Didn't I warn you last time? Stop acting recklessly. What kind of trouble have you gotten me into now? Zhao Jiping awkwardly explained, Marshal Zhou, please don't get angry. Hear me out. No, I mean, let me explain. I won't listen. Today, I'll teach you a lesson for this. Marshal Zhou's voice on the other end was filled with rage. Zhao Jiping blurted out, I killed that flame lizard king. Even if you did today. The voice on the other end paused abruptly, as if stunned. Wait, what did you say? I killed the flame lizard king. Zhao Jiping repeated calmly. Yet, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth slowly curl upward. Marshal Zhou fell silent on the other end. What's going on? Did you get drunk? Zhao Jiping seemed to feel that talking over the phone wasn't satisfying enough, so he said, alright, I'll come to headquarters and tell you all about it in detail. After hanging up, Zhao Jiping's face glowed with excitement as he addressed Lin Yu and Li Shuixing. You two have earned major credit this time. I'm heading straight to the military headquarters to report this. Rest assured, your contributions won't go unrecognized. Without waiting for Lin Yu or Li Shuixing to respond, Zhao Jiping swiftly exited the barracks and headed straight for the military headquarters. As before, the Yun army personnel drove Zhao Jiping's vehicle, escorting the two back to Yuxing Company. Li Shuixing's head was still spinning. He was now connected to the army commander. But Li Shuixing wouldn't forget Lin Yu. He understood deeply that everything he had achieved today was thanks to Lin Yu's help. If Lin Yu hadn't designed the skills for his ugly worm, he'd still be the unwelcome loser he once was. Chatting and laughing, the two walked toward the company entrance when a middle-aged man approached and blocked their path. Li Shuixing eyed him warily and demanded, What do you want? The man's face bore the marks of hardship, yet he forced a smile to appear more approachable. Allow me to introduce myself, he said. I'm Wang Tianhai, chairman of the board of Tingqing Beast Mastery Techniques Company. This was actually their first meeting. Lin Yu had a fresh memory of Wang Tianhai, as the man's son had recently come looking for trouble, and his younger brother had even arrested him. Li Shuixing's expression darkened as he snapped, What brings you here? Are you here to cause trouble like your son? Wang Tianhai offered a wry smile. The mere thought of his wayward son made him laugh a laugh born of sheer exasperation. He immediately clarified, No. You've misunderstood. I'm here first and foremost to apologize on behalf of my son, Wang Xiaofeng. It's my failure as a father that raised such an idiot, causing you both trouble. Li Shuixing sneered, Don't think an apology will save your son. But Wang Tianhai waved his hand. No. That's not why I'm here. My ungrateful son deserves whatever sentence he gets. He brought this on himself. I'm not here to plead for leniency. This left Li Shuixing somewhat perplexed. Then what brings you here? Wang Tianhai offered a bitter smile. To be honest, my Tingqing beast-taming techniques company is on its last legs. It's about to shut down. If it closes, so be it, I won't force it. But I want to secure a future for the rest of the company's people. I intend to sell Tingqing to you two, everything included, all employees and staff, plus our company's cultivation techniques and martial arts. I'm selling it all to you. Lin Yu carefully weighed the offer in his mind. His current company, Yuxing, had no personnel and no products, just the Xiantian Balu. Acquiring Tingqing's personnel and products would be a tremendous blessing. Yes. This person couldn't have come at a better time. Chapter 109, The Centurion of the Yun Army. Lin Yu invited Wang Tianhai to the company for detailed discussions. Ultimately, he acquired the entire Tingqing company at a price that was quite favorable to him. All of Tingqing's skill designers and martial arts techniques now belonged to Lin Yu. For some time, Wang Tianhai had been anxious about Tingqing's future. But after selling the company, he felt a new sense of peace and relief. Wang Tianhai exhaled deeply. I wasn't afraid of Tingqing going under. What I feared was that my team wouldn't have a good place to go. They followed me for so many years, I couldn't just abandon them like that. Now that their futures are secure, I can finally rest easy. After settling everything, Wang Tianhai lingered no longer. He turned and walked away, his retreating figure radiating a sense of grace. Watching Wang Tianhai's energetic figure, Lin Yu suddenly began to doubt whether Wang Xiaofeng was truly his biological son. The two men's demeanors were completely dissimilar, and even Li Shuixing harbored similar suspicions. Over the next few days, Wang Tianhai finalized all procedures for transferring Tingqing's assets. The Tingqing Beast Control Techniques Company was officially renamed Yuxing Company. Lin Yu and Li Shuixing flipped through all of Tingqing's martial arts techniques and cultivation methods, their hearts utterly unmoved. Having seen countless skills designed by Lin Yu, Li Shuixing held little regard for these materials. Even Tingqing's S-grade techniques failed to pique his interest. Lin Yu addressed Li Shuixing, I plan to stick with our old strategy, sell all these techniques and martial arts at rock-bottom prices. What do you think? Li Shuixing shrugged his shoulders and said, I have no objections. Then it's settled. Lin Yu even recorded a video specifically to announce to all his followers that Tingcheng had been renamed Yuxing, along with the news of the martial arts techniques being sold at rock-bottom prices. This was Lin Yu's first video ever, and the very first video posted on this account. When the two returned to Yuxing Company, Zhao Jiping's car was parked downstairs. Lin Yu hadn't seen Zhao Jiping in the days since. Could he be in trouble again? Spotting Lin Yu and his companion, Zhao Jiping immediately approached them with a smile. Congratulations. Congratulations. You've taken over Tingcheng. I must say, you two are quite something, bringing down a company in just a few days. Lin Yu waved it off. Just got lucky. Zhao Jiping continued cheerfully, and here's some more good news. I've reported the details of the Yanqi King's elimination to the military headquarters, especially highlighting your contributions. Marshal Zhou from the headquarters said he'll make sure you're properly rewarded. I know you two aren't short on money, so I didn't ask for a monetary reward for you, I secured something else instead. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately recalled Feng Taihong. Back then, Feng had refused to request monetary rewards to secure Lin Yu an A-grade merit citation, which had infuriated him at the time. I secured official positions for both of you. From now on, you two will be centurions in my Yun army. What? Li Shuixing exclaimed, his expression tinged with surprise and delight. Though Li Shuixing was born into the wealthy Li group, in this world, the military held even greater prestige. With ferocious beasts rampant everywhere, the army was essential for suppression, the Yun army's primary mission being to subdue these beasts. Zhao Jiping continued, this means you two can join us in the military exercises. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu considered it. Actually, this was perfect. It meant he could personally demonstrate the super beast armament skill during the live broadcast. Zhao Jiping added, truthfully, I had to lobby extensively to secure this reward for you both. Zhao Jiping had long desired to bring both of them into the military exercises. Lin Yu's value was obvious, but Li Shuixing's ugly crawl skill was truly breathtaking, something Zhao Jiping still couldn't forget. If deployed during the exercises, it would be an absolute game changer. Bringing them both along to the exercises would guarantee success. Lin Yu declared, if we're joining the military exercises, we're going for first place. He then turned to Zhao Jiping and said, brother, we need to hurry up and select the participants for the military exercises. I've already prepared the skill demonstration blueprints for the super beast armor. Once we find suitable candidates and they've mastered the super beast armor, we'll also need to figure out how to perform the fusion. Right. Zhao Jiping agreed wholeheartedly. He'd already witnessed the power of the super beast armor's dual fusion. Now he was dying to see just how strong multiple super beasts could become when fused together. Lin Yu decided to personally accompany Zhao Jiping to the military camp to select candidates for the fusion. The Yun army had been quite busy these past 2 days. Although the Yen Lizard King was dead, the destruction of the Yen Lizard's earth vein had forced the lizards to flee for their lives, one by one. The Yun army had been stationed at the exit daily, killing every single one that emerged. The first candidate Lin Yu selected was Xia Jing'an, who had explored the Flaming Lizard Mountains with him 2 days prior. Her purple-winged divine phoenix, when used for super beast armament, could summon the phoenix feather beast. This was one of the more significant entities within the fusion. Subsequently, following the requirements of the fusion, Lin Yu selected 4 more individuals and distributed the super beast armor skill among them. After that, the group practiced the 7-fold fusion in secret. Zhao Jiping was exceptionally excited this time. He would give the other army commanders quite a scare. The military exercises were fast approaching. In recent days, Lin Yu and Li Shuixing had been staying directly within the Yun army. On the day of commencement, the military headquarters dispatched aircraft to transport the group. The flight itineraries were classified, and neither Lin Yu nor the others knew their destination. Finally, they came to rest in a place resembling a barren mountain, where dozens of squads stood in perfect formation below. Li Shuixing, who had seen more of the world, exclaimed in astonishment, so many legions are here. That's the Tianfu army from Tianfu City. And the Hanhai Navy guarding the oceans. The Divine Shepherd Army from the northern grasslands. These legions are usually only seen in videos. As the aircraft touched down, Li Shuixing instantly shed his wide-eyed curiosity, adopting a solemn expression as he followed Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping to assemble at the barren mountain. Soon, several more legions arrived, completing the full assembly. A middle-aged man in a marshal's uniform emerged with a warm smile. Everyone's here. The crowd responded in unison, greetings, Marshal Zhou. This middle-aged man was none other than the military's marshal, Zhou Tianming. Some of you, old man here hasn't seen in ages. Zhou Tianming greeted them with a smile. The military exercise was about to commence. The rules were as follows. Deep within this barren mountain lay an SS-ranked ferocious beast, the boss of this exercise. The legion that slew the boss first would claim victory. Throughout the process, legions would engage in fierce combat. Each eliminated team would yield corresponding points to the victor. As the drill drew near, the military commanders shed their solemnity and gathered to exchange playful banter. "Old Zhao," one of them said, turning to Zhao Jiping with a grin. "You're not going to finish dead last again this year, are you?" The speaker was Su Pingchuan, commander of the Divine Shepherd Army. Zhao Jiping responded with a smile. "Bottom? We've got a trump card designed by a master strategist. Who ends up last is far from certain." Chapter 110, I knew Lin Yu would cause trouble. He teased with a grin, "Old Zhao, you've got to step up your game. You've been dead last every year, it's embarrassing for the rest of us." The other commanders gathered around, chuckling, "That's right, Old Zhao. You're not going to lose again this year, are you?" Zhao Jiping remained unruffled, replying, "Don't worry, I'm pretty well prepared this year." "Well then, we'll just have to wait and see." Zhao Jiping knew they were just teasing him, with no ill intent. But they had no idea that this time, armed with the skills designed by Lin Yu, he was brimming with confidence. Soon, the military exercise commenced, and everyone unleashed their beasts. The commanders of the major legions glanced at Zhao Jiping's team composition and frowned in unison. What's up with old Zhao? Why are there still electroshock beasts and ugly worms in his squad? Is this kid just throwing in the towel? He could at least pick some decent ones for the exercises. This is bad. I have a feeling old Zhao's going to lose again. Amidst the chorus of pessimism, the military exercise commenced. The entire exercise was broadcast live. The moment the stream went live, eagerly awaiting fans flooded the chat room, and bullet comments instantly filled the screen. The military drill is finally here. Last year's was so epic I'll never forget it. Last year's Tianfu Army commander, Zhu Fengxing, was so cool. Wonder how he'll do this year. Why is the Yen Yun Army's lineup still so weak? It's even weaker than last year's. How can they still have ugly worms and electric beasts in their ranks? At least get some combat-type tamed beasts. Electro Beast? Someone in the chat saw this beast and suddenly felt a chill. Could it be Lin Yu? Lin Yu's performance this past year had been nothing short of dazzling, elevating the once obscure electric beast to fame. Now, many people immediately thought of Lin Yu whenever they saw a Voltorb. No way! This is a military exercise only soldiers from the Legion can participate. Lin Yu's still in college, right? Wait, no! It really is him. Holy crap, it really is him. How is he everywhere? Fans who had originally come to watch the military exercises all started noticing Lin Yu. How could he possibly be participating in the military exercises? Look at his arm patch. Centurion. When did Lin Yu become a centurion in the Legion? The livestream chat for the military exercise was flooded with comments about Lin Yu. Guys, I have a feeling today's military exercises are going to be wild. Whenever Lin Yu's involved, things always get exciting. I can already tell that kid Lin Yu is up to something. As the comments flew, the military exercise officially commenced. Every legion pushed their speed to the max, rapidly closing in on the boss, while Zhao Jiping's Yen Yun army remained rooted to the spot. Zhou Tianming frowned at the sight. What's Zhao Jiping up to? Has he given up after losing year after year? Why isn't he moving? At the same time, Zhao Jiping glanced at his fellow competitors and asked, "Is everyone ready?" Everyone nodded solemnly. Then Super Beast Armor. They shouted in unison. Instantly, 19 dazzling beams of light erupted from the Yen Yun army side. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like someone had thrown a flashlight. Within the light, the forms of 19 beast riders began shifting into human shapes. Pieces of armor materialized out of thin air, attaching themselves one by one to the beast riders' bodies. These 19 beast riders transformed into warriors clad in armor. Only Li Shuweixing's ugly worm remained crouched silently in the corner. Zhou Tianming leapt to his feet. What kind of skill is this? The live chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! So cool! This skill is just as badass as me. I knew Lin Yu would stir things up. This has to be his doing. After the transformation ended, everyone shouted in unison, "Flash Drive!" The viewers in the livestream were instantly baffled. What the heck is Flash Chariot? That question echoed in everyone's mind. Soon, 19 motorcycles sped in, each sporting a different color scheme looking incredibly cool. Forget what kind of skill this is, these bikes are seriously cool. Everyone scrambled onto their bikes, and Lin Yu slung Li Shuweixing onto the back of his own. With a twist of the throttle, they raced toward the boss. They quickly caught up to Yun Guijun, who was lagging behind. Yun Guijun's commander frowned deeply. What is Zhao Jiping up to this year? What on earth is this? Though they didn't know what it was, letting Zhao Jiping pass was clearly out of the question. One member of the Yun Gui army controlled a tree demon. The tree demon thrust the vines on its arms into the ground, and soon several wooden spikes erupted from the ground, blocking Zhao Jiping's path. Just as everyone thought Zhao Jiping was finished, the 19 flash chariots suddenly took flight. The commander of the Yun Gui army stared in disbelief. These things can fly? What kind of monstrosity is this? The Yen-Yun army raced through the air, only to be harassed by more flying beasts. To quickly close in on the boss, many legions specifically brought along several flying mounts. The commander of the Crimson Sky Army led his troops to block the Yen-Yun army's path, declaring, "Old Zhao, it seems you've truly come prepared this year. I'll be the first to test your mettle." During the military exercises, all legions would first eliminate other teams before attempting to kill the boss. This was to prevent other legions from stealing the kill during the final boss encounter. The Crimson Sky Legion, specializing in ranged attack mounts, instantly unleashed multiple beams of light from their mounts to block Zhao Jiping's Yen-Yun army. "Everyone, land!" Zhao Jiping commanded. If anyone got hit and suffered casualties, it would be a huge loss. Better to land proactively and fight them head-on. The Crimson Sky Legion boasted formidable equipment. The vast majority of their beasts were S-rank, while the remaining A-rank beasts were all specialized in brute force. The Crimson Sky Army commander looked at Zhao Jiping and grinned. "Come on, old Zhao. Let's see if you've improved this year." The entire Qishao army was ready for battle. Several curious legions even stopped their march to watch the confrontation from afar. Zhao Jiping chuckled, "Well then, you'd better watch your step. Brothers, summon your super beasts." Super beasts? The term left everyone baffled. What exactly were super beasts? The armed fire-bathing Qilin struck the ground, instantly raising the air temperature. A massive Qilin head materialized from the earth. Not only him by every beastmaster on the Yen-Yun army side, a pattern materialized, instantly swirling with a chaotic mix of elemental energies. Immediately after, a massive Mecha Qilin, a massive Mecha Azure Dragon, and a massive Mecha Phoenix materialized one after another. By the time all the mechs materialized, every member of the Crimson Sky Army shared one thought. These mechs are seriously impressive. Chapter 111, The Heavy Turbidity Water Demon. When all the mechs materialized, every member of the Qishao army shared the same thought, "Damn, that's cool. What man hasn't dreamed of piloting a mecha?" Except for that ugly slug, every soldier in the Yen-Yun army had their own mech. Despite having seen these mechs countless times recently, Li Shuixing still couldn't help but feel envious. The live stream chat exploded with comments. "This must be Lin Yu's design. I remember he created a summoning type mecha skill for the 100 Fruits Beast, the Fruit Treasure Mecha. So cool. So cool. If I could just drive it once, I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car." The commander of the Crimson Sky Army, Qi Hanlu, stared at the pile of mechs before him, suddenly feeling as if facing a formidable enemy. He had just witnessed firsthand how these mechs significantly amplified the power of the Beast Masters. The overwhelming sense of pressure was palpable. Zhou Tianming was speechless at the sight of this armored fleet. He never expected Zhao Jiping to pull this off, and with such ingenuity. War between the Crimson Sky Army and the Yen-Yun army was about to erupt. The Crimson Sky Army excelled at coordination, their combined combat strength formidable. Adding to their might was their commander, Qi Hanlu, whose beast companion was an SS-grade heavy turbid water demon, a powerhouse even among all commander's beasts. Moreover, this heavy turbidity water demon possessed utterly despicable skills. Its primary abilities focused on entangling and immobilizing opponents, with many skills capable of altering enemy conditions. Suddenly, the heavy turbid water demon plunged underground, transforming into a pool of water. It then abruptly materialized amidst the mech formations. Instantly, the spirit beasts surrounding it felt a suffocating sensation, as if being dragged underwater. This water also possessed the ability to induce dizziness and disorientation. The water demon seized a mech, its eerie liquid seeping inside to directly attack the beast rider within. Seeing this, Zhao Jiping said to Lin Yu, "Let's form our 2-body fusion. Don't reveal the 7-body fusion just yet." Having dealt with Qi Hanlu of the Crimson Sky Army for years, he understood the monster's abilities well and knew the danger it posed. Before the astonished crowd, the lightning beast and fire-bathing Qilin mech soared high into the air, merging into a single entity mid-flight. Facing them directly, Qi Hanlu was stunned. They can merge too? The assembled military commanders watched from a distance, their jaws dropping at the spectacle. Where did old Zhao get these skills this time? The confusion was palpable. Dong Zhu, commander of the Northern Yao army, pointed at Lin Yu and declared, "See that young man beside him? He's the one who shattered this year's college entrance exam records, the champion of Tianhua Academy's Beastmaster Skill Creation Competition. The champion of this year's Beastmaster Martial Arts Tournament. Lin Yu. He's exceptionally skilled at crafting abilities, unusually fast and with an astonishing variety of techniques that ordinary minds couldn't conceive. Old Zhao's skills are most likely his doing. But wait, isn't Lin Yu a student? When did he enlist?" Dong Zhu had interacted with Lin Yu during the giant beast defense in the capital. After hearing Dong Zhu's explanation, everyone present finally understood and couldn't help but marvel at how lucky Zhao Jiping was to have found such a treasure. The battle between the Crimson Sky Army and the Yen-Yun army raged on fiercely. The Crimson Sky Army coordinated well, but the Yen-Yun army's mechs were downright stubborn. Not only did they possess absurdly high attack power, but their defense was equally formidable, like a turtle hiding inside its shell. The dual combined mecha also clashed fiercely with the heavy turbidity water demon. Suddenly, the fire-bathing Qilin inside the mecha executed the fire cloud technique, while the lightning beast unleashed the cold shadow technique. The two skills merged together. A violent power erupted from the mech's hands. It carried a terrifying and dangerous aura. And this force continued to build. Fire and ice elements swirled toward the mecha's palms, where crimson and azure light intertwined and merged. This attack locked straight onto the heavy turbid water demon. Shi Hanlu could sense that if the water demon took this head-on, it would likely be torn apart instantly. Shi Hanlu cried out in panic, "I forfeit." Zhao Jiping flashed a knowing smile. Truthfully, he never intended to strike Shi Hanlu with this move. They were allies, after all, and there was no need for lethal force. His goal was merely to force her surrender. Seeing his objective achieved, he redirected the skill toward an empty patch of ground behind them. The instant the skill touched the ground, it erupted in a thunderous explosion. The entire barren mountain trembled violently. It felt like a missile had struck. In an instant, rocks rained down from the sky like a hailstorm. Witnessing this, Shi Hanlu felt immense relief. Thank goodness he'd spoken quickly. Had that skill truly struck his beast, it would have been the end. Zhou Tianming stared in disbelief. No wonder Zhao Jiping's Yen Yun army could slay the Flame Lizard King. This power was terrifying. The other military commanders were also startled. The sheer strength of this skill sent shivers down their spines, yet simultaneously filled them with immense envy toward Zhao Jiping. How did old Zhao manage to convince Lin Yu to help him? If only I had a genius like that. No way. After the exercises, I'm going to poach him. Bring Lin Yu over here. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Lin Yu's skill design packs the same devastating punch as ever. I have a feeling the Yen Yun army will definitely win this military exercise. No question about it. Wherever Lin Yu is, that side wins. I noticed this pattern ages ago. What do you think? Will Lin Yu sell his super beast armor skill this time? This skill is too cool. If he puts it up for sale, I'm definitely buying. While netizens were chattering away, the legions had already plunged into a chaotic melee. It was the crucial moment to secure the boss, and every legion was eliminating opponents to claim it alone. During this period, teams kept getting eliminated. The Yen Yun Legion was locked in fierce combat with the Jiangming Legion. The Jiangming army commander's mount was a sky god eagle, circling overhead, temporarily out of reach. Their commander even taunted from above, "Old Zhao, got me now? Can your mech even fly? Ha ha ha. Come on, hit me." Zhao Jiping and Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Xia Dingyan before declaring with unwavering resolve, "Triple fusion." Her purple-winged divine phoenix spread its wings, transforming into a pair of mechanical wings that fused onto the two-in-one mecha. The mecha then shot skyward, coming to a halt directly before the heavenly eagle. General Jiang Mingjuan's division commander fell silent. Now it was Zhao Jiping's turn. He looked at Jiang Mingjuan's division commander and said, "Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like to laugh?" Zhou Tianming watched with his heart pounding. The flexibility of this skill was simply too powerful. If every legion could have such equipment, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. In that instant, Zhou Tianming's eagerness to communicate with Lin Yu grew even more intense. Chapter 112, Super Beast Armor 7-in-1. Mid-air, the triple combined mecha unleashed its fusion skill. Fire Cloud Art, Cold Shadow Art, and the Purple Winged Divine Phoenix's Illusion Heaven Art, three techniques fused together, their power reaching new heights. In that instant, Jiang Mingjuan's commander panicked and hastily conceded defeat. Amidst the chaotic battle, several legions had already been eliminated, leaving only 5 remaining on the field. They were Zhao Jiping's Yen Yun army, Dongju's Beiyu army, Su Pingtuan Shinmu army, Shuijing's Hanhai army, and Yuxia's Tianshan army. None of these legions were pushovers. Each was a formidable force. Amidst the chaos, the combat mechs of Zhao Jiping's Yen Yun army displayed astonishing prowess that drew everyone's attention. In an unspoken agreement, the commanders simultaneously led their forces to attack the Yen Yun army. Within the Tianshan army was an S-rank spatial beast. Lin Yu keenly sensed that the space around his own side had been completely sealed off. Shuijing's Hanhai army, stationed year-round by the coast, possessed numerous water-type mounts. From their ranks, several water columns surged forward. Dongju's mount was a mountain god bull. With a single strike against the ground, multiple rock spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling straight toward the Yen Yun army. Caught between two enemies, with no room to retreat. To the onlookers, this was a hopeless situation. The live chat exploded with comments, "Holy crap! Is this what Legion coordination looks like? Unbelievably seamless. Just a glance and they understood. Their coordination is flawless. It's over, it's over. Lin Yu and his men are done for this time." At this critical juncture, Zhao Jiping and Lin Yu exchanged a glance. Zhao Jiping declared, "It's about time." Lin Yu declared, "Bring it on. Let everyone see our ultimate move." Simultaneously, 7 beasts within the Yen Yun army began to glow. Zhao Jiping's fire-bathing Qilin summoned the phantom Qilin beast, which transformed into a mecha core with a clanging sound. It merged with the mecha arms formed by the lightning beast's dragon war beast. Xia Jing'an's purple-winged divine phoenix summoned the phoenix feather beast, which transformed into wings again and attached itself to the back. One member of the Yen Yun army transformed their thunder elephant beast into a pair of massive legs. The three newly combined mechs landed upon these legs, completing their fusion. Two other super beasts, the tiger roar beast and the frenzied leopard beast, transformed into the feet. Finally, the cloud bat beast summoned by the last bat transformed into a massive shield, attaching itself to the arm of this colossal mecha. 7-unit fusion complete. Whether it was the water columns charging head-on or the earth spikes erupting from the ground, none inflicted significant damage upon the combined mecha. With a mere spread of its arms, the mech's overwhelming might shattered the sealed space. It actually broke through like that. The Tianshan army commander was stunned. They had once trapped an SS-rank ferocious beast with this spatial skill, yet now the mech had shattered it effortlessly. Dongju had always been confident in his mountain god bull, yet he never imagined his attack would be so effortlessly blocked. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the 7-in-1 mech burst forth, charging directly into the ranks of the legions. The combined mecha was enormous, and any beast it collided with suffered severe injuries. Among the military commander's beasts, Zhao Jiping was most familiar with Dongju's mountain god bull. The 7-in-1 mecha rapidly closed in on it, grabbing the beast by its horns. Zhao Jiping had earned his position as a military commander through countless battles and hard-fought experience. He understood a fundamental truth: rather than wounding 10 fingers, sever one. Take out one first. The beasts participating in this military exercise were no slouches, each was absurdly powerful. Yet, facing the colossal mecha, they still felt profoundly helpless. At that moment, they spotted a flaw in the Yen Yun army's formation. It was Li Shu Weixing's ugly worm. Not only was this beast the weakest among them, it also lacked a mech suit, a glaring vulnerability. First take down that ugly worm, then team up to handle the mech. The moment a Xianming wolf approached the 7-in-1 mech, its body dissolved into a vaporous form, one of its skills, before swiftly closing in on the ugly worm. Not just this one Xianming wolf, but 4 other beasts also closed in on the ugly worm. The ugly worm showed no sign of panic, as if it had anticipated this all along. With unhurried composure, it crushed its own eyes. Self-mutilation? The crowd was baffled. Among the viewers watching the livestream, several fans who had seen Lin Yu's Beastmaster Skills tournament recognized this ugly worm's ability all too well. As its eyeballs burst, the nearby beasts all went blind. Before the beasts could react, the ugly worm decisively plucked out several of its own fingers. Instantly, the severed fingers shot skyward like electric drills, darting through the air. They pierced clean through the bodies of the beasts. Having calmly fended off the beasts, the ugly worm continued its macabre act. With unhurried precision, it sliced open its own belly and began extracting its heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, one by one. The military commanders attending the exercises were all battle-hardened veterans who had witnessed countless bloody scenes. Yet witnessing a creature like this ugly worm perform such a gruesome act of self-disembowelment was truly a first for them, a completely unprecedented sight. In the livestream chat, someone commented, "I remember when Lin Yu first designed this skill. Even then, this ugly worm hadn't mastered the Great Thousand record to such a level of perfection." Indeed. Judging by his technique, this ugly worm has gained experience in ripping open his own belly. Even though I've seen this move before, witnessing it again is still mind-blowing. It's so underhanded. I'd call it the most devious trick ever. Zhao Jiping laughed triumphantly. This was his strategy. As military strategy dictates, an encircled army must have an opening. Zhou Ruan was the feigned weakness he deliberately exposed, making everyone believe they had uncovered his flaw. Yet this flaw was actually one of his lethal moves. Li Shuixing watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a tinge of satisfaction. Once upon a time, his ugly crawler had been despised and looked down upon by everyone. Now, his very own ugly worm had just dealt a crushing blow to the strongest beast riders of every corps in the military exercise. His gaze toward Lin Yu grew increasingly filled with admiration. Only then did all the military commanders realize, though the ugly crawler was reputed as the weakest and most worthless beast, this particular specimen was anything but. Its series of skills were powerful beyond comprehension, seemingly transforming pain into strength. This was unprecedented in the history of beast taming. But the shock Zhou Rui delivered to them didn't end there. What followed left everyone utterly speechless. Chapter 113, Boundless Monstrosity. The Chou Chuan, its internal organs exposed, was now crawling with worms. The entire barren mountain was swarming with a thick, black mass of worms, sending chills down everyone's spine. This was the 5 elements of intercalation. Dongju's scalp suddenly prickled at the sight. He remembered. During the battle against that colossal beast in the capital, this hideous creature had used this very technique. It was utterly terrifying. "Everyone, get out of the way. This technique is terrifying," Dongju shouted to the others. The worms swarmed across the land, attacking the beast riders of the 4 great legions. The legions immediately panicked. Yet, thanks to years of battle-hardened discipline, their formations held firm. Instead, they organized their defenses in an orderly fashion. Dongju had witnessed this technique before. He commanded his men, "Hold your ground. This skill has a time limit. Once it expires, we'll be safe." Defensive-type beast riders within the legions swiftly deployed protective shields. Sure enough, after rampaging for a while, the worms began losing vitality one by one, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though the worms were blocked, the 7-in-1 mech seized the opportunity to charge in. Like whack-a-mole, they pummeled the 4 legions beast tamers one by one. After just a few waves of this, many of the 4 legions beasts had been knocked out. By now, the ugly worm's body, once hollowed out of its internal organs, was completely filled with worms. But now that the worms had vanished, its riddled body ached everywhere. Lying on the ground, it resembled nothing more than a tattered rag. Yet on the Lin Yu army's side, a mech grabbed the ugly worm and hurled it into the heart of the 4 Great Legions formation. The 4 Great Legions soldiers stared at the pitiful, squelching ugly worm, utterly baffled. What the hell was this about? It's already this badly injured, why aren't you rushing to save it? Why toss it over here? What? Want us to save it? Li Shuishang laughed again. The ugly worm's most powerful skill, Scarab Ascension, instantly activated within the 4 Great Legions formation. Shared agony. Who among the 4 Great Legions men and beast riders had ever felt the agony of having their internal organs torn out, their bodies riddled with countless wounds? An unprecedented agony swept through every member of the 4 Great Legions. The agony was so intense that everyone wished they could end their own lives right then and there for relief. The commanders reacted swiftly. Some scrambled to escape the ugly worm's skill range, others summoned their spirit-bound beasts to resist. They finally understood why the ugly worm had been sent here. It was for this dirty trick. The 7-in-1 mechs continued to strike relentlessly within the 4 Great Legions formation, as the ugly worm's ability did not affect the spirit beasts housed within the mechs. With this coordinated assault, 3 of the 4 legions were swiftly eliminated. Only Su Pingchuan's Divine Shepherd army remained. After the ugly worm's dung beetle ascension concluded, Li Shuisheng immediately surrendered. Staff escorted the ugly worm away for treatment. Now, the Yen Yun army only needed to defeat the Divine Shepherd army and then take down the boss to secure victory. Su Pingchuan addressed Zhao Jiping, "The boss hasn't been fought yet. Fighting to a stalemate isn't worth it. How about this, let's team up to take down the boss first, then decide the winner between our 2 teams. What do you say?" Zhao Jiping chuckled, "No need. We'll settle the winner first." The Divine Shepherd army and Su Pingchuan proved formidable opponents. Su Pingchuan's Beastmaster was unique, a creature called the Boundless Beast. This beast could absorb the abilities and power of other beasts, temporarily enhancing its own strength. Therefore, the Divine Shepherd army's primary tactic was for all members to simultaneously channel their power into Boundless Monster, elevating it to a terrifying level. Su Pingchuan, a man of fierce pride, accepted Zhao Jiping's challenge without hesitation. He declared, "Bring it on, old Zhao. Let me see what your mech is truly capable of." The remaining members of the Divine Shepherd army channeled all their beast riding power into Boundless Monster. Its form began to swell, its body encased in a thick layer of rock armor. 2 streams of swirling mist, a mixture of various abilities, erupted from the Boundless Monster's eyes. The 7-in-1 mecha blocked them with the Cloud Bat shield on its arm. "Then let's end this battle swiftly," declared Zhao Jiping. The 7 members of the combined mecha united their minds. Each beast unleashed its super beast state abilities. Fire Cloud Art, Cold Shadow Art, Illusion Sky Art, Thunderbolt Art, Moonfall Art, Flash Spirit Art, Blood Seal Art. 7 arts converged. A massive orb of light materialized in the mecha's hand, drawing the power of all elements from the barren mountain toward it, forming the mecha's ultimate killing move. Zhao Jiping declared, "Old Su, surrender. You won't survive this move." "Humph." Su Pingchuan snorted coldly. "How would I know without trying?" Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhao Jiping had no choice but to act. The orb, now a concentrated mass of diverse energies, shot forward. Upon contact with the Boundless Monster, it detonated violently. The Boundless Monster used the collective power of the group to form layer upon layer of shields before it. Yet, faced with this overwhelming force, it still felt overwhelmed. Shield after shield shattered in succession. Finally, the force struck the creature itself. Its rock armor shattered instantly. He was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Pingchuan had been defeated. On-site staff rushed to aid Wuliang Monster. Fortunately, the creature's thick hide kept it alive. The live chat exploded with comments. "So cool. That mech is so cool. I really want one. I'd trade my brother's 30 years of bachelorhood for this mech. This mech is too powerful. That's Su Pingchuan we're talking about. And he got taken down in one move." Now, only the Yen Yun army's legion remained on the barren mountain. Victory was theirs for the taking. But according to the rules, they still had to defeat the boss. The boss of this military exercise was a ghost spirit of the dark sky, an SS-class beastmaster, radiating a chilling aura of ghostly energy. The eliminated commanders watched from the sidelines. In past exercises, the boss had always been fought by 2 or 3 legions combined. This time, only the Lin Yu army remained. Let's see how they handle this. Yet Lin Yu's forces showed no sign of panic. The massive mecha charged straight toward the ghostly sky spirit. Are they going in for close combat? Suddenly, the tiger roar beast and frenzied leopard beast which had formed the legs during the fusion separated and charged across the ground toward the ghost spirit of the dark sky. What are they up to now? The crowd couldn't make sense of their tactics. The tiger roar beast and the frenzied leopard beast leaped high into the air, merging mid-flight into a sword. The heavenly origin sword. The mecha seized the sword mid-charge, unleashing a power even more terrifying than the previous 7 secrets fusion. Upon the blade's edge, diverse elements coalesced, transforming into an unrivaled, piercing sharpness. Dongju had witnessed Sunling's sword sect master wield the heaven-splitting strike, yet the power of this strike far surpassed Sunling's original heaven-splitting strike. The heavenly origin sword slashed down, a blade of light forged from elements piercing through the Yuetian ghost spirit. Instant kill. Chapter 114, Dragon Battle in the Nebula. Where the ghost spirit of the dark heavens had stood, the sword light continued to spread, carving a deep, gouged ravine. The ghost spirit of the dark heavens was cleaved in 2 by this strike, then dissolved into a chilling wind and vanished without a trace. An SS-grade ghost spirit of the dark sky, instantly annihilated in a single strike. Su Pingchuan, witnessing this firsthand, sucked in a sharp breath. Had he used this technique against the boundless monster that had just attacked him, the monster would never have withstood it. It would have been cleaved in 2 instantly. Dongju had once witnessed Sunling's world-shaking sword strike Heaven's Gate. Yet this strike just now surpassed even that legendary technique. The commanders of various legions, seasoned veterans who'd seen it all, were collectively stunned by this strike. Setting aside its power, the sheer aura alone was terrifying. The livestream fell silent the moment the mecha unleashed that strike. Every viewer held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the blade's trajectory. The entire chat room froze for an eternity before the comments began flooding back. Too powerful. Too powerful. It can instantly kill an SS-rank beast. Back in the capital, I witnessed Lin Yu's sort of heaven skill design. It blew my mind. I thought that was his pinnacle, but this surpasses it. See? I told you Lin Yu excels at everything. Now he's clinched first place in the military exercises. On the barren mountain, the commanders of the major legions stood frozen in shock for an equally long time before finally snapping back to reality. Someone clapped first, and soon thunderous applause erupted. Zhao Jiping basked in the joy of victory, casting a grateful glance toward Lin Yu. Victory! The Yen army personnel commanded their beast riders to deactivate the super beast armor. Dongju stepped forward first, patting Zhao Jiping on the shoulder and saying, "Good job, kid. You've got something. You guys won this time." Su Pingchuan retorted, "Old Zhao. Let me tell you, this win doesn't count. You relied on that Lin Yu. If you've got the guts, take me on one-on-one." Ever since acquiring the super beast armor skill, Zhao Jiping had grown far more confident. Without a hint of fear, he retorted, "Bring it on. One-on-one it is. I'm not afraid of you now." Shi Hanlu gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. How old is he? Still just a college student, yet he designed such a powerful skill. When I was his age, I was busy figuring out how to swindle money from my family. Shui Jing stepped forward, patting Shi Hanlu on the shoulder. "Forget it. This is genius. You get it? We can't compare." Everyone let down their guard, basking in the joy of victory. Only Lin Yu frowned deeply, intently observing something, refusing to let the electrocution beast enter its super beast state. Something's off. The ghostly sky spirit. I've studied this beast extensively. Though its combat power isn't strong, its survival instincts are top tier. Even with the Tianyuan sword's lethality, I don't believe it could be taken down with a single strike. Lin Yu scanned his surroundings, sensing an eerie, ghostly aura permeating the area. Suddenly, wisps of green mist rose from the ground, coalescing almost instantly into a new Yuetian ghost spirit in midair. It was actually still alive. The re-emerged ghostly spirit lashed out, unleashing a torrent of mist toward the completely unprepared group. The Yen Yun army members had already reverted from their transformed states, and the other legionnaires were completely unprepared. Most hadn't even released their beasts from their beast summoning spaces. Faced with the sudden mist assault, everyone was instantly knocked flying. Only the still-armed electrocution beast instantly pounced beside Lin Yu, shielding him. Zhao Ji stabilized his stance, staring at the ferocious beast in disbelief. "This thing isn't dead yet." After a long silence, Zhou Tianming's lips curled into a smile. He had specifically chosen this beast for the military exercise. He had chosen the ghost spirit of the dark sky precisely for its ability to feign death by dispersing its essence, testing the reaction capabilities of all legions. Yet, aside from Lin Yu, none of the others had detected it, suffering heavy losses. Viewers in the livestream chat exploded with surprise. This thing can actually revive? What revival? That thing was fine from the start. It was deceiving its opponents to find an opportunity to ambush them. That ghost spirit is too sneaky. Everyone kept their distance from the ghost spirit, except for Lin Yu, who stood directly facing it. This meant the ghost spirit would attack Lin Yu first. Oh no! Lin Yu is in danger. Zhao Jiping panicked instantly. Over these past days, he had come to regard Lin Yu as a brother in life and death. And to think this ghost spirit had only survived because of his own negligence. If this ghost spirit truly harmed Lin Yu, Zhao Jiping would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Everyone present recognized Lin Yu's precarious situation. They had been flung too far away by the ghost spirit's attack to offer timely assistance. And Lin Yu was trapped beneath the ghost of the dark sky. Viewers in the livestream clearly witnessed everything unfolding through the footage. Oh no, oh no! Lin Yu is right beneath that ghost spirit. No! Lin Yu mustn't get hurt. This looks bad. The prodigy is about to fall. Zhou Tianming was tense. He'd summoned this beast to test their observation and reaction skills, never intending to harm Lin Yu. If Lin Yu truly met with misfortune this time, he would have destroyed a genius, making him a sinner. Yet Lin Yu, positioned in the most perilous spot, showed no panic. Instead, he commanded the still-armed electrocution beast, Little Electric, activate Dragon War Nebula. Abilities from all directions began converging toward the shock beast's location, spreading upward toward its head. Ultimately, this energy coalesced above the shock beast's head into a colossal, fully armed version of itself. Then, surrounding this phantom form, a violent storm erupted. It seemed like loyal subjects rallying around their sovereign. The gathering energy intensified, gradually solidifying. Yet overall, it remained a shroud of mist. This is... Zhao Jiping stared at the colossal presence. Merely in terms of its imposing aura, it had transcended the realm of a mere 7-body fusion. At this moment, the Thunder Beast state somewhat resembled Chen Yushi's spirit bright divine ape utilizing the heaven-emulating earth-shaping technique. Yet, the oppressive weight and suffocating aura far surpassed that of heaven-emulating earth-shaping. Facing the ghost spirit, this colossal nebula form merely waved a hand to repel the opponent's attack. Then, Long Zhan Xingyun struck forward with a palm strike. Yu Tian ghost spirit took the blow squarely, staggering back from the impact. Who would have thought this thing possessed such formidable power? The livestream chat erupted in wild discussion once more. What the heck is that thing? It looks so cool. Did Lin Yu secretly design another skill? Could this skill be part of the Super Beast armor system too? If so, that system is incredibly versatile. Chapter 115, Can I Go Live? The ghostly spirit of the dark sky was stunned by the sudden blow, but Lin Yu wasn't about to let it off so easily. He commanded again, Little Lightning, Cold Shadow Art. The Cold Shadow Art was already formidable in its armed state, but in Super Beast God mode, its power roughly doubled. In Nebula Body mode, its potency could increase 5-fold. Behind Long Zhan Xingyun, ice elements coalesced into countless icicles, each radiating a deathly aura. Then, these ice spikes shot out. The dense barrage of ice spikes left the ghostly spirit of the void with nowhere to evade. Ultimately, its body was pierced through, riddled with countless holes, and it completely disintegrated into a wisp of gas, dissipating into the vastness of the heavens and earth. All the military commanders fell silent. A single thought echoed in every mind: this is far too powerful. Watching Lin Yu unleash this technique, Zhao Jiping suddenly recalled Lin Yu once mentioning that among the Super Beast armor skills, Nebula was the most powerful. However, his own conviction wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't activate it yet. Witnessing Lin Yu unleash it today, Zhao Jiping silently resolved within himself he must ask Lin Yu later if there were any other secrets to mastering it. He too would strive to summon Nebula as soon as possible. This move was simply too cool and too powerful. It wasn't just Zhao Jiping, every single military commander present was captivated. They instantly surrounded Lin Yu. Are you okay, Lin Yu? Good heavens, that just scared the life out of me. You're a true prodigy. Lin Yu, do you have any copies of that Super Beast armor skill? Sell me one, I'll pay top dollar. Zhao Jiping watched with his mouth agape. They weren't here to show concern for Lin Yu, they just wanted Xingyun. Netizens were also blown away. What on earth is going on inside Lin Yu's head? How could he design such a powerful skill? I really want a Nebula too. This martial arts competition undoubtedly saw the Yenyun army claim first place. Commanders from all legions conceded defeat, primarily in admiration of Lin Yu's skill. Designs were simply too overpowered. Zhou Tianming announced, and so, the champion of this martial arts competition is the Yenyun army. Zhao Jiping's heart surged with excitement. Though he'd served as a commander for many years, this was his first victory in the martial arts competition. The victorious legion would receive substantial rewards, future economic resources, and numerous precious artifacts. Zhao Jiping intended to give all these treasures to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu insisted on sharing them with everyone. Unable to persuade him otherwise, everyone reluctantly agreed. From the pile of treasures, Lin Yu selected the sword pattern of Chengying. This was another rare item once absorbed by a beast tamer. It would imprint a sword pattern onto their body, allowing them to summon a sword at will. Lin Yu had long wanted to equip the electrocution beast with a weapon. This sword pattern arrived at the perfect moment. As the award ceremony drew to a close, Lin Yu suddenly approached Zhou Tianming and asked earnestly, "Marshal Zhou, may I stream this?" Zhou Tianming was utterly baffled by the question. Wasn't the ceremony being broadcast live? What exactly did he intend to stream? But considering Lin Yu might want to boost his own follower count or something similar, Zhou Tianming ultimately didn't refuse. He clearly hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Yu pulled out his phone, opened a short video platform, tapped the live stream button, and handed the phone to Li Shuixing to film. Meanwhile, staff at Yuxing Corporation had already prepared to list the Super Beast armor skill at any moment. Though he'd started the stream himself, Lin Yu still walked in front of the military exercise broadcast camera and asked, "Hey everyone, wanna get your hands on this Super Beast armor skill?" The chat exploded with comments, of course. Who wouldn't want such a powerful skill? Exactly the reaction Lin Yu wanted. He flashed a smile and announced, "Good news for those interested. I'll be selling this skill in my livestream today, first come, first served." With that, Lin Yu returned to his own livestream. What? Zhou Tianming nearly thought he'd misheard. Lin Yu was actually selling Super Beast armor? The commanders of the other legions were equally stunned. A skill this powerful, just up for sale like that? Zhou Tianming was dumbfounded. Aren't we buddies? I thought you were just showing off on stream. You're actually selling it? You really know how to do business. The military exercise livestream exploded with activity. Holy crap, that's Lin Yu for you. Selling the Super Beast armor? I'm buying it right now. Ha, now I have a shot at piloting a mech too. This time, I'm determined to get this skill. In an instant, nearly everyone in the military exercise livestream had migrated over. Lin Yu's channel hit over 1 million viewers. Ever since Lin Yu joined the military exercise, he'd been trending non-stop. First, it was skill genius Lin Yu appears at military exercise, true identity revealed, he's a centurion in the Yen army. After the exercises began, the trending topic shifted to genius youth Lin Yu designs another new skill. And just moments ago, after Lin Yu unleashed Nebula, the trending topic became, a skill surpassing Sword of Heaven's Gate, where is your limit, Lin Yu? Now, the trending topic has shifted to, Lin Yu is about to sell his god-defying skill, Super Beast armor. The moment this trending topic appeared, countless people flooded into Lin Yu's livestream. Even the present military commander and officers from various legions pulled out their phones and joined the stream. To attract more viewers, Lin Yu planned to first introduce the Super Beast armor skill. He'd wait until more people joined before starting the sale. Welcome, everyone, to my livestream. First, let me introduce the Super Beast armor skill, Lin Yu addressed the camera. To begin with, this skill can only be used by beast-type beast tamers. Among the fans eager to snatch up the Super Beast armor skill, some didn't even have beast-type tamers. Yet they still wanted to compete. If they succeeded, they could resell it for a hefty profit. Lin Yu continued his explanation, this skill allows the beast to enter an armed form. The electrocution beast was currently in its armed form, demonstrating its appearance to the audience. Under Zhao Jiping's guidance, the Yen army members also activated their beasts' armored forms for demonstration. The live chat exploded with comments, the mecha state is so cool, and the armed state is just as awesome. This skill isn't just powerful, it's ridiculously cool. In armed state, all the beast's original skills receive a 50% boost. As soon as Lin Yu made this statement, many viewers couldn't contain their excitement and were eager to purchase it immediately. After all, even the most elite support-type beast companions rarely offered a 50% boost, let alone to all their skills. But the effect of what Lin Yu designed was nothing short of game-changing. Many eyes burned with intensity as they fixed on Lin Yu. Chapter 116, this Lin Yu must be a professional philanthropist. With this skill, one would inherently gain a 50% boost, making combat power skyrocket. Even if the Super Beast armament skill had no other flashy features, this boost alone would attract a huge number of buyers. Lin Yu continued his introduction, while in the armed state, the Beast Tamer also gains an additional skill. For example, Xiao Dian's previous use of the Cold Shadow technique or General Zhao's Fire Cloud technique skills like these. Moreover, in the armed state, you can also summon Flash Ride. The live stream audience was puzzled. What exactly was a Flash Rider? As the Yen army's beast masters waved their hands, over a dozen sleek motorcycles instantly raced toward them. Lin Yu explained, that's the Flash Ride. Those who had watched the military exercise livestream earlier immediately recognized them. These were the motorcycles the Yen army had used for transportation at the very start of the exercise. They had wondered where the bikes came from, suspecting the Yen army of cheating, but it turned out to be an inherent ability of this skill. Not only were these Flash Riders incredibly fast, but they could also fly. Most beast riders couldn't fly, but with these Flash Riders, they now possessed aerial capabilities. Lin Yu then commanded the Electrocution Beast to summon the Dragon War Super Beast, and Zhao Jiping instructed the others to do the same. A dozen Super Beasts lined up in formation, looking utterly formidable. Lin Yu aimed the camera at them and announced, "Now, let me introduce the highlight of the beast armament skill, the Super Beasts. They can transform into Super Beast Gods, and in that form, the skill's power is amplified." At this, the netizens were completely blown away. This skill was a must-have. Of course, the true strength of Super Beasts lies in fusion. With enough synergy between users and extensive training, fusion becomes possible. 2 can fuse into a dual form, 3 into a triple form, even up to a 7-body fusion. The combat power of fusion had already been demonstrated to the fullest during the military exercises. Netizens had witnessed it firsthand, so Lin Yu didn't need to elaborate further. Lin Yu continued, "Ultimately, the power of the Super Beast armament skill hinges on the user's own conviction. The stronger the conviction, the greater the power. If it reaches a certain level, one can unleash the nebula." Everyone present had witnessed Lin Yu unleash the Dragon War Nebula up close. The sheer power of this skill had left an indelible impression, making it something everyone coveted. Several military commanders couldn't contain themselves, bellowing, "Get in the car. I've got the money ready." Viewers in the livestream chat echoed the sentiment, "Cut the crap, get on board already. Just see if we're scrambling for it or not." Lin Yu glanced at the viewership, over 5 million online, and knew the moment had arrived. He proceeded to the final step, "Everyone, please stay calm. What price do you think this skill should go for?" Skill prices were similar to cultivation technique prices, with the only difference being that S-tier skills weren't as expensive as S-tier cultivation techniques. Typically, S-tier skills sold for around 2 million credits, A-tier skills for about 900,000, and B-tier skills for roughly 700,000. The Super Beast armament skill absolutely transcended the S-rank tier. So netizens were still very concerned about the price. The skill was great, but if it was too expensive to afford, it would be useless. Lin Yu announced, "After thorough deliberation, we've decided, Ultra Beast armament won't sell for 2.99 million, nor 1.99 million. Not even 990,000. Our final price is 899,999. We've prepared 3,000 copies of the skill demonstration blueprints. I'm sure everyone's ready to snap them up." These words sent shockwaves through the entire livestream. Previously, the Xiantian Baoluo, a technique of such formidable power, had been priced at that level. Now, a skill surpassing the Xiantian treasure record was priced the same. People like Lin Yu, who were so conscientious, were truly rare. Ever since Lin Yu announced the livestream, representatives from Li Group and Xixing Corporation watched nervously, fearing he might destroy them and turn them into the next Tingchang. When Li Guotao and Li Jinlai learned Lin Yu was streaming to sell skills, their hearts skipped a beat. Seeing just how powerful the Super Beast armor skill was only deepened their dread. When Lin Yu announced the final price, their hearts sank completely, leaving them utterly despondent. Li Guotao gritted his teeth in fury. Selling your cultivation technique so cheaply was bad enough, but now you're selling skills at rock-bottom prices too. Is this guy even running a business? Li Guotao began to suspect, this Lin Yu must be a professional philanthropist. At that moment, Lin Yu addressed the camera, "Super Beast armor, priced at 899,999. Hop on board." Staff from Xixing Corporation immediately listed the skill on the shopping cart in Lin Yu's livestream. In less than a second, all 3,000 skill demonstration blueprints vanished. Amidst the crowd of military commanders, one leaped high into the air, cheering, "Ha! I got one! Ha ha ha!" The other generals' faces turned sour as bitter melons. Apparently, only one person had succeeded among so many. Among the soldiers below, a few had also managed to snag one. The commander who snatched the skill demonstration blueprint was Ma Chang, commander of the Xianchun army. Ma Chang rushed eagerly to Lin Yu's side and said, "Brother Lin, can this skill be delivered on the spot? I can't wait any longer." Lin Yu smiled upon hearing this, then pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and handed it to Ma Chang. Ma Chang's hands trembled with excitement as he accepted the diagram. Ever since the military exercises, he'd envied Zhao Jiping and others who used this skill. Later, his envy had grown unbearable. Never did he expect to possess it so soon. It felt almost unreal. The other division commanders who hadn't managed to snag one watched with envious eyes. Ma Chang couldn't wait to release his beast from the beast control space, the flame-treading steed. He held the skill demonstration blueprint close to the beast, and it vanished. Once the absorption was complete, Ma Chang addressed his beast, "Super Beast armor?" The moment the words left his mouth, a crimson glow enveloped the beast. Within the light, the flame-striding steed's form gradually elongated. One by one, the components of the armor materialized and fused onto the beast's body. Watching his beast truly enter the Super Beast form, Ma Chang couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed unreal. In its Super Beast state, the flame-striding steed also gained a new skill called the Flame Rushing Art. When activated, it channeled power into the palm for a devastating strike. Super Beasts were what fascinated Ma Chang most. He couldn't wait to shout, "Super Beast! Just as Lin Yu and the others had summoned their beasts, a massive pattern emerged from the ground the shape of a horse's head. A mecha slowly materialized from within the pattern. The moment it appeared, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Chapter 117, Demon Blade Thousand Blades. It was a mechanical warhorse, entirely crimson in color, named the Blazing Steed. Ma Chang couldn't resist stepping forward to touch the Junyun Beast mecha. Just moments ago, he'd envied the Yen Yun soldiers each having their own mecha, now he had one too. Alright, let's see this Super Beast God mode. Ma Chang exclaimed excitedly. Junyun God. The mechanical steed leapt high into the air, transforming mid-flight into a sleek, elongated mecha. Ma Chang was tempted to sleep hugging this mecha at night, it was just too cool. Commanders from various legions nearby were practically drooling. They swarmed around Lin Yu. Brother Lin. Are there any more of these Super Beast armors? I'll pay top dollar, is that okay? Some even pleaded, Brother Lin, no, Brother Lin. I really need one. Please sell me a set. Overwhelmed by their fervor, Lin Yu could only pound his chest and promised that the second batch of Super Beast armor blueprints would be supplied to the major legions first. With that promise, the legion commanders finally let him go. Ma Changze continued his attempt. Closing his eyes, he felt the bond of belief between himself and his beast. Slowly opening his eyes, he commanded, Junyun Star Cloud. Power surged from all directions, converging above the galloping horse. The commanders gasped in unison. Old Ma is about to begin condensing the star cloud? Didn't Lin Yu say forming a star cloud requires immense belief? Ma Chang's flame-treading steed coalesced briefly before the energy dispersed. Ma Chang shook his head in disappointment. Still no luck. I can feel it, I'm just one step away from forming the star cloud. Earlier, when Ma Chang attempted to form the star cloud, Zhao Jiping had been on pins and needles. He'd wielded the Super Beast armor for so long yet still couldn't form a star cloud. If Ma Chang succeeded on his first try, how humiliating would that be for him? A sudden sense of crisis gripped Zhao Jiping. Fortunately, it hadn't succeeded. Zhao Jiping had already silently resolved that once this military exercise ended, he would seek out Lin Yu to ask how to enhance his conviction. He was determined to condense a nebula as soon as possible and make the whole group green with envy. The military exercise had finally concluded, and Lin Yu's livestream had been a resounding success. A bonfire celebration erupted on the barren mountain. Lin Yu was clearly the star of the show, with commanders from all major legions swarming around him. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Yu glanced at Zhou Tianming, who was drinking with the group, and said to Zhao Jiping, Brother Zhao, I've prepared an extra Super Beast armor. How about I find an opportunity to present it to Marshal Zhou later? It'd be a gesture of goodwill. Zhao Jiping suddenly frowned and shook his head. No. You probably don't know this, but Marshal Zhou's beast companion isn't a typical beast. Moreover, his beast suffered severe injuries years ago and can no longer fight. Injured? Lin Yu was intrigued by this past incident. Zhao Jiping continued, Marshal Zhou's beast is Zhanling, you know that, right? Lin Yu was familiar with this beast. It bore a striking resemblance to Tang Haotian's Qianzhenling, with the sole difference being that Qianzhenling wielded hammers in its hands, while Zhanling wielded blades. Zhao Jiping explained to Lin Yu, years ago, Marshal Zhou was ambushed by a group of beast tamers from the western continent. During that attack, Zhanling's twin blades were shattered. This world had few nations, primarily divided into the eastern continent and the western continent. The western continent was predominantly inhabited by white people, boasting numerous powerful beast tamers. Friction between the two continents had always existed. The blades were shattered into fragments? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, an anime called Assassin Wu Luchu had been wildly popular. Its protagonist, Wu Luchu, wielded a long sword composed of 1,000 shards, the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades, unmatched in the world, designed solely for offense, never defense. If the Demon Blade Thousand Blades could be designed as a skill, it might just cure the soul-severing curse. With this thought, Lin Yu rose and walked toward Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming held a high regard for Lin Yu. Seeing him approach, his face lit up with a smile. Our genius has arrived. Care to join me for a drink? Lin Yu was a straightforward man. He replied, Marshal Zhou, I'd like to ask you about your beast riding abilities. At these words, a hint of melancholy flashed across Zhou Tianming's face. That was a long time ago. Zhao Jiping told you about it, didn't he? Lin Yu nodded, then fixed Zhou Tianming with a determined gaze. Marshal Zhou, I might have a way to cure Zhanling and elevate his combat prowess to new heights. What? Zhou Tianming trembled at the words. Are you serious? Several nearby division commanders overheard and gathered around one by one. Brother Lin, can you truly cure Marshal Zhou's Zhanling? Brother Lin is a prodigy, perhaps he truly can cure it. We brothers beg you, Brother Lin. You must heal Marshal Zhou's beast. Ever since his injury, Zhou Tianming had remained in the rear, treating these generals with great kindness. Consequently, these commanders all hoped Zhou Tianming's spirit-slaying beast would recover. Whenever they discovered anything promising, they would immediately send it to Zhou Tianming, hoping to cure the spirit-slaying beast. Yet after all these years, success remained elusive. Lin Yu's words ignited a flicker of hope in their hearts. Lin Yu nodded. I can't guarantee 100% cure at this point. May I first assess the extent of Zhanling's injuries? Zhou Tianming released Zhanling from its beast-taming space. It must be said those western continentaires had struck with brutal ferocity. Both of Zhanling's double-bladed swords were severed clean off at the hilt. Lin Yu continued, Marshal Zhou, do you still have the broken blades? Zhou Tianming nodded and produced the fragments of the broken blades he had carefully preserved. After a glance, Lin Yu felt even more confident. This Zhanling was simply perfect material for mastering the Demon Blade Thousand Blades. After examining it, Lin Yu nodded confidently and declared, I can heal Zhanling. With that, he pulled out a skill demonstration diagram and began sketching on it. He drew with intense focus, meticulously outlining each fragment though his lines were crooked and uneven. Everyone remained utterly silent, afraid that even a whisper might disturb Lin Yu. After about 20 minutes, Lin Yu wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He handed the skill demonstration diagram to Zhou Tianming and said, give it a try. It should work. Zhou Tianming had expected Lin Yu to devise some method to reattach the broken blade, but instead, it was about learning a new skill. Could such a severe wound as his own truly be healed by learning a single skill? His heart pounded with trepidation as he handed the diagram to Zhanling. The moment it made contact, the diagram vanished. Everyone watched Zhanling with bated breath. Chapter 118, Demon Slayer. After absorbing the skill, everyone heard a crisp cracking sound. At that moment, they noticed that the fragments on Zhanling's blade began to crack further, shattering into even smaller pieces. Dense clusters of shards everywhere. The generals watched the scene unfold before them, turning to Lin Yu in disbelief. Had it failed? Was there truly no hope left for the soul-slaying blade? Zhou Tianming's face shifted from hopeful anticipation to resigned acceptance. Ever since the incident with Zhanling, he had relentlessly searched for a cure. Gradually, he had come to accept the reality, Zhanling was truly beyond saving. Though Lin Yu hadn't cured Zhanling, he could accept that. Just as everyone thought Lin Yu had failed, a purple glow suddenly began to emanate from the fragments. The severed ends of Zhanling's hands also began to radiate a purple light. Enveloped in the violet glow, the fragments floated upward one by one, circling Zhanling before finally reassembling into the shape of a blade though merely held together. The cracks remained visible. Dongju stared at the blade, which looked as fragile as a jigsaw puzzle, and asked, is this really usable? Lin Yu smiled confidently. No. It's even stronger now. Stronger? The others looked puzzled. Lin Yu kept them in suspense, whispering something privately to Zhou Tianming. After hearing it, Zhou Tianming's eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement. Seeing that everyone still looked skeptical, Lin Yu smiled and said, how about you commanders try out the power of the current soul-severing technique? Zhou Tianming chuckled, alright then, Pingchuan, you can practice with me. Me? Su Pingchuan eyed the haphazardly assembled blade of the Zhanling, fearing his 1,000-ton monster might shatter it again with a single strike. Zhou Tianming reassured him, the Zhanling is incredibly strong now. Have your boundless beast unleash its full power. Better not, Su Pingchuan reluctantly summoned his beast master, Boundless Beast. The two found an open space and took their positions. Standing before the Boundless Beast, Zhanling wore a look of spirited confidence. Seeing Su Pingchuan hesitating to act, Zhou Tianming knew he still harbored doubts. He instructed Zhanling to strike first. Standing far from the Boundless Beast, Zhanling swung his blade forward. Fragments on the blade, enveloped in purple light, lashed out like a whip toward the Boundless Beast. This strike was far more vicious than a whip, for every fragment striking the boundless monster was a razor-sharp blade. Only then did Su Pingchuan realize he had truly underestimated Zhanling. He immediately ordered the boundless monster to dodge. The boundless monster unleashed a wave of light at Zhanling. Instantly, Zhanling yanked the fragments before him. The whips of shards violently retracted, clustering in front to form a protective shield. But it wasn't over. After blocking the light wave, Zhanling leapt high into the air, then slapped forward. The Demon Blade Thousand Blades instantly shattered into countless fragments, which then shot toward the boundless monster. Thousands of shards rained down, leaving no place to hide. The boundless monster could only activate its rock armor for defense, but the shards possessed such immense force that they pierced right through the armor. This rock armor had even withstood a direct hit from the 7-in-1 mecha. Yet it was pierced through like this. Only then did everyone present realize that Zhanling had truly recovered and her combat prowess was now even stronger than before. Lin Yu had crafted it this way precisely because the shard-like blades made Zhanling's attacks even more unpredictable and terrifying. These fragments could transform into whips, shields, or even be launched like projectiles. Compared to the old Zhanling, this new form was downright sinister. Lin Yu had actually healed Zhanling with just one skill. Zhou Tianming, usually a stern man, suddenly felt hot tears welling up in his eyes. After all these years, he truly believed Zhanling was beyond hope. Yet today, he had finally recovered and grown even stronger. Zhou Tianming's gaze toward Lin Yu brimmed with profound gratitude. For this life-saving favor, Zhou Tianming didn't know how to repay him, but he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you. You saved Zhanling. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask. Lin Yu hastily replied, it was nothing. You're too kind, Marshal Zhou. Li Shuisheng watched the scene with envy. He had already been shocked enough by Lin Yu's connection to Army Commander Zhao Jiping. And now, a full-fledged marshal owed Lin Yu an enormous favor. Just then, Zhanling's aura suddenly became chaotic. Zhou Tianming looked at Zhanling anxiously. She had just recovered. What was happening now? Su Pingchuan suddenly exclaimed, This means she's about to evolve. Zhanling had no known evolutionary form, yet under the influence of Lin Yu's skill, it was about to evolve. Evolution requires an evolution stone. Does anyone have one? Zhou Tianming asked urgently. The generals and beast tamers present were all at their peak, having evolved to their final forms. None of them needed an evolution crystal, so none had brought one. For a moment, the military headquarters where several major legions had gathered couldn't even find a single evolution crystal. Finally, a soldier produced an evolution stone. With the evolution stone secured, Zhou Tianming placed it beside Zhanling. The evolution stone slowly rose, drifting along Zhanling's forehead before merging into his body. The purple light emanating from the broken blade fragment also began to merge into Zhanling's body, eventually forming a purple cocoon of light. Everyone waited anxiously for Zhanling to complete his evolution. After about half an hour, the light cocoon began to slowly dissipate. The evolved Zhanling revealed its true form. His physique had become more slender, somewhat resembling Sunling's sword sect form. His entire body glowed with a purple light, especially the blades on his hands' eyes had even appeared at the hilts. Though still broken, the blades seemed to have come alive, truly becoming two demon blades. The evolved Zhanling radiated a palpable aura of demonic energy. As its master, Zhou Tianming distinctly sensed that the Soul Severer was now stronger than before its injury. The generals sensed it too. Before its injury, Zhou Tianming's power was already terrifying, earning him the title of Blade God. Now that Zhanling had ascended to a new level of power, who knew just how terrifying it would become? Su Pingchuan suggested, General Zhou, since Zhanling has evolved, perhaps we should give it a new name. Shi Hanlu piped up first, with all that demonic energy now, let's just call it the Demon Blade. Shui Jing snapped, what kind of name is that? How tacky is that? Then what should we call it? Zhao Jiping suggested, how about just calling it Demon Spirit? Dong Ju shook his head. No. That name doesn't sound like it belongs to a good person. It also doesn't fit General Zhou's character. The group argued for a long time, unable to reach a decision. Lin Yu pondered too what name would be fitting. Zhou Tianming stared intently at the evolved Soul Severer for a long moment before declaring, let's call it the Demon Soul Severer. Chapter 119, The Nine Swords of Dugu. Zhao Jiping spoke up, simple yet elegant, it captures its essence perfectly. What a great name. Shui Jing also praised, it doesn't sound tacky either. Truly a great name. Everyone began flattering him. Zhou Tianming was overjoyed. He had thought his progress would forever halt here, never expecting the Soul Slayer to recover, let alone evolve and advance further. His gaze turned deep as he looked at Lin Yu. All of this was thanks to this young man. Zhou Tianming slowly spoke, Lin Yu, you've brought me so many surprises. Thank you. Lin Yu hastily replied, it was nothing. Zhou Tianming gazed at the current state of the soul-severing blade. The memory of his twin blades being shattered in the past surged back, and a flicker of anger slowly appeared in his eyes. Su Pingchuan keenly observed the shift in Zhou Tianming's gaze and cautiously approached, asking, General Zhou, now that your strength has been restored, we can't just let your former adversary off scot-free. I know, Zhou Tianming replied. I will seek revenge. You may be needed then. Be prepared. The army commanders grew solemn, committing Zhou Tianming's upcoming plan to memory. Zhou Tianming ordered, mobilize every intelligence network under the command. Track down that man's whereabouts. Be ready. We'll move to eliminate him at a moment's notice. Yes, sir, the commanders responded in unison. Zhou Tianming suppressed the anger on his face, replacing it with a smile as he turned to Lin Yu. When the day comes that we're ready, we may need your teleportation skill. I'll be counting on you again. Lin Yu dared not delay, hastily replying, General Zhou, what are you saying? If you're willing to take me along, I'll certainly give it my all. Zhou Tianming nodded at his words, his smile widening. He found himself increasingly impressed with Lin Yu. The evening festivities continued, the crowd reveling in lively celebration until late into the night before finally retiring. The next day, Lin Yu intended to have the electrocution beast teleport him back, but the military commanders vied to escort him to the academy. Judging by their expressions, it seemed as though they might devour him alive if he so much as uttered a refusal. Ultimately, unable to resist their persistence, he allowed them to escort him back. Arriving at the academy gates in a vehicle reserved for military commanders, he found the entrance swarming with people. Principal Lei Jiuming and Sun Ling stood at the front of a welcoming line of students and faculty. Behind them hung a banner proclaiming, "A warm welcome to our military exercise champion, Lin Yu." This left Lin Yu utterly embarrassed. Was this really necessary? The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, Lei Jiuming rushed forward, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. "Ha ha, you've worked hard, Lin Yu. You truly are the pride of our academy." Tianhua Beast Master Academy and the capital Beast Master Academy were neighbors. Tianhua making such a grand spectacle drew onlookers from the capital academy. Teachers and students alike were watching the commotion. Lei Jiuming was deliberately showing off for the capital academy. Since arriving at Tianhua, Lin Yu hadn't seen Lei Jiuming often, and this was the first time he'd witnessed such enthusiasm from him. Sun Ling merely came over, patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, and said, "You've got some skills, kid." Not bad. The welcome ceremony dragged on for ages, and Lin Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable being stuck in the middle of it all. Finally finding an opportunity to slip away, he approached Sun Ling, who had arrived discreetly, and asked, "Got a minute, Uncle Sun?" Sun Ling inquired, "What do you want, kid?" "Help me test a skill." Sun Ling was quite intrigued by the skill Lin Yu had designed, so he said, "Let's go." They arrived at the testing ground. Sun Ling looked curious. "What are we testing?" Lin Yu pulled a pale blue card from his pocket. It bore the image of a sword, emitting a faint blue glow. The moment Lin Yu produced it, Sun Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a sword pattern," Sun Ling exclaimed. "These things are incredibly rare, priceless, and impossible to find. I've been trying to get one for ages but never managed." "Where did you get this?" "It was the prize for winning the military exercise championship," Lin Yu replied. "I see. Only the military with its deep pockets could afford to use this thing as a prize." Sun Ling finally understood upon hearing the explanation. Lin Yu said, "I want my little electric to absorb this sword pattern. Then I'd like Uncle Sun to help little electric practice. After all, you're the expert when it comes to swordsmanship." Sun Ling chuckled. "You little rascal. Fine, I'll oblige you." Lin Yu released the electrocution beast from his beast space, then touched the sword pattern to its forehead. The card floated upward, hovering above the electro beast's forehead. The sword pattern on the card transformed into strands of blue light, burrowing into the electro beast's mind. The sword pattern on the card grew increasingly faint, while a small, blue sword-shaped mark appeared on the electric beast's forehead. It was barely noticeable unless one looked closely. The absorption process took relatively longer. Lin Yu and Sun Ling waited nearby, unsure how much time had passed, until they heard a sharp, sword-drawing clang from the electrocution beast's forehead, signaling the absorption's completion. "It worked!" Sun Ling exclaimed. "Excellent!" Lin Yu scooped up the Electro-Wolf. "Uncle Sun, hold on a moment. I'll design a skill for this Electro-Wolf, then have Sword Master test it out." Sun Ling chuckled, "Then you'd better design several. Unless you come up with another Sword Opens Heaven's Gate, a single skill won't be enough to beat me." Sun Ling was supremely confident in the way of the sword, he feared no one. "One will suffice," Lin Yu replied. He then pulled out the skill demonstration blueprint and began scribbling and sketching on it. This time, Lin Yu sketched a sword technique. Though his drawing skills remained as they always were, he meticulously captured every twist and turn of the movements. The sword technique Lin Yu designed was none other than the Duga 9 swords. The ultimate sword technique from Jin Yon's martial arts world, created by the sword demon, Duga Chobai. After completing the design, Lin Yu placed the skill diagram onto the electrocution beast, instantly refining it. Lin Yu chuckled, "I've designed it. Come on, Uncle Sun." Sun Ling was equally eager. "Then I'll test your new skill. I won't use the heaven-splitting sword strike, just some of my old techniques. If you can defeat me, you win." "Agreed." Lin Yu agreed swiftly, but Sun Ling remained unconvinced. While Lin Yu was undeniably a genius at designing skills, relying on just one skill to counter his own years of painstakingly honed techniques clearly wouldn't suffice. In its current diminutive form, the Electro Beast was clearly unsuited for swordplay. Thus, Lin Yu commanded, "Little Electro, Super Beast Armor." Amidst a blue glow, Electro Beast transformed into human form, armor plates fusing onto its body. After completing the Super Beast Armor transformation, Electro Beast activated the sword mark, causing a pale blue longsword to appear in its hand. The primary function of the sword pattern was to summon a blade. Lin Yu's pattern was called the Changying sword pattern, and the sword it summoned was Changying. In its armed form, Electrocution Beast held the sword and executed a graceful sword flourish. "Hold on, Elder Sun, watch closely." Chapter 120, Changying Sword Mark. Sun Ling summoned the sword master from his beast control space, wielding a silver-white longsword. Tension mounted between the two. Sun Ling seized the initiative, bellowing, "Swordmaster, use Shadow Sword." The silver-white blade in Swordmaster's hand moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to the electrocution beast in an instant. The strike aimed straight for its throat. Unexpectedly, the shock beast was faster. It sidestepped and swung its own blade, effortlessly parrying Sword Master's strike. This counterplay drew even Sun Ling's admiration. What blinding speed! Sun Ling's failed attempt to seize the initiative instead gave the electric beast an opening. Its sword flashed up and down, each strike aiming for vital points. In a duel of swift blades, a few moves could decide life or death. The Sword Master dared not act recklessly, merely parrying the electric beast's attacks with his sword before him. After countless exchanges, Sun Ling seized another opening. Sword Master, unleash the Phantom Sword. The sword in the Sword Master's hand suddenly split into multiple blades, striking from all directions, leaving the opponent unable to defend against them all. Yet even this barrage was blocked by the electric beast. Sun Ling watched in astonishment. What kind of skill did that kid Lin Yu design? How can it block every single move? I've already unleashed 3 or 4 techniques, yet he's using just one sword form to parry all my attacks. Not only that, but this sword style is relentlessly aggressive. It feels like pure offense with no defense. Sword Master. Mountain-splitting sword. The two had been trading swift blows, but suddenly the Sword Master shifted his technique, delivering a powerful, heavy strike. The electrocution beast remained unmoved, relying solely on its speed to evade. With a mere sidestep, it dodged the strike. The next instant, the long sword was already pressed against Sword Master's throat. Sword Master parried the strike, preparing to counter, but Lightning Beast lunged forward again, aiming straight for his throat. This was precisely the principle of striking the throat to kill. A ruthless strike. The ensuing exchanges saw the roles reversed. The electric beast relentlessly attacked, each strike a lethal throat-piercing maneuver. The Sword Master struggled to defend, far less effortless than the electric beast's movements, merely managing to fend off the blows with great difficulty. Several lethal strikes nearly forced the sword sect to unleash a fatal strike. Lin Yu chuckled, "Uncle Sun, what do you think of this sword technique?" Sun Ling marveled, "What splendid swordplay! What is this style called?" Lin Yu replied, "This technique is called the 9 Swords of Dugu." Sun Ling was utterly speechless. Lin Yu always loved giving his skills bizarre names, either borrowing them from novels or mythologies. This time, he directly appropriated the Duga 9 Swords from a martial arts novel. But the fierce offensive did bear a striking resemblance to the Duga 9 Swords described in the books. Had he not known Lin Yu's skill in crafting techniques, he would have assumed these names were pure fabrications upon first hearing them. After their spar ended, Sun Ling grumbled, "I've been training with you for so long, I can't let it go to waste." Lin Yu glared at him and asked, "What's up, Uncle Sun? Are you going to ask for an exorbitant price?" "Not at all," Sun Ling chuckled deeply. "Remember how you promised to design a sword writing skill for the sword sect? Look how long it's been." Alright. So you've been waiting for me on this." Lin Yu continued, "Alright, perfect. Design one for my little electric too." Having just finished designing one skill and now needing to create another, Lin Yu suddenly felt overwhelmed by the workload. He pulled out 2 skill demonstration blueprints and, after a moment's thought, began designing. Designing sword flight wasn't too difficult. Lin Yu first sketched a flying sword soaring through the air on the blueprint, then refined the details. The design was completed in about 10 minutes. After finishing, he started on the next one. Sun Ling eagerly snatched one of the blueprints and handed it to his Sword Master. After studying it, Sun Ling declared, "Sword Master, sword flight." Countless small swords formed a flying sword armor around the Sword Master, which rose into the air and coalesced into a giant sword. The Sword Master leaped onto it and soared freely through the sky. Sun Ling beamed with delight. "Ha ha! My Sword Master can fly too." Before long, Lin Yu finished designing the sword riding ability for the electrocution beast and eagerly had it learn it. Though the Electro Beast could already use Flash Dash in its Super Beast armor form, and possessed a swift wind form that also allowed flight. But sword riding flight was just so cool. After the electrocution beast mastered sword riding, it flung out the Changying sword. Stepping onto the blade, it soared through the air. Lin Yu leapt onto it too, reveling in the sensation. Sun Ling was also having a blast. Lin Yu said, "Uncle Sun, I'm heading to the company for a bit." Sun Ling, caught up in the excitement, waved it off casually. Go ahead. Lin Yu and Electro Wolf flew out of the lab grounds on the sword, heading toward the company. Everyone they passed along the way couldn't help but feel envious. Who could resist the allure of sword riding flight? Soaring all the way to the entrance of Yushin Company, the flying sword descended slowly. Lin Yu leaped down. Li Shuweisheng had already spotted Lin Yu and stepped forward. "Brother Lin, you sure know how to make an entrance." Lin Yu walked toward the company interior, casually replying, "Just testing out a newly created skill." "How's the company?" Li Shuweisheng and Lin Yu had descended from the barren mountain together, but parted ways upon entering the capital. Lin Yu returned to the university, while Li Shuweisheng headed to the company. Upon arriving at the company, Li Shuweisheng immediately reviewed the company's recent performance to get a grasp of the situation. He then reported to Lin Yu, "The company's revenue has been steadily climbing. While the Xiantian Baolu isn't as hot as it was initially, sales remain strong. The martial arts techniques we acquired from Tingcheng are also selling well now that we've lowered their prices. Now we've launched the new Super Beast armor. The market for this skill is truly vast. It's sold out immediately upon release. We're currently prioritizing supply to the major legions. Once we ran out of stock, I set up a pre-order system, and unexpectedly, the pre-orders have been overwhelming. So, our biggest problem right now is still the shortage of skill designers. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He trusted Li Shuweixing to handle matters. They walked to the production workshop, where skill designers were working overtime in full swing. This current workshop was much larger than the initial one, yet manpower still fell short. Meanwhile, at Qixing Beastmaster Skills Company, CEO Shui Lin was frantic. His company had already suffered significant setbacks from Yuxing Corporation's Xiantian Baoluo, but at least Qixing still produced Beastmaster skills, preventing it from collapsing like Tingcheng. But who could have imagined that Lin Yu would go and create another Super Beast armor? Such a powerful skill, sold at such a low price. Qixing was hit with another massive blow. The company was now teetering on the brink. At this rate, Qixing's collapse was only a matter of time. Not only could they not match his creative skills, but Lin Yu's connections were also far stronger than theirs. What do you mean by staying silent? Even if you just say you're looking for someone to take out Lin Yu, I'd still think you're actually doing something. Chapter 121, The Western Continent. Shui Lin glared at the group before him, bellowing, "Don't you have a single solution?" One of them muttered resentfully, "Boss, Lin Yu from Yuxing is too formidable. We can't even compare skill-wise. How about we follow Tingcheng's example and let Yuxing acquire us?" Not a single person present dared to contradict him, for it seemed like a viable solution. Another person stood up and declared, "This is pathetic. I bet the Li family is fretting right now. Why don't we team up with them? No matter how formidable Yuxing is, he can't match the combined strength of our two families." Shui Lin closed his eyes and pondered for a long while before speaking. "Qixing is my life's work. To just hand it over to Yuxing like this, I refuse to accept it. Contact the Li family." After the military exercises concluded, Lin Yu enjoyed a few more days of relative peace. He hadn't been idle during this time, spending his days buried in the company workshop, helping produce technical drawings. That morning, after working on blueprints until his back ached, he returned to his office hoping for a break only to find a familiar face waiting for him. Zhou Tianming sat in the office, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. The moment Lin Yu saw him, his nerves shot on high alert. This was the military's marshal. He hurried forward and respectfully addressed him, "Marshal Zhou." "No need for such formality," Zhou Tianming said. "Just call me Uncle Zhou." "All right. Understood, Uncle Zhou." Lin Yu replied cheerfully. "So Uncle Zhou is preparing to seek revenge?" Zhou Tianming nodded. "Uncle Zhou, who on earth dared to attack you?" Lin Yu had been curious about this for a long time. Setting aside Zhou Tianming's formidable strength, who would dare touch him given his status alone? Zhou Tianming seemed lost in recollection, deep in thought for a moment before replying. It was someone from the Western continent. The Western continent. Lin Yu had been in this world for quite some time and had gained a general understanding of its power structures. The Western continent also had several major factions, and their beast masters were exceptionally powerful. Overall, their strength surpassed that of the other continents. The Western continent held the technology for Beastmaster armor. Regardless of a Beastmaster's rank, even lowly beasts like the Ugly Crawler or the Electrocution Beast could wield Beastmaster armor and Beastmaster weapons. Thus, the Western continent had no truly weak beast tamers. Every beast tamer could become formidable through beast armor and beast weapons. Fortunately, their numerous factions maintain a balance of power, preventing any single group from posing a significant threat. The Western continent has a faction called the Holy Spirit Cult. Several years ago, they clashed with us. Unexpectedly, they resorted to underhanded tactics and ambushed me. Though they failed to kill me, they shattered the twin blades of the Soul Severer, Zhou Tianming recounted slowly. "So what's our plan this time?" Lin Yu asked. Zhou Tianming replied, "I've dispatched numerous agents over the past 2 days to gather intelligence on the Holy Spirit sect. We've uncovered most of what we needed to know, but their core territory remains inaccessible. This time, we plan to utilize your spatial teleportation ability to reach their inner sanctum. Zhao Jiping mentioned a young woman in your group whose beast summoning ability can alter appearance and aura. He hopes she can assist us as well." Lin Yu understood Zhou Tianming wanted Chen Yuxi's spirit bright divine ape to use its shapeshifting abilities. After agreeing, he called Chen Yuxi. A pleasant voice answered, tinged with slight irritation. "Oh, isn't this Boss Lin? With your busy schedule and endless responsibilities, how did you find time to call me today?" Lin Yu chuckled at her words. Chen Yuxi was clearly complaining that he hadn't reached out to her recently. "Hey, it's just that the company's been crazy busy lately. Let's get down to business, stop messing around." "What is it?" "I need your help with something. Could you swing by the office?" Lin Yu asked. "I'll be right over." Jokes aside, when Lin Yu needed something done, Shin Yushi was more reliable than anyone. Zhou Tianming watched the scene unfold before him and chuckled, "Youth is truly wonderful." Before long, a cloud swept across the company's skyline, and Shin Yushi leapt down from it. Upon entering Lin Yu's office, Shin Yushi saw Zhou Tianming seated upright. She noticed the elderly man's alert demeanor and extraordinary presence. She inquired, "And who might this gentleman be?" Lin Yu introduced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Marshal Zhou from the military headquarters." "Marshal!" Chen Yushi exclaimed in surprise. Even though the Chen family was wealthy, her father, Chen Xingyu, had never come into contact with anyone from the military department. And here stood a man who was a marshal. Judging by Lin Yu's demeanor, their relationship seemed quite close. When did Lin Yu develop connections with such high-ranking figures? Lin Yu proactively mentioned Zhou Tianming's request for her assistance, and Chen Yushi readily agreed. How could she refuse? The trio hurried to the military headquarters, where 2 or 3 division commanders were already waiting. Chen Yushi, unaccustomed to such a scene, appeared somewhat flustered. As soon as Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping met, they began discussing where to open the portal. Zhou Tianming led Chen Yushi to a man and asked, "Can you transform him into a Caucasian appearance?" This was certainly no problem. Previously, Chen Yushi had even transformed Lin Yu into a ferocious beast. Chen Yushi nodded. She then released the divine ape from her beast-taming space. The divine ape plucked several hairs, blew them toward the man, and before everyone's eyes, he transformed into a Caucasian. Zhou Tianming chuckled, "Impressive. Lin Yu's design, right?" Chen Yushi nodded again, not daring to say more. "Lin Yu's skills are so varied. Fascinating," Zhou Tianming praised. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had finalized the teleportation gate's coordinates. Without delay, he summoned the electrocution beast and activated the suspension ring to open a portal. The portal opened into a small, secure room. The man who had transformed into a Caucasian was a renowned undercover genius within the military. He was now heading out to gather intelligence. Carrying his beast, he stepped through the portal and vanished. Lin Yu stared at the other side of the portal, his curiosity growing with every glance. Zhou Tianming seemed to sense Lin Yu's thoughts and asked, "Want to go take a look?" Lin Yu replied, "I'd love to, but my English isn't great. I'd probably give myself away." Zhou Tianming chuckled, "What's the big deal? Just don't speak. I'll assign you a guide." Lin Yu relaxed at this. Zhou Tianming summoned a Caucasian man and instructed, "Nils, show him around." Lin Yu then had Chen Yushi transform him into a Caucasian appearance as well, before following Nils through the portal. Whether in his past life or since his rebirth, this was Lin Yu's first time setting foot on the Western continent. The unfamiliar customs and landscapes before him piqued his curiosity immensely. Chapter 122, The Colosseum. Lin Yu and Nils wandered around, and armored beasts were truly everywhere. Throughout their journey, Lin Yu acted like an inquisitive child, asking about everything he saw, and Nils answered every question without reservation. As they passed a large, bustling building, Lin Yu's curiosity flared again. "What kind of place is that?" Keeping his voice low to avoid being overheard, Nils whispered, "It's like an arena where beasts battle. Many people in the Western continent enjoy watching this. Let's go check it out." Lin Yu was eager to witness armored beast fighters in combat, and this arena was the perfect place. Admission required tickets, which Nils purchased using Western continent currency. Once inside, the air was thick with the roar of the crowd. A match was about to begin. The arena's combat area was vast. The 2 beasts entering the ring were a D-rank littlewood monkey and an E-rank fire armadillo. Both were low-tier beasts, yet the crowd was thick. Were these 2 beasts famous? With the referee's signal, the match commenced. Each beast was encased in a thick, heavy-looking armor. They resembled miniature tanks. The armored fire armadillo, resembling a mechanical tyrannosaurus, charged toward the little wooden monkey. Lin Yu observed that the armor wasn't very agile, falling far short of the super beasts he had designed. Even Su Yuan's fruit beast summoned a fruit guardian armor that outperformed this one. Just as the fire armadillo's mech closed in on the little wooden monkey, the monkey's mech unleashed a powerful punch. It sent the fire armadillo flying 3 meters away. The little wooden monkey piloted his mech forward, ready to deliver the finishing blow, when suddenly, multiple gun barrels erupted from the fire armadillo mech's chest. Bullets poured out relentlessly, forcing the little wood monkey to retreat step by step. Seizing the moment, a cannon materialized on the little wooden monkey's mech chest. A single blast sent the fire armadillo flying once more. The mechs and weapons of the Western continent were truly formidable. The firepower displayed by these 2 beast riders was already on par with B-class assault-type beast riders. No wonder the Western continent is so powerful. Their beast armor technology has advanced to this level. Both the little wooden monkey and the fire armadillo were low-tier beast mounts, yet their armor allowed them to reach B-class levels. His own super beast armor had limitations and couldn't be universally applied to all beasts. To achieve the Western continent's level of comprehensive armor adoption, Lin Yu felt he needed to design even better prototypes. Once Uncle Joe's matter is settled, I'll dedicate myself to researching this further. Lin Yu had already sensed the threat from the Western continent. This trip to the Western continent had been rushed, and now that it was nearing its end, Lin Yu and his companions hurried back. The person tasked with gathering intelligence had also returned. Zhou Tianming asked, "Did you find out?" The man nodded and began recounting the intelligence he had gathered. Only then did Lin Yu learn that Zhou Tianming's enemy was the deputy leader of the Holy Spirit sect, a man named Sasha. He was usually surrounded by numerous bodyguards, making it extremely difficult to get close enough to kill him. Moreover, they couldn't reveal their true identities this time, only assassination would do, which undoubtedly made the task even more difficult. However, recent intelligence revealed that Sasha kept a mistress and visited her weekly. Since such affairs couldn't be exposed, Sasha traveled with fewer bodyguards during these outings. This presented the perfect opportunity for Lin Yu and his team to ambush him en route to his mistress's place and eliminate him midway. Zhou Tianming remarked, "We'll need to bring more men this time." Lin Yu looked puzzled. "Uncle Zhou, with your strength, shouldn't taking out Sasha be no problem?" Zhou Tianming replied, "You don't know, Sasha's beast is a dragon-type beast, incredibly powerful. Plus, he can unleash dragon pressure to suppress his opponents." Back then, Zhanling ended up like that precisely because he was overwhelmed by that dragon pressure. At the mention of dragon-type beasts, Lin Yu recalled the 2 dragons he had slain in the Whalefall beast realm. They too possessed dragon auras. As long as there's a way to counter it. So Lin Yu declared, "Uncle Sun, I can design a skill specifically to counter dragon-type beasts." Zhou Tianming, unaware of Lin Yu's dragon-slaying feat, asked curiously, "You can design that?" Lin Yu nodded confidently, asking everyone to wait while he took out a skill blueprint and began sketching on it. This time, his work was swift. The design was complete in about 10 minutes. Handing the blueprint to Zhou Tianming, Lin Yu revealed a drawing of a blade flanked by 3 bold characters, dragon-slaying blade. The name clearly indicated it was meant to counter dragon-type creatures, but would it actually work? The others felt uncertain. To counter dragon-type beasts, one should use specialized skills, not just name something to imply dragon slaying. Zhou Tianming chose to trust Lin Yu, having always believed in this young man. The demon slayer spirit touched the skill demonstration blueprint and absorbed it instantly. Everyone noticed a subtle change in the blades on its hands. The demonic pupils near the blade's grips had transformed into dragon eyes, radiating a hint of majesty. Zhou Tianming sensed the power this skill brought. This time, he believed it truly countered dragon-type creatures. The group immediately set out, with Lin Yu opening a portal near Sarah's mistress. Sarah, having just finished her affair, was now walking alone down the street, her face beaming with satisfaction. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In an instant, Sarah unleashed her beast from the beast-taming space, the purple flame demon dragon. Sure enough, in the very next second, countless fragments glowing with purple light attacked. They sealed off his retreat and aimed straight for his vital points. The purple flame demon dragon roared furiously, scattering the shards. The next instant, a seamless suit of armor materialized over the dragon's body, its shoulders now mounted with 2 cannons. Zhou Tianming materialized, his face bearing an odd expression that was almost a smile. "Long time no see, old friend," Zhou Tianming said. Sarah's face twisted into a mocking expression as he spoke in stiff Chinese. "So it's you, Zhou. We haven't met in ages. What brings you here today? Missing me? Oh, and has your soul/recovered yet?" Lin Yu watched from the shadows, clearly seeing everything. He couldn't help but think this foreigner sure had a foul mouth. Zhou Tianming chuckled darkly, "Then let me show you." Suddenly, the demon-slaying spirit materialized like a ghost behind the purple flame demon dragon. Sarah, a seasoned veteran, instantly sensed the threat behind her. The purple flame demon dragon whirled around, forming a shield behind it. Then something bizarre happened. Mo Zhanling's blade instantly dispersed, piercing through the purple flame demon dragon's shield before coalescing again, leaving a terrifying wound on its body. Chapter 123, The Winged Lizard. "You seem to have grown stronger. I thought you'd become useless." Sarah's tone carried a hint of disdain. From the shadows, Lin Yu watched as a set of medical equipment extended from the purple flame demon dragon's armor, immediately beginning to treat its wound. Lin Yu stared in astonishment. Was that even possible? The armor of the Western continent was truly formidable. At the very least, its functionality was comprehensive. It could even heal? Sarah was quite talkative. While she was speaking, a mecha suddenly flew out from behind her. It was the Super Beast triple combination mecha piloted by Zhao Jiping, Ma Chang, and Xia Jing'an. The mech rapidly closed in on Sarah's purple flame demon dragon and wrapped itself around it. At that moment, Sarah was still studying the mech holding the purple flame demon dragon. "Ha! When did you guys get such agile mechs?" Sarah knew his stuff. He could tell at a glance that this suit was top-notch, surpassing anything on the Western continent. This instantly sparked a profound sense of crisis within him. Zhou Tianming wanted to end this quickly and immediately commanded, "Demon Slayer Spirit, use Cloud-Splitting Slash." This strike possessed immense power. If it connected, it could cleave the purple flame dragon's head clean off. Just as the purple flame demon dragon seemed certain to fall, the Beastmaster suddenly unleashed Dragon Might. Dragon Aura inherently countered all beast tamers except those of the dragon type, the very reason dragons were so formidable. Both Demon Slayer Spirit and the Fusion Mecha were instantly affected by the dragon's might. The purple flame demon dragon seized the opportunity to break free. Its sole objective now was to stall. With all this commotion, the Holy Spirit cult had surely noticed. He only needed to hold them off until reinforcements arrived, then these few would be easily captured. This was, after all, the Holy Spirit sect's territory. Zhou Tianming understood its intent and resolved to end this quickly. Lin Yu hadn't moved yet, observing everything clearly from the shadows. That purple flame demon dragon wasn't even worthy of being called a dragon, just an oversized lizard with wings. Such a lizard dared to claim the might of a dragon? The electrocution beast had been primed for action for quite some time. Lin Yu stroked its head and said, "Xiao Dian, enter Dragon King form. Show it the awe of a true dragon." The dragon pearl obtained by slaying a dragon within the Whalefall Fiend space now allowed the electrocution beast to transform into a dragon. In its Dragon King form, the electrocution beast soared into the air. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. Thick clouds instantly gathered overhead. Then, the electric beast unleashed its dragon might in the air, and the great lizard's dragon aura was indeed affected. Lin Yu stepped forward, pointing at Sarah with a mocking smile. "See that? That's a real dragon. Yours is nothing but a giant lizard with wings." The purple flame demon dragon grew deeply unsettled under the influence of the electrocution beast's dragon aura. Seizing the moment, Zhou Tianming commanded the demon slayer spirit, use the dragon slaying blade. The eyes at the hilts of the twin blades in Mo Zhenling's hands transformed once more into dragon eyes. Two dragon phantoms coiled around the blades, and then the blades themselves emitted a dragon's roar. Fear flashed in the purple flame demon dragon's eyes. Mo Zhenling swung his blade. The slash, as fluid as a dragon in motion, struck the purple flame demon dragon, cleanly severing one of its arms. The armor covering the dragon's body shattered like a melon being sliced, torn apart effortlessly. Sarah stared in shock at the demon slaying spirit. How could this broken blade be so powerful? Another strike followed, this time aimed directly at the purple flame demon dragon's throat. The massive dragon head fell to the ground, blood spurting out instantly. "No!" Sarah screamed. Could her beast companion really be slain so easily? Zhou Tianming struck with ruthless precision, delivering another fatal blow to Sarah, sending them both to reunite in hell. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration flooded Zhou Tianming. The years of pent-up grief and anger vanished in an instant. Members of the Holy Spirit cult had already arrived. Zhou Tianming waved his hand decisively. "Retreat!" The electrocution beast shifted from its Dragon King form back to its spatial form, using the suspension ring to open a teleportation portal. The group immediately departed the scene. By the time the Holy Spirit cult arrived, they found only Sarah lying in a pool of blood and the purple flame demon dragon, sliced into several pieces. The death of the deputy patriarch was a major crisis for the Holy Spirit cult. The Holy Spirit sect immediately sealed off the area, and the sect leader personally arrived on the scene. "What happened? Who killed Sarah?" the leader demanded. The investigator in charge stammered, "They acted swiftly. By the time we arrived, they had already fled." The Grand Master gazed at Sarah's face, now pale from excessive blood loss, and a cold smile touched his lips. "I warned him repeatedly not to make too many enemies, but he wouldn't listen. Arrogant and overbearing in his daily life, who knows how many people he offended. Now he dies without even knowing who struck the fatal blow. Investigate. Keep investigating. Killing our deputy leader on our own turf is nothing short of a disgrace." The assassination of the deputy leader sent shockwaves through the entire Holy Spirit sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others who had orchestrated it returned safely to the military headquarters. Lin Yu noticed a profound shift in Zhou Tianming's demeanor. After so many years, avenging such a great wrong, this transformation was understandable. Upon their return, Zhou Tianming's gaze toward Lin Yu had shifted. It held a mix of gratitude and expectation, as if he were looking at a successor worthy of inheriting his legacy. Lin Yu felt slightly uncomfortable under that gaze. Zhou Tianming spoke to Lin Yu with genuine sincerity this time, "Thank you." Hearing such a high-ranking military commander express gratitude, Lin Yu felt almost unworthy of the acknowledgement. But before Lin Yu could offer any polite response, Zhou Tianming turned and walked away, simply saying, "Follow me." Lin Yu followed. Zhou Tianming remained silent as they walked in quiet together all the way to the woods behind the military headquarters. It was late autumn, and the leaves in the woods had all turned yellow and withered. The wind rustled through them, producing a pleasant, melodious sound. Deep within the woods, Lin Yu spotted a stretch of railroad tracks. Zhou Tianming stood quietly by the tracks, as if waiting for a train. Soon, a train pulled in. It was completely empty, eerily silent. Zhou Tianming stepped straight onto the train, and Lin Yu followed suit. He then gestured toward the empty seats around them and said, "Take any seat." The train began moving, passing through the military headquarters forest and heading toward a mountain. The scenery along the way was breathtaking. As they neared the mountain, a dimly lit tunnel came into view. After an unknown amount of time, the light grew brighter again. Lin Yu surveyed the surroundings, which appeared to be a laboratory. Finally, the train came to a halt inside the facility. Zhou Tianming stood up and announced, "We're here." Lin Yu followed him off the train. It truly was a laboratory, though one he'd never heard of before. Following Zhou Tianming inside, they passed researchers in white lab coats hurrying about their work, none of whom paid them any attention. Inside the lab, numerous display stands showcased various research achievements. Lin Yu even spotted the skill blueprints for his own super beast armor among them. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Lin Yu asked, "Uncle Zhou, what exactly is this place?" Chapter 124, Lin Yu's Trolls. Zhou Tianming replied, "The Beast Equipment Research Institute. The Western continent's superiority lies in their beast equipment. We couldn't just sit idly by and wait for our doom. That's why we established this specialized institution to research beast equipment. Unfortunately, despite many years of effort, we haven't achieved much." The two made their way to the institute's central area, where it was filled with white-haired elders, all bent over their work, so engrossed they didn't even notice Zhou Tianming's arrival. Zhou Tianming approached one of them and addressed him proactively, "Director Xiao." A bespectacled white-haired man finally looked up. "Tianming, you're here?" He then turned his gaze to Lin Yu beside Zhou Tianming and inquired, "And who might this be?" Zhou Tianming replied, "This is Lin Yu." A flicker of light appeared in Xiao Yuan's cloudy eyes. "So you're Lin Yu. I've been following your work for a long time. Especially this newly released Super Beast armor, truly a stunning piece of work." "Just luck," Lin Yu replied modestly. "That's pure talent," Xiao Yuan exclaimed. "I spent my entire life and never created anything that could compare to yours. And you're still so young, your future is limitless." Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. Just then, another person arrived. Upon hearing the news, the deputy director of the research institute, Chen Donglu. His eyes gleaming, he addressed Lin Yu, "So you are Lin Yu?" Lin Yu nodded. Chen Donglu declared, "I've long wanted to pay you a visit. Never imagined you'd come to us today." Hearing this, Lin Yu sensed a hint of hostility in the man's tone. After Lin Yu's viral fame online, he gained many fans, but also attracted numerous haters. They believed all his current achievements were the result of someone hyping him up behind the scenes. They claimed every accomplishment he achieved was just a publicity stunt. His rise had been too rapid, and his accomplishments seemed too unbelievable. They refused to believe those skills and techniques were Lin Yu's own creations, insisting someone had pre-designed them for him. Lin Yu merely needed to copy them out each time, which explained why he could create new skills so rapidly. Chen Donglu was one such skeptic. He refused to believe Lin Yu could invent so many divine techniques on his own, insisting someone was orchestrating and packaging Lin Yu's image. Chen Donglu had long wanted to confront Lin Yu, but never found the chance. Today, Lin Yu had practically walked right into his trap, effortless indeed. Chen Donglu stepped forward, pointing at Lin Yu and demanding, "Lin Yu, you've got someone backing you, don't you? Those skills were all designed by your backers, weren't they?" Lin Yu was utterly baffled by this accusation. When had he ever had someone backing him? How could he not know? Seeing Lin Yu's silence, Chen Donglu sneered coldly. "Not saying anything? Guess I was right? Ha! I saw through you long ago. You're definitely just hyping yourself up. I've already investigated. Your company, Yuxing Corporation, has a major shareholder named Li Shuisheng. What a shocker, turns out Li Shuisheng is the heir apparent of the Li Group." Chen Donglu continued, "Why would the heir to the Li Group partner with you to start a company? And why would he help you take on his own Li Group? It's all for publicity. To grab attention. If I'm not mistaken, the Li Group is the one pulling the strings behind you." By now, many people from the research institute had gathered around to listen to Chen Donglu's analysis. Seeing how well-reasoned his arguments were, quite a few began to agree with his assessment. After listening, Lin Yu could only think, is this guy out of his mind? Zhou Tianming, who knew the truth, struggled to stifle his laughter at Chen Donglu's wild speculation. He stepped forward to defend Lin Yu. "Then tell us, how can we prove Lin Yu isn't just hyping things up?" Seeing so many people rallying behind him, Chen Donglu grew even more confident. He declared grandly, "In this world, what's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. I'll pose a challenge right here. If Lin Yu can create it, it proves his extraordinary talent. If he can't, it proves he's just a puppet pushed by the Li family for publicity. Fine. Then give the challenge." Lin Yu stepped forward. Unlike Chen Donglu, he wasn't a smooth talker. He could only prove himself through his abilities. Seeing Lin Yu agree so readily, Chen Donglu was momentarily flustered and began pondering what challenge to propose. After a moment's thought, Chen Donglu declared, "Recently, our institute has been researching beast-taming equipment. We've hit a snag while developing gear for insect-type beasts. Most insect beasts are not only weak but also physically incapable of withstanding the equipment, leading to repeated failures. Since you're a genius, Lin Yu, designing armor for an insect beast shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Insect type? Lin Yu pondered for a moment. This was indeed challenging, but he actually had a design in mind for this very purpose. Kamen Rider. Most Kamen Riders are based on insects, perfect for designing insect-type beast armor. Lin Yu agreed confidently. Chen Donlu then summoned a young man who handled odd jobs at the Beastmaster Equipment Research Institute. His beast was extremely weak, a rhinoceros beetle, small and feeble, with little offensive capability. The weaker the beast, the trickier it was to design its skills. There were just too many factors to consider. When Lin Yu saw his beast, he immediately perked up. A rhinoceros beetle, perfect for designing a Jiado armor. It can be done, Lin Yu declared. Chen Donlu thought Lin Yu was just stubbornly clinging to a lost cause. Go ahead and design it then. He promptly requested blueprints from the lab, and Lin Yu began scribbling directly on them. Chen Donlu stood watching beside him. When he saw the crooked lines Lin Yu was sketching, he couldn't help but sneer coldly once more. Long ago, while watching a livestream, he'd noticed Lin Yu's crooked lines during skill design sessions. Back then, he'd already doubted whether such blueprints could actually be used. And now, here he was drawing the same thing again. This time, Chen Donlu was convinced Lin Yu would fail. Drawing lines should be a basic skill for any designer. Soon, Lin Yu finished his blueprint. It depicted an armor suit with an overall slender design, starkly different from the Research Institute's prototypes. For years, the Institute had referenced Western continent-style beast riding armor, which was generally thick and robust. But if Lin Yu's design followed that same approach, it would be a waste of the system's potential and a betrayal of his reputation as a design genius. Lin Yu took the rhinoceros beetle from the man's hand, placed the blueprint upon it, and vanished instantly, just as before. Chapter 125, The West Continent's Stirrings. Chen Donlu's eyes widened instantly. Gone. It could actually absorb. Lin Yu smiled as he handed the rhinoceros beetle back to its owner, a beast tamer named Louis. Lin Yu addressed Louis. This skill is called Kamen Rider. Just say transform, and you can have your beast try it out. Louis's rhinoceros beetle, like Li Shuixing's original ugly worm, was a useless beast with no offensive capabilities. Little Xian, transform? Louis tentatively commanded. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the rhinoceros beetle. Upon hearing the word transform, the beetle suddenly glowed with a metallic sheen, then completely transformed into a mechanical rhinoceros beetle. Chen Donlu burst into laughter, clutching his sides. So this is the armor you designed? Just turn it into metal? Ah, you're so creative. Lin Yu waved his hand. Hold on. Keep watching. Then, the rhinoceros beetle burst into brilliant light. Within the glow, it took on a human form. Heavy armor began to extend along its body, covering it entirely. The armor's head was clearly derived from the rhinoceros beetle. The upper torso armor was a deep red, with a rich texture. Silver accents filled in intricate details, while the rest was black leather armor, designed for flexibility. It actually works. Chen Donlu's voice trembled as he spoke. It felt as though all his persistence over the years had suddenly shattered. How is this possible? Chen Donlu exclaimed, almost delirious. This armor might just be a hollow shell. Lin Yu, dare you pit your armor design against mine in a contest? Bring it on. Lin Yu was never one to shy away from a challenge. He had initially considered holding back out of respect for Zhou Tianming, but Chen Donlu's constant nitpicking had pushed him over the edge. If a contest was what he wanted, then so be it. This would be the perfect opportunity to show him the gap between them once and for all, so he'd stop barking up the wrong tree. Chen Donlu released his Beastmaster mount, a Dark Windhound, also a low-grade beast. Then, this Dark Windhound utilized the beast armor Chen Donlu had researched. The entire Beast Armor Research Institute had based their armor designs entirely on Western continent armor. Western armor was notoriously bulky, and Chen Donlu's design followed suit. Although Lin Yu had been astonished by the rapid development of their beast riding equipment and the widespread adoption of their beast riding armor during his time in the Western continent, he didn't think much of this armor. For starters, it was far too cumbersome, and it lacked sufficient agility and movement. Against agile beasts, it would be a sitting duck. Chen Donlu's design was a poor imitation, resulting in armor that was even bulkier. Others might not notice, but to Lin Yu, this thing looked like a defective product. Both beast riders were clad in armor, standing on opposite sides. Regardless of who was stronger or weaker, their appearance alone already showed a clear difference. Lin Yu's mech dueler boasted sleek lines, its entire frame exuding an exceptionally pleasing aesthetic. Chen Donlu's armor, however, was incredibly bulky, resembling a pile of scraps cobbled together from random parts. Chen Donlu, enraged by humiliation, launched the first strike. Due to their bulkiness, Western continent armor primarily relied on various types of thermal weapons for attack. Chen Donlu was no exception. 2 cannon barrels emerged from either side of his armor, firing 2 shells directly at the mech. Jiado didn't even try to dodge, taking both shells head-on. Just as everyone assumed the mech would be severely damaged, the smoke cleared to reveal the mech inside completely unscathed. With a casual wave of its hand to disperse the smoke, it radiated pure badassery. Chen Donglu immediately commanded the Dark Wind Dog to drive the armor. Equipped with tracks beneath, its mobility was decent, swiftly closing the distance to the armored dreadnought. Then, multiple thrusters fired simultaneously, propelling the massive mechanical fist forward. Jia Do casually raised his hand. Everyone heard a dull thud. The punch, packed with maximum force, was caught by Jia Do with sheer brute strength. Meanwhile, Jia Do's other fist struck from the opposite side. Everyone present clearly heard the sound of metal shattering. Chen Donglu wasn't about to concede defeat so easily. He immediately activated his other mechanical fist to strike back, but his speed was simply too slow. Jia Do caught that mechanical fist with one hand. Then he swung his leg, delivering a powerful kick. The immense force sent the heavy armor staggering. Then, Jia Do grabbed hold of one of the armor's arms and yanked with all his might. He literally ripped the armored suit's mechanical arm right off. But it wasn't over yet. Kato unleashed a flurry of punches, sending armor parts flying everywhere. Another kick sent the armor flying. The already unsightly armor now truly resembled a pile of scrap metal, motionless. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. He began to doubt if this was really his own rhinoceros beetle. Its combat prowess was simply insane. Chen Donglu stared blankly at the scene before him, utterly incredulous. All his years of hard work had been crushed by armor Lin Yu had casually designed. Lin Yu chuckled, "Your armor isn't all that impressive after all." In that instant, Chen Donglu's resolve shattered. He felt profoundly humiliated, yet utterly powerless to retaliate. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Tianming roared with laughter. Well played. Then, surveying the room, Zhou Tianming declared, "I came here today to tell you all, stop clinging to outdated ways. To surpass the Western continent, we don't have to copy them. This lightweight armor Lin Yu designed completely outclasses theirs. How many years has this institute been around? How many years have we been standing still? Everyone, think about it." With that, he strode off, taking Lin Yu with him. Inside the institute, Louis rushed out after them. "Wait." Lin Yu halted and asked, "What is it?" Louis smiled sheepishly. "You designed such a powerful skill for my rhinoceros beetle. I can't just take it for free. How much is this skill worth? I'll pay for it. Though I don't have much money right now. I can pay you back in installments." Louis had awakened a weak beast, leading others to look down on him since childhood. He could never find decent work, stuck doing menial tasks. Today, Lin Yu had transformed his beast completely, and he was truly grateful. Lin Yu smiled at his words. "No need. Consider this armor a gift." Louis scratched his head. "How can I possibly accept that? I can't just take your stuff for free." Lin Yu waved his hand casually. "It's settled then." With that, Lin Yu boarded the train with Zhou Tianming, leaving Louis staring blankly after them. Little did Lin Yu know that this act had earned him a loyal companion and subordinate. Chapter 126, The Heaven-Shattering Sword and Sword Control Technique. Unlike their quiet departure earlier, Zhou Tianming spoke up this time. "You saw it yourself, our beast-riding armor development is progressing far too slowly." Lin Yu nodded. Zhou Tianming continued, "Our original advantage lay in the fragmented power structures of the Western continent. But recently, many Western factions have begun uniting into alliances. They're growing restless and plotting to strike against our nation. Just days ago, the Nightfall Alliance from the Western continent proposed joint military exercises with us. It's a test." Zhou Tianming's face was etched with worry. "We've already lost these exercises twice. We can't afford another defeat. If we lose again, the Western continent will definitely strike against us." Lin Yu looked puzzled. "Uncle Zhou, our Yuxing Corporation sells numerous super beast armor skills. You could easily assemble a super beast army to participate in these exercises. Trust me, their clunky armor stands no chance against super beasts." Zhou Tianming waved his hand. "It's not that simple. We must win this exercise. But we can't reveal too much of our strength yet. I've studied the super beast armor skill extensively. It's incredibly powerful. This skill is our trump card, and I'm not ready to play it just yet." Zhou Tianming looked at Lin Yu with hopeful eyes. "Do you have any ideas?" "I brought you here precisely to understand our current predicament," Zhou Tianming stated. "I've always believed that if we ever crush the Western continent in beast-taming equipment, it will be because of you." Lin Yu hadn't expected Uncle Zhou to hold such high expectations for him. This made him even more determined not to slack off. After deep contemplation, an idea suddenly crystallized in his mind. "Uncle Zhou, since we need to conceal our strength, I say we simply don't bring anything related to armor to the military exercises this time," Lin Yu proposed. Zhou Tianming looked puzzled. "The Western continent's armor is formidable. What if we don't use armor?" Lin Yu replied, "Use something else. Uncle Zhou, what do you think of that technique Sunling, Minister Sun, used earlier, the sword slash to open Heaven's Gate?" Zhou Tianming nodded firmly. "Powerful. I can design a batch of swords to serve as beast riding weapons. Then I'll create a sword riding technique, granting these beasts the ability to wield swords. This approach offers greater flexibility. During the exercises, they can maneuver against the armored units and defeat the Western continent's armor, Lin Yu explained. Zhou Tianming thought deeply about the proposal. It was indeed feasible. A rare smile broke through his previously furrowed brow. Then we'll proceed as you suggest. The exercise requires 800 personnel. I'll have Zhao Jiping select 800 humanoid beast tamers immediately. Zhou Tianming immediately made a call, relaying Lin Yu's request to Zhao Jiping. The train arrived back at the military headquarters. Lin Yu wasted no time, instructing the electrocution beast to teleport him directly into the Yushin Corporation. He plunged straight into the laboratory to begin designing skills. After extensive research, Lin Yu finally completed the designs. This time, he created 2 skill demonstration blueprints, one named Heaven-Splitting Sword, the weapon he designed for the 800 beast tamers. The other was called Sword Control Technique. Lin Yu then halted all ongoing work by Yushin Corporation's skill designers and ordered them to rush the production of these 2 skills. With Yushin Corporation's current workforce working at full capacity, they managed to produce 800 copies of each skill within a day and a night. The next day, Lin Yu called Zhao Jiping and then rushed to the Yenyun army. Upon arrival, he noticed Zhou Tianming was also present, indicating the latter's genuine commitment to this military exercise. Lin Yu inspected the 800 humanoid spirit beasts Zhao Jiping had gathered. They were all excellent specimens. He then distributed the skills. Everyone began assisting the beast tamers in learning the skills. During this time, Lin Yu said to Zhou Tianming, "Uncle Zhou, I feel we still need a powerful leader to command these 800 men during the military exercises. Their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be stronger." Among the top masters, Sun Ling was the most skilled with the sword. Zhou Tianming immediately guessed who Lin Yu was referring to and replied, "You mean Sun Ling, right? I'm afraid that's impossible. He's a very proud man, and I'm not sure I could persuade him." Lin Yu smiled. "I can." With that, he immediately called Sun Ling, "Uncle Sun. What's up?" Seeing it was Lin Yu, Sun Ling laughed and scolded, "You never bother to check in with me normally. Need something from me?" Lin Yu forced a smile. "Only you, Uncle Sun, could guess right away. I've developed a new skill, sword control. Want to see it?" Sun Ling's eyes lit up at the mention of a new sword technique. "Really? Where are you? I'll come over right now." Lin Yu replied over the phone, "I'll come pick you up, Uncle Sunday." Then, Lin Yu had the electrocution beast use spatial teleportation to draw a portal. Stepping through the portal, Lin Yu found himself in Sun Ling's office at Tianhua. Upon hearing about the new skill, Sun Ling immediately abandoned his work and followed Lin Yu through the portal. Only when Sun Ling fully grasped his surroundings did he realize he'd been tricked. Sun Ling recognized Zhou Tianming. Realizing he had arrived at Zhou Tianming's military headquarters, he demanded, "What's going on here?" Lin Yu explained their entire purpose to Sun Ling. Upon hearing it, Sun Ling knew resisting the Western continent was an unquestionable duty. Moreover, Lin Yu had indeed given him the sword control technique. How could he accept the gift and not contribute? Thus, Sun Ling agreed to participate in several days of military exercises. Over the next few days, Lin Yu and Sun Ling trained the 800 men relentlessly. Not only did each beast rider now wield an additionally Tian sword and master the sword riding technique, Lin Yu also mass-produced a batch of flying swords for them, making their combat style even more agile. To enhance the power of these beast riders, Lin Yu worked overtime to produce 800 copies of the Mystic Heaven treasure record for their training. Now everything was ready, all that was missing was the east wind. Several days later, the joint military exercises with the Western continent commenced. This time, the request for the exercises came from the Nightfall Alliance of the Western Continent, a coalition formed by several formidable nations. On the day the exercises commenced, nearly everyone on the Eastern Continent was watching. The humiliating defeats in the previous 2 drills had left a deep sense of frustration in everyone's hearts, fueling a burning desire to win this time. Online discussions were rife. "We absolutely must win this exercise. Another loss would be unacceptable. What's there to fear? With that super beast armor designed by Lin Yu, the Western continent won't stand a chance." Amidst the collective anticipation, the military exercises officially commenced. Chapter 127, The Mysterious Power from the East. The leader of the Nightfall Alliance appeared to be an old acquaintance of Zhou Tianming. It made sense top-tier figures from all factions would inevitably have crossed paths. The representative from the Western continent was a woman tall and slender, with the classic features of a Caucasian beauty. Many eyes watched her with undisguised hostility. This military exercise was held on an island between the Western and Eastern continents. Though called an exercise, it was actually a tense, simmering contest, more like a strategic game between the two sides. The entire exercise was broadcast live. At this moment, virtually every person on the Eastern continent was glued to the live stream. This was a major event. Those with expertise or familiarity with the Western continent harbored little confidence in their performance. They had heard whispers about the Western continent's armored combat capabilities. Consequently, the overall sentiment in the live chat remained pessimistic. The West continent's armor is too formidable. We still have a gap to bridge. It's hard to say who'll win this time. I wonder how our side will handle those tanks. I don't know if anyone remembers the last exercise the Western continent's armor completely crushed us. Amidst this chorus of pessimism, the military exercise commenced. The West continent's 800 troops simultaneously unleashed their beasts of command. The variety was vast beasts of all shapes and sizes, large and small, standing in disarray. In stark contrast, the Eastern continent's contingent appeared much more organized. Their humanoid mounts stood in perfect formation, presenting an imposing sight. Some naysayers remarked, "Looks neat, but it's all for show. Who knows if there'll be any use in a real fight? Without armor, we'll never match the Western continent. I wonder how our own armor research is progressing. It's been years now." Then the military exercise commenced. 800 beasts from the Western continent simultaneously activated their armor. Heavy mecha suits assembled onto each beast, instantly transforming them into a dense, dark mass. The spectacle was overwhelming, radiating sheer pressure. The spectacle was undeniably awe-inspiring. The Eastern continent couldn't help but grow anxious again. Why does their armor seem even more formidable than during previous drills? Indeed, they appear even more substantial. How are we supposed to counter this? This is troublesome. Then, on the Eastern continent side, 800 beast tamers waved their hands in unison. One by one, long swords materialized in their hands. This military exercise was also being broadcast live on the Western continent, and the Westerners were nearly laughing themselves silly. Ha 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 ha. They're actually using swords? Trying to fight mechs with swords? Do these people think they're still in the cold weapon era? Those swords wouldn't even scratch the paint off a mech. This is hilarious. Across the Eastern continent, the entire populace was filled with outrage. All these years, we've been researching armor to surpass the Western continent, and this is the result? Years of research, and all we get is a few swords? This is a total sham. Have they not researched mechs at all? Ugh. It's over. We're going to lose again. Why aren't they deploying Lin Yu's super beast armor? We're going to lose. To everyone watching, the military exercise had become pointless. The outcome was already clear. As the match commenced, multiple cannon barrels emerged from each mecha piloted by the Western continent's beast tamers. They unleashed a volley of fire toward the Eastern continent's 800 beast tamers. Then, something utterly astonishing happened. All 800 beast tamers leapt onto their swords and took flight. What? The Western continent forces could scarcely believe their eyes. They actually flew up like that? Their sword-riding flight was swift. With agile maneuvers, they evaded every incoming shell. The beast tamers swiftly reorganized their formation mid-air, resembling celestial beings riding swords. The Western continent was stunned. They had always looked down on the Eastern continent, convinced their beast riding equipment was inferior. Never did they expect the Easterners to wield magic. No, according to Eastern terminology, it was called cultivating immortality. Right. No wonder you neglected beast riding equipment development. Turns out your beasts have all started cultivating immortality, huh? After a barrage of attacks, while the Western continent's beast riding armor was still recharging, the 800 sword riding beasts from across the battlefield landed in unison. Then, they pointed forward. The flying swords beneath their feet shot skyward one by one. A terrifying sword shrieking sound echoed through the air. Their blades pointed directly at the 800 armored beast tamers of the Western continent. The Western continent forces quickly regained their composure, shouting defiantly, "It's just a bluff. Don't be afraid. Their swords can't pierce our armor." In an instant, the Western continent's morale surged once more. Sun Ling, the leader of the Eastern continent forces, sneered coldly, "Still talking tough when death is upon you." Yet, the Western continent's formation split into two groups. One wave of mechs charged forward, while another group fired cannons from the rear, providing covering fire for the charging mechs. On the Eastern continent side, all the beast riders' swords hovered in midair, blocking the shells. Then, at Sun Ling's command, a storm of flying swords shot toward the Western continent's formation, trailing blinding streaks of light. Wherever the blades struck, the mechs were systematically destroyed. They sliced through them like cutting through melons and vegetables. The Western continent's supposedly impenetrable mechs were pierced through. Lin Yu watched the live feed, letting out a hearty laugh. To counter these armored suits, Lin Yu had specifically designed the Yitian sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Combined with the agility of sword riding techniques, it proved the perfect counter to these armored suits. The Western continent's mechs, embodying the pride of its people, were utterly shredded to pieces. The chat in the Eastern continent's livestream exploded. Holy crap! That flying sword is insane. I admit I got a bit carried away cheering earlier, but who knew those Western continent mechs were so fragile? We finally won. Over the past few years, as the Western continent's beast-mounted armor advanced, the Eastern continent had suffered several defeats. Everyone had been craving a victory, and today, it finally came. The entire Eastern continent erupted in celebration. As for the Western continent, they still couldn't accept the fact that their pride and joy, their armor, had been defeated so easily. Once they finally came to terms with it, Western continent folk cried out that this was some mysterious power from the East. After the military exercises, Western continent tales about Eastern continent grew increasingly fantastical. Rumors spread that they had begun cultivating immortality, with some even achieving divine status. Why such speculation? Because the Eastern continent's beast tamers had begun cultivating immortality. Zhou Tianming gazed upon this hard-won victory, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Lin Yu grew ever more important in his heart. With a hearty laugh, Zhou Tianming departed the island where the military exercise had taken place, leaving behind only the grim-faced members of the Nightfall Alliance. Throughout the exercise, Zhou Tianming had been wary that the Western continent might take notice of Lin Yu and resort to underhanded tactics. To prevent this, he deliberately kept Lin Yu out of sight. Chapter 128, How about you tell them? Meanwhile, with the Eastern continent's victory secured, Lin Yu promptly called Li Shuixing. Quickly list the skills the Etienne sword and sword control technique for sale. Selling these skills had been approved by Zhou Tianming. Lin Yu had earned such great merit, it was only right to reward him. Zhou Tianming gave Lin Yu free rein to sell them, allowing him to make a substantial profit. A sudden online announcement sent shockwaves through the entire community. Beastmaster equipment like the Etienne sword, along with skills like sword control and sword flight, were now available for purchase at Yuxing Corporation. The entire internet erupted in an instant. You can buy these legendary skills at Yuxing Corporation? Aren't these military-grade skills? I suspected during the livestream that these skills must have been designed by Lin Yu. It's confirmed these skills were indeed created by him. Who else but Lin Yu could design skills like that? Hurry and buy them. They'll sell out fast. These skills sold out instantly upon release. Lin Yu's pricing this time was remarkably fair. Each skill sold individually for just 490,000 credits, offering genuine value for money. Xixing had partnered with the Li Corporation for a while, but ultimately couldn't hold out. Now they're negotiating an acquisition with Yuxing. After these skills had been on sale for a few days, Li's finally couldn't hold out any longer. That day, Li Shuixing received several calls from Li Guotao, demanding he return home immediately. Li Shuixing let out a cold laugh. He already guessed the purpose behind this summons. Sure enough, the moment Li Shuixing stepped through the door, he saw Li Guotao with a dark expression and his younger brother, Li Jinlai. Li Guotao immediately began berating him, "You traitorous scoundrel." Li Shuixing showed no fear on his face. He sat down on the sofa without waiting for an invitation and asked, "What do you want with me? You neglect your own family yet side with outsiders. Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me to keep things going?" Li Guotao snapped. Li Shuixing shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why are you coming to me about this? Go talk to Lin Yu. I'm just an employee working for them. What good will it do to tell me?" Li Guotao's expression darkened further. "Do you think I don't know? Yuxing Company is a partnership between the two of you. What? Can't I build my own future?" Li Shuixing retorted. "Humph." Li Guotao snorted coldly. "Transfer your shares in Yuxing Company to me. I won't shortchange you, I'll pay cash." Li Shuixing instantly thought his father was naive. How could the current market value of Yuxing Company be measured in mere money? Besides, given his relationship with Lin Yu, how could he possibly sell his shares? "Do you take me for a fool?" Li Shuixing retorted bluntly. Seeing his son's reaction, Li Guotao shifted tactics. "Then how about this? Your Yuxing Company is still small. Why not merge it into the Li Group?" Li Shuixing was thoroughly enraged. This was like treating him like a child. "Forget it. Not a chance." Li Jinlai stood up and said, "Then give us the patent rights to the Xiantian treasure record and the super beast armor." Li Shuixing looked at Li Jinlai with the same gaze he'd once directed at Wang Xiaofeng. How could anyone be this foolish? Just demanding it outright? Why ask for it? Why not just go begging? Li Shuixing challenged, "Well, those patents aren't in my hands. Go ask Lin Yu for them." Li Jinlai wasn't quite as foolish as Wang Xiaofeng. He knew Lin Yu had strong connections with all the legions. Provoking Lin Yu would be suicide. Seeing how naive these two were, Li Shuixing didn't want to waste his breath on them. He stood up and headed for the door, saying as he walked, "Stop daydreaming here. You two better figure out what to do about the Li family." "You?" Li Guotao and Li Jinlai, father and son, stood speechless. Li Guotao spoke up, "Is this how a son treats his father?" Li Shuixing whipped around. "Ever since I walked in, you've accused me of being a traitor. But let me ask you, from the moment I awakened the ugly worm, did you still consider me your son? Do you remember how you treated me? And after Jinlai awakened his beast control, how did you treat him? Do you have any idea what I've endured all these years? How dare you call me a traitor?" Li Shuixing forced his anger down and spoke calmly, "You'd better start thinking of a solution. I don't see the Li family lasting much longer." With that, Li Shuixing strode away. Back at the company, Lin Yu was still helping with the blueprints. The orders had been overwhelming these past 2 days, and Lin Yu had been lending a hand the entire time. Seeing Li Shuixing return, Lin Yu asked, "Where'd you go?" Li Shuixing flashed a smile. "My father called me home for a bit." Lin Yu instantly understood but didn't press further. He trusted Li Shuixing implicitly, otherwise they wouldn't have collaborated for so long. Besides, Lin Yu believed Li Shuixing was a smart man who knew exactly what needed to be done. Li Shuixing said, "Brother Lin, you've been working overtime here for days now. You should go home and rest for a few days. We have more and more skilled designers now. Don't overwork yourself." Lin Yu stood up, stretched, and said, "I am a bit tired. I'll go home and rest for a few days. You handle things here for now." Li Shuixing nodded. Over the next few days, Lin Yu finally savored some hard-earned free time. Normally, he was constantly on the go with no breaks at all. After resting for a few days, Lin Yu felt it wasn't right as a student of Tianhua Academy to frequently skip classes. So, he got up early that day and went to class with Su Yuan. The first class that day happened to be skill design. Lin Yu arrived slightly late, and all the seats at the back of the classroom were already taken, so he had to sit up front. The class stirred upon seeing Lin Yu, as they had assumed he wouldn't show up. Chen Yushi spotted him and teased, "Hey, Mr. Busybee, no, now it's Mr. Lin the boss, why are you personally attending class?" Lin Yu felt Chen Yushi was getting more and more mischievous, but he could do nothing about it. Class began. The instructor, carrying a cup of coffee, arrived late, strolling leisurely to the podium. Her voice was languid as she said, "All right, students, take out your textbooks and turn to page 73. Today we'll discuss lines in skill design." She then began reading directly from the textbook. When designing skills, lines must be drawn with precision. The initial strokes cannot be crooked or uneven, otherwise it will affect the accuracy when using the skill. Some might say Lin Yu's lines are crooked, but who among us can compare to a genius like him? Mid-lecture, the teacher glanced down from the podium and caught sight of a face both familiar and unfamiliar. He froze instantly at the lectern. Chapter 129, Lin Yu attends class. Lin Yu was listening intently when the teacher suddenly fell silent. He looked up to find the teacher staring blankly at him. Lin Yu flashed an innocent smile and said, "Teacher, please continue. Why did you stop?" The teacher immediately felt awkward. Me explaining skill design to Lin Yu? Am I even qualified? After a moment of stammering, the teacher finally managed, "How about, you explain it?" The last time Lin Yu had heard those words was back in his high school days in his previous life. He and his deskmate were chatting happily when the entire class suddenly fell silent. Then the teacher had said coldly, "How about you explain it?" Hearing it again now left Lin Yu feeling both amused and exasperated. The teacher was practically losing his mind. "Seriously, Lin Yu, why on earth did you come to class? And to teach a skill design lesson? Do you even need to take this class? How am I supposed to teach this?" That teacher endured a torturous class period, glancing at Lin Yu after every sentence, terrified of making a mistake. It was more nerve-wracking than a public lecture. Fortunately, Lin Yu remained silent throughout the entire class. Finally, at the end of class, the teacher cautiously asked, "Was what I just explained correct?" Lin Yu nodded and replied, "It was fine, teacher." Only then did the teacher relax, then left with a pout. After class, as Lin Yu was heading to the restroom, Su Yuan approached him with his phone, saying, "Bro Lin, look. You're trending." "Huh?" Lin Yu was puzzled. He hadn't done anything noteworthy these past few days. How did he end up trending again? Taking Su Yuan's phone, he saw it was the campus network's trending topics. The top post, highlighted in red, was titled "Lin Yu's here for class." This left Lin Yu both embarrassed and speechless. Seriously? How could attending class land me on the trending list? I'm just a student attending class, what's the big deal? Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Why is this trending? As Lin Yu stepped out of the classroom, a female student suddenly ran up to him, head bowed, cheeks flushed. Lin Yu, she said shyly, "can I get your contact info?" Like a stone sent ripples across a pond, several more girls rushed forward. "Me too. Me too." Chen Yushi watched from the sidelines, utterly stunned. Was he really this popular? Lin Yu was surrounded by layers upon layers of girls. Anyone unaware might have thought a big celebrity had arrived. Just as Lin Yu was struggling to find a way out, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Zhao Jiping. Answering the call, he asked, "Brother Zhao, what brings you to call me? Is something up?" Zhao Jiping's voice was filled with excitement. "Great news! The military has granted us the exploration rights to the Crimson Pupil Fiend Beast Space. The Crimson-Eyed Fiend Space was the realm formed after the colossal beast that had appeared over the capital was slain by Sun Ling's heaven-splitting sword. Originally, Ma Chang's Xianqian army was tasked with the exploration. Now, for reasons unknown, it had been reassigned to the Yin Yun army. Lin Yu asked in confusion, what's so great about that, brother Zhao? Zhao Jiping replied, of course it's good news. Untapped beast realms are packed with treasures. We might even discover things that don't exist yet. Ma Cheng's legion was supposed to develop it, but they ran into some strange incidents and made no progress. So the military headquarters handed it straight over to us. Strange occurrences? Lin Yu inquired doubtfully. Zhao Jiping explained, that's exactly why I called you. Come over immediately. I'll take you to see for yourself. All right. Lin Yu hung up the phone and finally managed to escape the crowd. He entered an empty classroom, released the electrocution beast from his beast space, and had it draw a spatial portal directly to the Yenyun military base. Stepping through, Lin Yu was met by Zhao Jiping. This spatial teleportation skill is incredibly useful. At the very least, it makes traveling so much easier. Lin Yu chuckled, I'll see if I can get one for your fire-bathing Qilin sometime, but I doubt it'll work. Yours is fire attributed. After a moment of banter, they turned to serious matters. Zhao Jiping said, it's hard to explain. We should head straight to the ferocious beast space. You'll understand once you see it. The group arrived at the location of the Crimson Pupil ferocious beast space. Its entrance resembled a vertical red pupil. Lin Yu lightly touched it, and the surroundings began to shift. By the time he regained his senses, they had already entered the interior of the ferocious beast space. The Yen Yunjun members followed him inside. The entrance area of this beast space had already been explored. As they advanced, they spotted Ma Chang. Ma Chan looked thoroughly irritated. Upon seeing Lin Yu, however, the anger on his face softened considerably. He stepped forward and said, you're here? Ma Chang had been reluctant to relinquish control of the exploration, but his Xianqian army had truly reached its limits here. There was no choice but to bring in reinforcements. Lin Yu stepped forward and asked, what's going on? Did you encounter something? Ma Chang immediately launched into a torrent of complaints. Ugh. What rotten luck. Beyond this entrance lies a vast open area connecting to all the other passages inside this beast realm. But that place is swarming with souls. Like ghosts. They're blocking us, refusing to let us advance. We tried ignoring them at first, but these ghosts can actually attack our minds. Their individual attacks aren't strong, but there are so many of them. They just keep charging one after another. Several of our brothers nearly lost their minds dealing with these ghosts. I thought I'd just clear them all out, but these ghosts are a real pain in the ass. Not only are they tough to deal with, they just keep coming. It's driving me nuts. Lin Yu heard this and realized it was indeed a strange occurrence. He said, let's go take a look at these ghosts. Ma Chang led the group toward that location. A contingent of the Xianqian army was stationed nearby, and each soldier wore a look of resentment. They had been exploring successfully until now, and the idea of handing over their exploration rights to others was naturally unwelcome. Besides, it wasn't their fault they couldn't proceed. The ghosts were simply too troublesome. Did the arrival of the Yenyun army suddenly grant them a solution to deal with these spirits? Near the clearing where Lin Yu and his group had arrived, numerous grayish-white spirits indeed drifted about, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. Zhao Jiping felt his scalp tingle at the sight, and since he had no idea how to purge these spirits, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu pondered deeply. These ghosts were densely packed and overwhelmingly numerous, truly no easy foes to deal with. Seeing Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss, Zhao Jiping began discussing countermeasures with the rest of the Yenyun army. Zhao Jiping suggested, what if we go recruit some psychic-type spirit tamers now? As Old Ma just mentioned, only psychic-type spirit tamers can inflict damage on these ghosts. Lin Yu, listening nearby, murmured to himself. Psychic-type spirit beasts? Seems like we don't need them after all. Chapter 130, The Human Emperor Banner Spewing Black Smoke. Ma Chang sighed helplessly, I've considered your suggestion, but it won't work. Not only are psychic-type spirit beasts rare, but these ghosts keep coming from who knows where. They're endless, we'll never wipe them all out. Lin Yu pondered for a long time, then suddenly his eyes lit up. I know what to do. All eyes turned to Lin Yu. When others claimed to have a solution, it might just be hot air. But Lin Yu was different. A mysterious smile spread across his face as he declared, all these souls? We can't let them go to waste. We need to put them to use. Zhao Jiping scratched his head, impressed yet confused. Some within the Xianqian army remained skeptical. So many souls, we can't even capture them all. What kind of wasteful utilization are you talking about? How exactly do we utilize them? The military headquarters is biased, trying to transfer us out of the Xianqian army. I'll be damned if they can solve any problems we can't handle better than the Yenyun army. Zhao Jiping turned to look and asked, brother, what's your plan? Lin Yu merely smiled mysteriously, saying little. You'll see when I've got it figured out. The beast space offered no level surface. Lin Yu wanted to create a skill, but couldn't even find a place to lay out the skill demonstration blueprint. So Lin Yu summoned the electrocution beast from his beast-taming space. He had it summon the Chengying sword to carve out a stone platform. Lin Yu spread the skill demonstration blueprint on it and began creating the skill. Ever since Zhao Jiping met Lin Yu, he'd come to realize that for Lin Yu, there was nothing he couldn't solve. If there was, he'd just create a skill to handle it. This skill took Lin Yu about 10 minutes to design as swift as ever. Once finished, Lin Yu tossed the skill to the electrocution beast, which instantly refined it. Everyone stared at Lin Yu, wondering what he'd conjured up this time. With the new skill learned, Lin Yu rose and strode toward the wandering souls, the others following close behind. These spirits charged recklessly at any human or beast master they encountered. Being struck by one would inflict severe mental damage. As the electrocution beast shifted into its mortal form, a soul spirit closed in on Lin Yu. Then, a banner materialized in the beast's paw. The electrocution beast raised the banner and flicked it. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from the banner. The souls were instantly torn by some force, drawn into the banner. Witnessing this, Ma Chang's voice trembled as he stammered, "Lin Yu, you've created a 10,000 souls banner?" Indeed. Faced with so many souls, Lin Yu's solution was to create a 10,000 souls banner, directly sealing all these spirits within it. This approach not only dealt with the souls but also achieved resource recycling. Though these souls could only attack the mind and possessed weak offensive power not even as potent as the electric beast's purple extreme demon eye, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With so many souls charging forward, sheer annoyance alone could drive the enemy mad. However, naming this skill the 10,000 souls banner sounded a bit unsavory. Therefore, Lin Yu christened it the Human Emperor Banner. When Ma Chang referred to it as the banner of 10,000 souls, Lin Yu interjected, "What banner of 10,000 souls? This is clearly the banner of the Human Emperor." Ma Chang swallowed hard, staring at the Human Emperor banner puffing black smoke from absorbing too many souls. "Why is your Human Emperor banner puffing black smoke?" Zhao Jiping couldn't care less about such details. Who cares what it's called? As long as it deals with these souls. Old Ma. Now that my brother has taken care of them, and since he's one of us Yin Yun army men, it's as if the Yin Yun army handled it. So, what do you say? The right to explore this space is ours now, right? Seeing this, the Xianqin army soldiers, who had been reluctant to concede, found it hard to argue further. After all, these souls had blocked their path for over 2 weeks, while Lin Yu had resolved the issue shortly after arriving. The electric beast shook the Human Emperor banner in its hand before stowing it away. Lin Yu intended to study it further back at camp, hoping to uncover more of its hidden uses. Thus, the Xianqin army withdrew, and the Yin Yun army took up residence. "Ha ha ha ha! Old Lin, we've struck gold!" Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly. "An entire untouched beast space. Who knows how many resources lie within?" Lin Yu cautioned, "We still need to be careful. This is a beast space after all, and we haven't explored it yet. There might be unknown beasts lurking inside. Better to err on the side of caution." Zhao Jiping shrugged it off. "What's there to fear? If there really are beasts, just give each brother a flying sword and we'll take care of them all." Lin Yu sensed Zhao Jiping's reckless attitude could easily lead to disaster. Part of the Yin Yun army had already set up camp near the entrance to this space. Following protocol, they would now slowly advance inward. Zhao Jiping, however, was growing impatient. "Old Lin, why don't we go in and take a look?" Lin Yu cautioned, "We should still be careful. What if there's something inside?" Zhao Jiping dismissed the concern. "We've got brothers who can wield flying swords, plus the Super Beast Armor 7 combined team. With our firepower, what kind of beast could possibly stand a chance against us?" Lin Yu insisted on caution, but Zhao Jiping was already impatient. Lin Yu sensed that even if he refused today, Zhao Jiping would sneak in anyway. Having known Zhao Jiping for some time, Lin Yu treated him like a true brother. The thought of letting him venture in alone made him uneasy. After careful consideration, he finally agreed, "All right, let's go take a look. But we can't go too far." Zhao Jiping nodded, immediately summoned several brothers, and they set off to explore deeper into the beast space. The moment they stepped deeper, the surrounding space began to ripple. In that instant, Lin Yu suddenly felt a heavy fog clouding his mind. By the time Lin Yu fully regained his composure, the surrounding space had undergone a complete transformation. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Yu realized Zhao Jiping and the others who had been beside him had vanished. Suddenly, Lin Yu realized this ferocious beast space actually teleported its entrance separately. His alertness shot through the roof as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. This space feels off. Since surviving the Whalefall beast-taming space, Lin Yu had researched and investigated most beast-taming spaces. Yet he had never heard of anything like the Crimson-Eyed Beast space. Just as Lin Yu was searching for an exit, a sudden buzzing sound filled his ears, like a swarm of bees approaching. Before the electrocution beast could prepare for battle, they began attacking Lin Yu. In an instant, the battle commenced. Chapter 131, Ferocious Beasts Attack. The incessant buzzing heightened Lin Yu and the electric beast's vigilance. Sure enough, a dark swarm of ferocious beasts descended upon them. These beasts bore an uncanny resemblance to the parasites from the previous incident in the capital. The electrocution beast reacted with lightning speed. The moment it spotted the swarm approaching, it immediately pulled Lin Yu backward while simultaneously unleashing his newly designed skill, the Human Emperor Banner. This was the first time the skill had been used against an enemy. Facing the overwhelming horde of parasites, countless souls burst forth from the Human Emperor Banner, each charging fearlessly toward the parasites. Any parasite struck instantly lost its balance, flailing wildly in midair, clearly suffering mental damage. This Human Emperor Banner is surprisingly effective. While its attack power isn't overwhelming, sheer numbers make up for it. This swarm of spirits could severely disrupt the enemy. Besides, who wouldn't panic seeing a horde of ghosts surging toward them? Seizing the moment bought by the Human Emperor Banner, the Electrocution Beast immediately activated its Super Beast armor. Blue armor fused to its body as ice elements began gathering around it. Though the Human Emperor Banner contained numerous souls, the parasites were equally numerous. As the two forces clashed, the swarm of souls was quickly torn apart. At that moment, the Electric Beast's Hyper Beast armor skill, Cold Shadow Technique, completed its charge. Dozens of icy spikes shot forth, each radiating a frigid glint. With a single strike, it slaughtered the majority of the parasites. The number of parasites plummeted instantly. Yet even so, these parasites knew no fear, charging forward relentlessly, one after another. The remaining few were far easier for the Thunder Beast to deal with. With a few swift punches and kicks, it wiped out the last of the parasites. Though the massive swarm of parasites had been swiftly eliminated by the Electric Beast, Lin Yu and the creature dared not relax their vigilance. A far more terrifying presence lingered in the surrounding darkness. Lin Yu felt a surge of panic. He addressed the Electric Beast, "The enemy lurks in the shadows while we fight in the open. Continuing like this puts us at a disadvantage. We should retreat first and strategize later. Xiao Dian, shift into spatial form and use the suspension ring for teleportation." Electro Beast instantly shifted from its Super Beast armor form into its spatial form. It activated the suspension ring teleportation, drawing a circle behind them. Yet this time, there was no response whatsoever. Panic began to grip Lin Yu. He suddenly realized this place was under some kind of restriction. Spatial abilities couldn't be used here. A dangerous aura emanated from within, and with escape impossible, he had no choice but to face whatever lurked there head-on. But Lin Yu wasn't particularly afraid. Over this period, Electabuzz had mastered countless new skills, growing immensely powerful, a far cry from its former self. The menacing aura crept closer. Lin Yu scanned his surroundings intently, analyzing every possible factor. "Xiao Dian, enter the Fanling form." The Electrocution Beast shifted forms once more, transitioning from its spatial form into its mortal form. "Create a clone," Lin Yu commanded. This ability was a reward Lin Yu received after participating in the skill creation competition when he first arrived at Tianhua Academy. It allowed Electivire to manifest an exact duplicate clone, one that fully inherited the original's combat power and skills. The Electrocution Beast duplicated itself, creating an exact replica. Then, the 8-9 mystic arts surged within its body. As this SSS tier cultivation technique activated, the electrician's internal energy raged like a surging river. In an instant, the aura of both electricians surged several levels higher. Finally, both Electromasters simultaneously summoned the Shadow Blade in their hands. Having completed all this, they waited in silence for the dreaded creature's arrival. The creature seemed to be studying the Electabuzz's weaknesses. Finally, its moment arrived. From the shadows burst forth two massive beasts, their bodies covered in bone spines. They looked terrifyingly ferocious. The Electabuzz reacted swiftly, swinging its sword fiercely to slice off the beast's bone spikes. Yet the beast possessed immense strength, sending the Electabuzz flying with a powerful charge. The Thunder Beast promptly discarded its sword, unleashing sword control. Two changing swords darted toward vital points, the sequence flowing seamlessly and with deadly precision. The beast clearly hadn't anticipated the Thunder Beast's flying sword technique. The strike came too swiftly, piercing deep wounds into its body and causing blood to gush forth. Unexpectedly, the beast's bone spines shot out like arrows. They caught the Electric Beast off guard, but fortunately, it knew the Duga 9 Swords technique. With a swift swing, it intercepted the bone spines. The Electric Beast activated Ghost Shadow Tracker to close in on the beast. Channeling the 8-9 mystic arts into the Changying sword, its blade's edge sharpened further. The bone spines continued to erupt from the beast's body. The Electric Beast weaved and dodged amidst the onslaught, finally seizing an opening to drive its long sword deep into the beast's flesh. Roar! The beast let out a thunderous roar. Immediately, its form began swelling rapidly, its eyes turning blood red. That strike not only failed to kill it but enraged the beast, causing its power to surge once more. Xiao Dian, Super Beast Armor. To confront this gigantic beast, Lin Yu had no choice but to transform the Electric Beast into its Super Beast Armor form once more. His clone also summoned the Super Beast Armor. Above both Thunder Beasts, blue dragon-shaped totems materialized, emanating a relentless chill. Two mechanical blue dragons materialized from within. The gigantic beast leapt, crashing down from the sky. Both Dragon War beasts simultaneously transformed into Dragon War gods, withstanding the beast's assault. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind: could these two identical Dragon War beasts merge? Both Dragon War gods simultaneously unleashed a Frost Shadow Strike, forcing the beast back. Then Lin Yu declared, let's try it, see if they can merge. Both Dragon War beasts leapt high into the air. Mid-flight, one transformed into the mecha's upper torso and arms, while the other became its legs. After completing the transformation, the two merged into one. They had actually achieved a dual fusion. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Ha ha! Xiao Dian's clone can actually fuse with its original body, fusing with itself. The combined mecha's combat power surged instantly. The ferocious beast clearly sensed this change, losing its initial ferocity and now fixated solely on escaping this place. Inside the mech, both electric beasts simultaneously unleashed the cold shadow technique. The two techniques merged into one and were fired together. The temperature in the entire space plummeted. Countless icicles crystallized in the air, then shot out like arrows. The sheer volume left the beast nowhere to hide. It could only brace for the onslaught. Yet the combined ice spikes possessed vastly enhanced penetration and destructive power. The dense barrage pierced clean through the beast's body. In an instant, it was pierced by 10,000 arrows. Chapter 132, Re-entering the Ferocious Beast Realm. After slaying the beast, the space before Lin Yu shifted once more. The scene began to warp and distort. When it stabilized, Lin Yu found himself transported to a new realm. At the very front of this space lay 5 orbs. As Lin Yu entered, one of them began to glow with a clear light. Where on earth is this? Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings in confusion. This beast realm was utterly bizarre. Lin Yu had never encountered anything like it before, multiple realms interconnected like nesting dolls. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Yu realized he was in a cavern filled with crystal clear, translucent mineral deposits. However, he refrained from touching them carelessly, as some of the ores emitted radiation. Unlike the previous expansive spaces, this one felt small and oppressive. Another sealed space. I wonder how to get through this one. Lin Yu had the electrocution beast attempt another teleportation using the suspension ring, but it still failed. This place continued to restrict spatial abilities. Just as Lin Yu was puzzling over it, the space began to ripple again. Lin Yu immediately went on high alert. Unexpectedly, it was Zhao Jiping who appeared this time. Spotting Lin Yu, Zhao Jiping exclaimed excitedly, "Oh Lin! Finally running into you again. This place is downright weird." Then, Lin Yu noticed another bead glowing within the space. "Brother Zhao, what just happened over there?" Lin Yu asked. Zhao Jiping recounted every detail of his encounter to Lin Yu. After listening, Lin Yu realized Zhao Jiping's experience mirrored his own. A swarm of parasites, followed by a bone-spiked beast capable of gigantic transformation. Looks like we're facing the same things. Brother Zhao, when you entered, another of the 5 front beads lit up. I reckon to reach the next area, we need to light up 5 beads. That means at least 5 people must make it through to proceed. Lin Yu explained. Zhao Jiping felt a pang of sorrow. Nearly 20 members of the Yin Yun army had entered this time. Several possessed super beast armor, while others were elite beast masters who could wield swords, veterans of the Western continent military exercises. Yet not a single one had managed to break through. Zhao Jiping felt frustrated, but what troubled him even more was how they would get out now. Old Lin, you don't think we're stuck in here forever, do you? Starving to death? Are we really only able to leave when 5 people break through? What if no one ever manages to get in? Zhao Jiping asked. Lin Yu reassured him, let's keep searching. There's always a way out. But in such a confined space, the two searched every inch without finding any useful clues. Zhao Jiping crouched down in a corner, exhausted after nearly a day of searching. Lin Yu crouched beside him. Then, after staring at the 5 beads for a long time, Zhao Jiping spoke up, Old Lin, don't you think these beads are worth a fortune? As he stood to reach for them, Lin Yu immediately stopped him. Brother Zhao, be careful, something might be wrong. Zhao Jiping waved dismissively. What's there to fear? Nothing to worry about. As he touched one of the beads, a surge of intense spatial energy suddenly swirled around him. Then, Zhao Jiping vanished right where he stood. Brother Zhao? Lin Yu panicked instantly. Teleportation had begun again. Who knew where Zhao Jiping would be sent? These beads must function as teleportation devices. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu, worried for Zhao Jiping's safety, reached out and touched the same bead Zhao Jiping had just touched. Sure enough, the scene before Lin Yu's eyes began to blur. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by many people. Opening his eyes, he saw nothing but brothers from the Yin Yun army. Several of them shouted, "He's awake! He's awake!" Struggling to his feet, Lin Yu saw that all the brothers who had entered with Zhao Jiping had emerged as well. Zhao Jiping was among them. They were now at the Yin Yun army's encampment. Each of these brothers looked disheveled and covered in grime. Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping inquired about what had happened after they entered. Sure enough, once they ventured deep into this beast realm, they were each teleported to areas infested with ferocious beasts. Without exception, none of the brothers had managed to break through. Lin Yu's hunch proved correct, only those who prevailed were transported to the same location as him and Zhao Jiping. As for those who lost, they faced no mortal danger, they were simply teleported out. Lin Yu said to Zhao Jiping, "Looks like we need to find 5 strong fighters to break through together to see what lies beyond." Zhao Jiping replied, "Then I'll go find some experts from other legions." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Our legion worked hard to secure the exploration rights for this space. Asking other legions for help would be a bit embarrassing. Brother Zhao, let me find the people." Zhao Jiping realized he had a point. If Ma Cheng found out he too had been stumped by this beast-infested space, who knew how he'd mock him? Meanwhile, Li Shuweisheng was swamped at Yuxing Company, juggling the acquisition of Qixing while monitoring sales of various products. Just as he was overwhelmed, a call from Lin Yu came through. While he ignored other calls in his rush, Lin Yu's demand immediate attention. Dropping everything, he answered, "Brother Lin. What do you need?" Lin Yu explained he wanted Li Shuweisheng to join him in exploring the beast space. Li Shuweisheng agreed instantly. Anything Lin Yu asked was of utmost importance. Having traversed that space himself, Lin Yu possessed valuable knowledge about the parasites and bone-spiked beasts. With Li Shuweisheng's skills as an ugly worm, navigating it would pose no difficulty. Lin Yu then called Su Yuan, who readily agreed. Finally, Lin Yu called Chen Yushi. On the other end, Chen Yushi's voice rang out, "Oh. Mr. Lin, you found time to reach out amidst your busy schedule? That little minx." Lin Yu retorted, "Can't I call you when I'm not busy?" Chen Yushi's tone was distinctly plaintive. "Have you ever come to see me when you weren't busy?" Lin Yu felt a bit awkward, he really had been swamped lately. After a brief verbal spar, Lin Yu told Chen Yushi about his plan to venture into the fierce beast realm. Chen Yushi agreed readily. She never hesitated to support Lin Yu whenever he needed her. What could she do? He was Lin Yu, after all. Chapter 133, The Ferocious Beast is in for a world of pain. Zhao Jiping was quite satisfied with the people Lin Yu had recruited. He had witnessed their capabilities firsthand, especially Li Shuweisheng. He was truly impressed. Zhou Ruan's Great Thousand record was downright unnerving. If it entered the ferocious beast realm, those beasts would be in for a world of trouble. As for Chen Yushi, her beast-taming skills were originally average, but Lin Yu had designed so many abilities for her that her combat prowess had become top tier. After gathering his team, Lin Yu noted that the Yen Yun army had suffered setbacks today. Zhao Jiping ordered everyone to rest early, preparing for another exploration of the Crimson-Eyed ferocious beast space tomorrow. The next day, the group Lin Yu had summoned gathered at the Crimson-Eyed beast space. Lin Yu briefed them on the situation inside. Inside this beast space, swarms of parasites will surge out first, the same ones that appeared over the capital earlier. You've all dealt with them before. Their numbers are overwhelming, so just wipe them out with area of effect damage skills, Lin Yu instructed. Oh, and Su, Lin Yu addressed Su Yuan, using the fruit treasure mech is too taxing on your stamina. Since we didn't farm any powerful devil fruits today, going in like that is still pretty risky. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. It was true, while the fruit guardian mech was a formidable skill, its massive energy drain remained its greatest flaw. Facing a swarm of parasites could easily exhaust him. Lin Yu suggested, here's what we'll do. Let them go in first. You and I will stay outside. I'll design a new skill for you. A new skill? Su Yuan's eyes lit up, but he quickly added, Brother Lin, that doesn't feel right. I'm freeloading off your skills again. Lin Yu chuckled. What's wrong with helping a brother out? It's settled then. Subsequently, Chen Yushi and Li Shuweisheng entered the ferocious beast space first, while Zhao Jiping planned to go in last. Chen Yushi entered the space, surveying her surroundings. It matched Lin Yu's description perfectly. Soon, a loud buzzing filled the air from all directions. The parasites were approaching. Chen Yushi steeled herself and prepared for battle. Soon, swarms of parasites filled the sky and land. The divine ape of spiritual enlightenment executed a somersault, summoning a cloud beneath its feet. Chen Yushi and the divine ape stood atop this cloud, maneuvering against the parasites. The cloud moved with blinding speed, leaving the parasites in pursuit unable to catch up. A staff materialized in the divine ape's hand, none other than the Rui Jingu Bang. Extending the golden staff, it fought while maneuvering through the air. Though this slowed their pace, it ensured safety as they gradually wore down the ferocious beasts. After finally clearing the minor foes, as Lin Yu had warned, two bosses emerged. Sure enough, a dangerous aura filled the air as two monstrous figures covered in bone spines burst out from the shadows. Fortunately, Lin Yu had warned them in advance, and Chen Yushi was already prepared. Chen Yushi commanded the divine ape, activate super beast armor. Chen Yushi's super beast armor wasn't specially crafted for him by Lin Yu. Instead, he had snatched it during one of Lin Yu's live-stream sales events. Golden light erupted from the divine ape's body as armor plates materialized, assembling seamlessly onto its form to create an imposing suit of armor. As the bone spike fiends closed in, the divine ape unleashed its first move, that heaven-defying technique, a skill granted by the super beast armor. The technique unleashed immense power, filling the space with blinding golden light. The explosive force and razor-sharp golden energy erupted throughout the area, carving numerous wounds into the bodies of the two bone-spike fiends. The divine ape's strength was formidable. In just a few strikes, it had forced the bone-spiked fiends to enlarge themselves. Shen Yushi was prepared. A massive, golden ape totem emerged from the ground, radiating brilliant light. From within it, a colossal mechanical ape materialized. Super Beast, Spirit Ape Beast. It then transformed into the divine ape god. Before the enlarged bone-spiked monster could close in, the divine ape charged forward, striking with a raised hand. The mecha's hand unleashed another heaven-defying strike, leaving one of the bone-spiked beasts covered in blood. Yet, with bone spikes radiating from its body and the assistance of another bone-spiked beast, the divine ape god found itself struggling to hold its ground. Shen Yushi recognized the divine ape's predicament and commanded, "Activate gravity swamp." Instantly, a colossal force descended, pinning both bone-spiked beasts immobile. Seizing the moment, the divine ape unleashed another heaven-defying strike, shattering the skull of one of them. In an instant, red and white fluids pooled across the ground. The remaining bone-spiked beast was far easier to deal with. Before long, Shen Yushi dispatched it and teleported away. The scene before Shen Yushi gradually blurred. When her vision cleared again, she saw Li Shuisheng waiting inside for her. Beside him, Chou Ruan was healing himself using the Fire Robe Sutra. Chou Ruan's injuries appeared severe. Spotting Li Shuisheng, Shen Yushi exclaimed in surprise, "How did you get out so fast?" Chou Ruan was truly abnormal. While the parasites were emerging, he had been using various self-mutilating techniques, pulling out his own fingers, teeth, and nails. After clearing away some of them, once all the parasites were exposed, he directly ripped out his own internal organs, performing a replacing the 5 elements ritual. The swarming worms overwhelmed the dense infestation of parasites. Then, when the two bone spike fiends emerged, they too were caught off guard by the worms. Subsequently, amidst excruciating agony, Chou Ruan executed a beetle ascension technique, utterly tormenting the two bone spike fiends. Finally, the ugly worm set itself ablaze, unleashing a fiery skin-searing attack. The two bone spike fiends were roasted alive. This was the first time Ugly Worm unleashed its full arsenal of skills. It was incredibly powerful, but the toll on Ugly Worm was devastating. At this point, Chou Ruan's internal organs had been completely gutted, and even his skin was charred beyond recognition. Now, he could only slowly heal himself using the Fire Robe Sutra. Shen Yushi felt a pang of sympathy. Ugly Worm was formidable, but this skill was undeniably brutal. Among all the skills Lin Yu had designed, Shen Yushi felt that the Great Thousand record ranked in the top 3 purely in terms of destructive power. It was undoubtedly the most bizarre of all the skills Lin Yu had ever designed. Shen Yushi often wondered how Lin Yu's mind was even structured. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had finished designing the blueprints for Kamen Rider game outside and handed them to Su Yuan. Su Yuan inquired curiously, "Brother Lin, what kind of skill is this?" Lin Yu replied, "It's an armor-type skill called Kamen Rider game." An armor skill? Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Armor skills were all the rage lately, and he'd been wanting to equip one for the 100-fruit beast for ages, but he'd never found a suitable armor skill for it. Now, he finally had one. Chapter 134, Kamen Rider Armor Knight. Lin Yu had long intended to give Kamen Rider to Su Yuan. Ever since designing the armor battle, Lin Yu had been determined to create all the Kamen Riders. Among all the Kamen Riders, the vast majority were insect-themed, but Kamen Rider, For Su Yuan, this was an absolutely perfect match. The 100-fruit beast learned this skill. Lin Yu told Su Yuan, "Just tell the fruit beast to transform, and you can use this skill." Su Yuan eagerly commanded the fruit beast, "Transform." Suddenly, a massive circular zipper appeared atop the fruit beast's head. With the sound of a zipper opening, a giant mechanical orange dropped out from within. Su Yuan thought it resembled the orange battle treasure. However, this orange had a much stronger mechanical feel. Simultaneously, the fruit beast's body began emitting an orange glow, gradually transforming into a humanoid form within the light. The massive orange plummeted down, landing on the fruit beast's body with a splash of juice. The light solidified, coalescing into the imposing figure of a Kamen Rider. Su Yuan stared, his eyes sparkling. "Lin, this is pretty cool." "Of course. Look who made it." Su Yuan was thoroughly impressed with this ability. "Alright, Lin, I'm heading in." Lin Yu pulled Su Yuan close and instructed, "Remember this, use the Kamen Rider armor to eliminate the parasites. Then, when the Bone Spike Beast appears, switch to the Fruit Guardian mecha." "Got it?" Su Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Lin." With that, Su Yuan stepped into the space with the fruit beast. The surroundings shifted, eventually transporting them to an unfamiliar place. The fruit beast, in its armor warrior form, cautiously scanned the surroundings. Su Yuan dared not be careless. Brother Lin asked me to handle this, I have to get it right. He designed so many skills for me. I have no way to repay him. If I mess this up, I'd be letting him down. Soon, a deafening buzz filled the air as swarms of parasites surged toward them at breakneck speed. In his Kamen Rider form, Bakugan wielded the Muzu sword in Daikomaru, striking relentlessly. One parasite after another fell. In Kamen Rider mode, the lock on his waist belt could still be switched. Baigwa removed the current orange lock and replaced it with a strawberry lock. Just like during his previous transformation, a zipper appeared in midair, from which a massive mechanical strawberry descended. In this state, the twin blades in Bakugan's hands transformed into two kunai. Su-Yuan instructed the fruit beast to continuously switch locks to combat the parasites that should have been difficult to handle. However, the sheer number of parasites was overwhelming, and many had already closed in on the fruit beast. At this moment, Su-Yuan discovered a new form. By using the orange lock and cherry lock together, the mechanical orange and mechanical cherry fused in midair, transforming into a black, unidentified fruit. It then descended, merging with the fruit beast. The armor on the 100 Fruits beast turned black, appearing thicker and more substantial. Simultaneously, its weapon evolved into the more powerful sonic crossbow. This new form was called Array Feather Cherry Armament, enabling high-speed movement. Baigwa Beast darted through the swarm of parasites at breakneck speed, continuously firing its sonic crossbow. In no time, it disrupted the parasite's formation. This Kamen Rider isn't just cool, his combat prowess is formidable too. Truly a skill worthy of my brother Lin's creation. At that moment, Su-Yuan noticed another peculiar form. This transformation required an orange lock slightly larger than the standard orange lock. As Baigwa Beast switched to this lock, a massive orange armor appeared in the air, fusing onto its body. This armor looked far more substantial, with two flags planted on its back. This form boasted formidable defense, repelling several approaching parasites without flinching. Additionally, the two large banners on its back can be detached. As the fruit beast waved both banners, its attack covered a wide area, forcing many parasites to retreat. But that wasn't its strongest move. Its ultimate power was summoning the weapon, the Firestring Big Orange DJ Gun. This exclusive weapon could switch modes capable of both rapid fire bursts and charged shots, unleashing tremendous power. Thus, through the successive deployment of various forms, the parasites were decimated. Virtually all that could be eliminated were wiped out. Next came the Bone Spike Fiend. Su-Yuan knew this was the final beast. Without hesitation, he summoned all his fruit treasure mechs, which immediately began combining. As the two bone spike monsters appeared, they were immediately met by Su-Yuan's 3 combined mechs. 3 against 2, the advantage was clearly his. Combined with the fruit beast in Kamen Rider mode, they swiftly forced both bone spike fiends into their giant forms and utterly defeated them. After defeating the bone spike monsters, Su-Yuan was teleported to the next location. The first person to catch his eye was none other than Lin Yu. Su-Yuan was taken aback. Lin Yu? Didn't you come in after me? How did you get out first? Lin Yu had already cleared this stage once before, bringing valuable experience. His previous attempt had been hampered by insufficient preparation, but this time, armed with a diverse array of skills, he swiftly navigated through. By now, 4 orbs within this space had lit up, leaving only the final one. They were now waiting for Zhao Jiping to arrive. When Zhao Jiping entered, he discovered everyone else was already present and he was the last one to arrive. Just then, all 5 orbs in the space lit up simultaneously. They began swirling around, forming a portal. Lin Yu gazed at the portal and said, "Beyond this door lies the next stage. Everyone, be extremely cautious." The group stepped through. The next space was vast and empty, filled entirely with mist. At first, the mist was thin, but it grew denser the further they went, until it became so thick they could see nothing at all. Lin Yu sensed something was wrong. Being unable to see anything made them vulnerable to surprise attacks. He released the electrocution beast from his beast space and commanded, "Xiao Dian, activate mind sharing." This was an extremely powerful mental sharing skill he had developed long ago, capable of transmitting environmental information directly into everyone's minds, perfect for this situation. But Lin Yu discovered that the fog actually blocked psychic energy. Thus, the mind share ability proved ineffective. Lin Yu grumbled, "This place is bizarre. Not only does it block space, but now it blocks minds too." Zhao Jiping asked, "What should we do? We can't just grope around blindly in this fog. What if something lurks here and ambushes us? That would be trouble." Standing in the fog, everyone felt deeply uneasy. Lin Yu suddenly turned his gaze toward Chen Yushi, studying her intently. Chapter 135, Eagle Eyes. Chen Yushi felt uneasy under Lin Yu's intense gaze and asked, "What are you looking at?" Lin Yu flashed his usual enigmatic smile. "Yushi, remember I promised to design a full set of Monkey King skills for your Lingning Divine Ape? Today, I'll design another one for you." Chen Yushi frowned. "Right now? Designing skills while trapped here doesn't seem safe. Shouldn't we wait until we're out?" Lin Yu replied, "I'm designing a skill precisely to solve our current problem. With that, Lin Yu pulled out his skill blueprint and instructed the others, keep watch around us. I'm starting the design now. With that, he immediately lay down on the ground and began scribbling and sketching. Soon, the group heard rustling sounds nearby. They immediately surrounded Lin Yu, wary of any potential ambush. At that moment, Su Yuan interjected, "Oh right, brother Lin, the armor you designed for me has a form in Kamen Rider that enhances the senses. We could use that to detect danger right now." Su Yuan then commanded the 100 Fruit Beast, transform. Array Feather Peach Armament. Soon after, the sound of zippers opening echoed overhead. A massive mechanical orange and a colossal mechanical peach descended, merging into a single, black, unidentifiable fruit. Baigwa Beast's body elongated in a burst of light. The fruit landed upon him, forming a broad, thick suit of armor. In his hands appeared a weapon part bow, part blade dominated by a deep red hue. Li Shuisheng whistled in admiration. "That's my brother Lin for you, even fruit can be so versatile." "Hey, Lin, is there any way my ugly worm could get some kind of armor form or something?" Lin Yu, engrossed in designing skills, didn't even look up. "When I have some free time, I'll give it some serious thought." That response was telling Lin Yu hadn't outright refused, meaning there was hope. Perhaps one day, the ugly worm could truly possess an armor-type skill. Li Shuisheng felt a surge of excitement. The 100 Fruit Beast in its Jinyu Peach armored state had vastly enhanced senses. Suddenly, it thrust its sword into the mist ahead, shattering whatever lay within. It seemed to be rocks, scattering everywhere. Next, the 100 Fruit Beast continuously drew and shot arrows in all directions, sending more rocks flying. Su Yuan's face darkened. What the hell is in that fog? It's so damn tough to deal with. And there's so many of them. We'll find out soon enough. Lin Yu declared as he rose. He held out a drawn skill demonstration diagram to Chen Yushi. "Here. Have your Lingming Divine Ape learn this?" The others gathered around to see the diagram, 2 gleaming golden eyes, flanked by 4 bold characters: Fire Eyes, Golden Gaze. Zhao Jiping stood beside the Divine Ape, stroking its head as he remarked, "Old Lin, you're turning this monkey into the Monkey King Sun Wukong." Lin Yu chuckled, "That's exactly what I'm aiming for." After learning the Fire Eye Golden Vision, the divine monkey's eyes blazed with golden light as it scanned the surroundings. Finally, it locked onto a path forward. The group followed the divine ape into the depths of the space. Along the way, they saw numerous stone figures buried in the ground, reminding them of the ferocious beasts the 100 Fruit Beast had previously fought. Could these stone figures move? The group speculated silently. Following the divine ape, they arrived at a riverbank where the mist had thinned slightly. They could now make out what lay ahead. The riverbank was lined with an overwhelming number of these stone figures. Suddenly, Chen Yushi observed keenly, "Look, aren't those stone figures secretly creeping closer to us?" Lin Yu, ever vigilant, scrutinized them closely and indeed discovered that the stone figures on the ground had somehow formed an encircling formation, trapping their group within. Su Yuan, ever the carefree type, shrugged. "What's there to fear? They're just a bunch of little stone statues. What can they do to us?" Zhao Jiping was more decisive. "If you ask me, we should just smash all these stone figures to pieces. Let's see what they can do about it." Watching these two hotheads, Lin Yu felt nothing but exasperation. This was the interior of a beastly space, after all. Could they be a little more cautious? Before Lin Yu could even warn them, Zhao Jiping had already summoned the fire-bathing Qilin, preparing to smash the stone figures on the ground. "Stop!" Before Lin Yu could react, the moment the fire-bathing Qilin's flames touched the stone figures, they truly came to life. Like individual cells, they began to merge, eventually forming a colossal rock monster. The rock monster's fist slammed down with such speed and force it even produced a sonic boom. The divine ape summoned its Rui Jingu Bang and barely parried the blow. But before it could recover, the rock monster unleashed another punch. This time, the divine ape couldn't block it. It executed a backflip, catching itself on the cloud of somersaults, which carried it away from the monster. The 100 Fruit Beast had transformed into its Shenghong form, wielding twin flags. It swung with all its might, striking the rock monster's back. Yet it left only 2 white marks. The rock monster remained completely unharmed. Instead, it kicked out with a powerful stomp. The 100 Fruits Beast's reaction was a fraction too slow, causing its Shenghong form to dissipate. The creature tumbled backward across the ground. Su Yuan picked up the Baigwa Beast, his face filled with concern. Lin Yu held back from acting rashly, observing instead that this rock monster was a formidable force with both high attack and high defense. Kamen Rider game was designed by Lin Yu himself, and he knew the defensive capabilities of its Shoko form well. Yet it had been forced to disengage its transformation with just one strike, proof of the creature's formidable offensive power. Lin Yu thought to himself, "What a pity I didn't bring Haotian this time. Otherwise, with his Haotian true form wielding the 1,000-ton spirit, smashing this pile of rocks would be no problem." The group was still struggling to hold their ground. Lin Yu racked his brain for a solution before turning to Zhao Jiping. "Brother Zhao, I think the only way to deal with this thing is through a fusion attack?" Zhao Jiping grimaced. Out of the 5 of us, only 3 can summon super beasts. A triple fusion probably wouldn't stand a chance against this rock monster. Lin Yu chuckled, what about a 4-body fusion? Little lightning, split. Electro Beast summoned its own clone, then each donned their super beast armor before conjuring 2 Dragon War beasts. Zhao Jiping stared in disbelief. Lin, merging with yourself? Is that even possible? Lin Yu assured him, don't worry. I've tested it works. Quick, fuse. Zhao Jiping immediately had the fire-bathing Qilin summon the Phantom Lynx Beast, while Chen Yushi summoned the Spirit Ape Beast. The 4 super beasts leapt high into the air. Mid-flight, the Spirit Ape Beast transformed into 2 arms, attaching itself to the Phantom Qilin Beast. The 2 Dragon War Beasts each transformed into legs, also attaching themselves to the Phantom Qilin Beast. To everyone's astonished gaze, the fusion was actually successful. Chapter 136, The Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. The quadruple combined mecha moved swiftly, maneuvering and weaving its way toward the rock monster. Though the rock monster possessed high attack and defense, its overall build was cumbersome. The quadruple combined mecha darted beneath its body, spun mid-air, and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the stone fragments covering its form. Su Yuan's 3 combined fruit treasure mechs joined the fray, primarily to pin down the rock monster. Each mech seized one of its limbs, while the quadruple combined mech delivered another crushing punch. The punch was devastating, carving a massive crater into the creature's chest. The creature let out a piercing scream in pain. Simultaneously, several stones on its body detonated. The explosions violently blew the 3 Fruit Guardian mechas apart. Not only that, but several more stones floated up, rapidly closing in on the quad mech. Then, these stones exploded like terrifying grenades. This was a tactic of blood for blood, injury for injury. Zhao Jiping felt a surge of anxiety. Old Lin, we can't keep fighting him like this, we can't afford to wear ourselves down. Lin Yu understood the stakes as well, his expression darkening. You're right. This rock monster is too powerful to fight head-on. All we can do now is maneuver around it and wear it down first. The quadruple combined mech dodged relentlessly. The rock monster's stone reserves were finite after a prolonged, fierce assault, its attacks gradually slowed. Lin Yu shouted, now's our chance. Seizing the moment, the 4 beasts within the quad combat mech unleashed their skills simultaneously, 2 cold shadow arts plus fire cloud art and heaven-defying art. 4 techniques merged into one. A terrifying energy sphere materialized in the mech's hands. As it neared the rock monster, a violent explosion erupted. Instantly, rocks scattered throughout the entire beast space, and the terrifying rock monster crumbled into a pile of rubble. Zhao Jiping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of that monster. Lin Yu remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Don't let your guard down. I sense danger still lurking here. Come on, what danger could there be? Zhao Jiping scanned the area. There's nothing here. Just then, the group noticed that the mist that had been enveloping them had, at some point, begun swirling in a patterned, vortex-like formation. It looked quite beautiful, yet there was an unsettling sense that this scenic spectacle concealed some kind of danger. Their premonition proved correct. At the very spot where the rock monster had stood moments ago, the mist coalesced into a gigantic, fog-formed creature. Zhao Jiping's eyes widened. What? The previously pitch-black beastly space grew surprisingly clear as the mist coalesced. The mist monster struck out with a palm, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that blew everyone's eyes shut. Fortunately, the quad mech hadn't disengaged after defeating the rock monster. Seeing this, it charged forward once more. A charged punch slammed into the mist monster, yet the mist dissipated, evading the blow in this manner. The quad combat mech moved swiftly, spinning to deliver a kick. The mist dispersed once more, evading the attack. A terrifying thought suddenly struck Lin Yu, could this beast be immune to all physical attacks? The quad combat mech unleashed several consecutive moves, all evaded without exception. With no other options, the quad combat mech disassembled. The Spirit Bright Divine 8 pointed at the mist creature, activating the gravity swamp. The immense pressure crushed down, completely dissipating the mist monster, only for it to reform nearby. The Divine Ape of Enlightenment rode the clouds, charging before the mist monster. Swinging it struck, yet the monster dodged again. The lightning beast in its mortal form suddenly closed in on the mist creature. The Changying sword materialized in its hand as it unleashed the Duga 9 swords. Moving with blinding speed, it landed several strikes on the mist creature within mere breaths. Yet the mist creature merely dispersed, evading the electric beast's assault. Su Yuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Nothing's hitting it. How are we supposed to fight this? If you can't hit it, does it feel pain? Li Shueixing's eyes blazed. Clown, use Dung Beetle's Ascent. At this command, everyone immediately scattered. Every person present had personally experienced the terror of the Dung Beetle's Ascent. The ugly worm instantly plunged itself into endless agony. Then it shared that pain. The creature writhed on the ground in agony, yet the mist monster showed not the slightest reaction. Lin Yu murmured, this monster feels no pain. Everyone felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. Being unable to defeat it was one thing, but having every tactic they possessed prove utterly ineffective? How could they possibly fight this? Lin Yu pondered, if only there were a skill that could trap it and unleash terrifying power to finish it swiftly. What kind of skill could that be? Everyone now pinned their hopes on Lin Yu, for the skills he created always turned the tide at critical moments. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu shouted, "I've got it. I know what skill to create. Everyone, please hold off the monster for me. I need some time to create the skill." Lin Yu had the habit of carrying skill blueprints with him, which proved incredibly convenient now. He immediately began scribbling on the blueprint. Though the others' beast riders couldn't inflict substantial damage on the mist monster, they could still stall it. As the saying goes, delay breeds trouble. Worried something might go wrong, Lin Yu designed the skill with remarkable speed. Soon, Lin Yu had finished his design. The others gathered around with keen interest. Su Yuan read aloud, "Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger?" Zhao Jiping chimed in, "That name sounds pretty badass. Old Lin, this is the first time your skill design isn't abstract." Chen Yushi voiced her concern, "Will this skill really work against that monster?" Lin Yu replied confidently, "Don't worry. Skills I design always work." Lin Yu summoned the electrocution beast back. The moment the blueprint touched the beast, it vanished, learning successful. Lin Yu then commanded the electrocution beast, "Little Electric, activate the 8-9 mystic arts." The electrocution beast complied. After channeling the 8-9 mystic arts, its aura suddenly surged with overwhelming power, and a blurry, colossal silhouette materialized behind it. Only then did Lin Yu command, "Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger." One finger imprisons heaven and earth. The immense golden silhouette behind the electrocution beast instantly radiated brilliant light. With a single finger thrust forward, forces surged from all directions toward the mist monster's location. The surging golden energy instantly trapped the mist creature. The mist creature immediately began to disperse its form, but it was tightly wrapped in the golden aura, unable to escape. Simultaneously, a golden finger gradually took shape in the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. Chapter 137, 5 Fingers Move Heaven and Earth. The terrifying aura emanating from that golden finger seemed capable of crushing it with a single strike. Finally, the finger pressed down. The mist creature scattered itself as much as possible to minimize the damage, barely withstanding the attack. Chen Yushi's face twisted with urgency. That monster is still alive. But Lin Yu added, "The second finger shatters mountains and rivers." Zhao Jiping's expression froze. "There's more?" Golden energy continued gathering in the air, coalescing into 2 fingers. They then descended upon the mist creature below. This time, the mist creature sensed an even more terrifying aura. Trapped within the golden aura's embrace, the mist creature struggled frantically and restlessly, yet it could not break free from this confinement. It could only watch helplessly as the 2 fingers crashed down, slamming into its body. The gas within its form began to scatter wildly in all directions. Lin Yu pressed on relentlessly, commanding the electrocution beast, 3 fingers extinguish life. Li Shueixing remarked, "Life extinction? What a powerful name." Su Yuan chimed in, "Could it be that Brother Lin's skill has a full 5 moves this time? Think about it, a person has 5 fingers on each hand." Zhao Jiping retorted, "Are you stupid? How many hands does a person have? 2. 10 fingers. So this skill has 10 moves." Su Yuan nodded. "Makes sense." This time, 3 golden fingers rapidly coalesced in the sky before crashing down with tremendous force. The mist monster couldn't withstand it any longer and had already disintegrated, leaving only a few lingering wisps of vapor. Lin Yu pressed on relentlessly, declaring, "4 fingers. Shatter the heavens." 4 fingers streaked across the sky. The last remnants of the mist creature were struck by this move and, unable to withstand it, vanished completely. 5 fingers move the heavens. Lin Yu unleashed skill after skill. Zhao Jiping marveled beside him, "Old Lin is ruthless. He's already killed it, yet he's still kicking the corpse. No poison, no man." The final strike saw 5 fingers plunge from the heavens. With no target left, they slammed into the ground, leaving 5 fingerprints imprinted in the earth. After unleashing this full sequence of the Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Fingers, the electric beast ceased its 8-9 mystic arts, gradually returning to normal. It transformed back into its small, adorable form, bouncing and hopping back into Lin Yu's embrace. Chen Yushi asked curiously, "But the mist monster is already dead. Why did you still hit it?" Lin Yu replied, "The Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger has 5 techniques. Since I hadn't used the last one, it felt unsettling. I figured I might as well unleash them all and show you guys what it looks like." Zhao Jiping praised, "Lin, I have to say, your Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger is incredible. So cool." At that moment, everyone present felt as though the numerous restrictions within this space had suddenly vanished. Zhao Jiping explained to everyone, "Don't panic. This is the normal reaction after conquering the beast space." Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "We conquered this fiend beast space." "Exactly. From now on, this space will become a training ground," Zhao Jiping declared. But before that, we should search it thoroughly to see if there's anything worthwhile. With the beast space conquered, its spatial constraints vanished entirely. The Yenyun army station near the entrance could now move freely within. After clearing the space, Zhao Jiping and his team retraced their steps to rendezvous with the Yenyun army. Together, they began exploring the area for treasures. As they reached the western edge of this space, Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment the moment they arrived. So many evolution crystals. Li Shuixing's eyes widened too. This was an entire evolution crystal mine. The ground was covered in evolution crystals. Evolution crystals were crucial for the development of beast tamers. Beast taming progress was inseparable from these crystals, as each evolution required them. Zhao Jiping immediately dispatched men to begin mining. Not only that, but they also discovered a large quantity of peculiar gems. Near where Lin Yu and the others had slain the mist monsters, they observed that the fragments scattered by Lin Yu were slowly transforming into grey stones. The energy within them was complex and unfamiliar to everyone. Zhao Jiping promptly sent the stone for analysis to determine if it possessed any unique properties. This time, the Yenyun army struck it rich. Once the resources within this space were fully catalogued, it would be open to the public. Lin Yu, Su Yuan, Li Shuixing, and Shen Yushi made tremendous contributions to this exploration and received personal commendations from Zhou Tianming. Lin Yu's life settled back into a quieter rhythm. His daily work now consisted of assisting the skill designers at the company with crafting skills. The most popular skills currently sold by Yushin Company could be crafted by Lin Yu in just 10 minutes per piece. In contrast, several other designers working in shifts could only produce 3 or 4 per day. With Lin Yu's assistance, the production speed increased significantly. One day, as Lin Yu arrived at the company as usual, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Louis, the man he had designed a skill for at the Beast-Taming Equipment Research Institute. He was now wearing a security guard uniform, standing at the entrance of Yushin Company. Lin Yu walked up, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Good morning, boss." Louis greeted him with a cheerful smile. Lin Yu was utterly baffled. "Why are you working as security? The skill I designed for your rhinoceros beetle, Cayman Rider, is pretty powerful. You could be making waves anywhere. What's the deal with being a security guard?" Louis replied earnestly, "My original beast was just an F-rank rhinoceros beetle. My life was nothing special. But you, boss, made my beetle so powerful it was like defying fate itself. I had to repay you. But I don't know how. After thinking it over, the only thing I could do was come work as a security guard at your company." "Ha!" Lin Yu laughed upon hearing this. He instantly took an interest in this young man, roughly his own age. What a unique perspective. "All right. Did I help you rewrite your destiny just so you could be a security guard? You should use this power to do something truly significant. That's what a real man would do. Here's what we'll do. I'm close friends with Zhao Jiping, the commander of the Yenyun army. I'll recommend you to him. With your current strength, Commander Zhao will definitely put you to good use." "I won't go," Louis shook his head. "I want to repay you first, then return to pursue other endeavors." This left Lin Yu feeling awkward. How could he possibly accept repayment? "But I haven't done anything for you that needs repaying." Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Louis insisted stubbornly, "Then I'll just keep being your security guard. I'll watch your door for free." Faced with Louis' stubbornness, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. So he said, "All right then, you don't have to be a security guard anymore. From now on, you'll just follow me." A peculiar feeling welled up inside Lin Yu. Was he actually taking on a subordinate now? Chapter 138, Blue-Silver Grass. A look of excitement flashed across Louis' face. "Yes, boss." He then followed Lin Yu into the company, waiting patiently while Lin Yu crafted his skills. Before long, the day's work concluded. Lin Yu felt his brain had dried up like a walnut, so he decided to call it a day. Stepping outside the company, Lin Yu said to Louis, "I'm off work for today. Come on, let's grab a bite to eat." "Sure thing." Louis agreed. Right outside the company entrance was a pork knuckle rice shop with excellent flavors, a place Lin Yu frequented often. The two entered the shop and ordered 2 servings of pork knuckle rice. Fresh rain had just fallen, leaving the ground damp and carrying the earthy scent of wet soil. Raindrops still clung to the glass windows as the two sat inside, quietly watching the scene outside. "Time flies," Lin Yu suddenly remarked with a sigh. "Half a year ago, I was fretting over not qualifying for the college entrance exam. Who would have thought that 6 months later, I'd become the boss of a big company?" Louis added, "Life is unpredictable. Ever since I awakened the rhinoceros beetle, I haven't seen a single friendly face. Sigh, in this world, if your awakened beast is strong, you're strong. If it's weak, you're weak. But we can't choose the strength of our beasts. No matter how hard you try, it's all down to luck." Sigh. Louis continued, "I have a younger brother. Our parents passed away early, so I've always taken care of him. After awakening the unicorn beetle, I knew my life was over. I dropped out of school and started making a living on my own. All I hoped was that my brother would awaken a better beast. Little did I know he'd awaken a grass spirit. Lin Yu knew this beast well. It was one of the weakest F-rank beasts, comparable to the ugly worm. Essentially, the grass spirit was nothing more than a sentient blade of grass. I knew right then that my brother and I were doomed for life, our futures ruined. But he was still young, and I didn't want him to start working so early like me. I let him keep studying. Now he's in his senior year of high school, but he doesn't qualify for the college entrance exam. He's dropping out in the next couple of days. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but think of his own situation when he first arrived in this world. His low beast master rank had also barred him from taking the college entrance exam. Fortunately, he had awakened the system. Without it, he feared he'd be in Lu Yi's predicament today. With that thought, Lin Yu said, "How about this? After we eat, take me to your home. I might have a way to help improve your brother's beast control." Lu Yi waved his hands repeatedly. "That's not right, boss. You've already helped me. I will definitely find a way to strengthen my brother's beast control, but not now. I'll wait until I've saved enough money, then I'll ask for your help." Lin Yu countered, "The college entrance exams start in a few months. Will you have enough saved by then? Waiting until you're ready will only hold your brother back. Come on, take me to see him now. I'll help him first. As for the money, you can repay me later." Although Louis desperately wanted his brother to grow stronger, he also didn't want to accept Lin Yu's help for free. After refusing for a while, he couldn't stand up to Lin Yu's persistence and finally agreed. Anyang Community, an old neighborhood on the outskirts of the capital city, was where Louis lived with his younger brother, Lu Xian. The apartment had been left to them after their parents passed away. Meanwhile, as Lu Xian approached the community gate, he heard someone shout, "Hey, Grassroot!" Grassroots was the nickname others had given Lu Xian, mocking his beast-taming ability as weak as a blade of grass. Lifting his gaze, Lu Xian recognized the voice as a fat guy from the neighborhood. After 2 years of high school, he'd been expelled for constant fighting and brawling. Since then, he'd become a good-for-nothing hooligan. Lu Xian hated being called Grassroots more than anything. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Don't call me Grassroots." "Put." The fat guy spat to the side. "So what? I'll call you Grassroot." "Grassroot." Lu Xian's face flushed crimson with rage as he braced for the bully's advance. The fat man strode over, grabbed Lu Xian by the collar, and snarled, "Who do you think you're glaring at? Got a problem? Say it. What are you staring at? You think I won't gouge your eyes out? Don't call me Grassroots," Lu Xian said, enunciating each word. Thud. The fat man's fist slammed into Lu Xian's face. "What are you so tough for? Got a problem? Bring out your beast and fight me." "Oh. I remember now, your beast is a blade of grass. Right, Grassroots?" Lu Xian returned home with a black eye and swollen face. Opening the door, he saw his older brother and another person. Lu Yi's anger flared at the sight of his brother's face. "That fat bastard again, huh? Come on, I'll take you to settle this with him." "No, big bro," Lu Xian waved him off, then turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Who's this?" As soon as he recognized Lin Yu's face, Lu Xian gasped in shock. You're Lin Yu." Lu Yi frowned. "Call him Brother Lin. Show some respect, don't just blurt out his name." No, I'm sorry. I just got so excited." Lu Xian often saw Lin Yu on TV. He was a huge fan. Lin Yu's recent actions had been nothing short of extraordinary, earning him a huge following. Lin Yu offered a warm smile. "So you're Lu Xian. Show me your beast control." On his way over, Lin Yu had been pondering what skill to enhance for Lu Xian's beast. Then it hit him, the Lingming Divine Ape had evolved because of his skill. And Sun Ling's sword-scaled beast had also evolved into a swordmaster thanks to his skill. Thus, Lin Yu realized that if his created skills could match the beast tamer, evolution would occur. After pondering the entire journey, he decided to design several blue-silver grass soul techniques for Lu Xian, to see if this grass spirit might evolve through these skills. After asking Lu Xian a few questions and confirming the details, Lin Yu spread out the skill demonstration blueprints on the table and began scribbling and sketching on them. Meanwhile, a group of individuals had been following Lin Yu since he left work. Dressed in hoodies and masks, they were wrapped up tightly. One of them, a lean-looking individual, said, "My beast is ready. I can unleash the sealing skill to lock down Lin Yu's beast space." Another added, "Seal the beast space of the person beside him too, to prevent him from interfering." "I know," the first person asked. "When do we begin?" This man was named Zhang Minglian. He then released his beast companion, a lizard covered in intricate patterns, looking utterly terrifying. His partner, Zhu Xiuping, cautioned, "Hold off for now. Wait until Lin Yu lets his guard down. That Lin Yu's electrocution beast is formidable. If he unleashes it, we'll be in deep trouble. As long as he can't unleash his electric beast, Lin Yu will have no choice but to obey us." Chapter 139, Blue-Silver Tyrant Spear. Zhu Xiuping then stroked the lizard and remarked, "Your beast is impressive. A sealing spirit lizard, it can seal others' beast spaces. Holy moly, who could fight you like that?" If they can't even release their beast, how can they battle you? No wonder the boss values you so highly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu designed 3 skills and handed the skill demonstration blueprints to Lu Xian. Have your grass spirit learn them and give it a try. Lu Yi felt even more guilty. Boss, 1 skill design is enough. You designed so many at once. Lin Yu waved it off. Ah, no problem. These skills have average attack power anyway. Have them learn them first. I'll see if they can evolve. Lu Xian stared at the 3 blueprints, his eyes wide with desire. From childhood to adulthood, he had endured far too many humiliations. And these 3 pieces of paper would change his fate. As Lu Xian took the blueprints, his hands trembled. He accepted them with utmost care before handing them to his grass spirit. The moment the leaves on the grass spirit touched the blueprints, they vanished completely. He had truly mastered it. Lu Yi was equally thrilled. Ever since his younger brother awakened his grass spirit, he had tried purchasing countless skill demonstration blueprints to no avail. But now, it had finally worked. Meanwhile, the group lying in wait outside the room. Xu Xiaoping said to Zhang Minglian, "Now. Move. Seal off their beast riding space." Zhang Minglian pointed at Lu Xian's grass spirit and said, "But there's still one outside." Xu Xiaoping flicked Zhang Minglian's head and retorted, "You're scared of a single grass spirit? Are you afraid of a blade of grass?" Zhang Minglian clutched his head and stammered, right. Grass spirits have no offensive capabilities." He then ordered the sealing lizard beside him, seal off their beast riding space. The lizard, normally vibrantly colored and covered in intricate patterns, exhaled a breath. Its markings immediately faded, growing dim and dull. A stream of colorful mist drifted into the room, quickly dissipating into an odorless, colorless vapor. After using this skill, the spirit sealing lizard's colors failed to return, leaving it looking lifeless and dull. Xu Xiaoping looked puzzled. "What's wrong with it?" Zhang Minglian stroked the spirit sealing lizard with a pained expression. "This skill can only be used once per day. Sealing each person drains it immensely. Sealing 2 at once has left it severely weakened." No worries. Once this mission is done, the boss will definitely reward you handsomely," Xu Xiaoping declared before turning to the other brothers behind him. "Lin Yu's beast taming space is sealed. Brothers, follow me. Capture Lin Yu alive." With that, he unleashed his own beast, first a venomous toad, and a rank beast whose defining trait was its poison. Deadly poison. The others behind him released their own beasts. There were 6 of them in total this time. Among the others, 1 beast was also a grade, while the rest were B grade. A bloodthirsty bear smashed through the glass of Lu Yi's house, and the group climbed right in. With their beasts arrayed in front, Xu Xiaoping stepped forward and said with a smile, "Lin Yu, our boss requests your presence. Kindly come with us." Lin Yu and Lu Yi had been about to test Lu Xian's current beast taming abilities when the sudden sound of shattering glass startled them. Lin Yu surveyed the group, 2 A-rank beasts and 3 B-rank beasts. Did they really think they could just kidnap him? Lin Yu smiled and said, "Just the few of you? That won't be enough." He was about to release the electrocution beast from his beast space when he suddenly realized something terrifying. His connection to the beast space had been severed. He couldn't release the electric beast. Lu Yi's face darkened as he hurriedly approached Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, I can't open my beast tamer's space." Lin Yu's face instantly turned ashen. Xu Xiaoping chuckled, "Ha! Can't unleash your beast now, huh?" Lin Yu instantly realized these men had played a trick. He had no idea how they'd managed it. As the bloodthirsty bear charged toward them, Lin Yu urgently shouted to Lu Xian, "Xiao Xian, it's up to you." Lu Xian positioned the grass spirit to shield Lin Yu and Lu Yi. Xu Xiaoping roared with laughter, "Your beast is just a grass spirit? Pretending to be some kind of hero?" The bloodthirsty bear lunged forward, ready to tear Lu Xian apart. Suddenly, vines shot out from the grass spirit, tightly binding the beast. "Ha!" Xu Xiaoping's expression changed instantly. When did the grass spirit gain such abilities? Then, Lu Xian shouted, "Little grass, blue-silver tyrant spear." The grass spirit glowed blue as countless blades of grass surged from its body, coalescing into the shape of a spear. The spear itself shimmered with blue light as it thrust forward. The bloodthirsty bear was pierced by the spear, gushing blood from multiple wounds. Xu Xiaoping and his group were stunned. Xu Xiaoping rubbed his eyes hard. Is this a grass spirit? How could a grass spirit possess such devastating offensive power? A single strike was enough to intimidate the beast tamers behind Xu Xiaoping. After all, the bloodthirsty bear was an A-rank beast with formidable defenses, yet it had been pierced through by a grass spirit in a single move. Wouldn't dealing with him be child's play for that grass spirit? Just then, Xu Xiaoping's venomous toad crept silently closer, leaping out suddenly with its poison-tipped tongue extended. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted from the grass spirit's body. Like a missile, it shot out at incredible speed, striking the venomous toad. The blue light instantly transformed into a vast blue net, tightly enveloping the venomous toad. What kind of skill is this? Xu Xiaoping was utterly bewildered. Not only that, but the net itself was poisonous. Its edges were razor-sharp, slicing through the frog's skin. The poison seeped in, and within mere breaths, the frog lost consciousness, lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Lin Yu chuckled, "You lot still aren't much to look at." Suddenly, the aura emanating from the grass spirit began to grow chaotic. Lin Yu recognized it instantly. It was about to evolve. Lu Xian froze. Why did it have to evolve now, of all times right at the most critical moment? Lin Yu scooped up Chao Ling and sprinted away. Run! Lui and Lu Xian exchanged a glance before turning and fleeing as well. As for Chu Xiaoping's venomous toad, its poison swiftly seeped into the victim's vital organs, extinguishing all signs of life in moments. Feeling his beast control space had completely lost connection with the poisonous frog, Chu Xiaoping's eyes turned bloodshot. He shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, attack! We must capture them!" Lin Yu and his companions raced to a sparsely populated area. Lin Yu pulled a fossil stone from his pocket and tossed it onto Chaoling. The grass spirit absorbed the evolution crystal the moment it made contact, then slowly transformed into a luminous cocoon. Damn it! Why did your beast evolve at such a critical moment? Lin Yu felt a surge of panic and confusion. He hadn't offended anyone recently, had he? Chapter 140, Spirit Sealing Lizard. Over the past period, Lin Yu had witnessed several instances of beast evolution, so he was already quite familiar with the process. After completing the process, he glanced back and saw the pursuers still hadn't caught up. Lin Yu pulled out his phone and immediately dialed Zhao Jiping's number. "Old Lin, calling this late? What's up? Still awake?" Zhao Jiping's voice came through the phone. Lin Yu spoke urgently, "Brother Zhao, I'm in trouble. Someone's trying to capture me." "What?" Zhao Jiping, who had already settled into bed, shot upright. After a moment, he added, "Who's trying to catch you? I mean, who could possibly beat you?" With Lin Yu's current strength, the number of people who could defeat him was practically zero. Lin Yu hurriedly explained, "No, it's not that. They've somehow sealed off my beast control space. I can't release Xiaodian." Hearing this, Zhao Jiping grew even more tense. He demanded, "Where are you now? I'll come over immediately. I'm near Anyang Residential Complex." Lin Yu replied. "Alright, I'll be right there. Protect yourself," Zhao Jiping urged. After hanging up, Lin Yu anxiously glanced at the grass spirit still in the midst of its evolution. It hadn't finished yet. He sensed his beast control space again still inaccessible. That group would find him soon. The grass spirit's evolution was simply too eye-catching. With such a large luminous cocoon glowing there, it would be impossible to remain undetected. Soon, the group spotted the light and swarmed toward them. One of them rode a cold shadow wolf, moving with astonishing speed. The beast leaped violently in front of Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu was ready for this. He grabbed a stool and smashed it right into the cold shadow wolf's midsection. As the saying goes, wolves have heads of bronze and bodies of iron, but waists of tofu. The chair sent the wolf flying, its howls of pain piercing the night. But the howl drew the attention of the others, who immediately charged forward. The cold shadow wolf scrambled back to its feet and lunged once more. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into Lin Yu, the luminous cocoon shattered. The grass spirit transformed into a blue plant, its veins adorned with intricate golden lines. Lu Xian exclaimed with delight, "Evolution successful." Lin Yu examined his creation, thoroughly satisfied. Lu Xian pointed at the group of beasts and shouted, "Blue-silver coil." The grass emitted a faint glow as several vines rapidly extended from its body, binding the tamed beasts. The evolved vines were noticeably sturdier. However, the stronger beasts could still break free. A divine strength bull strained with all its might, shaking off the vines binding it, then charged toward Lu Xian. Lu Xian remained utterly unruffled. He commanded the evolved grass spirit, Blue-silver tyrant spear. Just as before, the grass intertwined and coalesced into the shape of a spear, solidifying before thrusting forward. Its power was even greater than before, instantly ending the divine strength bull's life. At that moment, Lin Yu saw personnel from the Beast Control Bureau rushing to the scene, led personally by Yan Shuxing. Seeing Lin Yu unharmed, Yan Shuxing's expression eased slightly. He hurried forward to greet him. "Lin Yu, are you okay? Old Zhao just called me and told me what happened. He scared the hell out of me." Lin Yu shook his head, assuring him he was fine. Yan Shuxing continued, "Next time something like this happens, call me first. I'm always in the capital, so I can get here quickly." Lin Yu replied somewhat awkwardly, "I don't have your number." Yan Shuxing. Soon, Lin Yu saw a crimson figure speeding toward him, coming to a halt before him. It was Shanqi in his fire-bathing Qilin super beast armor form. Zhao Jiping leaped off Shanqi and said to Lin Yu, "Driving here would have taken too long, so I rode Shanqi ahead. The main force of our Yan Yun army is right behind us. They'll be here any minute." Lin Yu quickly interjected, "Tell everyone to head back. It's all under control now." Zhao Jiping glanced at the bound beasts and their tamers, then stormed forward, demanding, "Who sent you?" These guys were stubborn as mules, refusing to say a word. Lin Yu tried to reason with them. "Alright, brother Zhao, how do you expect them to talk if you keep pressing them like this?" Lin Yu still couldn't quite figure it out. Who exactly is trying to capture me? I haven't made enemies with anyone. Zhao Jiping addressed Lin Yu. Old Lin, wherever you go from now on, you must be careful. You may not have offended anyone personally, but you, Lin Yu, are talented. That alone is reason enough for countless people to want to capture you or even kill you. Your abilities are too great. Remember, the common man bears no guilt, but the man who holds the jade does. Zhao Jiping spoke with a solemn, earnest expression, a side of him Lin Yu had never seen before. He chuckled. Don't worry, brother Zhao. I got it. Yan Shuxing brought the group to the Beast Control Bureau for interrogation. Even now, they couldn't fathom that they'd been taken down by a mere grass spirit. Lin Yu followed along, deeply intrigued by that sealed spirit lizard. After all, this spirit sealing lizard was an exceptionally rare beast. Only 1 or 2 individuals per year could awaken such a beast, and every single one was officially recorded. Yet this man, Jiang Minglian, showed no trace in the records. What kind of person could evade the Beastmaster Bureau's statistical investigations? It likely had to do with the powerful forces backing them. Upon learning of this, Zhou Tianming flew into a rage, declaring Lin Yu the hope against the Western continent, the most outstanding genius. Lin Yu absolutely must not suffer any mishap. He issued orders to all legions, protect Lin Yu at all costs. Zhao Jiping, in particular, must be especially vigilant. Finally, Zhou Tianming personally contacted the Beast Control Bureau, demanding they uncover the true origins of this group. He ordered them to turn the capital upside down if necessary to expose the forces behind them. Inside the capital Beastmaster Bureau, Lin Yu toyed with the spirit-sealing lizard. He was fascinated by this ability to directly seal another's Beastmaster space. It was utterly insane. This technique could seal a person's beast-taming space for a full hour. Once the sealing period ended, Lin Yu swiftly released his electrocution beast, finally feeling somewhat relieved. After completing their statements, the brothers Lu Yi and Lu Xian followed closely behind Lin Yu. Lu Xian released his beast once more. Gazing at the grass spirit's leaves shimmering with blue-gold light, he still felt as if he were in a dream. He had thought his life would remain unremarkable forever, yet here he was, defying fate itself. Stepping before Lin Yu, Lu Xian declared earnestly, Brother Lin, thank you. How about letting me be your junior brother too? No need, no need. Lin Yu nearly choked on his own blood at the suggestion. He had no intention of getting mixed up in the underworld, so he certainly didn't need to keep taking on underlings. Chapter 141, A Simple Favor. Lu Xian declared solemnly, Brother Lin, I'm serious. I plan to follow in my brother's footsteps and become your bodyguard. Ha! Lin Yu's eyes widened. That's out of the question. Lin Yu quickly refused. You should focus on your studies. What business do you have being my bodyguard? Lu Xian persisted stubbornly. Lin Yu countered, what bodyguard do I need? Just now, my beast control space was sealed. Now that my little electric is free, you and your brother can try fighting him. See if you can beat him. Hearing this, both Lu Xian and Lu Yi felt awkward. They'd seen Lin Yu's strength on TV before. He was far beyond what they could handle. Lu Xian persisted, Brother Lin, my brother told me you once said you wanted him to join the Yin Yun army. Why not let me go instead? I'll enlist. Focus on your studies first. Get into college. After you graduate, you can do whatever you want, but not now. Lin Yu remained firm. There's still much you need to learn in university, understand? You know I'm a student at Tianhua Academy. Study hard, get a good score on the college entrance exam, and enroll at Tianhua too. Then we'll be classmates. Louis quickly interjected, Tianhua University is beyond our wildest dreams. If Xian could just get into a regular university, that would be enough. Lu Xian, however, seemed quite confident. He turned to Lin Yu and said, Brother Lin, our school has an assessment coming up in a few days. Parents are welcome to watch. Would you like to come see? Louis shot his younger brother a glare and retorted, the boss has a mountain of work to handle. Where would he find the time? Before he could finish, Lin Yu smiled and said, no problem. You just focus on doing your best, and I'll be there to watch. I'll do my best. After the Lu brothers left, Lin Yu received another call from Zhao Jiping. Brother! Our Yin Yun army and the Beast Control Bureau have been investigating together. We finally tracked down that gang. We're moving tonight to show them what it means to overreach. I'm in. Lin Yu declared. I want to see for myself who dared to arrest me. West of the capital city, an abandoned factory. This factory, abandoned for who knows how many years, now had several figures moving about above, seemingly on patrol. Deep within the factory, descending a hidden staircase revealed a space resembling an operating room. Lu Wei aimed his tranquilizer gun and fired a shot at the frozen monster inside the cage. The creature wailed pitifully, as if begging for mercy, but it was utterly useless. Lu Wei ordered his men to drag it out of the cage and onto the operating table. The roar of a chainsaw filled the operating room as Lu Wei swung it down, slicing through the ice beast's arm. The icebound beast, a grade A beast master, possessed its greatest ability in its right arm, the power to freeze. This arm could unleash a variety of ice-based skills. Lu Wei severed the arm. Struggling to hold it, he gazed at it as if it were a peerless beauty. He carried the arm to another operating table, where a colossal creature seemed to lie. Lu Wei sutured the arm onto its body. He then retrieved a bottle of green potion life essence, a substance produced only within the realms of several wood elemental beasts and thus exceedingly precious. Lu Wei dripped the life essence onto the arm. Soon, granulation tissue began growing at the suture site. Visibly, the granulation intertwined, and though a gruesome scar remained at the wound, it had already healed. Lu Wei stared intently at this colossal creature, as if examining a priceless treasure. His eyes burned with madness. A masterpiece. Truly a masterpiece. Lu Wei murmured to himself, after all these years, I've finally succeeded. It hasn't been easy. His subordinates beamed with joy. Congratulations, boss. Lu Wei inquired, where are Chu Xiuping and Jiang Minglian? They've been out all day, why haven't they returned yet? I'd love for that so-called genius Lin Yu to see my masterpiece. Perhaps they encountered something on the way, one of his men suggested. Jiang Minglian's spirit sealing lizard is formidable. As long as Lin Yu can't unleash his beast, he won't cause much trouble, Lu Wei remarked. The various legions, along with the Imperial Beast Control Bureau of the capital, had searched for a full day and night. They finally located this abandoned factory and discovered it was likely connected to the group that had captured Lin Yu. After sending scouts to investigate, they inevitably discovered something amiss. The abandoned warehouse was filled with people. Zhao Jiping had already positioned a contingent of Yen Yun army soldiers in ambush around the factory perimeter. Lin Yu surveyed the terrain and remarked to Zhao Jiping, these guys are so stupid. They can't even pick a decent hideout. Instead of holing up somewhere overrun by ferocious beasts, they chose to hide right in the city, making them easy to track down. Zhao Jiping replied, enough with the advice. Be extremely cautious when infiltrating later. They even have sealed spirit lizards, who knows what else they might have? Don't worry, brother Zhao. Lin Yu had already released the electric shock beasts beforehand, fearing he might not be able to deploy them later. The group crept upward stealthily, silently eliminating every patrol sentry along the way with their stealth-type beasts. As they neared the factory's central area, alarms suddenly blared out of nowhere. Damn it! Zhao Jiping's face darkened. We're exposed. Those bastards must have some trick up their sleeves. I have no idea how we blew our cover. The small factory unexpectedly housed quite a few people. Soon, a crowd surged out, surrounding Zhao Jiping and his group. Fearing detection with too many men, Zhao Jiping had brought only a small, elite group, each a formidable fighter. Among them were flight-type beast riders who immediately took to the air, launching long-range attacks. On Zhao Jiping's side, several soldiers activated their super beast armor. In this state, unless the flying beasts possessed exceptionally high attack power, they couldn't make a dent. This was Zhao Jiping's trump card. The Yen Yun army also had several practitioners skilled in sword flight, all veterans of joint exercises with the Western Continent forces. With a flick of their right hands, each summoned a cold steel blade. These were none other than the Yitian swords designed by Lin Yu. They could slice through iron like mud, their sharpness unstoppable. The riders pointed their mounts forward. The Yitian swords shot forth. They streaked toward the flying beasts in the air. Several flying beasts, unable to dodge in time, were pierced clean through by the blades. The group in the abandoned factory had clearly anticipated this, their defenses tightly organized. Just as the aerial beasts launched their assault, more beasts appeared on the ground, all ranged attack types launching surprise strikes from afar. Zhao Jiping and his companions were in danger of falling into their trap at the slightest misstep. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. Chapter 142, Yen Yun Army activates X-ray vision. Zhao Jiping commanded the fire-bathing Qilin, deploy the blazing firewall. The fire-bathing Qilin shot a fiery line into the air. The flames descended, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the group. The distant attacks struck the shield and were deflected. Not only Zhao Jiping, but several other beasts within the Yen Yun army possessed shield-like abilities. They all deployed their protective barriers, blocking the group's attacks and preventing significant casualties. On the Yen Yun army side, flying swords relentlessly streaked toward the distant beasts, slaying many. The Yen Yun army was, after all, well-trained. So far, they hadn't managed to seriously injure a single Yen Yun soldier. The earth suddenly began to tremble as several more power-type beasts, under the cover of ranged attacks, charged toward the Yen Yun army. The electrocution beast had already entered its mortal realm form. Channeling its 8-9 mystic arts, it stepped to the forefront, palms outstretched, assuming a fighting stance. A dragon's phantom began circling around the electric beast. With a single strike from its palm, the dragon roared forth, charging straight at the power-type beasts. That single blow alone knocked several of them to the ground. Their formation instantly scattered. This very move was the dragon subduing 18 palms. Lin Yu had specifically designed it to secure victory in the martial arts tournament. Its immense power and long-range capability made it perfectly suited for taking down these power-type beast tamers. Sea of Flames Skyfall. This was another formidable skill of the fire-bathing Qilin. Its scale spread wide, drawing surrounding fire elements toward its body. They seeped into every scale, instantly causing crimson veins to emerge across the fire-bathing Chilin's body. All the fire elements flowed along these veins, entering its throat. Then, the fire-bathing Chilin erupted with a colossal blast of flame that nearly engulfed the entire abandoned factory. In an instant, it felt as though dawn had broken. This sea of fire sky curtain technique ignited the flying beasts in the air. Flames engulfed their wings, causing them to plummet from the sky. Thus, the aerial forces and the power-type beasts of this group were completely wiped out by Lin Yu and Zhao Jiping. Only a few remained, hiding in dark corners, firing stealthy arrows from the shadows. Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast, Xiao Dian, enter phantom soul form. The electro-wolf transformed into a phantom, its entire form becoming ethereal. Lin Yu continued, use mind sharing. This skill hadn't been used in ages. As the electro-beast unleashed it, every soldier of the Yen Yun army present could suddenly see every corner of the factory with crystal clarity, including those lurking in the shadows, firing their cold arrows. Every Yen Yun soldier suddenly realized how crystal clear this world could be. They could even see plants breathing. Among the group opposite them stood a man whose beast was a shadow guard, the most formidable assassin-type beast of all, capable of merging into shadows, undetectable by anyone. He was utterly confident in his abilities. Yet inexplicably, a figure emerged from the Yen Yun army, charging straight toward him with his beast companion. The beast held the Yutian sword in its grasp, pointing it directly at his position. The shadow guard was pierced through the heart in one strike. The man was stunned. He hadn't given away a single clue. These soldiers shouldn't have been able to see him at all. Yet this man had run straight toward him. In his dying moments, he was convinced the Yen Yun army soldiers were cheating using some kind of X-ray vision sheet. With the aid of their shared consciousness, the Yen Yun army eliminated every last person within the factory. During the shared consciousness, Lin Yu and the others had discovered a room deep within the factory that resembled an operating theater. Lin Yu wanted to investigate further, but the mental sharing had been active for too long. The electric beast's psychic energy couldn't sustain it any longer, so they had to cut it short. Thus, the group headed toward that location. The entrance to this laboratory was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Zhao Jiping glanced at it and declared, "I'll go down first. Everyone follow me." Xian Daijin immediately protested, "Commander, let me go first. We have no idea what dangers lurk below. What if there's an ambush? Please let me lead the way." "What nonsense!" Zhao Jiping snapped. "As commander of this army, I must lead the charge. Why would I ever bring up the rear?" With that, he ducked inside without looking back. Lin Yu followed closely behind. Xian Daijin tried to stop him again, but Lin Yu had already gone in. With no other choice, he steeled himself and followed. He couldn't afford for either of them to come to harm. Zhao Jiping was the division commander, and Lin Yu was a favorite of Zhou Tianming. If either of them met with misfortune, Xian would bear the consequences. But both men were reckless as hell, acting like living ancestors. Inside the operating room, numerous surveillance screens allowed Lu Wei to see everything happening outside with crystal clarity. His subordinate watched nervously beside him, his face tense. "Boss, we have to get out of here. They've broken in. These guys are seriously dangerous." Lu Wei adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu and his electric beast. "Lin Yu? He's actually here. Looks like Zhang Minglian and Chu Xiuping failed. What a pair of useless fools." His subordinate pressed on, "Boss. Now's not the time for this. They're about to break in. We gotta get out of here. If we don't run now, it'll be too late." Lu Wei let out a cold chuckle, then turned his gaze to the operating table. "What's there to fear? My masterpiece here might just be their equal. I'm eager to see whether this Lin Yu is more formidable, or if I am." With that, Lu Wei pulled out a syringe filled with crimson liquid and injected the entire contents into the beast on the operating table. Then, Lu Wei addressed his subordinate, "If you're scared, you can escape through the secret passage first." The subordinate felt an immediate sense of relief and turned to run toward the secret passageway. Suddenly, the beast on the operating table appeared behind him out of nowhere. It tore him limb from limb and devoured him piece by piece. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others had entered the operating room. Though the entrance was narrow, the interior was somewhat spacious. As soon as Zhao Jiping stepped inside, he was hit by a nauseating, blood-curdling stench. Covering his nose, Zhao Jiping exclaimed, "What is that smell? Disgusting." Hanging along both sides of the corridor leading to the laboratory were numerous objects. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu realized they were the limbs of tamed beasts. They had been preserved as specimens and hung on the walls. There were countless such specimens. The sight made many soldiers feel uneasy. Continuing forward, they came to a room where the foul stench seemed to originate. Opening the door cautiously, the group was instantly stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 143, Beastmaster's Melting Pot. The room was piled high with the corpses of various beasts, along with severed limbs and broken arms. Zhao Jiping paused for a moment before saying to Lin Yu, Long ago, Yan Shuxing from the Imperial Beast Management Bureau in the capital told me that since last year, Imperial beasts have frequently gone missing, including powerful ones. We suspected someone was capturing them, but never imagined it was this group. Xian Dajin was also stunned. What exactly are they doing? Why would they need to kill so many beast tamers? Are they experimenting on them? Just as the group was speculating, countless feathers suddenly shot toward them from behind. Several Lin Yu army soldiers reacted too slowly, their bodies slashed by the feathers, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. Other soldiers immediately tended to the wounded. Lin Yu, Zhao Jiping, and the others instantly went on high alert. They cautiously approached the source of the feather attack, only to find nothing there. Suddenly, a fireball streaked toward their flank. This time, the group was prepared, and the fireball caused no harm. Zhao Jiping cursed, "What the hell is lurking in the shadows, attacking us? If you've got the guts, show yourself." At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. The footsteps grew louder and closer, drawing near the group. The moment it revealed itself, everyone including Lin Yu froze in place. This thing was a veritable hodgepodge of beasts. Emerging from the far end of the corridor was a beast-tamer creature, a three-headed, six-armed being with a pair of wings sprouting from its back. What stunned the crowd was the obvious evidence that each of its heads and limbs had been stitched onto its body from other beasts. The stitches were painfully obvious. Lin Yu recognized it instantly. The central head belonged to a phantom spirit beast, a psychic-type beast known for its large head and extremely slender body, typically moving by floating through the air. Now, this phantom spirit beast's head was stitched onto the body of a giant spirit bear. And the giant spirit bear's body was covered in a set of rock armor, clearly from a rock scale beast. It must have been ripped off a living creature and sewn on. What kind of person could possibly do such a thing? Not only was its body a hodgepodge, but its 6 arms, 2 additional heads, and even the wings on its back all originated from different beasts. Everyone present instantly understood where all those beastly limb fragments they'd seen along the way had come from. Someone below had actually created a stitched monster. The creature raised its first left arm. Red patterns flickered across its skin as a fireball coalesced in its palm, hurtling toward them. Zhao Jiping's fire-bathing Qilin responded with its own fireball. The two orbs collided mid-air, erupting in a deafening explosion. The Yen Yun army soldiers reacted swiftly, seizing the moment to pilot their flying swords and thrust them toward the Frankenstein's monster. Yet the flying swords only left faint marks upon the creature's armored body. The creature then raised its right arm, from which several ice spikes materialized and shot toward them. The lightning beast's sword, Chengying, materialized in his hand. He unleashed the 9 solitary swords, slicing every ice spike clean in half. Several soldiers capable of super beast armor had already activated their armored forms and were rapidly closing in on the Frankenstein monster. The second left hand of the Frankenstein monster bore a long bone spike on its back, which instantly pierced the fastest approaching beast rider, driving clean through the shoulder blade. Its second right hand was shaped like an axe. With a single swing, it disarmed another beast rider. The Yen Yun army soldiers, fearless in the face of death, charged forward one by one after activating their super beast armor. The creature's 2 wings flapped behind it, instantly generating a whirlwind. Riding the gusts, it swiftly retreated, while the beasts approaching it were all flung away by the powerful winds. Xia Jingyan was present for this assault. She instantly recognized the wings of this Frankenstein monster as belonging to a purple-winged divine phoenix, for her own beast was a purple-winged divine phoenix. Xia Jingyan gritted her teeth in fury. Her beast, in its super beast armor state, approached the Frankenstein monster from behind and unleashed a phantom heaven technique. The creature spun away from the strike. Its third left arm, covered in fine hairs, was unmistakably that of a spider. A hole in the palm of this limb suddenly shot out a vast green web. It enveloped Xia Jingyan's purple-winged divine phoenix. The web was poisonous. It began corroding the purple-winged divine phoenix's armor. Fortunately, it was in its super beast armor state. Without that protection, the purple-winged divine phoenix would likely have been gravely wounded. The electrocution beast remained motionless, having entered its earth form to charge up the polar sandstorm. Now fully charged, a colossal sandball hurtled toward the Frankenstein monster, emanating a terrifying aura. The phantom beast head at the creature's center finally showed a flicker of panic on its face. The head on the right side of this Frankenstein's monster was that of a light-bathed Holy Spirit. Countless beams of light coalesced before the creature, forming a protective shield. The Arctic sandstorm exploded the moment it touched the shield. A terrifying aura of destruction instantly shattered the shield, sending the Frankenstein monster flying. Numerous wounds were blown open across its body, blood spurting out in spurts. Once again, the head of the light-bathed Holy Spirit intervened. Radiant light streamed from its eyes, flowing throughout its body to heal the stitched monster's wounds. Zhao Jiping saw his chance. The fire-bathing Qilin instantly transformed into its super beast armor form, rapidly closing in on the Frankenstein monster. In his hand, he formed a fire cloud technique. The left head of the stitched monster was a dragon's head. Its eyes snapped open, glaring at the fire-bathing Qilin. A powerful dragon's aura surged forth. The fire-bathing Qilin was instantly suppressed by the dragon's might. Seeing this, Lin Yu instantly realized something was terribly wrong. He commanded the electrocution beast to immediately enter Dragon King form, transforming into a coiling dragon. It let out a thunderous roar at the Frankenstein monster. An even more formidable dragon's aura emanated from the electrocution beast. All beasts must submit to the dragon's might. The Frankenstein monster bowed its head, crushed by the dragon's power. But it soon broke free again. It extended its third right hand, and a powerful shockwave erupted from its palm, sending the fire-bathing Qilin flying. Lu Wei, who had been watching the battle from the shadows, let out a satisfied smile. My 20 years of arduous training. Not wasted. Not wasted. My phantom spirit beast fought the so-called #1 genius of the eastern continent, Lin Yu, to a standstill. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 144, Dragon Emperor's Alternate Dimension. Zhao Jiping turned to Lin Yu and said, Old Lin, we can't keep stalling like this. Let's activate the 7-body fusion. Alright. Lin Yu agreed. The lightning beast in the sky shed its Dragon King form, transforming mid-air into its Fanlin form. Within this form, it activated its super beast armor. All the Yan Yun soldiers capable of the 7-body fusion were present. The purple-winged divine phoenix, recently injured by the poisonous gnat, had been healed by the healing-type beastmaster and was now nearly fully recovered. 7 super beasts materialized in the sky and began their fusion. Lu Wei immediately screamed inwardly, no. He had witnessed the power of this 7-beast fusion during the live broadcast. Individually, the phantom spirit beasts feared no one, but the terrifying might of the 7-beast fusion was something no phantom spirit beast could withstand. The 7-body fusion was swiftly completed, transforming into a colossal mecha. Fortunately, the space beneath the operating room was sufficiently spacious, otherwise, it would never have fit. Lu Wei and his phantom spirit beast turned to flee, but Zhao Jiping wouldn't give him a chance. He immediately merged the tiger roar beast and the frenzied leopard beast into the heavenly origin sword. With a single slash, a massive blade of light tore a gaping hole through the underground operating room. But the splicer moved with blinding speed, twisting and turning to narrowly evade the blade's path. Taking advantage of the gaping hole in the operating room, the stitching monster immediately soared upward, seemingly poised to escape. The 7-in-1 mecha swiftly pursued, hot on its heels. Lin Yu said to Zhao Jiping, Brother Zhao, keep an eye on things here. I'm going to design a skill. Lin Yu immediately pulled out paper and pen, scribbling away. In midair, the stitched monster's body began glowing crimson, emanating waves of blood-curdling stench. What's this? Zhao Jiping observed the creature's state and remarked, this looks like berserk. Rage mode was a blood demon wolf's skill. They must have somehow transferred it to this chimera. Though the fused creature's combat power surged dramatically after the frenzy, it still couldn't match the 7-in-1. But it didn't matter. Lu Wei's goal wasn't to defeat the 7-in-1 mech at all, it was to escape. Even with its vastly enhanced abilities, the phantom beast turned tail and fled. Lin Yu hurried along, finally completing the skill design. He then shouted at the electrocution beast, Little Electric. With Zhao Jiping's consent, the 7-in-1 mecha instantly disintegrated. Lin Yu tossed the skill demonstration blueprint high into the air. The thunder beast caught it mid-flight, vanished, and instantly began refining it. What the hell is this? In an instant, Lu Wei seemed to face a formidable enemy. He still harbored some apprehension toward Lin Yu's talent for creating skills. Having learned the new skill, the electrocution beast transformed back into its Dragon King form mid-air, twisting and coiling. Its slender dragon body encircled the Frankenstein monster. In its Dragon King form, the electrocution beast's eyes burned with an arrogant, world-dominating pride. Not only that, but the sky itself became shrouded in clouds and mist. Everyone eagerly anticipated Lin Yu's newly designed skill, all curious to see what form it would take. Lu Wei grew increasingly anxious, desperate to free the Frankenstein monster from its grasp, yet it remained firmly entangled by Electabuzz. At that moment, Lin Yu commanded, Little Thunder, activate Dragon Emperor's Dimensional Shift. Dragon Emperor's Dimensional Shift? Just hearing the name sent a jolt through Lu Wei's heart. This skill sounded incredibly powerful. The dragon-transformed Electabuzz opened its massive jaws. Dark purple energy rippled around its body, while thunder coiled within the clouds overhead. The energy then began converging toward Electabuzz, coalescing into a colossal purple energy sphere that flickered with lightning within. Distorted spatial cracks appeared on the sphere's surface. And within the sphere, the energy continued to expand as it compressed. A high-frequency vibration erupted from within, emitting a piercing hum. The surrounding air warped visibly under the intense energy density. Lu Wei panicked. His sole thought now was to get the phantom spirit beast to escape immediately. Any delay would tear it apart. But it was already too late. The electrocution beast unleashed a purple energy sphere. The violet orb tore through space like a meteor, hurtling toward its target. Its flight path left a lingering purple trail, while a dragon's head phantom appeared on the sphere's surface, unleashing a soul-shaking dragon's roar. The purple energy sphere detonated the instant it struck the Frankenstein monster. It unleashed a purple energy storm covering a 100-meter radius. Holy crap! That skill could blow up a small mountain. Zhao Jiping exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Shen Dejin chimed in, if we'd had a skill like this back when we fought that giant beast, we could have blown it to smithereens. Xia Jingyan murmured, Lin Yu's skills are just too terrifying. The entire Yin Yun army was left in awe, primarily because this skill was utterly breathtaking. The Frankenstein monster was blown to smithereens by this attack, its severed limbs littering the ground. Lu Wei's eyes turned red as he lunged forward like a madman, snatching up one of the Frankenstein monster's arms. Clutching it to his chest, he wailed loudly. The electrocution beast shed its Dragon King form, reverting to its small, adorable appearance as it returned to Lin Yu's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. Though the Dragon Emperor's dimensional strike possessed immense power, it also drained the electrocution beast tremendously. After unleashing it once, it was already visibly exhausted. Several soldiers from the Yin Yun army stepped forward, pinning Lu Wei to the ground and slapping handcuffs on him. Lu Wei's face was expressionless, numb, as if the death of the Frankenstein creature had stripped his life of meaning. His original spirit beast had been merely a phantom spirit beast. Such psychic-type beasts suffered from glaring weaknesses, their physical bodies were far too fragile. That was when he first conceived the idea of giving his phantom spirit beast a new body. He experimented with other beasts numerous times before finally succeeding. From that moment on, Lu Wei became unstoppable. If he could replace the phantom spirit beast's body with a stronger one, could he also transplant the powerful traits of other beasts onto it? He immediately began experimenting. After countless failures, he finally succeeded. 20 years passed, and the phantom spirit beast had been transformed into this form. The Yin Yun army tidied up the aftermath here and escorted Lu Wei back to headquarters. Zhao Jiping tallied the Yin Yun army's casualties. With numerous severely wounded soldiers and beast tamers, this marked the first time the Yin Yun army had suffered such heavy losses. It must be said, Lu Wei was truly a talent. At Anyang Residential Complex, Lu Xian rose early to head to school when he suddenly heard a discordant voice. Grassroots, you're still going to school? Your crappy beast can't even take the college entrance exam. What's the point of going? The fat guy, for some reason, was up unusually early today. Lu Xian shot him a cold glance. Don't call me Grassroots. Humph. The fat guy sneered coldly. Here we go again. Didn't you get beaten enough last time? Ha! Grassroot. The fat guy paced over menacingly, his face brimming with contempt and nonchalance. Chapter 145, Tianfu Beastmaster Administration. This time, Lu Xian showed none of his usual timidity. He silently released his beast. Oh! Your beast evolved? The fat man sneered. From a single blade of grass to a whole pile of grass. With that, he swung a punch straight at Lu Xian's face. Faster than lightning, a vine from the blue-silver grass shot out and wrapped around the fat man's wrist. The blue-silver grass's strength was formidable, squeezing the fat man's wrist painfully. Ah! Let go! Grass root! Let go of me, the fat man yelled. I'll say it again, don't call me Grassroot. Lu Xian declared, enunciating each word. More and more vines of blue-silver grass wrapped tightly around every part of the fat man's body. Frantic, he released his own beast. His beast was a D-rank steel-tooth hound, which lunged at Lu Xian the moment it was released. A single vine of blue-silver grass lashed out, sending the steel fang dog flying backward, knocking out 2 of its teeth. Then, Lu Xian manipulated the blue-silver grass tendrils to whip the fat man's face and buttocks relentlessly. Once he was beaten to a pulp, Lu Xian tossed him aside. With a satisfied smile, he headed off to school. I haven't felt this good in years. The fat man was beaten unconscious. When he came to, he couldn't fathom how Lu Xian had become so formidable. Yan Shuxing heard early that morning that the killer who had captured Lin Yu had been apprehended. He immediately rushed to the military headquarters. The moment he saw Lu Wei, Yan Shuxing felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Zhou Tianming glanced at the documents in his hand and smiled at Yan Shuxing. Recognizable, isn't he? Yan Shuxing nodded. Zhou Tianming continued, you might have forgotten, but this man was your colleague 20 years ago. 20 years ago? Yan Shuxing pondered carefully. 20 years ago, he had just passed the exam to join the Beast Control Bureau and was working at the Tianfu Beast Control Bureau at the time. I remember now. Yan Shuxing suddenly recalled. This Lu Wei had been his colleague back then. Later, he was fired for illegally modifying beasts and even served several years in prison. Time had changed him beyond recognition. With this matter resolved, Lin Yu finally found some free time. A rare half-day of leisure in this fleeting life. This time, Lin Yu didn't go to the company to help out, instead enjoying several days of leisurely life. One day, Lin Yu received a call from Lu Xian. Lu Xian informed him that tomorrow, all high schools in the entire Divine Guardian district would be conducting a unified examination and wanted Lin Yu to take a look. The Anyang residential complex where Lu Xian and Louis lived was located in the suburbs of the capital city. This entire area was designated as a single district called the Yuxing district. There were 4 high schools in this district. Lin Yu genuinely liked Lu Xian, so he readily agreed. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early and sought out Chen Yushi. Yushi, could you use the divine ape to alter my appearance? Lin Yu asked. What for? Chen Yushi looked utterly suspicious. Are you planning to meet up with some girl and worried she'll recognize you? Lin Yu's face darkened. Where did that come from? He protested, of course not. After explaining the whole situation to Chen Yushi, she finally had the divine ape alter his appearance. Lin Yu headed to Lu Xian's place first. Though he'd warned Lu Xian yesterday that he'd alter his appearance, the sight still startled him. Lin Yu pulled out 2 skill demonstration blueprints and handed them to Lu Xian. Here. I designed 2 more skills for you. With these, you'll definitely ace the unified exam. Lu Xian protested, refusing to take them, but Lin Yu insisted. He even played a little trick, tossing the skill demonstration blueprints directly onto Qiaoling's body, where they vanished instantly. Having absorbed the 2 new skills, the grass spirit's dark golden hue deepened. Lu Xian turned to Lin Yu and said, Brother Lin, the grass spirit hasn't been named since its evolution. I kept forgetting to ask earlier, could you give it a name? Blue-silver grass, Lin Yu blurted out without hesitation. What was there to think about? Great name! Lu Xian exclaimed. Let's call it blue-silver grass. Louis had gone out specifically to buy breakfast today. Firstly, his younger brother had an exam, so he wanted to give him something good to eat. Secondly, since Lin Yu was also there, he couldn't let his benefactor go hungry. Louis specifically reminded Lu Xian, you must study hard for today's exam. If you score poorly, you'll be letting down Brother Lin for creating such an amazing skill for you. Lu Xian nodded obediently. After breakfast, the 3 headed toward the exam site. Among Kyoto's districts, the Divine Guardian district was the poorest. While other districts rented spaces like beast enclosures for exams, this district's unified test was held at a beast breeding farm in Kyoto, a simulated forest. All 4 high school examinees arrived at the farm's entrance, where their homeroom teacher distributed admission tickets. Spotting Lu Xian, his homeroom teacher remarked with a sarcastic edge, Lu Xian, it's not that I'm singling you out, but I suggest you take a leave of absence and go back. I'll approve it. It's not that I think your beast is too weak, but there are ferocious beasts inside. It's dangerous. If something happened to you, how could I explain it to your parents? Lu Xian didn't waste words. He stepped forward, snatched his admission ticket, and immediately turned to leave. With his back to the homeroom teacher, he said, no need for your concern. Watching Lu Xian's retreating figure, homeroom teacher Wen Qiyun muttered under his breath, a trash beast tamer, yet so arrogant. It wasn't just the homeroom teacher Wen Qiyun who saw Lu Xian this way, the classmates in the class did too. Seeing Lu Xian come to take the exam, they all looked at him with sarcastic expressions. Lu Xian, you're here to feed the ferocious beasts inside, right? What nonsense! Those beasts don't eat vegetables. And that measly bit of grass spirit? Not even enough to fill their teeth. Need me to protect you once you're inside? After Lin Yu designed Lu Xian's skills, Lu Xian had been careful not to reveal his abilities during school these past days, even worried about being discovered. He hadn't even released his grass spirit these past 2 days. Lu Xian had been saving himself for this very day. As he observed the mocking expressions around him, he thought to himself, laugh all you want. I'll give you a surprise soon enough. The Divine Control Division's unified exam was straightforward. Students simply had to defeat as many opponents as possible inside. The more they eliminated, the higher their scores. Students entered the breeding facility to take the exam, while accompanying parents could sit outside and watch everything unfold through the surveillance feed. As the exam began, Lu Xian followed the others inside. Suddenly, Lu Xian sensed something was off. His classmates were all surrounding him. Usually, this group couldn't avoid him fast enough, each one keeping their distance whenever they saw him. Why were they suddenly all crowding around him now? In an instant, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chapter 146, Never Go Easy on Your Classmates. But Lu Xian quickly realized the truth. In their eyes, he was nothing but that useless beast tamer. Barring any surprises, they must have mistaken him for points. And sure enough, just as he suspected, after taking only a few steps, these classmates actually unleashed their beasts. To them, Lu Xian was nothing but points. Eliminating others might be risky, they could easily get eliminated themselves. But going after Louis posed no such risk. His beast was merely a grass spirit. Class advisor Wen Qiyun watched the entire scene unfold through surveillance. Though he felt uneasy about it, he ultimately supported the plan. After all, it was a solution, wasn't it? Besides, with Lu Xian's beast, he couldn't get far anyway. Better to let his own students benefit than hand him over to students from other schools. Lu Xian was utterly disillusioned with this class. Every single one of them wanted to take him down. Fine. Since you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xian declared sharply. Several classmates' beast tamers lunged at him, prompting Lu Xian to unleash his blue-silver grass. Blue strips of paper, adorned with dark golden patterns. The moment the beast appeared, those familiar with Lu Xian frowned. What's this? Isn't Lu Xian's beast a grass spirit? What is this? Suddenly, several vines shot out from Lu Xian's peculiar beast. Each vine lashed out like a sharp whip, striking the attacking beasts with brutal force. The beasts charging at the forefront were all flung backward by the lashes. Watching the scene unfold on the monitor, the homeroom teacher's expression hardened. This thing's power is this immense? A trace of disdain flashed across Lu Xian's face. His classmates weren't much to speak of. He'd merely used a binding technique, and these people couldn't handle it? Suddenly, the sound of shattering stone erupted beneath Lu Xian's feet as a rock-splitting pangolin burst forth from the earth. Its razor-sharp claws lunged straight for the blue-silver grass. A blue orb of light erupted from the blue-silver grass, striking the armadillo with near-instantaneous speed. The armadillo was sent flying backward. The blue orb transformed into a vast net, trapping it motionless on the ground. That alone would have been bad enough, but the net was clearly poisonous. The poison steadily corroded the pangolin's scales. The pangolin's owner was terrified and shouted, "Quick, take it back. I surrender." The blue-silver grass touched the net once more and retracted. The pangolin was eliminated, and Lu Xian earned 1 point. The homeroom teacher's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched the monitor. He could tell Lu Xian's 2 skills were exceptionally powerful. First, the vines possessed immense strength and remarkable resilience. Most tamed beasts, once bound, would be utterly unable to break free. Second, Lu Xian's instant cast skill was blindingly fast, nearly impossible to evade. Worst of all, it was poisonous. Judging by the pangolin's injuries, the venom was exceptionally potent. When Qiyun pondered, this person's grass spirit has clearly evolved. But how is that possible? Grass spirits, being low-tier beasts, cannot evolve. Unless someone exceptionally powerful assisted him like the recently sought-after Lin Yu, but how could that be? Meanwhile, inside the breeding facility, the top student in the class, spurred on by Lu Xian, challenged him to a one-on-one duel with their beast companions. His beast was a strength god, a power-type beast. His family had once bought him a rock crystal. After absorbing it, the beast grew a thick layer of rock armor, granting it formidable defense. Beasts like the might god possessed immense strength. Lu Xian knew that if he were hit, blue-silver grass would be eliminated instantly. Originally, Lu Xian had planned to eliminate the entire class with just 2 moves, but now it seemed he'd need 1 more. When facing classmates, one must give it their all, absolutely no mercy. The brute god charged forward, but the blue-silver grass covering the ground kept sprouting, tangling around its legs. The blue-silver grass kept interfering, while the spider web bindings kept firing relentlessly. This golem dared not let its guard down for a moment. The slightest carelessness could mean getting tangled in those webs and getting poisoned. That would mean instant elimination. Over half the class had already been eliminated by Lu Xian. Everyone stared blankly at the battle between Lu Xian and the brute god, watching him in utter disbelief. When did Lu Xian's grass spirit evolve? And become this powerful? Lin Yu sat in the spectator seats, watching Lu Xian's performance with a satisfied nod. The god of brute force dodged the relentless barrage of blue-silver grass erupting from the ground and the continuous web shooters binding him, finally managing to close in on the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, a blue spear materialized before the blue-silver grass. The blue-silver tyrant spear. The spear appeared too abruptly, its speed too swift, piercing straight through the monster god's shoulder and instantly tearing open a gaping wound. Blood gushed out continuously. This strike pained the monster strength god's master so deeply that he immediately surrendered. At first, Lu Xian hadn't intended to attack his classmates, but he never expected this group to be so vicious and strike first. Thus, Lu Xian held nothing back, eliminating all the remaining classmates. With all 27 students in his class eliminated, Lu Xian's score reached 26 points, a remarkably high score in this assessment. The homeroom teacher was still reeling in shock. The student he had pinned his hopes on to shine in this assessment had been eliminated by Lu Xian. The homeroom teacher felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Every student suddenly felt like they'd shot themselves in the foot. Not only had they failed to eliminate Lu Xian, but they'd also lost themselves in the process. Not only was the entire class stunned, but even the principal in the audience was taken aback. He turned to the dean of students and demanded, "Who is this person? What kind of beast is he using? How come I've never heard of someone like this in our school?" The dean had heard of Lu Xian, a textbook failure. But how had this failure become so powerful? With no other choice, the principal recounted everything about Lu Xian to the headmaster. After listening, the principal adjusted his glasses and remarked, "This kid must have learned a new skill. I've never seen him use this technique before. It must be specially designed. Most people couldn't design a skill like that," the principal speculated. Could it be Lin Yu? But how is that possible? How would that kid even know Lin Yu? Suddenly, the principal sensed that Lin Yu might be watching from somewhere nearby. He turned to look around, but he never caught sight of the youth's face. Could I have been wrong? Chapter 147, The Destruction of the Blue-Silver Demon Mirror. "Hey, what am I thinking?" the principal muttered to himself. How could such a genius possibly appear here? Lu Xian eliminated every student in his class, then continued advancing deeper into the arena. He attacked anyone he encountered, quickly propelling his score to the top of the leaderboard. The top-ranked students were now hunting each other down, as the scores on the leaders were simply too high to ignore. Soon, Lu Xian encountered the 5th-ranked student. This individual was the top-ranked student at Huaiming High School, whose beast master was a flash glow beast. The most terrifying aspect of this beast master was its ability to teleport. It could also condense golden light into blades to inflict damage on enemies. Its primary tactic was to suddenly teleport behind opponents and strike with the golden blades. The moment Lu Xian saw this beast, he commanded his blue-silver grass to entangle itself around him, forming a protective barrier. Simultaneously, he sought an opening to counterattack. But even Lu Xian hadn't anticipated the flashlight beast's movement speed being this blindingly fast. It flashed beside blue-silver grass, which swiftly fired a web to bind it, an instant cast skill nearly impossible to evade. Yet the flashlight beast teleported again, materializing on the other side of blue-silver grass. This time, it also fired 2 golden beams. Fortunately, protected by its vines, blue-silver grass deflected both beams. Lu Xian's expression froze. Looks like I'll have to use that skill brother Lin gave me this morning. He commanded the blue-silver grass, use the blue-silver demon mirror of annihilation. The shining beast's owner listened in confusion. Silver? Demons? Mirrors? What on earth was going on? Suddenly, the tiny blue-silver grass plant radiated a terrifying aura. It felt like a killer whale emerging from the abyss. Just as the flashglow beast stood frozen in shock, it suddenly realized it was trapped inside a crystal, unable to move. What kind of skill is this? The shining beast's owner was flustered. He'd never seen anything like it before. Now, the flashlight beast could neither teleport nor unleash its golden glow. Before the blue-silver grass, the blue-silver tyrant's spear abruptly materialized and thrust forward. The spear radiated a sharp aura, surpassing even the shining beast's golden glow. As the spear pierced the crystal, the owner of the shining beast immediately cried out, "Spare me! I surrender!" Only then did Lu Xian withdraw his attack. The shining beast's owner said, "Thanks. Your beast control is weird, I've never seen anything like it. So powerful. I'm Yu Lin from Huaiming High. How come I've never heard of you before?" Lu Xian replied, "I'm from Anyang High School. Among the 4 high schools in the Divine Beast District, Anyang ranked last. Their top student barely scraped by." Yu Lin was someone he recognized, but this person before him was completely unknown. Yet this person's beast-taming skills were exceptionally brilliant, rivaling even the current top-ranked Xiao Yeyun. Yu Lin conceded defeat and left the breeding facility, forfeiting his exam eligibility. Lu Xian's ranking instantly jumped to 3rd place. The assessment had reached a fever pitch. Only a handful remained in the entire breeding ground, the vast majority had been eliminated. By the end, only 4 remained at the farm center, the top 4 contenders of this competition. Apart from Lu Xian, the other 3 were already renowned figures. Xiao Yeyun ranked first, his beast being a cataclysmic thundercloud, a highly unusual mount, its entire form a cloud with thunder rumbling within. Pointing at the 3 opponents facing him, he murmured, "Thunder pool." Soon, thunder and lightning surged around the 3, and the slightest careless touch would be met with a bolt piercing through their bodies. Lin Yu watched intently from the spectator seats. This beast was exceptionally powerful even among lightning-type beasts. Lu Xian and blue-silver grass showed no fear, as grass does not conduct electricity. Seeing Xiao Yeyun attack them, the other 2 joined forces to confront him first. Xiao Yeyun remained unperturbed as he commanded, "Thunder Shield." The thunderbolt swirling around the calamity thundercloud coalesced into a dazzling barrier of interwoven lightning before him, halting the 2 charging opponents in their tracks. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass to unleash the blue-silver demon mirror's annihilation. The aura of the demon whale erupted once more, causing crystallization to begin forming around the bodies of all 3 beasts present. Xiao Yeyun's calamity thundercloud instantly dispersed like mist, slipping free from the crystallization before reforming nearby. Lin Yu on the viewing platform froze in surprise. He had personally designed this skill and knew its power well. Ordinary beast tamers couldn't possibly escape it, yet this calamity thundercloud had evaded it? This instantly reminded Lin Yu of the mist-formed beast they'd encountered in the Crimsonite Fiend beast space, truly a formidable foe. But Lu Xian remained unconcerned. So what if it failed to trap him? Brother Lin had given him a skill. He hadn't used it once throughout the journey, saving it as his trump card. With only these few opponents left, there was no need to hold back anymore. Lu Xian declared, "Blue-silver azure dragon soul." A celestial dragon materialized above the blue-silver grass. Every teacher in the spectator stands rose to their feet. Xiao Yeyun's calamity thunderclouds were formidable, yet they were now cowed by the dragon's might unleashed within this skill. The dragon's might within the blue-silver azure dragon soul couldn't compare to the Dragon King form of the electrocution beast, but it was more than enough to intimidate these few beast tamers. This skill belonged to the offensive category. Of the two skills Lin Yu had bestowed upon him this time, one was an exceptionally potent control ability, while the other was an exceptionally potent offensive ability. The two skills complemented each other perfectly. The dragon soul pierced straight through the two tamed beasts frozen in crystallization, then turned back to pierce the catastrophe thundercloud. Had the thundercloud dispersed, it might have mitigated some damage. But under the dragon's awe-inspiring presence, they had no choice but to take the full brunt of this strike. Though the Azure Silver Celestial Dragon Soul was an offensive skill, its power couldn't match Tang Haotian's Supreme Heavenly Form or Lin Yu's Polar Sandstorm. Yet it proved more than sufficient against these beasts. Even so, Lu Xian had the blue silver grass hold back slightly. Had it unleashed its full might, all three beasts would have perished. The three were naturally eliminated, leaving only Lu Xian standing on the field. The principals and teachers from all the schools present never imagined that Lu Xian would emerge as the ultimate victor. The other three schools immediately began investigating Lu Xian's background, assuming he was a hidden prodigy from Anyang High School. Class advisor Wen Qiyun listened with an awkward expression. This wasn't some hidden ace up the sleeve, this was clearly the bottom of the class student from his own homeroom who had suddenly become powerful. Lu Xian's unexpected victory drew a swarm of reporters instantly. Facing so many flashbulbs for the first time, Lu Xian felt slightly overwhelmed. He answered the journalists' barrage of diverse questions with a stiff upper lip. But the final question instantly perked him up. Chapter 148, The Race for Resources. Finally, a reporter asked, according to your records, your beast companion is only a grass spirit. But during the unified exam, your beast clearly evolved and gained numerous powerful skills. Why did you suddenly become so strong? Facing this question, Lu Xian turned toward Lin Yu in the audience and declared with utmost sincerity, everything I've achieved today is all thanks to my brother Lin. All eyes turned to Lin Yu in the audience. Lin Yu rose to his feet and gestured. Suddenly, the 72 transformations on his body dissolved. He returned to his original form. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. No one could believe they were seeing Lin Yu here. Then, the entire arena erupted. It's Lin Yu. It really is Lin Yu. This is the first time I've ever seen him. I knew Lu Xian's grass spirit couldn't have become this powerful on its own, it was Lin Yu's doing all along. How does Lu Xian even know Lin Yu? Class advisor Wen Qiyun stood frozen in place. He knew a bit about Lu Xian's background. His parents had passed away early, leaving his older brother to care for him, so their family was quite strapped for cash. But who could have imagined he actually knew Lin Yu? The principal of Anyang High School felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had long suspected that Lu Xian's skills must have been honed with the help of a master. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that master would be Lin Yu. Facing the frenzied crowd, Lin Yu felt utterly awkward. He'd forgotten that the Ling Ming Divine Ape's 72 transformations technique had a time limit. Once the duration expired, the illusion would vanish. This was when Lu Yi's role became crucial. He immediately shielded Lin Yu and hurried them away. The three departed the scene. Lin Yu instructed Lu Xian to strive even harder to become stronger. He urged him to achieve excellent results on the college entrance exams. Then Lin Yu returned to school. The following days passed quietly. Yuxing Company had stabilized, no longer needing Lin Yu's assistance. He spent his days in the dormitory, savoring the peaceful rhythm of life. He occasionally attended classes, though he avoided the skill design course. He dared not face the instructor, lest he frighten the poor teacher. He spent his days playfully bickering with Chen Yuxi, life feeling wonderfully peaceful. Then one day, Lin Yu received a call from Zhou Tianming. Instantly, he knew the quiet days were about to end. Lin Yu answered the call. Uncle Zhou, what brings you to me? Worried you'd get too idle and rusty, came Zhou Tianming's voice from the other end. How could that be? Lin Yu replied. Is there something you need, Uncle Zhou? Come to the military headquarters immediately. I'll explain in person, Zhou Tianming said. All right. Lin Yu agreed. Lin Yu arrived at the military headquarters without any delays and quickly met with Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming handed Lin Yu several boxes. Lin Yu opened them to find elemental crystals of various attributes inside. Fire element, water element, wood element. These elemental crystals could enhance the elemental affinity of a beast tamer's own element. For some special beasts, they could even grant an additional elemental affinity. Zhou Tianming stepped forward, picking up an elemental crystal and saying, "These are precious. All these crystals originate from an island in the ocean, Linglei Island. An incredibly terrifying beast once appeared on that island. Even more terrifying than the colossal creature that appeared over the capital city before." Zhou Tianming explained. To defeat this beast, factions from every continent joined forces, and only then did they slay it. Ultimately, its corpse fell upon Thunderclap Island, forming a monstrous beast space, the Thunderclap Monstrous Beast Space. This beast-taming realm holds vast resources, especially these elemental crystals. The major factions sought to divide its resources, but with so many contenders, the distribution proved unfair. Thus, they decided to settle it through strength. They established the rule: the four continents elite tournament would be held annually. Young people under 21 from all factions would participate, competing to determine their standing. The higher their ranking, the greater their share. The reason veteran powerhouses aren't allowed to participate is that they're prone to escalating conflicts. If it were to turn into a full-scale war, it would be troublesome. That's why the young generation is tasked with deciding the outcome. Zhou Tianming continued, when I think of 21-year-olds, you're the first person who comes to mind. Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This 4 continents elite tournament requires teams of 7. Since our eastern continent has only one faction unlike the western continent with its many, we can field 3 teams. I hope you'll serve as captain of the first team. Zhou Tianming stated. After hearing this, Lin Yu thought for a moment before agreeing, it's possible, but I need to choose the team members myself. Zhou Tianming smiled. No problem. The friends you have around you now are all outstanding, especially that Li Shuweixing. I still remember him vividly. You pick them yourself. If you can't assemble a full team, I can supplement it with a few people. Lin Yu agreed. Zhou Tianming once again placed an elemental crystal before Lin Yu, his expression turning serious. This crystal is a vital strategic resource. Ever since the Western continent's beast riding equipment became dominant, our Eastern continent hasn't won a championship in ages. Last year, we selected geniuses from across the nation to form 3 teams, yet we only managed 3rd place. Zhou Tianming's gaze toward Lin Yu brimmed with hope. I hope you can turn this situation around. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, Lin Yu replied. I'll start assembling the team right away. Oh, and remember, every year at the 4 Continents Elite Tournament, rival factions see this competition as an opportunity to eliminate their opponent's top talents. They play dirty, and killing during matches is common. You must be extremely cautious. Understood, Lin Yu nodded. Go ahead. Lin Yu left the military headquarters, deep in thought as he walked. Yu Shi and Su Yuan will definitely participate. Shu Wei Shang's unique ugly crawl ability makes him essential too, but the company's pretty busy right now. Not sure if I can free him up. Hao Tian's Qianjinling has 2 skills I created with devastating power, but overall it's still not comprehensive enough. If he's entering the competition, I'll need to create another powerful skill for him. For the last 2 spots, I'll invite the Lu brothers. Their abilities are no longer to be underestimated. Lin Yu returned to the company first. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Li Shuweixing buried in a pile of papers. Several secretaries hurried in through the doorway. As soon as Li Shuweixing finished his task, a secretary placed a document before him and said, Mr. Li, there are issues with several martial arts techniques acquired from Tingcheng earlier. We discussed it at yesterday's meeting and decided to take them off the market. We need your signature now. Li Shuweixing mechanically picked up a pen and signed the document. Just then, he spotted Lin Yu. As if seeing a lifeline, Li Shuweixing rushed over with a mournful expression. Chapter 149, The Silu Elite Joint Tournament. Brother Lin. I'm swamped. You have no idea, I haven't even had time to take a sip of water. There's just no end to the company affairs piling up. For a moment, Lin Yu felt genuinely sorry for Li Shuweixing. I was actually planning to. Never mind, never mind. Seeing Lin Yu cut himself off mid-sentence, Li Shuweixing grew anxious. What is it, Brother Lin? Just say it. No. You're too busy. I won't bother you. Lin Yu declined. Li Shuweixing pressed him relentlessly, and Lin Yu couldn't resist any longer. Zhou Shuai asked me to assemble a team for the 4 Continents Elite Tournament, he finally said. I was going to invite you, but seeing how busy you are, I thought better of it. The 4 Continents Elite Tournament. Li Shuweixing knew this competition well. The competition drew massive attention, beloved by most spectators because it represented the prestige of the Eastern continent. Participating in this event was equivalent to representing the Eastern continent, an immense honor. So Li Shuweixing quickly interjected, You've got to take me, Brother Lin. Li Shuweixing clung to him, insisting on going, and Lin Yu finally agreed. Truthfully, Lin Yu had already intended to bring Li Shuweixing along. The Chou Wan Dianxian Lu might just prove unexpectedly effective in this competition. Anyang Residential Complex. Lu Xian walked home after school, his face beaming with joy. Ever since clinching first place in the Divine Realm District Unified Exam and revealing his connection to Lin Yu, Lu Xian had transformed from being overlooked to being the center of everyone's attention. Teachers and classmates alike showered him with warmth, while school administrators frequently dropped by to show their support. Lu Xian never imagined his life would transform like this. As he neared the community gate, Lu Xian thought of the bully who used to torment him. Ever since getting beaten by him, the fat kid hadn't dared to cause trouble again. Entering the compound, Lu Xian spotted a familiar figure in the distance. He immediately rushed forward, exclaiming with delight, Brother Lin. Lin Yu had been waiting inside the compound for Lu Xian to finish school, informing him about participating in the Silu Elite competition. Lu Xian immediately pledged, As long as you need me, Brother Lin, I'll go through fire and water for you. Come on, let's go tell your brother too. He's pretty strong now, bring him along. Not long ago, Louis had been following Lin Yu around constantly, acting as his bodyguard. But Lin Yu simply couldn't stand having someone trail him every day, it felt too awkward. So Lin Yu eventually found a way to get Louis enlisted in the Yin Yun army. Lin Yu had already called Zhao Jiping, explaining the situation. Zhao Jiping immediately granted Louis an extended leave. If Zhao Jiping hadn't already passed the 21-year-old age limit for enlistment, he would have joined the fun too. By the end of the day, Lin Yu had assembled his entire team. The next day, Lin Yu led everyone to the military headquarters for registration. In Lin Yu's team, Li Shuisheng and Louis were both exactly 21 years old. Lin Yu, Chen Yuxi, Su Yuan, and Tang Haotian were all 19, while Lu Xian was just 18, a remarkably young group. The military headquarters was currently screening candidates for the other two teams. In the days that followed, the entire team under Lin Yu's command remained at the military headquarters for training in team building. While individual strength was important, coordination between squad members was equally crucial. Soon, the second and third teams were also selected. After training here for a period, the 4th Continental Elite Competition officially commenced. Representing the Eastern Continent, all participants donned specially designed uniform attire. This year's 4 Continents Elite Tournament was held on an island in the vast sea. The vast sea lies between the Southern Continent and the Eastern Continent, dotted with numerous islands. The largest of these barren islands is called Wind's Rest, where the competition takes place. The 4 Continents Elite Tournament is jointly organized by several factions on a rotating basis. This year's hosts are the Northern Frontier faction from the Northern Continent and the Bright Light Society, a coalition faction from the Western Continent excluding the Holy Spirit cult. Upon arriving at Windswept Isle, Team East Continent, led by Lin Yu, received the competition rules. Once the competition commenced, the organizers would release 140 Chongyang Dragon Rhinos in batches across Windswept Isle. The mission for all competing teams was to hunt these sun-charging dragon rhinos. The tournament lasted 7 days, with rankings determined by each team's kill count at the end. The Chongyang Dragon Rhino stands as the mightiest among grade of ferocious beasts, its combat prowess approaching grade S, possessing traces of dragon-type beastmaster genes, some even emit faint dragon auras. Lin Yu addressed his team. Remember, the greatest danger in this competition isn't the Chongyang Dragon Rhinos themselves. With your strength, taking down one alone poses no problem. The real threat lies in the other competing teams. This so-called 4 Continents Elite Tournament is unlike any competition you've ever participated in before. Because this tournament allows killing. Every faction will stop at nothing to eliminate rival talents, showing no mercy. So remember, here, people are more terrifying than beasts. The crowd nodded in agreement. Soon, the competition commenced. Teams from each faction were randomly placed at various points across the map. The 3 teams from the Eastern Continent were also placed in separate locations. The scenery on Windswept Isle was quite pleasant: lush trees, gentle breezes, and sunny skies. Were it not for the impending bloodbath among the major factions, it would have been indistinguishable from a vacation spot. Su Yuan surveyed the surroundings and asked Lin Yu, "Brother Lin, what's our next move?" All eyes turned to Lin Yu. He had assembled this team, and he was its anchor. Lin Yu looked up and said, "Wait." Soon, 20 beams of light shot skyward. Lin Yu addressed the group. When exposed to sunlight, the sun-charging dragon rhino absorbs the rays into its body. Once fully charged, its horn emits a beam of light. We'll now track it down by following those beams. Su Yuan flattered Lin Yu. Brother Lin really knows his stuff. He understands every trait of all the beasts and ferocious creatures. Remember, be extremely cautious of other teams. Lin Yu cautioned again. Lin Yu's group crept cautiously toward the nearest beam of light, none daring to let their guard down. Here, the slightest mistake meant facing a fate worse than death. As they drew closer to the light source, Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast at his side, Xiaodian, enter phantom soul form and activate mind sharing. The electrocution beast instantly transformed into its phantom soul form, activating the mental sharing skill. In an instant, everything around them, every flower, blade of grass, and tree was imprinted upon its mind. Chapter 150, The Chongyang Dragon Rhino. The group clearly saw that a team was engaged in battle with the Chongyang Dragon Rhino at a location very close to it. The members of this team were predominantly black. The people inhabiting the southern continent were black, so this must be a southern continent squad. Not far from them, the mental sharing also detected a white squad lying in ambush. This squad included a support-type beastmaster whose ability granted invisibility to nearby allies. Thus, the squad remained hidden, waiting to reap the benefits of the conflict between the two opposing forces. Seeing this, Su Yuan chuckled. The dark-skinned folk from the southern continent are fighting the Sunrise Rhinoceros, while the western continent group ambushes the southern continent team. And we're ambushing the western continent group from behind. How amusing. Once the situation was clear, the electrocution beast immediately disengaged the mental link. During past competitions, keeping mind link active wasn't an issue. But now, with danger lurking everywhere and such skills draining immense energy, Lin Yu dared not waste the electrocution beast's stamina carelessly. If stamina weren't an issue, the electrocution beast could keep the mental link active indefinitely, unleashing the prison of Heaven Finger on anyone it encountered, sweeping across windswept island. But stamina was finite. It had to be conserved, just in case something unexpected happened. These black men's beasts were formidable, all starting at a rank, with 3 even reaching S rank. They were currently surrounding and attacking the Chonyang Dragon Rhino. The Chonyang Dragon Rhino was no pushover. This beast was massive, covered in dragon scales, making its defenses formidable. Its head bears a slight resemblance to a dragon's, and with dragon blood in its veins, it might even unleash dragon might. But the most striking feature is the rhinoceros horn atop its head, exquisitely beautiful, like glass. This horn was extraordinary. It could absorb sunlight, either storing it within the horn for later emission or absorbing it to restore the beast's own energy. Because of this horn, the Chonyang Dragon Rhino stands as the strongest A-class ferocious beast. On the southern continent, a man made a misstep. Suddenly, the horn of the Chonyang Dragon Rhino blazed with intense light. A beam shot forth, instantly piercing the man through. Only then did the group of black men realize the terrifying power of the Chonyang Dragon Rhinoceros. They immediately concentrated their fire, severely wounding the beast. As the battle reached its climax, Lin Yu and his companions heard distant shouts from the western continent's hiding spot. Go! 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 They charged forward. The southern continent group, clearly inexperienced, hadn't anticipated the western continent's shamelessness, let alone a sneak attack. The group of black men had already been weakened by the Chonyang Dragon Rhino, and now they were caught completely off guard by the western continent's sudden assault. Under the concentrated fire from the western continent forces, several black warriors suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Of the 7-member squad, only 1 defensive S-rank beast tamer remained, barely holding on. Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Xian, who nodded in response. As the western continent forces closed in on eliminating the defensive type beast master, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass at his side, activate the blue-silver cage. Suddenly, beneath each member of the western continent group, a black cage woven from blue-silver grass materialized. Before the western continent team could react, everyone on Lin Yu's side moved in unison. Cho Ruan decisively tore off one of his own fingers. The severed digit shot like a flying dart, piercing straight through the weakest defensive beast among the western continent's 7. Su Yuan's 100-fruit beast had transformed into Kamen Rider game, entering its victory form. Wielding the fire rope great orange DJ gun, it dispatched another beast with a single blast. The divine apeling Ming somersaulted through the air, simultaneously grabbing Qian Junling and the unicorn beetle now in its armor form and hurling them away. In its own hand materialized the Rudy Jingu Bang, which it swung down with devastating force, smashing one of the beast rider's skulls to splinters. The flung Kamen Rider Kaibutsu executed a night kick mid-air, the most powerful move in Kamen Rider form, piercing one of the beasts clean through. As for Qianjinling, blue thunder erupted from the hammers on its left and right hands. This was the new skill Lin Yu had designed for it, Dark Demon Evil Thunder Rage. This thunder-infused strike was unstoppable, crushing one of the western continent's beasts to death. With only 2 beasts remaining, the electrocution beast split into 2 clones. Simultaneously summoning the Changying sword, it closed in on the last 2 beasts at lightning speed, slashing their throats cleanly. In mere breaths, the entire western continent squad was annihilated. Meanwhile, the Chonyang Dragon Rhino, severely wounded earlier by the black-clad man, had its horns now filled with sunlight. This radiant energy was repairing its damaged body, already restoring 50% of its health. Yet it posed no threat to Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu addressed Tang Haotian. Haotian, how about you handle this dragon rhino? Want to test your new skill? Tang Haotian and Qian Junling approached the Sunrise Dragon Rhino, Tang Haotian eagerly adding, watch closely, brother Lin. Having endured a beating, the Chonyang Dragon Rhino now understood the terror of humans and turned to flee. Qian Junling brought her hammer crashing down upon the Chonyang Dragon Rhino, unleashing a colossal force from the heavens. Already slow by nature, the charging Sun Rhinoceros was nearly immobilized under this crushing pressure. This technique was the gravity swamp skill Lin Yu had previously designed for the Divine Ape. Lin Yu felt this skill would be formidable for Qian Junling too, so he crafted one for her as well. Lightning once again danced across Qian Junling's twin hammers, enveloped in thunderous energy. The hammers struck with devastating force, amplified by the thunder's intensity. The impact sent the Chonyang Dragon Rhino reeling, its internal organs violently shaken. It coughed up several mouthfuls of blood and was clearly finished. Soon, the Chonyang Dragon Rhino collapsed to the ground, its last breath gone. Lin Yu stepped forward, grasping the dragon rhinoceros's beautiful, glass-like horn. He instructed the electric beast to sever it cleanly with the Changying sword. This year's 4 Continents Elite Tournament was a contest to see who could hunt the most Chonyang rhinoceroses, with the horn serving as proof. All that was needed was to slay the beast and sever its horn. Even severed, the horn emitted a faint, ethereal glow, exceptionally beautiful. Alright, Lin Yu said, holding the horn. This place is dangerous. Let's get out of here quickly. When the earlier beams of light appeared, Lin Yu and his companions had roughly memorized their locations. Now, they all hurried toward the site of another beam. The second pillar of light had appeared not far from their current location. When the 7 arrived, they found the corpse of a Chongyang dragon rhino lying in a pool of blood, its horn already gone. Clearly, it had been dug up by someone. "Brother Lin, what do we do now?" Su Yuan asked. Facing this scene, Lin Yu fell silent. Chapter 151, Nothing But Baiters. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu said, "We'll search again when the next beam of light appears. For now, let's stay cautious and avoid rash actions." The 140 sun-charging dragon rhinos for this competition were released in batches. After waiting a long time, Lin Yu and his group finally saw several more beams of light shoot skyward. Lin Yu signaled to the 7 others, "They're appearing again. Let's go." This time, they again chose the closest one and immediately headed toward it. As they neared, Lin Yu once more had the electrocution beast enter its phantom soul form and activated mind sharing. This time, everyone clearly saw a group of people lurking in the grass not far from the Chongyang dragon rhino. Li Shuweixing narrowed his eyes and remarked, "These guys are fishing." "Brother Lin, what should we do?" asked Lu Xian. "We'll hide too. Don't rush. There's more to it," Lin Yu suddenly said. Everyone focused their minds. Through the images shared by the Electro-Wolf, they could see another group approaching from afar. Lin Yu's group of 7 immediately found cover. They watched as the newcomers observed the Chongyang dragon rhino, chattering away in discussion for quite some time before also finding a place to hide. The situation now is that the first squad to arrive is fishing for the Chongyang dragon rhino, and they've been spotted by Lin Yu's group. Lin Yu and his team are crouched behind them. Then another squad shows up, also wanting to be fishing lures, so they hide too, waiting to fish for the Chongyang dragon rhino. But they've exposed themselves right under the noses of the first squad and Lin Yu's team. This created an awkward situation. 3 squads were now lurking in the same spot, none daring to make a move on the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros. As for the creature itself, it strolled leisurely across the ground, calmly grazing on the grass. The scene was bizarre yet strangely harmonious. Su Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a mess. Nothing but baiters." The first squad, likely unable to wait any longer, unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks toward the hiding spot of the last squad to arrive. Several ranged skills slammed into the area, powerful shockwaves pounding the ground and leaving numerous craters of varying sizes. The last team suffered heavy casualties. Caught completely off guard, 3 members were instantly blown to pieces. The latecomers panicked, but before they could locate their attackers, the first group charged forward. In a life-or-death struggle like this, who strikes first is crucial. Watching the 2 squads clash fiercely, Lu Xian turned to Lin Yu and suggested, "Brother Lin, how about we launch a surprise attack too?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw Lin Yu's electrocution beast and Shen Yushi's spirit bright divine ape enter their super beast armor states. One had already formed the cold shadow technique in his hand, while the other was charging up the equal heaven technique. Li Shuweixing's ugly worm had plucked off another finger, while Su Yuan's 100 fruit beast had transformed into Kamen Rider Games Shouho form, charging up the fire rope great orange DJ gun. Only then did Lu Xian realize so these guys had all been preparing for a sneak attack. What was he still standing there for? He lowered his voice and commanded his blue-silver grass, activate the blue-silver azure dragon soul. Everyone, except Tang Haotian who lacked ranged attack capabilities, had charged their attacks. With a wave of Lin Yu's hand, several beams of light shot forth simultaneously, heading straight for the 2 teams locked in combat. The 2 squads, engrossed in their fierce battle, hadn't even noticed the unusual activity behind them. By the time all the attacks struck, it was already too late. The already pockmarked ground now bore several new craters. Angry curses erupted from both attacked groups. Lin Yu gave them no chance to catch their breath. Shen Yushi's spirit bright divine ape somersaulted through the air, a cloud forming beneath its feet as it charged toward the group. Pointing a finger at them from above, it unleashed the gravity swamp. The already gravely wounded individuals below were crushed beneath its weight, unable to even stand. The divine ape then swung its staff high, bringing it crashing down. In his Kamen Rider Kamen form, the electrocution beast moved with blinding speed, closing in on the group as if teleporting. A powerful rider kick followed, its force tearing one beast rider to shreds. Watching the others fight, Tang Haotian had been itching to join in for so long. He finally unleashed Xianju Ling into the fray, unleashing his whirlwind hammer technique. By the time Su Yuan arrived with the blue-silver grass Kamen Rider, the entire group had been wiped out. Louis retrieved a glass-like horn from one of the bodies and handed it to Lin Yu, remarking, "Who knows which team he was from? To have a rhinoceros horn on him." Lin Yu stowed the horn away. As the group watched the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros still grazing, someone asked, "Brother Lin, what should we do with this rhinoceros? Should we just kill it and take the horn?" Lin Yu pondered for a long time before replying, "If we kill it, we'll have to follow the light pillars to find another Chongyang dragon rhinoceros. That makes us vulnerable to ambushes or traps. You all saw how treacherous these people were, they love lying in wait. If we get caught in a trap, we'll be in big trouble." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yu continued, in my opinion, we should relocate this Chongyang dragon rhino. Let it keep absorbing sunlight, emitting beams, and drawing people in. We'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding Lin Yu's reasoning sound. Without further ado, Lin Yu had the electrocution beast enter its spatial form. Using the suspension ring's teleportation ability, they randomly appeared at another location on the island. Lin Yu and the others moved ahead first, then Lu Xian commanded the blue silver grass to use entangle, forcibly dragging the sun-charging dragon rhino, which was as massive as a small mountain, into position. After a long while, light pillars began appearing sporadically across the island again. Another batch of sunrise rhinos had been released. This was already the third wave. The one Lin Yu's group had captured had absorbed so much sunlight that its horn grew increasingly luminous. Then, a pillar of light shot skyward. Lin Yu surveyed the scene and addressed the group, alright, this will definitely draw a crowd. Let's hide well. When they arrive, launch a wave of ranged attacks first, then close in for melee combat. We need to catch them off guard. Lin Yu's plan was sound. Rather than risking themselves elsewhere, they could simply guard this sun-charged dragon rhino and keep reaping rewards. Soon, a group of people arrived. The Four Continents Elite Tournament had been underway for most of the day, and the initial skirmishes had been the fiercest. After this round of carnage, every remaining team had become extremely cautious. This particular group moved with extreme caution, tiptoeing along the entire way. As they neared the Chongyang dragon rhino, the group suddenly halted. Chapter 152, A Barrier of 1,000 June. Lin Yu and the others were poised to act, but they didn't forget to keep moving forward. Su Yuan stared intently at them, thinking to himself, keep moving. Why did you stop? The group kept their heads down, murmuring among themselves. After a long discussion, they finally resumed their forward movement. Yet after only a few steps, they halted once more. They were all white men, their garments adorned with the emblem of a crimson moon. Li Shuixing remarked, I've heard there's a minor faction in the northern frontier whose emblem is a red moon. This group must be the Red Moon Church from the northern continent. Among the four continents, the northern continent, like the western continent, was predominantly populated by white people. The leader's beast companion resembled a pool of sludge, dark and viscous, like venom oozing across the ground. Lin Yu frowned at the beast, utterly perplexed. What on earth is that? I've never seen a beast like this before. When Lin Yu first arrived in this world, he knew nothing. Later, he deliberately studied the characteristics of every type of beast and the traits of various ferocious creatures, amassing a wealth of knowledge that could be considered quite extensive. Yet this sludge-like beast was truly something he'd never encountered before. As the group halted, the mud-like beast split into several smaller fragments. The other 6 beasts then picked up these fragments and swallowed them whole. Shen Yushi watched in astonishment, her eyes wide as she demanded, what the hell is this? Eating my teammates? Then an eerie scene unfolded. The 6 beasts that had consumed the sludge began to dissolve, turning into clumps of sludge just like their original form. Lin Yu and his group were dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Soon, the mud began coalescing, slowly forming human shapes. Lin Yu finally understood, this mud-like beast of burden acted as an adhesive. It could cause the beasts that consumed it to melt and fuse together. After taking human form, the mud began to coalesce, transforming into a monstrous beast of flesh and blood. Before Lin Yu and his companions could react, the 6-in-1 beast unleashed a jet of green light hurtling straight toward them. Oh no! Lin Yu shouted. We've been spotted. Everyone was puzzled. How had this squadron detected them? Lu Xian immediately shouted at the blue-silver grass, blue-silver cage. The blue-silver prison, originally used to restrain other beasts, now formed layer upon layer above them, shielding their group. Tang Haoyan also commanded Qianjunling, Qianjun barrier. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from Qianjunling's body. It formed a red light shield that unfolded outside the blue-silver cage, shielding everyone within. The silhouettes of 3 giant ants appeared upon this barrier. The 1,000-ton barrier skill was designed by Lin Yu for Tang Haoyan during their participation in the Four Continents Elite Tournament. Its inspiration stemmed from the 8th soul skill of Tang San's soul beast, the heaven-shattering hammer, obtained by hunting 3 queen ants. The power of these 3 queens layered upon each other, forming a protective shield with formidable defensive strength. But the 6-in-1 beast master wasn't one to be trifled with either. Its left arm was formed from a spirit-storing frog. This S-rank beast master's beast was formidable for its ability to absorb primordial energy from the heavens and earth, storing it within its belly before unleashing it in a devastating blast. Its destructive power ranked among the most terrifying of all beast master's beasts. Everyone present recognized this beast. Being struck by its power would likely reduce one to dust. Yet when that formidable attack struck the 1,000-ton barrier, it merely rippled slightly before quickly subsiding. The Red Moon Church members were stunned. What kind of skill was this? How could its defense be this formidable? Yet they refused to give up. The 6-in-1 beast raised its left arm high. This limb was entirely formed from the spirit-storing frog. The surrounding primordial energies of heaven and earth poured into this arm. The spirit-storing frog's belly swelled larger and larger. The more essence this beast absorbed, the more terrifying its attack power became. If that bellyful of essence were unleashed, it would be quite unpleasant. Soon, having absorbed enough energy, the spirit-storing frog unleashed a massive green energy sphere. This time, it struck the 1,000-ton barrier, leaving several cracks in the protective shield. Then, the spirit-storing frog began gathering power once more. Lin Yu said to Chen Yushi, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's merge into the triple fusion." Chen Yushi nodded as the spirit bright divine ape began its super beast armor transformation. Lin Yu then instructed Lu Xian, "If the barrier can't hold, use the blue-silver demon mirror's annihilation to trap the enemy. Leave the rest to me." Lu Xian nodded. Lin Yu's team was remarkably well-rounded. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass for control, Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit for brute force, Li Shuweixing's ugly crawler for the unorthodox. At that moment, the electrocution beast summoned another clone and began its super god armor transformation, simultaneously calling forth its super beast, the Dragon War Beast. Chen Yushi's Spirit Ape Beast was already prepared. The Spirit Ape Beast transformed into the chest core of the mecha. The Electric Beast's Dragon War Beast split into two parts, one became slender arms, the other became legs, merging with the Spirit Ape Beast. The triple fusion was complete. The impregnable barrier began to crumble. Inside the triple combined mecha, the three beast tamers began channeling their skills. Two cold shadow arts merged with the heaven-defying art. Another streak of azure light shattered the 1,000-ton barrier, charging straight through and piercing Liu Xuan's blue-silver prison. Then, with a thunderous roar, Lu Xian commanded, "Blue-silver demon mirror, annihilation." The 6-in-1 beast began crystallizing around its body, seemingly trapped. Its right hand was a mountain-splitting elephant, another S-rank beast of absurd strength, legendary for its ability to cleave mountains. The 6-in-1 beast's right fist smashed out, shattering the crystallizing mirror with a single blow. But immediately after, the 3-in-1 mecha unleashed its skill. Its power rivaled the azure light of the spirit-storing frog. It carried an aura of utter destruction. Yet the 6-in-1 beast's two wings on its shoulders shielded its front, transforming into a jade-white hue. They physically blocked this terrifying attack. These wings belonged to the jade-winged sky eagle, a flying beast master capable of both offense and defense. Compared to other flying beasts, the jade-winged sky eagle could transform its wings into jade, significantly boosting its defense to withstand attacks. Seeing its skill blocked, the triple combined mecha charged forward, unleashing a punch. The 6-in-1 beast showed no fear, countering with a punch of its own. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the two fists collided head-on. Chapter 153, The Red Moon Church. The collision unleashed such immense force it created a sonic boom. The combined beast's right fist, wielding the mountain-splitting elephant, delivered such immense force that it sent the triple combined mech reeling backward. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Holy crap, that's some serious power." Su Yuan's 100 Fruit Beast had already deployed all its fruit treasure mechs, merging into 3 S-class mechs. Though they might not be much in this battle, they were better than nothing. At least they could serve as a distraction. The 3 fruit treasure mechs engaged in diversionary tactics while Lin Yu's triple combined mech fought head-on. What the hell is that black, mud-like beast? Its ability is utterly insane. It can forcibly fuse several different beasts together. How have I never seen this before? Lin Yu wondered inwardly. Lin Yu was quite knowledgeable about most beasts, recognizing those with unique or powerful abilities. Yet this black sludge-like creature was utterly unfamiliar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the fusion was remarkably harmonious. The abilities of the 6 beasts were used in succession, endlessly and unpredictably. Lin Yu grew increasingly fascinated by the sludge beast. If I could possess one like this, I could combine the abilities of multiple beasts. My combat would become infinitely more versatile. The battle raged on. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass continuously employed various control skills to restrain his opponents, while Chou Wan waited for the right moment to unleash the Scarab Ascension. The triple combined mecha engaged in frontal combat, while the 3 fruit treasure mechas, Zhen Junling and Jia Dou, periodically launched surprise attacks. The commotion grew too loud. Lin Yu grew anxious. We need a way to end this quickly. If we keep fighting like this, we'll attract more people. Even if we defeat these enemies, we'll face new foes. Being attacked from both sides would spell big trouble. Just then, Li Shuweixing bellowed, "Everyone, get back!" Li Shuweixing's ugly worm began self-mutilating again, tearing at its own heart and lungs. Li Shuweixing declared, enunciating each word, "Beetle ascending the staircase." At these words, everyone immediately scattered far away. The Red Moon Church members watched in confusion as the beast tamers who had been attacking them all retreated, their people fleeing. They couldn't understand what was happening. Did these tamers suddenly get scared? Then they saw an extremely ugly beast tamer digging at its own heart and liver, which only deepened their confusion. Why on earth had it suddenly started self-mutilating? Just as these people were puzzled, the scarab ascending the staircase erupted, enveloping the few of them. In an instant, an indescribable agony swept through their entire bodies. The sensation was complex, as if every form of agony in the world had been blended together and hurled at them. The group cursed in English, their mouths spewing profanity. The 6-in-1 beast instantly lost the strength to continue fighting, collapsing to the ground in agony. The black sludge binding its body began to disintegrate. It convulsed and trembled in agony, resembling boiling water. The other 6 beast tamers also collapsed to the ground, each wailing in agony. Only one mental-type beast tamer, having escaped this torment, fled far away. This mental-type beast tamer possessed exceptionally strong psychic power during the fusion. It had served as the collective brain. Moreover, it was most likely this very beast that had initially allowed the Red Moon cultists to detect Lin Yu and his companions. Louis had seen it all. As the saying goes, uproot the weeds to prevent regrowth. There was no way he would let it escape. The beetle-formed Jiado moved with blinding speed. Psychic-type beasts were typically physically weak, lacking strength and unable to run fast. Jiado caught up in 2 or 3 strides, leaping into the air for a night kick. The psychic beast stared at Jiado in sheer terror, but it was all too late. The beast was struck by Jiado's night kick, killed in a single blow. During this period, Li Shuisheng had discovered a weakness in his ugly worm. The divine skill beetle ascension could be dodged by powerful psychic-type beasts. That was precisely why that psychic-type beast had managed to escape. The remaining beasts still screamed in agony, but the triple combined mecha remained unaffected by Scarab Ascension. It charged into the midst of these beasts, unleashing a brutal slaughter. These men were powerless to fight back and were all killed. Afterward, Shou Ruan deactivated the Scarab Ascension. Lin Yu stepped forward, picked up the mud-like corpse of the beast from the ground, and stored it away. Once this tournament ends, I'll definitely study what the hell this thing is, Lin Yu thought to himself. Su Yuan was tasked with cleaning up the battlefield scavenging loot. He pulled a glazed ox horn from one corpse and exclaimed excitedly, Brother Lin, look. They had a Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horn too. We have 3 now. Lin Yu glanced at it and said, keep this horn safe. Everyone stay alert, watch out for ambushes. We just made way too much noise. Participating in this 4 continents elite tournament had truly broadened Lin Yu and his companions' horizons. They never imagined encountering so many bizarre and unique beast tamers, each possessing such extraordinary abilities. After a full day of turmoil, dusk had fallen and the sun was setting. The Chongyang dragon rhino they'd used for baiting could no longer absorb sunlight through its horn, rendering it incapable of emitting light beams. Louis asked, Brother Lin, what should we do with this sun-charging dragon rhinoceros? We can't just keep guarding it until dawn. Should we keep using it as bait? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, let's kill it. Take its horn, and when dawn breaks, we'll find another one. Who wants to give it a try? Lu Xian eagerly stepped forward, volunteering, Brother Lin, let me do it. I'll test the current strength of my blue-silver grass. Lin Yu smiled. Alright, you're on. Lin Yu was always eager to give the younger generation more opportunities to gain experience. All eyes turned to Lu Xian. As the youngest member of the group, everyone adored him and looked out for him, treating him like a cherished younger brother. As Lu Xian's blue-silver grass stood before the dragon rhinoceros, the beast seemed to sense danger, glaring menacingly at the plant. The 2 beast tamers began to face off. Lu Xian commanded, blue-silver coil. Several vines of the blue-silver grass burrowed underground and began to grow, suddenly emerging from beneath the rhino. Once it was bound, the blue-silver grass, enhanced by Lin Yu's various enhancements, possessed numerous additional properties. For instance, the blue-silver grass was now poisonous. This poison also carried corrosive properties. The Chongyang dragon rhino possessed immense strength. Lu Xian's initial use of entanglement was never meant to restrain it, his true purpose was to deliver the poison. But Lu Xian quickly realized the Chongyang dragon rhino's hide was covered in dragon scales, offering formidable defense. Though the blue-silver grass's poison was corrosive, it couldn't penetrate the Chongyang dragon rhino's skin because its skin was made of dragon scales. This move only enraged the Chongyang dragon rhino, which charged straight at Lu Xian. Its horn, gleaming like frosted glass, radiated a chilling light. If it collided with Lu Xian, he would be finished. Chapter 154, Spring Wines Bring New Growth. Everyone watched the scene unfold with bated breath, each prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Should the Chongyang dragon rhino draw near Lu Xian, they would strike together to eliminate it. Hearts pounded in throats as the charging sun dragon rhino charged toward Lu Xian, its hooves pounding the ground with a thunderous rumble. The earth trembled beneath its feet, as if an earthquake had struck. Lu Xian's expression turned grim as he commanded, blue-silver cage. Thick, black vines surged from the ground, forming a cage that briefly trapped the sun-charging dragon rhino. Yet it could only hold it for an instant before being shattered. But Lu Xian never intended for the blue-silver cage to truly restrain the sun-charging rhino. His goal was merely to slow its advance. Next, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, use the blue-silver demon mirror's annihilation. Dark crimson mirrors materialized before the sun-charging dragon rhino. This skill was formidable, yet for the beast, shattering the blue-silver prison was as effortless as piercing through paper. Yet the mirrors formed by the blue-silver demon mirror annihilation were like wooden planks to it. While still breakable, each mirror demanded increasingly greater force to shatter. Blue-silver grass conjured multiple mirrors before it. After the sun-charging rhino smashed through each one, it finally closed in on Lu Xian. At that moment, Lu Xian shouted, "Blue-silver azure dragon soul." The Chongyang dragon rhino struggled to shatter the final mirror, only to be met head-on by a colossal azure dragon. The dragon's might weakened the rhino's momentum, and the sheer power of this azure dragon soul instantly hurled the Chongyang dragon rhino flying. Louis felt a surge of anxiety, murmuring inwardly, still unable to defeat him. That was Xian's strongest strike. I wonder what Xian will do next. The Chongyang dragon rhino is the strongest Class A Beastmaster mount. It earned this title due to its well-rounded abilities, but that doesn't mean it lacks weaknesses. The Chongyang dragon rhino's weak point lies in its abdomen. Its belly lacks the protection of dragon scales, making it extremely vulnerable. As the Chongyang dragon rhino was knocked over, its belly was exposed. Lu Xian's expression instantly turned fierce. The opportunity had arrived. The blue-silver grass instantly formed the blue-silver tyrant spear, piercing straight through the Chongyang dragon rhino's belly. Blood gushed forth like a bloody fountain. The Chongyang dragon rhino let out a piercing scream, yet its life force steadily weakened until it finally ceased entirely. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Well done, Xian. You used your control skills to steadily weaken the Chongyang dragon rhino, then seized the moment to expose its vulnerability before delivering the fatal blow. Calm and collected, fearless in the face of danger. Lu Xian scratched his head sheepishly. In its fanling form, the electrocution beast approached the corpse of the Chongyang dragon rhino and sliced off its horn with a single stroke of the Changying sword. Lin Yu's team now possessed 4 rhino horns. Chou Ruan, having sustained severe injuries from his earlier use of the Scarab Ascension technique, was now slowly healing himself using the Fire Robe Sutra. After observing for a while, Lin Yu spoke up. I feel like our team has a minor issue. All eyes turned to Lin Yu. He continued, I've noticed we lack a healing-type beast tamer. The only healing available is Chou Ruan's Fire Robe Sutra, but it's very slow. We should acquire a healing-type skill. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yu turned to Lu Xian and said, Xiao Xian, I'll redesign a skill for your blue-silver grass. A delighted yet slightly embarrassed look spread across Lu Xian's face. He fidgeted awkwardly and said, You're putting me out again, brother Lin. Lin Yu wasted no time, pulling out a skill demonstration blueprint and immediately began scribbling on it. The competition didn't prohibit bringing skill demonstration blueprints or similar items, so Lin Yu had brought plenty. Before long, Lin Yu finished designing the skill and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian trusted Lin Yu implicitly. Without even opening it, he immediately fed it to his blue-silver grass. The blue-silver grass absorbed the energy upon contact. Lin Yu smiled and said, Give it a try. Li Shuisheng handed over his ugly worm. Since the Fire Robe Sutra healed too slowly, he decided to let the blue-silver grass practice instead. The healing skill Lin Yu designed this time was called Wildfire Burns Not Out, Spring Breeze Blows It Back to Life, a rather lengthy name. The inspiration came from Tang San's left leg soul bone. A faint blue glow emanated from the blue-silver grass, enveloping the ugly worm. The wounds on the ugly worm began healing at a visible pace. Li Shuisheng nodded and remarked, It truly heals faster than the Fire Robe Sutra and far more gently too. The Fire Robe Sutra Lin Yu had previously designed for the ugly worm caused excruciating pain during healing. By the time the wounds were mended, the creature was nearly dead from agony. Soon, the ugly worm had fully recovered. Li Shuisheng ruffled its head and tucked it back into his pocket. Night had fallen completely. With no lights on this small island, the darkness was pitch black once night fell, and the howls of wolves echoed endlessly. Something's off. Li Shuisheng exclaimed. We traversed many areas during the day and never saw a single wolf. How come there are so many howls now that night has fallen? Everyone present was sharp-witted and instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Chen Yushi's eyebrows knitted tightly. In every Four Continents Elite tournament, the organizers deliberately released dangerous beasts to increase the difficulty. These wolves were probably released by them. Su Yuan cursed, damn it. We were all ready to rest, and they go and release wolves. They clearly don't want us to get any rest. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Looks like that's exactly their goal, keeping us restless even at night. Everyone stay alert. Who knows what kind of wolves they've unleashed? So what do we do now? Su Yuan asked. Forget about resting properly. But what can we do? We're just contestants with no say in the matter. Lin Yu said through gritted teeth. Let's take turns resting. Keep your sleep light, wake up at the slightest sound. Following Lin Yu's suggestion, the group found a relatively safe spot to set up camp and rest. The 7 split into 3 groups, each taking a 2-hour watch. The first team consisted of Lin Yu and Chen Yushi, stationed outside with their beast companions released to keep watch. The night watch proved tedious, so the two passed the time chatting. Chen Yushi gazed up at the stars and remarked, You know, Lin Yu, I never imagined I'd end up like this. You know, my beast mastery was only B rank originally. Compared to most people, that was already impressive, but it still had its limits. Ever since I met you, though, I've accomplished things I never dared dream of before. As she finished speaking, the look in Chen Yushi's eyes as she gazed at Lin Yu began to change. An unusual atmosphere began to rise between them. Chapter 155, Night Raid of the Wolfpack. I never imagined I'd get into Tianhua Beastmaster Academy, let alone represent the entire Eastern continent in the Four Continents Elite Tournament. Chen Yushi continued speaking to herself before suddenly turning around. She caught Lin Yu staring at her, completely transfixed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked coyly, "What are you looking at?" Lin Yu replied with deadpan seriousness, "Step aside a bit. I'm looking at what's behind you." Chen Yushi instantly grew angry. What could possibly be interesting behind her? She whirled around sharply and saw several pairs of green eyes glowing in the night. They were emitting a faint green fluorescence. What is this? Chen Yushi's expression changed instantly, but she forced herself not to scream. In the darkness, more and more pairs of glowing green eyes appeared, slowly approaching the campsite, seemingly encircling them. Are those wolf eyes? Are we surrounded by wolves? Lin Yu forced himself to stay calm as he addressed Chen Yushi. I've already sent the electric shock beast to wake them up. We need to evacuate. We can't stay here. Something's wrong. How did so many wolves target us? Slowly, the eyes grew more numerous. It was clear they were surrounded. Wolves were cunning creatures. They wouldn't attack lightly, but instead sought opportunities, waiting for the right moment to strike. Rustling sounds came from inside the tent, likely Su Yuan and the others had awakened. Lin Yu whispered to the electric beast, "Little electric, activate mental sharing." As the mental sharing unfolded, the surrounding scene appeared in everyone's minds. Everyone was stunned. Within the electric beast's mental range, there were wolves everywhere. But Lin Yu noticed something odd. Behind the pack of wolves was a squad of soldiers. Instead of attacking the squad, the wolves were closing in to surround them. It made no sense whatsoever. The wolves seemed to have sensed that Lin Yu and his group had noticed them. They charged forward, their glowing eyes streaking like two beams of light as they moved at high speed. The first few wolves to charge were met by the lightning beast's sword, Qingying, dancing through the air as he unleashed the Duga 9 swords, sealing each one's throat with a single strike. The squad behind the wolf pack remained unaware that Lin Yu and his companions could see them, continuing to trail at a distance. At that moment, Lin Yu observed something else. This pack hadn't surrounded them without reason. Among the rear squad, one beast rider carried a serpent. Its tail was raised high, swaying constantly. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu recognized the creature. This beastmaster's snake was called the mind-confusing rattlesnake. Its tail emitted a rustling sound that could bewitch both humans and other beastmasters who heard it. Chen Yushi grasped the situation and said to Lin Yu, "That squad must have spotted us here and deliberately controlled these wolves to attack us. Those bastards." Li Shuixing snarled, "Playing dirty tricks behind our backs, trying to harm us." Lin Yu made an immediate decision. He instructed the Lu brothers, "You two hold off the wolves outside the tent. Everyone else, follow me inside. We'll show this squad a thing or two." With that, Lin Yu turned and entered the tent, the others following close behind. "Xiao Dian, enter spatial form." Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast. The electric beast swiftly transformed into its spatial form. Lin Yu instructed the group, "I'm about to have Xiao Dian teleport us behind that group. They like playing dirty? Then we'll outdo them in sneakiness. Once we teleport in, strike swiftly, show them no mercy." "Got it," the group responded in unison. Lin Yu then commanded the electrocution beast, "Xiao Dian, use the suspension ring for teleportation." In its spatial form, the electrocution beast swiped forward, instantly opening a teleportation portal before it. The group swiftly stepped through. The portal glowed with golden light, highly visible in the night, which was precisely why Lin Yu had directed them toward the tent. At that moment, every member of the ambush squad was fixated on the mountain, completely unaware that a portal had appeared behind them. One individual, somewhat alert, noticed a flash of light behind them. Then, a melodious voice rang out, "Emulate heaven, mimic earth." This was the first skill Lin Yu and Chen Yushi had created together, and it ranked among Lin Yu's most powerful creations. Combined with Chen Yushi's beast evolution into the spirit bright divine ape, this move became even more terrifying. The divine ape's form suddenly swelled in size. Before the squad could react, its massive fist came crashing down. The men tried to flee, but each felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, utterly unable to move. Fearing they might escape, Chen Yushi unleashed not only heavenly emulation but also gravity swamp upon them. "Xiao Dian, take out that snake!" Lin Yu shouted. Before the mind-confusing rattlesnake could react, a pale blue blade sliced clean through its tail and head. The snake's head and tail fell to the ground together. The wolves on the mountain gradually regained their senses and scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Yi and Lu Xian, the two brothers guarding the camp, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though these wolves posed little threat to them individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The brothers were struggling to handle the situation at the moment. Once the wolves dispersed, they immediately passed through the portal to assist Lin Yu and his group. Judging by their complexion, the ambushing squad appeared to be Middle Eastern. Numerous minor factions existed in the region, though their exact affiliation remained unclear. One of them commanded a sandstorm demon, a colossal beast capable of manipulating sand and dust. Sand blew relentlessly toward Lin Yu, obscuring his vision so severely he could barely keep his eyes open. Tang Haotian shouted to Qian Junling, "Activate the 1,000-ton barrier." A crimson protective barrier materialized overhead, blocking the raging sandstorm. "Damn it, guys, show them what we're made of." Seeing the sand finally held back, Lin Yu thought of these very people who had deprived him of sleep and shouted in irritation. The sand demon, seeing its sand attack rendered useless, solidified its form and immediately punched the protective barrier. Fortunately, the beast's attack power wasn't very high. Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, "Quick, use entangle." Several vines of blue-silver grass shot up from below, but the sand demon's body instantly dispersed, evading the entanglement. Just then, Lin Yu's voice boomed, "Great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger. One finger imprisons heaven and earth." The aura emanating from the electrocution beast surged with overwhelming power, drawing chi from all directions toward this spot. In the darkness, golden energy surged, trapping the sandstorm demon and the rest of the squad. The others tried to flee, yet they couldn't break free from this aura. Chapter 156, Zombie Siege. A golden finger gradually coalesced in the air, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction. This finger pressed straight down, crushing everyone beneath it to death. Su Yuan marveled, "The power of this technique is truly immense." The entire squad was wiped out. Among their corpses, something glinted. Blue-silver grass wrapped its tendrils around the object, revealing 3 horns from the Chongyang dragon rhino. Combined with the original 4, Lin Yu's squad now possessed 7 rhino horns. Lu Xian examined the horns and remarked, "Only a few Chongyang dragon rhinos appeared today. For them to have 3 horns, they must have ambushed another squad before attacking us." Lin Yu replied, "Where they got their horns isn't our concern. We need to move locations immediately to prevent another ambush." The commotion caused by the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger earlier was simply too loud. Lin Yu suspected there were more than just this one squad capable of nighttime ambushes. During the day, the light pillars provided guidance, but at night, without them, the electrocution beast, having just caused such a commotion, would become a sitting duck. Lin Yu swiftly used his suspension ring to teleport them to another location. They found another relatively peaceful spot to set up camp, maintaining the agreed-upon rotating night watch schedule. Since Lin Yu and Shen Yushi had already completed their shift, it was now the turn of the Lu brothers, Lu Yi and Lu Shen. The brothers held their watch until the late hours of the night before handing over to the final shift, Su Yuan, Tang Haotian, and Li Shuisheng. A few wolves had wandered by during the late hours, but Su Yuan's 100-fruit beast had dealt with them all. The night passed without incident until dawn. After waking up, Lin Yu stretched lazily and muttered, "Finally got a decent night's sleep." After all the commotion last night, he'd been on edge all day and couldn't rest easy at night. Thankfully, the latter part of the night was peaceful, allowing everyone to catch a few hours of sleep. Though it wasn't restful, it was at least some respite. Not long after the sun rose, dozens of beams of light shot skyward. Lin Yu glanced at the nearest one and said to the others, "Let's go, guys. We're going fishing again today." This morning's light pillars appeared particularly close to where Lin Yu and his group were. When they arrived, no one else was there yet. Lin Yu specifically had his electrocution beast use mental sharing to scan the area. They found a concealed spot to hide, watching the sun-charging dragon rhino leisurely grazing. Lin Yu had the electrocution beast periodically use mind share to guard against sneak attacks. But this morning, for some reason, it remained eerily quiet. Explosions echoed constantly in the distance, yet where Lin Yu and his team were positioned, the silence was almost frightening. "This doesn't make sense," Lu Yi muttered. "How could there be no one here? With so many teams participating in the competition, there should be plenty of people around." What puzzled them even more was the atmosphere itself had felt off. The silence was eerie. Soon, they spotted a figure swaying toward them in the distance. Lin Yu once again commanded the electrocution beast to activate mind sharing. When the group finally got a clear look at the approaching figure, they all sucked in their breath in shock. The limping figure was covered in wounds, deathly pale, and had a vacant stare. Parts of his body were even rotting. What was even more shocking was that this person carried not a single trace of life. This was clearly a corpse. Su Yuan gasped, "This thing, it can't be a zombie, can it?" With the mindshare still active, the group was stunned to discover it wasn't alone. Several more emerged one after another from the surrounding area. Not only were there dead humans, but also deceased beast tamers, each limping toward them with a single-minded purpose to target Lin Yu and his group. Lin Yu cursed, "Damn it! Entering this competition has made me see everything except ghosts. This is probably some beastmaster's ability controlling corpses." Su Yuan cursed too, "This is freaking weird. This beastmaster must be using some Xiangxi corpse chasing technique." Lin Yu had thought he'd seen every type of beastmaster out there, but he never imagined one with such a bizarre skill. Lin Yu's expression turned grim. Xiao Dian's psychic link can't locate him, which means this skill's range is enormous. Everyone, be careful. I wonder if the controlled beast corpses can still unleash skills. If they can, this beast master is truly beyond belief. Li Shu Weisheng remarked. These undead moved slowly, yet their numbers swelled relentlessly, as if every corpse on Fengxi Island had been summoned. Soon, Lin Yu and his companions were completely surrounded. Su Yuan ordered, "Hold your fire for now. I'll send my mech to probe their defenses." Su Yuan then commanded the 100 Fruits Beast to summon several mechs to eliminate the zombies. As expected, the zombies possessed little offensive capability. Su Yuan's Fruit Treasure mech could effortlessly eliminate them even before completing its fusion. Then, the group spotted several Chongyang dragon rhinos charging from afar. Upon closer inspection, they too were zombies. The most bizarre thing was that the horns of these charging sun rhinoceroses had been completely gouged out. As they approached Su Yuan's Fruit Treasure mecha, their already massive bodies suddenly began to swell. Then, with a thunderous boom, they detonated themselves. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but under its force, Su Yuan's several mechs were blown to smithereens on the spot. Lin Yu surveyed the scene and declared, "These zombies lack offensive capabilities, and zombie riding beasts can't unleash skills either. But they explode something we might not withstand. Our top priority is pinpointing where the mastermind is hiding." To break the stalemate quickly, Lin Yu instructed Chen Yuxi and the others, "Hold off these zombies as best you can. I'll have Xiao Dian enter spatial form to locate their hideout. If you can't hold out, I'll teleport you out." "Got it," they agreed. Lin Yu then had the electric beast open a teleportation portal a short distance away. After teleporting through, he instructed the electric beast to activate its mind-sharing ability. To Lin Yu's disappointment, however, the surrounding area revealed nothing. Lin Yu had no choice but to teleport to the next location and continue searching. Without a more effective method, Lin Yu could only proceed by elimination, checking each location one by one. Meanwhile, Chen Yuxi and the others were positioned on a small hill. At that moment, the hillside was densely packed with zombies, primarily the corpses of beast masters and ferocious beasts. Finally, the zombies were closing in. Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, "Use the blue-silver cage. Envelop us and form a defensive barrier." Thick vines surged from the ground, rising like a canopy to envelop the group, sealing the zombies outside. But soon, the zombies began exploding one after another, forcibly blasting a hole through the blue-silver cage. In an instant, the group found themselves in grave danger. Chapter 157, The Shock of the 10,000 Souls Banner. One zombie seized the opportunity to slip inside. Lingming Xinyuan swung his golden staff, crushing the intruding zombie to death with a single blow. Baigua Beast summoned all his fruit treasure mechas and transformed into Kamen Rider Game himself. In this close-quarters battle, Tang Haodian's role became crucial. Xian Junling smashed each zombie's forehead with his hammer, taking them down one by one. Lu Yi's unicorn beetle, operating as Kamen Rider Game, proved quite capable in combat, easily handling these zombies. Lu Xian and his blue-silver grass worked to pin down the zombies, keeping them restrained so the others could unleash their attacks. Everything proceeded in orderly fashion, yet the sheer number of exploding zombies proved overwhelming. Wave after wave of detonations unleashed aftershocks so powerful that the group struggled to withstand them. Lin Yu continued searching with the electrocution beast for the zombies' controller. After teleporting to several locations, the electrocution beast finally located the group through mental sharing. However, the repeated use of teleportation and prolonged mental sharing had severely drained the electric beast's stamina. Lin Yu instructed the electric beast, "Little Electric, activate the 8-9 mystic power now. Restore your stamina, then we'll take these guys down together," Lin Yu declared. Electro began channeling the 8-9 mystic art. Meanwhile, Lin Yu observed the squad. Their team consisted of only 5 members, the other 2 were likely already dead. Judging by their features, they resembled people from the Eastern Continent. But this definitely wasn't one of the 3 Eastern Continent teams, because Lin Yu recognized the members of the other 2 squads. The 3 other continents all have factions established by Eastern landers, and these individuals are likely members of those factions. The Beastmaster controlling these corpses was a skeletal figure, its body concealed beneath a wide-sleeved robe. It held a white bone staff that emitted a faint gray glow. Lin Yu observed them and declared, "Since you take such pleasure in manipulating the undead, I shall let you experience it firsthand. Xiao Dian, bring forth the banner of 10,000 souls." The electric beast summoned the banner of 10,000 souls, a skill Lin Yu had designed during their previous exploration of the Crimson-Eyed Beast's space. It contained countless souls captured from that realm, never before unleashed. "Today, I'll test the power of this banner of 10,000 souls on you. Xiao Dian, release all the souls inside." With that, the electrocution beast swung the banner in his hand. Countless souls burst forth from within. Even in broad daylight, such a multitude of ghosts was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. These spirits charged straight toward the 5 men. The 5 spoke the Eastern Continent's language. One rather plump fellow remarked, "I feel a chill down my spine." His teammates scoffed, "You're not scared, are you?" "Ha ha ha ha." The chubby one protested, "No way. I'm used to controlling corpses. I'm serious, I really feel a chill down my spine." One of his teammates said, "Stop freaking yourself out. Don't overthink it. Nothing's going to happen." Just then, as this teammate turned around, he suddenly let out a piercing scream. The others turned to him in unison. "What is it?" Shivering, he pointed behind him and gasped, "Look!" Behind them, ghosts floated everywhere across the mountains and fields. The sight was utterly terrifying. The entire squad was startled. "What the hell is this?" The spirits charged at them one after another, recklessly and fearlessly. And when they collided, it didn't hurt much, just like getting bumped on the head. But there were so many of them. One after another kept charging, it was becoming unbearable. Lin Yu turned to the electric beast beside him and said, "Let's go, Xiao Dian. Our chance has come." The pair found a concealed spot. Lin Yu commanded the electrocution beast, Little Lightning, enter Earth form. Ever since the electric beast's abilities had diversified, this form had rarely been used. As it transformed, a layer of rock armor covered its body, and its limbs became muscular and powerful. Lin Yu commanded, Little Lightning, unleash a polar sandstorm on them. Electivire began to gather power. Sand and dust swirled toward its earthform hands, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction that sent chills down the spine. The squad was too busy fending off the ghosts to notice the power building behind them. Once the Arctic sandstorm's power was nearly fully concentrated, the electric beast unleashed it with a fierce throw. The massive sandball exploded right in the middle of the squad. Meanwhile, atop the small hill, the constant explosions from the zombies had left the entire slope pockmarked with craters. The Chongyang rhinoceros they were guarding was now panicking, darting wildly about. "Why hasn't Brother Lin made a move yet?" Su Yuan asked anxiously. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening roar echoed from the distance. It sounded like a mountain collapsing. One by one, the zombies collapsed to the ground, limp and motionless, as if their souls had been sucked out. Lu Xian exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! Brother Lin succeeded." When the electrocution beast unleashed the Arctic sandstorm upon that squad, they were caught completely off guard. The blast instantly incinerated them, leaving pools of blood across the ground. Lin Yu searched through their corpses and retrieved a full 4 rhino horns. These were for his own squad, bringing their total to 8 horns from the Chongyang dragon rhino. Yet Lin Yu still felt a pang of regret. He was intensely intrigued by that beast tamer who could manipulate corpses. Although the vast majority of beast tamers were now catalogued, every year saw the emergence of previously unseen mutant tamers. These tamers were diverse and varied, and among them, some with uniquely special abilities always appeared. Take, for instance, that slime-like beast that could fuse other beasts together. Or this one that could manipulate corpses and make them explode. After dealing with these men, Lin Yu had the electrocution beast open a portal, returning him to the rest of the team. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Li Shuweixing stepped forward and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you're amazing. You took out an entire squad by yourself." The others gathered around as well. Lin Yu scratched his head and said, "Just luck." Su Yuan then asked, "Brother Lin, with all this commotion now, should we keep fishing for that Chongyang dragon rhino here or move to another spot?" Lin Yu surveyed the corpses littering the ground. "We should move. Fishing here with bodies everywhere who'd dare approach?" Everyone agreed he had a point. Lin Yu glanced at the sun-charged rhinoceros horn, which had already absorbed a significant amount of sunlight. He added, "We should move soon. Another beam of light is about to emerge." Chapter 158, The Ghostly Celestial Ice Spirit. Lin Yu instructed the electrocution beast to open another portal, and the group relocated once more. No sooner had they passed through the portal and managed to bring the Chongyang dragon rhino along than the sunlight within its horn reached full capacity. A dazzling pillar of light shot skyward. Lin Yu and the others began their ambush once more. Though such ambushes yielded great rewards, they often encountered formidable foes. After lying in wait for a long time, they spotted a group of white-skinned individuals dressed in white uniforms approaching cautiously. Along their journey, Lin Yu and his companions had encountered numerous factions, most of which they couldn't identify. But the Northern Frontier's forces? They recognized them instantly. The Northern Frontier was one of the largest factions, occupying 2/3 of the northern continent. Due to the perpetual snow and bitter cold across their territory, the Northern Frontier's beast tamers primarily specialized in ice elemental beasts. Judging by the beasts these individuals led, ice-type abilities were indeed their specialty. They cautiously approached the sun-charging dragon rhino, poised to strike. Suddenly, Lin Yu's squad launched their assault, unleashing several ranged attack skills. But the Northern Realm team was prepared. One of their beasts slammed its paw onto the ground. Immediately, walls of ice rose up around them. These ice walls possessed incredibly high defensive power, managing to block all of Lin Yu's team's skills. Another beast stepped forward from the Northern Frontier group. With a single breath, it unleashed waves of frigid air. This beast resembled a standing toad, its back skin frozen solid like ice. It was a powerful ice-type beast known as the ice demon frog. As it exhaled, its belly rapidly deflated. The frigid air spread out, freezing everything in its path solid. The frigid air surged directly toward Lin Yu and his companion's hiding place. With no other option, they had to reveal themselves. Qian Junling deployed the Qianjun barrier, blocking the frigid air outside. They hadn't expected these northerners to be so alert. The ambush had failed. Now it was time for a real fight. Among the northern frontier's beasts was one resembling an ebony-throated creature ugly and hideous known as the frost demon. With a wave of its hand, several ice spikes formed and shot toward them. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass deployed another blue-silver cage, blocking the ice spikes. With no common language and little to discuss, Lin Yu's side had only Chen Yuxi and Li Shuixing who knew foreign languages. As the saying goes, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. They charged straight into battle. The beast that had initially formed the ice wall touched the ground once more. From its center, frigid ice spread outward. This beast was a 10,000-year snow ape, the purest ice elemental beast of its kind. Qihan's icy power was so pure that the entire area swiftly transformed into a frozen wasteland. Normally, northern beasts fought at a disadvantage outside snowy terrain, but now that the 10,000-year snow ape had altered the environment, these ice-type beasts saw a significant boost in combat power. But that wasn't all. Among this group of northerners was a Yutian ice spirit, a rare ice-type summoning beast. With a wave of its hands, the spirit beast molded the surrounding ice and snow into bizarre creatures. Then, its eyes emitted an eerie blue glow. One by one, these bizarre creatures came to life. When it came to summoning, Su Yuan was eager to test his skills against it. The 100 Fruits Beast immediately unleashed over a dozen fruit armor matches. The Shadow Sky Ice Spirit and the 100 Fruits Beast commanded their respective legions like generals in battle. The creatures summoned by both sides engaged in fierce combat across the frozen wasteland. The others weren't idle either. The 10,000-year snow ape and the divine ape clashed fiercely. The 10,000-year snow ape radiated frigid cold from its entire body. Mere contact would freeze its victims solid. Chen Yuxi dared not let the divine ape engage it head-on, forced instead to maneuver around it. Fortunately, the divine ape possessed a diverse skill set. It first unleashed Gravity Swamp, instantly slowing the 10,000-year snow ape's movements. But the 10,000-year snow ape was simply too powerful. As a beastmaster had managed to break free. Chen Yuxi was taken aback. The divine ape had used this technique countless times against foes without fail, yet today it had been broken. Soon, the divine ape's staff followed, smashing down with a single strike. The was too heavy. The 10,000-year snow ape grabbed it with one hand, but the blow cracked its hand with a loud snap. A chill spread along the golden staff toward the divine ape. The divine ape swiftly withdrew the staff. Seizing the moment, the 10,000-year snow ape lunged forward, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of frigid light. The divine ape somersaulted, a cloud appearing beneath its feet as it soared skyward, evading the piercing beams of frigid light. The 10,000-year snow ape's master watched the divine ape, murmuring in English, "What a marvelous beast tamer. Its skills are utterly unprecedented." The ice demon frog was locked in combat with Qian Junling, opening its mouth once more to spew a blast of frigid air. Qian Junling's barrier of 1,000 Jun unfurled once more, blocking the frigid air. Seizing the moment to close in, the dark demon's wrathful thunder struck. The twin hammers, wrapped in thunder, slammed into the ice demon frog, stunning it completely. Qian Junling's power had long reached an extraordinary level. This ice demon frog was no match for him. Qian Junling unleashed the whirlwind hammer technique, striking blow after blow. The ice demon frog's skin cracked open, its once sculpted form now covered in blood, its back a mangled mess. The frost demon rushed to its aid, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. But how could Lin Yu let it intervene so easily? The lightning beast drew the Changying sword, which shot skyward and intercepted the ice spikes before Qian Junling. The electro beast seized the blade, unleashing the Duga 9 swords. This sword technique was blindingly fast, and the ice demon was no match for close combat. Caught off guard by the electric beast's sudden proximity, the ice demon panicked. Within mere breaths, the electric beast carved several deep wounds into the creature's body, blood gushing freely. The cold-resisting ice demon had intended to aid the ice demon frog, but unexpectedly, not only did it fail to save the ice demon frog, it ended up sacrificing itself. On Qian Junling's side, he had already swung 36 hammer blows. The ice demon frog was beaten to the brink of death. For a moment, the situation looked highly favorable. The Northern Realm was a major power, allowed 2 teams in the 4 continents elite tournament. The Northern Realm team facing Lin Yu and his group was exceptionally well-rounded, including a control-type beastmaster wielding the Xian Icevine. Lu Xian and Blue Silver Grass were locked in a fierce battle with it. The skills of this Xianbing Thorn Vine were similar to those of Blue Silver Grass. One of its vines plunged into the ground, causing ice spikes to erupt from the earth, surging toward Blue Silver Grass's position. "Blue Silver Grass, Blue Silver Cage!" Lu Xian shouted. Thick black vines shot up from the ground, blocking the advancing ice spikes, but the Blue Silver Cage was shattered. Chapter 159, Armor Battle, Transcendent Form. This black ice vine's attack power is pretty strong too. Lu Xian thought to himself. Unlike his blue-silver grass, which possessed distinct control and attack skills, the Mystic Ice Thorns combined both control and offensive capabilities. This made it extremely difficult for the blue-silver grass to counter. Among control-type abilities, this vine was exceptionally formidable. Lu Xian and blue-silver grass's only advantage lay in the diverse skill set designed for him by Lin Yu. They could rely on multiple abilities to maneuver against this Mystic Ice Thorn vine. The owner of the Xianbing Thorn Vine, that white man, was desperate to end the fight and rushed to his teammates' aid. He wanted to dispose of Lu Xian and blue-silver grass quickly. He didn't take Lu Xian's blue-silver grass seriously. What could a bunch of weed-like beasts possibly be strong about? The Xianbing Thorn Vine whirled in place, its icy spine shooting out like a shower of flowers. This forced Lu Xian to have blue-silver grass cover him once more with its blue-silver cage, blocking the icy barbs. The Xianbing Thorn Vine prepared to strike again, but Lu Xian knew he had to seize the initiative or risk remaining perpetually on the defensive. Thus, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, use spiderweb bind. A blue orb of light shot forth instantly. Before the Xianbing Thorn Vine could react, the orb closed in, transforming into a vast net that instantly ensnared it. The white man's expression turned grim as he discovered something terrifying. The web was poisonous. The net was razor-sharp, lacerating the vine's body as venom seeped deep into its flesh. Worse still, the Xianbing Thorn Vine was already showing symptoms like dizziness. It must be said, the tactic Lin Yu had devised for Lu Xian was perfectly suited for a surprise attack. Seizing the momentum, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, activate the blue-silver demon mirror's annihilation. A dark crimson mirror instantly materialized around the poisoned Xianbing Thorn Vine, trapping it firmly. Lu Xian commanded again, now unleash the soul of the azure dragon. A sapphire blue dragon soul materialized above the blue-silver grass, radiating terrifying power. The white man panicked. How could a plant-type beast master possess so many powerful skills? He couldn't comprehend it, but he didn't need to think any further. The azure dragon's phantom solidified and then dove downward. It slammed into the Xian Ice Thorn Vine, shattering the beast tamer instantly into a sky filled with ice crystals. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. Having dealt with the Ice Thorn Vine, Lu Xian turned to see the ice demon frog battling Tang Haotian. Lu Xian shouted, "Brother Haotian, I'm here to help." Then, pointing at the ice demon frog, he commanded the blue-silver grass, use the blue-silver cage. The ice demon frog was no match for Qian Junling. Already on the brink of collapse, it was barely holding on. Now, a black cage suddenly appeared beneath its feet, further worsening its disadvantage. Qian Junling's whirlwind hammer technique had already delivered 81 strikes, building its power to its peak. With a thunderous crash, the hammer came crashing down upon the ice demon frog. The ice demon frog tried to flee, but it was trapped within the blue-silver cage, unable to escape. The hammer struck, and the ice demon frog instantly exploded, shattering into a crimson ice blossom. Li Shuweixing had deliberately chosen the weakest member of this squad. Though Zhou Ruan's skills were formidable and terrifying, the immense energy cost of those powerful abilities was excruciatingly painful for Zhou Ruan himself. Therefore, Li Shuweixing instructed Zhou Zhou to use minor skills against the enemy, merely to stall them until the others could join the fight. Only as a last resort would he employ the Scarab Ascension or Intercalary 5 elements. Unexpectedly, the beast companion facing Zhou Wei, though resembling a winged fairy, was a support-type creature whose primary ability amplified the ice attributes of ice elemental beasts. For a team composed entirely of ice attribute beasts, its utility was undeniably significant. But this thing had basically no strong offensive capabilities, only a few minor skills. Li Shuweixing had picked the softest target, the weakest one. Bullying a weak, support-type beast. His teammates wanted to come to the rescue, but each was tied up elsewhere, leaving them unable to spare the manpower. Even without deploying its most devastating moves, Ugly Worm's remaining techniques were formidable enough to easily overpower a support unit. The support barely held on for a moment before Zhou Ruan tore off one of its fingers and finished it off. Then Ugly Worm began silently tending its wounds, watching the others' battles in quiet observation. Each of the others had their own opponent. Facing Louis was an ice armor warrior god, a truly formidable beast. Wielding an ice-forged blade and clad in heavy armor, it possessed formidable defense and devastating attack power. Louis's rhinoceros beetle transformed into Kamen Rider Kato, locked in fierce combat with it. Both possessed comparable defense, but the ice armor warrior god's icy blade proved devastatingly potent. Its attacks were so fierce that Kamen Rider Kato struggled to counter effectively. Louis recalled Lin Yu mentioning that Kamen Rider Kamen had an ultimate form called the Transcendence form, which would drastically boost his combat power. Thus, Louis shouted to Kamen Rider Kamen, who was in the midst of battle, "Kamen Rider Kamen, activate Transcendence form." Immediately, a crimson glow began emanating from Kato's body. Within this red light, the horn on his forehead grew substantially larger, and the armor plating across his chest thickened considerably. In this state, Jiado's defensive and offensive capabilities both surged dramatically. The ice armor warrior swung another devastating blow, but Kaito withstood it with sheer force. Then, Jiado extended his hand, and a mechanically styled longsword materialized in his transcendence form. This was Jiado's weapon, the perfect insect instrument. Geku wielded the blade, delivering a downward strike. The Ice Armor Warrior swung his own longsword to block, only to have it shattered cleanly. Not only that, the blade also shattered the Ice Armor Warrior God's armor into pieces. The Ice Armor Warrior God's armor was fused to its body. With the armor shattered, the beast rider itself was now gravely wounded. Jiado sheathed his sword and leapt high into the air. With unstoppable force, he delivered a brutal kick toward his opponent. The force of this attack surged through the Ice Armor Warrior God's body. Under the devastating force, the Ice Armor Warrior exploded on the spot. Jiado landed perfectly, his back now facing the Ice Armor Warrior God. He didn't even turn around because real men never look back at explosions. Louis, watching nearby, was utterly stunned. How incredibly cool was that? The beast mastered by Su Yuan's 100-fruit beast was the Eternal Sky Ice Spirit. It must be said, this beast master was truly formidable. Su Yuan was now struggling to even mount a counterattack. Su Yuan had initially used his fruit treasure mechas to stall it, but he never expected the celestial ice spirit to summon more and more creatures, and they were all incredibly powerful. Chapter 160, Lin Yu's Frustration. Among all summoning-type beasts, this one ranked among the most formidable. Left with no choice, Su Yuan ordered his mechs to merge. But unexpectedly, the Yutian Ice Spirit could also summon several incredibly powerful entities. Su Yuan was momentarily at a loss. Desperate, he even had the 100-fruit beast transform and join the fray personally. Yet this Yutian Ice Spirit summoned 2 more S-rank snow monsters. This ghostly celestial ice spirit was undoubtedly the most terrifying presence in this entire group. Su Yuan was already at his limit, on the verge of collapse. Just then, Su Yuan heard someone shout from behind him, "Old Su, get out of the way. I'm here to help." Su Yuan turned to see Tang Haotian. Having already slain the ice demon frog, he had returned to assist wherever needed. Seeing Su Yuan at a disadvantage, he rushed to his aid first. "100-fruit beast, come back!" Su Yuan shouted. Tang Haotian commanded Qian Junling, "Little Qian, activate the Haotian true form." Qian Junling's hammer in her right hand grew in the wind, transforming into an enormous giant hammer. Dark red thunder flashed around the hammer, its sight alone chilling to the bone even from afar. Everyone present instantly sensed a destructive aura. Seeing this, the Yutian Ice Spirit immediately had a summoned creature carry her away. The heavenly hammer required time to charge, but the ghostly celestial ice spirit turned and fled. By the time the hammer's charge was complete, it was already nowhere to be seen. Tang Haotian shouted again, "Old Su! Catch that ghost sky ice spirit." Su Yuan commanded the 100-fruit beast, "Quick! Have the mechs restrain it." 3 combined mechs charged fearlessly, tackling the shadow sky ice spirit. The summoned creatures of the ghostly celestial ice spirit attempted to break free from the 3 combined S-class mechs. A swarm of summoned creatures charged forward, allowing the ghostly celestial ice spirit to escape once more. "What do we do now?" Tang Haotian worried inwardly. Just then, a voice bellowed, "Blue-silver cage." A black vine cage instantly formed beneath the shadow sky ice spirit's feet, trapping it. It was Lu Xian. After slaying the Xianbing thorn vine, he had come to assist. The spirit's summoned creatures attacked the blue-silver cage again. Their destructive power was formidable, and the cage was visibly struggling to hold. Lu Xian bellowed again, "Destroy the blue-silver demon mirror." The blue-silver grass had used far too many skills by now, and its stamina was nearly depleted. After unleashing this final ability, it was truly spent, its blue health bar completely drained. A dark crimson mirror materialized around the ghostly sky ice spirit, completely sealing off its retreat and trapping it utterly. Meanwhile, Qian Junling's Haotian true form had completed its charge. The massive hammer, radiating an aura of destruction, came crashing down. The dark sky ice spirit struggled desperately to escape, but all its efforts were futile. Finally, the hammer struck the Yutian ice spirit with a thunderous crash. The sound echoed for miles around. A massive crater opened beneath where the Yutian ice spirit and its master had stood. Qian Junling's single blow reduced the Yutian ice spirit to nothing, not even leaving a recognizable corpse behind. With the Yutian ice spirit's demise, all its summoned creatures vanished instantly. On Lin Yu's side, the Thunder Beast's overwhelming power made the Frost Demon no match for it. Yet, to Lin Yu's shock, the Frost Demon actually possessed the Ice Blast technique. Ice Explosion was the most formidable skill of any ice-type beast. This technique caused ice blocks to detonate violent explosions of immense power. This area had been transformed into a snowy plain by the 10,000-year snow ape, meaning the Frost Demon had an abundance of targets to detonate. Consequently, the electrocution beast couldn't unleash its full power. While battling it, the electric beast had to remain constantly vigilant. If caught in an explosion, it would be certain death. The two fought back and forth for an incredibly long time. Lin Yu was getting impatient. This was too draining. Finally, Lin Yu addressed the electric beast, Xiao Dian, transform into Dragon King mode. Xiao Dian's body began to transform. Clouds from the sky descended, coalescing around him. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. Amidst swirling mists, the electric beast transformed into a colossal dragon. The ice demon, who had been battling the electrocution beast, was stunned. Wait, they were fighting just fine, how did it turn into a dragon? Lin Yu commanded again, Little Lightning, activate Dragon Emperor's transdimensional power. The Thunder Beast, now in its Dragon King form, opened its massive jaws. Purple dark lightning rolled within the swirling clouds surrounding it. Energy from the surroundings and thunder from the clouds above began converging toward the Thunder Beast. Finally, before the dragon transformed Electabuzz jaws, it coalesced into a purple lightning orb. Everyone who looked at it could sense the devastating aura within. A single glance was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the lightning orb materialized, the very space around it began to tremble. Yet even at this terrifying intensity, the energy within the sphere continued to gather. Until the energy reached a certain threshold, causing high-frequency vibrations within the sphere. Then, a deafening thunderclap erupted. The ice demon and its master began to tremble. Had they known the Eastern Continent's language, they would have begged for mercy already. His master was terrified inside, muttering to himself, "We're not buddies? Is this really necessary? We just stalled you for a bit. Did you really have to unleash your ultimate move?" Shivering, he glanced around for an ally to help him, only to find his comrades had already been dealt with. Finally, the purple lightning orb's power was fully charged. The electrocution beast erupted violently, hurtling toward the frost demon like a meteor striking Earth. The moment the purple lightning orb struck the frost demon, it detonated instantly, unleashing a purple energy storm that engulfed a 100-meter radius. The small hill where Lin Yu and his team had been battling was instantly flattened by the electric dragon's Dragon Emperor's dimension attack. Its terrifying power was evident. The poor ice demon didn't even leave a corpse behind, completely vaporized by this immense power. Teams from all surrounding factions noticed Lin Yu's location, intrigued by the successive, deafening explosions. Some even suspected a team had brought nuclear weapons into the contest. The Northern Frontier squad was nearly wiped out entirely, with only Chen Yushi's Lingming Divine Ape and the 10,000-year Snow Ape still fighting. Chen Yushi hesitated to unleash the Divine Ape's heaven-shaping earth-transforming technique. Its staggering stamina cost would have long since claimed the 10,000-year Snow Ape. As the battle raged on, suddenly, the Divine Ape's eyes turned golden. Caught off guard, the 10,000-year Snow Ape locked eyes with the Divine Ape. The golden light blazing from the Divine Ape's eyes instantly surged into the 10,000-year Snow Ape's mind as psychic assault. The 10,000-year Snow Ape instantly felt a splitting headache. Chapter 161, The Three Teams of the Eastern Continent. Seizing the moment, the Divine Ape swung its. The weight of the crashed down hard on the 10,000-year Snow Ape's head. A crisp sound, like a watermelon shattering, echoed as the Snow Ape's skull exploded. And just like that, all 7 members of the Northern Frontier squad were dealt with. Su Yuan resumed his usual role, cleaning up the battlefield. Lin Yu instructed him, "Old Su, hurry up. We've made too much noise. I suspect several teams have already noticed us and are heading this way. We need to get out of here fast." Su Yuan nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Lin." The others spontaneously joined Su Yuan in clearing the battlefield. Ultimately, they recovered 4 horns from the bodies of this group. Su Yuan remarked, "These guys were pretty well stocked. 4 horns in total." With this, Lin Yu's team now possessed 12 Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns. Among all competing teams, they should rank among the top contenders. Lin Yu declared, "Alright, let's get out of here first." As before, Lin Yu had the electrocution beast activate the suspension ring to open a teleportation portal. The group swiftly passed through, while Lu Xian used blue silver grass to pull the Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros into the portal. Lin Yu's hunch proved correct. Before long, 2 other teams cautiously approached the area. Yet, aside from the scattered corpses and the small hill that had been completely flattened, they found nothing. Only the traces left behind hinted at the fierce battle that had taken place here. They didn't find Lin Yu's group, but the 2 squads encountered each other and immediately clashed. But none of this concerned Lin Yu anymore. After relocating, Lin Yu stuck to the original plan, using the Chongyang Dragon Rhino as bait to ambush others. After so much time, the horn of this Chongyang Dragon Rhino had fully absorbed the sunlight. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot skyward. In the southern part of Windswept Isle, the 3 teams from the Eastern Continent had been randomly deployed here. For the past 2 days, they had been relentlessly pursuing the sun-charging Dragon Rhinoceros, already securing 5 rhino horns. Now they were heading toward a location where a beam of light had previously appeared. This squad was hand-picked by Zhou Tianming from across the regions, each member possessing a beast-type beastmaster with formidable individual combat prowess. Most crucially, Zhou Tianming had personally equipped each of them with a super beast armor. With 7 members, the team could perform a super beast armor 7 body fusion. After 2 months of training together, the squad set foot on Windswept Island to compete in the 4 Continents Elite Tournament as Team 3 of the Eastern Continent. As the seven approached the Pillar of Light, Deputy Captain Qian Mingrue cautioned Captain Zhao Yuanshu, "Captain, we're nearly upon that Chongyang dragon rhinoceros. Better to err on the side of caution." Zhao Yuanshu nodded. Every faction was shady as hell, better safe than sorry. He then addressed the sole female member of the team, Xiao Wu, activate group stealth. The girl called Xiao Wu was named Wu Jingyi, whose beast companion was a nether spirit cat. This beast was exceptionally swift, possessed solid combat prowess, and most crucially, possessed a group stealth skill. As the nether spirit cat activated its ability, all three squad members entered stealth mode. They approached cautiously and spotted another team engaged with the Chongyang dragon rhino. Upon closer inspection, every member of this team was clad in Beastmaster armor. They were likely from the Western continent. Glancing at the insignia on their uniforms, Zhao Yuanshu instantly recognized the team's identity. This was the Holy Spirit Sect's team. The Holy Spirit Sect was the very faction that had ambushed and killed their deputy leader, Sarah, back when Zhou Tianming led the assault. Every member of this team was equipped with powerful Beastmaster armor. As Team 3 approached, one member suddenly turned, glaring in their direction and barked, "Who is there?" Few in Team 3 understood English, so Zhao Yuanshu turned to Sun Qing Yuan and asked, "What did that guy say? Or have they already spotted us?" Sun Qing Yuan, the only English speaker in Team 3, translated, "He's asking who's there." Zhao Yuanshu frowned deeply. How could we be spotted so easily? Within the group, another man named Zheng Tangsong suggested, it might be because they have beasts that can detect their surroundings. Since they'd been discovered, Zhao Yuanshu saw no point in hiding any longer. He instructed Wu Jingyi to deactivate the cloaking device, revealing everyone's presence. The Holy Spirit cult members saw it. Sure enough, someone had launched a sneak attack from behind. Suddenly, a cannon materialized on each of the 7 armored figures. They unleashed a barrage of fire upon the third squad. Li Xiaoyan of Team 3 swiftly commanded his beast to charge to the front, then summoned an earthen wall from the ground to block the barrage. Li Xiaoyan's beast was the earth-armored Tyrannosaurus, a formidable creature capable of both offense and defense, and could even manipulate earth elements. After withstanding the Holy Spirit cult's first barrage, their second wave commenced swiftly. This time, four beast riders provided rearguard fire support while 3 others deployed melee weapons from their mecha, closing in on Team 3. Zhao Yuanshu's beast, the sky-devouring Taodia, opened its massive jaws, swallowing several shells whole before violently spitting them out, sending one mech flying. Thus, the chaotic melee between the two sides erupted. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's squad encountered another group of squatters. This group was weak and easily dealt with, yielding 2 rhino horns from their belongings. Su Yuan grumbled, "Damn poor. 2 days in, and all we've got is 2 rhino horns. But every little bit helps." Stowing the horns away, the group resumed fishing. Soon, a big fish took the bait. Lin Yu recognized this group instantly from the insignia on their uniforms. It was a Nightfall Alliance squad. He even knew their leader, the Beast Tamer. Lin Yu frowned. A Yuanling demon cloud? This is going to be tricky. The beast's entire form resembled a black cloud. Its ability was to absorb the power of all other beast tamers, strengthening itself. Lin Yu addressed the group, "Everyone, we must take down that elemental spirit demon cloud first." Everyone agreed and prepared to strike when the opportunity arose. Just as the demon cloud seemed oblivious to its surroundings, Lu Xian unleashed the blue-silver celestial dragon soul from his blue-silver grass. To everyone's shock, the blue-silver grass's infallible offensive skill vanished upon striking the Yuanling demon cloud absorbed by it. This exposed the position of Lin Yu's team. The planned ambush was now impossible. They could only face it head-on. Only the strong survive. Chapter 162, Yuanling Demon Cloud. Upon sensing the ambush, the 3 other beast tamers within the Nightshade Alliance team immediately unleashed their energies upon the primordial spirit demon cloud. Soon, the Yuanling demon cloud began to swell in size, various energies flickering within its form. Its combat power surged significantly. Lin Yu's expression grew grave. "Everyone, be cautious. After absorbing other beast tamers' energy, the elemental spirit demon cloud's power will increase." Meanwhile, Team 3 from the Eastern continent was locked in a fierce battle with the Holy Spirit Sect squad. Though Team 3's beast-type mounts were formidable, the Holy Spirit cult's armored mounts were no joke. Their overwhelming firepower quickly overwhelmed Team 3, leaving them struggling to retaliate. Zhou Shangwei shouted, "Captain, we need to activate the super beast armor. We won't last much longer otherwise." Zhao Yuanshu considered for a moment before replying, "Agreed. Once we activate the super beast armor, we must annihilate them completely." Before the competition, Zhou Tianming had specifically instructed them, the super beast armor could only be used in moments of extreme crisis. It was the Eastern continent's trump card. Under no circumstances should other factions witness it. If any other faction's squad saw it, they must be killed at all costs. With Zhao Yuanshu's approval, all 7 members of Team 3 began arming themselves. Their 7 beasts transformed into humanoid armed beasts. The Holy Spirit cult members stared in stunned silence. They had never known that Eastern continent beast tamers could achieve such armament. It looked pretty cool, actually. However, they remained unconcerned. Compared to the Holy Spirit sect's massive mechs, these humanoid armors were insignificant. Then, the Eastern Continent's Team 3 began summoning their super beasts. When all 7 super beasts materialized, the Holy Spirit cult members felt both a hint of shock and a tinge of fear. The shock stemmed from their long-held belief that the Eastern Continent lacked beast-riding armor technology. Yet now, observing the armor of these 7 individuals, each distinct and seemingly custom-made, they were stunned. While the Western Continent's armor was powerful, it was primarily mass-produced beast-riding armor, with each suit being nearly identical. Moreover, the Eastern Continent's beast-riding armor appeared remarkably agile, unlike their own, whose bulky frames relied solely on firepower to compensate for lack of mobility. The Eastern Continent possessed armor technology they hadn't anticipated. Immediately, the captain of the Holy Spirit sect squad ordered full-scale firepower unleashed against these armored vehicles, intending to destroy them outright. The Holy Spirit cult's firepower intensified further, proving somewhat overwhelming. Zhao Yuanshu bellowed, "Combine!" 7 super beast armors from the Eastern Continent's 3rd squad began to glow with multicolored light. Zhao Yuanshu's beast was a swallowing heaven tyrant. The mecha tyrant leapt high into the air. Amidst the clanging of metal, it transformed into the core body of the combined mecha. Another team member, Sun Qingyuan's beast, a jade-eyed king snake, also leapt high. Mid-air, it transformed into a pair of mechanical arms, merging with the swallowing heaven Tao Tai. Qian Mingrui's beast companion, a fire-winged divine eagle, transformed into a pair of massive crimson mechanical wings, attaching itself to the swallowing heaven Tao Ye's back. Li Xiaoyan's earth-armored Tyrannosaurus transformed into a pair of mechanical legs. The 3 newly combined mechs landed upon these legs, completing the fusion. Zhou Shangwei's demon spirit blood lion and Wu Jingyi's netherworld spirit cat each transformed into a pair of feet. The mecha landed upon these feet, completing the entire body's fusion. Finally, Zheng Tangsong's thunder horn crocodile transformed into a cannon, attaching itself to the left arm of the combined mecha. The Holy Spirit cult members were dumbfounded. This couldn't be right. Hadn't they heard that Eastern Continent's beast-riding armor technology was subpar? Then what was this? Not only was it incredibly agile, but it could actually combine. The first thought that crossed their minds was, "Damn, that's cool." Then panic set in. This thing looked seriously dangerous. The Holy Spirit cult's mechs unleashed even heavier firepower, but their prideful attacks bounced off the 7-in-1 mech like tickling. And now this 7-in-1 mech was charging straight at them. Then, 3 Holy Spirit cult mechs specializing in close combat stepped forward. Facing this colossal 7-in-1 mech, it took just one kick to send one of them flying. The disparity in armor between the two sides was like comparing an adult to a child. The Holy Spirit cult's formation was shattered, several mechs blown apart by the 7-in-1. At that moment, Zhao Yuanshu declared, "Come on, brothers. Finish them off." The 7 individuals within the 7-in-1 mech united their minds. Each beast master unleashed their super beast mode skills. Sky Swallowing Art, Fire God Art, Azure Scale Art, Rockburst Art, Blood Sea Art, Netherworld Art, Wrathful Thunder Art. 7 techniques merged as one. A massive orb of light materialized within the hands of the 7-in-1 mecha. From all directions, the forces of various elements converged toward this luminous sphere. The immense power within was terrifying. The 7-in-1 mecha hurled the orb toward the Holy Spirit cult, followed by a deafening explosion. All 7 members of the Holy Spirit cult squad were obliterated, their bodies torn to shreds. Sun Qingyuan chuckled, "This super beast armor is truly effective. The skill Brother Lin designed is nothing short of divine." The others agreed. Exactly. Brother Lin is the one and only God. If he hadn't designed all these skills for us, we might not have even been able to enter this tournament. Even if we had, we might have been eliminated early for being no match for our opponents. The 3 teams from the Eastern Continent had trained together for 3 months, so everyone knew each other well. During that time, Lin Yu had become deeply liked by all. Zhao Yuanshu examined the Chongyang Dragon Rhino and said, "While it's still in its merged state, let's take its horns." The 7 combined mecha approached the Chongyang Dragon Rhino. The massive machine seized its horn and wrenched it clean off. With a single follow-up strike, the Chongyang Dragon Rhino was instantly killed. Afterward, Team 3 rushed toward the location of the next Pillar of Light. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's squad was still locked in battle with the Yuanling Demon Cloud. The Yuanling Demon Cloud proved less formidable than anticipated. Lin Yu ordered his team to fall back, then commanded the Electrocution Beast, Xiao Dian, unleash the Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger. One finger imprisons heaven and earth. The Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger proved devastatingly effective against cloud-type beasts, utterly overwhelming them. Power surged from all directions toward the electric beast's position. A massive, golden finger materialized in the sky. This finger slammed down fiercely upon the Yuanling Demon Cloud. Though the cloud could barely hold its ground, it was utterly suppressed. Seeing it still clinging to life, Lin Yu commanded again, "You're surprisingly resilient, kid. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers." This time, the finger apparition in the sky split into two fingers, once again slamming down fiercely upon the Yuanling demon cloud. This time, the Yuanling demon cloud could no longer withstand the blow. It disintegrated instantly. Chapter 163, Two Fingers Shatter Mountains and Rivers. Lin Yu continued to taunt, I thought you were something special. 2 fingers and you're done for. Su Yuan and his men then immediately launched a massacre against the remaining members of the Nightshade Alliance squad, swiftly slaughtering the enemy to the last man. Su Yuan managed to find 3 more horns from the Chongyang dragon rhinos on them. By now, Lin Yu's team had collected a total of 17 Chongyang dragon rhino horns. The day's fishing operation proceeded smoothly, and darkness soon fell once more. Just like yesterday, they first slaughtered the Chongyang dragon rhino that had served as bait for the day, removed its horns, and then began setting up camp. Lin Yu addressed the entire group. Last night they released wolves. Who knows what else might come tonight? Everyone must stay alert. Tonight, we'll rest the same way as yesterday, split into 3 groups and take turns standing watch. Everyone agreed and began setting up tents. Su Yuan glanced at the moon and remarked, I wonder if we'll get any rest tonight. Last night nearly killed us. Doubtful, Louis remarked from the side. These next 7 days might be rough every single night. Just as they finished pitching the tents, a voice echoed across the entire island. Attention all contestants. To enhance the game's excitement, later tonight we will randomly select some of you to enter the underground caverns. Stay tuned. The announcement echoed repeatedly, broadcast in various languages. Lin Yu couldn't help but remark, that voice is being transmitted through a sound-projecting beast. That's a rare type of beast. Li Shuisheng frowned with confusion. What exactly is this underground lair? Chen Yushi frowned and said, I've heard rumors before. Beneath Fengshi Island lies an underground lair, the domain of a pack of ferocious beasts. Tang Haotian also asked, he said they'll randomly select some people to enter the underground lair. How will they choose? Will the organizers come personally to lead the group? Who knows? Lin Yu replied. Everyone, don't worry. We'll handle whatever comes our way. With that, the group resumed setting up their tents. The announcement made it clear, it would begin in the latter half of the night, so the first half should be safe. Tonight was different from last night too. Last night, the howling of wolves echoed continuously, but tonight was eerily quiet. They still took turns keeping watch and resting. Lin Yu and Shen Yushi held the first watch as usual, while the Louis and Lu Xian brothers took the second watch. The remaining 3 took the last watch. They slept soundly until the late hours of the night, and indeed, all remained peaceful. As the late hours arrived, everyone awoke, their senses fully alert, awaiting the so-called underground chamber. They waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Just as everyone's guard was beginning to slip, a purple portal suddenly appeared beneath Tang Haotian's feet. Tang Haotian stumbled and fell straight through. Tang! Su Yuan spotted the situation and rushed to save him, but it was too late. Just as the group debated how to rescue Tang Haotian, a portal suddenly appeared beneath Lu Xian's feet, sucking him in. Is this random teleportation? Su Yuan exclaimed. Seeing his younger brother fall in, Louis was frantic and tried to jump in after him, but Li Shuisheng grabbed him and held him back. Old Lu, I know you're anxious, but calm down first. Li Shuisheng urged. Lin Yu frowned in deep thought. This teleportation array was clearly the work of some powerful spatial beast tamer. Just as he pondered, suddenly, a teleportation array appeared beneath Lin Yu's feet. Before he could react, he too was sucked in. Brother Lin! Su Yuan cried out in alarm. The moment Lin Yu vanished, everyone in his team panicked. Shen Yushi, Su Yuan, Li Shuisheng, and Louis all wished they could jump in after him. Unfortunately, the portal closed rapidly, vanishing in an instant. What do we do now? Su Yuan asked. Li Shuisheng forced himself to stay calm. He knew that the more dangerous the situation, the more crucial it was to keep a cool head. This must be the underground cavern the organizers mentioned. Don't worry, everyone. With Brother Lin here, any danger will be turned into safety. Plus, he can protect Xian and Haotian. Let's hope they're both okay, Su Yuan murmured. Chen Yushi encouraged the remaining members, with Brother Lin gone, our team is down to 4. We must be extra cautious to avoid being picked off one by one. Right. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly tumbled down, crashing to the ground with a jolt that sent pain shooting through his entire body. It had been too sudden. Glancing around, he found himself in a cave-like space, with Tang Haotian and Lu Xian not far away. Lin Yu brushed the dust off his clothes and walked toward them. Tang Haotian exclaimed, Brother Lin. How did you end up down here? Lin Yu replied, random teleportation. Seems I'm the lucky one. Wonder how dangerous this underground cavern is, Lu Xian mused. Lin Yu chuckled, don't worry. Haven't you forgotten? My little electric has a spatial teleportation skill. We can just teleport back. Lu Xian chuckled, ha. That's an option too. Without further ado, Lin Yu released the electrocution beast from his beast control space. The beast then shifted into its spatial form and began using the suspension ring's teleportation skill. After drawing the portal for a while, Lin Yu suddenly looked awkwardly at the two and said, I might have miscalculated. What's the problem? Tang Haotian urgently asked. Lin Yu explained, this underground labyrinth actually blocks spatial abilities. Meaning unless we find an exit, we're stuck here. Lu Xian reassured him, don't worry, brother Lin. We'll search slowly. The three wandered through the cavern, surprised to find it contained quite a few treasures. Meanwhile, on Fengxi Island. So what do we do next? Lu Yi asked. Li Shuisheng pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we wait here for brother Lin? That way, he won't have trouble finding us when he returns. Everyone agreed. After waiting for a long time, Lin Yu still hadn't appeared. Brother Lin might be in trouble, Su Yuan said. His electrocution beast can teleport. Logically, he should have teleported back long ago. But there's still no sign of him. Either he encountered something, or he can't teleport. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his two companions traversed the cavern. The interior was pitch black, with only faint glimpses of surroundings visible through the faint glow of various gemstones. Lin Yu remarked as they walked, we must reunite with Yushi and the others as soon as possible. Staying separated too long makes us vulnerable to being picked off one by one. Tang Haotian reassured him, since we were teleported apart, the other teams must have been too. Don't worry, brother Lin. But Lin Yu's expression remained unrelieved, his face still grim. Chapter 164, The Realm of the God of Death. The broadcast mentioned this teleportation was random, Lin Yu said. I fear some teams might have been lucky none of their members ended up in the underground caverns. Others might have had their entire squad teleported down. That's unlikely, Tang Haotian countered. We can't be careless. Lin Yu insisted. Though the trio possessed enough strength to take on even a 7-member team, Lin Yu remained cautious. He released the electrocution beast, which, in its phantom soul form, continuously used mind sharing to probe the surrounding area. Soon, the electrocution beast detected a lone individual. 3 against 1 gives us the advantage, Lin Yu declared. Let's go check it out. This underground chamber was noticeably smaller than the space above, and all those teleported in began a chaotic melee. Those with more allies held the upper hand in this cavern, those with fewer were bound to take a beating. Lin Yu and his two companions quickly located the lone individual. After swiftly dispatching him, they searched his body thoroughly but found nothing of value. Not even a single rhino horn, Tang Haotian remarked. Chongyang dragon rhino horns are hard to come by. Not everyone has one. The trio continued searching for an exit as the sounds of combat grew louder. Occasionally, someone would charge in for a sneak attack, only to be swiftly dealt with by Lin Yu and his companions. As they pressed forward, they suddenly spotted a corpse. The body wore the exact same uniform as theirs, the Eastern Continent's competition attire. Oh no! That's one of our people, I wonder which team he's from. Lin Yu and his companions rushed over to investigate. They discovered it was Zhou Shanwei from Team 3. He had been pierced through the heart by some Beastmaster's creature, blood still flowing from the wound. The corpse of his Beastmaster spirit, the blood lion, lay nearby, half its head missing. Both creatures met a gruesome end, but Zhou Shangwei's death was particularly harrowing. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. Team 3 from the Eastern Continent had been preparing to spend the night together when the teleportation suddenly activated. Zhou Shangwei was the only one from the entire team transported into the underground cavern. Inside, he was ambushed. Though Zhou Shangwei was formidable, he couldn't fight off multiple attackers alone and was slain. The Blood Lion, a beast-taming demon spirit, perished in its attempt to shield its master, ultimately failing to protect him as both met their end. Witnessing this scene, a nameless rage flared within Lin Yu and his two companions. Yet they felt utterly powerless, not even knowing whom to seek revenge against. Judging by the wounds on Zhou Shangwei and the Blood Lion, they weren't inflicted by a single beast. The Eastern Continent valued the tradition of returning to one's roots, and Lin Yu found himself unable to even bring Zhou Shangwei's body back. The trio dug a large pit in a relatively secluded spot without a word, laid Zhou Shangwei and the demon spirit Blood Lion's bodies inside, and buried them. At least this way, their remains wouldn't be exposed to the wilderness. After completing these tasks, the group remained silent. Suddenly, Lin Yu spoke up, "This underground lair is dangerous. I'll design a new skill for both of you." The two hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted. In a place like this, survival was paramount, and survival demanded greater strength. Lin Yu pulled out a skill demonstration diagram and began scribbling on it. This time, due to his low spirits, Lin Yu sketched quickly. After finishing in just a couple of strokes, he handed the blueprint to Tang Haotian and said, "Old Tang, your Qianjinling skills are still a bit monotonous. I've specially designed a domain-type skill for you. Field skill." Tang Haotian and Lu Xian both exclaimed involuntarily. After all, domain-type skills were among the most powerful skill types. The Eastern Continent had 9 marshals. Besides Zhou Tianming, there were 8 others. These 9 marshals relied on their domain-type skills to dominate the battlefield. A domain-type skill was essentially carving out a living, breathing space of one's own. Within this domain, beast-taming abilities receive comprehensive enhancement. Tang Haotian opened the skill demonstration blueprint and saw 4 bold characters inscribed upon it, God of Slaughter Domain. Just the name sounds incredibly powerful. Lu Xian exclaimed enviously from the side. Lin Yu added, Shen, I'll design your blue-silver grass domain for you once we get out of this cavern. No worries, brother Lin. Take your time, Lu Xian replied. Tang Haotian eagerly handed the skill demonstration blueprint to his Qianjinling. The moment it touched the blueprint, it vanished. Learning successful. Lin Yu said to Tang Haotian, alright, try out the skill. Alright. Tang Haotian agreed happily. Just as he was about to test the God of Death domain, he suddenly noticed the aura emanating from Qianjinling becoming chaotic. This. Tang Haotian stared at his beast companion in disbelief. Lin Yu came over to take a look and said, it's about to evolve. Sure enough, Lin Yu tossed an evolution stone toward Qin Junling. An evolution crystal would have no effect on a beast that hadn't reached the threshold for evolution. However, if it came into contact with a beast on the verge of evolving, it would be absorbed by that beast. Upon contact, the evolution crystal transformed into a streak of light that burrowed into Qianjinling's forehead. Instantly, a bloodthirsty aura emanated from Qin Junling. More than that, a palpable killing intent. Merely looking at him felt like inviting death by a sharp blade. Soon, a brilliant red light erupted. Just like the other tamers who had evolved before, Qin Junling was enveloped in crimson radiance, forming a luminous cocoon. Lin Yu had witnessed many beast evolutions before and was well versed in the process. Now, he only needed to wait for Qin Junling to emerge from the cocoon to complete the evolution. However, he had to remain vigilant during this period. Beasts were extremely vulnerable during evolution. Even the slightest injury could cause the process to fail. The consequences of failure ranged from severe injury to outright death. Of the 3, Tang Haotian was the most tense. After all, Qianjinling was a beast that had never evolved before. Its ability to evolve now signaled that its power could reach new heights. As Qianjinling's master, how could Tang Haotian not be overjoyed? Just as everyone was guarding Qianjinling, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Spotting Lin Yu and his companions, they immediately grew wary. But when they realized there were only 3 of them, and one of their beasts was still evolving, they instantly grew arrogant. All 4 were white. Seeing white people now instantly ignited Lin Yu's rage. He recalled Zhou Shangwei's tragic death just moments ago. He'd been looking for a chance to exact revenge. He'd take it out on these 4 first. With that thought, at Lin Yu's signal, the electrocution beast silently prepared for battle. Chapter 165, East Continent Team 2, Fat Wang. The 4 white men chattered away in their language, oblivious to the danger. Lin Yu's electrocution beast had already entered its void-bound form, and the Changying sword appeared silently in his hand. The electrocution beast lunged forward, its blade slicing through the throats of the men, blood gushing forth instantly. 1 or 2 of the beast riders reacted swiftly, barely dodging the attack. But it was useless. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass had already surged up from the ground, binding these 2 beast tamers. Lin Yu pointed both hands, and the Changying sword shot forth, piercing through the 2 beasts. Soon, all of them were lifeless. Lin Yu glanced back at Qin Junling. The crimson light enveloping it began to recede, evidence that its evolution was nearing completion. As the red light completely dissipated, the transformed Qianjinling revealed its new form. It was completely different from the original Qianjinling. Its frame had grown massive, covered in a layer of crimson armor studded with numerous menacing spikes. Its 2 hammer-like hands had transformed into normal hands. The twin hammers had merged into a single giant hammer, which it held in its grasp. Compared to before, it now radiated an imposing, formidable presence. Looks pretty impressive. Lin Yu praised. Tang Haotian looked at Lin Yu earnestly and said, Brother Lin, you've gone out of your way for us again. Thank you. Without you, Qianjinling wouldn't be where it is today. Lin Yu patted his shoulder. Alright. Let's give this evolved Qianjinling a name. Tang Haotian pondered for a long time before looking up and saying, Qianjinling is a good name. I won't change it. But since it's evolved, I'll add a few words. Let's call it Blood Armor Qianjinling. Blood Armor 1,000-ton Spirit. Lin Yu repeated it, then said, not bad. Now that your 1,000-ton spirit is stronger, our combat power in this underground labyrinth is even greater. Come on, let's keep searching for the exit. And so, the 3 set off once more in search of the exit. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu and his companions spotted another figure wearing the Eastern Continent uniform. The person was plump and appeared to be panting heavily. Lin Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing him. He rushed forward, shouting, Fat Wang. The man heard his name and looked up. It was Lin Yu. Tears welled up in his eyes with overwhelming emotion. He threw his arms around Lin Yu and wailed, Brother Lin. I finally see you again. It's so dangerous in here, I thought I'd never see you again. This man, whom Lin Yu called Fat Wang, was a member of the East Continent's 2nd Squad. Unlike the 3rd Squad, the 2nd Squad wasn't entirely composed of super beast armor users. Each member possessed unique abilities and formidable combat prowess. Wang Fatso's full name was Wang Fula. His beast was a variant of Zhou Tianming's Spirit Slayer, called Moon Slayer. In terms of basic capabilities, it surpassed Zhou Tianming's Battle Spirit. Moreover, its combat effectiveness surged under moonlight at night. Fatso wore a mournful expression as he pitifully pleaded, "Brother Lin, got anything to eat? Ever since they dragged me into this underground lair, I haven't had a single decent meal. I'm starving to death." Lin Yu pulled a cloth bundle from his waist, revealing dried meat, wild vegetable dumplings, and even an apple. Wang Ponzi's eyes widened in shock. "Brother Lin, where did you get an apple?" On Fengxi Island, food and drink required self-sufficiency. Lin Yu led his team not only in ambushes but also in gathering provisions. Many plants on Windstill Island were non-toxic and edible. Lin Yu had the group gather these wild greens to make vegetable dumplings, then hunted and killed some cattle, sheep, and fierce beasts, smoking them into jerky. This had been their sustenance for the past 2 days. Other teams' rations were similar, as the island offered little else to eat, no fruit trees or the like. The reason Lin Yu had apples was due to Su Yuan's beast, the 100-fruit beast. Originally a low-level beast with a rather useless skill producing fruit, Su Yuan's 100-fruit beast gained the ability to summon the fruit treasure mecha after encountering Lin Yu. Though its fruit summoning ability had been useless before, it became incredibly valuable after arriving on this island. Who could stomach eating jerky and vegetable dumplings day in and day out? Lately, the 100-fruit beast kept conjuring up fresh fruit, and everyone was delighted. Before joining this competition, Lin Yu and his team had specifically studied how to identify wild vegetables. After all, they couldn't survive on fruit alone. Fat Wang shoved jerky, vegetable dumplings, and apples into his mouth all at once. His cheeks bulged twice before he swallowed it all. It was downright terrifying. Lin Yu patted his back, worried he might choke. Lin Yu actually had a soft spot for Wang Fatso. The guy was lively and served as the team's mood maker. "Fatso, your Sword of the Moon is so powerful, why are you looking so beat up right now?" Lin Yu asked. At the question, Fatso's face scrunched up like a bitter melon again. "Brother Lin, you wouldn't believe it. Right after I fell out of that teleportation array, I ran into a bunch of white guys. From their clothes, they weren't from the same faction, but when they saw I was from the Eastern continent, they ganged up on me. My sword moon is indeed powerful, but 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. I barely escaped with my life. Thankfully, heaven doesn't seal off all paths I ran into you, Brother Lin. Brother Lin. You have to avenge me," Fatso declared indignantly. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. He had long observed that factions from the western and northern continents systematically targeted eastern continent natives, attacking them mercilessly at every encounter. Tang Haotian was equally enraged upon hearing this. "Those bastards have it out for us eastern continent," he cursed. "When I find them, I'll kill every last one." Lin Yu suddenly glanced warily around before telling Tang Haotian, "No need to wait. They're already here." Shortly after, several white-skinned individuals entered the area where Lin Yu and his companions stood. They wore the uniforms of various factions, clearly not aligned with any single group. Yet now, they had joined forces, intending to deal with Lin Yu and his companions first. Tang Haotian unleashed his blood armor 1,000-ton spirit to shield Lin Yu and the others, declaring, "Brother Lin, let me handle this. It's the perfect chance to test the power of that new skill you created for me." Wang Fatty voiced his concern, "Old Tang, don't be reckless. They're formidable." "Humph." Tang Haotian scoffed coldly. "So what? I've got the new skill Brother Lin designed for me. I'm not afraid of however many come at me. Let them taste the killing god domain of my blood armor 1,000-ton spirit." Hearing this, even Lin Yu couldn't help but smile at Tang Haotian's audacious confidence. Chapter 166, The Power of the God of Slaughter Domain. Lin Yu's inspiration for this skill came from Tang San's God of Slaughter domain, a power Tang San had obtained in the City of Slaughter. The amplification was immense. This was precisely why Tang Haotian was confident he could take on a whole group single-handedly. The white men chattered away in their language, roughly implying that Tang Haotian was overestimating himself and challenging Lin Yu and his group to attack together. Then, these white men unleashed their own beast companions, all formidable combatants, even rivaling ferocious beasts. A full 5 of them. The blood demon bat flapped its wings, soaring at incredible speed. In an instant, it closed in on the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. After evolving, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit saw all its physical attributes enhanced, particularly its perception. With a single sidestep, it evaded the blood demon bat's attack. Gripping its massive hammer in its right hand, it swung it with blinding speed, striking the blood demon bat squarely in the back. The blood demon bat's expression darkened instantly as it spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. It swiftly retreated from blood armor Qianjianling but did not depart, instead circling nearby, searching for an opportunity. The remaining 4 charged toward the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. Tang Haotian gave a cold laugh before declaring, "Killing God Realm, activate." In an instant, blood energy erupted from the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's hammer, filling the air with a thick, bloody stench. A faint crimson mist rose, enveloping the area. The 5 beasts within the Godslayer domain felt a wave of dread welling up within them. Not only that, they sensed their attributes rapidly declining. This was the first ability of the God of Slaughter domain, to weaken all attributes of enemies by 20 to 30%. It also instilled fear deep within their hearts. As for Blood Armor Qianjinling, a faint crimson glow shone in its eyes, its gaze growing savage. Blood Armor Qianjinling trembled with excitement, now consumed by a thirst for blood. It craves slaughter-mad, relentless slaughter. This was the second ability of the God of Slaughter domain, boosting the user's attack power by 20% to 30%. It also makes the user's heart grow savage, craving blood. The Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit could no longer contain itself. Its right-hand hammer swung down, unleashing a brutal strike against the 5 tamed beasts without even activating a skill. Among these 5 beasts was a shield armor ape, a primate beast with formidable defense. Its body was clad in heavy armor, and 2 shields adorned its arms, making it exceptionally resilient. The shield armor ape clasped its arms together, blocking the path of Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit's hammer. A thunderous crash echoed as the shield armor ape's arms shook violently, trembling like sieve flour. Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit, moving with blinding speed, swiftly swung its hammer around and struck the shield armor ape squarely in the chest. Everyone heard a sharp cracking sound as the shield armor ape's sternum shattered cleanly. Yet even then, the 5 beasts refused to relent. 2 others closed in. A golden armor howling moon wolf sneaked up from the side, leaping high into the air and lunging straight for the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit's throat. The other, a cracked gold divine locust, powered its thick legs to leap beside Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit, its razor-sharp mandibles lunging for its neck. The golden-clawed locust was a particularly fearsome beast. Its appearance resembled a locust standing upright, hideously ugly, with mandibles gleaming golden and razor-sharp. Facing enemies closing in from both sides, Blood Armor Qianjinling showed no panic. Within the God of Slaughter domain, 2 crimson crystalline projectiles coalesced and shot toward the 2 beasts. This was the third ability of the God of Slaughter domain, the power to condense intangible killing intent into tangible form, crystallizing it into ice. Tang Haotian declared, enunciating each word, "Within this domain, my Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit reigns supreme, the God of Slaughter." With these words, the killing intent within the entire domain intensified, reaching a bone-chilling level. Dark Demon Wrathful Thunder. Tang Haotian roared. Red lightning danced upon the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit's great hammer, its killing intent and overwhelming aura intertwining upon the weapon. Then, the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit hurled the hammer, striking the cracked gold divine locust. The golden splitter divine locust screamed as it flew backward, its chest caved in, blood spurting out. This single strike extinguished the golden splitting divine locust's life completely. The white men finally panicked. Only now did they realize they'd provoked the wrong person. The reason Lin Yu and the others hadn't intervened, leaving everything to this lone figure, was because he hadn't even considered them a threat. This one man alone was more than enough to handle all 5 of them, or rather, for now, since one had been killed. Among the white men's beasts was a thunderbolt tiger. This type of beast could gather immense amounts of primordial energy within its body, transforming it into furious thunderbolts that were then fired like cannonballs. While Blood Armor Qianjinling fought the other 4 beast tamers, it had been secretly gathering power. After the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit had slain the cracked gold divine locust, the thunderbolt tiger opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of furious thunder. It hurtled straight toward the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit. 1000-ton barrier. Tang Haotian shouted. A crimson light barrier unfolded before the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit. 3 colossal ant queens materialized upon it, their defensive power steadily surging. Ultimately, the furious thunder struck the crimson barrier, yet failed to harm the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit within. The 1000-ton barrier, designed by Lin Yu for the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit, was inherently a skill with exceptionally high defense. Now, amplified by the Godslayer domain, its defenses were even greater. Even the S-rank Thunderbolt Tiger's charged attack couldn't pierce it. Finished attacking? Now it's my turn to strike back. Tang Haotian declared, though unfortunately, the several white people across from him couldn't understand. Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit unleashed the whirlwind hammer technique. Having fully evolved into a humanoid beast rider, Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit executed the whirlwind hammer technique with even greater fluidity in its human form. Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit grew fiercer with each strike, overwhelming these tamed beasts until they could offer no resistance. The Golden Armor Howling Moon Wolf had hoped to outmaneuver the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit with its speed, but where was such an opportunity now? By the 18th swing of the whirlwind hammer technique, its power had reached terrifying levels. They say wolves have heads of bronze and bones of iron, yet their waists are as soft as tofu. The 18th strike landed squarely on the Golden Armor Howling Moon Wolf's midsection. Everyone heard a sharp crack as the wolf's spine snapped clean in two. The whirlwind hammer technique continued relentlessly. By the 36th strike, its power had once again reached terrifying levels. This time, the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit targeted the Blood Demon Bat. The blood demon bat, cunning beyond measure, flapped its wings and swiftly distanced itself from blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. Yet within the Godslayer domain designed by Lin Yu, all such evasion was futile. The blood-red hammer shot from his hand. The hammer streaked straight toward the blood demon bat's head. Boom! A scene that shocked everyone unfolded. Chapter 167, Blood Armor 1,000-ton Spirit. The blood demon bat's head exploded, spilling white and red fluids across the ground. In just a short while, 4 of the 5 beast tamers had been slain by the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. The remaining thunderbolt tiger panicked. It tried to flee, but the god of death domain was no place one could enter and exit at will. The thick killing intent forced the thunderbolt tiger back. Enraged, it unleashed a furious bolt of thunder toward the god of slaughter's domain. But the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's chaos wind hammer technique, its 49th strike, was already crashing down. Embracing death to find life, the thunderbolt tiger charged headlong. Better to fight than to wait for death. Alas, it had chosen poorly. The massive blood-red hammer, charged with the overwhelming force of the whirlwind hammer technique, struck the thunderbolt tiger. The thunderbolt tiger's internal organs were instantly pulverized into bloody pulp. It coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragments, its eyes darkened, and it breathed its last. The blood armor spirit then turned its slaughter toward the masters of these beasts, but soon noticed something amiss. There were clearly 5 white men, yet now only 4 remained. One had escaped. Tang Haotian remarked, "Guess I got too caught up in the fight and forgot about him." Fat Wang shrugged indifferently, let him run. He's lost his beast. What good is running now? The others shrugged it off as well, turning their attention to inspecting the corpses on the ground. They retrieved 2 horns from the young charging dragon rhinoceros. Lin Yu tossed one to Wang Fatso and said, "This one's for your team." Wang Fat scratched his head. "How can I accept this? You saved my life, and now I'm taking your rhino horns?" Lin Yu waved it off, then asked, "How many Chongyang dragon rhino horns does your team have now?" Wang Fat grinned. "Our squad's pretty strong. We hunted down those Chongyang dragon rhinos and slaughtered them. We've got 7 horns now. With this one, that makes 8. Lin Yu nodded. "Not bad." Wang Fatso asked with interest, "Hey, brother Lin, how many do you guys have now?" Lin Yu smiled without speaking, holding up 8 fingers. 8? Wang Fat speculated. "That's quite a lot." Lu Xian chuckled from the side, 8? More like 18. Counting this one, we've got 19 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns now. Holy cow! Wang Fatty gasped. "That many? Did you go out and snatch them all?" Tang Haotian stepped forward and said, "Well, it was pretty much like looting." "You're the man, brother Lin," Wang Fat praised. After resolving the situation here, Lin Yu and the others continued searching for the underground chamber's exit. After searching for so long without finding it, Lin Yu began to doubt whether this chamber even had an exit. After walking a while longer, they came upon a corpse lying on the ground. Like Zhou Shangwei before, it wore the uniform of the eastern continent. Wang Fatty rushed toward the body in disbelief. The corpse was missing its head, likely crushed by some force. Fat Wang collapsed onto the body, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Lin Yu inquired, "Which brother is this?" Wang Fatso wiped his tears and choked out, "Only 2 of us from Squad 2 were teleported into this underground labyrinth, me and Yang Mo. This must be Yang Mo." Wang Fei felt overwhelming grief and anger. Yang Mo had been teleported into the underground cavern first. After Wang Fei arrived, they had lost track of each other. He never imagined Yang Mo would be gone like this. At that moment, laughter echoed from nearby several white men. Though he didn't know if they were responsible for Yang Mo's death, Fat Wang's rage boiled over. He looked at Lin Yu earnestly and pleaded, "Brother Lin, help me. I want revenge." Lin Yu wasted no time, pulling out the skill demonstration blueprint and telling Wang Fatso, "Hold on a sec." Wang Fatso's beast was Moon Slash, a variant of Zhou Tianming's Spirit Slash imbued with lunar attributes. It offered superior endurance compared to Zhou Tianming's Spirit Slash. Since he was designing a skill for Wang Fatso, the first ability that came to Lin Yu's mind was Thunder Half Moon Slash. But this skill was still too weak. Lin Yu wanted to design something more powerful for Wang Fatso. He pondered for a long time, turning it over in his mind. Designing something like Zhou Tianming's Demon Blade 1000 Blades for Wang Fatso wouldn't work either. Zhou Tianming could use Demon Blade 1000 Blades because his Zhanling Blade had shattered. But Wang Fatso's Moon Slash was still intact. He couldn't very well shatter it on the spot, could he? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu settled on the skill he would design. Lin Yu immediately lowered his head to design the skill. After some time, he stood up, stretched lazily, then handed the skill demonstration blueprint to Wang Fatso, saying, "Go ahead, absorb it and give it a try." Wang Pengzi summoned his beast, the Moon Slicer, from his beast-taming space. This beast bore some resemblance to Zhou Tianming's Soul Severer, but its overall appearance was more crystalline and luminous, like a full moon, truly beautiful. Unfolding the blueprint, Wang Fatty saw 4 bold characters written upon it, Ninefold Thunderblade. The name alone sounded incredibly powerful. As he handed the skill demonstration diagram to Moonslayer, a faint aura of thunder began to swirl around the beast. Then, a resolute glint flashed in Fatso's eyes as he gave chase after the white men. Tang Haotian and Lu Xian wanted to help, but Lin Yu stopped them. Fatso was seething with hatred for those white guys right now. Let him kill them himself. It'll be both revenge and a way to vent his anger. Lu Xian voiced his concern. Brother Wang won't get into trouble, will he? Lin Yu chuckled. We trained together for 2 months, after all. Don't you know Wan's capabilities? Top-tier Beastmaster Zhan Yu is already immensely powerful. Add in the skill I just designed for him, don't worry. The Spirit Slayer and Moon Slayer beasts, though resembling Qian Junling, are top-tier beasts. As they mature, they automatically acquire domain skills. Zhou Tianming's status as the Eastern Continent's strongest warrior stems precisely from his Zhanling's exceptionally powerful domain. When he went to the Holy Spirit sect in the Western Continent to kill Sarah, Zhou Tianming didn't use his domain because it was far too conspicuous. Using it would have made it easy for the Holy Spirit sect members to detect. Fat Wang caught up to the white men and bellowed at them, "Halt!" The white men froze, exchanged glances, whispered something to each other, then grinned savagely as they advanced toward Wang Fatso. Wang Fatso fixed his eyes on them intently and ordered Zhan Yu beside him. "Xiao Yu, unleash Scattering Moon's streaking light." Zhan Yu slashed forward, and that single blade of light shattered into countless streaks of light. These streaks of light appeared quite beautiful, yet they carried an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 168, Ninefold Thunderblade. For these streaks were the very essence of that blade's sharpness. This was one of Wang Fat's signature techniques, one that had caused many to suffer. The 4 white men sensed the terror of these streaks of light and one by one released their own beasts. One man's beast was a venom fong boar. This beast possessed razor-sharp teeth, but its most terrifying feature was the potent neurotoxins embedded within its fangs. A single bite from this beast was virtually a death sentence. All members of the 3 squads had studied various beasts during their training. Wang Pangzi could recognize this type of beast and knew never to let it bite. Its primary attack method relied on blinding speed to close in and inflict damage with its fangs. As the Venom Fong Hound charged forward, Zhan Yu unleashed a flurry of slashing blows, forcing it back with sheer force. Of course, the fanged beast could have chosen to ignore the slashes and lunge at Zhan Yu. It could have met blood with blood, injury with injury. But it lacked the courage to do so. Among these beasts was also a ground-splitting bull. This type of beast possessed savage strength and could stomp its hooves to trigger area-wide tremors. The earth-splitting bull stomped repeatedly toward Zhan Yu's position. Crack after crack appeared on the ground, spreading straight toward Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu swung his long sword, striking downward into the earth. The blade's light shot straight up from the ground toward the earth-shattering bull, catching it off guard. Facing the encirclement of 4 beasts, Zhan Yu felt the pressure mounting. Wang Fatty called out to him, "Xiao Yu, use Moon Cry." Zhan Yu's beast riding style was a variant of Spirit Slash, and Moon Cry was the primary skill of this modified form. Zhan Yu's blade began to vibrate, emitting a series of crisp metallic clangs. Amidst the sound, the aura radiating from Zhan Yu intensified. This was an amplifying skill. Under Moon Cry, all of Zhan Yu's abilities received a significant boost. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the space behind Zhan Yu. A mountain cat radiating a purple, eerie glow burst forth from within, its sharp claws leaving a wound on Zhan Yu's body. This was one of the 4 white-skinned individuals' beasts, the Shadowclaw Lynx. A stealth-type assassin beast, it moved silently and could tear small rifts in space for traversal. It was precisely this ability that allowed it to sneak behind Zhan Yu and inflict the wound. But now, it was far too close to Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu showed no sign of being affected by the wound. Though the Shadowclaw Lynx could tear space for surprise attacks, its damage was minimal. Zhan Yu swiftly swung his blade, delivering a decisive strike. Only then did the Shadowclaw Lynx realize its mistake. It shouldn't have approached Zhan Yu so carelessly. It sprinted away at full speed, but Zhan Yu's blade had already struck, severing its tail. The Shadowclaw mountain cat let out a piercing scream and fled back swiftly. Soon after, Wang Fatty heard the earth tremble again. The final beast summoned by the 4 was a heavy armor rhinoceros. This creature was covered in bony plates, exceptionally skilled in defense, a veritable miniature tank. Wang Fatty realized these 4 intended to fight in rotation. "We can't waste any more time with them. We need to finish this quickly," Fat Wang declared. He then turned to Zhan Yu. "Xiao Yu, unleash the Ninefold Thunder Blade." Zhan Yu leapt high into the air, thunder swirling around her. Lightning crackled especially intensely along the blade of her long sword. The 4 white men instantly tensed as if facing a formidable foe. Only now did Wang Fatty truly grasp the formidable power of this Ninefold Thunderblade, designed by Lin Yu. Regardless of the skill's raw power, it granted Zhan Yu an entirely new attribute. For a Beastmaster, gaining an additional attribute meant their power would rise by several tiers. Zhan Yu's blade descended from the sky, forcing the 4 beast tamers to scatter in evasion. And this was merely the first layer of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Zhan Yu hadn't even unleashed its full power yet. Zhan Yu was still gathering power. The white men whispered urgently among themselves. They realized they couldn't let Zhan Yu build up any more power. If the first tier was this devastating, how could they possibly fight him once he was fully charged? Thus, the Shadowclaw Mountain Cat tore through space once more, closing in on Zhan Yu with the intent to kill him outright. Fat Wang grinned. Ha! Come on! The second strike of the ninefold Thunderblade was fully charged, then swung down. It cleaved the Shadowclaw lynx clean in two. Its corpse fell to the ground, still twitching. The remaining three beasts witnessed the ninefold Thunderblade's devastating power, panic instantly gripping their hearts. This was formidable. They all tried to flee. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Xian, who immediately understood. He commanded the blue-silver grass beside him, activate the blue-silver cage. Instantly, 3 black vine cages materialized beneath the beast's feet, trapping them. The earth-splitting bull and heavy armor rhinoceros, possessing immense strength, managed to break free and resume their escape. The poison fang boar, however, lacked the power to break through, no matter how hard it charged. Even if it tried to bite the vines with its poisonous fangs, setting aside whether the vines would be poisoned, the blue-silver prison itself was inherently toxic. Helpless, the poison fang boar could only await its fate. Zhan Yu's third strike, the Thunderblade, descended this time with even greater momentum and power. A deep gash tore open in the ground. The poison fang hound was cleaved vertically in two, its entrails spilling across the ground. Lu Xian couldn't let the earth-splitting bull and heavy armor rhinoceros escape. If they got away, it would be utterly humiliating. How could he ever show his face again? He commanded the blue-silver grass once more, cast the blue-silver demon mirror, Annihilation, upon those two beasts. The blue-silver demon mirror, Annihilation, was a far superior control skill compared to the blue-silver prison. Crystalline mirrors appeared around the two beasts, trapping them completely. All they could do now was wait for death. With blue-silver grass's control in place, Moonslash felt no urgency. He took his time, gathering the ninefold Thunderblade in midair. Instantly, a towering blade of light formed upon his long sword. The sight was breathtaking. Interwoven with thunder, Zhan Yu brought the blade down with force. The blade light streaked like a silver ribbon. Yet it also resembled a crescent moon. The earth-splitting bull, like the two tamed beasts, was cleaved clean in two. The heavy armor rhinoceros, relying on its bony plates, managed to hold on for one more breath, but only one. Thus, all 4 beasts fell beneath Zhan Yu's blade. At that moment, blood still dripped from Zhan Yu's blade. Wang Fatty searched the 4 bodies and retrieved 5 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. He kept none for himself, giving them all to Lin Yu. "Brother Lin," he exclaimed. "This skill is insane. You're a genius among geniuses." Lin Yu had heard such flattery countless times before and was long immune to it. Chapter 169, Top-Tier Beastmaster, Xianling Envoy. After speaking, Wang Fatty silently went to bury the bodies. Chaos reigned in the underground caverns, but the surface wasn't much better. Many fully manned squads that hadn't been teleported began hunting down undermanned teams to ambush. 3 days into the competition, any team that had survived this long was bound to possess several Chongyang dragon rhino horns. Rather than hunting these beasts one by one, it was quicker to simply seize them. Meanwhile, Team 2 from the eastern continent was being relentlessly pursued by a full-strength squad. The pursuing force was entirely composed of black individuals of faction from the southern continent. Team 2's leader, Wei Haiping, led his members in a frantic escape. Each member possessed formidable combat prowess, but they were down 2 men. 5 against 7. Moreover, their pursuers were also a team that had survived the entire 3 days, a group filtered through rigorous competition, with no weak links among them. Their combat prowess was formidable. Among this group of black-skinned fighters, one individual's beast companion was a blood demon spider. This spider moved with blinding speed, relentlessly pursuing them from behind while continuously spewing webs. The slightest misstep could trap them in its silk. And like Lu Xian's binding webs, these were poisonous. As the blood demon spider closed in, Wei Haiping commanded his own beast, block those webs. Wearing a long robe that concealed its entire body, Wei Haiping's beast extended its hand. Yuanqi surged wildly from all directions, converging into its palm before being thrust forcefully toward the blood demon spider. The sphere of energy exploded mid-air, unleashing a violent shockwave that repelled all the spider's webs. This beast's name was the Mystic Spirit Envoy. It was the pinnacle among SS-class beasts, its entire form composed of condensed energy. Its abilities included rapidly gathering energy and freely manipulating it, as demonstrated by the explosive blast just now. This beast was the nemesis of all martial-type beasts. Its ability to manipulate chi allowed it to drain the chi surrounding martial-type beasts, rendering them unable to activate their martial arts techniques. It was precisely this ability that caught the attention of the military, leading to Wei Haiping's selection as the captain of Squad 2. The chi explosion blocked the blood spider, but another black panther burst forth from the group of black-clad figures. This was the thousand-shaped shadow leopard. In an instant, it split into multiple copies, leaving Wei Haiping unable to discern which was its true form. This was the shadow leopard's signature skill, split body thrust. At that moment, a large eyeball floated out from within Squad 2. The entire eyeball turned crimson, and then countless red light waves shot out from within it. They struck every single clone of the thousand-shaped shadow leopard, finally pinpointing its true form. This giant eyeball belonged to Zhao Shanyu of Team 2's Spirit Beast, the empty-minded demon eye. A top-tier psychic-type beast master, capable of both mental attacks and providing mental support to allies, a highly versatile ability. Struck by the psychic assault, the thousand-shaped shadow leopard collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Unfortunately, it didn't finish it off. Run! Wei Haiping shouted, acutely aware that if the others caught up, 7 against 5 would still put them at a disadvantage. Team 2 continued retreating, but soon, a nearly vertical stone wall loomed behind them, filling each member with despair. Team 2 was well equipped, but lacking any flying-type beasts. Scaling this vertical cliff was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, if they attempted to climb, the pursuing Southern Continent squad would surely catch up quickly, leaving them as sitting ducks. Tian Suchen from Team 2 turned to Wei Haiping, his face etched with urgency. "Captain, what should we do?" Shi Mingfeng gritted his teeth. "Damn it! What's the point of hiding forever? Let's fight them head-on." Soon, the 7-member squad caught up. Among them was a beast rider whose entire body was composed of stone. As it approached Wei Haiping and the others, it raised one arm upward. Instantly, stones rose up from the ground beneath Wei Haiping and his companions, forming a stone prison. This stone beast was a rare creature capable of commanding earth elemental energy. Shi Mingfeng also released his own beastmaster creature, a mountain-splitting giant elephant. This versatile beastmaster creature possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, and could also manipulate some earth elemental energy. Shi Mingfeng, a hot-tempered individual, had been bottling up his frustration for far too long. He could no longer contain himself. He commanded the mountain-splitting elephant to charge toward the Fengxian Earth Spirit, its 2 tusks gleaming coldly. If it struck Fengxian's Earth Spirit, those tusks could end its life. Fengxian Diling raised his hand again, causing earthen walls to continuously rise from the ground. To the mountain-splitting elephant, these walls were as fragile as paper, each one crashing down under its charge. Zhao Shanyue's empty-minded demon eyes saw it all clearly. Lurking behind the earthen walls was an iron-tailed whip scorpion. This type of beast was deadly poisonous. A single sting from its tail meant certain death. Zhao Shanyue shouted, "Old Stone! Halt your mountain-splitting elephant! There's an ambush behind you!" Unfortunately, the warning came too late. It was already nearly impossible to halt the colossal mountain-cleaving elephant. At that moment, the eyes of the empty-minded demon pupil shifted from crimson to azure. An invisible force lifted the mountain-splitting elephant, pulling it backward just in time to avoid the iron-tailed whip scorpion strike. However, within the black squad, there was also a corrosive giant ant. It spat a stream of green liquid onto the mountain-splitting elephant. Instantly, the affected area began to rot and decay. The sole female member of Squad 2, Su Xiuning, commanded a water purification spirit, a support-type beast whose primary abilities were healing and dispelling negative conditions. This water purification spirit appeared as a shimmering mass of water, crystal clear and adorable. The water flowed from its body onto the mountain-splitting elephant, gently washing the wound. Soon, the corrosive venom on the mountain-splitting elephant's wound was completely cleansed, and the wound began to slowly heal. The water purifier spirit is the pinnacle of healing-type beasts. As long as it remains alive, it can heal any wound and dispel virtually all negative conditions, making it highly prized by beast tamers. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his companions found themselves surrounded by a large group of white men within the underground cavern. The white man who had escaped from Wang Fatty had somehow gathered a large group of white people. They had spontaneously organized themselves and were killing anyone they saw who was from the eastern continent or black. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, the mob immediately closed in. Lin Yu whispered to Wang Fatty and the others, "Everyone, brace yourselves. We're in for a brutal fight." In an instant, both the Eastern Continent team and the underground cavern faced severe existential threats. Chapter 170, Sacrifice and Victory. Above the underground labyrinth. The 5 members of Team 2 were completely surrounded, with no escape route left. The 7 black men's beasts formed a circle, trapping Team 2 inside. "We've got to go all out, brothers," Wei Haiping declared. "Bring it on!" Each member of Team 2 was fiercely determined. Wei Haiping's spirit mastered a sphere of energy in his hand and hurled it into the midst of the black men. The battle erupted. "Old Tian, have your autumn leaf battle god protect Xiaoning's pure water holy spirit," Wei Haiping ordered. Tian Suchen's beast was Autumn Leaf Battle God, a martial-type beast. Exceptionally intelligent, it could master numerous martial arts and combat techniques after just a few viewings. This beast possessed a vast arsenal of skills. Due to various circumstances, Tian Suchen hadn't participated in this year's martial arts tournament. Had he competed, Lin Yu likely wouldn't have stood a chance, but few others would have been his match. This was precisely why Tian Suchen had joined the second team. Autumn Leaf Battle God stood guard beside the purifying water holy spirit. In combat, eliminating support units first was practically an unwritten rule. The Black Man's team also possessed a support-type beast master, a wolf named Blood Awakening Demon Wolf. Unlike the Pure Water Holy Spirit's healing abilities, the Blood Awakening Demon Wolf could induce a berserk state in allies, boosting their combat power by 20%. This was a terrifying boost. Thus, the moment the battle commenced, the void-piercing demon eye unleashed several mental shockwaves directly at the blood-awakened demon wolf. Shi Mingfeng's mountain-splitting elephants single-handedly held off the blood demon spider and iron-tailed whip scorpion. Both creatures possessed deadly venom, forcing the mountain-splitting elephant to fight with extreme caution. Meanwhile, the thousand-shaped shadow leopard and the acid-eating giant ant charged straight toward the holy spirit of purified water. Autumn Leaf Battle God practiced the Xintian Baluo technique designed by Lin Yu. The thousand-shaped shadow leopard split again, and Autumn Leaf Battle God's eyes turned purple extreme demon eyes. Using this skill, Autumn Leaf Warrior swiftly identified the shadow leopard's true form. He then closed the distance with Ghost Shadow Tracker and unleashed a thunderclap fist. Though the shadow leopard was knocked flying, the acid-eroded giant ant remained undeterred, continuing its charge toward the holy spirit of purified water. Left with no choice, Autumn Leaf God swiftly employed Ghost Shadow Tracker to catch up with the acid-eroded giant ant. His hands transformed into jade-like color as he grabbed the ant's mouth. This move, the Mystic Jade Hand from the Mystic Heaven Treasure Record, could block toxins. He then executed the crane-controlling dragon capturing technique, hurling the acid-corroded giant ant away. Only then did he barely protect the holy spirit of pure water. But things weren't going so smoothly for the mountain-splitting elephant. The blood-colored demon spider and iron-tailed whip scorpion were both highly venomous and extremely agile. The mountain-splitting elephant clearly lacked their quick reflexes and was easily restrained. Worse still, the mountain-splitting elephant had sustained multiple wounds, and the toxins were already spreading. The Spirit Master, hovering in the air, continuously provided support everywhere. Seeing that the mountain-splitting elephant could no longer hold on, he manipulated the surrounding primordial energy to repel those beasts. Empowered by the Blood Wisdom Demon Wolf, all the beasts on the dark-skinned side gained enhanced strength, overwhelming Team 2. The mountain-splitting elephant was barely hanging on, and Autumn Leaf Battle God had sustained numerous injuries. The Holy Spirit of purifying water was healing everyone as best she could, but it was simply too little, too late. Shi Mingfeng glared furiously at the black-clad figures, his eyes wide with rage. Things have come to this. Everyone, get out of here. I'll hold them off alone. Wei Haiping panicked instantly, looking at Shi Mingfeng and exclaiming, "Old Shi, what are you doing? I'm going down with these bastards." Shi Mingfeng shouted. Su Xiaoning desperately tried to stop him. "Don't be reckless." Shi Mingfeng replied earnestly, "I'm not being reckless. Everyone sees our situation, we can't escape unless someone makes the ultimate sacrifice. My mountain-splitting elephant moves too slowly to break free. I'd rather buy you all a chance to live." Tiansu and Chen Yi declared sternly, "No. I'm telling you, if we die together. Don't be foolish." Shi Mingfeng turned to Tian Suchen and laughed. "Old Tian, you're the one acting foolishly. We can't all die here together. Don't forget why we came to this windswept isle. We came to secure more resources for our eastern continent. We came to win. If we all die here, who will win? Who will fight for it?" His words left the others speechless. Shi Mingfeng continued, "So you must survive. Find Squad 1 and Squad 3, join forces with them, and help them win. If only Brother Lin were here, he always has a way." Seeing the others still unmoved, Shi Mingfeng urged, "Hurry up and go." Hearing Shi Mingfeng's words, the others, tears streaming down their faces, had no choice but to retreat. Shi Mingfeng was right, they couldn't just die like this. They had to win. The mountain-splitting elephant, poisoned beyond hope, was on the brink of death. In his final moments, he crushed the iron-tailed whip scorpion beneath his foot. The iron-tailed whip scorpion tried to escape, its tail stinger wildly lashing at the mountain-splitting elephant, but the beast refused to budge. Watching his teammates retreat, Shi Mingfeng commanded the mountain-splitting elephant, self-detonate. The mountain-splitting elephant detonated itself with brutal force, blowing the iron-tailed whip scorpion to pieces. The other beasts controlled by the black men were caught in the blast and suffered injuries. Yet the damage was not fatal. Before long, they were back in pursuit. Wei Haiping glanced back at the pursuing beasts and thought, "This won't work. We'll never escape like this." He made his decision. Turning to Zhao Shangyue, he declared, "Old Zhao, this team is yours. Find Brother Lin Yulin. Win at all costs." With that, Wei Haiping tossed the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horn from his own person to Zhao Shangyue. Zhao Shangyue stared at Wei Haiping in shock and asked, "Old Wei, what are you doing?" Then, the Xianling envoy manipulated the surrounding primordial energy, triggering a thunderous explosion. The blast's power far surpassed Shi Mingfeng's mountain-splitting elephant technique. Several of the black men's beasts were blown to pieces. Wei Haiping and Shi Mingfeng did not flee, perishing in the explosion. Every member of Team 2 wept uncontrollably. Meanwhile, deep within the underground cavern, Lin Yu and his 3 companions found themselves surrounded by a vastly superior force. No one standing a chance of victory. Lin Yu surveyed the white men before him and declared to his 3 companions, "Give it everything you've got. We're carving a bloody path out of here today." "Got it." Xiao Dian entered Dragon King form. The electric beast soared into the air, transforming into a mighty dragon mid-flight. Its overwhelming dragon aura descended, striking fear into every beastmaster present. Blood Armor Qian Junling unleashed the god of death domain, further weakening the beast tamers. Wang Fatty's moon-slicing blade slashed out, scattering moonlight. Countless streaks of light surged toward the group of beast tamers. Chapter 171, Phantom Sea Demon. Most of these white-skinned individuals hail from the Western continent, with a smaller contingent originating from the Northern continent. The Western continent was home to numerous factions, many of which were allied with one another. Combined with their shared language, they quickly united. They struck a deal: first eliminate all forces from other continents, then escape the cavern together, and finally fight each other individually. Thus, the current siege had come to pass. Dragon Might of the Electrocution Beast and the God of Slaughter Domain of the Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit unleashed simultaneously, first weakening the enemy ranks. With so many opponents, weakening them was essential before engaging. Then, Lin Yu shouted to the 3, "Hold them off for me." "Got it," the trio responded. Lin Yu needed the electric beast to charge up a Dragon Emperor's dimensional strike. Faced with too many beast tamers, Lin Yu decided to unleash a powerful attack, killing as many as possible. The dragon's might from the lightning beast had weakened the group so severely that the beast tamers decided to target the lightning beast first. Several ranged attacks struck from afar. Blood Armor Qian Junling leaped high, swinging his massive hammer to summon the 1000-ton barrier before the electric beast. Multiple attacks struck the barrier. A crimson shield unfolded, revealing the shadowy forms of 3 ant emperors upon its surface. The seemingly impenetrable barrier finally began to waver under the barrage of attacks, soon shattering completely. With the ranged assault concluded, a group of close combat beast tamers braved the dragon's aura and charged straight toward the electrocution beast. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass vines took root underground, sprouting countless tendrils from the earth to bind the beasts as tightly as possible. Wang Pingzi's moon-splitting blade slashed through the air, cutting down every beast the vines failed to bind. With the 1000-ton barrier gone, the Blood Armor Spirit swung its massive hammer, unleashing the whirlwind hammer technique. One swing, one beast down. Everyone was giving their all. The electrocution beast, confined within the cavern and deprived of the aerial mist's enhancement, now merely pulsed with countless purple lightning bolts crackling around its form. Surrounding energy surged toward the thunder beast like rivers flowing into the sea. Dark purple lightning coalesced around it in ever greater numbers, transforming the creature into a thunder god concealed within its own storm. Finally, all the lightning around it converged into its mouth, forming a massive purple energy sphere pulsing with inner lightning. As this energy sphere coalesced, the very fabric of space around it began to warp. At last, the Dragon Emperor's transdimensional form was complete. The electrocution beast violently expelled it. Tang Haotian and his 2 companions beasts immediately dodged. The purple lightning ball slammed into the group of beasts, unleashing a deafening explosion. As the purple lightning orb shattered, it coalesced into a purple energy storm spanning 100 meters. Within this storm, only beasts with exceptionally strong defenses or those that had kept their distance from the start survived. The rest were pulverized in an instant. The number of beasts attacking Lin Yu plummeted instantly. Yet many beasts remained, and the 4 of them still found themselves at a disadvantage. Lin Yu knew that in this situation, he had to strike first. Before the attackers could recover from the Dragon Emperor's dimensional explosion, the electrocution beast had already shifted into its mortal form, its long sword gleaming coldly in its grasp. He channeled the 8-9 mystic arts, drawing surrounding chi into the electric beast to replenish its recent expenditure. Not only that, but the beast's body glowed brilliantly golden, and a massive phantom figure appeared behind it. He then swiftly closed in on the beasts using Ghost Shadow Tracker, his sword twisting and turning to create a flurry of sword blossoms. Blood spattered wherever it passed. Truly, it killed 1 in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The electrocution beast unleashed the Duga 9 swords, instantly transforming into a human-shaped meat grinder. But these white men's beast tamers were no pushovers either. Their very presence in this competition proved they were the most brilliant talents within their respective factions. They quickly recovered from the shock of the Dragon Emperor's alternate dimension. Several white men had already assessed the situation. Lin Yu was the core of this group of 4. Eliminating him first would make the rest of the fight much easier. Thus, they all set their sights on the electrocution beast. A dark figure suddenly darted out from among the beast tamers, moving with blinding speed fast enough to keep pace with the Duga 9 swords. The electric beast's Duga 9 swords relied entirely on its blinding speed, yet now someone could actually match it. Lin Yu observed closely and recognized the blazingly fast beast, a phantom sea demon, a top-tier martial beast naturally gifted with extraordinary speed. Such a beast, if trained in elite techniques or martial arts, could achieve terrifying combat prowess. However, the development of beast-taming techniques on the Western continent lagged far behind, much like the slow advancement of beast-taming equipment on the Eastern continent. Their beast-taming manuals were scarce and of poor quality. Occasionally, one or two manuals would drift over from the Eastern continent, and they would treasure them as if they were precious gems. Unfortunately, these manuals are notoriously difficult to cultivate. Many cannot even decipher the characters, and even those who can read them often fail to grasp their meaning. Over the past 2 years, the pace of beast-taming cultivation technique development on the Eastern continent has been extremely rapid. This is primarily because Lin Yu publicly sold the Mystic Heaven treasure record. Consequently, all martial beast-taming practitioners on the Eastern continent now cultivate using the Mystic Heaven treasure record. After all, it's not expensive. Even the poorest practitioners could scrape together the funds with some effort. Once they mastered the Xiantian Baoluo, recouping that investment became effortless. Thus, when the Phantom Sea Demon charged in, its speed rivaled that of the Lightning Beast. Yet lacking any effective countermeasures, the Lightning Beast forcibly channeled its 8-9 mystic arts. Merely the colossal chi surging through its body was enough to repel the Phantom Sea Demon. Since its speed rivaled the Duga 9 swords, Lin Yu saw no need to use that technique against it. Instead, he sheathed his sword as the Electric Beast assumed a fighting stance. People from the Western continent had heard much about the Eastern continent's formidable beast-taming arts and martial techniques. Seeing the Thunder Beast assume a stance, the Phantom Sea Demon's guard immediately shot up. As the Electric Beast whirled its palms, a dragon's phantom appeared around it. The Phantom Sea Demon was stunned. Could it actually do that? While it was stunned, the Thunder Beast unleashed the dragon subduing 18 palms. A strike hit its chest, and the Phantom Sea Demon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yu was never one to show mercy. How could he let it off so easily? Another dragon subduing 18 palms struck out, the dragon's phantom roaring forth and slamming into the Phantom Sea Demon once more. This blow ended the creature's life completely. The Electrocution Beast continued unleashing dragon subduing 18 palms, striking the closest beast riders. Wave after wave of dragon illusions roared forth. In an instant, the scene became so fierce that no one dared to approach, no one dared to advance. Chapter 172, The Wind-Roaring Bat Dragon. Then, from within the horde of beasts, one suddenly flew out and caught a direct hit from the dragon subduing 18 palms. This beast resembled a bat, yet bore a dragon's head atop its form. Its entire body was more muscular and powerful, resembling Charizard from Pokemon. Only its form was more slender, and its entire body was covered in scales. Lin Yu recognized this beast, a noble dragon-type beast known as the Wind-Shouting Bat Dragon. Lin Yu couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in astonishment. The dragon subduing 18 palms was a skill he had specifically designed years ago to counter dragon-type beasts. Yet not only was this wind-shouting bat dragon not weakened by it, it had actually withstood the full force of the strike. How on earth did it manage that? Something was definitely off. Lin Yu instantly grew wary of this wind-shriek bat dragon. The reason this beast was called the wind-shouting bat dragon was primarily due to its formidable wind-manipulating power. With a flutter of its wings, 2 wind blades abruptly materialized. The ethereal, agile wind blades streaked straight toward the Thunder Beast's face. Electro Beast unleashed the mystic Jade Palm, transforming both palms into jade-like energy as it attempted to forcibly intercept the 2 wind blades. Yet the moment Electro Beast made contact, the wind blades disintegrated into nothingness. By the time they reformed, they were already dangerously close to the Electrocution Beast. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel, this skill is truly unpredictable. Many beast tamers wielded wind blades, but most used them like swords, hacking directly at their foes. Of all the beast tamers he'd encountered, only this Stormbat dragon employed the technique with such exquisite mastery, fully exploiting the wind blade's agile and versatile nature. No wonder this wind-chasing bat dragon remained unaffected by the dragon subduing 18 palms. This beast was a true prodigy. If it could learn beast-taming techniques, its innate understanding would surely lead to extraordinary mastery. What a pity such a prodigiously talented beast had crossed paths with Lin Yu. The wind blades approached the Electrocution Beast in ways no one could have imagined. Yet, as the beast channeled its 8-9 mystic power, a powerful surge of energy erupted from its very core, shattering both waves of wind blades. Yet the wind-sweeping bat dragon seemed fully prepared. Anticipating the wind blade's futility against the Electrocution Beast, it transformed into a whirlwind, appearing behind the creature as if teleporting. It opened its mouth and spat forward. A wind spike instantly formed, hurtling straight toward the back of the Electric Beast. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel again, this wind-bite bat dragon's techniques are truly formidable. The Thunder Beast dared not block this wind spike head-on. Its penetrating power was clearly far superior to the 2 rounds of wind blades. It could only activate Ghost Shadow Tracker to evade. While the Electrocution Beast was locked in a fierce battle with the Whirlwind Bat Dragon, other beast tamers continued to launch sneak attacks from the sidelines. Only then did Lin Yu realize how difficult this battle truly was. There were simply too many beast masters, and many of them were formidable opponents. Lin Yu turned to Lu Xian and said, "Xian, have your blue-silver grass assist Little Electric." Control the surrounding beasts that are ambushing us. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Since most of the white men's beasts were focused on attacking the electric beast, the pressure on Blue Silver Grass, Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit, and Moonslayer was significantly reduced. Blue Silver Grass was currently entangled with 3 beasts, showcasing the true strength of a control-type beast. Facing a swarm of powerful attackers like Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit or Moonslayer, they might struggle to hold their ground. But for a control-type beast, it was a different story. Watch as its Blue Silver Grass continuously sprouts from the ground, binding the 3 beast masters. While these 3 beast masters could theoretically surround the Blue Silver Grass, they're so entangled and frustrated that they can't even free their hands. Seizing this advantage, the Blue Silver Grass swiftly eliminated one of the beasts. This was the principle of it's better to sever one finger than to wound 10. Among the beasts locked in combat with the Blue Silver Grass was a griffin. Of the 3, it possessed the weakest defenses, and now it was entangled by the vines. Before the Blue Silver Grass, a spear suddenly materialized, the Blue Silver Tyrant Spear. It charged straight toward the griffin's face. Though the griffin's defenses were somewhat weaker, its reflexes remained sharp. It swiftly turned its head to evade the strike. But what followed was a blue orb of light. The Blue Silver Tyrant Spear was merely a diversionary tactic by the Blue Silver Grass, designed solely to draw the eagle-headed griffin's attention. Its true objective was to bind and restrain the creature with a web. The moment the blue orb touched the griffin, it transformed into a vast net, enveloping it completely. The spider web binding was poisonous. The griffin's defenses were extremely weak, and that was precisely what Blue Silver Grass was counting on. Soon, the poison took effect, the web already corroding through the griffin's feathers. Before Blue Silver Grass could strike the griffin, a sliver of moonlight suddenly streaked in from afar. This moonlight carried a sharp edge, like a blade, cleanly severing the griffin's head. That moonlight then transformed into countless streaks of light, hurtling straight toward the other 2 beasts trapped by Blue Silver Grass, one a scorpion lion, the other a snake-necked turtle. This moonlight originated from Moonslash. While engaged in combat, it could still assist Blue Silver Grass, demonstrating its formidable power and effortless mastery. With the griffin slain, the pressure on the Blue Silver Grass eased considerably. It decided to focus on the snapping turtle first. The snapping turtle was also an extremely powerful beast, but its strength lay in the water. If the battle had been underwater, few present could have matched it. But now they were on land, where the turtle's only remaining advantage was its formidable defense. But what good is high defense? It can be shattered. Blue Silver Celestial Dragon Soul. Blue Silver Grass's most powerful single-target attack skill. A phantom azure dragon materialized above the Blue Silver Grass, circling around it as surrounding chi energy converged upon the spot, eventually solidifying completely. Then, the azure dragon charged straight toward the snake-necked turtle. Its immense power shattered the turtle's shell completely, its force showing no sign of abating. The entire snake-necked turtle was obliterated into fragments. But it didn't stop there. The Blue Silver Celestial Dragon Soul pierced through the turtle-necked water turtle and charged toward the scorpion-tailed lion, shattering it into dust as well. Truly terrifying. Having dealt with the immediate threats, Blue Silver Grass didn't even pause to catch its breath before charging straight toward the Electrowolf. The Electrowolf was currently under siege by a group of beast tamers, and Blue Silver Grass intended to lend its aid. The Electroweb was locked in a fierce back-and-forth battle with the Whirlwind Bat Dragon, all while enduring attacks from the surrounding beast tamers. Blue Silver Grass unleashed its entangle ability once more, causing a vine to appear beneath the feet of every attacking beastmaster. For a moment, it at least provided some measure of relief. Chapter 173, Zhou Tianming's Intent. These beast tamers possessed formidable combat prowess. Controlling them with a single vine was clearly impossible, yet it served to disrupt them to some extent. Facing the Whirlwind Bat Dragon, the Electrocution Beast saw its opponents momentarily restrained. It knew this opportunity was rare. This was the prime moment to eliminate the Whirlwind Bat Dragon. The Electrocution Beast unleashed sword control, sending a flying blade hurtling toward the Whirlwind Bat Dragon. The blade's sharp edge forced the dragon to dodge. Seizing the moment, the Electrocution Beast shifted into its gale form and began circling the Stormwing Dragon. All the wind elements in the vicinity were drawn toward it. Skullwind Dragon, skilled in manipulating wind elements, immediately began to command them. But to its horror, the surrounding wind elements refused its control. Instead, it surged toward Electabuzz. It even formed a wind barrier, trapping the Whirlwind Bat Dragon inside. Not only that, but within the array, feathers swirled wildly. Each feather became like a razor-sharp blade. Despite the Whirlwind Bat Dragon's dragon scales, it was slashed open in several places, blood pouring freely. If it were merely a few cuts, that might be bearable. But these wounds possessed a blood-sucking effect. The wind bats felt dizzy and disoriented, their condition rapidly deteriorating. If this continued, they were as good as dead. Their master watched the scene below with growing panic, utterly helpless. The Wind Bat Dragon repeatedly tried to tear through the wind array and escape, but every time it touched those feathers, its injuries grew worse. The electrocution beast accelerated, while the outer edge of the wind array gradually coalesced into the shadowy outline of a dragon. Roaring. Then, the thunder beast soared skyward. Slashing through the air, it carved a fissure, as if it could shatter this underground lair. Finally, the crack descended, striking the wind-bite bat dragon and cleaving it in two. It also carved a hideously gaping fissure into the ground. This very technique was the celestial feathered dragon slaying dance, designed long ago within the Whalefall Beastmaster realm by Lin Yu specifically for dragon slaying. Using this technique to slay the Windbringer bat dragon could not have been more fitting. Meanwhile, on an aircraft carrier near Wind's Rest Island, leaders of various factions gathered, awaiting the outcome of their prodigy's battle. The Western Continent's faction leaders wore expressions of absolute confidence. Ever since the rise of Western Continent's Beastmaster equipment, they had dominated the championship for 2 consecutive years. Thus, they enjoyed the vast majority of Thunder Island's resources, which was precisely why Western Continent's Beastmaster armor had developed so rapidly. Zhou Tianming gazed at Windswept Island with deep concern. An attendant approached and said, "General Zhou, please rest. You've been watching from here day and night since Lin Yu and the others landed." Ah! Zhou Tianming sighed. The 4 Continents Elite Tournament has an extremely high casualty rate. Last year, our Eastern Continent sent 3 teams 21 participants and only 9 returned alive. Thankfully, their performance was decent enough to secure 3rd place, not falling too far behind. Hearing this, the attendant looked puzzled and asked, "General Zhou, this 4 Continents Elite Tournament is a life or death ordeal. Why did you let Lin Yu participate? He's a rare talent. What if?" "I'm just saying." Zhou Tianming waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine." The aide pressed on, "But if something happened to Lin Yu during the competition, it would be a tremendous loss for us." Zhou Tianming replied, "You should understand that flowers don't grow in greenhouses. Lin Yu is indeed a genius, and he's exceptionally strong. Even I, without activating my domain, might not be his match. So, I feel quite at ease letting him go to the 4 Continents Elite Tournament to temper himself." Moreover, Zhou Tianming continued, "Lin Yu needs a brutal trial. Only by witnessing cruelty and bloodshed will he grow stronger and become a true powerhouse." The attendant nodded thoughtfully. Zhou Tianming smiled and remarked, "That kid Lin Yu always manages to surprise us. Just wait and see what kind of surprise he'll bring us this time." Meanwhile, as the electric beast unleashed several skills, the number of besieging beast masters dwindled sharply. Yet these men now understood, if they failed to eliminate Lin Yu and his 3 companions today, their own deaths were certain. Thus, though their numbers were greatly diminished, they now fought with a desperate, do-or-die intensity, unleashing even greater fighting spirit. Blood-armored Chen Junling had fought for so long that his stamina was nearly depleted, yet he was now surrounded by 2 beast tamers. One was a winged serpent soaring through the air, the other an ice-armored scorpion. Winged snakes were beasts of burden renowned for their blazing flight speed and venomous fangs. Most serpent beasts suffered from sluggish movement, but this winged snake's aerial prowess rendered that weakness obsolete. The winged serpent now darted around Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. Blood Armor Qianjianling had to dodge the Ice Armor Scorpion's icy spikes while constantly watching for the winged serpent's sneak attack. Both of these beasts were venomous. Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit dared not let its guard down for a moment. The slightest carelessness could cost it its life right here. Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit suddenly left an opening. Winged Serpent thought his chance had come and launched a fierce assault, aiming straight for the creature's throat, the one spot unprotected by its armor and thus its weak point. Just as the Winged Serpent closed in, the Blood Armor Spirit vanished from its position. Suddenly, it materialized behind the Winged Serpent, bringing down its massive hammer with devastating force. One strike ended the Winged Serpent. The Ice Armor Scorpion hadn't even processed how the Blood Armor Spirit had teleported to evade. After all, the entire area was shrouded in the Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit's God of Slaughter domain, and within that domain, the Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit could teleport. The Ice-Armored Scorpion instantly became hyper-vigilant, its tail continuously firing ice spikes, forcing the Blood Armored 1000-ton Spirit to keep its distance. Then, the Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit pointed its hammer at the Scorpion. A crushing pressure instantly immobilized the Ice-Armored Scorpion. This was the Gravity Swamp technique. With its stamina nearly depleted, dark crimson lightning began to surge and dance restlessly around the Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit's massive hammer. The Blood Armored 1000-ton Spirit hurled the hammer at the Ice-Armored Scorpion, unleashing the Dark Demon Wrathful Thunder. The hammer shattered the Ice Armor Scorpion's icy shell. Seizing the moment, the thunder surged into its body, ruthlessly tearing apart its internal organs. Finally, the Ice-Armored Scorpion ceased to breathe. Blood Armor Qianjianling's stamina was utterly depleted. He collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. At that moment, 2 beast riders charged straight toward the unconscious Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit, intent on seizing the opportunity to finish it off. The crisis was imminent. Chapter 174, Another Sword Strike. These 2 beasts were a rock-armored crocodile and an ice-breath fox. The rock-armored crocodile moved rather sluggishly, while the ice breath fox swiftly closed in on the blood-armored 1,000-ton spirit, poised to unleash its skill. Tang Haotian watched the scene unfold clearly. He charged straight toward the blood-armor 1,000-ton spirit. This was his beast companion, how could he not be concerned? Just as the ice breath fox was about to strike down the blood-armor 1,000-ton spirit, a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, slashing in front of the fox and blocking its path. Wang Pengzi's moon slash stood before the blood-armor 1,000-pound spirit. It still had some stamina left, but it was already on its last legs. Zhan Yu was now unleashing the ninefold thunder blade technique. He'd likely exhaust his stamina after completing this sequence. Thunder danced along the blade of Zhan Yu's long sword, crackling with electricity. A single glance was enough to be intimidated by the terrifying aura radiating from it. Zhan Yu swung his blade at the ice-breathing fox once more. The blade's light, intertwined with thunder, rapidly closed in on the creature. The ice breath fox immediately dodged. The sheer force of that strike was beyond its endurance, and defense wasn't its strong suit. Evasion was the safer option. But that was precisely what Zhan Yu wanted. He swung his blade again, this time at the rock-armored crocodile. This beast possessed formidable biting strength, but its speed was woefully slow. While the ice fox could evade, the rock-armored crocodile could not. Struck by the thunder blade, its wound instantly charred black. Yet the beast's rock armor provided formidable defense, and the lightning blade failed to finish it. So Zhan Yu swung again the sixth tier of the ninefold lightning blade. This strike shattered the rock armor crocodile's armor, piercing its internal organs and finally slaying it. Zhan Yu swiftly turned, redirecting his spearhead toward the ice breath fox. The blade, crackling with thunder, closed in on the ice breath fox. Suddenly, its eyes turned a deep, eerie blue, and it froze the thunder blade strike in mid-air. This gave the ice breath fox a chance to catch its breath. Only 2 strikes remained of the 9-tier thunder blade. If these final blows failed to strike the ice breath fox, Zhan Yu's stamina would be utterly depleted, leaving him to await death. Zhan Yu unleashed the 8th strike of the ninefold thunder blade. The blade's light, accompanied by thunder, radiated terrifying might. Yet the ice breath fox evaded it. Zhan Yu swung again with blinding speed. The ice breath fox never expected the second strike to come so swiftly. This time, evasion was impossible. It took the full force of the ninefold thunder blade head-on. The 9th strike of the ninefold thunder blade unleashed unimaginable power, shattering the ice breath fox into a pile of flesh scattered across the ground. Though the ice breath fox was defeated, Zhan Yu was utterly drained of strength and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Of the 4 beasts, only the blue silver grass remained besides Lin Yu's electrocution beast, and it too was nearing collapse. The blue silver grass swiftly moved closer to the blood armor 1,000-pound spirit and Zhan Yu, shielding them. Though most of the enemy beasts had been killed, leaving only a few survivors, Lin Yu's side was also running low. Only the electric beast, having cultivated the 8-9 mystic art, could continuously absorb and replenish its energy, allowing it to endure this long. This clearly demonstrated the advantage of martial-type beasts. While their skills weren't as flashy as other beasts, their cultivation techniques allowed them to steadily strengthen their physical endurance. Observing the situation, Lin Yu pondered, even with the 8-9 mystic art supporting Xiao Dian's stamina, it likely won't last much longer. We must finish this quickly. Seeming to make a decisive choice, Lin Yu shouted at the electric beast, Xiao Dian, unleash Heaven's Gate. This was a skill Lin Yu had specifically designed for Sun Ling's sword scale beast during the capital giant beast incident, a terrifyingly powerful move. After the electric beast obtained the Changying sword, Lin Yu had crafted a version specifically for it. The lightning beast gripped the Changying sword, and a gigantic sword's phantom appeared upon its blade. Its sword aura surged heavenward, seemingly poised to shatter the cavern at any moment. The phantom blade radiated a murderous aura, its intent to kill running rampant. As the lightning beast swung downward, the soaring sword intent actually sliced through the underground chamber. The setting sun's rays poured in, finally revealing the light of day. The sword intent continued to surge, wounding, and even piercing through every hostile beastmaster present. The entire horde of beasts that had surrounded him lay in pools of blood on the ground, save for 1 or 2 who fled for their lives. After unleashing that final strike, the thunder beast was utterly drained of strength, collapsing unconscious. Lin Yu recalled it into the beast tamer's space. This time, however, no more beasts would attempt a sneak attack. Because they had all been wiped out. The blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, Moonslayer, and blue silver grass, equally drained of energy, were also recalled to the beast tamer's space to recover. Lin Yu and his 3 companions collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lu Xian, who had been catching his breath, suddenly turned and began vomiting violently. The cavern floor was now littered with the severed limbs of humans and beasts. The entire space reeked of blood, nauseating and hellish. Suddenly, within Tang Haotian's beast space, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit struggled to break free. Tang Haotian was astonished. The blood armor 1,000-ton spirit had long since exhausted its stamina. What possible reason could it have for emerging now? Nevertheless, he released it. The blood armor spirit sat cross-legged on the ground, drawing the surrounding blood energy toward itself. It's absorbing the blood energy? Tang Haoyan exclaimed in shock. Lin Yu observed this and nodded. The Godslayer domain I designed for it has impacted its evolution. Blood energy and such are beneficial to it. This reaction is normal under the circumstances. Tang Haoyan finally relaxed. The group waited quietly for the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, using the time to rest. Lin Yu and the others had little food left. They shared what they had, but it wasn't enough to fill them. After resting for quite some time, Lin Yu was the first to recover. He began rummaging through the pile of severed limbs and broken arms, with Wang Fatty and Tang Haoyan joining in to help. Ultimately, the trio sifted through the corpses, turning them over and over, and managed to extract a full 28 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Lin Yu selected 14 of them and tossed them to Wang Fatso. Fat Wang hastily refused, saying, "Brother Lin, that's too many. I can't take them all. Just a few would be enough, no need for so many." Persisted by Lin Yu, Wang Fatty had no choice but to accept all 14 horns. By then, night had fallen. It was now the evening of the fourth day, and Lin Yu's group had spent an entire day and night inside the underground cavern. Meanwhile, the four who hadn't been teleported into the underground cavern these past days, Qin Yushi, Su Yuan, Li Shuisheng, and Lui, had relatively good luck, encountering only one ambush by a 7-person squad. Fortunately, the four possessed terrifying strength. Outnumbering 7 opponents, they annihilated the squad and seized 5 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Later, they encountered several other incomplete squads, all of which they slaughtered. Over the course of that day and night, the 4 of them seized a total of 10 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Chapter 175, Blood Moonstorm. As dusk settled, the 4 found a decent spot to pitch their tent. Inside, none of them felt sleepy. It had been a long time since Lin Yu and the others were teleported into the underground labyrinth, yet there was still no sign of them. Chen Yushi sighed, her face clouded with worry. "I wonder how Lin Yu and the others are doing." Su Yuan, sensing her worry, offered reassurance, "Hey, don't fret. Everyone knows Brother Lin's strength. What could possibly happen? I bet anyone who crossed him has been wiped out by now. Let's hope so." Meanwhile, only 2 members remained of the Eastern Continent's second team, Tian Suchen and Su Suning. Hiding behind a cliff, both wore expressions of sorrow. After Wei Haiping and Shi Mingfeng sacrificed themselves to save them, they encountered another squad with more members than their own. Zhao Shangyue, to cover their escape, charged the enemy squad with his beast riding skill, empty-minded demon gaze. He managed to stall them and even killed one of their members. Yet Zhao Shangyue and the demon eye perished at the hands of that squad. Now, only the 2 of them remained alive in the entire second squad. Adding Wang Fatty, who was with Lin Yu in the underground labyrinth, there were only 3 survivors left. Su Xiaoning sat motionless behind the cliff, her face etched with despair. She sighed and asked, "Brother Tian, what do we do now? Are we going to die too?" Tian Suchen knew Su Suning's spirit had been crushed. He offered comfort, "Sis, don't be afraid. Let's find Squad 1 and Squad 3 and join up with them. We'll survive. You know Brother Lin is incredibly capable." Upon hearing Lin Yu's name, a glimmer of hope finally flickered in Su Xiaoning's eyes. The Eastern Continent's third team fared much better. Of their 7 members, only Zhou Shangwei was teleported into the underground caverns and perished. Among the remaining 6, only Zhang Tangsong lost his life when they encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent. The current status of the 3 Eastern Continent teams was as follows. Team 1, led by Lin Yu, had all members unharmed. Team 2 had only 3 survivors and Team 3 still had 5 members remaining. Inside the underground cavern, as Lin Yu and his team guarded the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit during its cultivation, a white-skinned figure suddenly emerged from the depths. Speaking with a thick Eastern Continent accent, he declared, "I anticipated this long ago. You fools would destroy each other, leaving me to conserve my strength and reap the rewards. Just as I expected. You 4 are formidable. You slaughtered every last one of them. But your beast tamers must be utterly drained now, right?" Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this man. He hadn't expected someone so cunning lurking in the shadows until they were completely drained before emerging. What do we do now? Lin Yu's heart raced with panic. He was truly at a loss. The blood armor 1,000-ton spirit was still in cultivation, and the other beasts had only rested briefly, barely recovering any strength. The white man unleashed his own beast, a bloodvine tree demon. It wasn't an exceptionally powerful beast, but under these circumstances, it was more than sufficient to handle Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu and his 3 companions simultaneously released their own beast tamers. Each beast tamer looked extremely weak in their current state. They likely couldn't even unleash a single skill. They could only barely hold on. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Yu suddenly looked up and saw the moon. The underground cavern had been slashed open by the Thunder Beast's heaven-splitting sword, and now moonlight streamed down through the gaping wound. Gazing at the moonlight, then glancing at Wang Pangzi's moon-slicing blade, an idea suddenly formed in Lin Yu's mind. "Hold on a moment," Lin Yu told the others. "I have an idea." With that, he swiftly pulled out the skill demonstration blueprint and began sketching upward. The blood vines from the vine tree demon surged toward the three tamed beasts. The blue-silver grass attempted to block with its own vines, but exhausted and lacking strength, its tendrils were torn apart by the blood vines. The electrocution beast wielded the Chang'ying sword, severing several blood vines, while Zhan Yu followed suit. The three beast tamers fought with all their might, but defeat seemed imminent. Lin Yu abruptly stood up and tossed the diagram to Zhan Yu. Fat Wang asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, what is this?" "This is the key to whether we survive today," Lin Yu declared firmly. The white man laughed at the scene. Not being from the eastern continent, he hadn't heard of Lin Yu's exploits and found this active on-the-spot creation laughable. He continued in his awkward accent, "You want to use your impromptu creation skills on this exhausted beastmaster? And still think you can defeat me? Eastern continent man, you're too naive." Lin Yu merely smiled at him, saying nothing. The moment Zhan Yu touched the blueprint, it vanished abruptly. Clearly, the learning process had succeeded. Then, the moonlight streaming through that opening began to converge toward Zhan Yu. Wang Fatso's beast, Zhan Yu, did indeed gain strength from moonlight at night, but never like this before. Zhan Yu's aura surged upward. To everyone's astonishment, its stamina was rapidly recovering. In just a moment, it had recovered nearly half. Lin Yu immediately addressed Wang Pengzi, "Fatso, this skill is called Blood Moonstorm. Have Zhan Yu try it out." "Got it." Wang Fatty agreed, then commanded Zhan Yu, "Use Blood Moonstorm." Lin Yu's inspiration for this skill came from the combined ultimate technique of Thunderbolt Fire and Vanguard in Lolo's adventures. In a state of exhaustion, they restored their stamina through moonlight and unleashed this crimson moonstorm, nearly slaying the Tyrannosaurus god, who possessed countless energy-infused purple crystals. Now, with everyone depleted of stamina, Zhan Yu had mastered this technique. He could restore his stamina through moonlight and unleash this attack. At that moment, everyone noticed the moon in the sky had turned red. Everyone who saw the crimson moon felt their hearts leap to their throats, dreading that the organizers were up to some new trick. Every night brought new tricks. Everyone was utterly terrified. The white man stared at the scene in disbelief. What's happening? How could its stamina recover so quickly? Crimson moonlight flowed into Zhan Yu's body, transforming his long blade into a blood-red weapon. A powerful aura erupted from the blade. Zhan Yu leapt high into the air, swinging his crimson blade with devastating force. The bloodvine tree demon threw everything it had into blocking the strike, but against such a terrifying blow, it was cleaved clean in two. The blade's light showed no mercy, instantly cleaving the white man to death. So powerful. Wang Fatty couldn't help but shout. This scene left not only Wang Fat, but everyone else utterly speechless. Chapter 176, Azura Whirlwind Killing Array. Brother Lin, this skill is insane. This Blood Moonstorm is probably the strongest move in my entire moon/repertoire. Wang Fat shouted. Lin Yu chuckled, "If it weren't powerful, we wouldn't survive." "It's just a pity this skill can only be unleashed under moonlight," Lin Yu added. "The conditions are too strict. Otherwise, your moon/ would be even stronger." "It's fine, Brother Lin. I'm already thrilled it's this powerful," Fat Wang said. He was content and not greedy. "Good. Rest a bit longer. Once Xiaodian recovers his stamina, we'll open a portal and be out of here," Lin Yu said. The underground chamber had been shattered by the electric beast, and the spatial restrictions within had naturally vanished. At that moment, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, seated on the ground in meditation, suddenly snapped its eyes open. A murderous aura erupted from its center. Lin Yu glanced over, nodded approvingly, and remarked, "Excellent. It seems the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit has absorbed this blood essence, strengthening its domain." "Oh?" Tang Haotian asked curiously. Lin Yu explained, "The blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's god of killing domain has evolved into the Azura domain. Within this domain, its attack power can increase by 50%. "What?" The three present nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. 50%? That's outrageous. The blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's original god of slaughter domain only boosted its own power by about 20%. Now it's increased again. Terrifying. Lin Yu shot them a look. Overreacting. What's the big deal? There's more. There's more. Lin Yu continued his explanation. Moreover, enemies within the domain will be subjected to immense pressure, limiting their movement speed and reaction time. They won't be able to fight at full strength. Tang Haotian was utterly dumbfounded. If the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit had possessed these two enhancements before the ambush, Tang Haotian felt it could have taken on 10 opponents single-handedly. Lin Yu cleared his throat. And there's more. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was already this terrifying, and there was more? Within the Azura domain, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit gains an additional skill, the Azura Whirling Slaughter Array. This ability transforms killing intent into tangible attacks. After Lin Yu finished, everyone was so stunned they couldn't speak. Tang Haotian even felt like kneeling before Lin Yu. It was just too powerful. Fat Wang stood frozen for a long moment before stammering. With this skill, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit is already powerful enough to rank among the strongest. Wang Fatso suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's thigh. Brother Lin, design a domain-type skill for me too. Lin Yu almost kicked him away before saying, I can't think of a suitable domain for you right now. I'll design one for you once I figure it out. Fat Wang immediately shouted, Brother Lin, you're practically my own father. Whoa, don't go saying things like that, Lin Yu quickly interjected. At this moment, Tang Haotian's gratitude toward Lin Yu was beyond words. He desperately wanted to find an opponent to test the new abilities of his blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, but everyone had already been killed. After resting for a while, the electrocution beast finally regained some stamina. It then shifted into its spatial form and used a spatial teleportation technique, opening a portal above the underground cavern. Emerging, Fat Wang took a deep breath and declared, finally out. That underground lair was suffocating, no sunlight at all. Lin Yu said, we need to find our teammates immediately. Then, turning to Wang Fatso, he added, Old Wang, it's been 4 days since the competition started. Many teams are already incomplete. Our Team 3 has surely suffered casualties too. We can't keep fighting separately now. I suggest we join forces. You're right. Wang Fat agreed. But where do we find our teammates now? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Lin Yu replied. Their food supplies were long gone. Wild boars roamed the island everywhere, some even showing signs of transforming into ferocious beasts. Lin Yu's group caught one and skillfully gutted it. Lu Xian built a fire, and each person cut off a piece of wild boar meat to roast over the flames. The wild boar meat tasted a bit gamey compared to domestic pigs, but it wasn't unbearable. Wang Fatty stuffed his mouth with grilled meat, his face twisted in a mournful expression as he complained, What kind of life have we been living these past few days? I can endure everything else, but when it comes to food, I just can't take it anymore. It's too miserable. I want something delicious to eat. With that, he took another huge bite of the wild boar meat. Seeing his expression, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yu turned to Lu Xian and said, Xiao Xian, I promised you back in the underground labyrinth that I'd design a domain for you too. Since we've got some downtime now, I'll get it done for you. This 4 continents elite tournament is fraught with danger. The more skills you have, the better your chances of survival. Having witnessed the terrifying Azura domain of the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, Lu Xian had long yearned for his own domain. Hearing Lin Yu offer to design one for him, he was overcome with excitement. Lin Yu wasted no time, pulling out the skill demonstration blueprints and starting to sketch upward. Thank goodness I brought enough blueprints this time, otherwise, I really wouldn't have had enough. Lin Yu thought to himself. As Lin Yu drew, Wang Fatty stood nearby watching. He saw Lin Yu sketch numerous grass blades on the blueprint, the lines crooked and uneven, not particularly pleasing to the eye. Beside the drawing, 4 large characters were written, Blue-Silver Domain. Once he finished, Lin Yu handed the diagram to Lu Xian. Here, let your blue-silver grass try learning this. Got it. Lu Xian handed the demonstration blueprint to the Beastmaster Blue-Silver Grass, which instantly began refining it. Lin Yu explained to Lu Xian, this domain is called the Blue-Silver Domain. Within it, the Blue-Silver Grass's Entangle skill will have a larger range. After Lin Yu described the first skill, the group remained relatively composed. It wasn't as terrifying as the Azura domain. Lin Yu continued, the second skill granted by this domain is called All-Encompassing Phenomena. It reduces an enemy's attributes by 10%. After introducing the second skill, the group remained largely unmoved. After all, compared to the terrifying suppression of the Azura domain, what was this? The third skill is called Devouring Golden Threads. This ability absorbs an enemy's stamina to replenish your own. After Lin Yu finished, Lu Xian thought, if he'd had Devouring Golden Threads during the earlier ambush, he could have held out longer. The fourth skill is called Oceanic Absorption. This ability converts the life force of all surrounding plants into stamina and mental energy for your blue-silver grass. In a sense, your blue-silver grass can sustain itself indefinitely. What? Endless endurance? For a moment, everyone else gasped in astonishment. Chapter 177, Blue-Silver Domain. Infinite endurance? Lu Xian's eyes widened instantly. If Lin uses Azura Realm for blood armor Qianjinling amplified combat power to crush opponents, then the Blue-Silver Domain bestowed upon the Blue-Silver Grass granted limitless stamina. Within this domain, who could possibly outlast the Blue-Silver Grass? In Beastmaster duels, stamina was crucial. Skill activation depended entirely on a Beastmaster's endurance. A Beastmaster who ran out of stamina couldn't unleash skills in battle. And without skills, it can only await its demise. Viewed this way, the Blue-Silver Domain's terror is no small matter. Tang Haotian and Lu Xian, both having gained new realms, were beyond excited and couldn't wait to find someone to test their newfound power against. Meanwhile, Team East Continent 2. Deep into the night, Tian Suchen and Su Suning huddled inside a mountain cave, too afraid to light a fire lest they be discovered by other teams. The night on Windswept Isle was bitterly cold, and Su Xiaoning shivered uncontrollably. Do you think we'll make it back alive? Su Suning suddenly asked. Tian Suchen's face was etched with despondency and defeat, the spirited vigor he'd possessed upon first stepping onto the island now completely gone. He shook his head. I don't know. Then a flicker of defiance and fury crossed his face. I don't plan on going back alive. I want to avenge them. I want to avenge the captain. Going back like this, I can't accept it. I have no face to show their families. Hearing this, Su Xiaoning's resolve hardened. Right. We must avenge our fallen brothers. Even if it means dying ourselves. Silence hung heavy between them for a long while. Finally, Tian Suchen spoke up. Alright, get some rest. Save your strength. We still need to find Squad 1 and Squad 3 tomorrow. Their casualties can't be as heavy as ours, can they? Su Xiaoning asked, her voice tinged with worry. Tian Suchen suddenly fell silent. He hadn't been oblivious to this possibility. If Teams 1 and 3 had also suffered heavy casualties, it meant the entire eastern continent had taken devastating losses on Windswept Island. After a long pause, Tian Suchen finally said, it depends on whether those two squads were teleported into the underground caverns. If our squad had been at full strength, we wouldn't be in this mess. Who the hell came up with these damn rules? Let's hope both teams are still at full strength. Just as the two were about to rest, a sudden rustling sound startled them awake. Having lived in constant fear and tension all day, the sound was unmistakable to them. They moved as slowly and quietly as possible, trying not to alert whoever was making the noise. Carefully rising, they peered out of the cave entrance. The scene before them left them utterly stunned. A squad had arrived outside the cave, a full 4 people. Outnumbered from the start, and with Su Xiaoning's holy spirit of purification being a support type, their only effective combatant was Tian Suchen's Autumn Leaf Battle God. Faced with this situation, Tian Suchen instantly made up his mind, run. A direct confrontation offered no chance of victory whatsoever. It would truly be a dead end. The pair moved as quietly as possible, yet their panic made them clumsy. Despite their extreme caution, the squad spotted them. The 4 spoke rapidly in a language Tian Suchen and Su Suning couldn't understand. Then they unleashed their beasts, which immediately charged toward the pair. Realizing they were exposed, they took off running. But the 4 pursuing beasts closed in relentlessly. In that moment, Su Xiaoning was utterly overcome by despair. She felt as though she could see the faces of her fallen comrades before her eyes. Perhaps in the next second, she would meet the same fate. Yet to her now, death didn't seem so terrifying. Instead, a profound sense of regret welled up within her. Su Xiaoning thought bitterly, what a pity I won't be able to avenge my teammates. Tian Suchen, meanwhile, prepared for a desperate last stand with Autumn Leaf Battle God. Waiting for death was not his way. A man should die on the battlefield. Even in death, he would take a few with him. Just as the two steeled themselves for their final moments, Lin Yu and his group arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the 4 figures, Tian Suchen and Su Suning were overcome with emotion and burst into tears. Su Suning cried out, Brother Lin! We finally found you! These 4 were indeed Lin Yu's group. By chance, Lin Yu had found Su Suning and Tian Suchen first while searching for the group. Wang Fatty was thrilled to see his team members, but his expression darkened instantly upon realizing only Su Suning and Tian Suchen were present. Old Tian, where are the others? Did you get separated? Fat Wang suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him. A terrible premonition had already taken root in his heart, but he refused to accept the harsh reality. Tian Suchen, a man who had remained stoic throughout the ordeal, now wailed uncontrollably, sobbing, they're all gone. The captain, old Zhao, old Sure, every last one of them. Hearing this, Wang Fatty's vision instantly darkened, followed by an uncontrollable surge of rage welling up within him. Lin Yu, Lu Xian, and Tang Haotian also felt a deep sense of sorrow welling up within them. Lin Yu was even somewhat shocked. He had witnessed the might of Squad 2 firsthand. They were undoubtedly formidable. But now, counting Wang Fatso, only 3 remained. His heart felt both sorrowful and cruel. Though they weren't from the same team, they developed a strong bond during the training camp. To lose him like this was unbearable for anyone. Lin Yu had particularly admired Wei Haiping's Beastmaster Phantom Spirit and Zhao Shanjue's empty-minded Demon Eye. He believed both these beasts possessed immense strength and limitless potential. Lin Yu recalled promising Zhao Shanjue during training that he would design a skill for the empty-minded Demon Eye. But now, that was impossible. The joy of reunion was quickly overshadowed by the sorrow of a teammate's sacrifice. Just then, the 4 beasts that had been pursuing Su Xiaoning and the others caught up. But upon seeing that Lin Yu's group now numbered 6, they immediately chickened out and turned tail to flee. Such was the reality on Fengxi Island. Whichever team had more members held the upper hand in combat. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy as he looked at them. Tang Haotian and Lu Xian stepped forward and said, Brother Lin, leave it to us. Both were eager to test their domain skills, fueled by a burning hatred to avenge their fallen comrades. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Accompanied by their tamed beasts, the 2 men charged head-on toward the 4 white men. Su Xiaoning, having witnessed too many comrades fall, watched them charge in alone with profound worry. The thought of another death was something their hearts simply couldn't bear. Chapter 178, Two Teams Converge. Su Xiaoning voiced her concern, Brother Lin, help them. Those 4 beasts are incredibly powerful. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Trust them. Tang Haotian's blood armor 1,000-ton spirit faced off against a crystal cluster rock turtle and a sonic weasel. Crystal cluster rock turtles were peculiar among defensive beasts. Their carapaces could grow clusters of energy crystals, capable of actively firing dense crystal spikes or channeling energy into crystalline shields. The sonic weasel possessed unique organs that compressed air to release directional, high-intensity sonic shockwaves. These could either stun enemies or directly destroy their organs. Both beasts sought to strike first, simultaneously attacking the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. One unleashed a barrage of crystal spikes, while the other blasted a sonic shockwave. Blood armor 1,000-ton spirit stood immovable in place. A faint crimson mist began to rise around him, as if he were its center. This mist was actually a concoction of blood energy and killing intent. The killing intent solidified, and even before the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit had to act, their attacks were shattered by the killing intent. Tian Suchen and Su Suning were both stunned into silence. During training, they had seen Tang Haotian's beast companion a Qianjinling. But what was this creature now? Clad in crimson battle armor and wielding a massive hammer? Could it have evolved? But, weren't Qianjun spirits supposed to be incapable of evolution? And what was that skill? The strongest attack from 2 beast masters, just casually deflected like that? Is that fair? If it's that easy for you, what about us 2 who've been hunted down for so long? The 2 beast tamers trapped within the Azura realm and their master instantly sensed something was terribly wrong. Their movement speed and reaction capabilities were both clearly restricted. Blood armor Qianjunling's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he thrust a palm forward toward the 2 beast tamers. The surging killing intent around him coalesced into countless blades, whirling toward its targets. This was the new ability granted by the Azura realm, the Azura Whirlwind Slaughter Array. The moment these countless blades made contact with the 2 beasts, they were instantly shredded into mincemeat. An instant kill. Not even their masters were spared. After slaughtering them, the blood essence was absorbed by the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit, ensuring not a single drop was wasted. Meanwhile, Lu Xian's blue-silver grass faced off against 2 beasts, a poison gland arrow rain frog. This beast possessed poison glands on its back, capable of highly compressing and blasting venom from its body. Not only did it have a long range, but its piercing power was also formidable. The other was a crush claw shrimp. This beast was hideously ugly, resembling a lobster gone feral. Its hands were hammer-like, capable of punching through many beasts' defenses. Facing these 2 beasts alone, the blue-silver grass unleashed its domain. Instantly, countless crystalline sparks erupted around it, swirling in its vicinity. Every plant on the ground pulsed in rhythm with the blue-silver grass, then transformed into tendrils that shot straight toward the 2 beasts. Vines covered the ground, leaving the 2 beasts nowhere to hide. What plunged them into utter despair was the sudden realization that their attributes had been reduced by 10%. Already at a disadvantage, now with their attributes reduced by 10%, what was the point of fighting? The ensuing battle became exceedingly simple. The blue-silver grass continuously unleashed the blue-silver overlord spear, wielding this technique like a javelin. With the blue-silver domain active, stamina was no longer a concern. The surrounding vegetation continuously channeled life force into the blue-silver grass. This was the 4th skill of the blue-silver domain, Sea of All Rivers. Thus, exhaustion was no longer a concern. They simply unleashed skill after skill without hesitation. Thus, these 2 beasts were pierced to death by the blue-silver tyrant spear, riddled like sieves. Tang Haotian and Lu Xian remarked with little enthusiasm, "These 2 are too weak. Boring. I didn't even use my full strength, and they're already dead." The greatest power of domain skills lies in the immense boost they grant to tamers. This allows one to fight 100. Now that both possessed domains, even facing 2 opponents felt effortless. Su Xiaoning watched the blood armor 1,000-pound spirit and blue-silver grass display their formidable combat prowess, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She too wanted to grow stronger. She refused to remain a support who needed protection. If she possessed formidable strength, perhaps she could protect her teammates, or maybe they wouldn't have died. Wang Fatso, envious after witnessing their power, clung desperately to Lin Yu's leg. "Brother Lin, design one for me too." Lin Yu finally managed to shake him off. It wasn't that he wouldn't design one for Wang Fatso, he just hadn't thought of a suitable domain skill for him yet. The immediate priority was to find Team 1 and reunite with Chen Yushi and the others. Team 2 had already suffered such heavy casualties. With the 3 of them missing, Team 1 was down to just 4 members. What if they suffered casualties too? These 4 were all Lin Yu's close friends and brothers. The loss of any one of them would be unbearable. Thus, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Team 2 now had only 3 members left, effectively losing their combat effectiveness. It was imperative that Lin Yu and the others band together now. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by other teams. Gazing at the blood-soaked corpses strewn across the ground, the group had long since grown numb. Lin Yu addressed the others, "Clear the battlefield." Check these bodies for any Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. 12 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns were found on their bodies. Lin Yu took 6 and gave the remaining 6 to Team 2. Team 2 was also in a sorry state. Their Chongyang dragon rhino horns had long been looted. Tian Su Chen and Su Xiaoning declined, but Lin Yu insisted on giving them some anyway. Meanwhile, Chen Yushi and her group had just eliminated a 5-person squad and were sitting on the ground, catching their breath. Su Yuan wiped sweat from his face and said, "That scared the hell out of me. If it weren't for my 100-fruit beast having brother Lin's design skill, Kamen Rider Kaibutsu, we'd have been ambushed and killed for sure." They'd been roaming Windswept Island for days, eliminating numerous squads while also becoming targets themselves. Yet, armed with all sorts of flashy skills, they'd managed to fight their way out. Chen Yushi was still worried about Lin Yu. "I wonder how Lin Yu and the other two are doing. It's been so long, and they haven't returned. There's been no word at all. Sigh, I wonder how dangerous that underground lair is." Lu Yi's face was equally clouded with worry, concerned both for Lin Yu and his own younger brother, Lu Xian. Li Shuweixiang, however, remained utterly confident in Lin Yu. "Relax. With brother Lin's strength, who in that underground lair could possibly be his match? Even if he encounters someone he can't defeat, didn't brother Lin bring those skill demonstration blueprints? He can just create new skills on the spot." Hearing this, everyone recalled Lin Yu's insane creative inspiration and felt considerably reassured. Chapter 179, The Crew Sect. "Let's hope so," Chen Yushi murmured. "Alright, we need to move locations quickly. That fight just now must have drawn a crowd." "Agreed." The group nodded in unison, rising to prepare their departure. Su Yuan's eyes were the sharpest. The moment he stood up, he caught sight of numerous figures. "Look!" Su Yuan exclaimed. "How did so many people suddenly appear around us?" Li Shuweixiang immediately grew anxious, alarm bells ringing in his head as he scanned the area. Unbeknownst to them, a group had crept up stealthily. Not a small squad, a whole group. "Damn it! We were too careless." Louis cursed under his breath. They were already close enough that Chen Yushi could make out the insignia on their uniforms. "It's the Crew Church." Chen Yushi and her 3 companions were now surrounded by 2 squads from the Crew Church, a major power of the Western continent. The Crew Church was one of the major powers on the Western continent, skilled in beast armor like the Holy Spirit sect. Moreover, their beast armor was superior to that of the Holy Spirit sect. The Crew Church had the right to send 2 teams into this competition. Perhaps due to good luck, their 2 squads had encountered each other quite early on. On the 3rd night, during the dungeon teleportation, only 2 members from their group were transported into the dungeon. Despite 2 days having passed, these 2 still hadn't emerged. However, for their overall strength, 2 people were insignificant. With both teams combined, 12 individuals were more than enough to dominate Windswept Island, especially since they possessed the most advanced Beastmaster equipment. Thus, these 2 squads had been slaughtering without restraint for days. Until today, when they collided with Chen Yushi's group of 4. Chen Yushi's group was formidable, but their opponents outnumbered them 2 to 1. Yet 2 squads meeting head-on left no room for retreat. War erupted instantly. The 12 members of the Crew Church immediately unleashed their beasts. Amidst the clanging of armor, a set of beast armor materialized on each beast. Compared to the Holy Spirit sect's armor, the Crusader Church's beast armor appeared more streamlined overall, with a more balanced frame. This was a standard tactic for beast armor units. Their mounted cannons unleashed a volley of fire at Chen Yushi and her 3 companions. Su Yuan gasped, "No way! They're going straight for the cannons. Our 4 beasts don't have strong defensive skills." Within Lin Yu's squad, only Tang Haotian's 1,000-ton spirit and Lu Xian's blue-silver grass possessed defensive capabilities. Chen Yushi and the others had witnessed the sheer destructive power of the beast armor's barrage. But before they could react, the shells were already hurtling toward them. Chen Yushi's Lingming Divine Ape somersaulted backward, drawing surrounding clouds to converge upon it. A dense cloud mass coalesced beneath its feet. The Divine Ape rode the cloud, dodging left and right to evade the shells. Yet the barrage was relentlessly dense. The golden monkey staff materialized in its hand. With a swing, it deflected one shell. Lu Yi's unicorn beetle transformed into Kamen Rider, 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 Kamen Rider. The only one truly unlucky was Li Shuweixiang's ugly worm. The ugly worm possessed absolutely no defensive skills whatsoever, and its other lethal moves were impossible to execute because the enemy was too far away. Su Yuan proved loyal, commanding the 100 fruit beast to summon over a dozen mechs, several of which were assigned to shield Li Shuweixiang's ugly worm. "We can't keep this up," Su Yuan shouted. "Sooner or later, we'll be worn down and crushed by the enemy." I'll send the divine monkey to break their formation. Get ready, once it's breached, we charge out, Chen Yushi declared. The divine monkey's cloud somersault was blazingly fast, closing in on the Crusader Church's mech formation in an instant. The golden staff in its hand grew larger and larger, its power reaching terrifying levels before it swung down. It slammed viciously into the mech formation. The mechs reacted with blinding speed, instantly forming a new formation. Several units simultaneously activated their protective shields, managing to withstand the Lingming Divine Ape's powerful, heavy blow. Simultaneously, they launched a counterattack. Blades sprang from several mechs, hurtling straight toward the divine monkey. In a moment of carelessness, the divine ape was slashed by one of the mechs, a massive wound gushing blood. Spirit bright divine ape! Come back! Chen Yushi cried out in alarm. If this continued, the divine ape would surely meet disaster. The divine ape acted decisively, immediately activating the great celestial immortal technique. Surrounding spiritual energy surged into its body, transforming into immortal energy. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted around the divine ape. A colossal spectral image of the divine ape materialized, repelling the Crusader Church's mechs. The divine ape swiftly returned to safety. What do we do now? We can't break through. Su Yuan exclaimed bitterly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu led his group in searching for Chen Yushi and the others when a sudden barrage of explosions caught their attention. Fat One listened to the cannon fire and remarked, "Brother Lin, that sounds like the artillery of the Beastmaster armor. Judging by the volume, there must be a lot of them. 2 factions from the western continent clashing?" Lin Yu speculated. 8 out of 10 chances it is. Otherwise, the commotion wouldn't be this intense. Let's go. We'll check it out and see if we can pick up some scraps. Lin Yu declared. Lin Yu's group now numbered 6, a formidable force in the late stages of the competition. Even if they encountered powerful opponents, they wouldn't be afraid. At the very least, they could ensure their safe retreat. Xiaodian, enter Phantom Soul form. Lin Yu commanded the Electrocution Beast beside him. The Electrocution Beast instantly shifted form, transforming into an illusory, phantom-like state. Xiaodian, use Mind Share. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Grasping the enemy's movements was crucial. The scene of the battlefield ahead played out clearly in the minds of everyone present. Seeing 12 mechs of the Crew Church on the opposing side, the group was startled. 12 mechs could easily sweep across the entire windswept isle. Then, they spotted several familiar figures. Lin Yu's heart leapt with joy. It's Chen Yushi and the others. Ha! Looks like they're all alive. Tang Haotian frowned. They're surrounded. The situation doesn't look good. What's there to fear? If we join up with Yushi, we'll have 10 people. Why should we be afraid of them? Let's go. We'll launch a surprise attack from the outside and coordinate with Yushi's group to encircle and wipe out this bunch from the Crew Church. Besides, once we pull this off, we'll lock in first place. Chapter 180, Armor Martial Arts Ultimate Lockseed. Li Shuisheng watched the advancing Beastmaster mechs advance relentlessly, a sense of desolation settling in his heart. Is this really where I die? I refuse to accept this fate. The Crew Sect's formation was simply too impenetrable. Chen Yushi and the others had sought countless opportunities but couldn't break through. Fortunately, Su Yuan possessed a summoning skill, conjuring numerous mechs to bear the brunt of the assault, preventing the Crew Sect from overwhelming them in one go. Su! Li Shuisheng called out to Su Yuan. Have the 100-fruit beast throw my joker into the maw of the mechs. Su Yuan shook his head. No! It's too dangerous. The clown might never come back. Li Shuisheng shook his head firmly. We have no other choice. If we can't break through now, they'll trap us here. Not a single one of us will escape. We must seize any sliver of survival we can find. You understand, old Su? Li Shuisheng's words were heartfelt. Su Yuan thought it over carefully and realized he was right. Send in my joker. Have it use the dung beetle step within the mech formation. It might break the Crusader Church's lines, giving us a chance to break out. Li Shuisheng pressed on. Su Yuan finally resolved himself. All right. Li Shuisheng gave Cho Cho some instructions, then nodded to Su Yuan. Su Yuan's 100-fruit beast summoned a mech that merged into the fruit treasure war god. This colossal mech scooped up the tiny Cho Chuan and hurled it into the swarm of mechs. Mid-air, Cho Cho swiftly ripped open its own abdomen. The moment it landed among the mechs, the dung beetle ascension erupted. The Crusader Church personnel were still puzzling over what exactly these Eastern Continent individuals had thrown over. Before they could comprehend it, an indescribable agony erupted in an instant. Especially for the mechs closest to the ugly worm. The beast riders inside the mechs instantly felt the most excruciating pain they had ever experienced in their lives. The agony was so intense they wished they could end their own lives. Unfortunately, the Crew Church forces had surrounded them. The Cho Chuan Scarab Ascension couldn't cover all of them, only a portion. The remaining mechs, untouched by the Scarab shield, immediately redirected their firepower straight toward the ugly worm. In an instant, sonic cannons and precision-guided projectiles all converged on Cho Chue's location. Though the ugly worm possessed powerful, monstrous abilities, it was essentially a small, fleshy mass with weak defenses. If this barrage of shells struck its body, it simply couldn't withstand it. Though Li Shuisheng had personally made this decision, the current scene tore at his heart. Even if the ugly worm hadn't been a particularly formidable beastmaster creature before, and even if its appearance was hideous, even if Li Shuisheng had endured countless disapproving glances because of it, this was still his beastmaster creature. Lu Yi's rhinoceros beetle transformed Jia Do accelerated to full speed, desperate to rescue it. Yet the moment it neared, it was forced back by the intense barrage of fire. Just as all the shells were about to strike Cho Rui's position, suddenly, Cho Ruan's body shattered into countless insects, scattering in all directions. It's the intercalary 5 elements! Li Shuisheng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon landing among the mech's, ugly worm had immediately ripped out its own internal organs and activated the 5 elements reorganization, thus evading the barrage of shells. But it was still in grave danger. Once the effect of the 5 elements transformation wore off, the ugly worm would revert to its original form and enter an extremely weakened state. Then, it would still be doomed. Looks like we have no choice, Su Yuan suddenly declared. Hearing this, Li Shuisheng and the others, confused, all turned to look at him. Su Yuan addressed the 100 Fruit Beast, used the ultimate lock seed. The 100 Fruit Beast, now in Kamen Rider game form, produced a large key and inserted it into his belt. This skill, designed by Lin Yu for the 100 Fruit Beast, granted Kamen Rider game all the powers of game. It also possessed all of Kamen Rider game's forms, including the Great General form. The ultimate lock seed enabled the transformation into the Great General. In the original world storyline, the Great General was Xiao Cheng's ultimate form, even a godlike entity in a certain sense. However, when Lin Yu created this skill, he had warned Su Yuan that it must never be used lightly. Once activated, it would cause irreversible changes to the body. But today, to survive, there was no time for such concerns. Soon, above the 100 Fruit Beast, the sound of zippers opening echoed. Countless mecha fruits fell from the space revealed by the open zippers. They burrowed into the 100 Fruit Beast's body, accompanied by a flash of silver light. The 100 Fruit Beast officially transformed into the Great General. Its body was clad in silver armor, adorned with numerous fruit designs across its chest. The most striking feature was the pointed crest atop its head. A bit ugly. But that didn't diminish the 100 Fruit Beast's power at this moment. With a sweeping gesture of its massive paw, the sound of countless zippers opening echoed through the air. One by one, terrifying monsters leapt out from the space revealed by the unzipping. This zippered space was none other than the underworld forest of Heim. And these monsters were none other than creatures from Heim's netherworld. Their numbers were staggering. Shen Yushi and the others watched in awe. The 100 Fruit Beast can actually summon monsters. The skill designed by Lin Yu is just too insane. Li Shuisheng stared in disbelief, exclaiming, Su Yuan's 100 Fruit Beast is undoubtedly the most powerful summoning type beast tamer now. It can actually summon so many monsters. With a wave of the 100 Fruit Beast's hand, the horde of monsters charged toward the mech squadron, fearless and relentless. The Crusader Church forces were stunned. Wait. How did you suddenly gain so many reinforcements? And they're all monsters. What exactly did the Eastern continent do? Countless monsters finally broke through the Crew Church's formation. At this moment, Cho Ruan, having exhausted the power of the intercalary 5 elements, was utterly weakened. A monster grabbed Cho Chuan and dragged him back, finally saving him. The 100 Fruits Beast, transformed into the Great General, personally charged into the ranks of the Crew Church. It conjured numerous weapons out of thin air, driving the mech so far that none dared to approach. Shen Yushi and the others seized this chance to charge outward once more. Just then, the four heard a thunderous shout. Azura Domain. Louis recognized a familiar voice, Blue-Silver Domain. It's Xiao Xian. Louis exclaimed with joy. Behind the Crew Church, 6 figures emerged. Shen Yushi saw Lin Yu leading them and couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her face. These 6 were none other than Lin Yu's group. To annihilate the entire group of Crusader Church members, Lin Yu deliberately avoided using spatial teleportation to enter directly. Instead, he chose to fight his way in. He had no intention of letting these enemies leave this place alive. Chapter 181, Devouring the Golden Thread. Red weapons surged up around the area, instantly weakening every aspect of the Crew Church members' abilities. It was the Blood Armor 1,000-ton Spirits God of Slaughter domain. The true power of a domain skill lies in its ability to blanket the entire area. The Godslayer domain enveloped every member of the Crew Church present, first weakening them with a wave of debuff effects. However, since these Crusader Church members were all clad in Beastmaster armor, the debuff from the God of Slaughter domain didn't significantly affect them. Lu Xian's blue-silver grass swiftly activated its own domain, interweaving with the Godslayer domain. The well-trained Crusader Church forces immediately launched a counterattack, firing several shells toward the position of the Blood Armor 1,000-ton Spirit. Suddenly, countless mines burst forth from the ground. They intertwined, forming walls woven from blue-silver grass that blocked the shells. Su Yuan and the others watched from afar. Is that old Tang's 1,000-ton spirit? How did it get so cool? Looks like it's evolved. Upon hearing their two skills, Li Shueishan gasped in shock. Domain skills? They actually possess domain skills. The others present understood the formidable power of domain skills and were equally stunned. Chen Yushi spoke up at that moment. Let's deal with these Crusader Church people first. We should coordinate our efforts from both inside and outside. Agreed. Simultaneously, the Crusader Church's mechs discovered countless vines sprouting beneath their hulls, tightly binding them in multiple layers. All of this was the work of Su Yuan's blue-silver grass. Since releasing skills within the blue-silver domain didn't consume much stamina, he used the vines to entangle and immobilize the mechs. Yet the mechs possessed immense strength, effortlessly breaking free from the vine's grasp. Within the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's god of slaughter domain, the killing intent had solidified. This killing intent transformed into countless blades, spinning into a whirlwind. It was the Azura whirlwind killing array. Unfortunately, this skill couldn't be unleashed on multiple targets. Blood armor Qianjinling directed this attack straight at one of the Crusader Church's mechs. Instantly, the terrifying force of the Azura whirling slaughter array tore the mech apart into shreds. The beast rider inside was flung out, only to be instantly shredded into mincemeat upon impact. The entire group from the crew sect was stunned into silence. Their mechs were crafted from specialized materials, boasting formidable defense that could shatter most standard Beastmaster skills. Ordinary Beastmaster skills couldn't break through them. That was precisely one of the strengths of the Beastmaster armor, its formidable defense. Yet now, their pride and joy, that very armor had been effortlessly shattered by a single skill. Taking advantage of their stunned state. On the other side, Lu Xian had intended to use his blue-silver grass to crowd control these mechs, allowing Lin Yu and the others to seize an opportunity to attack. But these mechs couldn't be restrained. So Lu Xian abandoned that plan altogether and decided to take on one of the mechs directly. Yet the blue-silver grass's entangle skill and blue-silver prison had no effect on these mechs. With a slight struggle, they broke free. So Lu Xian commanded his blue-silver grass, use blue-silver demon mirror, annihilation. Mirrors appeared around the mech, forming a sealed space like a cage. The mech panicked, desperately shattering one mirror only to have another instantly appear in its place, endlessly multiplying. Unbeknownst to the mech, as it shattered the mirrors, countless golden threads had already silently crawled all over its body. Its vitality was steadily drained by these threads, and soon the Beastmaster controlling the mech grew dangerously weak. Seizing the moment, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, activate the blue-silver azure dragon soul. A shimmering azure dragon appeared above the blue-silver grass, its form solidifying while radiating a terrifying aura of power. Lu Xian pointed at the mecha. The dragon's shadow roared as it charged straight toward the mech. The mech was then pierced by the azure dragon and exploded. Lin Yu and the Electro Beast weren't about to be outdone. The Electro Beast channeled the 8-9 mystic arts, causing the surrounding energy to surge toward its body like a floodgate opening. One mecha attempted to ambush the Thunder Beast, but the instant its attack struck the beast, it was repelled by the overwhelming power of the 8-9 mystic arts. Lin Yu slowly realized just how formidable the beast-taming technique he had designed for the electrocution beast truly was. When fully activated, this technique could actually repel a mech's attack. Behind the electrocution beast, a shadowy figure materialized. Then, its aura surged to a terrifyingly formidable level. The electrocution beast unleashed its martial art, the 18 dragon subduing palms. A golden dragon's phantom coalesced around the electric beast, its might surpassing even the blue-silver grass's blue-silver azure dragon soul from moments before. At this moment, Su Xiaoning commanded her holy spirit of purified water, use water's surge. This was a support skill. A single drop of water sprang forth from the holy spirit of purified water and entered the electrocution beast's body. The electrocution beast instantly felt an extraordinary sense of ease throughout its limbs and bones, its chi flowing with unprecedented smoothness. In an instant, the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms surged to a new level. As the electrocution beast struck out with a palm, its power surged forth alongside the golden dragon's phantom, hurtling straight toward a mech. It slammed heavily into the mech's body, visibly denting its surface. Didn't kill it. Lin Yu declared. No worries. If one strike isn't enough, then another will do. I've got 18 strikes to spare, no rush. Several more strikes followed, the dented mech sustaining increasingly severe damage until it finally teetered on the brink of collapse. Another strike followed, and the mech was shattered by the electric beast. But the 18 dragon subduing palms weren't finished yet. The electrocution beast unleashed another barrage on the second mech. The final palms carried even greater power than the earlier ones. The sound of shattering armor echoed continuously. Just like that, the other mech was also shattered by the electric beast, and even the beastmaster inside it couldn't escape, beaten to death. Breaking through a beast rider's armor with martial arts techniques, Lin Yu was the first to achieve this feat. But with 12 mechs remaining, the enemy still had the strength to counterattack. Lin Yu shouted to Tian Suchin, "Old Tian. Have your autumn leaf fighting god cover the electrocution beast." "Got it." Tian Suchin responded. Autumn leaf battle god positioned itself in front of the shock beast. Though also a martial beast, it couldn't directly shatter mechs like the shock beast could. Instead, it relied on martial arts to maneuver against the mechs. Meanwhile, the electro beast transformed into its earth form. Lin Yu commanded the electro beast, Little Electro, unleash the polar sandstorm. This immensely powerful move was perfectly suited for destroying these mechs. Chapter 182, Annihilating the Crew Sect. Sand gathered between the Thunder Beast's fists. The sky had gradually grown dark. The sandball formed by the electric beast radiated a terrifying aura. The crew church forces were terrified. If this thing exploded, its power would likely surpass even their own artillery shells. At the same time, the Crusader church forces finally realized these people were no pushovers. With cowardice creeping into their hearts, they prepared to retreat. But the others weren't about to let them slip away so easily. Wang Fatso's moon blocked their path. The moon had risen. "Wherever the moon shines, my moon reigns supreme," declared Wang Pangzi. He spread his arms wide, and the moon in the sky slowly turned a blood-red hue. The crimson moonlight flowed like water, pouring into his body. The blade, which had previously gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, now transformed into a deep crimson. An unmatched aura of power erupted from the blade. Not only that, but Zhan Yu simultaneously unleashed the ninefold thunder blade. Fearing the crimson moonstorm alone wouldn't be enough to shatter these mechs, Fat Wing stacked the ninefold thunder blade upon it. Crimson thunder covered the blade, pulsing with energy, as if it were itching to strike. Then, Zhan Yu leapt high into the air. The long sword in his hand swung down with brutal force. A torrential bladelight, intertwined with thunder, crashed heavily onto a mech. This strike, channeling all of Zhan Yu's might, cleaved one Beastmaster mech clean in two. At that moment, the Electro Beast's Arctic Sandstorm had completed its charge. With a sudden throw, the massive sandball exploded with a thunderous roar amidst the mech formation. The mechs had nowhere to hide. Two mechs took the full brunt of the blast, exploding in a deafening roar. They were reduced to a sky filled with scattered fragments. This time, the Crusader Church forces truly panicked. A full 12 beast-taming mechs had been taken out in this short span, 5 of them. Nearly half. And not a single casualty on the enemy side. The leader of the crew church could scarcely believe it, yet he had to accept the harsh reality. This group was terrifyingly powerful. They had bitten off more than they could chew. Meanwhile, on Chen Yushi's side, Lu Yi's armored combat unit moved at breakneck speed, unleashing an endless barrage of attacks upon the mechs. In its general mode, the 100 Fruits Beast was nothing short of invincible. Weapons rained down on the mech as if they were worthless. Finally, Jia Do leapt high into the air and unleashed the night kick once more. The two of them combined their efforts, managing to blow up a mech right where it stood. Now, only 6 mechs remained for the crew church. Ever since being surrounded by the crew sect, Chen Yushi had been seething with pent-up fury. She was out for revenge. Her spirit beast, the divine ape, somersaulted once more, riding the cloud of somersaults into the sky. Below, Chen Yushi shouted loudly, "Emulate heaven, mirror earth." The divine ape instantly grew colossal in the sky, its golden staff materializing and swelling alongside it. The staff eventually thickened to the girth of a massive pillar. The divine ape swung the pillar down with all its might. The sheer force was staggering. The remaining mechs tried to flee, but it was too late. The divine ape's blow struck true. A thunderous boom echoed as dust billowed across the area. Unfortunately, the golden monkey staff hadn't grown thick enough. It only managed to strike 2 of the mechs squarely, but those 2 beast-taming mechs were already pressed flat against the ground, smashed into pancakes. The divine ape had consecutively unleashed several skills: cloud somersault, heavenly transformation, and the. Its stamina rapidly depleted, it could barely continue. Yet, seizing its final opportunity, it swung the staff once more, shattering another mech into pieces. Then it released the heavenly transformation technique, completely drained of energy. With only 3 Beastmaster mechs of the crew church remaining, Lin Yu and his companions instinctively closed in, shifting the tide of battle. The 3 Western continentaires, now surrounded, chattered away in their incomprehensible language. Lin Yu, unable to understand, turned to Chen Yushi and asked, "What are they saying?" Chen Yushi's expression was icy. "They're begging for mercy." "Humph." Lin Yu sneered. "Now you know to beg for mercy. Kill them all, leave not a single one alive." Sensing Lin Yu's murderous intent, the 3 Western continent men abandoned their pleas and resolved to fight to the death. All 3 Beastmaster armors unleashed their full firepower, deploying both melee and ranged weapons. Blood armor Qin Junling and blue-silver grass instinctively unleashed the 1,000-ton barrier and the blue-silver prison respectively, shielding the group. Then, blood armor Qianjinling channeled every last ounce of his remaining power into the colossal hammer in his grasp. Dark Demon's wrathful thunder. Red lightning danced across the hammer, radiating a terrifying aura. Blood armor Qianjinling swung the hammer at one of the beast machines, prompting the mech to unleash every defensive measure at its disposal. Beast riding mechs required constant replenishment of spiritual energy. Their effectiveness depended entirely on how much energy they could absorb and how quickly they could replenish it. After battling for so long, these Beastmaster mechs had long since depleted most of their spiritual energy. Even with its protective shield activated, there was little essence left to sustain it. Thus, the shield shattered into fragments under the furious strike of Blood Armor Qianjinling's Dark Demon Evil Thunder. The mech's hull took the full brunt of the hammer blow, instantly cracking and shattering into pieces. Only 2 Beastmaster mechs remained. The Electrocution Beast had already activated its Super Beast armor, using the Cold Shadow decision to take down another. The last mech was finally shattered by the combined efforts of the group. The Crux Church was finally dealt with. Everyone stowed away their beast machines, allowing them to return to the beast space for rest. Exhausted from the battle, they all collapsed onto the ground. After an unknown period of rest, Su Yuan rose and began clearing the battlefield. To their astonishment, the crew sect possessed a full 24 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Lin, we've struck it rich." Lin Yu responded with a mere faint acknowledgement before pulling out the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns he had gathered during his time in the underground labyrinth. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "So many. Lin Yu, did you go shopping?" Su Yuan exclaimed in shock. Everyone brought out all their Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Including Team 2's share, Lin Yu's group had a total of 69 horns. This 4 continents elite tournament has a total of 140 Chongyang dragon rhino horns, and we've secured nearly half of them. Li Shuweixing declared. "First place is definitely ours. The competition has been going on for ages and is about to end. All we need to do now is wait for the results to be announced, and victory is ours." Lin Yu spoke up, his voice growing more determined. "We still have work to do. First, we need to find the brothers from Team 3. I wonder how they're faring. I hope none of them got hurt. Second, I've got something big I want to accomplish." Chapter 183, Trident of the Sea God. Su Yuan, brimming with eagerness, asked, "Brother Lin, what are you planning?" "Even if you want to blow up Fengshi Island, I'm in." "Exactly." Everyone turned their eager gazes toward Lin Yu. It must be said, Lin Yu's ability to rally his men was truly unmatched. Even if he declared they were about to climb mountains of blades or plunge into seas of fire, these brothers wouldn't have batted an eyelid. Seeing their fervor, Lin Yu waved his hands repeatedly. "Blowing up the island? That's going too far. What I'm thinking is this: Fengshi Island is now packed with geniuses from every faction, the cream of the crop among the younger generation. With 10 of us here, our combined strength already makes us a formidable force on this island. If we could eliminate all the young talents from the other factions on Fengshi Island." Hearing Lin Yu's plan, Tang Haotian couldn't help but gasp. Lin Yu continued. "That would sever the lineage of every other faction. And by doing so, we'd strip them of their rights to harvest resources from Thunderclap Island. Then the eastern continent could monopolize Thunderclap Island, exclusively claim every resource on it. That's ruthless, Brother Lin." Su Yuan shook his head. "Let's do it." Su Xiaoning suddenly spoke up. "They killed so many of us. What's wrong with us wiping out their lineage now?" No one expected the usually gentle and delicate Su Xiaoning to utter such words. Upon reflection, everyone realized Lin Yu was right. Lin Yu's plan was bold, but the rewards were substantial. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These geniuses were usually shielded by their factions, impossible to even glimpse. Now was the perfect moment to wipe them all out. "Let's do it." Li Shuweixing chimed in. Everyone agreed. However, night had already fallen. Lin Yu decided they should first set up camp, rest for the night, and carry out the killing tomorrow. Finally free from stealth, they boldly lit a campfire. The group gathered around it, roasting meat over the flames. Everyone gathered around the fire, chatting casually. "Brother Lin, you were teleported into the underground labyrinth for so long. Do you know how worried we were every day, fearing something might happen to you?" Su Yuan said. "Who wasn't worried? When I was down in the underground labyrinth, you guys were the ones I worried about most each day," Lin Yu replied. "But seeing you all safe and sound, I can finally relax." As the conversation flowed, everyone gradually fell silent. When they first arrived, they hadn't anticipated such danger. Yet, on this windswept isle, they had grown accustomed to death and slaughter. Only Wang the Fat was stuffing his face with roasted meat over the fire. When everyone began to feel drowsy, they finally went to sleep. With so many people, they still paired up in twos, each taking turns standing watch. This ensured everyone could get a good night's rest. Under such intense pressure, they hadn't had a proper sleep in ages. Lin Yu and Shen Yushi took the second watch, relieving the Lui and Lu Xian brothers. Sitting by the fire, they chatted idly. "I'm so relieved you're both okay," Lin Yu said. "Seeing how many casualties Team 2 suffered, I was terrified something had happened to you." "Thanks to the skills you created for us," Shen Yushi replied. "We survived several life-threatening situations entirely because of those skills." As they chatted, a sudden rustling sound caught Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu immediately grew alert, turning to see Su Xiaoning. Lin Yu relaxed his guard and turned to her, asking, "Why aren't you resting yet? Is something wrong?" Su Xiaoning addressed Chen Yushi, "Sis Yushi, may I speak with Lin Yu?" Though unsure of her intentions, Chen Yushi nodded and stepped aside. Lin Yu grew increasingly puzzled. Once Chen Yushi was out of earshot, he asked, "What's going on?" To his complete bewilderment, Su Xiaoning suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. "Hey, girl, don't cry. What's really going on?" "You know, Brother Lin, this time the captain and the others sacrificed themselves to protect us. I saw it all happen with my own eyes. I wanted to help them, but I couldn't do anything just because I'm a support." Su Xiaoning sobbed uncontrollably. "Brother Lin, can you help me? Can you make my holy spirit of purified water combat capable? I don't want to be a support who needs protection anymore." Alright, stop crying." Lin Yu soothed her. "Let me think of a way to help." Su Xiaoqing thanked him repeatedly. Lin Yu simply told her to go rest first while he figured something out. Seeing Su Suning return, Chen Yushi came back as well. Lin Yu explained her situation to Chen Yushi before pulling out the skill demonstration blueprint. Chen Yushi looked at Lin Yu with keen interest and asked, "What kind of skill are you planning to design?" Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "I've always suspected that the skills I design might catalyze beast evolution, but I've never grasped the exact mechanism. I plan to design a skill and see if it can trigger the evolution of her purifying holy spirit." By the flickering firelight, Lin Yu sketched out the skill design while Chen Yushi watched quietly beside him. Only when Su Yuan and Li Shuixing arrived to relieve the watch did Lin Yu stretch and rise to his feet. "It's designed. Let's have the purifying holy spirit try it tomorrow." Then he went to sleep. The next morning, when Lin Yu awoke, campmates had already begun preparing breakfast spontaneously. The aroma wafting through the air was quite enticing. After getting up, Lin Yu found Su Xiaoning and handed her the blueprint he'd designed the previous night. Su Xiaoning opened the blueprint and saw a trident drawn on it, with 5 large characters written beside it, "Trident of the Sea God." Lin Yu said, "Have your purifying holy spirit try learning it? This skill should grant your purifying holy spirit combat capabilities, and it might even trigger her evolution." Evolution. Su Xiaoning's eyes lit up. It was well known that the water purifying spirit was the ultimate form of this type of beast, and logically speaking, it should not evolve any further. Yet in Lin Yu's hands, many such beasts that should have been unable to evolve had successfully done so. This made Su Suning particularly eager to see what would happen. Releasing the holy spirit of purified water from the beast-taming space, Su Suning handed it the skill demonstration blueprint. In an instant, the skill demonstration diagram vanished. Su Xiaoqing gazed at the holy spirit of purified water with eager anticipation. "Come on, use your new skill." At that moment, the aura emanating from the holy spirit of purified water began to grow chaotic. This is a sign of evolution," Su Xiaoning exclaimed with delight. She never imagined the holy spirit of purified water could truly evolve again. Lin Yu produced an evolution stone. The stone transformed into a streak of light and burrowed into the holy spirit of purified water's forehead. Soon, a blue glow enveloped the holy spirit of purified waters. An incredibly pure oceanic aura emanated from its body, eventually coalescing into a blue cocoon of light. With Lin Yu's skillful assistance, the water purification spirit finally underwent its evolution. Chapter 184, The Sea Purifying Spirit. Everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around the holy spirit of purified waters, waiting in silence. During the evolution, the aura within the cocoon constantly shifted and transformed. After an unknown duration, the energy within the cocoon surged with increasing intensity. It seemed as though some terrifyingly formidable being was about to burst forth from the cocoon. Even the ocean surrounding Fengxi Island seemed to surge with energy, drawn toward the cocoon. The light cocoon began to crack slowly, and the creature within finally revealed itself. The pure water holy spirit's form underwent a complete transformation, its stature growing tall and imposing. As it slowly extended its right hand, a gleaming golden trident appeared in its grasp. The holy spirit of pure waters pointed the trident forward, and the ocean currents around it began to converge toward the direction it pointed. Li Shuixing exclaimed in shock, "This weapon can actually command the ocean." Su Xiaoning was so moved she nearly cried. "Brother Lin, please name the evolved holy spirit of purified waters." Su Yuan spoke first. "Now that the holy spirit of purified waters can command the ocean, why not just call it the Sea God?" "That name might be a bit too grand," Lin Yu remarked. The others agreed calling it the Sea God might be a bit too presumptuous. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Since it's an evolution of the water purification spirit, how about calling it the Sea Purification Spirit?" "Sea Purifying Spirit?" Everyone savored the name. "That's a great name," someone exclaimed. Su Xiaoning also liked the name, so she said, "Then let's call it the Sea Purifier Spirit." After its evolution, the holy spirit of purified waters was now eager to test its newfound power, but it lacked a worthy opponent. After resting, the group prepared to continue their journey. Lin Yu and the others now had two objectives. First, to locate the whereabouts of the third team. Lin Yu was deeply concerned for them, fearing they might have suffered heavy casualties. Second, they aimed to eliminate as many young prodigies from the island's various factions as possible, effectively wiping out their next generation. Just as Lin Yu and his companions finished preparing to depart, several wind projectiles suddenly streaked toward them. In an instant, Lin Yu and his group were stunned. Their group numbered 10 strong, a formidable force. Lin Yu had expected to seek out others, but never imagined anyone would dare come looking for them. Regardless of anything else, Lin Yu had to admire the attackers' audacity. The attackers were a group of black individuals from the southern continent. Their squad had dwindled to just 5 members by this point. In the latter stages of the competition, this squad had proven formidable. Leveraging their numerical advantage, they had been slaughtering opponents left and right these past few days. Consequently, they held little regard for others, attacking anyone they encountered. Perhaps they had grown overconfident lately. When they spotted Lin Yu's group, they didn't even bother to assess their numbers, they charged straight in. First, they fired a wind blast, aiming to seize the initiative. Then the group of black men charged forward. But when they saw the number of people in Lin Yu's group, they were stunned. They couldn't believe it, counting over and over. 10. There are actually 10 of them. This sent the group of black men into a panic. They'd clearly gotten themselves into trouble. They turned and tried to flee. Lin Yu looked at Su Xiaoning and said, "Here's our chance. Let's test the power of the sea cleansing spirit." Su Xiaoning stepped forward eagerly, her own desire to test it burning within her. The sea cleansing spirit emerged from the beast-taming realm, its trident appearing in its hand. This trident weighed a staggering 108,000 gene, yet in its master's hands, it transformed into a mere 108 gene, light and agile. As the sea purifier engaged the enemy, Lin Yu explained to Su Xiaoning, "The sea god's trident skill isn't merely about summoning a weapon. It contains 13 techniques collectively known as the Golden 13 Tridents. The first form is called unstable waves." The sea purifier held the trident, tracing a circle around herself. Water elements surged toward her, coalescing into 5 concentric rings of rippling waves. "This is a restriction-type skill capable of trapping opponents for at least 3 seconds, Lin Yu stated. The water wave rings instantly encircled the 5 black men's beasts. Instantly, the 5 beasts were immobilized. Lin Yu continued, "The second technique of the Golden 13 Tridents is called Thousand-Year Empty Drift. It's an area of effect skill. Endless streams of water elemental energy surged from the ocean surrounding Fengxi Island, coalescing into several phantom forms before the sea god's trident. The sea purifier pointed the trident toward the 5 beasts, and the illusions swiftly closed in. Then, a violent explosion erupted. All 5 beasts suffered severe damage in the blast. Yet one of them, the steel-shelled rock turtle, renowned for its formidable defense, survived the violent explosion. It turned and fled immediately. Lin Yu remained unconcerned, explaining to Su Xiaoning, "The third technique of the Golden 13 Tridents is called No Return." The sea spirit poured all its essence into the trident of the sea god, then hurled it forth. Already razor-sharp, the trident drew upon the ceaseless flow of water elemental energy surrounding it, growing ever more formidable. The steel-armored rock turtle had already fled a considerable distance. Yet the sea god's trident, like an arrow piercing the clouds, caught up with the steel-armored rock turtle, piercing straight through its body. The steel-armored rock turtle died instantly, its life force extinguished. Fat Wang gasped, "That's way too powerful." In just a moment, he single-handedly fought 5 beasts and killed them all. Su Yuan echoed. "Only Brother Lin could pull this off. His skill design is just too powerful." Li Shu Weisheng added. Su Xiaoning's heart surged with excitement. She finally possessed combat power, no longer the support character who needed protection. At that moment, Su Xiaoqing felt profound gratitude toward Lin Yu. She even considered kowtowing to him in gratitude. Lin Yu repeatedly dissuaded her, finally calming her down. Among Lin Yu's 10 companions, the sea purifier spirit now ranked among the most formidable. Since Fengxi Island was surrounded by the sea, the spirit's abilities drew endless replenishment from the surrounding oceanic energy. However, if they were to venture into areas without oceanic influence, Su Xiaoning's sea purifier spirit would likely see its power significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Team 3 of the Eastern Continent. They watched the commotion unfolding in the distance over the past 2 days, their minds filled with confusion. Which teams are fighting over there? Why is it so loud? Zhao Yuanchu asked. For the past 2 days, they had witnessed constant cannon fire in the distance, the earth trembling incessantly from the clash between the 2 teams. To the uninformed, it might have seemed like an earthquake. Initially, they considered investigating, but hesitated upon reflecting on their own strength. Now, however, their curiosity had turned to worry. What if their own countrymen were among them? Chapter 185, The Illusionary Lizard. Zhao Yuanchu spoke with caution, his face tense. Enough gawking. The priority now is to find Team 1 and Team 2 and rendezvous with them as soon as possible. Xian Mingrui shrugged his hands and said, Brother Zhao, we've been searching for ages and haven't even caught a glimpse of them. I'm starting to suspect both teams have gone invisible. Sun Qingyuan's expression darkened with worry. Could something have happened to teams 1 and 2? Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Yuanshu snapped. You all know Brother Lin's strength. I refuse to believe anyone on this windswept isle could overpower him. I know, Sun Qingyuan continued. What I mean is, what if during the teleportation a couple days ago, Brother Lin got separated from the others? That possibility was indeed high. We still have to keep searching, Zhao Yuanshu insisted. The sooner we reunite, the better our chances of survival. The members of Team 3 had already witnessed the island's perils firsthand. Though they hadn't suffered heavy losses, a lingering unease still settled in their hearts. At that moment, several members of the third squad spotted something in the distance. Seawater was surging backward as if drawn by some force, followed by a tremendous roar. Zhao Yuanshu gazed into the distance, unease stirring within him. I wonder what kind of beast master that is to be so powerful. To actually control the sea. If we were to encounter them, what would our chances be? Li Xiaoyan suddenly voiced a bold conjecture. Brother Zhao, could this commotion be caused by Brother Lin and the others? Impossible. Zhao Yuanshu shook his head. None of Brother Lin's team members have water attribute beasts. I recall Su Xiaoning from Team 2 her beast is water attribute, interjected Wu Jingyi, the sole female member of Team 3. Still impossible, Zhao Yuanshu countered. Xiaoning's holy spirit of purified water is a support beast. That beast over there is clearly a combat beast and a highly powerful one at that. How could it possibly be Xiaoning's? Hearing this, everyone agreed it made sense. Zhao Yuanshu continued, that team looks formidable. We'd be wise to distance ourselves sooner rather than later. The other members agreed, and they all headed off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group strolled along at a leisurely pace. This time, they weren't worried about bumping into other teams. In fact, they were hoping to encounter several more. This season was the peak time for Fengxi Island scenery. The entire island was densely forested, and with its proximity to the sea, the ocean breeze blew constantly. The wind rustled the grass and trees, creating a sea of green undulating in the distance. Standing atop a small hill, Lin Yu and his companions took in the entire panorama of Windstill Island. Unfortunately, after days of fierce combat, many areas were scarred with large craters, marring the view. Some fire attribute beast tamers had even scorched several patches black and charred. Earlier, other teams had been chasing Lin Yu's group, but now the tables had turned. Lin Yu's group intended to pursue and attack them. Brother Lin, how are we going to find the other teams? Tang Haodian asked. Forgot? My little lightning has a skill called Mind Share. With that active, anyone within range gets detected. How could we miss them? Lin Yu replied. True, but if little lightning keeps using it, stamina will drain fast. When we actually find them, you guys will have to finish them off. Of course, the others agreed readily. Let's go. We'll wipe out the young generation of all other factions. When the tournament ends, we'll give them a surprise. Lin Yu declared. Alright, the others echoed in unison. Lin Yu then released his electrocution beast and commanded, Xiaodian, enter phantom soul form. The electrocution beast obediently transformed into its phantom soul form, resembling an ethereal, shimmering jellyfish. Lin Yu commanded again, activate mind sharing. The electric beast activated mind sharing. Now, within each person's mind, a crystal clear vision of several miles around appeared clearer than what they could see with their own eyes. They could even detect the slightest movement of every blade of grass and every leaf. At that moment, two figures simultaneously appeared in everyone's minds. Ha ha! Brother Lin! We've found two stragglers! Su Yuan shouted excitedly. Watch me take them down. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xian had already charged forward. Man, this kid's got way too much killer instinct. Su Yuan muttered. Then he followed suit. The two-man team from the northern continent had suffered heavy losses, so they'd been lurking furtively in inconspicuous corners of Windswept Island. They planned to lie low until the end of the competition, hoping to at least save their own skins. Are you sure we won't get spotted like this? One of the white men asked in the northern dialect. Of course not, the other white man replied confidently. My beast is a phantom lizard, it can cloak us both. I refuse to believe anyone could spot us when we're invisible. Hearing this, the other finally relaxed. Once this tournament ends, we'll finally get out alive. This thing is way too dangerous. If I'd known it was this risky, I never would have come, the white man grumbled. But no sooner had he spoken than he saw a young man with an Eastern Continental face charging straight toward their hiding spot. He was stunned. Wait, how did you see him? The approaching figure was none other than Lu Xian. Without a word, Lu Xian released his blue-silver grass. He didn't even bother activating the blue-silver domain. Instead, he simply commanded the grass, blue-silver grass. Use the blue-silver cage. The two white men realized they'd been exposed and tried to scramble to their feet to flee. But suddenly, vines intertwined intricately beneath their feet, forming a cage-like structure that trapped them. The other white man panicked. His will to survive was incredibly strong. All he wanted now was for the match to end so he could go home. He too released his beast master of Frostblade Spirit. This beast rider bore a striking resemblance to Moonslayer, except instead of dual long blades in his hands, he wielded two long swords. The blades were incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold light. With a single slash forward, the blue-silver cage split open, revealing a gap. The moment he broke free, Lu Xian bellowed again, used the blue-silver tyrant spear. A blue spear rapidly materialized before the blue-silver grass, then lunged forward at incredible speed. The Frostblade Spirit could have dodged it, but a new blue-silver cage suddenly appeared beneath its feet, catching it off guard. In that instant, the blue-silver tyrant spear closed in. In an instant, the cold blade spirit was pierced clean through, instantly slain in a single encounter. Chapter 186, Divine Heavenly Conquest. Next, Lu Xian turned his attention to another individual, the one whose beast was the illusionary lizard. Blue-silver grass, activate. Before Lu Xian could finish speaking, a cannonball streaked toward him from the distance. Startled, Lu Xian quickly dodged. Turning around, he saw Su Yuan's 100 Fruit Beast transformed Kamen Rider game, wielding the fire rope big orange DJ gun. That cannonball was fired by him. The shell struck the iridescent lizard squarely, shattering it into fragments. Lu Xian shouted, "Su, you stole my kill." Lin Yu watched the scene unfold with a smile, then walked over to Tian Suchen. Tian Suchen noticed Lin Yu approaching and asked, "Brother Lin, is something up?" Lin Yu pulled out a skill demonstration blueprint and handed it to Tian Suchen, saying, "Here. This is the skill I designed for your Autumn Leaf Battle God." Tian Suchen declined, "Brother Lin, I can't accept something for nothing. I really can't take this." Lin Yu insisted, slipping it into his hands. "I've designed skills for all 10 of our brothers, yours was the only one missing. I carved out time to make this one. Take it." Tian Suchen still refused. Lin Yu continued to persuade him, "Windbreak Island is extremely dangerous, full of hidden dangers. We've already lost several brothers here forever. An extra skill means one more chance to survive." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Tian Suchen finally accepted the skill. Opening it, he saw the same chaotic lines clearly drawn by Lin Yu himself. That was the style of Lin Yu's skill demonstration blueprints. Earlier, at Yuxing Company, Lin Yu had helped create skill demonstration diagrams for a period. Later, someone leaked the fact that Lin Yu was personally creating the skills. Then, whenever someone bought one of these diagrams, they'd find the lines crooked and chaotic. Instead of getting angry, these buyers would actually be thrilled, claiming it was Lin Yu's personal design. These messy skill demonstration diagrams were even being sold at inflated prices. Not only that, but some skill design classes at Beastmaster Academies even used Lin Yu's skill demonstration diagrams as teaching materials, referring to them as the Lin Yu style. Some even went so far as to imitate them. When Lin Yu found out, he was mortified. His crooked lines were purely because he was new to this world and his skills were unrefined. He simply couldn't draw straight lines back then. Later, with so many things happening, he never found time to learn the basics, so his drawings remained somewhat distorted. Yet here he was, having his work hyped as the Lin Yu style. It truly proved that saying, "When you're successful, even your farts are right." Tian Suchen scrutinized the blueprint, where 4 bold characters stood out: Shinra Tensei. Ever since Lin Yu first arrived in this world, he'd repeatedly considered designing this technique. Shinra Tensei is arguably the most famous move in Naruto. In terms of fame, only techniques like the Great Fireball technique, Flying Thunder God technique, and Susanoo could rival it. Tian Suchen summoned his beast, Autumn Leaf Fighting God, from the beast-taming space and handed it the skill demonstration blueprint. The moment it touched the blueprint, it vanished. As fast as ever. Lin Yu smiled at Tian Suchen and said, "If we encounter any more enemies later, send in your Autumn Leaf Fighting God. I'm eager to see how powerful this skill I designed really is." After dealing with those 2 northern continent men, Lin Yu and his group resumed their search. Fengshi Island was vast to begin with, and the recent casualties had only compounded the difficulty. Finding people had become increasingly difficult. The electroshock beast, constantly maintaining its mind share ability, had expended considerable stamina. Finally, they located 3 more people. They were 3 black men. The moment they spotted the trio, Lin Yu's group grew restless, each itching to take them down personally. Only Tian Suchen sprinted ahead like an arrow, darting out in an instant. The 3 black men spotted Lin Yu and his group and immediately panicked. There were 10 of them. The disparity in numbers was simply too overwhelming. They turned and fled. Autumn Leaf Battle God unleashed his Ghost Shadow Tracker technique, swiftly closing the gap. Seeing no escape, the 3 men released their beasts, preparing for a desperate last stand. One of the men's beast was the Icefeather Great Eagle, a powerful area of effect beast whose skill involved firing feathers from its wings. Its power was immense. The other beast was an Exploding Cat, another formidable creature. This beast possessed the ability to transform any object it touched into an explosive bomb. The ice-feathered giant eagle flapped its wings at Autumn Leaf God of Battle, unleashing a barrage of countless ice crystal feathers. The Exploding Cat picked up 2 stones from the ground, instantly transforming them into explosive devices containing terrifying blast power. It hurled them toward Autumn Leaf Battle God. On Lin Yu's side, everyone watched with bated breath. Autumn Leaf Battle God's defenses weren't strong. If either of these skills connected, it would be doomed. Just then, Tian Suchin shouted loudly, "Autumn Leaf God of Battle, use Shinra Tensei." The divine heavenly punishment was a technique used by Pain in Naruto, and it was incredibly powerful. Its primary ability was to exert repulsive force upon space, producing various effects. For instance, at this very moment, as the swarm of ice feathers and the two stones packed with terrifying explosive force closed in on Autumn Leaf God, a powerful repulsive force erupted around Autumn Leaf God, deflecting every single one of those skills. The two dark-skinned men were stunned. They couldn't even discern what skill this beast master had used. In an instant, it had completely repelled their most powerful technique. As the two stood frozen in shock, Autumn Leaf God directly manipulated the repulsive force surrounding the two beasts, aiming to tear them apart. The blast cat, with its weaker physique, couldn't even dodge in time against such repulsive force and was torn clean in half. The Ice Feather Great Eagle managed a few dodges, but against a skill like Divine Heaven's punishment, it was powerless. Soon, it too was torn in two. Su Yuan gasped, "Holy crap! Is this a new skill Brother Lin designed? Another one of those insanely powerful ones." Since founding Yuxing Company, Li Shuisheng had encountered numerous skills, broadening his horizons. He grasped the mechanism behind this one and praised, "Brother Lin, this skill is exquisitely designed. The principle is ingenious. It seems to manipulate some element within space, enabling both defense and tearing enemies apart as an attack. Of course. Any skill Brother Lin designs is bound to be powerful." Louis chimed in with the praise. Just as everyone let their guard down, the space behind Autumn Leaf Battle God suddenly warped, and a ghostly figure burst forth. Chapter 187, Phantom Spectre. None of them had noticed when the spectre had crept so close to Autumn Leaf Battle God. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. This spectre was an illusion spirit spectre, a type of beast whose primary ability was spatial teleportation, enabling surprise attacks. This phantom spirit spectre belonged to the last black man. It had been lurking nearby, waiting for the moment when Autumn Leaf God let his guard down to strike. This sudden strike tore a large wound across Autumn Leaf God of Battle's back. Another strike, and Autumn Leaf God of Battle would surely die. At that very moment, a finger shot forward like a whirlwind. Completely absorbed in attacking Shoye Doshin, the phantom spirit ghost remained utterly unaware. The finger pierced straight through its skull, slaying the phantom spirit ghost. Everyone followed the trajectory of the finger to see Li Shuisheng's ugly worm. It had bitten off its own finger to save Autumn Leaf God. Tian Suchin looked at Li Shuisheng and said, "Thanks, Brother Li, Autumn Leaf God nearly got killed." No problem, Li Shuisheng waved dismissively. The Autumn Leaf Battle God's back was severely wounded, the bone already visible. Lu Xian released his blue-silver grass and said, "Brother Tian, quickly bring your Autumn Leaf Battle spirit over. I'll have blue-silver grass treat it." "Let me handle it." Su Xiaoning stepped forward. Lu Xian thought about how Su Xiaoning's Sea Purifier spirit was originally a support-type beast tamer, so having her treat the injury made perfect sense. He stepped aside. To everyone's surprise, the Sea Purifier didn't use its former healing abilities. Instead, it drew the trident of the sea god. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Xiaoning declared, "Pure sea spirit, unleash son of the sea." "What is that?" Tang Haotian asked in confusion. Lin Yu explained, "It's one of the techniques from the Golden 13 Tridents, the only healing skill within that set." On the sea surface, water elements gathered at the trident's tip before slowly descending onto Autumn Leaf Battle God's back. Visibly, flesh began to regrow on the Autumn Leaf God of Combat's back. The phantom spirit's hands were poisonous, but the son of the sea gradually dispelled the toxins. After a long while, Autumn Leaf God's body was fully restored. "Brother Lin, your Golden 13 Tridents have every skill imaginable." The Sea Purifier spirit instantly became an all-around beast tamer. Li Shuisheng exclaimed with a laugh. Lin Yu replied mysteriously, "Of course. You should know who designed these skills." The final move of the Golden 13 halberds packs an even greater punch. Everyone was filled with anticipation, but Lin Yu remained tight-lipped, only promising they'd see it if the opportunity arose. With the three black men dealt with and Autumn Leaf God's injuries healed, Lin Yu and his group continued their search for the next target. Meanwhile, Team 3 of the Eastern Continent. Sun Qingyuan's Emerald-Eyed King Snake continuously scanned the surroundings, guarding against surprise attacks. Suddenly, the Emerald-Eyed King Snake detected someone nearby. This beast companion possessed detection abilities, though its range was limited compared to mental sharing, and only the snake itself could perceive the threat. Sun Qingyuan reported to Zhao Yuanchu, "Captain, my Emerald-Eyed King Snake has detected a group ahead." Zhao Yuanchu's alertness immediately shot through the roof. "How many?" The snake hissed at Sun Qingyuan, and he understood its meaning. He continued, "4 people." Zhao Yuanchu instantly relaxed. "Fewer than us? We can handle them. Move. Let's go raid them." The 5 members of Team 3 then spread out in perfect coordination, slowly encircling their target. The four white men, upon spotting Zhao Yuanshu and his group, felt panic surge through them. Trouble was brewing. They immediately unleashed their tamed beasts. Every member of the Eastern Continent's third squad had mastered the super beast armor designed by Lin Yu, giving them formidable overall combat strength. They faced these four beasts without a hint of panic. One beast in particular caught Zhao Yuanshu's attention. A two-headed demon spirit hound? Demon spirit hounds were formidable beasts in their own right, primarily capable of wielding necromantic magic. But this particular spirit hound had clearly undergone a mutation. It actually had two heads. Everyone, be careful, Zhao Yuanshu warned. One of the two-headed demon hound's eyes emitted a faint purple glow, followed by two dark beams shooting out from its eyes. These beams contained accursed power. Merely looking at them caused an immediate sense of unease. The three teams of beast riders immediately scattered in all directions, evading the attack. Among the four white beast masters' creatures was a malevolent water demon. This beast resembled a giant octopus, its tentacles exceptionally powerful, making it a formidable control-type beast. Its tentacles extended to a great length, swiftly closing in on Zhao Yuanshu's Swallowing Heaven Tyrant. The Swallowing Heaven Taotai activated its innate skill, Devour. A black void appeared before him, instantly sucking in the demon spirit water demon's tentacles the moment they neared the Swallowing Heaven Tyrant. The demon water spirit struggled to pull its tentacles free from the void. These four had excellent beast configurations. Besides the two-headed demon spirit hound and the evil spirit water demon, they also possessed a mountain-shaking flame demon and a mountain ghost vine. The mountain-shattering flame demon was a formidable offensive-type beast. Its primary ability was to charge up and unleash devastating fireballs. It ranked among the top in the offensive beast category. The mountain ghost vine, however, was more versatile. While primarily a control-type beast, its vines could attack a beast's soul, making it a particularly troublesome opponent. Once struck, the Beastmaster would instantly lose focus and be left defenseless. This beast pairing was already considered top tier. Zhao Yuanshu dared not slack off, so he ordered his squad, "Everyone, have your beasts immediately enter Super Beast Armor mode. These opponents are quite strong, don't let your guard down." Sky Devouring Taotia, Super Beast Armor. Zhao Yuanshu initiated his Super Beast Armor first, with the others swiftly following suit. The four white men stared in bewilderment. Hailing from the northern continent, they lacked the Beastmaster armor technology common to the western continent. Seeing Zhao Yuanshu and his team activate Super Beast Armor, they mistakenly assumed it was the same technology, leaving them deeply puzzled. When did the eastern continent acquire beast armor technology? But then they remembered how the eastern continent loved to hide its strengths. Surely they'd mastered Super Beast Armor technology long ago, but had simply never revealed it. The five Super Beast Armor tamers unleashed a barrage of skills upon the four opponents' beasts, leaving them utterly devastated. The sheer power of these attacks was overwhelming. Among the four mounts, the Mountain Ghost Vine had the weakest defense and was already struggling to hold out. Chapter 188, The Evil Water Spirit. The Mountain Ghost Vine's body began to shatter under the relentless assault. The mountain-shaking flame demon prepared to counterattack, summoning fiery elements that surged toward it, coalescing into a colossal fireball radiating terrifying energy. "This skill kinda resembles Brother Lin's Polar Sandstorm," remarked Sun Xingyuan. During their previous training, they had witnessed the electric beast's Polar Sandstorm firsthand and were utterly amazed by its power. After careful observation, Xian Mingrui declared, "This is a pure offensive skill. Its power might even surpass Brother Lin's Polar Sandstorm. Our armored states can't withstand it. Quick, summon your super beasts." All of them were decisive by nature, so each promptly commanded their beast masters to summon their super beasts. The four northern continent natives were utterly dumbfounded. Even if the eastern continent had secretly developed Beastmaster armor technology, it couldn't have advanced this rapidly. Every soldier wore a Beastmaster armor suit, and judging by their responsiveness, the eastern continent's suits were even more agile than the western continent's bulky mechs. Truly worthy of the eastern continent. What a hidden powerhouse. The four of them couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration deep down. The colossal fireball of the mountain-shattering flame demon was visibly nearing completion. Zhao Yuanshu shouted again, "Combine!" His Swallowing Heaven Tyrant avatar and the Mecha Tyrant leapt high into the air. Amidst a clanging sound, they merged into the core torso of the combined mecha, with the others attaching themselves to its body. Sun Xingyuan's Emeraldite King Snake also transformed into a pair of azure mecha arms amidst the clanging, then docked with the Swallowing Heaven Taotai. The two completed their fusion. Xian Mingrui's Fire-Wing Divine Eagle served as the wings within the fusion, a crucial role, for the mecha's ability to fly depended entirely on it. It too transformed into a pair of massive crimson mecha wings, attaching itself to the Swallowing Heaven Glutton's back. Li Xiaoyan's Earth-Armored Tyrannosaurus and Wu Jingyi's Nether Spirit Cat each transformed into a mechanical leg. The upper half of the Swallowing Heaven Tyrant and the other tamed beasts, now successfully fused, settled atop these legs. The fusion was complete. 5-in-1 fusion. Though Zhou Shangwei and Zhang Tangsong had sacrificed themselves, the brilliance of Lin Yu's design lay in these super beasts' ability to merge regardless of how many individuals were present. The four white men looked even more dumbfounded. Wait, not only are the beast armors incredibly powerful, but they can also merge? What the hell is going on? Everyone assumed Beastmaster armor development on the eastern continent was lagging behind. Who could have imagined they'd already mastered fusion? Whoever spread the rumor about them being slow. Step forward. They promised not to beat the other person to death. Inside this 5-in-1 mech, each beast unleashed its deadliest attack. Sky Devouring Art, Fire God Art, Emerald Scale Art, Rock Burst Art, Netherworld Art. 5 techniques fused as one. A massive orb of light appeared in the mecha's hand, filled with chaotic yet overwhelmingly powerful elemental energies. The 5-in-1 mecha hurled it toward the position of the 4 beasts. The 4 beasts had no chance to flee. The vines of the mountain ghost vine were blown skyward, along with the Earthshaker Flame Demon and the twin-headed Demon Hound. Yet the evil spirit Water Demon actually grew larger right where it stood. Its body began to grow larger and larger. It grew larger than the 5-in-1 mecha itself, resembling a colossal monster. As it grew, its defenses surged dramatically. The astonishing power of the 5 combined arts failed to scratch it. Then this terrifying giant octopus swung a single tentacle down toward the 5-in-1 mecha. The mecha barely managed to catch it. Zhao Yuanshu panicked slightly. Wait, how come this beast-taming ability also grants gigantification? This white man had once stumbled upon a stroke of luck, accidentally obtaining a beast-control gigantification stone. It could induce the beast into a giant state, simultaneously enhancing all its capabilities including skills, defense, and attack power. The cost, however, was irreversible damage to the beast after use, essentially trading life for power. Nevertheless, it was an incredibly powerful finishing move, the very reason this white-haired individual had been selected to participate in the 4 continents elite tournament. The water demon possessed numerous tentacles, now unleashed simultaneously. Several tentacles harassed the 5-in-1 mech, aiming to trap it. Several other tentacles focused on assault, lashing down like whips. Soon, the 5-in-1 mech was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group had arrived nearby. Spotting the colossal octopus from afar, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! What is that? An octopus gone mad? Cthulhu?" Lin Yu said, "Let's go check it out." As the 10 approached, the electric beast's mental link remained active. Each person's mind clearly conjured the image of that 5-in-1 mech. Lin Yu and his group knew this mecha all too well. Great! We've finally found Team 3. Moreover, through the mental link, they could tell at least 5 members of Team 3 were still alive, instantly easing their worries. But their situation was now perilous. The demonic water spirit's attacks were too powerful. It wouldn't be long before Team 3's 5-in-1 mech was shattered, and then they'd all die. Lin Yu turned to Su Xiaoning and said, "Xiaoning, this giant octopus is yours. Everyone's been dying to see the final move of your golden 13 halberd. Show them what you've got." "Alright." Su Xiaoning agreed readily. She then summoned the sea purifier spirit from her beast-taming space. The golden, gleaming trident appeared in the sea purifier spirit's hands. Su Xiaoning commanded, "Sea purifier spirit, unleash the final technique of the golden 13 tridents. Twilight of the Sea God." "Twilight of the Sea God?" Su Yuan repeated the name. "That sounds rather melancholic." The sea purifier merged with the trident, instantly making it more agile. Water elements surged from the ocean around them, gathering onto the trident before being hurled forth by the pure water essence. It shot forth like a bullet, hurtling straight toward the colossal demonic water spirit. The trident pierced the demonic water spirit in a single strike. The white man never understood, even in death, what kind of being could instantly kill his water demon, one that had sacrificed its very life for power. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanshu grew even more panicked. They hadn't even defeated the demonic water spirit yet, and now a far stronger being had arrived, one capable of instantly annihilating such a creature. His 5 men were as good as dead. Turning around, he saw the familiar face of Lin Yu. Zhao Yuanshu cried out in shock, "Brother Lin! It's you! I knew it, who else could be this powerful?" Lin Yu chuckled, "It wasn't me. That skill was unleashed by Su Suning's beast summoning." "How is that possible?" Zhao Yuanshu's face betrayed utter disbelief. Chapter 189, 3 teams converge. "So what we saw from afar 2 days ago was Xiaoning's beast?" Wu Jingyi asked, her voice filled with disbelief. They had thought it was some powerful beast they dared not approach, never imagining it was them. Both sides had simply passed each other by. None of the third squad members had anticipated Su Xiaoning becoming this formidable. Su Xiaoning explained, "It's all thanks to Brother Lin. He designed a powerful skill for my holy spirit of purified water. My spirit has even evolved, it's now the divine spirit of the purified sea. That's why I possess such formidable combat strength." Team 3 accepted this explanation readily. The power of skills created by Lin Yu was something everyone had witnessed firsthand, so this development came as no surprise. After dispatching the malevolent water spirit, Team 3 reunited with Teams 1 and 2. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Zhao Yuanchu's group was overcome with joy to the point of tears. Li Xiaoyan nearly knelt before Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, we've finally found you." The entire third squad was deeply moved. They had lived in constant fear these past days. Now that Teams 1, 2, and 3 were all reunited, who could they possibly fear on this windswept isle? "Excellent, we're all together now," Su Yuan declared after clearing the battlefield. Zhao Yuanchu scrutinized Lin Yu and the others, feeling a surge of relief. "Thank goodness. All the brothers from Team 1 are here. Looks like no one got hurt." Xian Mingrui chimed in, "I told you so. With Brother Lin around, what could possibly go wrong? If anything, it's their opponents who should be worried." Sun Xingyuan, ever observant, noticed Team 2 was incomplete. He turned to Wang the Fat and asked, "Old Wang, where are the brothers from Team 2? At this, Su Xiaoning's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up. Sun Xingyuan immediately realized something must have happened to Team 2. Tian Suchen's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Brothers! Only the 3 of us remain. The rest are gone." At this, all 15 present fell into silence. After a long pause, Li Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and declared, "We'll avenge our brothers from Team 2. Lin Yu was now more concerned about Team 3's casualties and asked, "How is Team 3 holding up?" Zhao Yuanshu, as the squad leader, glanced at his remaining 5 men and reported, "Team 3 still has us 5. Brothers Zhou Shangwei and Zhang Tangsong have both fallen." Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Lin Yu stepped forward and declared, "Everyone, rally. All 3 of our squads have now joined forces. We have a full 15 men. On this windswept isle, I doubt any faction can muster 15 men at this moment. We are now the strongest force on the island." Hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone lifted their heads to look at him. Lin Yu addressed the brothers of Team 3, "I have a plan. I've already discussed it with our Team 2 brothers, and now I'll share it with Team 3. The third squad members nodded, listening intently. Lin Yu continued, "This 4 continents elite tournament lasts 7 days. 6 days have already passed, and tomorrow is the final day. I propose we take the offensive. Leveraging our numerical advantage, we'll hunt down members of other factions and eliminate every elite from their generation. This way, aside from our eastern continent, the other factions will lose their eligibility to compete for the resources of Listening Thunder Island. Simultaneously, we'll sever their younger generation's lineage. What do you think, Team 3? Hearing Lin Yu's plan, the 5 members of Team 3 felt a surge of fire ignite within them. They all chimed in unison, "Right. Brother Lin is right. With our numbers, we'll wipe them out." Zhao Yuanshu couldn't help but praise, "Brother Lin truly stands out. In past 4 continents elite competitions, just surviving was an accomplishment. Yet he's thinking of pursuing them to kill them. Excellent. Wipe them out. I can't wait to see the look on the other factions' faces when they find out their teams have been annihilated." "Ha!" Xian Mingrui chimed in. Su Yuan chimed in, "This year's resources from Listening to Thunder Island? We'll claim them all for the eastern continent." "Ha!" Seeing everyone's fighting spirit soaring, Lin Yu continued, "Alright. Since everyone agrees with my plan, let's do it. We'll pursue them and wipe them out right now." "Agreed." Lin Yu remembered something else and asked the members of Team 3, "By the way, how many Chongyang Dragon Rhino horns do you have now?" Zhao Yuanshu, as the squad leader, had all their Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns on him. He pulled out a large pile and tossed it onto the ground, declaring, "We have 17. Lin Yu smiled at them, then began slowly rummaging through his belongings, taking a long time to find the horns. By the time he reached 30, Zhao Yuanshu's expression had changed. "Holy crap, that many! Brother Lin, how many do you actually have?" Lin Yu remained silent, continuing to pull out the horns. The other members of Teams 1 and 2 followed suit, enjoying the suspense of not revealing their own counts, simply watching Lin Yu retrieve his horns in silence. By the time he reached 50 horns, Zhao Yuanshu and the other members of Team 3 began breathing heavily. "Brother Lin, how many people have you guys robbed these past 2 days?" Zhao Yuanshu stared blankly at Lin Yu, utterly dumbfounded. Finally, Lin Yu pulled out a full 98 horns. Of course, this wasn't just Team 1's haul, Team 2's was included too. The 3 members of Team 2 had decided to stash all the Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns with Lin Yu first, planning to retrieve and divide them after the competition ended. Lin Yu agreed. After retrieving them all, Lin Yu declared, "This is the Chongyang Dragon Rhino horns collected by both our teams. What do you think?" Xian Mingrui calculated silently, "You have 98, we have 17. That makes a total of..." I'm not good at math. Could someone else do the math?" Xian Mingrui said awkwardly. Shen Yushi had already calculated it and announced, 115. "Holy crap! That many!" Xian Mingrui was nearly dumbfounded. The organizers released a total of 140 Chongyang Dragon Rhinos for this competition, and we've already secured 115 horns. "What's the point of this?" Su Yuan shouted. "We're not leaving them a single one. We're taking them all back." And so, the group set off in full force. Lin Yu led the way, accompanied by the electrocution beast, which remained in its phantom soul form with mental sharing activated, granting them complete awareness of their surroundings. The rest of the team members following behind were itching for action. Whenever the mental sharing detected an enemy, they rushed forward one after another. Anyone caught off guard was scared half to death by Lin Yu's group. Chapter 190, Phantom Evil Spirit. Lin Yu's group had just wiped out another squad, leaving few formidable teams remaining. The formidable factions like the Holy Spirit sect, the Crew Church, and the Northern Frontier had long been wiped out. The groups remaining on Windswept Island were all minor factions, lacking significant strength. They possessed very few Chongyang Dragon Rhino horns. During the scramble for these horns days prior, their weakness meant they couldn't compete, leaving them with barely any. Lin Yu and his group advanced like a whirlwind. But just moments ago, when they wiped out a small squad, one member's beast was a phantom shadow demon. This beast wasn't particularly powerful in combat, but it was an exceptionally unique type of beast. This type of beast excelled at escape. Its skills included invisibility, phantom form, and accelerated movement. It could be said that if it chose to flee, ordinary pursuers would stand no chance of catching it. Logically, it should have been impossible for it to escape from Lin Yu and his group. First, their numbers were overwhelming. Second, they possessed a wide array of skills. However, the Lin Yu group had grown overconfident at this point. Everyone was caught up in the killing frenzy, becoming careless, which is how they accidentally let this little guy slip away. The beast's master was a white youth, and he was no fool. The trail of devastation he left in his wake as he fled made Lin Yu and his men's intentions crystal clear. These Eastern Continentaires intend to exterminate every last soul on Windstill Island. As he saw more and more corpses, his conviction only grew stronger. When we encountered them, there were 15 of them. With such overwhelming numbers, they'll surely slaughter every other team. I have to survive. His mind raced. He was a coward, terrified at the thought of dying here. His will to survive forced him to think of a solution. Our only hope now is to unite. Everyone must join forces, only then do we stand a chance of survival. His plan was to unite all the existing factions on Windswept Island. Leveraging his swift beast riding speed, he desperately persuaded the island's survivors and managed to convince quite a few. Another reason for his success was that the western and northern continents shared a common language, allowing mutual understanding of intentions. Had Lin Yu attempted this, he would have failed. Language barriers would have rendered his efforts futile. No matter how eloquently he pleaded, his words would simply fall on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his group pursued these people for a long time, but soon they noticed something was off. How come everyone on this island seems to have known our plans in advance? They're actively avoiding us now, Lin Yu remarked. By now, dusk had fallen, and Lin Yu's group had been pursuing their targets for an entire day. The Four Continents Elite Tournament spanned 7 days. As night fell, the 6th day came to a close. Tomorrow was the final day. That night, the organizers didn't pull any more tricks, and the Lin Yu team didn't plan to continue chasing those people either. They decided to get a good night's rest and resume the pursuit tomorrow. Team 3 set up several tents, their first time camping on such a grand scale. Sun Qingyuan lay inside his tent, letting out a long sigh of relief. Ah, this feels amazing. For the first time, sleeping in a tent feels more comfortable than my own bed at home. Qian Mingrui lay beside him. You can say that again. We've been on edge these past few days, not getting a single good night's sleep. Just being able to close my eyes and rest properly feels like a blessing. Lin Yu stood outside and called out loudly, "Tonight, teams 1 and 2 will take the watch. Team 3, you guys haven't had a good night's sleep in ages, right? Get some rest tonight." Team 3 felt awkward and stepped forward to volunteer for watch duty. Lin Yu refused to let them, and the other brothers wouldn't allow it either. In the end, they had no choice but to give in. Team 5 took turns keeping watch all night. Everything went smoothly during the first 14 shifts. But when it came to Tang Haotian and Su Yuan's watch, things took a turn. Su Yuan had sharp ears. As the two stood guard, bored out of their minds, Su Yuan suddenly sprang to his feet. Tang Haotian looked at him and asked, "What's up, old Su?" Su Yuan's expression turned grave. "Something's off. I swear I hear something up ahead." Tang Haotian followed Su Yuan's gaze. Dawn hadn't broken yet, but it was approaching. A hazy glow spread across the eastern horizon. As Tang Haotian scanned that direction, several glowing orbs suddenly streaked toward them at incredible speed. "Oh no!" Su Yuan shouted. "Everyone, wake up!" Simultaneously, Tang Haotian unleashed his beast companion, the blood armor Qianjunling, urgently commanding, "Qianjunling, activate the Qianjun barrier." Blood armor Qianjunling swung its massive hammer, instantly creating a colossal crimson barrier before the group. Su Yuan also instantly summoned his 100 Fruits Beast, which deployed over a dozen mechs to block the entrance to the tent. No sooner had they finished these actions than the light orbs arrived. The spheres slammed into Qianjunling's barrier, instantly shattering and erupting with a deafening boom. Those with light sleep awoke at Su Yuan's first shout, while the deep sleepers, like Wang the Fat, were jolted awake by the deafening blast. Though the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's barrier possessed formidable defense, it couldn't withstand the combined assault of multiple orbs. Amidst the violent explosions, it shattered instantly, unleashing a massive shockwave. The shockwave hurled everyone inside the tent outward. Everyone was jolted awake, yet simultaneously stunned. Then, everyone heard someone across the way shouting something in an incomprehensible language, followed by a chorus of battle cries. A group of people charged forward, accompanied by their beasts. Lin Yu was also bewildered. He shouted, "Su Yuan! What's going on?" Su Yuan had been thrown the farthest by the blast and had no idea where Lin Yu was. He could only shout back, "Enemy attack!" His words served as a warning to everyone. Though everyone was dazed by the explosion, they immediately summoned their beasts. By the time Lin Yu fully rose to his feet, the group had already charged forward. It was the white man who had escaped earlier, the one whose beast was the phantomine demon spirit. He had spent the entire night gathering men, eventually assembling this band. He persuaded them to form an alliance, agreeing to first defeat the Eastern Continent forces collectively before dividing their Chongyang dragon rhino horns. After forming the alliance, he dispatched the Phantom Shadow Fiend to track down Lin Yu and his companions, launching surprise attacks. Chapter 191, Blood Ignition Ascension. Lin Yu and his group were surprisingly easy to track down, given how brazenly they'd been acting lately. They openly lit fires to cook meals and set up numerous tents, making their location easy to pinpoint. This individual was quite cunning. After gathering his forces, he did not immediately launch a surprise attack. Instead, he selected a portion of his beasts capable of ranged attacks and possessing strong offensive capabilities to strike from afar. Fortunately, Lin Yu's group always left 2 sentries on watch each night. Otherwise, this wave of attacks could have wiped them out completely. Lin Yu and his 15 companions believed the worst threats had passed, only to suffer a devastating setback that very night. By the time they regained their bearings, the enemy had already charged forward. At that moment, Lin Yu's electrocution beast had entered its phantom soul form and activated mind sharing, instantly revealing the situation to everyone. For reasons unknown, nearly 20 attackers had gathered to launch a surprise assault. After the ranged beast tamers finished their attacks, a group of melee beast tamers charged forward, closing in. A giant shovel mammoth charged straight at Li Xiaoyan. This type of beast was massive, sporting a huge tusk-like shovel with devastating destructive power. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyan had released his earth-armored Tyrannosaurus early on. The earth-armored Tyrannosaurus was a beast with formidable defense. As a dragon-type beast, it could unleash dragon pressure to suppress opponents. After withstanding the giant shovel mammoth's attack with sheer defensive power, the earth-armored Tyrannosaurus immediately unleashed its dragon aura, suppressing the mammoth. The earth-armored Tyrannosaurus delivered a crushing blow to the giant shovel mammoth's head. The immense force sent the mammoth staggering, its vision spinning. Seizing the moment, Wang Fatty led Zhan Yu in for the finishing blow. While the moonlight still shone, Wang Fatty commanded Zhan Yu to unleash the crimson moonstorm. The moon in the sky had now turned a deep crimson. Zhan Yu's blade was empowered. Though the giant shovel mammoth possessed astonishing strength, its defenses were weak. Zhan Yu's blade sliced through its flesh, blood gushing instantly. A second strike finished it off completely. Tang Haotian's blood armor 1,000-ton spirit had absorbed the entire blow alone, sustaining significant damage. Lu Xian now released blue silver grass and cast spring breeze revival to begin healing the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. Though the 100-fruit beast had also directly absorbed that wave of attacks, it relied primarily on its summoned creatures. Its own injuries were not severe, though its stamina was significantly depleted. After all, it had summoned over a dozen fruit armor mechas in one go. Even so, the 100-fruit beast persevered, transforming into Kamen Rider game and entering its general form. With a sweeping gesture of its massive hand, the sound of Zipper's opening echoed continuously from the sky as Heim's underworld forest was unlocked, releasing its monsters one by one. Though these monsters possessed mediocre combat prowess, they at least served as a buffer, buying everyone some precious time. Chen Yushi led the Divine Eight, who wielded the Rui Jingu Bang to slaughter enemies left and right. Wherever it went, death and destruction followed, its combat prowess astonishing. Lu Yi's unicorn beetle transformed into Kamen Rider 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 Kamen Rider. Yet facing over 20 opponents, the pressure on the group remained intense. Suddenly, everyone felt their stamina begin to recover. Golden sparks glowed from the surrounding plants, replenishing their depleted energy. Instantly, countless blue-silver grasses shot up from the ground, striving to entangle the opposing beast tamers. This was the blue-silver grass's blue-silver domain. Lu Xian, aided by the blue-silver grass, had already healed blood armor Qianjinling. With the support of this domain skill, Lin Yu's side instantly felt a significant reduction in pressure. Soon, a crimson mist began to rise around the battlefield. The 20-plus beast tamers simultaneously sensed their attributes being weakened, and a threat of dread began to take root in their hearts. This was the Azura domain of the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit. Now that it had healed its wounds, it joined the fray. Bolstered by two powerful domains, Lin Yu's side gained a slight advantage. But those 20-plus opponents weren't pushovers either. Among them, a bloodthirsty werewolf unleashed its most powerful skill, Blood Ignition. This was the beast's ultimate move. Blood Ascension granted the bloodthirsty werewolf a fivefold combat power boost, truly terrifying. Yet the cost was immense, it consumed the user's life force. Each bloodthirsty werewolf could only use this move a limited number of times. Each activation drastically shortened its lifespan, and exhausting all uses meant certain death. Though the master of the bloodthirsty werewolf hesitated to unleash this attack, the life or death urgency left no room for second thoughts. He understood that if they could kill Lin Yu and his group today, their entire party would survive. But if they failed to eliminate Lin Yu and his group, their entire party would be doomed. Seeing the bloodthirsty werewolf activate Blood Ignition, several support-type beasts among the 20-plus beasts present unleashed their most potent support skills to bolster it. After this enhancement, the bloodthirsty werewolf's combat power reached a terrifying new level. Moreover, fueled by this massive surge in power, it had even grasped the concept of its own domain. A crimson aura now radiated from the werewolf, enveloping its surroundings. Lin Yu's group immediately felt dizzy and nauseous. This domain shared a similar essence to the Azura domain of the Blood Armor 1000-ton spirit. Among the 20 individuals was a support-type beast tamer whose ability allowed them to enlarge their own beasts. Upon casting this technique upon the bloodthirsty werewolf, the bloodthirsty werewolf entered its enlarged state. Lin Yu sensed that this werewolf's current combat power could rival his own Super Beast Armor's 7-part fusion. Su Xiaoning advanced with her Sea Cleansing Spirit. Su Xiaoning's melodious voice declared, "Pure Sea Spirit unleashes the unstable winds." Water elements from the surrounding ocean surged toward the trident in the Sea Purifier Spirit's hands, coalescing into a massive wave-like circle. This ring encircled the bloodthirsty werewolf, attempting to trap it within the unstable wind and wave technique. Yet the bloodthirsty werewolf violently struggled, tearing itself free from the spell. Seeing the werewolf's unexpected strength, Su Xiaoning resolved to unleash the Sea Purifier's most powerful technique. Sea Purifier, unleash Twilight of the Sea God. The Sea Purifier's form began to grow ethereal, gradually merging into the trident as golden light erupted brilliantly. Chapter 192, Five Fingers Move Heaven and Earth. After the Sea Purifier merged into it, the trident seemed to come alive, gaining sentience. It began spinning rapidly in place, drawing an endless supply of water elemental energy from the surrounding ocean. Finally, it shot forth. In an instant, even the very space trembled. The bloodthirsty werewolf panicked. It clearly sensed the immense power of this strike. While it wouldn't be instantly killed by this strike, taking the full hit would leave it gravely wounded, a wound that would ultimately prove fatal. So the bloodthirsty werewolf snatched a defensive-type mystic turtle beast from the ground and thrust it in front of itself. The moment the Xian turtle's shell met the trident's blow, it shattered into pieces. The trident of Poseidon still pursued the bloodthirsty werewolf, though its momentum was significantly dampened. Seizing the opportunity, the werewolf grabbed the trident's shaft. Instantly, his palm was drenched in blood, revealing the severe injury inflicted by that single strike. Yet the trident was forcibly halted, held fast in its grasp. The Sea Purifier quickly reverted to human form, retracted the trident, and fled back. Though the sea god's twilight strike was devastatingly powerful, its cost in stamina was staggering. The Sea Purifier had expended nearly all its strength after unleashing it. The bloodthirsty werewolf seized the advantage and pressed his attack, charging relentlessly forward. He charged toward the group at full speed. By this time, the members of Team 3 had all activated their Super Beast armor, summoned their respective Super Beasts, and completed a 5-body fusion. Shen Yushi felt this wasn't enough, so she also activated her Lingming Divine Ape Super Beast armor, summoned her Super Beast, and performed a 6-body fusion with them. This 6-in-1 mecha stood before the bloodthirsty werewolf. The mecha and werewolf clashed violently, but the werewolf clearly held the upper hand. The others wanted to help, but they were all busy dealing with other beast tamers. The ambushers outnumbered them, making it nearly impossible to handle them all. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was charging up a powerful attack with his electrocution beast. The bloodthirsty werewolf grew increasingly frenzied with each blow, ultimately shattering the Hex 1 mech with a single punch. The crew was sent flying backward, their transformations abruptly ended. Suddenly, the skies above shifted dramatically. The bloodthirsty werewolf instinctively looked up to see countless streams of energy radiating golden light, coalescing into a colossal finger. It came crashing down with crushing force. The finger slammed down hard on the bloodthirsty werewolf, nearly forcing it to its knees. This strike was none other than the Thunder Beast's Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger. Throughout their battle, the Thunder Beast had been channeling power into the first strike of the Great Wilderness Heaven Imprisoning Finger, a single finger that imprisoned heaven and earth. Yet this werewolf proved formidable, somehow withstanding the blow. But it's okay, there are still 4 fingers left. Take your time. Lin Yu shouted, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, 2 fingers shatter mountains and rivers. Golden Chi rapidly coalesced in the air, this time forming two golden fingers that crashed down like a tidal wave. The werewolf strained every ounce of strength to block the attack, but everyone clearly heard the sound of bone snapping. His arm had been shattered by the strike. Lin Yu pressed his advantage, 3 fingers extinguished life. The chi in the air began gathering once more. The bloodthirsty werewolf was stunned. He could barely withstand 2 strikes already, and now this? 3 fingers crushed down like crushing an ant. This time, the bloodthirsty werewolf was smashed to its knees. It simply couldn't stand any longer. 4 fingers shatter the heavens. As if 4 fingers truly pierced the heavens, they slammed into the werewolf. This time, the bloodthirsty werewolf truly couldn't endure it. The instant the 4 fingers touched it, it spat out a mouthful of blood. Then its entire body went limp, only to be crushed into mincemeat by that single finger. Up until now, this bloodthirsty werewolf had endured the most strikes of the Great Wasteland Prison Heaven Finger, a full 4 strikes. Most beast tamers would collapse after just 2. The Alliance had pinned their hopes on this bloodthirsty werewolf, believing it could defeat Lin Yu and his group to secure their survival. Yet, to their shock, even this werewolf had been slain. Instantly, their heart sank. Without their anchor, their combat effectiveness plummeted several levels. With only 1 finger of the Great Wilderness Heaven imprisoning finger remaining, Lin Yu saw no reason to waste it. He bellowed to his brothers, "Everyone, back off. Watch me show these bastards what I'm made of." Hearing his command, the combatants immediately scattered in all directions. Before the beast tamers could flee, Lin Yu bellowed, "5 fingers move the heavens." The final technique, 5 fingers smashed down simultaneously, targeting the last surviving beast rider within the Alliance. As the fingers struck their midst, the entire windswept all trembled. Many beast tamers couldn't dodge in time, instantly exploding into a bloody blossom where they stood. It looked spectacular. With all 5 forms of the Great Wilderness Heaven imprisoning finger unleashed, over half of the 20-strong Alliance lay dead, their ranks utterly shattered. Lin Yu's allies surged forward, unleashing a one-sided slaughter. The Electrocution Beast, having expended nearly all its stamina from unleashing the full Great Wilderness Heaven imprisoning finger and earlier using mind sharing, now circulated the 8-9 mystic arts in place, replenishing its vital energy. As for the Alliance, the survivors were mere punks and stray dogs, quickly slaughtered to the last. The master of the Phantom Shadow Demon stared in utter disbelief. In the end, he hadn't survived. Wang Fatty's Moonslash had cleaved both man and beast clean in 2. This time, he hadn't even had a chance to flee. Having finally slaughtered the entire group, the 3 teams from the eastern continent began cleaning up the battlefield. They discovered another 15 Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns. Combined with the previous 115, Lin Yu and his team now possessed a total of 130 Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns. Keep in mind, there were only 140 horns in existence. With only a sliver of time left in the competition, Lin Yu addressed the group, "Everyone, search one last time to see if any have slipped through the cracks. If not, I'll distribute the Chongyang Dragon Rhinoceros horns." The final competition results would be tallied by team, so Lin Yu collected all the horns. Zhao Yuanshu stepped forward and said, "There are 140 horns in total. We have 130, so the other teams combined only have 10. Here's what we suggest, Brother Lin, give us and team 2 10 horns each. Keep 110 for your team 1. Later, when we go out, we'll give the other factions a little surprise." The others agreed to this division, leaving Lin Yu no choice but to accept. As night fell once more, a voice echoed across the entire windswept isle, "The 4 Continents Elite Tournament has concluded." The announcement echoed in countless languages, though there was little left to repeat. Every other team had been wiped out. Chapter 193, The End, The Underdogs. In an instant, everyone felt tears of joy well up. This competition is finally over. Su Shouning said, wiping away her tears. A complex mix of emotions now stirred within each person. Their departure would make them heroes of the Eastern continent, while their teammates would remain forever on this small island. Only through experiencing life and death do people gradually mature. When they entered this 4 Continents Elite Tournament, each had been eager to prove themselves, viewing the competition as a stage to showcase their talents. Yet now, having completed the tournament, every participant had shed those naive notions from the beginning. They had witnessed the world's cruelest reality firsthand. After the competition concluded, the participants were free to depart Windswept Isle. A large ship had docked alongside the island, and the 15 members of Lin Yu's group made their way toward it. Meanwhile, on the ship's deck, leaders from various factions gathered, awaiting the return of their elite members. Zhou Tianming gazed with hopeful eyes, his young assistant standing beside him, looking somewhat anxious as he asked, "General Zhou, are we really going to broadcast this live?" "Broadcast? Why wouldn't we?" Zhou Tianming countered. The assistant remained uneasy. "I'm worried that if the results aren't good, broadcasting it might look not so good." Zhou Tianming flashed a smile, his voice tinged with confidence. "I trust Lin Yu. With him on our side, I'm certain the Eastern continent will achieve outstanding results this year." Seeing this, the assistant knew his pleas were futile. Besides, with orders coming from above, what else could he do? He obediently started the live stream. In recent years, East Continent's performance at the Four Continents Elite competition had been lackluster. As a global event, this had led to some internal pessimism within East Continent about the upcoming tournament. Zhou Tianming wanted to take a gamble. If Lin Yu truly delivered an outstanding result this time, broadcasting it live for all to see could reignite everyone's confidence. But what if the results were poor? Compounded by the high casualty rates in past Four Continents Elite competitions, Zhou Tianming couldn't help but harbor a slight worry. He feared something might happen to Lin Yu during the competition. As soon as the livestream went live, people across the Eastern Continent discovered the channel and flooded in. They're actually streaming this year's Four Continents Elite tournament. Wonder how this year's results will turn out. Yeah, what do you expect? I'd say they'll still struggle. Just look at last year. 3 teams went in, 21 people total, and only 10 came back alive. They ended up 4th. We're not even hoping for first place this year. If we can hold on to 4th, that'd be decent. But I heard Team 1 is led by Lin Yu this year. He's a genius at design skills. What good is a design skills genius? This Four Continents Elite tournament is about combat life or death battles. It's not about who has the most skills. Exactly. Whether Lin Yu even makes it back alive is anyone's guess. The assistant watched the flood of comments in the livestream chat and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the naysayers were in the majority. So he silently prayed to himself, Lin Yu, please don't let us down. On the deck, leaders from various factions mingled, especially those from the Western continent. The Holy Spirit sect's representative spoke in English. Looks like the Crusader Church will take the championship again this year. We'll settle for second place. The leader of the Cru sect replied without a hint of modesty, of course. Our Beastmaster armor this year is the latest generation, with combat power surpassing any previous model. I've instructed our competing teams, once inside, kill as many as you can. Several minor factions eager to curry favor with the Cru sect stepped forward in agreement. Everyone waited anxiously to see whose team would emerge first. Amidst the anxious wait, several faces from the Eastern Continent soon came into view. The Northern Frontier leader exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? Why are Eastern Continent people emerging first this year? The leader of the Cru Church shrugged indifferently, chuckling, those Eastern Continent fools must have been scared out of their wits and fled early. Just wait, our Cru Churchman will be out soon, hot on their heels. When Zhou Tianming spotted Lin Yu's face, he couldn't help but smile. Turning to his assistant, he remarked with a touch of pride, see that kid Lin Yu? I told you he wouldn't die. He came out alive and kicking. Just wonder how he did, the assistant replied, still a bit worried. Lin Yu and the others jogged onto the ship's deck. Zhou Tianming silently counted the returning members. In his mind 15 had made it back. He estimated 6 casualties, which was better than last year. From the looks of it, Team 1 had survived intact, not a single casualty. Team 2 seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Zhou Tianming only spotted 3 members. Team 3 fared reasonably well, with 5 survivors returning. Lin Yu boarded the ship and immediately spotted Zhou Tianming. He smiled and greeted him, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Tianming gave a slight nod. A staff member approached and spoke in halting Eastern Continent language, please produce the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns you collected. Zhao Yuanshu stepped forward first and said, Team 3 will go first. The staff member nodded, and Zhao Yuanshu began retrieving the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. Zhou Tianming watched expectantly, wondering how many these kids had managed to gather. Zhao Yuanshu pulled out 10 horns in one go and then told the staff member, that's all. The staff member couldn't help but sneer. The Eastern Continent was still the same, only 10 horns? They really were escapees. Zhou Tianming felt a slight disappointment, but then reminded himself that the children were alive and well, and that was what mattered. Instantly, the livestream exploded with reactions. I knew it. I knew it. This year's results are even worse than last year's. I still remember last year's task was to collect feathers from the Zhu Xian divine bird. All 3 teams brought back over a dozen feathers each. How did it turn out like this year? Some tried to offer reassurance, everyone, calm down. This is only Team 3. Maybe Teams 2 and 1 did better? The chat finally quieted down as everyone watched Team 2 and Team 1's results in silence. One the Fat from Team 2 stepped forward next and declared, next up is Team 2 from the Eastern Continent. After speaking, the fat guy began rummaging through his bag for Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. He finally pulled out 10 horns and told the staff, that's all I've got. Nothing else. Instantly, the live chat exploded with comments. Chapter 194, the surprise Lin Yu brought. Look! Team 2 only brought 10 horns. Things really are getting worse every year. I'm utterly disappointed. I thought this year's livestream would bring everyone a surprise, but this is it? Someone stepped in to calm the crowd. Team 1 still hasn't shown up yet. Everyone, please stay calm. The chat erupted again with scornful remarks. If Teams 2 and 3 are performing this poorly, how much better could Team 1 possibly be? Exactly. That's why they came out so fast, they must have actually escaped. Ugh, what a disgrace. Last year we at least got 4th. Wonder if we can even scrape into the top 5 this year? Top 5? I doubt they'll even make the top 10 this year. The pessimism in the chat was overwhelming, and Zhou Tianming couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why were there so few this year? Could they really be crashing and burning this year? The Holy Spirit cult leader smiled at Zhou Tianming and remarked, "Zhou, your Eastern Continent team is still putting up a brilliant performance." Zhou Tianming ignored the remark, instead turning his hopeful gaze toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped forward and began pulling out the Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns under the watchful eyes of the staff. When he reached the 10th horn, every heart in the Eastern Continent's contingent tightened. But seeing him pull out the 11th horn, everyone finally exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. A set isn't 10 pieces. If a set had been 10 pieces, that would have been a bit of a bummer. Lin Yu continued digging, reaching the 20th horn before Zhou Tianming finally felt somewhat relieved. 20 horns was a result that could only be described as passable. But Lin Yu kept digging, reaching 30 horns. This time, even the leaders of other factions couldn't help but praise, this team from the Eastern Continent actually has some skill. The chat in the livestream improved significantly. Lin Yu really has the skills leading his team to get this many. Who was it just now saying Lin Yu was useless? I bet he's only got about 30-something. Just watch, he'll run out soon. Lin Yu kept digging. By the time he reached 40, Zhou Tianming's breathing grew slightly labored. This performance was truly impressive. Holding on to 4th place should be no problem. Meanwhile, the leaders of other factions fell into silence because Lin Yu was still pulling. By the time he reached 50, the leaders could no longer sit still. Wait, is this real? Did this kid raid the entire nest of the Chongyang dragon rhino? Even those in the livestream who had just dismissed Lin Yu fell silent. This Lin Yu is pretty fierce. 50 pieces out of a total of only 140. Their team has already secured a third of them. But what was even more terrifying was that Lin Yu was still digging. 60 now. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Lin Yu kept his head down, silently pulling them out. 70 now. At the same time, the Crew Church, the Holy Spirit sect, and the Northern Frontier all sensed something was terribly wrong. So much time had passed, yet not a single member of their own teams had returned. Only scattered small factions had sent back 1 or 2 individuals, each carrying 1 or 2 Yang-charged dragon rhinoceros horns. Some factions had even returned empty-handed, without a single Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horn. And Lin Yu? He was still digging. 80 horns. The live chat, previously filled with conflicting opinions, fell silent for a long moment. Until someone broke the silence. What the hell is Lin Yu doing? Look! Look! 90 now. Seeing the mountain of Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns piled before Lin Yu, coupled with the absence of any members from other factions, a terrifying suspicion suddenly took root in everyone's minds. Could it be? The members of the smaller factions who had escaped quietly relayed what they had seen to their respective leaders. After hearing the reports, the leaders' eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't until Lin Yu pulled out the 100th horn. The leader of the Crew Church erupted in fury, shouting at the organizers, "The Eastern Continent is cheating." Lin Yu ignored him, pulling out 110 sticks on his own before telling the staff, "That's all." The staff were now dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a pair? Including teams 2 and 3, the total should be 130. Meanwhile, major factions like the Crew Church learned of the events unfolding on Fengxi Island. A member of the Holy Spirit sect who spoke the Eastern Continent language stepped forward, his face twisted with rage. He roared, "You slaughtered our entire team?" Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. "That's correct." At these words, representatives from every faction erupted in fury. They hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so blunt, so brazen. At the same time, the atmosphere in the livestream chat exploded. Holy! Lin Yu is insane. He actually led his men to wipe out members of other factions. That kid looks like a softie, but he sure packs a punch. I always knew Lin Yu was the real deal. He hasn't disgraced our Eastern Continent. Who was dissing Lin Yu just now? Step right up. Holy crap, he brought back 110 of them. Lin Yu is a badass. Zhou Tianming's eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. The other factions couldn't accept this reality. They'd been wiped out completely, meaning their young generation of geniuses had been utterly wiped out. This was an incredibly heavy blow. One by one, they demanded an explanation from Lin Yu. Lin Yu shrugged indifferently. What? Can't kill them? Did I break any rules? Where does it say you can't wipe them out? Or are you just sore losers? The moment he spoke, the live chat exploded with comments. Lin Yu is badass. He's putting the East Continent on the map. Lin Yu, keep your spirits up, don't disgrace us. Well said. What rule says you can't kill? The Crusader Church representatives were furious. This can't be. The Eastern Continent must have cheated somehow. Our members are wearing the best Beastmaster armor, how could they possibly be a match? Tension instantly thickened on the ship. The Holy Spirit sect members suddenly stepped forward, preparing to attack Lin Yu. At that very moment, the sword sect master beside Zhou Tianming's eyes flashed with a blue light. Instantly, his domain unfolded, and the leaders of the major factions felt as if a blade had been pressed against their throats. This was the sword sect's domain skill sword domain. Simultaneously, another figure stepped forward from the eastern continent. This man sported a full beard, accompanied by a beastmaster riding a flame dragon. Countless flames erupted from the Li Fire Dragon's body, forming its own domain. Within the Holy Spirit sect, someone recognized him and spoke with trepidation. Wu Guangxing. What are you doing here? This was none other than Wu Guangxing, one of the marshals of the eastern continent, Marshal Wu. His temper flared as he lashed out, "You bunch of sore losers. When did the Four Continents Elite Tournament ban killing? Chapter 195, who's for it? Who's against it? If you can't handle losing, you shouldn't have entered. Since you did, deal with your own casualties. What, you want to cause trouble?" Wu Guangxing declared. "Fine. Bring it on. If you're not satisfied, come fight." These words sent a chill through the representatives of the major factions. Though they outnumbered their opponents now, if it came to blows, Zhou Tianming and Wu Guangxing would surely die, but so would some of their own. Losing their own men was one thing, but sacrificing their own lives for it? That was unthinkable. For now, they could only swallow their anger. The rules of the Four Continents Elite Tournament were clear: killing was permitted. If one possessed sufficient strength, wiping out all opponents was acceptable. Yet none had anticipated the emergence of a ruthless individual who would actually slaughter every last one. At that moment, every major faction etched the name Lin Yu into their memories. Seeing that none of the major factions dared to make a move, Zhou Tianming said, "Then I suppose we win this competition?" This time, the factions suffered massive losses. Not only did they lose a batch of geniuses, but they failed to bring back a single Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horn. This meant they all forfeited their eligibility for Thunder Island resources. The organizers reluctantly announced the final results. First place, Eastern Continent Team 1, 110 horns. Second place, Eastern Continent Teams 2 and 3 tied, 10 horns. Third place, Tiran Kingdom, 3 rods. Fourth place, Cold Light Society, 2. Thailand Kingdom is a small nation on the southern continent. Thanks to a skilled stealth expert in their ranks, they managed to hide and evade detection by Lin Yu's group, escaping with 3 Chongyang dragon rhinoceros horns. The Cold Light Society, a minor faction from the northern continent, also lucked out and escaped with 2 horns. The outcome was now decided. Zhou Tianming stepped forward and declared, "As the victors, we shall now divide the resources of Thunderclap Island. Our eastern continent will commence mining first. Once we have finished, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers may then begin mining. Rest assured, we only take 90%, we will leave 10% for you. That is all. Who is in favor? Who opposes?" The Crew Church, the Holy Spirit sect, and the Northern Frontier all wanted to object. But this time, they didn't even have the right to mine. They could only obediently keep their mouths shut. As for the smaller factions with eligibility, they naturally dared not speak up. To defy the Eastern Continent would be to court their own demise. Seeing no objections, Zhou Tianming smiled and declared, "Excellent. It's settled then. This session of the Four Continents Elite Tournament is hereby adjourned. Everyone, please withdraw." The live chat exploded with comments, "Commander Zhou is so badass. Look at those Western Continent factions, they can't even fart. Aren't they usually so arrogant?" The entire Eastern Continent erupted in celebration. Every trending topic was dominated by Lin Yu's heroic feat. Lin Yu had become the undisputed hero of the Eastern Continent. Other factions were seething with resentment. This was a total loss on all fronts. Yet they could do nothing but retreat in frustration. The Eastern Continent immediately dispatched ships to bring Lin Yu and his team back. Yet the second team, including Su Xiuning and Wang Fatso, along with the third team led by Zhao Yuanshu, refused to return. They were determined to find the remains of their fallen comrades. Under the current circumstances, finding the remains was extremely difficult. Nevertheless, Zhou Tianming mobilized resources to aid the search. Ultimately, all the remains were recovered and brought back to the Eastern Continent. As Lin Yu and the others set foot on Eastern Continent soil once more, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Zhou Tianming smiled at them and said, "I suggest you head back to the military headquarters for a while. You're bound to have a lot of fans now. Who knows how crazy they might get." Lin Yu, who always preferred quiet, found the military headquarters a suitable option. Li Shuishang, however, hurried back to Yuxing Corporation. He'd been away for quite some time, and business couldn't be neglected. He was counting on Yuxing Corporation to crush his only corporation. Everyone returned and slept soundly. These days on the island had stretched everyone's nerves to breaking point. They hadn't had a single good night's sleep. On the final night of the competition, they finally managed to get some peaceful sleep. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed, leaving everyone thoroughly shaken. Only then did they truly appreciate how precious peaceful days were. Lin Yu rested at the military headquarters for several days, receiving commendations. The rewards this time were exceptionally generous. The military headquarters also granted the entire team an exceptionally long period of leave, exempting them from returning to school. They were free as birds, each enjoying life to the fullest. Lin Yu, who cherished leisure and tranquility, chose not to join in the festivities. But after too much idle time, boredom inevitably crept in. That morning, Lin Yu went to find Chen Yushi. They each had their own private room at the military headquarters, and the environment was excellent. Lin Yu quietly approached Chen Yushi's door and found it unlocked. He tiptoed inside. Chen Yushi was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Lin Yu tiptoed up beside her. When Chen Yushi finally noticed, she jumped in fright and snapped, "Are you a ghost? You didn't make a sound. How could I be silent? You just didn't hear me." Lin Yu retorted. "What are you doing sneaking in? Do you realize this is trespassing? I'm innocent. How am I trespassing? You didn't even lock the door, and now you're blaming me." After a brief verbal spar, Chen Yushi finally said, "Alright, what do you want? Do you want to go back to Haicheng?" Lin Yu had come to see Chen Yushi precisely because he wanted to return to Haicheng to check on Feng Taihong's current situation. Chen Yushi thought for a moment and said, "Sure. It's a good chance to visit my dad. Ever since I won the Sulu Elite tournament, he's been over the moon. He brags about it everywhere, all the time. Brag all you want, but he keeps video calling me non-stop. It's driving me crazy. Going back will be perfect." With their minds made up, Lin Yu informed Zhou Tianming, who agreed it was a good idea to visit. And so, the two set off on their journey home. They should have brought Su Yuan along. He was also from Haicheng, but the kid had been having a blast hanging out with Tang Haotian, Lui, and Lu Shen lately and was in the thick of it. Upon returning to Haicheng, Lin Yu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had first arrived in Haicheng after his transmigration, and now coming back felt like returning home. This was his first return since being admitted to Tianhua Beastmaster Academy. First, he stopped by his small shop to take a look. After Lin Yu left for school, the shop had remained closed. He hadn't sold it to anyone, leaving it idle. After a quick tidy up, he headed straight for the Beastmaster Administration Bureau. Lin Yu was now incredibly popular. His followers on short video platforms had multiplied several times over. Walking down the street, he'd easily be recognized if he wasn't careful, drawing crowds that would swarm around him. That's why he deliberately wore a mask all the way to the Beastmaster Administration. But when he tried to enter, he was stopped immediately. Chapter 196, Fame Across 4 Continents. This hardly fazed Lin Yu. He summoned his electrocution beast, transitioned it into spatial form, then used his suspension ring to conjure a teleportation portal, heading straight for Feng Taihong's office. Fortunately, Feng Taihong wasn't in his office at that moment, otherwise, Lin Yu would have given him quite the scare. He must be busy, so Lin Yu sat down at Feng's desk to wait. Before long, Feng Taihong rushed in, as busy as ever. Spotting someone seated at his desk, he froze in surprise. Lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Lin Yu. Feng Taihong paused his work and couldn't help but smile. "You little rascal. Uncle Feng. You've got some serious skills, kid. You've taken out all the top talents from every faction," Feng Taihong remarked with a hint of admiration. Feng Taihong remembered the first time he met this kid. Back then, Lin Yu struggled to even get into high school. It was only with Feng's help that he managed to enroll and gain eligibility for the college entrance exams. Who would have thought that just over a year later, this kid would become a rising star in General Zhou's inner circle and a figure renowned across the 4 continents? Ever since Lin Yu left Haicheng, Feng Taihong had followed every major move he made, feeling immense pride in him each time. "You're back to blow up my bureau again?" Feng Taihong quipped. "Why not? Where'd you like to blow up this time?" "Haha, you little rascal," Feng Taihong chuckled, amused by Lin Yu's words. "You've been in the capital for over half a year and didn't even think to come back and see me." Lin Yu explained, "I've just been swamped with work. I know you're a busy man competing in martial arts tournaments, founding Yuxing Company, and now winning the 4 Continents Elite Tournament," Feng Taihong said. "Truly, a dragon's scales aren't meant for a pawn. When the winds of change come, the dragon rises." Feng Taihong's praise made Lin Yu feel a bit embarrassed. The two caught up over dinner that evening. After Chen Yushi returned home, she was treated like royalty. Chen Xingyu had only hoped his daughter would finish college and take over his business, never imagining she'd achieve such fame that shook the 4 continents. He insisted that Chen Yushi invite Lin Yu to their home to express his gratitude in person. Lin Yu's primary purpose for returning this time was to revisit his hometown and reconnect with old acquaintances. However, he soon received a call from Zhou Tianming. "Thunder Island has officially commenced mining operations. Would you like to come take a look?" Zhou Tianming asked over the phone. Lin Yu was genuinely intrigued by Thunder Island and readily agreed. The next day, the military headquarters dispatched a vehicle to pick him up, then he boarded a plane bound directly for Thunder Island. From the plane, Lin Yu caught sight of Thunderclap Island in the distance and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Thunderclap Island was a tiny island, smaller even than Windswept Island. yet the entire island was enveloped by a ferocious beast space. As the plane touched down, Lin Yu followed the guide's lead, stepping onto Thunderclap Island and entering the Thunderclap ferocious beast space. The moment he entered, Lin Yu was stunned by the scene before him. Thunderclap Island shimmered with golden light, resplendent and magnificent. Crystal trees covered the ground, each bearing crystals of different colors. Stepping closer for a closer look, Lin Yu realized these multicolored crystals were elemental crystals of every attribute. As far as the eye could see, they stretched endlessly. He had long heard that Thunder Listening Island was rich in elemental crystals, but he never imagined they would be this abundant. Though it made sense with so many factions dividing up the island's resources annually, the quantity was bound to be substantial. Still, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. This was simply too much. Well, pretty shocking, huh? A familiar voice caught Lin Yu's attention. He turned to see Zhao Jiping standing there. Old Zhao, what are you doing here? Lin Yu asked. Ah, don't even ask. Zhou Shuai dragged me here to do the heavy lifting. Zhao Jiping replied. So, what do you think? Blown away by the resources here? The most amazing thing about Thunder Island is that its resources regenerate. After a year of mining, everything fully recovers within just 6 months. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel awestruck. There really were such miraculous places in this world. No wonder every faction would fight tooth and nail to seize it, even willing to share. Whoever controls Thunderclap Island commands an inexhaustible treasure trove. Within Thunderclap Island at this moment, several legions temporarily redeployed were bustling with activity. Upon seeing Lin Yu arrive, Zhou Tianming approached with a smile and asked, well, are you impressed by this island? Lin Yu nodded. As the two chatted, someone rushed in Zhou Tianming's assistant. His face was pale with alarm as he hurriedly whispered something into Zhou Tianming's ear. After listening, Zhou Tianming wore an expression of helplessness and embarrassment before telling his assistant, all right, I understand. You may go now. After the assistant departed, Zhou Tianming addressed the group loudly, all corps commanders, follow me. Then he specifically added to Lin Yu, you come too. Uncertain of what was happening, Lin Yu followed Zhou Tianming out of the Thunder Beast space and boarded a massive aircraft parked outside Thunder Island. Its interior was spacious. The commanders of each army had already arrived and stood in neat formation. Zhou Tianming looked at them and said slowly, the southern continent has declared war on us. At this declaration, expressions of bewilderment flashed across every face. Yet panic was absent, replaced instead by confusion. Zhao Jiping was the first to speak up. Wait, how dare they? The southern continent wasn't ruled by a single power, it was a complex web of factions entrenched across that land. Therefore, initiating a war was not something any single faction could decide on its own. Zhou Tianming continued, the vast majority of factions in the southern continent have united, claiming they seek vengeance for their fallen comrades on Windswept Island. Lin Yu froze. Holy crap, they're coming for me. Zhou Tianming added, this is clearly just an excuse. I suspect the western continent is instigating this behind the scenes. General Ma Chang of the Xianqian army, known for his hot temper, blurted out, what's there to fear? A mere southern continent? They're no match for us. Zhou Tianming waved his hand, signaling him to quiet down, then continued, this battle is inevitable, but we must guard against the western continent's schemes and prevent them from striking from behind. Keep this matter confidential for now. Return to your respective posts, assemble all your troops, and march southward to prepare for the southern continent. This time, we won't just defeat the southern continent, we'll march onto their soil. Let them know that provoking us brings nothing but ruin. Chapter 197, March on the Southern Continent. We must make it crystal clear, the eastern continent isn't a place they can come and go as they please. We'll teach them a lesson. Zhou Tianming declared with grave determination. Dismissed, make preparations. Yes, sir. The generals responded in unison, then jogged off to begin preparations. Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up, Uncle Zhou, why did you call me here? Getting restless lately? Zhou Tianming inquired. Ever since Lin Yu and the other 14 returned from the Four Continents Elite Tournament, Zhou Tianming had kept a close eye on these young men. He'd noticed every single one of them was itching to get back into action. A bit, Lin Yu admitted. Fancy some more training? Zhou Tianming inquired. With war against the southern continent imminent, Lin Yu understood the stakes and replied, no problem. Ha! Knew you wouldn't refuse, Zhou Tianming chuckled. Go back and ask your brothers who wants to join this campaign. I plan to assign you all to Zhao Jiping's Yenyun army. You'll form a squad tasked with handling special assignments. Sure thing, Uncle Zhou. Lin Yu agreed readily. After Lin Yu left, Zhou Tianming pondered alone, launching a war at this moment? The southern continent wouldn't dare. Even if they were foolish, they'd understand the gap between them and our eastern continent. This conflict must have been instigated by the western continent. If my guess is correct, the western continent won't intervene this time. They don't want to completely sever ties with us yet. But that western continent bastard will likely stir trouble behind the scenes supplying weapons and equipment to the southern continent. This time, Lin Yu secured mining rights for Thunder Island's resources, leaving the Western continent empty-handed. They won't let this slide. The Western continent never acts without a sure thing. So we must fortify Thunder Island's defenses, this time station a military unit there while continuing extraction. Only by swiftly securing all resources and stashing them in our own pockets can we rest easy. With this in mind, Zhou Tianming made arrangements for the various forces, ultimately deciding to station Yuxia's Tianshan army on Thunder Island. After stepping outside, Lin Yu began calling his friends one by one, starting with Chen Yuxi. The moment the call connected, he heard Chen Yuxi's voice tinged with reproach. "When did you leave Haicheng? You insisted I come with you when you arrived, but now you're leaving me here alone? Without even a word?" Lin Yu felt awkward and explained, "I thought you could spend a few more days with Uncle Chen. What's there to accompany? My dad isn't a toddler." Chen Yuxi's tone remained angry. "Where are you now? Back in the capital?" "No," Lin Yu clarified. "If I were returning to the capital, how could I possibly leave you behind? It's Uncle Zhou, he called me to Lingtian Island." At the mention of Zhou Tianming's name, Chen Yuxi's tone softened slightly. "Why call me?" Lin Yu finally got to the point. "Uncle Zhou just shared some top-secret intel with me. The southern continent has declared war on us, but it hasn't been made public yet. I reckon they'll announce it once their deployments are finalized." Chen Yuxi's heart sank at the news. This was indeed a major development. Lin Yu continued, "Uncle Zhou suggested we use this war as an opportunity to gain more experience. He wants us to form a small team. I called to ask if you'd like to join us." An opportunity for training from Zhou Tianming? This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, something others would kill for. Without hesitation, Chen Yuxi agreed, "Of course I'm in. On the battlefield, I'll protect you." Lin Yu chimed in, "Then I'll be counting on you." Afterward, Lin Yu called each of his brothers one by one. Everyone readily agreed. But with the brothers scattered across the country, gathering everyone together quickly was tricky. They probably wouldn't make it to the first battle, meaning Lin Yu would likely have to go alone. Just then, Zhao Jiping came looking for Lin Yu. "Come on, General Zhou wants you to follow me." "What's there to discuss? You're one of us Yin Yun army men anyway, ha?" Lin Yu asked, "Brother Zhao, what's our first mission?" Zhao Jiping explained, "The warships and sea beasts from the southern continent are heading toward our eastern continent. But they won't be able to bring the war onto our mainland. General Zhou's plan is for us to intercept them on an island. We'll try to take them out at sea, not giving them a chance to land." "Understood." And so, Lin Yu set out with the Yin Yun army to intercept the enemy. It was Lin Yu's first time witnessing such a large-scale operation. All legions on Fengxi Island swiftly assembled and boarded ships bound for a specific island. Jinfang Island, the farthest major island within the eastern continent's sphere of influence, was where Lin Yu and his men disembarked. Here, Lin Yu witnessed numerous legions converging from all directions, boarding the island. The legions established their encampments on the island. From afar, Lin Yu could see numerous ships approaching from the horizon. War was imminent. Simultaneously, the military headquarters announced the South Continent's declaration of war to the entire East Continent. The news instantly ignited fervor across the land. Those little bastards from the southern continent really don't know their own strength. They dare to attack us eastern continent? We'll beat the crap out of them. If the southern continent wants to join the fray, then let's fight. Fight until we're on their doorstep. As the southern continent's warships and marine beasts entered striking range, the long-range attack beasts on Jinfang Island unleashed their fury. One after another, beams of light surged toward the southern continent. Lin Yu felt the entire ground tremble. Countless light spheres blazed like flares, momentarily illuminating the heavens and earth. As the spheres struck the southern continent's warships, numerous vessels were instantly hit. The south continent's beasts deployed defensive shields, enduring the relentless barrage as they painstakingly advanced toward Jinfang Island. Their original plan had been to land directly on the eastern continent, but now, the firepower on Jinfang Island was simply too overwhelming. They had no choice but to opt for landing on Jinfang Island first. The relentless barrage of fire along the way proved unbearable. The southern continent forces weren't fools either. They launched their own long-range attacks, but as the offensive party operating from the open sea, deploying ranged skills proved highly inconvenient. Even when they launched their assault, the eastern continent had deployed numerous defensive-type beasts around Jinfang Island. Each beast activated its defenses, successfully repelling their attacks. Finally, after a grueling advance toward Fang Island, the eastern continent issued a command. A group of martial-type beast tamers stepped forward. They simultaneously extended their right hands, and swords materialized in their grasp. Chapter 198, City Shield Scaled Beast. This was precisely the Yitian sword Lin Yu had designed earlier. Lin Yu's Thunder Beast also entered its mortal form, gripping the Changying sword in its hand. At the command, the Beastmasters simultaneously unleashed sword control, causing blades to hover in the air. They emitted piercing whistles, radiating a dangerous aura. Yet the southern continent forces remained obstinate, pressing their assault. On the eastern continent side, city shield-scaled beasts lined up in orderly rows along the shore. These were exceptionally effective defensive beasts. Each possessed a massive frame, their backs covered in thick, heavy scales. These scales could erect into rigid shields, and when arranged in perfect formation along the shore, they formed a wall. This wall of shields trapped the southern continent forces at sea. For the time being, they couldn't even reach the shore, let alone mount a significant counterattack. At that moment, swords suspended in the air shot forth like arrows. These blades were razor-sharp, and wave after wave of southern continent people and their beasts fell into the ocean like scallions being cut. Before long, the waters near Jinfang Island turned a deep crimson. The stench of blood hung thick and heavy in the air. The eastern continent's swords continued their relentless harvest. Though the southern continent's forces were weaker overall, some powerful beast tamers still existed. Soon, several formidable beasts broke through the shield scale beasts and stormed the island. Several teams immediately advanced to engage them. As more and more people charged forward, the beast tamers wielding sword techniques also halted their attacks. At the command of each military commander, all beasts capable of super beast armament activated their transformations. Lin Yu was no exception. Lin Yu looked at his electrocution beast and commanded, "Little Electric, activate super beast armor." Blue armor components materialized around the electrocution beast, embedding themselves onto its body to complete the super beast armor transformation. To his astonishment, the beasts from the southern continent that had charged ashore also began donning beast armor one by one. Zhao Jiping stared in stunned silence. When did these black guys from the southern continent develop Beastmaster armor? Damn it, this war must be the western continent secretly instigating it. It's not even secret anymore, they're openly providing support now. This Beastmaster armor clearly comes from the western continent. He immediately dispatched someone to relay this intelligence to Zhou Tianming. The battle on Jinfang Island raged on. Zhou Tianming had declared that this time, there was no need to conceal the super beast armor. Commanders of all major legions ordered their troops to deploy their beast armor and begin merging. The black soldiers from the southern continent had initially felt confident, believing that with the western continent's beast armor support, victory was practically assured. But as they witnessed the unfolding scenes before them, they were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell were these eastern continent armors? Where did they come from? Each one moved with such agility, appearing even more formidable than the western continent's beast-taming armor. Worst of all, they were actually combining. Was this even possible with beast armor? In that instant, the southern continent's leaders suddenly understood why the western continent hadn't launched the war themselves. The eastern continent seemed to be far stronger than they'd imagined. Long before the war began, immediately after the four continents elite tournament concluded, the western continent had already sensed something. Despite their Beastmaster armor being so powerful, it couldn't match the eastern continent's forces. The eastern continent must have some trump card up their sleeve. Thus, they dared not act rashly. After deep deliberation, they decided to incite the southern continent to start the war. They never imagined the southern continent would actually agree. The southern continent's leaders now regretted their decision, but it was too late. War wasn't something they could start and end at will. Having already provoked the eastern continent, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue fighting. Upon learning that the southern continent had deployed beast-taming armor, Zhou Tianming burst into laughter. Sure enough, the western continent was meddling. Though he knew it would be futile, he still condemned the western continent for supplying the beast-taming armor to the southern continent to wage war. The western continent quickly had representatives step forward, claiming the Beastmaster armor had been voluntarily purchased by the southern continent. If someone wanted to buy them, they had to do business, they couldn't just refuse to sell, right? Tianming didn't buy their excuse. Trying to fool children? Even children wouldn't buy that. The war on Jinfang Island raged on. Lin Yu's electrocution beast found 6 compatible super beast armors and initiated a 7-body fusion. Within the 7-in-1 mech, the electrocution beast held the dominant position, leading the combined unit into battle. A colossal beast armor now exerted immense pressure on the legions of Jinfang Island. Seeing this, the electrocution beast immediately drove the combined mech forward. A single punch slammed into the colossal beast armor, sending it reeling. The massive beast armor stabilized itself, then fired a projectile from the enormous cannon barrel on its chest. The blast was devastatingly powerful. On the armored arm of the 7 combined electrocution beast was a shield formed from an iron-winged bird. The thunder beast swiftly raised this shield to protect its body, successfully blocking the cannon blast. Then, the armor's legs transformed into a massive sword, none other than the Tianyuan sword. The 7-in-1 mech wielded the Heavenly Origin sword, dodging the colossal Beastmaster armor's attacks. It then leapt high into the air and brought the sword down in a single, decisive strike, cleaving the massive Beastmaster armor in two. While the 7-in-1 mecha still had enough stamina to hold out for a while longer, Electrocution Beast seized the opportunity to charge into the southern continent's ranks, slaughtering everything in its path until the sky darkened and the earth grew dim. Though reinforcements from the southern continent poured in relentlessly, the eastern continent's defense of Jinfan Island was as impenetrable as an iron barrel. Every new wave was annihilated. Soon, the flow of reinforcements from the southern continent began to dwindle. Finally, the southern continent faced reality and ceased sending reinforcements altogether. Their sudden assault was thus shattered by the eastern continent. News of the victory spread across the eastern continent, filling everyone with jubilation. At this moment, Zhou Tianming once again summoned all the army commanders and declared, "We must continue fighting. We will march to the southern continent. We must make it clear to the southern continent and all factions, the eastern continent is not a place to come and go as one pleases. Every challenger will pay with blood." The commanders unanimously agreed. Zhou Tianming then began arranging the plan to attack the southern continent. Lin Yu finally received his friends. The first to arrive was Chen Yushi. Upon receiving Lin Yu's call, she rushed straight to Jinfan Island without delay. She arrived just as the southern continent forces were being repelled, followed shortly by Li Shuisheng. Though he still worried about the company's affairs, the invasion of the southern continent was a major undertaking. Moreover, Lin Yu had personally called him. Both in terms of loyalty and reason, he had no grounds to refuse. Chapter 199, Windbreak Squad. Before long, Su Yuan, Tang Haotian, Lui, and the others all arrived. Zhao Yuanchu's 5 men and Wang Fatso's 3 men also showed up. With this, the 15-member team was reunited once more. Zhou Tianming even introduced a new member to Lin Yu at the last moment, Zhou Xijie, his own grandson. As a Shadow Xian soldier, this Beastmaster's skills weren't particularly formidable. About the same age as Lin Yu, he had long admired him. Zhou Tianming didn't want him to become a freeloader at home, so he assigned him to follow Lin Yu. Once everyone was present, Su Yuan volunteered, "Brother Lin, let's give our squad a name." Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "All of us here, except Xiao Jie, have fought together on Windswept Island. We're brothers who faced life and death together. So let's call ourselves the Windswept Squad." Faced with Lin Yu's suggestion, the others had no objections whatsoever and unanimously agreed. Thus, the Wind's Rest Squad was officially formed. The next mission was to invade the southern continent. What had begun as a war initiated by the southern continent had shifted from offense to defense in just over a day. To teach the invading enemy forces a lesson and to strike fear into the hearts of the western continent's treacherous factions, the eastern continent now prepared to strike back into the southern continent. Just as they had done when the southern continent attacked, many of the eastern continent's marine mounts took to the water first, beginning their journey to the southern continent from the sea. Those without marine mounts boarded ships bound for the southern continent. Within the Wind's Breath Squad, only Su Xioning's Sea Cleansing Spirit qualified as a marine mount, the others possessed none. The 16 members of the Wind's Breath Squad sat aboard Yen Yun army vessels, rapidly closing in on the southern continent. As they neared, artillery shells and various light projectiles erupted from the southern continent's shores. The Yen Yun army's defensive-type mounts aboard the ships immediately deployed protective shields, successfully repelling the southern continent's assault. Watching the barrage of attacks streak overhead, the group felt both a sense of danger and novelty. Soon, the ship neared the southern continent's shore. For this landing operation, Zhou Tianming decided to have each legion land from different directions. For instance, the Yen Yun army landed at a minor power on the southern continent called Enko. Numerous factions existed on the southern continent. This declaration of war against the eastern continent came from an alliance formed by most of these factions, while some had not joined the declaration. Enko was one such faction within the alliance. They had deployed numerous beast-taming armor units along the shore, preparing to repel the Yen Yun army's landing. The 16 members of the Wind's Breath Squad were fully prepared for the landing. Lin Yu surveyed his team and ordered, "Our squad has exactly 7 beast-armored units capable of super beast armament. These 7 beasts will merge into a 7-in-1 mecha. The rest of you will follow behind the mecha during the landing, but remember, protect yourselves at all costs." After issuing the orders, Lin Yu's electrocution beast was the first to activate its super beast armor. Chen Yushi, Zhao Yuanshu, Xian Mingrui, and others capable of using super beast armor also activated their respective forms. Then, aboard the ship, they began summoning their super beasts. Amidst the clanging of armor plates, Zhao Yuanshu's Swallowing Heaven Tyrant transformed into the primary torso of the 7-in-1 mecha's upper body. Xian Mingrui's Firewing Divine Eagle became a pair of wings, attaching themselves to the Swallowing Heaven Tyrant's back. Sun Qing Yuan's Azurite King Snake and Dianjishu's Dragon War Beast each became an arm, attaching themselves to the Swallowing Heaven Taotai. Li Xiaoyan's Earth Armor Tyrannosaurus and Chen Yushi's Spirit Bright Divine Ape each became a pair of legs, also attaching themselves to the Swallowing Heaven Taotai. Finally, Wu Jingyi's Netherworld Spirit Cat transformed into a massive claw, attaching itself to the back of the mecha's left hand. The 7-in-1 mecha combination was complete. Not only theirs, but several other mechs within the Yen Yun army also underwent the 7-in-1 transformation. The moment the ship docked, several 7-in-1 mechs leaped off its deck. The Beastmaster armor units guarding the shore proved utterly helpless against the 7-in-1 mechs, all of them defeated. The Wind's Breath Squadron 7-in-1 mecha, relying solely on the claws on their arms, took down one after another. Enko's defenses were breached with ease, leaving the Enko forces terrified. Were there truly such formidable Beastmaster armors on the eastern continent? And ones capable of combining? The 7-in-1 mech charged ahead, clearing the path for their comrades behind. Behind Lin Yu's 7-in-1 mech followed the rest of the Wind's Breath squad. Those who weren't defeated by the 7-in-1 mech and slipped through the net were finished off by the brothers behind. Zhou Xiajia's Shadow Mystic Soldier proved remarkably effective, cycling through various skills to deliver finishing blows with both speed and precision. This drew repeated praise from the other brothers of the Wind Breath squad. Ever since he was a kid, Zhou Xiajia had dreamed of becoming someone like Zhou Tianming. Though his Beastmaster Shadow Shenbing was only a grade, he worked tirelessly to cultivate its various abilities. His combat prowess was actually quite respectable. Soon, the defenses along the Anka coast were completely shattered, and Zhao Jiping began assigning tasks. He addressed Lin Yu, "I'll lead the Legion to attack their capital. We'll face significant resistance along the way, so our advance might not be swift. As for your squad, I intend to deploy you as a surprise force. Your objective is to bypass Enko's main army and strike like a steel blade head straight for their capital. Capture their capital, and internal chaos will inevitably ensue. We'll fight our way in and link up with you." "Yes, sir," the members of the Wind Breath squad replied in unison. Then, under Lin Yu's leadership, the Wind Breath squad set off along a hidden path toward Enko's capital. Enko's capital lay at the heart of their territory, meaning they'd likely encounter Enko forces along the way. Lin Yu commanded the Electrocution Beast to enter its phantom soul form, positioning it at the forefront of the column. Through mental sharing, he relayed vital information to his comrades. This would allow them to quickly detect any Enko forces they might encounter. Before long, Lin Yu spotted a small Enko military detachment camped ahead. Its size made bypassing them difficult. Lin Yu addressed the group, "Guys, we might need to take out this force. With just our numbers, everyone prioritize your own safety. We'll aim to wrap this up as quickly as possible." After giving the orders, Lin Yu and his men began creeping cautiously toward the encampment. Lin Yu's Electrocution Beast, wielding the Changying sword, silently approached the sentry guarding the Legion's entrance. Employing the Duga 9 swords technique with blinding speed, the guards were struck down before they could react, their throats severed by the Electric Beast's blade. Thus, the group had quietly infiltrated the inner military camp. However, the Electrocution Beast was currently in its mortal form, unable to use mind sharing. Therefore, the moment Lin Yu and his companions entered, they came face to face with a small squad. In an instant, their stealth was exposed. Chapter 200, The Steel-Bristled War Mastiff. Just as the squad was about to call for backup, vines suddenly sprouted from beneath their feet, wrapping around them. Slowly tightening, the vine strangled the men to death. This was the work of Lu Xian's blue-silver grass. With numerous sentries inside, the Wind Breath squad soon encountered several more on patrol. Lu Yi's rhinoceros beetle transformation into Cayman Rider 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 Cayman. Silently closing in on the sentries, he swiftly dealt with them. Though the group moved with remarkable agility, their numbers were ultimately too few. The camp's defenders detected them and sounded the alarm. Reinforcements arrived swiftly, surrounding Lin Yu and his team in layers upon layers. Facing this force, Lin Yu showed no fear, only murmuring quietly, "Brothers, break through quickly." The Electrocution Beast in its Fanlin form wielded the Changying sword, still employing the Duga 9 swords, its deadliest technique to date. The Electric Beast charged into the crowd, its Changying sword flashing wildly, leaving a trail of spattered blood in its wake. When encountering the Beast Tamers, the Electric Beast relied on its experience to strike at their weak points. Chen Yushi's Divine Ape manifested the Golden Monkey Staff. Compared to the Electric Beast's agility, the Divine Ape fought with brute force. Its staff swung relentlessly, relying on sheer power and momentum. No Beast Master survived its strike. Su Yuan's 100 Fruit Beast conserved energy by not immediately summoning its Fruit Treasure Mecha. Instead, it transformed into Cayman Rider Game, possessing both melee combat capabilities and the ability to switch between multiple forms to counter threats. Tang Haotian's Blood Armor 1000-ton Spirit was far more violent. To conserve energy, he refrained from using the God-slaying domain, relying solely on his hammer to smash everything in sight. Li Shuixing's Ugly Worm, though boasting exaggerated attack power and flashy moves, couldn't be used at full capacity. For now, it could only poke fingers and teeth, or pick at eyeballs to fight. The Lu brothers, Louis and Lu Xian, found themselves entangled with an S-rank beast within the military camp. This S-rank beast was a steel bristle war mastiff, known for its formidable offensive capabilities. It could launch steel needles from its fur and deliver powerful bites, boasting both strong defense and attack. The steel-mane war mastiff charged straight at Cayman Rider Kato, who had transformed from the unicorn beetle. Fortunately, Kato was fast enough to dodge its bite. Simultaneously, Lu Xian commanded Blue Silver Grass to use its Entangle skill to bind the Steel Mane War Mastiff. However, the beast possessed immense strength and easily shook off the Blue Silver Grass's grasp. Lu Xian then commanded Blue Silver Grass to use its Spider Web Bind, an instant cast skill that also carried poison. Unfortunately, the Steel Mane War Mastiff's defenses were too formidable. The poison failed to harm it, and it easily broke free. Only the Blue Silver Cage could hold it down for a moment. Seizing the moment while it was trapped, Lu Xian commanded the Blue Silver Grass to attack with the Blue Silver Tyrant Spear, finally achieving some results. Jia Dou also charged in with a Night Kick, its immense power finally inflicting some damage. Since my control skills can't restrain it, let's try this Blue Silver Grass. Use Blue Silver Demon Mirror, Annihilation. Lu Xian shouted. This was his most powerful control-type skill. Red mirrors appeared all around the Steel Mane Warhound, trapping it within. It struggled desperately to break free, but these mirrors were exceptionally sturdy, utterly unbreakable. Then, Lu Xian shouted again, Blue Silver Grass, unleash the Blue Silver Azure Dragon's soul. A phantom azure dragon slowly materialized above Lu Xian's Blue Silver Grass, roaring and undulating. Soon, the phantom solidified, emanating a terrifying aura from the azure dragon's body. The azure dragon's phantom then charged straight toward the trapped Steel Mane War Mastiff. The immense force slammed into the Steel Mane War Mastiff, instantly hurling it backward. It spat a mouthful of blood mid-air. Its formidable defense stemmed from its thick coat of fur. Yet the might of the azure silver sky dragon's soul was no trifling matter. The strike shattered the Beastmaster's internal organs, and it collapsed dead upon the ground. This legion contained many formidable beast riders. For instance, Zhou Xiajie had also encountered a molten-hearted iron lizard. This beast could spew high-temperature flames capable of melting nearly any defense. Any beast struck by its breath would instantly melt. Dealing with such a beast was no trivial matter. Lin Yu was currently locked in combat himself. Watching Zhou Xiajie's opponent, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. This beast was far too dangerous. After all, Zhou Xiajie was Zhou Tianming's own grandson. If anything happened to him, it would be difficult to account for. The molten heart iron lizard unleashed a torrent of flame right off the bat, instantly raising the surrounding temperature significantly. Zhou Xiajie's shadow mystic weapon used shadow clones to evade the attack. Multiple illusory figures appeared, instantly confusing the molten heart iron lizard. Seizing this opening, Zhou Xiajie shifted from defense to offense, commanding his shadow mystic weapon, execute wind/assassination. The shadow mystic weapon channeled the surrounding wind elements, compressing them into countless wind blades that surged toward the molten heart iron lizard. The molten-hearted iron lizard earned its name from its exceptionally tough hide. Though the wind blades formed an attack with blinding speed, their sheer force proved insufficient. They couldn't cut through the molten heart iron lizard's skin. Zhou Xiajie could only rely on speed to maneuver around the molten heart iron lizard. The shadow mystic soldier specialized in assassination, with all its attack methods prioritizing speed over raw power. Breaking through this molten heart iron lizard's defenses required sheer force, leaving Zhou Xiajie momentarily unable to overcome it. Just then, the shadow mystic weapon made a critical mistake. The molten heart iron lizard's flames surged straight toward its face. Lin Yu's heart leapt into his throat. At that very moment, a dark crimson protective barrier materialized before the shadow Xianbing. 3 faint ant-like figures materialized upon it, managing to block the molten heart iron lizard's fiery attack. It was Tang Haotian's blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. After blocking the attack, crimson lightning danced across the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's hammer, enveloping the entire weapon. Then, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit hurled its hammer. This move was the Dark Lightning Demon Fury. This devastatingly powerful strike targeted heavily armored beasts like the molten heart iron lizard, much like Lu Xian's battle against the steel bristle war mastiff. The immense force shattered the lizard's internal organs. Shocked to death. Only now did Zhou Xiajie grasp the chasm between himself and this group. Their power was terrifying. The molten heart iron lizard he'd struggled with for so long was dispatched in a single strike. Zhou Xiajie began doubting his decision, feeling like he was holding back the Wind Breath Squad. Lin Yu had witnessed the entire scene unfold. He muttered to himself, I need to design a skill for Xiaojie. Chapter 201, Extinguishing the Fierce Flame. Though Zhou Xiajie had come of his own accord and Zhou Tianming had agreed to let him join, Lin Yu knew he couldn't take responsibility if anything went wrong. At the very least, he needed to design a few life-saving skills for Zhou Xiajie. The battle raged on. Reinforcements arrived swiftly for this military unit. After all, they were on their home turf. Before long, reinforcements poured in, completely surrounding Lin Yu and his team. The original plan had been for Zhao Jiping to lead the main force in a frontal assault, while Lin Yu's small team handled the surprise attack. Yet unexpectedly, the Wind Breath Squad had also clashed with a legion and now faced their own siege. Every member of the Wind's Breath Squad now faced mortal danger. Just then, Lin Yu tossed Zhou Xiajie a skill demonstration blueprint. Zhou Xiajie looked puzzled. Brother Lin, what's this? Lin Yu replied, this is a skill I designed for your shadow mystic weapon. Have it learn it and test it out. Zhou Xiaojie hesitated, feeling awkward about accepting it, but in such a critical moment, it was best not to be fussy. Nodding, he handed the skill demonstration blueprint to his shadow mystic weapon. The diagram vanished instantly. The skill had been successfully learned. Lin Yu explained to Zhou Xiaojie, "This skill is a wide area attack I designed specifically for you called Blazing Fire Extinction. It's perfect for the current situation. Quick, have your shadow mystic weapon try it out." Designing skills for Zhou Xiaojie was actually a piece of cake for Lin Yu. As a beast tamer specializing in assassination-type beasts, Lin Yu had been a die-hard fan of Naruto before his transmigration, and he knew all the ninjutsu by heart. Lin Yu had long wanted to design skills inspired by Naruto, but he hadn't found suitable ones until now. This blazing fire extinction technique was none other than Uchiha Madara's signature move. Its range was immense. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaojie nodded and said, "Alright." He then turned to his beast, Shadow Shinbing, and commanded, "Use Great Fire Annihilation." Shadow Shinbing unleashed a fiery line that instantly swelled to colossal proportions. It nearly engulfed half the military camp. It wasn't just supplies that burned. Even the approaching beast riders were caught completely off guard by the sudden inferno. The members of the Wind's Breath squad were all stunned. Su Yuan gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, the range of this skill is just a bit over the top." Li Shueixing chimed in, "It covered half the battlefield." Fat Wang chimed in, "And the power is insane. This is god tier." Lin Yu thought to himself, "This is nothing. Naruto has even stronger techniques." The enemy's formation was now completely shattered. Seeing this, Lin Yu shouted, "Brothers, our chance is here. Break through." At his command, the lightning beast darted into enemy lines like an arrow, leaving only an afterimage behind. It sort of shadow danced wildly, leaving a trail of severed limbs and shattered bodies in its wake, the very technique of the 9 swords of Dugu. Chen Yushi's divine ape was no slouch in speed either. Riding the cloud of somersaults, it moved with blinding swiftness. Its heavy golden monkey staff struck with devastating force, leaving a trail of casualties in its wake. Team battles suited Su Yuan well. The 100 Fruit Beast transformed into Kamen Rider game, shifting into its great general form. With a sweeping gesture, the sound of zippers opening echoed repeatedly in the air. One after another, monsters leapt out from the zipped-open realm of the Heim Netherworld forest, quickly coalescing into a monstrous legion. Everyone unleashed their skills, and the area soon became a slaughterhouse. At that moment, 3 figures in uniforms distinct from the others stepped forward. They must be the leaders of this army. They chattered away in a language Lin Yu and the others couldn't understand. The southern continent was a region of diverse factions, predominantly inhabited by black people, each speaking their own distinct dialects. Though they couldn't understand the words, Lin Yu and his companions could clearly see the actions unfolding before them. One by one, the trio released a beast from their beast control spaces. One of them was massive, its stature terrifyingly tall. It resembled a giant, none other than the S-rank beast, the Wuming Wushen. This beast excelled in combat and possessed a particularly insidious skill, blindness. It could render opponents blind. Autumn Leaf Battle God was a beast of the same class. Tian Su Chen immediately engaged it in combat. After only a few exchanges, Wuming Wushen suddenly stepped back, then a blinding light erupted from its eyes like a camera flash. In an instant, Autumn Leaf Battle God lost his vision. His vision instantly became a dizzying whirl of colors, like staring into a kaleidoscope. Then, the Wuming Wushen launched a fierce attack. In that moment, Autumn Leaf Battle God found himself utterly defenseless. At that very moment, blood-armored Qian Junling charged in. Using the 1,000-ton barrier, he blocked the strike. Then, the lightning beast, wielding the Changying sword, stood before the Wuming martial god. Lin Yu called out to Tian Su Chen, "Quickly, take your Autumn Leaf Battle God to rest. I'll handle this Wuming martial god." This time, before the Wuming martial god could unleash its blinding skill, the electrocution beast proactively closed its eyes. This move left the Wuming Wushen utterly baffled. What was going on? Before the confusion could fully set in, the electrocution beast launched its attack. Though blind, its strikes were ruthless and precise, targeting the opponent's vital points. This was all thanks to their shared consciousness. Having fought alongside the electrocution beast more frequently lately, Lin Yu gradually noticed that the creature had mastered many skills to such an extent that it could now unleash abilities from various forms without needing to transform. However, the effectiveness was diminished. For instance, the original mind share ability could be shared with everyone. Yet when the electrocution beast used it in its fanling form, only it could benefit. Electro Beast was simply perfect for confronting the unseen martial god. "You can blind people, right? Then I'll simply stop using my eyes. And I'll see even clearer." With his killing move neutralized, the Wushen of Darkness was utterly overwhelmed by Electrocution Beast's onslaught. In its mortal form, Electrocution Beast unleashed a relentless barrage of every martial art it had mastered. Even if the Wuming Wushen excels at combat, could he possibly match the Electric Beast's vast array of skills? The Electric Beast's repertoire was simply too vast. Wielding its long sword, it executed the doodled 9 swords with ever-shifting, unpredictable strikes. Once the sword was sheathed, even more techniques followed. Dragon subduing 18 palms, ghost shadow traces, mystic jade hand. The techniques flowed endlessly, turning this battle into a one-sided rout with no suspense whatsoever. The electrocution beast pursued the woming martial god relentlessly, and soon the woming martial god could barely hold his ground. Chapter 202, The Devouring Demon Spider. When the opponent exposed another opening, the electric beast seized the moment, unleashing the dragon subduing 18 palms with fierce momentum. A dragon's phantom roared around it, gradually solidifying. Electro Beast struck with a palm strike. The woming martial god was struck squarely in the chest by the dragon's form, nearly sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood. But before he could recover, another palm strike followed. The 18 dragon subduing palms, all 18 strikes were still to come for the woming Wushan. Several more strikes followed, reducing the woming Wushan's internal organs to a bloody pulp. His body lay in utter chaos, all signs of life extinguished. Now, among the 3 strongest beasts in this army, aside from the woming Wushan, there remained only a devouring demon spider. The most terrifying aspect of a devouring demon spider was its venom. Its venom could dissolve nearly anything. Contact meant certain death. Facing it was Lu Xian's blue-silver grass. Against such a dangerous beast, a control-type beast master was the better choice. Offensive-type beasts like the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit risk instant death if they're struck by the devouring demon spider, even with the slightest misstep. Lu Xian instructed blue-silver grass to employ a maneuvering tactic even if facing it head-on proved disadvantageous. It didn't matter. The blue-silver grass's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. The surrounding plants seemed to respond, each emitting tiny points of light. These points converged, forming a vast blue domain. This was the blue-silver grass's blue-silver domain. Within this domain, blue-silver grass gained immense enhancement, especially in stamina. Now blue-silver grass's advantage became apparent. It could unleash skills freely. The devouring spider still locked onto blue-silver grass's position when suddenly, beneath its feet, the earth beneath blue-silver grass began churning violently. Vines shot out one after another. They bound the 8 legs of the devouring demon spider. But the demon spider's 8 legs were as sharp as 8 spears. The blue-silver grass couldn't restrain it. Instead, its spider legs easily sliced through the vines. Quickly, the blue-silver grass deployed the blue-silver cage. The blue-silver prison was far more resilient than the vine's entanglement, finally managing to barely hold the devouring demon spider in place. Just as the devouring demon spider struggled to cope with the blue-silver cage, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, use the blue-silver thrust array. This wasn't a skill designed for blue-silver grass by Lin Yu. It was Lu Xian's own understanding and interpretation of the blue-silver prison. The primary function of the blue-silver prison was to form sturdy vines to entangle opponents. The blue-silver spike array, however, commanded these vines to pierce directly from the ground, like countless spears. Sure enough, the devouring demon spider was caught off guard. Several holes had already pierced its vulnerable spots. It now screeched in agony. Lu Xian refrained from using powerful offensive skills like the blue-silver overlord spear or the blue-silver azure dragon soul because the devouring demon spider's carapace was as solid as iron plate. It simply wouldn't budge. Its only vulnerable spot was its abdomen, the sole unprotected area. But the cunning creature guarded its belly exceptionally well, making it impossible for Lu Xian to strike. He could only resort to stabbing it with the blue-silver stabbing formation. But Lu Xian had already achieved his goal. His plan was to wear down the devouring demon spider, and the method for doing so was to utilize the skill within the blue-silver domain, devouring golden thread. If the devouring spider's devouring refers to corrosion, then the blue-silver grass's devouring refers to bloodsucking. As the battle raged on, the devouring demon spider suddenly sensed something amiss. Its stamina and other vital aspects were steadily declining. At that very moment, the devouring demon spider finally realized it was being drained of life. But it was too late. By now, the devouring demon spider was a spent force. Growing weaker by the moment, it eventually lost the strength to resist, left only to await its demise. Next, the blue-silver grass effortlessly finished it off. Among the 3 tamed beasts, the final one was an S-rank 3-headed blazing sun serpent. This was an exceptionally powerful existence within the fire element. Yet now, it was trapped within the Azura domain of the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit. The 3-headed sun serpent possessed crimson scales that offered formidable defense and resistance to fire. For instance, within the Azura domain, blood armor Qianjinling attempted to slay it with killing intent. Yet the scales proved incredibly sturdy, rendering even the blood energy striking its body utterly ineffective. Instead, its 3 heads simultaneously spewed flames, sealing off the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's retreat. Moreover, the flames it spewed were purplish-red poisonous flames. Knowing it couldn't defeat the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit outright, the 3-headed sunfire serpent devised a plan, continuously spewing this poisonous flame to create a toxic cloud. Tang Haotian noticed this too. Had his blood armor 1,000-ton spirit not been within his own domain where it was strengthened while the enemy was weakened, it would have been poisoned long ago. But this situation couldn't continue. As the toxin slowly accumulated, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit's body would inevitably suffer damage. For the first time, Tang Haotian's expression turned grim. Ever since Lin Yu designed the Azura domain for him, he had been practically unstoppable. Virtually unmatched. This was the first time he'd encountered a worthy opponent. The three-headed blazing sun serpent truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most formidable S-rank beasts. At that moment, Tang Haotian suddenly heard a voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell call out, unsettling winds. Clusters of water vapor coalesced into rippling rings, encircling the three-headed blazing sun serpent and restricting its movement. Tang Haotian looked toward the source of the skill. It was Su Xiuqing's Sea Purifier Spirit. Su Xiuning smiled and said, "What are you waiting for?" The Sunfire Serpent was now completely immobilized, presenting Tang Haotian with his chance to strike. Since this creature possessed formidable defense, the tried and true strategy remained: unleash a devastatingly powerful skill to shatter its internal organs. Thus, the blood armor 1,000-ton spirit leapt high into the air, crimson lightning dancing upon the great hammer in its grasp. Simultaneously, immense power coalesced upon the hammer, drawing surrounding chi like a mad rush. The hammer swelled to colossal proportions. This was the very first skill Lin Yu had designed for Tang Haotian, the true form of Haotian. With unmatched momentum, the hammer crashed down upon the three-headed blazing sun serpent. The three-headed Sunfire Serpent had been struggling against the unstable wind wave, and finally broke free. But Tang Haotian's colossal hammer was already bearing down on it. There was no avoiding this blow. The three-headed Sun Serpent sensed the terrifying power of this hammer blow. Yet now, it had no choice but to await its fate. Chapter 203, Sharingan and Tsukuyomi. The three strongest beasts of this legion had finally been slain. The others had just finished off the remaining beasts as well. Dealing with such a disorganized mob was straightforward. With their leader slain, chaos inevitably spread through their ranks. Soon, many members of the legion began fleeing. Seeing this, Lin Yu confirmed their direction and addressed the group. "Brothers, pick up the pace. We need to move quickly toward the capital of Enko." The group responded in unison. Just then, Lin Yu noticed Su Yuan cleaning up the battlefield. This was a habit Su Yuan had developed on Fengxi Island. Lin Yu was at a loss for words and snapped, "Old Su. There's a time and place for cleaning up the battlefield. Finish the mission first." Su Yuan pulled out a large sum of Enko currency and asked Li Shuixing beside him, "Old Li, you're in business, you know more than I do. Can we spend this Enko money on the eastern continent?" Li Shuixing chuckled, "We'd need to exchange it for our currency. But I suspect after this war, they won't be exchanging it for us anytime soon." Hearing this, Su Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. But his spirits quickly lifted again when he discovered numerous valuable items, watches, jewelry, and more. Lin Yu couldn't help but think to himself, Su Yuan was born to be a bandit perfect for raiding. He was like a locust, leaving nothing untouched. Before Su Yuan could finish his thorough search, the entire group accelerated toward the capital of Kone. This army had already wasted far too much time. If their surprise attack couldn't outpace Zhao Jiping's main force, they would miss their strategic window. After capturing Enko, the entire Yan Yun army would still need to rendezvous with other legions. Enko was merely a small region, not even as large as a single province on the eastern continent. Zhou Tianling's plan was straightforward: push deep into the heartland of the southern continent. To teach the southern continent a lesson, to demonstrate through force that the eastern continent's authority was not to be challenged. The dark-skinned people of the southern continent had been reeling these past few days. They had initiated the war, yet hadn't even reached the eastern continent's borders. Not only that, but now they're getting attacked? What kind of situation is this? It's like going to slaughter a chicken, only to end up being stewed by the chicken instead. Panic has gripped the southern continent. Even their backers on the western continent were taken aback. They knew the eastern continent must have developed some trump card weapon in recent years, but they never imagined it would be this powerful. The intelligence they obtained also revealed the eastern continent's super beast armor. The western continent was stunned. Their beast riding armor technology had always been lagging behind, so when had they advanced to this level? Judging from the available intelligence, the eastern continent's super beast armor units differed from their mass-produced beast riding armor. To their astonishment, each unit was unique. It was more like each suit was custom-made for its wearer. Mass production and customization were entirely different concepts. Mass production required only an assembly line, where every beast rider used the same type of armor. Custom-made beast rider armor, however, demanded specialized crafting tailored to each beast's unique characteristics. Moreover, the western continent observed that these eastern beast armors exhibited exceptional agility. The western continent's beast armor, burdened with firepower and constrained by technological limitations, was bulky and inflexible. The eastern continent's beast armor isn't just agile, it can execute all sorts of high-difficulty maneuvers. What shocked and intimidated the Western continent most was that these Eastern beast-tamer armors could not only transform but also merge. After combining, their combat effectiveness skyrocketed. The Western continent's high command has been agonizing over this for days. How did the Eastern continent's technology suddenly advance so dramatically? Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Lin Yu, was leading the Wind Breath squad toward the capital of Enko. Midway, Lin Yu handed Zhou Xiaojie another skill demonstration blueprint. Zhou Xiaojie was taken aback and protested, "Brother Lin, I can't accept anymore. You've already given me one skill." Lin Yu generously insisted this skill would save his life. After much persuasion, Zhou Xiaojie finally accepted it. Zhou Xiaojie opened the skill and glanced at the blueprint. It depicted a peculiar eye. It was none other than the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Sharingan, the most crucial element in Naruto. Beside the Mangekyo Sharingan were two large characters, Tsukuyomi. This was Itachi Uchiha's technique, a form of psychic attack that could drag enemies into a mental world he constructed. This mental realm contained whatever the enemy desired most. For instance, if someone covets wealth, falling victim to Tsukuyomi would plunge them into a world overflowing with boundless riches, causing them to sink utterly into that illusion. It's a truly terrifying ability. Zhou Xiaojie was taken aback. The skill Lin Yu had previously given him from the Shadow Mystic weapon was fire attribute, yet now he'd been given a psychic attribute one. He wondered if different attributes could be absorbed. Zhou Xiaojie handed the skill to Shadow Shinbing, only to see him instantly assimilate it. By now, Lin Yu and his group had approached the capital of Enko. Martial law was already in effect, and an additional military force was stationed there. Su Yuan suggested, "Brother Lin, General Zhao instructed us to rendezvous with him in the capital. Since we're already here, we should wait for General Zhao's forces to arrive before storming Enko's capital together. Otherwise, with troops stationed here, fighting would be troublesome." But Lin Yu disagreed. After pondering for a moment, he declared, "We've come this far, we can't let this trip be for nothing." Su Yuan immediately felt a bad premonition and cautiously asked, "Brother Lin, what are you planning now?" He tentatively added, "You're not planning to take on this garrison, are you?" A mysterious smile spread across Lin Yu's face. "Exactly. I agreed with old Zhao to meet in Enko's capital. We haven't entered yet, so it doesn't count. I'm going to fight our way in. Catch them off guard." The others responded in unison. Lu Xian asked, "Brother Lin, what should we do?" Lin Yu silently transformed the electrocution beast into its spatial form, then used the suspension ring to summon a teleportation portal positioned right inside Enko's capital city. Lin Yu declared, "We'll split into two groups. One team follows me into Enko capital to create chaos inside. The other team attacks from the outside." Su Yuan listened to the plan and inwardly marveled. Only someone like Lin Yu would be bold enough to attempt a pincer attack against an entire legion with just 16 men. But Lin Yu never acted without absolute certainty. Thus, the Wind Breath squad immediately split into two groups. Chapter 204, Six-Winged Demon Wolf. Lin Yu led several men into the capital. This group faced greater danger and required more specialized abilities, so Lin Yu stationed the Super Beast Armed Squad outside. Within the capital, civilians had been evacuated to designated shelters. Lin Yu and his team had no intention of harming these innocents. Yusho stealthily located the military garrison within the capital. Lin Yu turned to Tang Haotian and Su Suning and declared, "Let's hit them with a big one first." The trio then commanded their beasts to unleash the Arctic Sandstorm, the Heavenly Trueform, and the Twilight of the Sea God. These three skills possessed immense power but required significant time to charge. However, that mattered little. The garrison forces inside didn't react immediately. By the time they fully realized something was amiss, it was already too late. In its earth form, the sandstorm beast drew sand toward itself, a rather conspicuous movement. By the time Enko's capital troops realized the sand was abnormal, the sandstorm beast had already completed its charge. A colossal sandball, packed with terrifying force, slammed into the capital's legion and exploded with a thunderous roar. Many were knocked down instantly before they could even activate their shields, resulting in heavy casualties in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. The colossal hammer of heaven followed suit, crashing down and making the entire capital of Enko tremble. Finally, Su Xiaoning unleashed Twilight of the Sea God. Three devastating skills left Enko's capital legion reeling in disarray, suffering catastrophic losses. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiping's Yan Yun legion, already nearing Enko's capital, felt the earth tremble violently. Instantly, Zhao Jiping's heart tightened. "What's going on? What's that noise?" A troubling thought suddenly crossed Zhao Jiping's mind. Could that kid Lin Yu have actually started fighting Enko's legion? The soldiers beside him who knew Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Highly likely. Zhao Jiping grew frantic. That kid dares to take on an entire legion with just a dozen men? If he had a legion of his own, he'd dare to attack the western continent. Everyone, full speed ahead. Zhao Jiping feared Lin Yu might meet with some misfortune. Meanwhile, within Enko's capital, the remaining forces rapidly assembled and began moving against Lin Yu's group. Then, Lin Yu and his men spotted a black man. His attire clearly distinguished him from the others. Judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was likely a legion commander or similar figure. The man babbled something incomprehensible to Lin Yu and his group, but they saw him release his beast companion as six-winged demon wolf. Lin Yu and his group paid little heed. Six-winged demon wolves were wind attribute beasts. Their attack power was passable, but their defense was laughably weak. Its only real strength lay in the mastery of wind elemental power. But then, Lin Yu and the others witnessed the six-winged demon wolf spread its arms wide, its six wings quivering in unison. Soon, the surrounding wind elements began to converge here like mad, forming a domain. No! Lin Yu cried inwardly. This man actually possesses a domain. Their domains were different from Tang Haotian and Lu Xian's. Tang Haotian and Lu Xian's domains were skills created by Lin Yu. To be precise, they were essentially enhancement abilities that only transformed into true personal domains after years of rigorous cultivation. But these self-cultivated domains, like Zhou Tianming's sword domain, were the real deal. And now, this six-winged demon wolf possessed a domain too. One that didn't seem weak at all. Lin Yu's guess was correct. This domain was called the Wind Demon domain. Within it, the six-winged demon wolf's wind attributes received an 80% boost. Moreover, every strand of wind within the Wind Demon domain carried a trace of blood-sucking properties. This meant Lin Yu and his companions were taking damage every single moment. Never heard of such a powerhouse coming from that minor faction, Enko. Wang Fat grumbled. After all, every powerhouse possessing a domain skill was renowned, yet they'd never even heard of this one before. The next second, the battle erupted. The six-winged demon wolf flapped its six wings, its claws gleaming coldly on both hands. It dove down, its sharp talons tearing toward them. Blood Armor Qian Junling swung his massive hammer, forming a dark crimson protective barrier, his signature 1,000-ton barrier. But to everyone's astonishment, this seemingly unbreakable barrier was torn apart. Everyone immediately scattered. Zhou Xiaijie instantly commanded the Shadow Mystic Soldier to unleash the Hao Fire Extinction. The raging flames finally forced the six-winged demon wolf back. Feeling their stamina slowly draining, they knew they had to finish this battle swiftly. Seizing the moment, Lu Xian commanded the blue-silver grass, activate the blue-silver demon mirrors annihilation. Mirrors materialized all around the six-winged demon wolf. These blue-silver grass mirrors were incredibly sturdy, yet when the wolf flapped its wings, a torrent of wind surged forth, shattering the mirrors. This was the power of a domain. Lu Xian's face turned pale as he murmured, "Is this what a proper domain feels like? It's terrifying." As the six-winged demon wolf charged once more, crimson mist suddenly billowed within the Wind Demon domain, the Azura domain of the Blood Armor 1,000-ton spirit. Tang Haotian intended to counter a domain with another domain. Lu Xian promptly commanded the blue-silver grass to unleash its own blue-silver domain. In the shadows, countless golden devourers slowly crawled toward the six-winged demon wolf. Simultaneously, surrounding plants continuously channeled vital energy and life force into the blue-silver grass, constantly replenishing its stamina. Blue-silver tyrant spear. Within the blue-silver domain, several blue-silver tyrant spears materialized in one breath, thrusting straight toward the six-winged demon wolf. The six-winged demon wolf's speed was greatly enhanced within the Wind Demon domain, and with swift maneuvers, it dodged these attacks. Dark Demon Wrathful Thunder. Blood Armor 1,000-ton spirit hurled his massive hammer, its surface crackling with crimson lightning, carrying an unstoppable momentum. The next instant, the hammer rapidly closed in on the six-winged demon wolf. At that moment, an even more violent wind surged, forming a tornado that swept up Blood Armor 1,000-ton spirit's hammer and hurled it back. Since the start of the Four Continents Elite Tournament, Blood Armor Qianjinling had been virtually unstoppable. Who would have thought he'd suffer such a crushing defeat today? Seeing the situation worsening, Lin Yu steeled his resolve and commanded the Electric Beast, Little Lightning, unleash the Celestial Feather Dragon Slaying Dance. This was another wind attribute skill Lin Yu intended to counter force with force. The Electrocution Beast transformed into a dragon, its dragon might erupting instantly and finally affecting the six-winged demon wolf. Then the Electrocution Beast began to dance, actually summoning a portion of the wind element to surge toward it. Thus, the battle transformed into a tug-of-war, with Lin Yu and the six-winged demon wolf each vying for control of the wind element. Watching this unfold, Zhou Xiaijie thought to himself, "I need to help Brother Lin." Chapter 205, Wind Demon Realm. The fierce struggle between Lin Yu and the six-winged demon wolf raged on. Everyone watched anxiously, yet none could intervene. At that moment, Zhou Xiaijie commanded his Shadow Mystic weapon, used Tsukuyami on that six-winged demon wolf. This was the skill Lin Yu had designed for Zhou Xiaijie not long ago. The Shadow Mystic weapon leapt high into the air, heading toward the two combatants. Yet the overwhelming wind elemental force nearly tore its body apart. The wind element's power was simply overwhelming. Yet the Shadow Mystic weapon forced its way through. The six-winged demon wolf immediately grew wary, suspecting some trickery from this beast rider. Just then, the six-winged demon wolf noticed a strange change in the pet's pupils, as if some totems were swirling within them. It didn't recognize them, but Lin Yu knew exactly what they were: the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Naruto, awakening the Sharingan was no simple feat. It required intense emotional shock or life or death peril. The conditions for awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan were even more demanding. One must personally kill or witness the death of someone they cherished most, pushing inner hatred to its absolute peak. Deep love breeds profound hatred. But because Shadow Shinbing had been designed with Lin Yu's assistance, he hadn't endured such trials. He had activated the Sharingan directly. Then, Tsukuyomi activated. The six-winged demon wolf, caught off guard, was instantly pulled into the spiritual realm. Within this realm, the six-winged demon wolf encountered many of its own kind. Several female six-winged demon wolves threw themselves into its embrace. Though initially bewildered by this turn of events, the six-winged demon wolf gradually succumbed to the scene unfolding before it. This world was simply too beautiful. The six-winged demon wolf didn't even want to wake up. It was nothing short of paradise. Meanwhile, outside the mental realm, the six-winged demon wolf's wine demon domain slowly ceased its activity. All activity ceased. Even the wind the six-winged demon wolf controlled stopped blowing. Eyes closed, drool trickled from the corner of its mouth as a satisfied smile spread across its face. This expression baffled not only Su Yuan and Tang Haotian, but even the six-winged demon wolf's master found it perplexing. What's going on? The master of the six-winged demon wolf kept shouting in a language Lin Yu and the others couldn't understand, but the beast remained utterly unmoved. Only Lin Yu grasped a fragment of the truth. The demon wolf was likely ensnared by the seductive allure within Tsukuyomi. Entering Tsukuyomi's spiritual realm granted one's deepest desires. Who would ever want to wake up from that? Lin Yu resolved to ensure the six-winged demon wolf remained forever trapped within that realm of bliss. At that moment, the Thunder Beast's feathered dragon-slaying dance had completed its charge. Amidst a flurry of feathers, the Thunder Beast's claws struck down. In the blink of an eye, the six-winged demon wolf was cleaved clean in two. Blood splattered across the ground, yet even then, a faint smile lingered at the corner of the six-winged demon wolf's mouth. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder what kind of illusion this six-winged demon wolf had entered. Could it be that beautiful? The six-winged demon wolf's master stood dumbfounded. What had happened to his perfectly fine beast? How had it ended up like this? Could it be that these people from the eastern continent practiced witchcraft, controlling the six-winged demon wolf? But he would never know the answer. The shadow mystic soldier closed in swiftly, dispatching him with a single shuriken strike. With their commander dead, the entire army descended into chaos. Lin Yu smiled as he approached Zhou Xiejie. So, how about it? Pretty handy, that Tsukuyomi skill, huh? Admiration flooded Zhou Xiejie's face. He'd always been a die-hard fan of Lin Yu, and now he was even more devoted. So powerful, brother Lin. You can even control a mighty beast like the six-winged demon wolf. Zhou Xiejie exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu specifically cautioned him, remember, you were able to control that six-winged demon wolf today because it was preoccupied fighting the electric beast and had no guard up. Plus, the six-winged demon wolf is a spirit beast with relatively weak mental power, which is why it was so easy to control.